Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. 18 years ago, during a terrible thunderstorm, a tall tower suddenly appeared in the middle of the city. Along with her, gates began to appear on the streets, looking like blue funnels of energy. Hordes of monsters began to emerge from there, encroaching on the peace of the city's citizens. But a small handful of people with superhuman abilities also appeared, and they came face to face with the monsters emerging from the gate. These people who took up their weapons against the advancing threat were called players, who became the hope of humanity and emerged as a new force. Banknotes and gold coins fell from the sky. In the realities of the new world, players became a symbol of wealth and an object of envy. The young man stood with a serious expression on his face. Guild office, there were huge bags in his hands. The main character was not chosen to become a player. A man in a strict business suit pointed to the table and asked to put food there. The guy smiled, apologized for being late, and wished everyone a bon appetit. Cars stood at the intersection waiting for the traffic light to turn green. The main character was sitting on a moped. He noticed an advertising poster on one of the buildings and took off the protective glass of his helmet to get a better look at it. The banner featured a young player born in South Korea with unique abilities. The guy opened his mouth in admiration. The player used magic and summoned a cloud of energy in his hand. Using his abilities to repel his enemies, such a person seemed to have cheat keys. The player, the most outstanding of all superhumans, who was compared to monsters, turned the orcs surrounding him into ice. A beep sounded behind the young man in the helmet. The dissatisfied driver of the car looked out the window and shouted that the green light was already on and that he needed to go. The moped driver apologized. The bright moon illuminated the night sky. The guy left his moped under a lamppost. There were many letters in the red mailbox. The main character looked at him in surprise. The next second he excitedly ran to the mailbox. Among the credit notice, medical fees and notification from the school, there was no treasured letter. Sighing, the guy closed his eyes and said that he shouldn't have expected anything else. He entered the house, notifying everyone of his arrival. The girl left the room and praised him for his good work. Her brother asked why she was still not sleeping. Approaching the refrigerator, the girl replied that she was doing her homework. Then the question followed about whether their mother was sleeping. The woman was lying on the bed under a blanket. The girl replied that her mother had just fallen asleep and that today she was sleeping better than usual. This allowed her children to breathe a sigh of relief. Turning around, the young man said that he needed to give his mother a massage. The girl smiled widely, holding a chocolate cake with the inscription 18 in her hands, and congratulated her brother on his birthday. The main character opened his mouth in surprise and asked where his sister got the money for the cake and whether she really spent the money that was intended to buy clothes. Smiling slyly, the girl said that she also had a lot of money and, pointing her finger at the cake, said that she would eat it all herself if her brother did not. She said that she loves chocolate cakes and that she bought this one from a very famous store. The guy looked very upset. He noticed that his joyful sister was wearing shabby clothes. Calling Yujung by name, the young man patted her on the head and thanked her for the birthday cake. The girl laughed and suggested reading the letter before starting to eat the cake. Taking the envelope with the heart in his hands, the main character decided to see what was written there. There was a sheet of paper in the envelope. The shocked guy's eyes widened. His sister smiled widely and laughed. The letter contained an invitation to the player from the Players Association. The stunned young man's hands began to shake. He raised his eyebrows and was speechless. Tears welled up in his eyes as he realized that he had been invited to join the Players Association. The sister, wiping tears from her eyes, explained that she wanted to make it a surprise, which is why she pulled it out of the mailbox. She threw herself on her brother's neck with congratulations. Smiling, the young man mentally rejoiced that he had succeeded. There were tears in his eyes. Now he had the opportunity to change their lives. The guy looked into the room of his sick mother. His gaze expressed determination to find the right thing. The clouds covered the starry sky. A new day arrived. The Korean Players Association building towered over the city. Looking at the skyscraper, the young man opened his mouth in amazement. Closing his eyes, he decided that this was not the time to give in to his emotions. Frowning, the main character realized that this was just the beginning. The girl from the association smiled and congratulated the new player Jikyu. The guy smiled shyly and thanked her. The employee put her hand forward and explained that the player's information appears if you say the words information window, and offered to say them. When the main character did this, a status window popped up in front of him, which included his name and the inscription first level. Seeing the bottom line, he asked what those question marks were next to the line with unique abilities. The girl raised her eyebrows in surprise. Waving her hands, she congratulated him on having unique abilities and explained that the questions meant that those abilities had not yet been revealed. Jikyu opened his mouth in amazement. Seeing the corresponding line in the status window, he was happy. With a wide smile on his face, the newly minted player could not believe that he had unique abilities. His body was shaking with excitement. The girl standing next to him joyfully raised her hand up. Closing her eyes, she said that the coach would come soon and explain everything in detail. Hearing a voice behind her, the association employee turned around, believing that the coach had already arrived. Standing in front of her was Soku, the man whose face appears on advertising posters. The young man looked at him in surprise, not believing his eyes. Knitting his eyebrows decisively, Soku asked to personally escort the young man into the organization. The main character pointed at himself with his hand, asking if they were talking about him. The girl clasped her hands. The experienced player explained that he had accidentally heard their conversation. Looking at his new colleague, he said that he had unique abilities. The guy's face looked shocked. He started shaking all over again. The employee explained that this was not according to the rules. Smiling and waving her hand, she replied that this time she would turn a blind eye to it, because her authority was enough for this. Since she was not an ordinary manager, but a real professional with 10 years of experience, she was thanked for her understanding. The gates were opened in front of the players, in which the entrance to the tower was located. Looking at the portal, Soku suggested going there. Jikyu's face was as serious as possible. Entering the gate, the experienced player said that they had no reason to worry. His newly made colleague wanted to ask something. This was heard by a goblin sitting on the ground. A whole crowd of goblins had gathered in the forest in front of the portal. The guy asked if there were always so many monsters on the first floor. Keeping a straight face, Soku replied that sometimes there are complications over time, causing monsters to accumulate in large numbers. The player asked if this was a huge problem. Taking the sword in his hands, the experienced player said that this was even better because then he could explain all the basics a little faster. Soku spoke about the test of 100 goblins, imagining monsters attacking a person. The results of this test were quite plausible, but the test was prohibited due to its danger since it was aimed at players below the 10th level to determine their abilities. Looking down, the player explained that this was how a player's potential was measured if he was able to kill 100 goblins without using skills in a certain time. When the timer expired, Soku rushed to attack. While dealing with the monsters along the way, he explained that the one who completed the task in 4 to 5 hours became an advanced player, and the one who completed it in 2 to 3 hours was called a ranked level player. The blade cut the goblins' bodies and heads in half. The monsters did not have time to react before they were dead. If a person passed the test in an hour, then this indicated high-ranking abilities. Holding a sword in his hands, the main character admired the speed and accuracy of his trainer's attacks. The player kept a calm expression when talking about the last point of the rating. He whirled in front of the enemies, calling the time required to pass the test for the owner of unique abilities. His hand squeezed the goblin's head forcefully. The monster's body was frozen. A person with unique abilities could cope with 100 goblins in 10 minutes. Jikyu watched in awe, thinking that this player was simply amazing. Soku looked at the time, making sure he completed it in 47 seconds. Running up to him, the guy asked how he needed to cope in 10 seconds. The experienced player explained that what ordinary players take several years to achieve, those with unique abilities can master in a few months. A flame of violet energy burned behind him. The growth rate and potential of such people is so beyond imagination. Approaching the icy goblin, Soku asked if his colleague knew the Angela Guild. The young man replied that he had heard that there was a very young ranker in this guild. Warriors in robes and armor readied their weapons for battle. Most of the guild members passed the goblin test in less than 3 hours, and the experienced player planned to create a guild far superior to Angel's Guild. Without turning around, Soku said that to achieve this goal, he needed capable players and especially those with unique abilities. The guy opened his mouth in surprise. The trainer cast his spell on the ice goblin, hoping that the newly minted player would push his limits more than once and that they would someday meet again in the tower. Having unfrozen the monster, Soku proposed to begin the first hunt in his colleague's life. He advised him to tense his legs and back, and the goblin rushed forward, baring his broken teeth and growling. The monster swung his axe, which the player advised to snatch with his gaze. The young man resolutely knitted his eyebrows, intending to change his life. 5 years later, a clear sun shone over the forest of the first floor of the tower. Someone swung a sword. The goblin jumped back in fear from the weapon approaching him. A curly-haired man with glasses noticed something in front of him. The man with the axe apologized for being late. The man turned around and said that thanks to this he was able to see something funny. The swordsman raised his weapon above his head for another blow. The main character furiously clenched his eyebrows. The sword stuck into the ground, its owner breathing heavily. The man in armor lowered his eyebrows in disappointment when he saw the comeback challenge that had become popular again. The curly-haired man replied that he thought so too. Jikyu opened his mouth wide and summoned an information window. A blue status window appeared in front of him. At the age of 18, he received an invitation from the Players Association. The guy lowered his head and pounded the ground with his fists, screaming. The man in glasses spread his arms in amazement. The tank opened his mouth in shock. The young man covered his head with his hands, despite the unique abilities he had acquired. Even after 5 years, it took him more than an hour to destroy one goblin. As he sweated, he could not believe that such players existed. 5 years later, the information window still said he was level 1. The body of the attacking goblin was cut in half by a precise blow from the sword. The monster fell to the ground, dropping its weapon. The swordsman breathed a sigh of relief. The squad stood in the middle of the forest, the corpses of enemies lay nearby. The leader praised his team for their good work. When asked if everyone had increased their level, the brunette nodded affirmatively. The man in the orange hoodie stated that now it had become much easier to deal with goblins and that after killing just a couple of monsters, his level had already risen. The young man smiled, saying that the low level can be raised quite quickly. Turning around, the protagonist promised the squad to go up to the second floor the next day and asked them to gather at the entrance in the morning. The squad nodded in approval. Looking after the departing player, one of the team members asked if their guide was really so famous. Someone replied that they had heard a lot about him. The leader of the squad picked up a glowing purple stone from the ground. When asked the reason for the conductor's fame, the leader closed his eyes and said that there were several rumors going around. Seriously knitting his eyebrows, he explained that, according to rumors, their guide was the owner of unique abilities. The brunette widened his eyes in admiration, asking if it was true, but it was just a rumor. The main character walked along the path past the newcomers. Someone from the squad said that if this were true, then he would not be on the first floor. Smirking, the leader added that, according to rumors, this player is in last place out of everyone. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, the brunette asked if there was really a ranking below 2. Crossing his arms over his chest, the leader stated that their guide was not even a ranker and that everyone was gossiping, but no one could deny it. Looking around, he explained that the guide had a nickname among the players. The crowns of the trees cast a shadow on the back of the protagonist. Jikyu looked to the side. He was called a player who could not improve his level. He stood leaning against a tree. This was his secret place, a remote corner on the ground floor where other players do not look. The guy comes here every time he finishes his work as a guide. He turned his head to the side. Every day only one goblin appears here. Right now a monster has materialized nearby. The young man took out his sword, thinking that even a quick, sneaky strike does not guarantee an easy hunt. The goblin stood with his back to him, holding a spear in his hands. The guy began to sneak towards him with a sword in his hands. His steps were small and quiet. The monster stood motionless, unaware of the impending attack. The main character tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. Sweat ran down his tense face. The goblin looked ahead, but, noticing something behind him, the monster quickly looked back. The swing of the sword cut through the air. The enemy was able to block the blow with his wooden spear. The guy tensely clenched his teeth, trying to break through the defense. Their fight lasted too long because even a low-level goblin could hold off attacks and resist a first-level player. Their weapons crossed. Jikyu clenched his teeth and repelled the attack, thinking that the battle would still be difficult. The Players' Association building was illuminated by the setting sun, and it took an hour to destroy one goblin. The player walked along the corridor of the guide department, counting how much it would cost if he sold the mind crystal for 20,000 won and subtracted the cost of the potion spent. Sighing heavily, he realized that he would receive absolutely no profit. The door swung open in front of his face. A frustrated man named Theo came out of the office. Looking at him, the guy asked if his colleague had finished his work. The answer was in the affirmative. Theo said nothing with a dissatisfied expression when he was told that he was working late. Tucking his hair behind his ear, the man clenched his teeth angrily. Passing by his friend, he only apologized. The young man entered the office, looking back at his colleague. In the office, the main character asked an employee sitting at the table what happened to Theo. Raising his head, the chief manager of the conductor department ignored his question. Looking down and putting his hand to his forehead, Teshik said that starting tomorrow, Theo would deal with the guests with whom the player worked today. Raising his eyebrows in shock, the guy asked why this happened, because everything was normal. The man tried to avoid eye contact with his subordinate. Without looking up, the manager explained that the guests had heard rumors. Jikyu pursed his lips in disappointment. There was a scabbard hanging behind his back. He asked how this related to the work of the guide. The technician wearily rested his head on his hand. Everyone present understood that these rumors were true. The player flinched when suddenly a voice came from behind him, declaring that the Angel Guild had reached the 75th floor. The people in the office turned their attention to the TV on the wall. The news anchor said that Angela was going to conquer the 75th floor, which no one had reached before, and that the next morning a departure ceremony for the squad was planned near the gate in Seoul. A stunning sight awaited the residents of the city. Because a great hero had finally appeared in South Korea, the young man said that everyone was talking about the players, who in essence were ordinary people who had never approached the tower. Teskik replied that the players were kind of idols. because the gate can be opened anywhere and anyone can become a player. The news presenter said that it would be great if the Angela Guild really passed the 75th floor. The guy listened to these words with an upset look. The TV screen was reflected in his eyes. These conversations were heard as if from a distant world. It seemed like there was nothing around the player, only the news that an S-rank gate had appeared in the United States and that the American government was currently going to make an official request to the Korean Association, promising a decent reward to all participants. The TV sparkled on the wall. For the main character, who was a real player, this world was too far away. The TV screen went dark, cutting off the news anchor's words. Opening his mouth with dissatisfaction, Teschik asked why his colleague turned off the news. The guy, holding the remote control in his hands, did not give a clear answer. Handing out the envelope with the salary, the man praised the conductor for his good work and heard words of gratitude in response. Lowering his eyebrows, the manager added that Theo, although he looks cold, feels a lot of guilt, so you shouldn't be offended by him. Smiling, Jikyu said that it was not his fault and there was no need to apologize for it. Looking at him, Teschik asked his subordinate to come early next time to take over the shift. Clicking the mouse button, he added that another job had appeared to replace that one. Hearing that there was one request in his name, the guy opened his mouth in surprise. The bright sun illuminated the green trees. Someone was getting to know each other. The main character shook the young man's hand, introducing himself as a guide. Sample replied that he had heard a lot about him from Soku. Hearing the familiar name, the player widened his eyes. He asked how they were related to each other. Sungpil smiled and replied that they were cousins. The image of Soku appeared in his memories. Smiling, the young man thanked his former coach. Putting his hand forward, he decided to first introduce the members of his new team to the leader. Joyful Yiwon, Chubby Sanu and the red-haired girl, Hanul, stood in one row. They were very glad to meet each other. Standing in front of the squad, the protagonist stated that they needed to complete the training floor in 5 days, starting today. Pointing to the forest path, he decided to explain all the basics along the way, hoping that the squad members had spent enough time preparing. The sun was at its zenith. After some time, the sky turned orange. It was sunset. The work was completed for today and the detachment decided to take a break. The man turned the switch on the stove to cook. While the other members of the party were setting up the tent, Hanul leaned over and asked if the guide needed help, to which he replied that he did not need help and that the party should rest well. Meat soup was boiling in a saucepan. There was not much time left until it was ready. The girl said that the dish smelled very tasty, as if a real chef had prepared it. Sitting down on one knee, Yuan asked if the conductor's level really always remains the same. Sungpil displeasantly called out to his friend. Smiling, Jikyu replied that it was true and said that you could ask him anything. Jevon apologized, catching the evil look of the squad leader. Pouring the soup into bowls, the guide asked how the party enjoyed today's hunt. Sitting next to each other and enjoying the soup, they began to discuss the past day. Sunwoo said that he had a few scratches left. Yuan told him that the wounds could be healed with a potion. Hanul added that it was much easier than she thought. The player explained that the goblins on the first floor have poor weapons and that their movements are very noticeable. Smiling, he added that the training floor could be considered training for real battles and that the squad would definitely succeed if they continued to maintain vigilance and raise their level. The remains of the soup were boiling at the bottom of the pan. The guide explained that everything would be fine until the squad met the guardian. Introducing huge strong monsters, the guy added that guardians are patron spirits that are on every floor. These are boss monsters that are hunted by entire guilds or large teams. These monsters are the strongest guardians of the gates. Seriously knitting his eyebrows, the young man said that for killing them you can get a lot of experience points and good items, but the guardians are very dangerous and low-level players will not be able to cope with them alone. Hearing this, Sunpil and Hanul opened their mouths in fear. Closing his eyes and smiling, the guide said that there was no need to be too scared because the party was monitoring the regeneration cycle. The sun was setting below the horizon. There was a guild that specialized in hunting, so the guardians of the lower floors could be quickly destroyed. It is quite difficult to meet them here. It was night in the border zone of the forest on the 4th floor of the tower. The green orc ran among the dead trees. Suddenly his foot hit a stone. He fell to the ground with a crash. Another orc appeared next to him. The fallen monster shook in horror. There was a scream and scarlet blood sprayed out. The guardian orc ate the body of his kin. His eyes glowed and steam came from his mouth. The second day of training, it was night on the 2nd floor of the tower. Monsters were waiting for the squad. They were large, but they moved slower than the goblins, so it turned out to be not so difficult. On the 3rd day, a crowd of goblins and orcs appeared on the 3rd floor, but they still could not become normal allies. Someone threw a stone at the orc's head. Because of this, the orcs attacked the goblins. It was the guide's idea to provoke a fight between them. The party watched what was happening from behind the trees. The crescent moon hung in the night sky. The squad managed to increase their level easily and safely. Now Sungpil understood why Soku recommended him so strongly. Something off to the side caught the protagonist's eye. Holding a basin with dishes in his hands, he asked what the leader of the detachment was doing, to which he replied that he had been writing in his diary every day since he received the invitation. Sitting by the fire, Sungpil said that he would like to become a ranker and write an autobiography. Watching the other members of the squad getting ready for bed, the leader said that he wanted to quickly find out his class, because all that was left was to hold out tomorrow in order to proceed to the 5th floor. Wiping her face with a towel, Hanwoo asked what class she would get. Sunwoo was brushing his teeth, making it difficult for anyone to understand his speech. Everyone laughed. The guide threw a stick into the fire. He looked thoughtfully at the fire. The next moment the guy raised his head. The moon hanging in the sky made him think about the 5th floor. The wind shook the branches of dead trees. On the 4th floor there were also orcs and goblins. Distinguished by a little more strength and speed, someone suggested making the same trap as last time. Sungpil raised his sword above his head with a shout. The weapon wounded the huge orc. Hanwoo stabbed the goblin. With a powerful jerk, Sanu threw the monster away from him. Thanks to Jevon's attack, the orc fell to the ground. The main character thoughtfully watched his squad. Suddenly something caught his attention. Putting his hand to his forehead, he tried to see what was hiding in the huge cloud of dust beyond the battlefield. Squinting, Jiku thought that today was not the day the Guardian should appear. This was a bad sign. The guy picked up the sheath. With a wave of his hand, the guide distracted the squad from the battle, ordering everyone to take cover. Throwing to the side, the guy thought that he had understood one thing during his long life as a guide. His hand grabbed the bag lying on the ground. Throwing his backpack onto his back, the player mentally declared that real learning is not a game. Hearing the scream, he turned around in fear. Jevon sat on the ground, clutching his leg. A snarling orc loomed over him and swung his club. Sungpil readied his sword to save his friend from certain death. The orc's head was cut in half. Blood spattered Jevon's frightened face. At this time, taking advantage of the confusion, the goblin wounded Hanwoo. Gritting his teeth, the guide thought that the slightest inattention could cause the death of the entire team. Looking back, he saw a cloud of dust approaching. Someone's figure loomed in it. The red eye of an orc sparkled in the dust. Dispersing the cloud of dust, the guardian roared, and the orcs rushed into battle. The main character gave him a worried look. Gritting his teeth, he cursed what was happening. Raising his hand, the conductor ordered everyone to prepare to escape. The guy threw something towards the monsters. Sungpil took the wounded Yuan's arm. Sunwoo took care of Hanwoo. A smoke bomb flew at the enemies. Acrid smoke enveloped the Guardian and his army. The detachment was ordered to hurry up. Running away from the battlefield with his squad, Jikyu shouted that he needed to take advantage of the moment and break away from the monster. Carrying Jevon on his back, the leader of the party asked where they needed to go. The guide ordered them to follow him. He knew a place where he could hide. His vision grew dark. The entrance to the cave was hidden among the steep rocks. Having run into it, the team decided to take a breath and catch their breath. While sweating, Sungpil asked who this huge orc was. Frowning, the player replied that this was the guardian of the 4th floor and that they needed to observe the situation because there were no objective reasons for his appearance. Next to his feet was a large bag containing ample supplies. Turning to his team, Sunwoo shouted that Hanwoo was not coming to his senses. There was a deep wound on the girl's stomach. The spear was poisoned with goblin poison. The guy said that there was nothing to worry about and began to look in his bag for an antidote. Suddenly his eyes widened. There was no antidote in the medicine bag. The backpack was open when the squad fled the battlefield. The antidote fell out of the bag while escaping. Gritting his teeth, the young man did not understand how such an elementary mistake could be made and decided that first he needed to calm down. Knitting his eyebrows, the guy thought that he should remain calm. The squad looked at their guide in shock. The main character headed towards the exit of the cave, saying that he would return as soon as he found help. The squad members opened their mouths, declaring that this was impossible and that it was very dangerous. Smirking, the player asked not to worry because he had passed the training floor many times and said that he would go up the hill and send a signal for help. Raising his index finger, the guy said that it was not for nothing that he was the first in the world among first-level players. An orc with a club on his shoulder walked past his hiding place. Observing the enemies from behind the massive rocks, Jikyu thought that because of the Guardian, the direction of the monster's movement had changed, making it impossible to predict their location. After adjusting the strap of his backpack on his shoulder, he decided to try a different path because there was no room for error since there was only one smoke shell left. Cumulus clouds floated across the blue sky. Wandering between the rocks, the guy calculated that he would reach the hill in 3 minutes at the current speed, which means he would need to quickly fire a flash and return to the cave. Stepping forward, he was afraid of meeting the Guardian. The huge orc flashed its burning eyes behind him. Without having time to react, the young man only widened his eyes. The monster dealt a crushing blow. The player opened his mouth wide from the piercing pain. The impact sent his body flying several meters away. Pieces of stones overtook his back. This caused blood to flow from his mouth. A smoke bomb fell to the ground. Smoke enveloped the orc's body as the protagonist, shaking in pain, tried to get to his feet. He clenched his teeth angrily, looking back. The monster bared its fangs in displeasure. Picking up the signal pistol from the ground, the guy decided that he needed to get out of here as soon as possible. Rising to his feet, he pointed the muzzle of the gun upward, thinking that he would not fall for the same trick twice. A bright flash appeared in the sky. He needed to take advantage of the moment and run as far as possible. His face was stained with blood. The player tried to calm down because he knew this place better than anyone. Suddenly something appeared in front of him, causing him to open his mouth in surprise. In the middle of the dead forest stood a gate, behind which was the entrance to the 5th examination floor. Remembering Yujeong's face and his sick mother, Jikyu thought that he would have gladly opened this gate if not for his family. Standing in front of the gate, he knew that with his first level, only death awaited him there. Leaning on the door, the guy asked himself how he got here. Gritting his teeth, the player thought that this was just an escape to nowhere because it was very difficult to reach the 5th floor even with the 4th level. The guardian lunged forward, raising his arm to strike. The guy clenched his teeth even more. There was a huge wound on his back. He was faced with the choice of certain death or possible death. Knitting his eyebrows together decisively, he decided to cross the barrier and find out what awaited him there. The doors opened, revealing a source of bright light. An unfamiliar voice announced that a background check on the player had begun in the 1st examination hall and that the conditions had been met. The voice revealed untested abilities. The young man lay face down on an endless green field. His clothes were completely torn at the back. Raising his head, he heard that the difficulty level had been reduced significantly. A notification popped up announcing the start of the first test, a goat hunt. The animal made a characteristic sound. The main character rose to his feet. Knitting his eyebrows in surprise, he asked what was happening. The sword pierced the goat's neck. Notifications announced passing the test and acquiring a class. The bloody goat fell to the ground, with new reports saying that the quality of the reward had been improved with a perfect cleanup. Holding the sword in his hands, the stunned guy thought that he should have died here. Looking at the dead goat, he wondered if this was really the end of the test. Suddenly, something behind him caught his attention. Black waves fell on him stealthily. Energy enveloped his body, preventing him from even moving. His hand sank into darkness. An unfamiliar voice asked the guest who he was. Jikyu opened his eyes. Looking around, he saw nothing but emptiness. The voice asked if the guest was his owner. The player turned his head in confusion in search of the source of the sound. The voice was disappointed that the person, unable to even answer the question, his master. Hearing that the voice asked him to choose a name, the guy raised his head questioningly. The voice asked to quickly establish a connection between them. A notification appeared in the darkness, clarifying whether the player would establish a connection with Ego and asking him to choose a name for Ego. The young man opened his eyes. Yujung and Tishik stood in front of him. Seeing that their friend had woken up, they rushed to him. The main character was lying in a hospital bed. His sister said that she had already pressed the call button. Sunlight streamed into the hospital room through the blinds. The player was found unconscious on the 5th floor 2 weeks ago. The manager of the conductor department, waving his arms, explained what had happened. The guild players noticed a flare in front of the entrance to the 5th floor and saw an angry guardian who managed to escape. Sitting on the bed, the guy became worried about the escaped guardian. But then he calmed down when he learned that his squad was saved. Sunpul along with all the team members came to visit his guide and brought a pack of health drinks. Jikyu smiled happily. The sun illuminated the hospital building. Standing by the window, the patient was talking on the phone with his mother. Walking through the hospital corridors, he said that he needed to do a few more tests before being discharged. Smiling, the guy said that he was no longer a child and that the mother needed to rest and not worry about anything. Walking past hospital visitors, the player explained that insurance covered the treatment fee and agreed with his mother that health was the most important thing. Putting his hand on the IV, the young man asked his sister not to visit him anymore and to look after his mother and promised to call when the doctors announced the exact date of discharge. After these words, he hung up. Looking out the window, the main character thought that he expected something different from passing the 5th floor. Squeezing the phone in his hand, he was upset that he was still at level 1. A ring appeared on his finger. The snake-shaped ring sparkled with red fire. The player stood in front of the entrance to the Korean Association building. The newcomers on the 1st floor were training for the battle. Someone came through the portal. People looked in surprise towards the arriving hunter. Everyone watched Jikyu walking along the forest path. He had a backpack on his back and people started whispering about his fame. The newcomers looked after him. The young man asked why this player was so famous. His friend replied that there were many rumors about a guide who could not raise his level. The main character touched the gate. The man in gloves replied that these rumors were no longer relevant. Smiling, he said that there was another reason for his popularity. A crowd of orcs blocked the player's path. The backpack fell to the ground. The man said that this guide was the killer of the tutorial. The orcs and goblins rushed to attack, drawing their weapons. The ring on the guy's finger caught fire. A carved demonic sword appeared in his hand. Bright red energy emanated from the sword. The young man jumped up to strike. The monsters opened their fanged mouths in fear. The lightning strikes of the sword cut down the enemies one by one, leaving behind a trail of bright energy. Jumping high into the air, the player was about to strike at the monsters left behind. Thanks to one crushing attack, the bodies of the monsters were thrown in different directions. The guy smiled maliciously, remembering how Ego asked him to choose a name for him. The monsters' bodies were cut in half before they could even react. The sword sparkled. The main character decided to call it Lu. Numerous attacks flashed in front of the status window. Ego replied that he liked the name. Having made the decisive attack, the player smiled. Judging by his information window, his unique ability was the ability to establish a connection with Ego. His level did not increase, but Lu's level increased with each monster killed. Looking into the bag full of purple stones, the main character thought that just yesterday he was trembling at the sight of orcs. Now he had the opportunity to collect crystals. He was sitting in the middle of a dead forest. After this, the guy turned to Lu, who took the form of a ring on his finger. A month ago, Jikyu stood in a green forest. On the information window that appeared in front of him, the class partner Ego was written. Smiling, the player realized that this was not a dream and that coming to the tower right after the hospital was a good decision. Imagining his sister furiously clenching her fist and asking where her brother, who almost died, was going, the young man thought that Yujiang would curse if he went home. Clenching his fist, the guy decided that he couldn't just sit still when, for the first time in 5 years, some changes appeared in the information window. A small bird was sitting on a tree branch. The player asked how exactly to establish a connection with the Ego. He put his hand to his mouth thoughtfully. Suddenly an idea struck him. The main character raised his left hand. His feet slammed firmly into the ground. The young man knitted his eyebrows. Putting his right hand forward, he shouted the word connection. The parrot sitting on the branch remained silent significantly. The bird flew away. The guy noticed that his shoelace had become untied. Sitting down on the ground, Jikyu pressed his hands to his head, declared that he was too excited and was glad that no one was here. Closing his eyes, the player could not understand how to use Ego because that impudent voice had already been given the name Lu. A red flash flashed. A flying sphere appeared in the air. A voice declared that the owner had summoned the ethereal Ego. The smooth surface of the ball reflected the face of the satisfied owner. The voice explained that Lu did not yet have a form and that, due to the player's lack of skill, Ego's form would be chosen at random. The sphere began to glow. To create the outer form, Lu must absorb the necessary materials in a disorderly manner. The guy, looking around, did not understand what it all meant. Suddenly, streams of wind rushed towards the ball. Dark and light energy began to gather around the Ego. A gust of wind caught the bag with gems. The player tried to hold it, shouting that there was no contents worth 5,000. Looking around, he noticed that his clothes began to tear. The ball sucked into itself the bag and clothes of its owner. The naked young man fell to the ground, trying to keep at least his underwear on. The wind did not stop circling around the sphere. Suddenly, the energy disappeared. The ball hovering above the perplexed player turned black. Crimson energy appeared around him. A blinding flash appeared in the forest, causing the parrots to fly into the air. The main character covered his face with his hand, protecting himself from the blinding light. Seeing something in front of him, he widened his eyes in surprise. A black demonic sword floated in the air. Jikyu was sitting on the ground, covered with a selected woolen blanket. When asked if the same Lu was in front of him, the sword opened its red eye, answering in the affirmative and asking why repeat the same thing. In response to the insult, the player closed his eyes and clenched his teeth. Two little birds were watching them sitting on a branch. The guy asked what Ego is. Holding the sword in his hands, he guessed that it was some kind of soul, but this answer was wrong. Lu, being in his arms, said that he knew nothing and asked if they would continue to paw him so unceremoniously. In response to another insult, Ego's partner closed his eyes and frowned. Sticking his sword into the ground, he asked if Lu could move on his own. The sword replied that it could not move yet. Then the young man asked if Ego himself could break the connection and change the owner. It turned out that such a choice is given only to the owner. The player, with his mouth open in surprise, prepared to ask the next question. When asked whether the Ego could harm its owner when it could move independently, the sword stuck in the ground replied that it would be able to attack. But with the death of the owner, the Ego associated with it would also die, so in practice this would be impossible. Smiling, the main character asked if Lu felt pain. The answer was yes. He picked up a stone. The sword said that it is a perfect Ego, so it has emotions and feelings if they are tuned. The notice asked if the owner wanted to turn on Lu's pain sensation. The guy swung a stone. Over the tranquil forest came the cry of a sword and a cry that manners make a man. The powerful blow left a deep cut on the orc's body. The tip of the weapon absorbed his blood, and the notifications that popped up said that Lu had gained experience points, increased his level and his stats. Having finished the battle and lowered his sword, Jikyu realized that his ego had been wandering for a long time. He asked if Lu missed the old times. Having turned into a ring, Ego replied that he was ashamed to remember it. Looking at the accessory in shock, the guy asked what it meant. The ring ignored him and was glad that its owner had such a good aura. The backpack standing by the tree was full of crystals, so the hunt was over for today. Lu said that it was very good here. The player, casting a long shadow on the ground, said that next time they would not go to the tower, but beyond the gate. Someone said that it was not time to go beyond the gates. The young man looked around and asked why. Holding a plastic glass in his hand, Teshchik explained that 4 rankers from America had recently died there, who thought that the C-rank gates were F-rank. Looking at his colleague, the man added that rescuers were increasingly discovering strange gates, which had never been seen before. Happened in all 23 years, this started happening just a month ago. Looking at the manager, the conductor thought that just a month ago his meeting with Lu took place. Dismissing these thoughts, he took a sip from his glass. Holding the glass in his hands, Teshchik put his index finger forward and asked his friend to avoid this place and never go there because it was too dangerous, even despite the opportunity to use unique abilities. Putting his hands in his pockets, the main character thanked his colleague. The man praised him and asked him to go home. Smiling, he called his subordinate a tutorial killer. The player turned around and angrily asked not to call him that. The elevator doors opened with a distinctive clang. There were 2 huge statues in front of the entrance to the association. Behind the gate you could earn a lot more pure crystals and special items and get a reward for completing it. Jikyu took his phone out of his pocket. His face looked worried. He thought that he could not do otherwise, despite the manager's persuasion. Having opened a list of vacancies on his phone, the guy thought that nothing bad would happen and that he was unlikely to come across a special gate. He clicked on a job posting for a man going on a gate hunt. The phone screen showed a number and the message connecting. Someone answered the call. There was a coffee shop sign on one of the buildings. The 2 young men at the table introduced themselves and shook hands. Xiangsu asked if his colleague would be hunting for the gate for the first time. The player, sitting down at the table, answered in the affirmative. In response to the statement that he was still learning strategies, the squad leader nodded approvingly. Placing a piece of paper on the table, he said that it was a contract, which specified the division of the spoils and fines, and added that the equipment was determined by lot. Watching his new acquaintance read the terms of the contract, Xiangsu asked him to come to the Guri station the day after tomorrow at 2 o'clock. It was forbidden to be late. The gates were covered with a purple haze. They existed of 2 types. The first, one time, disappeared immediately after clearing. The second, continuous, in which you could hunt again and again. People gathered in front of the gates. Unlike the one-time gates, the continuous gates did not have such a big reward, but the capture strategy was already known in them, so many players went there precisely because of the lower risks. There were burning torches hanging on the stone walls, and someone said it was time to leave if everyone had finished checking their equipment. People moved forward. The squad walked through the dungeon one after another. The main character looked around indifferently. 2 swordsmen walked ahead, who were embarrassed. Apparently, they also came as part of an announcement. A guy and a girl were walking behind. Apparently, they already knew each other. Suddenly, something ahead caught Xiangsu's attention. All the squad members looked back at him when he asked them to wait. A noise was heard in the depths of the dark dungeon. Taking out his bow, the leader of the squad announced that monsters were approaching. The walking dead with burning eyes rushed forward in a huge crowd. Knitting his eyebrows together decisively, Xiangsu shouted that it was time for the tank. A strong-looking man put up a shield in front of the team. One of the monsters hit him with a dull sound. The swordsman rushed to attack. Lu wished to kill all the enemies as quickly as possible. The archer pulled the bowstring to release the arrow. The arrow hit one of the monsters directly in the forehead. The sword pierced the zombie's shoulder. The swordsman swung his weapon. Continuing to strike, he was surprised that these dead men were so strong. Suddenly someone rushed past him. After a lightning-fast series of attacks, all the zombies were defeated. Blood immediately sprayed in all directions. Seeing this, the tank and swordsman opened their mouths in amazement. Before he could take out a new arrow, Xiangsu and the girl standing behind him supported everyone's shock. The squad decided to take a break and rest near the walls of the dungeon. The tank said that thanks to the main character they would cope very quickly. Smiling, the swordsman stated that this was not at all like the movements of a 7th level player. Jikyu sheepishly replied that he was just lucky. After imagining the player cutting off the arm of a huge monster, the squad members stated that they only managed to defeat the boss thanks to him. Smiling, the blonde asked to be included in the team and heard a nervous chuckle in response. Looking back, the guy thought that the leader of the squad was not particularly affected by this. Seong-soo was checking his arrows, and yet it was a little rude to behave like that in front of his eyes. The allies who surrounded the player said that they owed their lives to him that day. Looking at them, the archer announced that it was time for them to move out. Taking the sword in his hands, the guy asked if his ego was ready. Liu replied that zombie blood is tasteless. The owner replied that the boss's room would soon be there. Looking around, the squad members noticed his whisper. Tank said something in his friend's ear. They laughed together. A huge grate appeared on their way, behind which was the boss's room. Looking at the iron bars, the young man concluded that they were needed to imprison the boss monster. Turning to his squad, Seong-soo decided to tell how the battle with the gatekeeper would take place. Keeping a calm expression on his face, he said that Talon is a huge monster, but someone interrupted him. Scratching his ear, the tank stated that they had checked such basic information in advance and that there was no need to waste time. Frowning, the squad leader continued to say that beyond the gate, the mistake of one could endanger the entire team. Knitting his eyebrows together in dissatisfaction, the blonde lowered his head and said that this infuriated him. The girl bared her teeth angrily. The leader of the squad noticed this, looking at her sternly. The sorceress calmed down, looking at him in response. Seong-soo decided to explain everything again. The main character opened his mouth in surprise, noticing something strange. Having melted the iron bars using a special solution, the squad made their way into the boss's room to climb onto his back. The archer drew the bowstring to strike with an explosive arrow. Lightning flashed across the room and pierced Talon's body. The angry monster with burning eyes began to wave his fists. Byung-hun shouted furiously, holding his shield in front of him. The boss bared his teeth and growled. He tried to break through the tank's shield with his fist. At this moment, the swordsman rushed forward to inflict as much damage as possible. Multiple blows left cuts on the boss's body. Talon looked back, his eyes burning red. He suddenly changed tactics, bending over and covering his head with his hands, at which point his defensive powers increased threefold and the blows stopped affecting him. Looking at the boss sitting on the ground, the squad leader shouted that Jikyu should attack because with such a large attack power there was a possibility of causing damage. The player jumped from his seat, raising clouds of dust. Rising high into the air, the guy raised his sword above his head. He raised his eyebrows in surprise when the voice said that the degree of fusion with Liu had increased and that now the use of ego would be much more effective. The crushing blow caused numerous red lightning bolts. The swordsman and the tank opened their mouths in amazement. The notification said that the guardian of the Talon Gate had been destroyed, for which experience points were received. The girl and the archer watched in shock. The young man could not believe his eyes. A new notification said that the cannibalism skill, which restores physical strength by eating corpses, had become available to him. The corpse of the boss lay in the middle of the room. The squad members admired the work done. Byung-hun grabbed the player by the shoulders and asked to give him a phone number, and the swordsman who ran up to them asked for the same. Seong-soo asked for a moment of attention and showed the team a paralyzing dagger that had dropped as an item of equipment. Raising the dagger above his head, the swordsman was delighted with such a reward. The leader of the detachment stated that, in accordance with the contract, they would need to cast lots to divide the spoils. Placing his hand on the main character's shoulder, the tank addressed him. Smiling, he asked if his friend would like to receive this dagger. Frowning slyly, the man said that the one who did everything alone deserves such a reward and that he and Dio will help him. Sitting down on one knee, Jikyu thought that after this he would not be able to ignore them. It was clear from his eyes that he was confused. Dio and Byung-hun sat next to each other and laughed. After 5 years of working as a guide, the guy learned to see through people, but their behavior still seemed strange. Sitting opposite was Seong-soo and a girl whose name was unknown. It seemed that behind this calmness there was something else hidden. Sitting in a circle of members of the detachment, the leader decided to begin dividing the spoils. The archer reached into his pocket to take out the bones. The swordsman and the tank looked at each other. The next moment the man jumped up from his seat. In his hands was a blade. Byung-hun swung it, smiling maliciously. The blade was aimed straight at Seong-soo's heart. The main character prevented the assassination attempt by capturing an armed man. Taking his hand tightly, the guy threw him over his back. The body of the tank was nailed to the ground. The man clenched his teeth, thinking that they were together. The player thought that he was ready to kill him if he even moved. Seated at a distance, Dio wavered when asked to do something. The swordsman shook in fear. Having pinned the tank to the ground, the guy thought that it was quite dangerous because a member of the squad could die. Looking up, he clarified that we were not talking about the leader, but about the tank. The girl with burning eyes held a dagger in her hand. Lowering his eyebrows, the young man asked himself if she was not a magician and thought that this was too dangerous. The archer approached her, holding his weapon in his hands. The player remembered that Seong-soo did not even flinch when the knife was pointed at him, but, on the contrary, looked at the blade. The squad leader and the girl looked at him when they heard the question about who they were. With a faint smile, the archer retorted, saying that he wanted to ask the same question. Without letting go of the writhing tank, the main character asked what they were going to do. Dio cried pathetically that he had no idea that his friend was going to harm anyone. He was only told to obey in exchange for a reward. Xiangsu asked why the question was asked specifically to him. Jikyu, sitting on the floor, replied that he was the interested party. The leader of the squad thoughtfully put his finger to his chin. Turning to the girl, he called her name. Harum, enveloped in a dark haze, jumped back. The guy opened his mouth in surprise. The next moment, the sorceress found herself next to Dio. The swordsman opened his mouth wide in pain after her blow. Watching what was happening, the player thought that it was not for nothing that he considered this girl dangerous. He looked down. Byung-hun's eyes were empty due to unbearable pain. His body went limp, no longer resisting. The guy raised his right hand, surprised that it worked. Picking up the dagger from the floor, he declared that he would take it for himself. Xiangsu asked why the reward should go to him. The blade flashed in the young man's hands. He said that he saved their lives and deserved a reward. The leader of the squad replied that this was an exaggeration. The words that this item had no value to them made the archer tremble. The player looked at him questioningly. Looking at him, Xiangsu asked if the player knew who he was. Looking back at the girl, the main character replied that this was clearly not an ordinary person in front of him, since he needed such a guard and that he did not care about their personalities. Pointing his hand at Dio and Byung-hun, he said that he was not going to deal with them because he wanted to hunt some more. The red eye on the sword flashed. Lu stated that Harim looked dangerous. Standing next to the squad member lying on the ground, the guy said that was why he was only talking to them and asked if he should run away. The sword was covered with red lightning. Lu was surprised that its owner, knowing that they were dangerous, asked them to deal with the others and took the item for himself. A pop-up notification said that the sword had absorbed the physical powers of zombies. Jikyu stated that he could now hunt to his heart's content and asked how the sword felt. Ego repeated that zombie blood was tasteless. Having turned the sword into a ring, the player decided to leave the dungeon because there were no more zombies left and there was enough blood. Lu absorbed characteristics through the blood of monsters. For example, he took dexterity from goblins, strength from orcs, and physical strength from zombies. The iron bars in front of the boss's room were melted. The guy finally suggested going into the rewards room. Talon's dead body lay on the floor. The reward room could be reached using the corpse of the gatekeeper. In this room, a reward for completing the dungeon was presented. The young man was ready to touch the boss's corpse, but something distracted him. Noticing a glow on the wall, he asked if it had been there before. The player narrowed his eyes when Lu replied that he wasn't there. After knocking on the stone wall where the light came from, the main character realized that it was empty inside. Summoning a sword in his hand, he offered to break this wall. Ego agreed. The guy swung his sword. Lu tried to stop him, but the wall was already destroyed. A huge cloud of dust rose. Waving his hand, Jikyu asked what they wanted to tell him. Hearing the word ego, he looked at the sword. Lu felt that there was ego here. The player opened his mouth in surprise. He asked if there really was an ego in such a place. In the cloud of dust, something began to become clearer. A bright flash flashed ahead. The boss's room was covered in clouds of dust. The guy asked what he had been doing for 5 whole years if ego could be found so often in dungeons. Lu wanted to say that his master was just stupid, but he was interrupted. Ego suggested looking for the artifact here. Covering his eyes with his hand, the young man tried to clear his throat. Removing his hand, he said that this gate was quite old and that it was unlikely that there was anything hidden here, but Lu continued to insist on his own. In the center of the room stood a white sword stuck into a stone. Approaching him, the player called him Excalibur. Looking at the glowing weapon, he asked if he should just take it. His hands touched the hilt of the sword. The crystal on the sword began to glow. A bright flash illuminated the room. Hearing Ego's voice asking if the owner was standing in front of him, the protagonist opened his eyes. Looking at his hands, he realized that he was in a pure white space and that the sensations were familiar to him. Looking around, the guy asked if the voice belonged to Ego inside the sword. The voice replied that it was waiting for its owner and asked to answer the question. While in the air in front of the light haze, Jikyu replied that he was not his master, but wanted to become one. Then the voice asked him to give him a name. Knitting his eyebrows together decisively, the player announced that he would call him L. The white sword was in his hands. Glancing at the sparkling blade, the guy thought that the second time it became a little clearer. Suddenly he opened his mouth in fear. The ceiling of the secret room began to collapse. Stone slabs began to fall to the floor with a roar. Ego declared that their owner needed to escape. Covering his head with his hand, the young man replied that he already knew that. Noticing each other's presence, the ring and sword wanted to get acquainted. The main character rushed out of the room and told the two of them to shut up when Lu wanted to introduce himself. Seeing Talon's body in front of him, he decided it would be a great idea to move to the reward room. Stone blocks continued to fall from the ceiling. The player furrowed his eyebrows as he noticed something was happening. The floor under his feet began to collapse. Jikyu extended his hand forward. As his fingers touched the dead boss, a voice asked if the hunter wished to move to the reward room. A wave of energy rushed towards him. A second later, his body was engulfed in a light haze. In front of the gate hung a huge orange eye with a long vertical pupil. For an unknown reason, the continuous gates disappeared. People gathered in the place where the entrance to the dungeon had previously been located. The news anchor in a formal suit stated that the emergence of an unusual gate and mysterious incidents were causing great controversy. The main character thought that the gate disappeared sometime after he left there. The reward for completing the dungeon was 30 purple crystals and a blue guardian amulet, which even ordinary people can use to prevent minor illnesses and increase vitality. This will not help cure the main character's mother, but it will help financially, because there will be no need to worry about paying for treatment after selling the crystals. The children stood in front of the hospital bed on which the woman lay. Two huge statues stood at the entrance to the Players Association. Jikyu began to climb the tower again. The citadel was developing. Since there were no monsters on the test floor, an entire city was built on the 5th floor. The guy looked forward in admiration. He was surrounded by crowds of people. He managed to overcome the 5th floor, where he was found unconscious. On the 6th floor, he masterfully dealt with the blue dragons. The goblins on the 7th floor were killed in a couple of sword swings. The crowd of dragons on the 8th floor were also defeated thanks to lightning attacks. The young man stood on the 9th floor, surrounded by sharp rocks. Two swords sparkled in his hands. Just recently he could not have dreamed of such power. An image of a smiling Soku appeared in his head, saying that the level was not that important. Without turning around, the coach said that his colleague would definitely reveal his unique abilities if he did not give up. The player smiled, confirming the veracity of these words. The rings on his hand began to shine. Looking at them, the guy was glad that L's level had also increased significantly, despite the division of experience points, and said that thanks to the merger he really felt an increase in his own strength. Looking at the shining sword, he thought that it was due to the demon that had been sealed in the sword for a long time. Perhaps that giant eye was a demon. The stronger the ego, the stronger its owner. After looking at the L information window, the main character decided to find more ego. Lu asked where they would look for them. Grinning, Jikyu replied that he knew one suitable place. The sun was shining high on the auction building. People bid on the antique vase, which was eventually sold for 170 million won. Standing in a crowd of people, the guy asked if the egos felt anything. The rings replied that they did not feel anything unusual. Raising his eyebrows, the player thought that this was logical, since ego is not found very often. The auction host removed the canvas from the glass cube and presented the audience with the final item, the Bracelet of Wounds, which dramatically increases the speed of recovery. The rings unanimously declared that it was ego. The young man opened his mouth in surprise. The setting sun turned the sky orange. The guy walked down the street with his hands in his pockets, squinting his eyes with dissatisfaction. He thought that the auction was too difficult and expensive. L replied that it was the main item, and Lu called his owner a beggar. The main character grinned, glad that the paralyzing dagger was sold for almost 100 million. Lu called the owner's expression strange. Smiling, Jikyu stated that he needed to kiss Lu, and L Ego were not happy with such an idea. After leaving the store, the guy said on the phone that he was going home and that he had one problem. Putting the phone to his ear, he explained that it was difficult for him to find a team because the players behind the gate gave him more headaches than the monsters. Teshchik's scream forced him to remove the phone from his ear. The man said that he asked him to be careful and not go beyond the gate. Standing at the pedestrian crossing, the young man said that without equipment he only had the first level, which is why he could not get the rank of a player and formulate a strategy alone. The traffic light turned green. The guy said goodbye to his work colleague. Rare stars were visible in the cloudy sky. Finally, the main character asked his colleague not to forget to sign in honor of his promotion. Looking down, he thought that he was not against advancing through the tower, but Lu needed blood, and the progress was too slow. The player climbed the stairs, thinking that behind the gate a very good income awaited him. Breathing out a sigh of relief, he hoped that everything would work out, because urgent matters had already been resolved. Raising the package in front of him, Jikyu said contentedly that he managed to buy beef. L called his owner, who held such a lot of money in his hands, simple-minded. Lu called it stinginess. A street lamp illuminated the road. Lu apologized for his insolence. The guy thought that at all costs he wanted to earn money and move from here so that Yujin could walk on safer roads. The young man climbed the stairs. Suddenly something ahead caught his attention. A small flash hung in the air. The next moment it began to grow. Energy rushed in all directions. A new gate opened right in the middle of the street. There was an inscription with the question what to do when the gate appears. The drawing showed two circles and a smiling girl, and the text said that immediately after the manifestation the gate did not pose a danger, but it was better to call 112 or the association and stay where you were. A red circle with a line through it was visible. It was written that entering an unknown level gate was dangerous, and that if a player entered the gate without confirmation of the association, he could be sentenced to up to 5 years in prison or a fine of up to 10 million won. A drawing of a man with a phone in his hands could be seen. The inscription said that if additional witnesses appear before the location of the gate is confirmed by the association, disputes may arise, and the first one who discovers the gate with evidence is given priority to attack the gate with the right to resell. The head of the gate management department, Teschik, was sitting at a table with a computer wearing a white shirt. He clicked his fingers on the computer mouse. The man picked up a pink mug and asked if it was near Jikyu's house. The technician brought the mug to his mouth, looking at the applicant's name. Suddenly he choked, coffee splashing all over his face. The office workers turned around at the same time when Teschik loudly shouted the name of the main character. A man's hands in a black jacket could be seen. Someone said that if you do not enter the gate within 5 days, then the priority right to attack may go to auction. The black-haired man with a smile also asked to take into account all the precautions he spoke about earlier. He turned around when he saw his boss approach him and praise his subordinate for his work. There were barriers in front of the shining portal, and Teschik told Jikyu that he wanted to talk to him. On the cafe building there was an image of a white cup and 3 yellow leaves. The glass was filled with iced coffee. The technician took a sip, throwing his head back. Having emptied the glass, he abruptly put it on the table where his ID lay. Jikyu smiled when the boss asked if he was confident in his abilities. The young man replied that he had become much stronger than he thought. The technician leaned his head on his hand and said that he only knew that the main character was very stubborn, and then asked what floor he was on now. There were scratches on the ceiling, the light was dim, and Jikyu replied that he was on the 11th. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise when the boss told him about 4 days. The technician with a serious face explained that Jikyu should prepare everything in 4 days and then come to him. Multicolored tapestries were visible on the walls. The boss said that he wanted to see if it was possible to send the main character there, and that if Jikyu was poorly prepared, he would not let him go anywhere. 4 days later, a gun rack was visible in the department's basement, which was located in the training room in the department's basement. Jikyu looked up and concluded that there was a protective layer on the walls and that he had underestimated the association. The main character put his hands in his pockets and looked perplexed at his interlocutor, who asked if he liked the offer to join the association. Teschik raised his hand and added that now Jikyu could join as a non-employee, but he refused this offer. The main character scratched his head and said that he did not want to commit himself yet. He remembered Theo's face and said that as soon as Teschik became chief, the conductor department was eliminated. The man rolled up his shirt sleeves and replied that Theo had joined the Carbon Guild and even seemed to have become a different person. Veins were visible on Teschik's muscular arms. Jikyu asked if he had brought a weapon for training. The man scratched his face with his finger and said that the main character underestimates him if he thinks that he only works in the office. The technician winked and waved his fist. Jikyu stood motionless, his hands in his pockets. Suddenly his eyes widened and his mouth dropped open in shock. The main character covered his face with his hands in order to protect himself. His face became sweaty with fear, and Teschik said with a confident look that he was still good, so Jikyu shouldn't look down on the top ranker. The man raised his hands, emitting a dark aura, and told the protagonist to attack. Jikyu pulled his hand out of his pocket and thought that he couldn't defeat Teschik, but he wasn't going to just stand there either. Suddenly his amber eyes opened wide. A foot in a leather man's shoe was visible. It was approaching Jikyu's head. A powerful explosion thundered in front of the main character. He took out his weapon and clenched his teeth from tension. His foot slid across the floor. The technician bent one knee, and the main character jumped back, holding the sword in his hand. The boss looked at Jikyu skeptically and asked if he had prepared properly, while the main character was thinking that the top rankers were different after all. Teschik frowned and yelled loudly for Jikyu to pull himself together, because he would die immediately if he was distracted behind the gate. The main character, with a drop of sweat running down his cheek, frowned and thought that the boss was right and that he was too arrogant. He clenched his teeth and thought that, however, he also did not come empty-handed. 4 days earlier, the game items market in Dongdaemun. Tall buildings were visible and cars were driving along the streets. Jikyu put the phone to his ear, pretending to talk on it, but in reality he was explaining to Lu that his equipment was too weak. The main character looked to the side and added that he couldn't even walk around with something like that, and suggested that he could find the ego, and all said that he would tell the owner if it appeared. The sun was shining in the blue sky. Jikyu passed by a store with combat equipment. He looked at the metal armor and saw that it was of the normal grade and increased the defensive power by 9. Behind the glass, various military clothing could be seen on mannequins. The main character looked at the price tag and horror showed on his face. A bright green screen appeared, on which information about leather armor was written. The price was more than 1 billion won. Jikyu sat down on the bench and looked down. There were highlights in his black hair. He said that cheap was too bad and good was too expensive. He turned around when Elle and Lu called out to him. In the middle of the crowd of people stood a child wearing a yellow t-shirt. The boy, who was missing one tooth, shouted angrily that his grandfather was a great master, and someone from the crowd asked what was so great about equipment that didn't even have information about the item pop up. The child walked away from the people, saying that his grandfather was doing really well, and the man replied that there was no point in advertising a store where there was no real trade. The boy arched his eyebrows in frustration. Jikyu walked up to him and called him. The child turned around and widened his eyes in surprise. Jikyu nodded and with a smile asked the boy to take him to his grandfather's store. The child replied with a joyful smile that he would do it. They walked along the stairs leading to a dark place. The main character silently looked at the boy. He doubted, but Lu and Elle replied that everything was so. Jikyu looked at the boy's yellow t-shirt and the spirits said that even his clothes were the ego. The child opened the door with a wide smile and told his grandfather that he had brought a visitor, and Elle said that the boy had ego power, albeit artificial. The main character walked up to the doorway as Minsu shouted that he wanted everyone to know what an amazing grandfather he had. Suddenly Jikyu's eyes widened and his mouth opened in surprise. He entered the room with the equipment and realized that all that was there was the ego. On the shelf were boots, chainmail and a hoodie. They were all nameless and of different levels. On another shelf there was a mitten, and Elle said that these are egos that do not have their own eye. Jikyu stood frozen in the passage, looking at the many green screens. He closed his mouth when a gray-haired man approached him and said that there were no suitable items here because the main character did not understand their value anyway, and asked him to leave. Dikal, an elderly man with pumped-up arms, leafed through the book and said that he was tired of dealing with those who had veils over their eyes. The old man looked with bewilderment at Jikyu, who declared that he would buy his goods. Dikal closed his eyes, waved his hand and replied that he didn't sell because people like the main character didn't even know how to use the equipment. Jikyu approached the wooden shelf, asking if the blacksmith would sell him the goods if he could use them. Dikal, who was sitting at the table, replied that the main character could look around and then leave. He crossed his arms and looked in surprise at Jikyu, who began to name the characteristics of the weapon. The main character turned around as the blacksmith stood up and loudly asked if he could see the abilities of this sword. The main character calmly confirmed this, looking at Dikal. The blacksmith smiled and said that the blacksmith's greatest desire is to allow someone who understands its value to use the weapon. Jikyu ran his hand along the blade of his sword. He then raised the weapon and said with a confident look that he would call it a point. Dikal opened his mouth in shock and raised his eyebrows. Minsu widened his eyes and froze. Jikyu stood frozen with his sword raised as the two looked at him in shock. The protagonist returned the weapon to the stand, and Elle assumed that the blacksmith did not like the name. There were many different weapons in the blue-tiled room. Jikyu and Teskik stood opposite each other. The main character's eyes emitted a red light. Smoke rose. Jikyu approached the boss so quickly that two bright stripes appeared behind him. The technician stood motionless while the main character jumped up and swung his sword. He clenched his teeth and frowned. The chief repelled Jikyu's attack with one movement of his hand. Wrinkles appeared on Teskik's face. He raised his palm and shouted that he saw vibration on the edge of the sword, and that the main character should use all his strength and aim at the vital organs. Jikyu bent his knees, holding two swords in his hands, and thought that his opponent was former top ranker. His bangs covered his face, and the main character decided that he needed to concentrate. He swung his sword, but Teskik deftly dodged. The main character tried to strike him again, but the man easily avoided it. Suddenly Teskik found himself behind Jikyu. He raised his hand, attacking the main character. Jikyu swung, leaving a red trail in the air. He crouched down, dodging another attack from Teskik. The main character walked around the boss, striking him. He slammed both swords onto the ground and the chief jumped back. They quickly moved around the training field, never stopping fighting. Suddenly Jikyu frowned and looked away. The boss clenched his hand tightly into a fist. The main character gritted his teeth as Teskik approached him. Jikyu looked at the clothes, not understanding why he couldn't make the connection. The main character reached for a stack of things, and Lu explained that these items were second-rate. Jikyu turned away and said that he would try one last time. Lu advised him to stop this matter. The main character, with a tired face, touched the equipment and named it Brunhart. A bright flash appeared. The system reported that it was possible to establish a connection with the ego. Jikyu smiled joyfully, looking at the bright light. The system notified that he lacks the ability to communicate as a partner, so he cannot use all the abilities of this item. The system then reported that most of Brunhart's abilities had been lost. The characteristics of the object were visible on the green screen. The man clenched his hand into a fist, surrounded by blinding light. The technician frowned tensely and clenched his teeth. Suddenly there was an explosion. The main character flew back and crashed into the wall. He opened his mouth wide and coughed. Then Jikyu fell to the floor. A large hole was visible in the wall. The main character rested his elbows on the floor and began to groan. Something orange flashed in front of him. He raised his head and saw many bottles. As the orange bottle rolled towards him, Teskik told Jikyu to drink this potion for internal injuries. The main character sat down and asked with a smile why such an expensive thing was in such a bottle. Jikyu raised his eyebrows when the boss said he passed. The technician, with a satisfied expression on his face, added that he did not expect that the main character would actually be able to scratch him. He remembered how he had frowned and gritted his teeth, and he thought that this was not an accident, but a carefully thought out plan. Teskik remembered Jikyu's grin and came to the conclusion that he had underestimated him. The main character wiped his face with his fist, and the boss asked what it was. Jikyu closed his eyes and grinned, explaining that these were his items. A bright portal was visible. Teskik said that the association would send its agents to the gates if they were not cleared within 1 week from today. The boss looked sternly at the main character and said that he was giving him 5 days to do this, and if Jikyu didn't come out, then he would come in himself and get him out without agents. The main character, with an alarmed face, replied that this would not be needed, and Teskik explained that it was cheaper than paying the association's employees. They approached the bright gate. The boss told Jikyu not to relax even though it was an F rank. The main character thought with a smile that Teskik was worried, as if he were his father. He turned around, saying he was going to come in, and the boss waved at him with a smile. Jikyu entered the glowing gate. A dark room could be seen, and the main character hoped that it turned out to be a continuous gate. He went ahead and explained to L that this way he could make more money. Jikyu looked to the side. L asked how to understand whether the gate is continuous or not, and the main character replied that first you need to clear it. A shadow fell on his face and he said that he could finish this quickly, only if it was not a complex type of tower, dungeon, or labyrinth. Jikyu took out his sword. Then, with a deft movement, he attacked the wolf that had jumped on him. The weapon entered the animal's mouth, from where a red light began to emanate. The main character leaned down and swung his sword. He turned around and said, "Stop talking." Many wolves with bright red eyes came out of the shadows. Jikyu grinned and said it was time to level up. The predator bared its teeth aggressively. The system reported that Lu was absorbing the blood of the blue wolf. Jikyu held 2 swords in his hand while attacking his enemies. The system reported an increase in L level. The main character clenched his jaw when the wolf approached him. Then he grinned. Runhart deflected the accumulated damage and a small explosion occurred near the predator's mouth. The room was lit up with a bunch of flashes. The system continuously reported on Lu's characteristics. Jikyu sat down on the ground and suggested that they rest a little. He looked at his watch and added that about 5 hours had passed. There were purple crystals on the ground. The main character said that the enemies were not much different from orcs, probably because they were F rank. He put food in his mouth, saying that in his situation it was difficult to get here alone, but this time he was lucky. Jikyu tore off a piece and added that he needed the player's level. He imagined a person with an oxygen mask and thought that measuring a player's level is done without any equipment, and if the ego is at a certain distance, then Jikyu is level 1, so he won't even be able to get a normal rating. The main character introduced Teskik, who was scratching his ear, and said that the boss couldn't help either. Jikyu took the flask, and L said that if the main character develops his abilities, they will be able to establish communication at any distance. Jikyu took a sip of water, answering that it would be nice, but he had no idea how he could develop his skills. Lu spoke about the ego holder, and the main character hit the ring with his hand, causing the spirit to scream. The ring in the shape of a snake began to smoke. Jikyu reached into his backpack and said that it was unclear about development, but he still didn't understand that. He looked at the blue screen with Lu's information, where the skill line listed cannibalism. Jikyu raised his hand to his face, asking if this meant eating his own kind. Lu asked if the main character had gone crazy, and Jikyu answered with a smile that he was joking. He stood up, took his backpack and said that he had rested enough, so he would slowly move on. The main character opened a bag filled with purple crystals and thought that he should buy a backpack with space expansion magic. Suddenly, surprise appeared on his face. He looked at the small colorful bottles and saw a strengthening potion that could be used to create a little space. Jikyu took 1 bottle, saying that he just needed a buff. There was steam in the air, and L assumed that the boss was there since it was the strongest aura in this gate. The main character drank the potion and said that he knows this, that's why he uses buffs. He walked through the dark cave, asking how long they had been walking. Jikyu, with a worried face, said that the effect of the potion would soon wear off, and L said that he felt strong energy nearby. The main character turned around and Lu said that they were almost there. He saw the light and agreed with these words, saying that L was right, and Lu replied that he was the one who said it. Jikyu put his hand to his mouth and whispered for Lu to be quiet, and the spirit replied that no one could hear them anyway. The main character looked away while L told Lu not to be rude to his owner. He saw the blue sky and felt as if the boss had absorbed half of the gate's power. A high rock was visible, and Jikyu thought that the enemy was different from Talon, whom he had attacked many times. A gray wolf was sleeping on the ground. Suddenly the predator opened its red eyes. He stood up, there were highlights on his fur. The huge wolf grinned, he was the guardian of the gate. Jikyu grabbed the swords. Lu said that the enemy was impressive, and L asked the owner to be careful. The main character gritted his teeth and thought that the pressure was very different from the one Talon applied. The wolf jumped up, a depression was visible in the ground. The predator quickly ran towards Jikyu. The main character crossed swords. He furrowed his thin eyebrows. The wolf opened its mouth and Jikyu used the weapon as a shield. The protagonist then retreated, gritting his teeth. He held the white sword tightly in his hand. Jikyu then dealt many blows to the enemy. The sword pierced the wolf's body, from where blood poured out, and the main character thought that it was not deep. While dark splashes flew in the air, Jikyu frowned tensely. The predator's eyes lit up and he growled furiously. The wolf then bent down, thus removing the sword from his body. The main character opened his mouth in shock. The wolf threw him up. Jikyu fell to the ground and rolled over, crashing into the wall with a powerful explosion. The main character remained on his feet, pressing his swords into the ground. The weapons began to smoke, and Jikyu thought that the wolf's attacks were stronger than they seemed, and decided to accumulate damage. Then he grinned. The wolf wrinkled his nose and bared his teeth. The main character introduced the fight with the goblin, talking about a protracted battle with a difficult opponent. The backpack fell to the ground. Jikyu jumped high into the air and thought he was a pro at this. There was an explosion and dust rose. The main character gritted his teeth and turned around, looking at the enemy. The wolf opened its mouth, from which steam came out. The predator then jumped towards Jikyu, who crossed his swords. He frowned, protecting himself from the sharp fangs. The black sword stabbed into the wolf's eye. The protagonist's face was tense. The predator's right eye socket turned black, and Jikyu struck him many more times. The white and black swords crossed in his hands. The wolf opened his mouth wide, staining everything around with his saliva. A bright sky was visible above the rocks. The predator was lying on the ground, and Jikyu was sitting next to him, breathing heavily. He looked at the wolf and said that the effect of the enhancement potion was slowly wearing off, and without Brunhard it would be difficult. The one-eyed wolf looked aggressively at Jikyu, who said that Talon was no comparison to the predator. The main character took out a black sword and thanked the enemy for ultimately dying at his hands. Dark blood sprayed. The system reported that the enemy had died, experience points had been gained, and that Lu was absorbing the blood of the wolf. The black sword began to shine brightly, and the system reported that Lu had received a bonus to agility and a new skill. Then information appeared on the green screen about a skill that consisted of quickly restoring physical strength when receiving serious damage. The cannibalism skill has been activated. Jikyu, who had a lot of system notifications appearing in front of him, began to look stunned. Drops of blood fell on the green grass. Dark red liquid poured out endlessly from the predator's body. An expression of horror appeared on the protagonist's face. He held the sword in his hand and watched as the predator's body burned. A large red blot was visible. The system reported that Lu had absorbed the wolf. The predator was successfully transformed into an ego. A dark stone floated in the air. Jikyu sat down on the ground, took the crystal in his hands. Lu said that he had not heard of the transformation of a monster into an ego before. The main character looked at the white sword, and L said that he didn't know either. Jikyu raised his hand to his face and looked thoughtfully to the side. He looked at the black sword and asked whether Lu Lai had the wolf's ego. Lu answered in the negative, and the main character turned away, trying to understand what it was. He looked at the information window about himself. Jikyu saw that among his acquired egos was the name of a wolf. The main character widened his eyes in surprise and thought that he should shout out the name of the skill. He remembered how he covered his eye with one hand and screamed deafeningly. Jikyu looked to the right. There were white clouds in the sky, and the main character decided that he would try later. He stood up and said that he had checked how useful the cannibalism skill was. The main character added with a smile that in addition to this, he also obtained a blue crystal, which has values higher than purple. He walked forward, heading to the reward room. Suddenly, Jikyu stopped and began to look around in panic. The spirits did not understand what was happening. The main character remembered the beheaded enemy and said that in order to get into the reward room, you need to touch the body of the gatekeeper. Jikyu raised his hand and shouted that the wolf's body was eaten by Lu. He looked at the bright sky and thought that inside the gate, where the sun never sets, an intensified search began on the second day. While Jikyu was looking into the tree, Lu said that they would only waste time, and El suggested leaving here and asking for help. The main character turned around, answering that he couldn't do that, because everyone would start to suspect him if strange things happened again, like that time at the Guri gates. He looked at the rocks and assumed that he would not find any way if he left here. The portal emitted a purple glow. Jikyu said that in this case the gate would rupture, which could harm people, so he needed to find a way to resolve this situation by any means. The main character smiled when El admired his sense of responsibility. Jikyu closed his eyes and said that Teskik would come in 4 days. He added with a smile that therefore he could avoid the worst turn of events, but it would be better to decide this before the boss arrived. It was the third day. There was a backpack standing by the tree. Jikyu looked everywhere but found nothing. He ate the candy, asking if it was worth destroying all the other monsters, and the spirits replied that they liked this decision. The main character attacked the wolves with swords. They went through all the caves that they had specifically missed before and destroyed all the remaining enemies. It was day 5. Bright red lightning was visible. The wolf fell dead, blood gushing from his body, and Jikyu said that this was the last one. The monster's body began to smoke, and the main character asked what to do now. He scratched his neck, saying that Teskik would come soon. Jikyu looked around and thought that he could destroy the cave. The spirits simultaneously called him, and the main character widened his eyes in surprise. A bright golden glow appeared, and Lu and El reported that all the energy inside the gate was gathering in one place. Jikyu frowned and loudly asked where this place was. The spirits replied that it was where the keeper of the gate was. There was a colorful sunset over the tall buildings. An expensive soundproofing barrier generator was visible in the gray building. Teskik said that he would have gone inside if Jikyu had come out an hour or two later. Water was flowing in the shower, and the boss asked why the main character came out so late. He expected that his abilities could be mastered in 2 days. They washed themselves in adjacent stalls. Jikyu replied that he destroyed the keeper that same day, but then a small problem arose. The technician, who was holding soap and a washcloth in his hand, asked what the problem might be after destroying the boss. The main character began to wash his hair and explained that the wolf's body had disappeared, so he could not enter the reward room. He looked to the side and said that he ended up destroying all the remaining monsters. Teskik remembered Jikyu with a bag of crystals and understood why there were so many of them. The main character said that when he caught the last wolf, all the energy inside the gate began to gather in the boss room. Stalagmites hung from the ceiling of the cave. Lu shouted for the main character to run faster. Jikyu, with an angry expression on his face, shouted that he was in a hurry and without reminders from the spirits. A bright golden light emanated from the cave. It was so dazzling that nothing was visible. The main character ran onto the field with his mouth open. Suddenly his eyes widened in shock. Then he saw translucent fragments, and Teskik said that it was like pieces of the world were accumulating in one place. Jikyu looked at the yellow and blue glow. A golden flash appeared. The main character extended his hands towards it. There was excitement on his face. The system reported receiving ego fragments. The system then asked if Jikyu wanted to go to the reward room. Drops of water fell in the shower. The technician, whose face was wet, asked what it all meant. The main character was silent, looking down. The boss opened his mouth in surprise when Jikyu suggested that the gate was the ego. There were small puddles on the floor. The statue is shown, and it is reported that the guy will be transferred the payment for the crystals and clearing the gates to his account. Altogether it will be about 50 million won, and he thanks. The men leave the building when Teskik asks if the young man will go to the hospital, to which he replies that he called. The girl is probably very worried. He needs to visit her. A man unlocks his car. He points to the vehicle, offering to give Jikyu a lift, but he replies that he wouldn't like it. He smiles awkwardly, asking what's wrong with his car, and he talks about what a real man should have. His car speeds down the road and he continues his thought that men are only pink. Jikyu just sits awkwardly in the car, looking away. Smiling, Teskik declares that this is the dream of all real men. His car rushes forward. The room number is visible when the phrase is heard that the person is not injured, so everything is fine, and a request to buy a drink for Yujung so that she wakes up. The girl rubs her eyes, and Jikyu says that they will come soon, but for now they can talk. The lying woman smiles, thanking the man for taking care of Jikyu, to which he replies that he is the one who helps a lot. Young people walk along the corridor. Yujung yawns when asked why she is so sleepy. She just had dinner recently. He stretches when the young man says that exams are coming up, and she claims that she just slept a little and now she needs to study again. She smiles when Jikyu tells her not to overdo it, because she could lose her health, and she states that he can buy her a guardian amulet. He tells her not to joke. Grandma holds the iron ring with her hand and asks if he is Yujung's older brother. She approaches the young people when the girl asks if she is still asleep, and she replies that she decided to take a walk and heard her voice. She suddenly looks away. She takes the young man by the hand, claiming that she wondered who Yujung was so well-mannered, and it was all thanks to him. She squeezes his hand, telling him that he has a very good aura, to which he thanks her. The young people bow to her when she apologizes for interrupting their walk, to which they tell her to be careful and that they will see each other tomorrow. Grandma starts to leave. Suddenly she turns around, addressing the young man. He looks at her questioningly, and she claims that several energies have collided within him. He is surprised when she tells him to be careful not to lose himself. As she leaves, she wishes him to overcome all difficulties. The young people look after her questioningly, wondering what this means. Jikyu looks at his hand, thinking it might know something. The next day comes and the hospital building is shown. The young man stretches, noticing that he slept well compared to the damp cave, just a real hotel. Suddenly, he looks questioningly at the man who entered. It turns out it's the doctor, and he asks if he's related to Sujin's patient. He answers in the affirmative, puzzled. Coughing, the doctor closes his eyes and wonders if he has some time. A stone statue with a weapon is shown. A crowd of people stands near a certain portal. The guy looks at the man and notices that finally 3 days have passed and they can return home, so he offers to wash and have a drink, and he replies that it will just be beer. He suddenly looks questioningly at the young man, and they ask him if he is drawn to vodka. He believes that this is the tutorial killer, and the guy asks in surprise where. He smiles, letting him know that he is a fan and wants to say hello to him. Suddenly he looks at something, dumbfounded. The young man lowers his head and bites his lip when asked what is wrong with him. Suddenly a phrase about his face sounds. A conversation between Jikyu and the doctor is shown that the patient's condition is critical. Outwardly it is not so noticeable, but the muscles are severely damaged. The young man just moves forward. A woman is seen lying down when it is reported that she too has quite serious complications. It seems that Jikyu took good care of her, but still addressed them too late. Evil-minded monsters are shown standing opposite the young man. A doctor appears and says that there is another problem, the cause of which is unknown. Jikyu fearfully asks what the problem is, to which they answer that they can say little. It is reported that the woman has about a year left, or at worst about 3 months. The young man's face expresses determination and annoyance. He suddenly rushes towards the monsters. He clenches his jaw, thinking that everything is because of him. A certain door is shown when the thought is heard that if he had not hesitated, hiding behind his family, if only he had plucked up the courage a little earlier. He suddenly jumps from his seat. He thinks about what would have happened if he had gained strength a little faster. Suddenly it starts to rain. Jikyu stands holding a weapon in both hands. He stands in the rain when the question arises, is he crazy? Has he lost his last brain? Does he want to die? Doesn't he know that at such moments, on the contrary, he needs to control himself? Liu is told to choose his expressions. The young man clutches a weapon in his hand when it is reported that the owner's mother is dying. It is clear that he suffers because of this. Jikyu clenches his jaw, lowering his head. The tower, 19th floor, and fir trees are shown. People look worriedly at one point. A mountain of bags is visible. A shabby young man is portrayed when many questions are asked about him, and it turns out that during this time he rose from the 11th floor to the 19th. He has already grown a beard and mustache, and they offer to help him. People are perplexed, and the question is raised about where they are from on the 19th floor. The Smiling Smurf Guild is shown. One of them smirks, claiming that he will help carry the youth's load. To this he just remains silent. The guy looks in surprise when red lightning flashes. It turns out that Jikyu put a sword to his neck. He looks scared, asking if he knows who he is, to which he is told to shut up. The boy's eyes sparkle as he tells him to leave him alone. The guy's legs begin to tremble. Jikyu looks at him angrily and he notices his rage. A man walks toward them, asking what's going on. The Smurf Guild immediately decides to run away, and they shout that they remember the young man. Today he was just lucky. Jikyu looks after them when a man approaches him and asks what happened. He turns his head at him. Sung-hoon shows his ID, introducing himself, and he asks for his assistance. Jikyu points his finger back, saying that it seems the red players were trying to steal his things. Sung-hoon smiles awkwardly, claiming that the size is just right. The young man is surprised when his name is called, asking if it is him. He is at a loss, wondering what happened, that they are looking for him. Sung-hoon is shown smiling when it is revealed that he brought him. Jikyu just sighs when the man decides to give Sung-hoon a double bonus this month. He asks interestedly what happened. Teskik frowns, reminding him that he spent 2 weeks in the tower. Nothing was heard from him. Jikyu looks down, asking if that's all, to which he receives a negative answer. It intensifies when it becomes known that there is a way to cure his mother. The man seriously reports that there is one method by which they can cure a disease whose cause is unknown, and he asks if he can guess what it is. The elixir is shown when it is mentioned. It turns out that this is a panacea elixir that can cure any disease. Jikyu raises his eyebrows, and the man confirms his unspoken thought. The technician looks up, reporting that there have only been 3 occasions when it has been found. Mark Alonso, who was the first to pass the 50th floor of the tower after its appearance, received it as a reward for passing the test. Jikyu says that the other 2 came as a reward for clearing the gate. The man notes with interest that he is quite knowledgeable, to which he receives the answer that he has studied this issue many times. He seriously asks if he knows what those gates have in common. A labyrinth gate is shown, and it is reported that these gates are distinguished by the presence of monsters of different levels located throughout the labyrinth, a strong guardian and various traps. It is said that they are classified as an out-of-level gate, so anyone who is confident in their abilities can try themselves there. The man seriously begins to talk about the fact that 2 days ago a third labyrinth gate appeared in the States. An orange sky is shown as he tells the young man to wash himself and go. If Sujin sees him like this, she will be scared. A mountain of bags is visible when he says that he will leave the things here. He will count everything and transfer the money to him, for which they thank him. The door to the office closes. The technician leans back in his chair and sighs. Closing his eyes, he claims that for some reason he really wants to smoke today, even though he quit. His window is shown as he says he feels like he did everything he could. A Keian statue is depicted with its arms crossed. The young man stands opposite Sang-hoon, asking if it is him, to which he receives an affirmative answer. The man smiles awkwardly, saying that the boss said that if he wants a bonus, he must be responsible until the end, so he escorts him to the gate. He opens his eyes, claiming that the boss took care of the registration of his stay in the States and also prepared all the necessary things. He begins to walk, saying that they can leave right now and the young man needs to follow him. He turns around when he is told to wait. The base of the 20th floor is depicted. You will receive a notification that you have passed the exam. The fusion skill is reported to be upgraded to fusion skill E. Jiku's information is shown. He looks thoughtfully at the system window, noting that it is rare for a skill to be added to a level. He can only use 35%, but he already feels that there is much more energy than there was before. Sang-hoon approaches him, calling him. The young man looks at him when he informs him that it usually takes about a day to clear the 20th floor and wonders why he is suddenly asking. The man smiles awkwardly, claiming that it wasn't suddenly, it's just that only 20 minutes have passed. He clears his throat, closing his eyes. Jikyu puts his hands in his pockets when Sang-hoon asks if they can go, and he asks what time the flight is because he feels like he wasted too much time. It turns out they won't fly on the plane. The young man only looks back questioningly. Blue skies are shown as it is revealed that they will be heading to the 5th floor. A giant tower of enormous size is depicted. It turns out that due to the division of zones, it is rarely possible to meet players from other countries. Threads can be seen enveloping the Earth, and it is reported that the tower is connected to all parts of the planet. This is a fact. The 5th floor of the tower, a branch of the Korean Players Association, is shown. The men arrive by elevator. Jikyu looks up in interest, wondering where the elevator comes from in a tower without electricity and how it works, to which he receives the answer that it is a type of artifact that works on crystals. He smiles awkwardly when it turns out that the entire building is an artifact, the place is so important, and asks how much it is worth. The elevator arrives at the place, which is reported. The young man looks ahead in surprise. The control center for the transition portal between countries is shown. The men move on as Jikyu reveals that he didn't think he would ever use such a portal. He only heard that associations of different countries were secretly running it, to which Sang-hoon states that Chief Taeshik is much more capable than he thinks. He stops, saying it's here. The US portal is shown. The man smiles contentedly. They enter the portal as he states that they will try to ride the fastest transport in the world, and Jikyu remarks that it looks like fun and he wonders if he can even call it a transport. Shown USA, Los Angeles. Men are driving in a car. Jikyu looks down at the paper in his hands. It is reported that 3 top rankers have expressed their desire to participate in the capture of the gate. A man is shown with his back turned when talking about the American Iron Shield. A different person appears when we talk about the European Athena. The creature is depicted with sparkling eyes as the Korean Demon King introduces himself. The young man looks down, wondering if he can cope when such players are involved. The car suddenly stops when it is announced that they have arrived. Tanks are visible when it is said that this is the hell of this world. A certain portal is shown when talking about the 3rd labyrinth gate, the Labyrinth of Giond. The person's head is shown when addressed. Several people are seen, one of them with a weapon. When the question is asked about who he is, it seems to them that he is a Korean. Ball adjusts his glasses, claiming that this is the first time he has seen him. It seems to him that he is from the association. Suddenly his eye begins to shine. The purple-haired girl notices his reaction and asks what's wrong with him. Jikyu smiles awkwardly when it is reported that his stats are 0, level 1, he seems to have unique abilities, but they are not visible even with his abilities. The girl adjusts her glasses when the phrase is heard that this is the first time this has happened to him. She takes off her glasses and mask, claiming that his face is her type. She becomes interested. A certain stone wall is shown, covered with tree roots. Suddenly something starts rushing. The young man resolutely swings his sword, clenching his jaw. A huge spider can be seen attacking him. Sang-hoon rushes forward when his name is called. He swings his arms in concentration, preparing to attack. He immediately strikes the monster. It pierces his face. The spider suddenly disappears. The man sighs with relief, and the young man praises him. He smiles, asking if Sang-hoon should leave. The man turns his gaze to him, informing him that 15 hours have already passed. It also takes time to return. They better leave now. Jikyu extends his hand, thanking him for everything, because thanks to him he quickly got used to it here, to which he replies that he has an amazing growth rate. If he is so grateful, next time he will treat him to dinner. They shake hands, wishing each other the best. A red cross can be seen on the wall. The young man looks around, believing that he is finished here too. There are spiders lying on the ground when it is reported that a week has passed since Mr. Sang-hoon left. Now he can destroy the 3 giant spiders without much trouble. He walks along the wall, deciding that the fact that he's fighting the same kind of monster means he's stagnant. He looks down thoughtfully, realizing that stronger monsters should appear closer to the boss's room. He looks at the ball of white threads, wondering what it is. Sang-hoon draws attention to it, saying that it is Arachne's thread, an object that allows you to immediately be transported to the entrance to the gate. It turns out that this was a gift from Teskik's boss. He told them to use it to escape from very strong monsters. The man tells him not to regret, because his life is the most valuable thing in the world. The young man looks down, thinking that he was not going to use this until he got the elixir. Suddenly he looks dumbfounded, hearing someone scream. The rings on his hand begin to sparkle. Lightning bolts fly around him. He frowns, asking if the man heard the little girl's voice, to which he replies that it is strange and he should not go there. He tenses up, deciding that if this is a trap, it would be a good idea for him to check it, ignoring it could later turn into even greater danger. The wall is shown when it is reported that this is the logic. A tied-up girl is seen asking for help. The young man notices her, and she asks him to save her. He fearfully thinks that this is strange. The girl is tormented, and he wonders what she is doing in the gate territory. Maybe it is a trap like a hallucination or mimicry. 2 fish appear when it turns out that he suddenly remembered the monkfish. Jikyu already holds the sword in his hands, deciding that he better pretend that he didn't see her. There are too many strange things. He suddenly lowers his head. He hears the voice of a girl calling her mother. He stops when she asks her forgiveness for not being able to find money for treatment. The young man suddenly clenches his teeth. The girl is already crying when it is reported that they obviously want to hook him with this. Even a 9-year-old wouldn't fall for it. Jikyu clutches a sword in his hand. He immediately cuts the vines and grabs the girl. He lands. They are already leaning against the wall when he asks if she separated from the team by mistake, and she reports that it happened in just a split second. She wipes her eyes when it is revealed that her name is Sujeong. Her unique ability is skill enhancement. The idea sounds that even a 10-year-old child can become a player if his skills are awakened, although it is quite difficult for minors to join a team. A man is shown with his arms outstretched in front of him, as it is stated that there are not many holders of the enhancement skill, so it is worth it. The young man thinks that the girl was brought to such a dangerous place. He looks away thoughtfully. Suddenly he hands something to Sujeong. Holding something in his hand, he says that this is a kit for installing a security zone. It has a small level, so it does not work for more than a day, but during this time people may appear who will help her. Suddenly the girl jumps up, surprising the young man. She tearfully asks him to take her with him, to which she receives a negative answer. Jikyu becomes embarrassed and states that the players must be responsible for their own lives. There is nothing more he can do to help her. Soo-young grabs his sleeve, declaring that she could be a good helper and could be helpful. The young man is perplexed when he reports that she has only recently become a player, and her level is low. She simply told them that she has unique abilities. Jikyu looks at her awkwardly when she claims that she was promised a lot of money if she went with them. He suddenly turns away, saying that in order to clear the gates, he will not return. Sujeong looks at him in surprise when he claims that it will be very dangerous there. They will share the reward, but he will not be able to give the elixir. She is amazed, asking if he is taking her with him, to which he replies that he immediately warns that if she interferes with him, along the way he will give her to another team. He is not her guardian. The wall is shown as the girl loudly thanks him, and it is reported that with an assistant it is much easier for him to hunt. This is not because of his big mother and not because of Yujeong. The young man's rings only sparkle sadly. A monster appears among the trees. Sujeong puts her hands forward when the young man tells her to activate the power-up. His legs are shrouded in magic. Cobwebs fly at them. Jikyu actively deals with monsters. He is extremely focused. A monster appears in front of him. The young man begins to attack him. The creature suddenly falls to the ground. A notification arrives that Lu is absorbing the blood of a poisonous ant. It turns out that resistance to poison increases. The young people are sitting near the wall when it is reported that 2 weeks have passed since Sujeong joined Jikyu. He immediately felt that hunting had become much easier. He hands her food as she talks about how she has leveled up again, and he congratulates her. The girl smiles, saying that very soon she will be able to catch up with him, to which he replies that he doubts it. Suddenly he notices something. He gets up, whispering to her to be quiet because he felt something. Sujeong looks at him questioningly. He is watching something in surprise. We are talking about a large guild, which is headed by the American top ranker Iron Shield. A man in armor is shown. A crowd of people is depicted as the Iron Guild is introduced. The young man thinks hard that if this is a top ranker, he must have sensed his presence. He turns his head, deciding that if he thinks he's secretly following them, they might attack him. He needs to get out of here quickly. Suddenly stones fly at him. He looks out from behind a cloud of dust. He is watching something worriedly. A large sword appears in front of him, stabbed into the ground. A blonde man appears with his hand extended forward. He looks thoughtful when asked why he launched Kallian. A broken wall is visible as he states that it seems he just misspoke. Several trees are depicted. While in the cave, the young people are trying to catch their breath. Sujeong breathes heavily, asking why they ran away. They didn't do anything wrong. Taking a flask out of his backpack, the young man says that this is bad, because if they met under normal circumstances, it would be nice, but now they look like spies. There is a danger of a surprise attack, so this is prohibited between players. He hands the flask to the girl, claiming that such surprise attacks are rare, although large guilds have many enemies. His open backpack is shown. The young people are sitting on the ground when Sujeong asks what they will do now and whether they should run as far as possible, to which he receives a negative answer, and Jikyu decides that they will keep a short distance and follow the tracks. He closes his eyes, claiming that it's just as well that their paths crossed with a strong team. It increases the likelihood that they are on the right path. One of the walls is shown. There is a red circle on it. People notice this mark. The young man smiles, believing that they did the right thing by following them. Thanks to the Iron Guild, there are no monsters here, and they destroyed all the traps. He says that they have to be the first to find the boss's room. Suddenly he notices something. There is no girl behind him, and he wonders where she went. He silently looks ahead. His swords are shown, which are at a loss. They suddenly tell him to run for cover. Suddenly a blonde man appears behind him. Jikyu turns around in shock. A hand reaches out to him. The man's palm covers Jikyu's head. He slams his head into the stone surface. The young man begins to lose consciousness. Suddenly he is hit in the face. He looks questioningly when the man notices that he has woken up. His motionless lips are shown. He suddenly grabs him by the hair. Gaku's jaw clenches as he asks who sent him. He realizes with concern that he does not know English and has been mistaken for a spy. The blonde seriously asks who he is and how he tricked him, claiming that if he answers honestly, he will kill him quickly. The young man desperately shouts that he should not be killed, because he is not a spy, just a hunter. The man remarks in surprise that he cannot speak English, to which the other decides that he can pretend. Looking at him, the blonde states that they will find out later anyway. He calls Rogers. Smiling, the man says that he is listening to him. Rogers is shown when it is revealed that he is a famous player whose entry into the Iron Guild was talked about everywhere, an American of Korean descent. The young man looks at him thoughtfully, believing that he has realized that he is Korean. Rogers sits down next to him, asking if he knows him, since he's a bit famous in Korea, and he decides to refrain from introducing himself. He takes out the young man's things, saying that he realized that he is Korean from the inscriptions on his backpack, and he is surprised that there are only expensive items there. Jikyu is surprised when he apologizes for such a rude greeting, because their leader is in a bad mood right now, and he thinks that he looks friendly. If he was assigned to translate, it means they want to negotiate with him. The man smiles at him, asking why he spied on them, about his team and how he fooled their leader's insight. Jikyu worriedly reports that this is a misunderstanding. He came here to hunt as an ordinary player without any guild. Rogers laughs, looking away as he states that he didn't intend to deceive anyone. He thought they knew and by default allowed it. Suddenly he takes out a dagger. The young man looks at this questioningly. Suddenly, a terrible pain rips through his body after a dagger is stabbed into his leg. He clenches his jaw, looking ahead worriedly. He throws his head back, starting to scream in pain, and the man notices that he is very soft. The young man grits his teeth, and Rogers declares that he does not know why he came here, but he is now trying to deceive him. He grins, realizing that Jikyu is after the elixir. Men are shown talking. The gray-haired man reports that this is an unusual sword. The information window is not visible, it is too dull, and is not even capable of cutting the skin of orcs. The blonde looks down thoughtfully. He points his finger at the sword, informing them that they will need to take it to the workshop upon their return, but for now they will keep it. The hilt is shown when the phrase is heard that compared to his sacred sword Kalon, it is just an old piece of iron. Scattered empty potion bottles can be seen. The man holds one of them in his hands, noting that the expensive potion makes recovery faster. He immediately pours it out, declaring that he can crush the young man again and again, and he will not die. Jikyu clenches his teeth, to which Rogers tells him not to look at him like that. It looks like he was taking care of it, so he helps him use it faster. His expression turns terrifying as he tells him to tell the truth about whose plan it is. Hanging his head, Jikyu says that he lied about the hunt, but he really is alone here. Suddenly he is hit in the face. He looks at the man bleakly when he asks if he's joking. His hands are tied, and it is reported that they already checked his stats while he was unconscious, and he now has a regular rope on his hands, not a player item. Rogers shouts displeasedly about whether he wants to say that he cannot untie some rope, but he found himself here without anyone's help, who he takes them for. Suddenly he looks away when the blonde calls him, offering him a snack, and he will continue later. He frowns, looking at the young man with displeasure. He suddenly hits him in the stomach. He leaves, claiming that he had better think about what would be the wiser course of action. Jikyu trembles in pain, thinking that he promised himself to never brag, because he was always painfully aware of his imperfection in comparison with Teskik. He sits, tied to a stone, and it is said about attacking the labyrinth with zero probability of completion and that the young man considered it impossible, but deep down he could not get rid of the hope that he might succeed. His hands are shown tied as it turns out that all he believed in was just borrowed power and his weapon was taken from him. He is on his knees, realizing that he is completely helpless. They look at him through their fingers. The girl seriously reports that the distance is about 2 kilometers. It seems to her that they will have to search for some time in the area of the base. Turning around, she asks what they will do. A woman in a mask is shown, who only remains silent. Fingers are shown when talking about 27 finger amputations, 63 cuts, and 121 through and puncture wounds. A bloodied young man is depicted when it is reported that after the 200th time he vomited and stopped counting. His things are visible, stained with blood. There is only a huge pool of blood around Jikyu. It turns out that 3 days have passed since he was captured by the Iron Guild. Looking at him, the blonde claims that he is just a beast and, if he were of a higher level, he would have recruited him. The young man just sits with his head down because he is exhausted. The man raises his eyebrows, telling Bruce to bring his sword. It is reported that one is enough for him. A lifeless youth is shown as he states that he wanted to melt him, but now he has changed his mind. They must show respect for his courage. He will kill him with the sword that belongs to Jikyu. He takes the sword, informing him that they will give him a tombstone and bury him in the gate, which will go down in history. He believes that this is an honorable death for the player. There is a red eye visible on the sword. He approaches the young man, claiming that they will send him off as he should. Suddenly, he brings the tip of the sword to the young man's body. He holds him by the shoulder, preparing to kill him. Jikyu just looks at the floor, unable to move. Suddenly, blood gushes out. The young man immediately widens his eyes. His wound begins to glow when it is reported that the connection to Ego Lu has been restored. Suddenly, he breaks the rope with which he was tied. He takes off, jumping up. He grabs the sword by the hilt. He immediately puts it forward, pointing it at the man. Rogers looks surprised. All people are amazed at what is happening. It turns out that the young man also looks at his enemy in surprise. The blonde just calmly holds the sword by the tip. He looks at the sword, believing that Jikyu was hiding his powers. He just sensed the energy of the Demon King, and it definitely deserves interest. The young man's hand trembles while the man believes that he is just entertainment for her. The blonde has a terrifying expression on his face as he asks how he deceived his insight. This is impossible for the Demon King. The young man frowns when he says that he should listen to what he has to say, and realizes that he will have to use something. Jikyu stands motionless, sword extended forward. A masked woman is shown and initiates the attack. Suddenly something moves towards the man. He notices an arrow piercing his arm. He looks away, shows the arrow when he realizes that it is Artemis's arrow. The woman smiles when she is recognized and says that she and Iron Shield have not seen each other for a long time. The man just squeezes the arrow in his hand. He throws it away, asking if he can take this as a declaration of war on the Iron Guild. Women are seen in the distance, and one of them notices that he has become better at joking. She pulls the weapon back, asking if there was a time when they didn't fight. She suddenly throws her weapon forward. She rushes towards the man. He resolutely takes hold of the hilt of his sword. He stabs it into the ground. The ground beneath him begins to sparkle. A certain magical symbol appears. A powerful attack is visible. There is some kind of explosion. It blows the trees away. The young man covers his face, and Rogers squints, being in a cloud of dust. Iron Shield turns to him, telling him not to kill the spy, to hold it for now. Suddenly, he grabs the handle of his weapon. He waves it. His face expresses concentration and determination. He declares that today he will put an end to them. Flying arrows are seen. Athena looks at him carefully. The man raises his sword above his head, telling everyone to prepare for battle. Impacts and explosions on the ground are shown. A certain glow is visible. Rogers smiles, noting that just the sounds alone make them scared and they look like monsters. He raises the corners of his eyebrows, claiming that he even sometimes thinks that this is a battle of the gods. A young man is shown holding a sword in front of him. The man calmly keeps his hand in his pocket, believing that it is enough for him to simply stand, although the Iron Shield ordered him to be caught alive. He grins, deciding that there will be nothing strange in the words that he accidentally killed, since the young man was already dying. Suddenly he jumps out of his seat. He swings at Jikyu from behind, claiming that he has found out about his essence so he cannot leave him alive. The blow is aimed directly at the young man's neck. He suddenly looks away. He thinks that now is the right moment. He screams, activating the reflection. Rogers looks at him in surprise. Suddenly, the youth begins to sparkle, and Brunhart is reported to be reflecting the accumulated damage. The man is stunned by what is happening. There is some kind of explosion. After this, only lightning and clouds of dust remain. Rogers breathes on the ground, languishing. He is trembling all over, and a silhouette can be seen in the cloud of dust. The young man wipes his face. It turns out that the damage that can be absorbed by Brunhart has exceeded the limits. Brunhart is reported to have been destroyed. Jikyu stands next to the man lying on the ground, head down. His armor turns out to be broken. He starts walking towards Rogers. Suddenly he swings his sword at him. The man worriedly tells him to wait. While the young man raises his sword above his head, he asks him for mercy. Jikyu only has a terrifying look. He immediately plunges the sword into the man's body. Rogers just coughs up blood. A stuck sword can be seen. The young man just bends down. He falls to the ground, thinking that when the iron shield struck, it immediately transformed Lu into an accessory, so the wounds are shallow, but the consequences of the reflection are too great. It is reported that the bleeding does not stop. He thinks this is the end. The young man opens one eye questioningly when asked if he is okay. A girl is seen standing over him and he thinks it's Yujiang. He looks questioningly at Sujiang when she mentions her name. He just looks at her dumbfounded. The girl smiles at him. She sits down next to him, talking about how she will save him and give him the elixir. Smiling slyly, she asks what he will give her in return. A clear blue sky is shown as she asks if he can give his life or be her slave forever. She twirls her hair around her finger, asking if he can do that. The young man just looks at her silently. He raises a finger while his hand shakes. The girl looks at him, puzzled, as he talks about one more thing. He clenches his fingers as he talks about killing Iron Shield. He clenches his hand into a fist. We are talking about the defeat of the Iron Guild. Sujiang just smiles, saying that it turns out to be 2, but he said that there was only one request. Lying exhausted, Jikyu claims that his sword is with an old man with a white mustache. His hand drops. Someone approaches the girl from behind when she asks how many additional conditions there will be. Behind him is Ball, who claims that he is still a funny person, and Sujiang thinks that he is funnier up close. Getting up, she says that sometimes she thinks he is kind, but in fact he is evil inside, but she suppresses it. She points to the sword, asking if the man saw him plunge the sword into that fool. He didn't just act in a fit of rage. She points to her neck, reporting that he clearly aimed at a vital organ. It seems this is his first kill, but acted in cold blood. The man adjusts his glasses when she insists he didn't have the slightest hesitation. Looking at the dying man, he asks what the girl will do with him. He has a mortal wound, but a good level. Rogers coughs when he says that if they leave him here, he will be able to heal himself and survive. Smiling, Sujiang states that she will just leave him if she survives. That's fate. She closes her eyes, insisting that she didn't mean to kill him anyway. Her hair flutters as she communicates that revenge is sweeter when ripe. Her eyes and hair are shining. Looking at her, Ball believes that the Demon King has arrived, to which she tells him to remain silent, because this is a nickname that was invented by ignorant people. Her hair is changing. Her true form is revealed and she declares that she is the one who will kill the Demon King. A certain cube is shown floating in space. He is depicted closer when the young man remembers something. He looks around while in the cube, thinking about his dream, the nightmare that tormented him for 5 years. He notices something in front of him. He reaches out with his hand, remembering that after meeting Lu, he never saw him again. His hand goes through the windows of the system. He grabs the rope. A certain thing is shown when the thought of a well drawer is heard. The young man closes his eyes. A certain door is depicted when it is reported that this is the case. Jikyu is able to overcome the wall, but is still inside the well. He looks up as he realizes that even his sleep is now mocking him. He stands in complete darkness, deciding that he was just lucky that he caught the rope, but he didn't even climb up on his own. He is surprised when they call him and ask how long he will remain poor, because they just broke off the connection for a while. He turns around as the silhouette remembers his words and wonders how others are different from him. This personality has horns and claims that all he has is his power. The young man looks at him in confusion. Suddenly the phrase says that he is right. Jikyu turns around in surprise. The girl puts her hands forward, claiming that her strength is his strength. She declares that he should not be discouraged. The young man just looks at her dumbfounded. He suddenly jumps up. Ball, turning around, notices that he has already woken up. He looks at the man, wondering who it is. He thinks about Sujiang. He remembers the smiling girl. Looking carefully ahead, he asks if he is related to the Demon King. Ball looks at him, smiling. Jikyu turns his attention to the swords lying nearby as he reports that he has found the sword he was talking about. One of them notices that he has already woken up. The young man clutches his stomach in pain, and the man tells him to lie down a little longer. They healed the wounds with a potion, but he can't move yet. Jikyu rests his hand on the ground when the phrase is heard that this is dangerous in every sense. He suddenly looks down questioningly. He looks up. He notices something, dumbfounded. A girl is cooking above. Stones can be seen flying to the sides. Something begins to suck them in. The young man is stunned, and Ball smiles, saying that this is the commander of the Legion, and asks if this is the first time he has seen this. A certain magical wave is shown. A huge something is depicted when it is reported that this is the owner of the labyrinth. It turns out that this is Jiryond. A huge warrior in armor, the upper part of which was on fire, looked forward menacingly. The man stated that this was the owner of the labyrinth, Jiryond. The protagonist, with a bloody face, looked at him in surprise. He stated that this was the guardian of the gate. A white-haired man with glasses, walking a little further, declared that it was him, although everything is more complicated here. Holding his stomach, the protagonist asked if he was really going to fight this one. A huge knight with an unusual helmet looked at the girl. Streams of flame from his body began to approach her. The purple-haired girl smiled confidently. The monster's eye began to emit a bright light. A large portal behind him began to suck in various objects. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. Looking up, he asked what kind of gate this was. Soku, turning back, told the main character to come to him, because if he gets sucked in, he will die. He clenched his fist and told the protagonist to stand behind him. Blood began to flow from his clenched fist. A drop of it fell on the short grass on the ground. The man was instantly surrounded by a bloody circle, the energy of which began to destroy the nearest part of the location. Streams of red aura began to rise into the air. They surrounded the protagonist and the white-haired man. The surprised protagonist asked if it was a dome. Making a hand gesture, Soku confirmed and stated that the protagonist knows a lot. The two guys were protected by a red aura from the monster walking forward. Turquoise silhouettes of monsters began to appear in the portal. About 5 lizard-like monsters appeared in front of his face. Several lizard-like monsters emerged from the portal. A huge monster in armor, along with other monsters, rushed towards the girl. Turning around, a pair of flying monsters headed down. The purple-haired girl stood and looked forward seriously, expecting an attack. The monsters, approaching her, began to open their mouths in anticipation of prey. 5 monsters attacked her from one side. Monsters continued to emerge from the purple portal. A column of violet energy rose sharply upward. It was an ability called Black Flame. Various monsters with glowing eyes screamed. A huge two-handed sword appeared in a stream of violet-blue flames. The girl behind the flame raised her finger up with a smile on her face. The protagonist, who was inside the barrier, showed genuine shock on his face. The huge metal blade emitted a powerful aura. An image of a blonde guy with a mustache appeared, who said that he even sometimes thinks that this is a battle of gods. The armored monster turned towards the approaching blade. A powerful stream of purple energy directed from the girl struck a powerful blow to the ground. The ground where the ability fell was instantly destroyed. Black lightning spread throughout the entire location. An image of a long hole appeared in the middle of an empty location. An image of a building with long columns appeared. This was the rewards room. In the middle of the room stood a small blue and white chest. When the guy opened it, a purple bottle appeared in front of him, lying on a blue lining. Lou said that he finally got it, and El congratulated the owner. Closing the chest, the battered protagonist mentally declared that he really could. He also mentally added that a lot had happened during this time. The purple-haired girl, Ball, and the main character stood near the high wall of the building. The protagonist said he was more confused than happy. The girl said that she kept her promise. Turning towards the dark-haired guy, she said that if you think about it, there is still revenge left. She also asked with a smile if Jikyu wanted to kill absolutely everyone. Lowering his head and looking at the girl, he asked if Sujian was her real name. Opening the chest with a smile and closing her eyes, she confirmed and stated that she was Korean. Turning back, she said that she also had an elixir. The white-haired man, holding a bottle in his hands, said that he also had one. Taking a jar of pink liquid in her hands, the girl said that she was giving it to the protagonist. Looking at her hand in surprise, he asked why. Continuing to hold her hand, Agna said that this was help in taking revenge on the iron liquid. She also added that this is a condition of the contract. She told him to think it was all connected. Looking at the crippled guy, whose blue jacket was covered in dirt, Sujeong said that now his body has suffered greatly. There are parts that cannot be healed by the potion, but this can help him recover. She added that from the very beginning their goal was not the elixir, but the commander of the Legion, especially since there is another one. She said that let this be a kind of investment. Looking at his hand, which contained the elixir, the protagonist stated that he so easily got what he was ready to die for. The purple elixir emitted a bit of light. The main character mentally stated that he would no longer compare himself to others because he should just become stronger. Moreover, if he becomes poor again, Lou will probably start grumbling. Lou stated that he knew everything himself. Turning his gaze to the left, the main character said that he did not think that she would just give him up and asked what she wanted in return. He added that she said something about an eternal slave and asked if that was what she wanted. Making a gesture with the palm of her hand, the purple-haired girl replied that it was not quite like that. Opening her eyes, Soojeong said with a confident smile that he would become her student. The surprised protagonist shouted out, asking what she meant. An image of several dark columns appeared. The girl said that now he is too weak and there is no use from him. Stretching her hand forward, she told him to come to her when he passed the 50th floor. Placing her palm on the embarrassed guy's cheek, Soojeong said that she would then specifically deal with him. Feeling a strange pressure in his temple, the main character shifted his gaze. Lightning started from the place where the girl touched. The protagonist asked what it was. He brought the bottle of elixir to his ear. The girl stated that this was a sign of an agreement and a means of communication. Sitting down on a long rock, she said that right now this thing has no ability or function, but the world looks like we see it. Placing her hand on the stove and leaning on it, Soojeong therefore advised him to find out as much as possible. Remembering one thing and turning her head, the girl said that she had thought about something. Looking at the guy, she stated that his swords were quite unusual. Therefore, since there is little time left before the gate closes, she will tell him how to strengthen one of his swords. Jikyu looked forward in surprise. With a small smile, the girl confidently stated that first he needed to drink the elixir. She added that this is a rather dangerous method, but everything needs to be done perfectly. She stated that this was the first lesson for her future student. A dozen broken and uprooted trees lay on the grass. Several warriors fought in streams of ash and mud. The main character hesitantly held a white sword in front of him. Elle said that this girl is still dangerous and cannot be trusted. Lu said he was completely crazy. Trembling, the main character looked at the guy in the armor. He mentally stated that he was doing something strange. The white-haired man held the girl with one hand and looked into the eyes of the protagonist. The main character mentally asked himself what he was doing. There were several columns of smoke behind the four people. The guy, looking ahead coldly, stated that these were after all the jokes of the Demon King. He stated that she destroyed the boss in an instant. Putting her hands in her pocket, the purple-haired girl asked if it wasn't his and added that whoever managed it belongs to him. Joyfully raising her hand, the girl shouted for the protagonist to go forward and do as she said. Lu asked if she happened to be a devil, also with the nickname of the Demon King. The protagonist greeted the guy, calling him an iron shield. The white-haired guy turned in his direction. Putting the iron sword forward, the main character shouted that he would kill him. The guy stared ahead with confusion on his face. A moment later, his eyes lit up and a sinister smile appeared on his face. Looking ahead in fear, the protagonist mentally asked himself if he really did it. The purple light remained from the guy's jerk. Appearing in front of Jikyu, the man swung his two-handed sword. Stretching his hand forward, the enraged iron shield declared that it had changed and had now become the Demon King 6. Swinging his sword at the guy's head, he said that, in general, he was finished. While in the castle, the protagonist began to drink the elixir. Streams of violet energy emanated from the elixir. A notification appeared indicating that he had recovered. A powerful pressure inside him covered him. His eyes widened and began to emit a pink light. Paul and Soojeong looked at him. Handing over an empty bottle, the protagonist stated that he did not feel any changes and he just felt a little better. Raising her hand and exhaling, the purple-haired girl stated that this was natural and his capabilities and potential had changed. Making a hand gesture, the protagonist asked if there would be physical changes. The girl stated that despite this big difference between life and death will manifest itself in battle, and now this is all the sensations that he can feel. The main character looked ahead seriously. He shifted his gaze and looked seriously at his opponent's attack. He stated that we need to watch and react. The protagonist dodged, jumped back, and the guy's sword stuck into the ground. The main character instantly jumped away from the blonde guy standing in the smoke from his own attack. In other words, the resolution of his feelings increased. Opening his mouth and beginning to actively gasp for air, the protagonist happily exclaimed in his mind that he was able to dodge. An image appeared of moments when the guy unexpectedly attacked and went behind the main character's back. The protagonist thought that before this his movements seemed elusive to him, but now, although vaguely, he began to gradually distinguish them. With her hands folded, the purple-haired girl watched the guy. An image of a purple thread appeared. She mentally congratulated him and stated that he was one step closer to a top ranker. Everything turned out just as the Demon King said. An image of part of the building appeared, with a dozen columns against a background of emptiness. Soojeong stated that he was still not on the same level as the Iron Shield. A beginner who has just begun his journey cannot compare with a great warrior. Putting her hand to her chin, she said thoughtfully that he only dodged once. She said that there is a saying that if you catch a chicken, you shouldn't use the knife you used to cut a cow. The protagonist, again putting out his blade, stood a few meters from the white-haired guy. An iron shield shrouded in a blue aura turned to the guy. The girl said that it wasn't even a matter of carelessness, he was relaxed because he was strong. Looking with his blue eyes at the main character, he asked if everything was really like that. The purple-haired girl stated that as for this one blow, he had probably already assessed the situation himself. Is growth, connections, and elixir, there are not enough clues. Tilting his head slightly and thinking, the Iron Shield concluded that he had thought correctly. The girl said that if he guessed, he would attack even more fiercely. His iron sword began to emit blue fire, activating the power of the sacred sword Kalon. The guy's blade, moved to the side, began to emit bright light and powerful streams of energy. Swinging, he instantly jumped towards the protagonist. The purple-haired girl told him not to be a coward, but to just act. The sword was pointed towards the left side of the protagonist's neck. Jikyu, quickly reacting to the attack, blocked it with his L. The white sword began to emit golden streams of energy. The master of the sacred sword L awakens his abilities. He absorbs the skills of the sacred sword Kalon. The shocked white-haired boy's eyes widened. Only partial absorption of abilities is possible due to the low level of the owner. The aura-covered blade held back the attack of the huge sword. The takeover was completed. The main character looked confidently at his raised sword. The protagonist mentally stated that it seemed like an attack that could not be prevented was blocked. While he was confused by the lost power of his sword, he needed to increase the distance. The man jumped back and stuck his sword into the ground, lowering his head. The main character raised the sword to his chest. An image of a guy appeared, holding an object in his hands, saying that with its help you can immediately exit the gate. The main character took out a long thin thread. It was Arachne's thread. The Iron Shield looked blankly at his actions. Holding the sword behind him, he began to run towards the protagonist. As he swung, he saw the protagonist, around whom some kind of barrier began to form. A dense stream of thread enveloped the body of the protagonist. With fury in his eyes, the man launched an attack. He hit the thread, which crumbled without any contents. The Iron Shield clenched its teeth angrily. An indignant cry was heard throughout the rocky location. The purple-haired girl looked at the angry guy. The white-haired guy carefully turned back. Creating several streams of violet fire on herself, she invited him to talk to her now. She looked confidently into his eyes. Iron Shield, looking at her slightly fearfully, clenched his teeth. An image appeared of several columns of tanks that stood in front of the red portal. A soldier with a rifle stood guard at the fenced portal. The protagonist looked towards the approaching dark car, near which several soldiers were standing. Her door opened. Leaning on the door, Sun-hoon got out of the car. Looking ahead, he smiled. He looked towards the four men. Sitting on a chair, the protagonist smiled, greeting the guy. An image of several dozen high-rise buildings nearby appeared. The windows of a small private building were illuminated by the evening sun. The man said that everything was so. Mr. Sun-hoon helped him and he had already brought his mother home. He also added that it is impossible to drink the elixir in the hospital. As he approached the door, the dark-haired guy told him to call him when he arrived in Korea. He said goodbye to Shikhyun. Opening the door and making a hand gesture, the guy thanked Sun-hoon for his help. Smiling, he said that he would be on his way. An unhealthy thin woman was lying on the bed. She opened her tired eyes and parted her mouth. She saw a vague silhouette of a guy and asked if it was Jikyu. Taking her hand in his hands, the protagonist answered with a smile that it was him and asked if everything was okay. Shifting her gaze slightly, the main character's mother said with heaviness that she was bored. Tears started streaming down her eyes. She said that before her death she definitely wanted to see him again. Continuing to hold her hand, the protagonist said with a smile that now she need not worry because everything will be fine. Continuing to lie motionless on the bed, the woman said that everything would definitely be fine and stated that she wanted to tell him something. The protagonist continued to hold the fingers of her hand with his hands. She started saying something about him. Before she could finish speaking, she felt pain and screamed. The frightened protagonist reached into his pocket. Throwing several pills into bottles, the main character told her to be patient a little and now everything is fine. He started pouring the contents into her mouth. He looked at his mother, who had closed her eyes. A purple light began to emanate from her head. The main character looked away. His eyes began to close. Saying that everything was fine now, he passed out and fell to the floor. The protagonist was sleeping on the floor next to his mother, who was lying on the bed. Opening his mouth slightly, the main character instantly fell asleep. Elle was worried about the owner. Lee said that this was not surprising because over the past 24 hours he had to go through so much. He clenched his fist slightly and kept it on the floor. Elle asked if everything would be okay. He added that he felt it was in danger, that he contacted her. The rays of the setting sun passed through the window of the house. Lee stated that there was nothing they could do anyway. The protagonist was sleeping peacefully on the floor. Lee suggested, first, to give the main character a rest. A slightly cloudy night hung over the city. The main character continued to sleep. The light of the moon began to fall on his face. His mother lying on the bed emitted a bright light. Her violet eyes opened. Small lanterns illuminated the night street. The girl, walking along a crowded street, made a phone call. The subscriber does not answer or is not within the network coverage area. Yujong looked at her phone and clenched her teeth furiously. Looking at the correspondence with Jikyu, she mentally stated that she had not been able to get through by phone for a whole month, and he had only sent one message. Now he still won't pick up the phone. Making a gesture with her hand, the angry girl ran forward, mentally declaring that this would not work and that she needed to go home and start a showdown. An image of a brown private house appeared. The light was on in a small house. The girl opened the door. Rushing into the apartment, she asked if he had decided to make jokes. I called home, but he didn't pick up the phone, and she even missed the extra ones. Looking ahead, she screamed that her mother had been feeling even worse lately. The protagonist's mother asked if she had come. The surprised girl looked towards the room. The girl started to run, and her mother told her to be quiet because her brother was sleeping in the room. Looking at her daughter, she asked if she was hungry and how she got off. The emotional girl blushed. She shed tears as she began to address her mother. Soup was boiling in a brown saucepan. Hearing sounds from the kitchen, the protagonist opened his eyes. He turned towards the slightly open door. Looking ahead, he said it was the smell of his mother's soup. Pursing his lips, he tried to hold back the surging emotions. Looking at the brown door, the main character said that if he opens this door, he will see what he risked his life for. Covering part of his face with his palm, he thought that he needed to smile and say hello, pretending that everything was as usual. The protagonist extended his hand to the door handle. He opened it and asked with a smile if they had gotten enough sleep. He shouted out in shock who you are. His mother, holding a pot of food in her hands, asked with a sincere smile if he was awake. Putting the soup on the table, she announced that she had just prepared dinner. Leaning on her hand, Yujung said that he was even more surprised. The protagonist stood with his mouth open and looked at them. An image appeared of the roof of a brick house under the light of the moon. Several dirty dishes lay in the wash basin. An image of a television appeared, showing a pink gate. There was breaking news about the disappearance of the elixir. The main character's sister asked if he went to the gate that was mentioned in the news. She also added that it turns out that he beat all the top players. Resting her head on her hand, Yujung asked how he got the elixir that made their mother look younger. With a smile on his face, the slightly worried protagonist stated that he himself did not know that such an effect would happen. A mother beaming with happiness sat at the table next to her two children. Putting her hand to her forehead, Yujung said that she didn't know whether to be surprised or cry, although she had already cried. The protagonist laughed. Yujong, looking at the guy, asked him to get the elixir for her too. Putting his hands together, the protagonist said that she was joking. The protagonist's mother put her hand on the guy's shoulder and called him. The blushing woman said with a sincere smile that he tried very hard for her. She also apologized to him. Rubbing his chin, Jikyu, a little awkwardly, told her not to say that and stated that it was not so difficult. An image of the roof of a house with an air conditioner appeared. The girl said that her son could not do such a thing. An image of a cloudy daytime sky and an electron pole appeared. Two birds were sitting on wires running near the roof of the building. The man said that they had not been with them for a long time and offered to at least have lunch together. The brown-haired man with a smile on his face said that he would refuse, for he had just come to talk with Jikyu and thanked him for the invitation. The woman thanked him for taking care of her son and invited him to come sometime. Handing out the box, the man said that they would see each other next time. He scratched the back of his head awkwardly. An image of a small cafe specializing in meat appeared. The waiter, making a hand gesture, asked to bring here a portion of pork for 4 and 1 bottle of saju. The main character thanked. The protagonist asked the guy if he drinks during the day. Pouring the drink into a glass, he asked how one could resist when there was a saju snack right in front of one's nose. Holding out the glass, with a smile on his face, he asked how the protagonist obtained the elixir. The man started drinking and said that he could not bear to ask on the phone. The main character looked at him and turned to Hen. Placing his hands on his knees, the protagonist asked if he liked the protagonist's mother. The shocked man spat out all the alcohol from his mouth. The embarrassed man began to stammer and asked what he was talking about. Jikyu stated the man blushed. Taking out napkins, the protagonist said that he had guessed it before. Wiping off his sweat, the protagonist stated that he knew that he took care of her while he was not around, and knew that it was not because she was younger. The thought appeared in the guy's head that it had just been very noticeable. The protagonist said that in general, he is all for it. Looking at the man who turned away in embarrassment, the main character said that if there was someone like him next to him, then he would not be ashamed in front of his father. There was a plate of rice, cutlery, and other food on the table. The man, stuttering slightly, invited the protagonist to return to their conversation. Starting to cut the meat, Jikyu asked Hen if he had brought the dome generator. The man replied that he was actually in the car. The protagonist said that the story would be a little confusing. The brown-haired man looked at the guy a little confusedly. He extended his hand with chopsticks towards the meat on the fire. After listening to the story, the angry man screamed. Standing up sharply and hitting the table with his hands, Hen told the main character to give him the address and he would smash everyone there. Putting both palms forward, the main character told him to calm down and asked why he needed the bottle. Resting his head on his palm, the protagonist thanked him with a smile for such a reaction, but there was no need to be angry. Clenching his fist, the guy declared that, in any case, he would destroy the guys from the Iron Guild with his own hands. Grabbing a green bottle, the man said that revenge must be taken wisely. Bringing sticks with fried meat to the guy's mouth, he declared that this would not work and told him to at least chew the burnt meat. Putting the palms of both hands forward, the protagonist stated that since they had already started talking about the place, he had one more favor. The drunk man looked towards the guy telling the story. The protagonist asked what happened to the guardian of the 4th floor. Lowering his head, the man said that yesterday a C-rank squad went there to destroy him. Raising a glass filled with alcohol, Hyen said that all 37 people, of which 70% are C-rank players, with this level they can destroy even the guardian of the 30th floor. He added that a report on the completion of the operation might be coming soon. An image of empty tree branches appeared against the dark sky. The protagonist said that it was a pity because he was hoping to relieve stress. The sky was filled with clouds and the wind was blowing through the forest. The man ran quickly through the dark forest. The man in the red jacket ran with all his might. He shouted that he needed to quickly inform the association. He held on to the sight of his severed hand. The moment he declared that the C-rank squad had been completely destroyed, a huge face of an evil monster appeared behind him. The birds flew away from the empty branches from the loud cry. Clear day. Jikyu's voice could be heard from the car near the house, saying that the most important thing now is to check the condition of Kim Jikyu and his mother after they drank the elixir, because this cannot be done in a regular hospital. An agent was sitting in the car with him, rummaging through a tablet and thoughtfully saying that Chief Teschik would take care of this. The agent, remembering the box from which the yellow crystal came out, said that, as Jikyu had asked, he gave half the cost to the boss. After which he looked at the main character, smiled and added that he refused until the last moment. Quickly turning his gaze to the tablet, he swiped his finger across the screen and said that if all taxes and other expenses were subtracted, there was about 20 billion won left. To the right of the screen on Jikyu, he said that regarding a new house where he could move with his family, he had found several options on the coast of the Puckhen River. The agent, with a smile on his face, showed a map on the tablet and said that he had taken into account all the wishes to the maximum, adding that Jikyu only had to make a decision. Jikyu looked at the agent with disappointment. After thinking a little, he said that he understood, after which he asked how it happened that the agent was also choosing a house for his family. After these words, the agent snatched Jikyu's phone from his hands. Getting comfortable, he quickly began to type something into it, adding that from today, he will be the personal secretary of the player Kim Gi-kyo. Please love and favor, the agent said with a wide smile on his face, turning the phone to Jikyu's face, in which he wrote down his number. The main character stretched out his hand for the phone a little in shock, asking himself in his head if the agent had always been like this. Evening, the sun was setting behind the horizon. Dongdaemun area. Jikyu and Sunhoon were unloading suitcases from the car. Holding the last suitcases in his hand, the agent wearily asked Jikyu where he was going to spend it all. Looking at the suitcases next to the main character, he said that there were 8 billion won in cash. Jikyu, having examined himself, put his hand to his chest and said that his armor fell apart, so he is going to pay off his debts and buy new equipment. Hearing this, Sunhoon was shocked and asked how much such armor cost. Jikyu immediately replied, 3.5 billion. This figure shocked Sunhoon. He screamed in shock, asking the main character again. Jikyu, looking away in confusion, remembered how he first came to that grandfather, who set him a price of 3.5 billion. After a while, Jikyu was already in the old man's store. There was no one behind the counter, and the door to the back room was open. The fire burned brightly in it and the sounds of forging were heard. A huge hammer hit the hot iron. The old blacksmith forged new weapons, working hard. Suddenly a little boy ran into his back room, telling the old man that they had a visitor. Visitor? He asked in surprise. There was a pile of weapons hanging on his wall. Jikyu stood at the entrance, surrounded by suitcases with money. The agent waved to him and said that he would be waiting for him upstairs. Suddenly, behind Jikyu, the voice of a Stakrik was heard, who said that he knew that it was he who had come. Looking in the direction from where the voice came, Jikyu saw an old man with a small boy looking out behind him. The grandfather said with a satisfied smile on his face that Jikyu had changed a lot in a few months. Were you doing well? The main character asked without hesitation, to which the old man, standing behind the counter, said, of course, adding that he received the money that he sent through the agent. Suddenly, showing 0 on his fingers, the old man said that there was not enough there. Jikyu, scratching his head in confusion, apologized. Nothing, the old man said with a smile on his face, extending his hand, after which he added that he had read Jikyu's letter, and it was very similar to a will. The main character remembered how he handed over the letter and the box of money to Sunhoon. His memories were interrupted by the words of the old man, who laughed and said that he really didn't think he would survive, after which he added that he was already going to forgive him the debt and chip in for the funeral. Jiku laughed when he heard this, after which he spread his arms and with a smile on his face said that he had come to repay the remainder of the debt. Suddenly the joy disappeared from the old man's face. He looked at Jiku, who had arrived all alone. Looking around, the old man asked the main character if that little guy, Brunhart, had died. Yes, Jiku answered heavily, after which he added that he saved his life and died. Placing his clasped hands to his mouth, the old man closed his eyes and thought. Suddenly he opened his eyes and said that Brunhart was, in principle, born for this, so there is no reason for grief, adding that the fate of weapons is still sad. It was night outside. The moon has already risen to the sky. The voice of an old man was heard, who asked Jiku to tell about the last minutes of Brunhart's life. Day, the sun was shining high in the sky. Jiku and his mother were about to leave. At that moment, the sister noticed that they were leaving and asked where they were going. The main character immediately replied that he told her yesterday that he and his mother were going to the hospital for an examination. Sleepy Yujiang, rubbing his eyes, asked in confusion if he really said that. Suddenly she noticed something strange. Looking at her brother, she asked him if he had really grown up. Hearing this, a drop of sweat ran down the confused Jiku's cheek. Hospital. Voices could be heard from the locker room. The surprised agent, holding out his hand, told Jiku that he was like a real model, and then asked if he wanted to try himself in show business. Embarrassed and blushing, Jiku, putting on a jacket, asked the agent to stop. Sung-hoon, holding out 3 fingers, looked at the main character and asked him how he was able to grow 3 centimeters in a day and also increase muscle mass, after which he added that this elixir is really not easy. Jiku, imagining his capricious sister, asked, rubbing his shoulder in confusion, if the agent could get another one since his sister said the same thing. When suddenly he fixed his gaze on the floor. Moments appeared in his mind when he trained hard. Recalling this, he said that these changes look insignificant, but they are still significant changes because before, he used to exercise without a break until he lost his pulse in order to become stronger, but for some reason, after waking up, muscle growth stopped. Remembering the system window, on which only the restoration of the bowl was written, he asked himself, maybe this is the same restoration of the bowl. Lu's voice was heard in his head, saying that the owner was a weak man. His thoughts were interrupted by an agent who, looking through the laptop, said that the results of the examination were ready. Jiku looked at Sung-hoon with interest. The agent reported that, for starters, with regard to the main character's strength, by the standards of 25 years ago. After that he hesitated a little. Suddenly, with a wide smile, the agent turned to Jiku and said that he could break all the records of the Olympic Games. Hearing this, the main character displeasedly asked why the agent was talking about the standards of 25 years ago, because this was even before he was born. Putting on his jacket, Jiku ordered the agent to speak according to modern standards. Sung-hoon, with his head buried in his laptop, said, "You know." After these words he fell silent. Suddenly, with a wide smile on his face, he turned to Jiku and said that he was about the 10th level. Hearing this, the main character angrily asked if he was running into trouble on purpose. The agent smiled sarcastically. "Just don't be surprised," he said, holding out his hand. Jiku buttoned up his jacket and asked what. Sung-hoon immediately replied that the indicators of magical power and their working power. With his arms outstretched, the agent shouted, "SS rank," adding that Jiku had the potential to be a top ranker. Hearing this, the main character was very confused. Seeing such a reaction, the agent was shocked by it, to which Jiku said that he himself asked him not to be surprised. The agent displeasedly asked him to be at least a little surprised, to which the main character, looking away, said to himself that he had already heard this from the Demon King. Suddenly the door to the locker room jerked. The door opened and Teshik came in. He asked the guy if he had finished, to which he answered positively and asked what happened to his mother. The technician replied that she was healthy and her muscle strength was at the level of an average adult man. With a smile on his face, he continued to talk about how even though she was an ordinary person, she could use objects. Hearing this, Jiku was greatly shocked. He looked at Teskik and said that this was amazing. The manager, looking at his phone, said that he would tell the details later because he came here on another matter. He asked the guy if he had been hunting lately. Jiku, leaning against the wall, replied that he was resting for now. Jiku stood and looked at his rings. He thought about how El was still absorbing the power of the Kallion. El's voice was heard. She asked the owner for forgiveness. Technician, glancing briefly at Jiku, he asked him when he would start again. The main character, looking up, thoughtfully replied that he would start after the weekend. The technician looked at the phone in surprise. After thinking for a while, he told Jiku to free up some time next week. The main character, without taking his eyes off the manager, asked him if something had happened. Then Teskik answered heavily that the C-rank squad was not getting in touch. Hearing this, Jiku was shocked. Looking up from the phone, Teskik looked at the main character and said that a B-rank squad is now gathering to send them next week. Jiku, hearing this news, clenched his fists and said with complete seriousness in his voice, "This means." "That's right," Teskik immediately interrupted him, adding after that the guardian of the 4th floor was still at large. Jiku was very excited. He did not expect to hear this. A drop of sweat was running down his face. Holding out his index finger on the hand holding the phone, Teskik said that this was not the most important thing. His face changed. It showed excitement and fear. He said, quietly and slowly, that it seemed that this monster was hunting players and gaining strength at their expense. Such news also caused fear to appear in Jiku's eyes. Suddenly an agent got between them with thoughts that he also wanted to participate in the conversation. Jiku was calm. In his eyes one could see only strength of spirit and determination. It was reported that a B-rank squad is a squad with a minimum number of 30 members, resulting in a raid consisting of 60% B-rank players, including the Jiku player. The main character said that after he drank the elixir, his level, he hasn't improved at all, he said to himself, lowering his head in shame. In another office, the technician sat at his workplace and seriously told Jiku to undergo an official commission to determine the level. Now there is no need to worry about the subjects. Jiku sadly lay on the table and listened as Teskik looked at his indicators and said that his physical skills were at the D rank level, and if he had the potential, he could get approximately B rank. Jiku, lazily raising his head, pointed his finger upward, where the sign of player levels appeared, and said that B rank is above the 100th level, and he is only at the 1st level, after which he asked whether it is possible to determine levels like this. After all, there are all sorts of potentials, achievements, too cloudy. To this, Teskik explained that the potential is only in words, but in reality it is tied to magical powers and real power. Introducing magicians with colossal power who controlled lightning, fire, and the void, he said that you just look at those who have unique abilities, and, to be honest, the level doesn't make much sense. Introducing 2 Chibai people with swords who had reached level 100 and 200, Teskik continued to explain that the main thing is to increase characteristics, adding that most generally believe that level is not so important, especially since recently the level cannot be checked due to the protection of personal information. Then Jiku asked him, if you get a new level, will it be noticeable? To which Teskik, with a smile on his face and kindness in his eyes, said a little, adding that if the killer of a tutorial who cannot increase his level will immediately receive a B rank. Before he could finish speaking, Jiku immediately stopped him, saying that he had messed everything up. Folding his arms across his chest and leaning back in his chair, Teskik said that there would probably be a little controversy, because he would not be able to stop the spread of rumors about the birth of a new top ranker. Looking at the dissatisfied and tired face of Jiku lying on the table, he asked if he didn't like something. Then the main character remembered how he met the Iron Guild, after which he said that, in principle, he was not against popularity, he was being watched by the Iron Guild, so he would not want to flash in front of them. Leaning back, Teskik closed his eyes and hummed thoughtfully. After thinking a little, he said that in his opinion this was excessive caution, but if Jiku wanted it that way, then he could not help it. Looking at Jiku, he said that he also could not give him a level without permission. Then the main character quickly raised his head and said that he himself told him to find time. Without removing his hands from his chest, Teskik seriously said that he could not have known that such a case would happen, because he was sure that Jiku would pass the test, adding that everyone knows that level greatly affects attitude. The main character scratched his head tiredly and exhaled heavily, when suddenly Teskik handed him a tablet with paper, saying that there was a way out. Jiku looked at the paper in surprise. Names and their rank were written on it. Teskik explained that this is a list of guild members who will go on the expedition. Moving closer to the table, he asked Jiku, who also straightened up, if he could temporarily join the guild and sign up for a raid, after which he said that he could introduce him to whoever he needed. Jiku immediately asked, upset, who would want to hire a newcomer from the outside. Holding the tablet in his hand, he looked at it with disappointment, after which he said that if he left immediately after the raid, he would simply be added to the list of dropouts, which would affect the reputation of the guild itself. Suddenly he was shocked by what he saw. 5th on the list was Morningstar Kim Sung-pil. Their leader appeared before the raid. It was a black-haired middle-aged man with a sword on his shoulder. He introduced himself as Donghi from the Child Guild, where he was the deputy guildmaster. There were a huge number of players around him. Donghi, with his arms outstretched, said that as soon as he checked all the members, they would leave immediately. After a while, all the players followed the leader forward. 5 figures were visible in the crowd. Among Songpil, Sunwoo, Hanul, and Yuan, Jiku walked with his hands in his pockets. With a smile on his face, he thanked the guys for accepting him. Sunpil, with the same smile on his face, said that they all owe their lives to him. The guy closed his eyes in embarrassment and said that it was he who should apologize to Jiku due to the fact that he could not help with anything else because the reserve power of their guild was only C rank. Jikyu had two swords behind his back, Lu and L. He, looking at Sunpil warmly, said that they helped him a lot, and he is very grateful that he is not a porter, adding that if the opportunity arises, he can even take part in the battle. Hearing this, Sunpil laughed, saying that he doesn't even know if they will get such a chance because there will be important people there. Important persons? Jikyu asked him in surprise. Pointing to Donghee, Sunpil said that he will soon receive a rank. At this time, the captain and the guys next to him were attacked by goblins, whom they easily killed as they moved on. Sunpil continued talking. That within a rank a player is considered a top ranker, so he is an important person. Jikyu watched in surprise as only dead goblins remained on the path. Suddenly he rolled his eyes and asked himself in his head, is it really that important? After all, if you compare them with the Demon King or the Iron Guild, then. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by L, who said that that girl was unusual, to which Lu said that she had too high criteria. Suddenly, a joyful Hanul jumped up to Jikyu, telling him that she thought he had become prettier. Exactly, Hanul Yuan noticed and confirmed the words, is it really an operation? He asked right there with a smile on his face. At this time, Sunwoo said displeasedly that it was rude to Jikyu. The main character looked at everyone in surprise, asking himself in his head whether he had really changed so much. To this question, Lu replied that to be more precise, the atmosphere has changed, because it seems that now Jikyu has begun to make an impression. The main character, having heard Lu's words, raised his hand and, with an absurd smile, said in confusion that it was not a after which he explained that he acquired one skill on the 5th floor and this was probably his influence on him. Look at his excuses, Lu said, mocking. Everyone from Jikyu's team immediately surrounded him and said that they were jealous, surprised that it turned out that there were such skills. Lu grinned, surprised that they actually believed it. The Jikyu team talked about their own things and laughed while they were watched from the sidelines. These were 4 pumped up guys from the Brother Guild. There was anger and hatred in their eyes. 4th floor of the tower. There were dead trees everywhere. Donghee stopped, spread his arms and shouted loudly for the entire search group to begin searching for the Guardian, and the rest could rest. Everyone screamed loudly. Someone went in search, and someone sat down under dead trees, waiting for orders. Jikyu's team carefully positioned themselves close to everyone else. The main character looked around expectantly. Looking at his team, who were staring at him, he said that Sunpil is an archer, Hanul is a magician. Looking at the second part of the squad, he concluded that Sunwoo is a swordsman and Yuan is a tanker. He suddenly asked, raising his finger, why the guild is called Morning Star if no one even uses a club. Everyone was stunned and confused. Hanul laughed loudly and uncontrollably, and Sunpil, blushing with shame, shouted at her not to laugh. Jikyu watched all this in surprise. Jevon turned away, barely holding back his laughter. Sunwoo raised his hand without laughing and explained that Sunpil came up with the name because of Jikyu. Sunwoo reminded the main character of the situation when he ran out of the cave to call for help. It was at that moment that Sunpil said, "That light came from Jikyu, like the morning star," Seongwoo said, laughing. Sunpil immediately shouted again aggressively and embarrassedly for everyone to stop laughing at this. While he was shouting uncontrollably at the guys, Jikyu said in confusion that everything was fine. Once everyone had calmed down, they sat in a circle, and Jikyu, with a smile on his face, said that they could all address him on a personal level because he was no longer a guide. Sunpil immediately asked if it was true that Jikyu was the same age as Soku, and then asked if he could be called simply Hen, to which Jikyu, looking at the guy, allowed him to do so. Suddenly, someone's legs appeared behind them, a person watching them. The guy's conversation was interrupted by the voice of a stranger, who said that the world had really changed. These were arrogant guys from the Brother Guild. The main one said with disgust and aggressively that he thought he was at a picnic. 3 guys approached Jikyu's group, who instantly paid attention to them. "Who is this?" Jikyu asked Songpil in surprise, to which he leaned towards the main character and said that this is a B-rank player in Sok from the Brother Guild, which is the main guild in this raid. In response to this, Jikyu asked another one who the Brother Guild was, to which Songpil, thoughtfully, replied that they were quite famous. Presenting 4 half-naked, muscular guys in front of him, he explained that they live according to the principle of natural selection and value only strength, adding that this guild values tradition, hierarchy and loyalty. Rolling his eyes at so much information, Jikyu asked to explain in other words, to which Songpil replied with a straight face that they were boomers. The main character looked at the guys from the guild with interest. "What kind of youth have they gone?" said Yongsok, mockingly. "That's why they're C rank," he added, laughing loudly with the rest of the group. The enraged Yuan angrily and aggressively asked him what he said, about to get up, but Hanul stopped him, telling him to be patient. There were 5 of them from the Brother Guild. Yongsok mockingly asked if Jikyu's group was on a picnic, and then added that they should not think that they were worth anything, since they managed to get into the B-rank raid. The mocker's eyes showed hatred and contempt for the players in front of him. He said that they should be more agile than the rest, after which he asked if now was the time to sit and chat, adding that they should be more useful than the porters. The Jikyu group could not say anything to those who were stronger than them, but the main character did not have a face. Without running into a fight, Yongsung shrugged and said that it was boring here. They turned around and left, leaving the Jikyu group humiliated. Sunpil sadly turned to the main character and apologized. Jikyu bowed his head and said nothing. Sunpil looked at him silently, not understanding what was happening to him. Not far in front of them stood Donghee, surrounded by players, when suddenly he felt a huge force behind him. He turned around in horror, looking for the source of such terrifying energy. Its creator was Jikyam. He held his heart, trying to contain his rage and bloodlust. Elle screamed at him to calm down, and Lu asked if he really wanted to kill everyone. His eye glowed purple. Lu yelled at him to control himself. The whole group did not understand what was happening to him. Donghee approached Jikyu and asked him what was wrong with him. Jikyu did not react to his words. He did not understand what was happening, although he was already calmer. He saw the players' legs before his eyes. There were 2 more players standing in front of Donghee's squad. The leader, looking at Jikyu, said that there seemed to be some kind of skirmish here. The main character was breathing heavily, sweat was running down his face, and he himself was very confused. Donghee immediately said that he was not going to interrogate them at all. All the players watched what was happening. Donghee continued that, as the leader of the expedition, he must assess the situation. An idea suddenly came to Jikyu's head. After thinking a little, he said that there was a small quarrel, so he had a request. Donghee was surprised to hear this, so he asked the main character again. Jikyu rose heavily to his feet. After that, he pointed his finger at the guys from the Brother Guild, who were sitting nearby, eating something, and said that he would like to fight the player Yongseok. Hearing this, Yongseok was shocked. The players around were whispering in surprise and asking each other if there was really going to be a fight. Donghee, hearing Jikyu's request, asked him with a calm face if the main character could handle it, saying that the difference between C rank and B rank is not just 1 level. "I know," Jikyu said, smiling sarcastically and raising his finger up, after which he said that that's why he has an additional condition, because as everyone knows, with his C rank, he is the reserve force of the Morning Star. Yongseok watched in surprise as Jikyu, with his arms outstretched, continued that the V-rank Brother Guild is the main team of the raid, but real combat power is much more important than any ranks, isn't it? "So if I win," Jikyu said. After thinking a little, he said that he was asking to change the positions of the guilds. Hearing this, Sunpil was shocked. The guy wanted to say something to Jikyu, but he interrupted him and told him to just trust him. At this time, everyone from the Brother Guild had already approached them. "Just a minute," Yongseok, who approached, shouted. There was a malicious smile on his face. He asked if the Jikyu group was really deciding something without them, and then asked what they would benefit from the victory. The main character immediately answered this question, 500 million. Hearing such a huge price, sweat ran down his temple and shock appeared in his eyes. Jikyu, putting his hand forward and showing 5 fingers, with a malicious smile on his face and complete confidence in his eyes, said that if Yongseok wins, he will give him 500 million. Hearing this, Guild Brother didn't know what to say. They were incredibly angry. They conferred with each other, asking if he would cheat, when suddenly Sand, smiling broadly, said that it was unlikely that Jikyu would cheat in front of witnesses. "Then it's luck," someone from the guild said, adding that they would win anyway. Watching all this, Donghee said that as a leader, he must stop these riots. When suddenly he remembered that terrifying force behind him. He said to himself that if at that moment his feelings did not fail him. Lowering his head, he concluded that there might not be a better opportunity to check, after which, with complete seriousness in his voice, he agreed and said that, as the leader of the raid, he officially approved the duel. A crowd of players lined up around the duelists, forming a ring. Donghee was the judge. He said that using weapons or powerful attacks is prohibited, and if either side admits defeat, the fight will end immediately. Jikyu looked at his squad, who were terrified of what would happen next. But there was not a drop of fear on the protagonist's face. He looked at Lu, who asked if such a distance was enough, to which he replied that it was quite. Sunpil held both swords. Lu said that as the bowl grows, the communication range will increase. Elle suddenly intervened, telling the owner to be careful. The fight has begun. Yongseok, laughing, threw out his hand and said that Jikyu can attack first because a quick victory is too boring for him. Smiling ominously, he beckoned him with his hand, inviting him to try it once. Jikyu became very tense. He tried to analyze the situation. The main character said to himself that most likely his opponent had a B rank. Having fully examined his opponent, he noticed a strong aura around him, after which he said that judging by his physique, he was a typical close combat strongman or a tank. After thinking a little, he added that he most likely has at least one hidden weapon because he is V rank. After these words, Jikyu prepared to rush. At that very second he made it and headed towards his opponent. He was approaching Yangxiak with great speed. In his head, he said that he would try a high-speed attack first because he trusted his intelligence more than mindless analysis of battles. Jiku was very serious. He raised his hand to strike. Suddenly he was very surprised. He noticed that his opponent only smiled sarcastically, but did not even try to move or dodge. Is he really so confident in his strength? Jiku asked in his head, after which he added that he might have an instantly activated counterattack skill. He was getting closer to Yangxiak. In his head, he realized that it was too late to remove his fist, and said that as soon as his opponent launched a counterattack, he would need to dodge as quickly as possible and prepare for the next blow. Jiku cut through the wind, getting closer and closer to the enemy, who was expecting his blow. The blow was completed. The main character hit Yangxiak in the stomach with great force. From such a blow, the opponent's face twisted in pain. Jike, not having time to remove his fist, looked at him in surprise. A few seconds later, Yangxiak fell heavily to the ground. His muscles were contracting rapidly, his eyes were white, and foam was flowing from his mouth. Everyone from the Brother Guild was shocked and scared by what they saw. Even Donghi himself was terrified of Jiku's power. Having come to his senses, the leader pointed his hand at the main character standing in front of the defeated Yangxiak and shouted in confusion that Jiku had won. Jiku's team was incredibly happy about the victory of the main character. They immediately rushed to him with congratulations and questions about when he managed to become so strong, and also asking what his level was. At this time, members of the Brother Guild ran to their comrade, asking if he was okay. Donghi watched all this from the side. There was misunderstanding and mistrust in the eyes, an absurd smile on his face, and a drop of sweat running down his cheek. He said to himself that it was impossible to follow Jiku's actions with his eyes. He looked intently at the main character, who was scratching the back of his head in confusion, in the circle of his comrades, and said that it seemed that the player Jiku would become the most significant figure in this raid. Leader suddenly came from the forest. Donghi immediately looked at the person who said it. There was shock in his eyes. He realized that the search party had returned. 3 players emerged from the forest. Sweat was running down their faces. They were breathing heavily. They had obviously been running for a long time. Among the large number of players, only 3 came out and no one was visible behind them. Evening, the sun was already setting behind the horizon. Building of the President of the Association. The elevator went up to the 43rd floor. Office of the President of the Association. Tuskik stood in the office, telling the President in surprise, it turns out that an emergency B-rank expedition was assembled, and it went on a raid this morning. The President, despite Teschik, leafed through the papers about the raid, humming thoughtfully. Suddenly, he saw Jiku's name on one of the lists. Chief Teschik, said the President, to which he quickly asked what it was. The President, continuing to look out the window, said that the training ground floor of the association building, after saying, a portal between the countries. Teschik listened carefully to what the President was saying. The President, leafing through the documents about the raid, continued, a hospital for association employees, and also Secretary Songhun. Turning to his desk, he threw a tablet with documents on it and said that it seemed to him that Teschik was showing too many benefits to a player who was not their member. With his hands folded on the table, the President leaned towards the table and told him to explain himself. His eyes burned with bright red fire. At this time the raid was fighting. The sky was gray and there were only dead trees around. The Jiku detachment was ready for attack and defense. All players looked at the huge guardian, who was holding one of the raid members in his hand. In front of the monster was a huge pile of corpses. It was reported that the gamer's profession has the highest mortality rate and you need to get used to it, even if you don't want to. Players were hiding behind the trees behind the guardian as he devoured his victims. It has been reported, however, that when you are surrounded by predators, you become prey in their eyes, and it's difficult to get used to this. Donghi watched the monster closely, waiting for the moment, when suddenly his sword began to glow. He rushed to the attack, with hatred in his eyes, holding his sword behind his head. He used the hydro cut technique, which caused his blade to be enveloped in water. He delivered a precise blow to the guardian's back. Having fallen to the ground, the magic from his blade disappeared. The monster screamed furiously. All players came out from behind their covers. Tanks with shields prepared to storm. The command to fight sounded. Jiku held Lu and El in his hands, preparing to attack with complete seriousness. A hydraulic cut was used against the orc, and a wall of water hit him in the back. Jiku said that this time the attack tactics were simple. A preemptive attack by the raid leader would serve as a sign for the start of the operation. The Guardian swung at the people with a shout, his attempt to deal damage with his strongest skill while at the same time trying to attract the Guardian's attention. The hero ran to the attack. At that moment, large tank fighters stepped in front of the monster. Soldiers with shields summoned an earthen wall. The soldiers lined up the walls in a dense row. The orc hit the wall with a crash. The soldiers rested their shields against the wall, and with the simultaneous use of defensive skills, they repelled the monster's attack. People began throwing red shells at the monster. The last bearers below D rank would have to throw the explosive objects they brought with them over the fence. Archers and magicians stood in a row and shot at the monster. Many projectiles, arrows and magical attacks were flying at the monster from behind the wall. From behind the wall, the soldiers saw a huge explosion and a mixture of various flashes. Jikyu stood in the middle of the crowd with a sword and noticed how simple but effective this strategy was. Sweat was running down his face and he was worried. Sunpil looked at the fight in surprise, but the hero turned to him. He looked at Jikyu, who said that it was better not to stick his head out in this raid, but first to assess the situation, which caused great surprise in the guy. He looked at the hero and asked why, saying that they had already determined the positions of the main forces. Something caught Sunpil's gaze. Dust flew from behind the wall with a roar, and the wall began to crack. Fragments of the wall flew in different directions along with a cloud of dust. The soldiers intercepted the swords. Fragments flew very close to them. The hero said that this tactic has a significant drawback. The cloud of dust was dispersed by the strong tread of the monster. Throwing stones, he approached the soldiers, holding a huge sword in his hands. He shouted menacingly. The hero said that in case of failure, a chaotic battle could ensue. The man's small sword collided with the orc's huge cleaver. Writhing, the man flew to the side. Many shells were flying at the monster. The soldiers were not yet eager to attack. The fallen guy called out to Jiangwu. He coughed. Lying on the ground and holding his wound, he asked the man to cover him. The man uncorked the red flask, asking how long it was and guessing that it must be 30 minutes. Yingwu kept his sword ready and said that not even 5 minutes had passed. The man wiped his mouth and said with a smile, Dong He is impressive for deciding to confront such a huge monster. Dong He held a glowing sword in his hands. His eyes glowed blue. With a lightning dash he found himself behind the monster. Drops of water floated in the air as Dong He looked back. The orc waved his sword angrily. Dong He thought that the monster's wounds were healing too quickly. His recovery power was at the level of the guardian of the upper floors. The squad surrounded the monster. Orders to change the first and second teams were heard. The reserve team had to prepare for the explosion. Several people ran forward. The main squad stood still, and they turned to the leader. Sunpil said that they should intervene too. Jikyu went forward and said that he understood. Jikyu walked forward, holding 2 swords in his hands. Frightened people shouted to the hero that it was too dangerous ahead. Jikyu walked forward calmly. The blows flew a couple of centimeters away from him. He easily dodged the blows of a huge sword. He looked with a slight smile and thought that he knew it and his guesses were correct. He looked at his people and mentally asked how they could know this since they had only recently completed the tutorial. Jikyu dodged a long series of blows. He realized that the guardian was moving like ordinary orcs. He screamed furiously, but the only difference was physical strength and regeneration power. He remembered how he was asked how the hero would manage the 8 billion cash, and the hero replied that he would pay off his debts and buy new equipment. Jikyu dodged another blow. He smiled and decided that the orc was a suitable opponent. To test the strength of the new ego with which he had established a connection, the hero took off. The hero's legs began to be covered with lightning. He struck multiple times with both swords. He slowed down, Hermes displaying transparent wings on his shoes. Acceleration from it increased the speed for 5 minutes, and after 3 minutes you can move at maximum speed. Jikyu stood among the whirlwind of dust and looked at the enemy. The orc was covered with a bunch of cuts from which blood sprayed. People looked surprised. Dong He looked at the hero in shock. His eyes opened wide. The orc was sitting on one knee. Dong He shouted that the monster recovers strength too quickly and therefore it is better to hit once properly than to hit with a continuous attack. Jikyu confidently looked at the bleeding monster and everyone suddenly realized that regeneration had stopped. B glowed on the hero's chest. It gave him the restoration of magical powers and slowed down the healing process of his enemies, gradually worsening their wounds. The orc clenched his teeth and growled. He swung his sword, quickly rising to his feet. The soldiers fought off the fragments flying at them and asked what was wrong with the orc. Someone suggested that he was changing tactics. They looked at the unperturbed Jikyu and said that it did not look like it and most likely looked like the resistance of a monster driven into a corner. Jikyu smiled. He jumped, ending up behind the monster. The hero's eyes lit up. He foresaw all this. A pile of cuts covered the monster again. The soldiers watched in shock. The hero slid and waved his swords. The orc screamed, taking another blow. Jikyu dealt a new blow to Lu, enhanced by lightning. The fighters could not look away. The hero glided along the ground on Hermes. In an instant he was gone. He ran, placing Lu and L in different directions. The orc attacked, making a wide swing and cutting horizontally. Jikyu looked seriously at the approaching blow, realizing that he had a very small gap. He sped up even faster. No matter how an orc raises its level, an orc is an orc. Jikyu ran to the attack with a smile. He jumped and struck again, saying that the orc was not afraid of him at all. Jikyu smiled. A lot of cuts and splashes of blood. The fighters stood still and just watched. Jikyu stood by the defeated orc. They looked at the corpse of the monster and realized that the hero had caught it. The hero also looked at the corpse. People were shocked and said that he destroyed it single-handedly destroyed the lower demon fears. Jikyu was surprised and asked, "Is it really a demon?" Huge transparent jaws made of green smoke appeared in the air and the cannibalism skill was activated. The soldiers' surprise knew no bounds. They watched as the hero devoured the corpse of a huge monster, blood flying in all directions. Everyone was screaming that Fears was turning into an ego. Jikyu fell silent with displeasure. The fighters said that the transformation had failed. Some ego particles began to penetrate into Lu. There was a gust of wind and the heroes faced emptiness. Dong-hee stared in surprise for a while longer, but he turned sharply to the soldiers and ordered to attend to the wounded, saying that those who were not participating in the battle should put the detachment's property in order. There were fragments of stones and abandoned swords with bags all over the field. Dong-hee said not to weaken positions on the borders and everyone to expect a battle. Dong-hee approached the hero and asked if they could talk in private. They went. Jikyu looked at the pensive Dong-hee and assumed that Dong-hee would interrogate him about the suddenly missing corpse. After all, the guardian's body itself is of great value. He looked forward and thought that even more so it had corrected itself, leaving behind neither crystals nor objects, and Dong-hee was most likely going to answer for this. But there is no evidence that the hero is at fault. The monster was non-standard from the very beginning. Dong-hee will not make hasty decisions. They stopped aside from the detachment. Dong-hee pointed his hand at the hero and asked if he would like to join the Child Guild. Jikyu silently looked at the man, and Lu noted how pleased the hero was. He looked at the man, thanked him for the offer, and said that he did not plan to join anywhere, because he had now joined the guild temporarily only for the sake of participating in the raid. Dong-hee smiled and said he was sorry. He reached into his inner pocket and said that no matter what, he hoped that they could maintain good cordial relations. He handed over his business card and said that if the hero changes his mind or needs help, then he should call. Skyscraper of players. Jikyu smiled and asked permission to ask a question. Sunpul looked at the hero and asked what he wanted. Jikyu and Sunpul walked down the stairs. The hero said that he was embarrassed to ask this before, but why didn't he join the guild that Soku created? He said that the guy has enough skills and talents, and he probably also has connections. If he joined the guild, he would be among the winners. Sunpil laughed and said that there was no particular reason. He smiled and said that he didn't want people to say about him that he came from connections. He said that he wanted to achieve everything himself. Jikyu smiled too. Sunpil asked what about him. The guy raised his hand and said that then, what now? With the hero's abilities, there were probably many offers from Soku. Jikyu thought about it. He looked at the sunset sky. The red-haired girl turned to them and asked what the two of them were whispering about. The guy who was walking next to her asked if they would go to dinner with him. Jikyu smiled and said that another time, because he now needs to move. He moved away from the crowd, waved his hand and said that he was going home to pack. At parting, they promised to see the hero soon, and he promised that he would invite them to the housewarming party. The heroes turned away. Jikyu reached into his pocket for his phone. There was a message from Teskik on the screen. The technician asked to call when the raid was over. Night has already fallen. The technician asked the hero for forgiveness. He looked at him and said that this old man. Teskik and Jikyu stood at the door and Teskik said that the president of the association wanted to have dinner with him, which was a big surprise for the hero. He said that in that case it would be worth dropping by the hairdresser on the way. Tishik said that the president of the Korean Players Association, he only knows that he is an outstanding person. He is a great person hiding in the world of Korean players. Jikyu thought with excitement about why he needed it and said that this was Teshik's house. The elevator stopped on the 10th floor. Teskik said that the president wanted to personally prepare dinner and treat the hero. There was trash and boxes everywhere, and there were bikes. The technician opened the door and walked forward, saying that they had already arrived. They took off their shoes. The president's voice said that Teshik had already returned. The guy looked at the old man displeasedly and said that this was no longer funny, and asked how long he would repeat these words. The old man said that he would say whatever he wanted. Jikyu appeared from around the corner. The old man said that they sewed it on time. The technician asked what the menu was today, saying that there was nothing to eat at home. Jikyu looked surprised when the old man said that he had stocked up in advance and ordered the guy to lay out the cutlery. Behind the stove in a kitchen apron stood a mature man with well-groomed hair and a beard. He said that there was a pigsty in the house. The hero could not believe that the president of the Korean Players Association was standing in front of him. He extended his hand to the hero with a smile. The man said that he was very pleased to meet you. The hero extended his hand and said his name. He didn't finish speaking and suddenly looked ahead in fear. A terrible energy emanated from the president. He introduced himself first, calling himself Digu. Jikyu frowned, appreciating how much pressure came from his power, realizing that not everyone could be the head of superhumans. Teskik looked at the men and asked them to stop. because this was their first time seeing each other. Jiku was again surprised to realize that Daegu was Taeshik's father. The table was set with many delicious and aromatic dishes. Daegu told everyone to quickly help themselves and wished them a pleasant appetite. He looked sarcastically at the hero and said that he had heard so much from his son. Daegu looked at the hero with a piercing gaze and said that he helped him a lot, taking advantage of his position as a boss. Jiku chewed his food in confusion while Daegu said that Taeshik was helping him too much. The technician turned angrily to his father and said that he shouldn't talk about this while eating, because the hero might have indigestion. Jiku silently watched the argument between father and son. Daegu said that such things should be said, and Taeshik said that Jiku couldn't even swallow. Daegu deflected and said that he wanted to make one proposal to the hero. Jiku nervously swallowed his food. He coughed and asked what proposal we were talking about. There was still a lot of food on the table. Daegu said that the association wanted to hire him for a job. Jiku replied that he had already told Tesuku that he would not be a member anywhere. He fell silent in surprise when Daegu said that was not what he was talking about. He looked at the hero and said listen. He asked if Jiku wanted to become a mercenary for the association. It's still night, the hero's apartment. He walked up the stairs and remembered the words Taeshik had spoken, that although his father said so, he himself was not going to put pressure on his weak points. He remembered talking to a friend before leaving. Taeshik said that his father meant that he, on the contrary, could get help from the association, and if he wanted, they would help and provide what he needed, and for him it's not so bad sounds. The hero rose. It may not be a full-time position, but there are many advantages to this position. He said out loud that according to Taeshik, this is very good. He looked down thoughtfully and thought about being in an association. He remembered Sunpul asking what about him. The hero introduced the soldiers of the Kane Guild. While the hero is hanging out on the first level, Soku has already become the head of the guild, which in Korea can be counted on one hand. Jiku looked up and realized that all he was doing was getting help. He imagined Soku's silhouette in front of him and said to himself that he couldn't always be in debt, he would like to stand firmly on his feet. Dark Forest, Soku was promised to see him in the tower. There was an explosion. The man quickly jumped forward. He stood with a sword in front of the magician, who said that he missed. The man said that he would sort it out and put the sword forward. A flame spread out in front of the heroes. A huge saber-toothed beast jumped out of it. He was completely covered in fire, and the man swung his hand with a scream. He cut the beast's flesh. He fell dead in front of the men. The warrior exhaled. The magician suggested leaving, given that it was night outside. The warrior looked at the magician and said that they would catch one or two more and that would be it. The men began to tremble from the cold. The warrior said that it was time to increase the level and asked if the magician felt that it was getting colder. He assumed it was because it was getting dark. He shivered from the cold and said that it should be warm on the 26th floor. They approached the foot of the hill. The grass was covered with frost and snow was falling behind the cliff. The magician shouted in surprise. In front of them, all living creatures were encased in ice. The huge clearing was covered with ice. The wind carried the cold in all directions. The warrior turned to the head of the guild. Soku was sitting on a block of ice. The warrior said that it seemed that there was nothing here either. He gloomily agreed. He stood up. She turned around and, exhaling steam, ordered to rise. The TV was showing the player of the week. People were sitting at the meeting. Last weekend, the Angela Guild announced that they had taken over the 80th floor, causing shock throughout the world. Guild leader and #1 ranker in the world, player Sunho, as well as newcomer Yubin, whose name was added to the list of top rankers in March. South Korea has once again proven in practice that it is a leading power in terms of good players. The presenter said that they had prepared for people a chart of the best players of the week, and the first of them. The screen showed an evil man with fiery eyes and a crazy smile. Living legend, Asura. Let's find out more about it. The second presenter said that he was one of the top 5 rankers, called the top 5. Little is known about Asura. They don't know his nationality or his age. Before Sunho came along, he was called the strongest in the world. Jiku listlessly watched the news and asked if this same Asura was the president of the Korean Players Association and Taeshik's father. Taeshik sat opposite at the table and said that it was so, and the hero said that Taeshik was born with a golden spoon in his mouth. Then he thought and said that it was a diamond one. The technician chuckled, reached into his inner pocket and said not to tell anyone because it was a secret. He handed the hero a box with a ring and offered to take it. Jiku recoiled in fear, asking if this was a marriage proposal. The technician said languidly that this is a kind of identity card that is issued to all mercenaries. With it he can use the same powers as the director. Jikyu asked in surprise. T-Skik introduced Sung-hoon, who was riding in the car, and said that he would now be the hero's official secretary. It was a bit dark in the office. T-Skik said that when capturing a tower or gate, the hero will be treated the same as the first rankers. After completing tasks, the hero will receive fees, and those items that he obtains during the assignments will be able to sell to the association without a commission. Jikyu looked at T-Skik in surprise, who concluded by saying that he, as a mercenary, would be able to refuse assignments. It was a sunny day, but on one side of the building the weather was gloomy. Night, USA, New York. Iron Guild office. The Iron Shield silently looked out the window. He asked if the guest wanted to see him. The unknown man silently looked at the shield. The shield turned to a long-haired guy named Rogers. He coughed. The shield looked at the guy, then back out the window and asked what was the matter. Rogers angrily asked to be sent to Korea, saying that he would do everything there. The shield immediately agreed, which surprised Rogers. Shield, without turning around, said that they had opened a branch in Korea and he would give him the opportunity to become the head of the branch, clarifying that he could do whatever he wanted. Rogers looked in shock at the head, who said that he would give him Nain with him. Rogers asked excitedly whether the head would really give him the sacred sword Nain with him. He bowed and began to thank the head. The Iron Shield said that Rogers would become his main trump card, which would help him take revenge, and about the Demon King. He turned around, his leg below the knee was replaced with an iron prosthesis. He angrily bared his teeth and said that the next time they met, he would tear this creature apart. The iron prosthesis glittered and reflected everything on its smooth surface. Description of the characteristics of the sword L and the capabilities that its owner receives. The car drove along the road. Jikyu thought about the sword, thinking that after absorbing Kallian, his powers increased. He looked at the stats windows and wondered where to get this sword. L turned to the hero and said that his abilities had awakened, but he didn't remember everything. Jikyu looked into his reflection and turned to Lu. The hero remembered the huge wolf and said that he got his ego last time, but he doesn't yet know how to use its fragments, but Lu said that he absorbed part of fears. He looked ahead thoughtfully and mentally asked how it was. Has anything changed? Lu thought about it. Sung-hoon noticed with a smile that the hero had changed his hairstyle. Jikyu smiled and said that he tidied up his hair a little, otherwise it looked too untidy. Lu assumed that the secretary heard them. The hero mentally replied that this was impossible and asked what was wrong with the fragments. Lu replied that he knew nothing at all. Jikyu looked out the window with annoyance. He turned to the secretary and asked what the name of the place where they were going was. The machine continued to move. Sung-hoon said that the place is called Yesu Gate, and according to the assessment results, the level fluctuates between F and C rank. The hero just needs to complete the task. Jikyu thought about it and smiled, saying that this was his first job as a mercenary and he was a little worried. He saw them drive past the rest area until Sung-hoon said that the hero's first goal was reconnaissance and therefore there was nothing to worry about because he would go with him. Jikyu thought annoyed that they passed his potatoes. Sun-Hu asked if the hero knew that in the association all mercenaries are given code names. Jikyu turned around with pain on his face, still thinking about the lost potatoes, and decided to clarify about the code names. He cited the Demon King and Asura as examples. The dashboard was silent. The hero said that he had never even heard of such a thing. The secretary said that today at the morning meeting it was decided what name to give the hero. As the car picked up speed, the secretary said that the Jikyu player's code name was Morning Star. Jikyu looked at the driver listlessly. He smiled bewilderedly and imagined how delighted the guys would be if they found out. The secretary's face was touched by a light, crazy smile, and the annoyed Jikyu asked why he was smiling. The route was blocked. The staff stood in front of the purple portal. Jikyu ate meat and was addressed by his code name and told that they were honored to meet him. The man bowed and introduced himself as the head of the Players Association in Disu City named Incheol. The hero said that it is not necessary to bow. Confused, he rubbed his head and asked to be called by his name. Behind him, Sung-hoon couldn't help but laugh. The portal sparkled and shone, emitting a long hum. The leader said that this gate was discovered 4 days ago. The fact that this is a special gate became known only recently, so no one has entered it yet. Sung-hoon thought about it and said that everything was according to plan and first there would be reconnaissance. He asked what about the military forces. Incheol said that they could provide a B rank unit if they needed help. The secretary said that was enough. Incheol smiled and said that the necessary equipment had already been prepared, and when they are ready, they can immediately. The secretary and the head turned around in surprise. The hero was heading towards the gate. Frightened, they began to call him back. Jikyu stood silently in front of the gate. Incheol said that it was special and therefore it was dangerous to come so close to it. Jikyu looked at the gate and asked Lu and El if it was true. Both confirmed this. He touched the surface of the gate, along which water ripples spread out. The gate glowed red. The entire space was enveloped in red light and black streams of energy. The men screamed in shock that the gate had begun to burst. The destruction became more and more serious. People asked to quickly call the main office and ask for help from the main guilds. Jikyu calmly looked at the screen. He reached for the screen, where the inscription was burning, "Do you want to connect?" The employees rushed around in fear around the flaring gates. They asked if they had called from the main office. One of the men said at least another 15 minutes. The hero clicked on the pop-up window. He looked at them in fear and realized that the gate was the ego during the battle with Changjin. He, of course, foresaw this. They called him to him. Sunhoo ran up and pulled the hero's hand out of the gate. He looked at the confused hero and said that it was too dangerous. The employees were also confused and asked what just happened. The gate returned to a stable state and was cordoned off. Sunghoon was sitting in a temporary office and he said sarcastically that the hero was great. Jikyu was silent in embarrassment. Sunghoon looked at the hero and asked if he was really going to destroy the gate now. He asked what's next, controlling monsters. Jikyu looked to the side guiltily and said that he himself did not think that everything would turn out like this. The secretary exhaled and leaned back. He asked what happened there. Jikyu looked at the secretary. Employees and representatives of the guild stood at the fenced gate. Sunghoon said that the gate had returned to its previous state, but it was a gate rupture. The hero said that he was only guessing for now, because this was the first time this had happened to him. He said that it was difficult to explain and perhaps it was because of his unique abilities. Sunghoon frowned and said something about unique abilities, noting that it was inconvenient to ask about them. He handed the surprised hero a mask and ordered him to take it. A smiling face looked at the hero. He asked what it was. The secretary replied that it was a paper mask to which he had added blush. A large number of people and players gathered around the gate. Sunghoon said that there were all signs of the gate being broken, and so they urgently gathered the players and placed them outside. Sunghoon looked out the window and said that more reporters would arrive soon. He showed the video on his phone and asked if Jikyu wanted to become a news hero, so he said to wear a mask at least in front of people. Jikyu embarrassedly showed the mask to the secretary and began to say something about his taste, and Sunghan said that he had difficulty getting it anyway. After a 3-hour meeting, it was decided that the hero would enter the gate alone. There were several objections, but it seems the association decided to help. The hero stood opposite the gate inside the fence. There were 3 rings on his hand. The best mercenary, the best and strongest. The employee asked if the hero could do it alone. Jikyu looked at the man through the mask and said that this was due to his unique abilities and ordered the secretary, just in case, to wait outside. A window appears asking if the hero wants to connect. Through the mask, the hero said that he wanted to connect and extended his hand. His silhouette disappeared into the rotation of the gate and crumbled into sparks. Night gloomy forest with bare trees. The yellow-eyed raven turned around at the noise. Jikyu walked on the cold autumn ground. He walked through the forest. Sunghoon said through his earpiece that he was checking his right. The guy asked again. He took off his mask and said that in any case with Lu and all they should have just given a name, with the gate probably different. Lu said that they looked kind of cheap. El remained silent. The hero put the mask in his bag. He said that he didn't know, but it seemed like he just needed to take possession of it. Lu replied that he didn't know exactly what the best way to start was to blow everything to smithereens. Jikyu shivered from the cold and said that it was somehow uneasy here. It would be better for his mental health to clear the dungeon as quickly as possible. El said he felt dark magic. Lu said he liked it here. Jikyu walked and looked around. The guy was surprised. Lu turned to him and said that it seemed to him that this was not at all necessary. The hero stopped. The ground shook. Skeletons in rusty armor began to crawl out of it. A huge army ran to attack the main character. He clenched his fists, preparing to fight. He frowned. Among the army of skeletons, a headless horseman galloped towards him. The hero asked if it was Dullahan. The horseman held a head with glowing eyes in his hand. Jikyu asked if it was too much to send him an intermediate boss. The hero took a fighting stance and turned to El and Lu. They responded and the hero took off, leaving red, blue and yellow trails behind him. He began to move from one skeleton to another. Skulls were crushed, armor cracked from blows. Usually the hero in such situations. He jumped with a sword on the headless horseman and said that in such situations it is customary to cut off the head of the leader. Lu said that he already had. The axe slid along the ground. The horseman blocked her attack from the hero. The raven sat on a swayed cross. The hero stood on a long road surrounded by a cemetery. Lu said that something was wrong here. Jikyu looked down and asked what exactly. Lu replied that these skeletons were too few. There is also an intermediate boss, Dullahan. In the memories, the hero stood near the defeated enemies. Lu said that compared to the magic hovering in the gate, it was rather weak. Jikyu nodded and said that it was indeed much weaker than he had heard and asked what was wrong with that. He suddenly opened his eyes. He looked at the altar in front of him. Beneath him lay a large stone coffin. Jikyu guessed that now was the moment for the boss to appear. The lid of the coffin moved and green smoke poured out of it. Lu asked the hero to be careful. The coffin lid fell to the ground. Lu said that there must be a reason why Dullahan was so weak. The hero intercepted Lu, who became covered in red energy. Lu suggested that the reason might be a withered hand with many rings appeared. A skull face looked at the heroes. A dead man in a black robe hung above the coffins in green smoke. Lu said that all the magical power that should be in the gate is all concentrated in the last boss. The skull's eyes glowed red. Jiku frowned, guessing that if the one who appears either at the top level gate or after the 60th floor. Jiku prepared to attack. In front of him was the Lick. He asked if the hero is really the one who wants to become his master. Jiku looked at the undead in fear. The Lick hung over the coffin and said that he was asking again. He pointed his finger at the hero and asked if he really wanted to become his master. The hero asked why the voice of the system comes from the gatekeeper. The hero and the Lick were opposite each other. The Lick spoke in the voice of the system. Jiku clenched his teeth nervously. He shouted that yes, he came here to become the master of these gates. So he asked if the Lick was a gateway. The Lick asked again. He groaned. In a human voice, he said that he was the gate and he was the owner of this place. The hero was surprised by the Lick's human voice. The undead hand glowed green. Jiku got ready. Mentally, he turned to Lu and El, saying that they would act first. A weapon appeared in the Lick's hand. He shouted to the hero to prove that he had the right to become its master. The stone in the Lick's staff glowed green. The Lick was covered in a whirlwind of dark energy. The hero was already in a jump, but a fireball was flying at him. Jiku clenched his teeth, realizing that it was too late to dodge. The cemetery was illuminated and destroyed by a powerful explosion. The hero coughed. The smoke and ashes fell. Jiku was mentally shocked by such an attack. Lu was stuck in the ground next to the hero. He said that the Lick would attack again. The hero said that he already knew. He looked at the enemy. Many luminous arrows flew from the Lick. He asked, "Is this really all?" After all, he hasn't even started. The arrows approached the hero. They began to destroy the earth. The sword became covered with energy. Jiku grabbed the sword and slipped through. He used speed. A bunch of arrows pierced the ground and began to tear it apart, but only a blue trail remained around the cloud of dust. The Lick smiled and said that the hero was trying in vain. A bunch of arrows destroyed the battlefield. Jiku dodged at the last moment, realizing that if he was distracted, it would be the end. He ran and turned to Lu, wanting to ask him for something. The hero mentally told Lu not to worry because he used a smoke projectile last time. The sword was surprised and wanted to say something to the hero, but he threw it far forward at full speed. The sword stuck into the stone and began to call out to its owner. Jiku smiled and asked for forgiveness. The hero zigzagged and ran away from a chain of strong explosions behind him. He was approaching the Lick. He swung the red thread. The Lick and the hero clashed their weapons. The undead looked at the guy and said that the one who wants to become his master at such a rate. Jiku turned around. He knocked sparks out of the Lick's staff. The blow bounced off and hit the Lick. A dark sphere began to form near the staff. Jiku immediately broke the distance. The Lick coughed. He repaired his cut. He saw El's sword and said that he had an annoying weapon. He realized that it was better not to drag out this fight. The hero's eyes reflected many arrows approaching him. He looked at the arrows above his head. A huge hail of arrows was like rain. The entire sky above the cemetery was dotted with arrows. Sweat started running down his face. Lu said there was no way around it. El asked to run it, saying that he would take it upon himself. The arrows flew at great speed. Together they created a disgusting whistle. They began to pierce the ground. Jiku shouted forward. El responded. He began to wave, deflecting the arrows, saying that Lu was not suitable for this. Lu asked what his master was talking about. He said that he would easily oppose such low magic. Jiku continued to deflect the arrows and said that now they cannot bet on something they are not sure of. The guy frowned. The green haze of the Lick became brighter. The hero realized that the enemy was only getting stronger. He asked himself if he could hold out further. He clenched his teeth. The arrows continued to pierce the ground in an endless hail, and the hero continued to fight them off. He asked if Lu was confident in his abilities. The sword said without further ado that he was naturally confident. The sword returned to the owner's hand and he shouted that he believed him. Leaving a trail of red lightning, he began to deflect the arrows with a dark sword. The hero saw that Lu was absorbing the energy of a magical weapon. The consciousness of the master of the magical weapon began to awaken in Lu. The hero asked in surprise. The system responded that he needed to make a sacrifice to complete the awakening. The stone in the sword guard sparkled. He lit up. The cemetery was covered with a red sphere. The sky was covered with red lightning. The Lick looked at what was happening in surprise, asking how this man was doing. He clenched his jaw. He looked at the guy. The attack of arrows stopped. He said that the man really wants to become his master, but he still can't recognize it. He spread his arms. Green smoke rushed forward. He said that they are starting the next test. The dead began to crawl out of the ground. One by one they crawled out of their graves. The Lick laughed hoarsely. All the dead were attracted and stuck together into one meatball under his feet. The hero looked at the massive meat and said that he had a lot of questions, but said that he didn't have time for that, right, Lu? Lu agreed. The dead opened their eyes, they glowed red. The lick stood on a huge monster made from dead bodies. Jikyu looked at the sight in shock, calling the giant a flesh golem. The giant, covered in green energy, swung to strike. He stuck his hand into the ground. Dust rose. The lick thought that if the enemy was very different from him, then all he had to do was take him with a force superior to him. Then, a blue spot shone in the smoke. The hero ordered to use speed. The fire in the lick's eye socket narrowed. A blue train ran along the golem's arm, approaching his head. The hero jumped and was literally a meter away from the lick, standing on the head of the golem. He swung his swords and asked with a smile if he had proven the gate. The fire in the lick's eyes went out. The hero pierced the monster. He said that he recognizes the hero as his master. The system reported that the gate accepted a connection with the hero and asked to determine his name. The shockwave spread for many miles around. The lick's head crumbled and smoke poured out of it. Dark clots were reaching towards the hero. He froze after striking, asking what to call this time. He looked at the sparkling sword and asked what happened to Lu. Energy emanated from the stone in the guard. From the core of the eye, Lu coughed. He laughed madly and asked the hero if he had seen. He said it was him. Eyes looked at the hero and asked if he really thought that he would look like that from the sidelines. How does this sword become stronger than him? He laughed evilly, and Jikyu asked in alarm what was happening to Lu. The stone flared up in sparks more and more. He laughed. The hero called him. Suddenly the sparks went out. The hero asked if he was speaking too rudely. He asked what was suddenly wrong with him. Lu said guiltily that just now El said that Lu was confused. El began to speak, but Lu interrupted him and asked him not to talk nonsense. The ring sparkled and Lu said that he needed to rest because he had a headache. Jikyu said that he had many questions for him. He looked at the crystals lying on the ground and said that more about that later. Lu thanked him for his understanding. The hero thought about it and said that he needed to come up with a new name. The system asked to determine the name of the gate. He silently looked at the window. The hero's eyes closed. He remembered that Brunhart was dead. He opened his eyes and said what he had come up with. He smiled and said that the gate would call Brunhart. City, sunset. The system reported that there was a warning about a gate rupture. People evacuated in panic. Association staff will help people go to shelter. The heroes stood opposite the gate, while the system repeated that there was a rupture warning. One of the players said that this had not happened for a long time. He asked what rank. The second player said that the rank changes from F to C. Someone got out of the car while the player was asking if this was some kind of special gate. Teskik looked at the driver and asked for help. He replied that they had gathered all the guilds that were nearby. Child was on the way. The driver looked ahead. Teskik asked if the evacuation was completed. The driver replied that everything was going smoothly and said that the evacuation would be completed in about 30 minutes. The technician turned around and ordered to finish in 10. He looked to the side and said that now is the biggest problem. He looked at the crowd of journalists who did not listen and did not want to leave, who said something about freedom of speech, and among them there are players, which complicates the situation. The technician grinned angrily, saying to leave the journalists if they wanted to die. He looked at the crowd angrily, thinking that breaking the gate itself was not such a big problem. Including him, there were quite a lot of players. He looked at the players and the gate, thinking that if this was really a rupture, then something had happened to Jikyu. The players all opened their mouths in surprise. The gate expanded and became covered in red energy. Everyone began to give orders to be ready for battle. Teskik shouted that there was still a rupture. He took out a weapon, mentally apologizing to Kihyun. Mentally, he apologized to Jikyu. They turned to him. He thought that no matter what happened, he took off. He jumped to the gate, mentally telling the hero that he would kill his enemies with his own hands. The technician angrily shouted the name of the main character. The hero came out of the gate and responded. He looked at Tashchik flying towards him and asked if they called him. The technician exclaimed loudly. Flying further, he said that he flew through the gate and called the hero, "I will come." He did not have time to finish and rolled head over heels on the ground. The masked Jikyu scratched his cheek guiltily. He turned around and asked what was there. He was blinded by a bright light. Journalists began to take pictures of him, demanding to show his face, saying that this was a special report. They exclaimed that the hero single-handedly cleared the gates right before they burst. Jikyu covered himself from the flashes. They demanded an interview from him, asking about his rings and mask. Night, city. Digu sat gloomily at the table, saying, "What is this?" He looked at the hero and asked if this was true. He noted that the hero became strong very quickly. Sunghyun embarrassedly asked if he could listen to their conversation. After all, it concerned special skills. Teshchik said that they trusted him and therefore took him with them, clarifying that if they did not trust him, they would not have appointed him secretary in the first place. The technician took the sticks in his hands and asked what happened after connecting with the gate. The hero looked to the side and said that, to be honest, this was the first time this had happened to him and he didn't understand. He said that now the state was stabilization in progress and he was not responding to calls. According to him, he feels like he lost something when the gates closed. The technician chewed and asked what happened to Lu's ego. Jiku looked at the guy and said that he continues to remain silent for now, but judging by the fact that he continues to use his skills normally, there is no problem. Digu said in surprise about who could have the gate. He said that if this became known, the whole world would turn upside down. He smiled slightly, pointing to the hero, and said that, naturally, he needn't worry about being photographed by reporters because the association was already taking measures and it wouldn't leak to the press. The hero calmly thanked Digu. The phone in the hero's pocket rang. Jiku smiled guiltily and stood up. Digu said that he could calmly answer. The hero walked away and took the call. He covered his mouth with his hand and looked at the dissatisfied Digu, who thought that he had oversalted the food. The hero received a call from Yu Jiang. He answered that he was having an important conversation and then Yu Jiang replied that he was now being shown on TV. Jiku stood around the corner while the men were silently having dinner. Yu Jiang said that judging by the rings and chains it was immediately clear that this was the main character. He asked what kind of strange mask he had. Teskik turned to his father and said that judging by the message they both received, it could have been from the association. Father and son took out their phones. Yu Jiang said that the hero is not bad because he is an unknown hero who prevented a breakup. Jiku looked at his friends in fear. Yu Jiang asked if he could brag to his friends. All the men looked at the hero in shock. Yu Jiang called to the hero on the phone. The technician looked intently at the phone. The phone showed news about preventing a breakup. He said that they were gone. The poster showed Jiku wearing a mask. Su Jiang looked at the news on the phone. Behind her, someone asked what happened because she looked cheerful. Su Jiang smiled, saying that she looked at the phone with a smile. Ball stood behind her and magical symbols hovered above them. Su Jiang said that she seems to have a good student. Players paparazzi. They mainly follow those who have already retired. They are collecting material related to the tower, gates and players. Teskik and Jiku were washing the dishes. The first said that he could not control everything and it was his mistake. The hero said that it was not on purpose. The technician closed his eyes, saying that they were simply unlucky, saying that it seemed that while the journalists were digging under the hero, one annoying reporter got in. Jiku looked at his friend and asked who he was talking about. He was told that he used to be quite famous as a ranker. Henkal stood gloomily with his hands in his pockets. Teskik said that he used to be one of the best among the rankers. Jiku looked in surprise at the man who said that it was better not to mess with him. He asked the hero to be careful. Small street, Dongdimun, Dikal's workshop. The hero imagined Lu, who would say that he had completely lost his head over this subject, saying that he had only acquired bad habits, asking what kind of idiot was this ego prop owner. Jiku closed his eyes anxiously, saying that Lu would probably have said so if he had been conscious. He looked around the shelves with goods, saying that he was somehow lonely without him. L asked for forgiveness, noting that he didn't even have anything to say. Jiku closed his eyes again, telling L that there was no point in killing herself like that. Dikal looked at the hero and asked what he was muttering under his breath. Jiku asked how the old man was doing. He smiled and said that he had seen the article, saying that the hero was now a celebrity. He looked at B and Hermes, saying that they were now doing well and asking if he should pay for advertising. Jiku smiled embarrassedly, saying that this is why he came. Dikal asked in surprise, is it really for the money? Jiku continued to scratch his head and said that he needed something to hide his identity. Dikal smiled and realized that the hero was talking about the mask, noting that it was quite disgusting. Dikal said that there was nothing in his workshop that would suit the taste of the hero, but he said that it was not about the mask. Jiku looked at his rings and said that everyone now knows about the mask and the ego, saying that the mask, of course, can be removed. And there is no particular interest in B. He recalled discussions in the comments, clarifying that rings received a lot of attention. He looked at his hand and said that he could not take them off and therefore would like to cover them with something. Dikal languidly pointed to one of the shelves, saying that gloves and mittens were there. There were several options on the shelves. The choice was small. Jiku silently looked at the shelf and thought that at first he succeeded. But then he managed to establish a connection with Brunhart, and in the case of Hermes and B it was much easier. He looked at the shelf and mentally turned to L, asking if this made his cup bigger. L confirmed. She said that before it was just her and Lu, and the cup was almost full, but now the hero has become much stronger, not even comparable to what it was. The guy smiled embarrassedly while L said that she meant that before he was inferior and the name just didn't suit that ego, and the hero asked not to console him. He focused on his choice of gloves, mentally commenting on how good everything looked, saying that too much of a design could have the opposite effect. Suddenly something caught the hero's attention. He made his choice. Ikal thought to himself with a smile that the guy had chosen an excellent option. He turned to the connection and said that the name of the gloves. They glowed with energy. He named the gloves Oberon. The system reported that the hero had established a connection with Oberon and said that he could look at the information about Oberon. The hero looked in surprise at the shining gloves. The man asked the hero's opinion. He turned to him and said that he felt a little strange, but said that he could get used to it. an information window about Oberon appeared. The gauntlets temporarily increased the power of their powers. Jikyu pulled out, wondering if he could summon Lu like that, noting that ordinary gloves would simply tear. He called Lu and L. The fingers under the mitten sparkled yellow and red. Both swords appeared in the hero's hands. Dikal whistled in surprise. The hero looked at both swords and wondered if the gauntlets could cover them. He used transformation into an accessory. The gloves became covered in blue energy. Jikyu looked at the man, deciding that this would not be an inconvenience in everyday life. He said it was just great and asked how much it cost. Dikal calmly said that the guy doesn't have to pay. He said that in return when he needed him. He folded his hands busily and asked if he could help him. The next day, Association Building, first floor, lobby. Jikyu looked forward in surprise. A huge crowd stood in front of him and Sunghan. Everyone demanded answers to questions about whether he was really a secret agent of the association. The hero asked who are all these people. Sunghan calmly replied that his head has been pounding lately because of these journalists. He smiled and said that after that article they began to come every day, all because of that masked ranker who, on his first mission. He looked ahead gloomily, finishing that he had declared himself so brightly. The men looked at the crowd with annoyance. The hero said that there was no way to climb the tower yet and said that he needed to find out if there was a gate somewhere, but the secretary said that this would not be necessary. He smiled, saying that the reporters think that the Jikyu player is a ranker, so they strive to get to the higher floors. He looked at the irritated hero and said that their masked ranker was on the lower floors, so there were no problems. Jikyu asked if the secretary was really getting into trouble. It was a sunny day. Tower, first floor. The hero put on Oberon. He stood in front of the defeated enemy, remembering Dikal's words for help. Jikyu looked to the side, thinking that Dikal does not set prices on his weapons out of the blue because he is very proud of his products. He walked forward, thinking that this must be a very serious request. Someone turned to the hero. Jikyu turned around in fear, but he was alone. He asked if Elle had heard it, but she did not hear anything. Jikyu turned around and said that someone was just talking about some owner. Someone asked the owner to call him by name. The hero asked if Elle heard now. Elle suggested that it might have been Lu who woke up. Jikyu looked at his hands and said that the voice was different and he was asking him to call him by name. The guy raised his head up in surprise. He called Brunhart. A mirror sphere filled with blue energy appeared in the air. The hero looked at the sphere above him and said that this was some kind of familiar situation. He didn't look away and said that it had already happened. He remembered how he fell naked somewhere down. His eyes looked forward in shock. Jikyu screamed and grabbed his shoulders. His cry echoed over the Lesmo. The sphere hung silently in the sky. Jikyu closed his eyes and after a while reluctantly opened one eye. The sphere sank lower. The system reported that Brunhart's form had not yet been determined and asked to determine Brunhart's form. Jikyu looked at the sphere in fear. Elle asked what happened to her owner. He said nothing. The sphere hung in front of the hero. The system asked to determine Brunhart's form. Jikyu exhaled in annoyance and said that with Lu it was different. He turned to Elle and asked if she knew anything. Slowly the hero walked towards the floating sphere. Elle asked him to touch the sphere and imagine the image he needed. He asked if this was enough. He touched the sphere. Without lifting his hand, he began to think about the image he needed. Jikyu closed his eyes and mentally turned to Brunhart. He told her that they had not spent much time together. He remembered the moment of the battle and said that he was grateful to the ego that kept him until his death, if only this time he could protect him. He remembered the destroyed armor and mentally said that it would be great if he did not leave him guarding. The sphere burst into vortices and shreds of energy. All the flaps rushed into the hero's chest. The sphere disappeared. The hero's body sparkled green. He looked at the green circle under his t-shirt, saying that he was not some kind of Iron Man. Brunhart began to call the owner. The hero exclaimed in surprise. Brunhart said that he was glad to be with him again. The hero looked in surprise at the glow near his chest and asked again. He asked if he was Brunhart. The system reported that Brunhart is an ego that takes over memory. The armor appeared on the hero's body. The hero asked if he really was Brunhart. He happily replied that he was the one. Jikyu smiled in relief as the armor said it was glad to meet him again. Jikyu looked away in embarrassment, mentally saying that he was imagining a huge pot-bellied knight who would guard him nearby, and he also noted that the voice was somehow childish. The hero ordered to use the fusion and was enveloped in green whirlwinds. Elle greeted Brunhart and introduced herself. He said that he remembered her and responded with mutual joy. Jikyu looked at the newly appeared window, mentally speaking of not turning into an accessory, but merging. A window with information about Brunhart appeared again. The hero thought that with the help of the name he had adopted memories, and also the reflection skill that he originally had appeared again. He assumed that new abilities appeared due to the gate skills. Jikyu smiled and praised Brunhart. A flash appeared over the clearing. The hero suggested immediately testing the armor and ordered it to open. Over the course of a week, the hero climbed the tower and assessed Brunhart's condition. In the clearing, a portal was opened from which a skeleton in armor with a shield emerged. First, the hero assessed new skills in opening and closing, that is, it was about opening and closing gates. The skeleton ran to attack. The hero could not personally enter the open gate, and the monsters inside the gate did not obey his orders. The skeleton swung. Jikyu swung and the dead man's head flew apart. The skeleton fell to the ground, and the hero thought that this was definitely a useful skill because it could cause the gate to be summoned. He looked at the portal and ordered them to be closed, regretting that he could not possess them completely. Indeed, in this case, his strength would go beyond human capabilities. Next is absorption and management. The hero walked through the jungle, realizing that these skills were related to Brunhart's growth. The information windows reported on the principles of absorption. This is when you can absorb other gates and grow due to this. And control, when you can absorb gates of lower rank and control them. The hero, judging by the description, roughly understood what it was. Brunhart said that this can only be used in relation to those gates that the hero possesses. Jikyu thoughtfully studied the information on the windows, understanding that there are many restrictions. An idea suddenly struck him and he said that he would like to go out now and test these skills in action, but he would have to put it off for now first. He imagined the image of a ferocious beast. He said that he needed to catch this guy. He looked at the huge beast, which was the guardian of the 28th floor called the giant Smilodon. The hero said that during the week he only caught weak monsters. Smilodon attacked, and the hero said that he needed to stretch his body properly at least once. The gloves glowed and he ordered the use of force. A roar echoed throughout the area and dust rose. Jikyu was used by Hermes, shining wings appeared at his feet. The guy was holding a huge paw of the beast. He smiled, asking if this was enough to warm up. The beast's paw was illuminated with cuts of 2 colors. Blood seeped through the trembling paw. Smilodon howled. Jikyu smiled. He dodged the blow, repelled the next attack. Red and yellow lightning enveloped the giant as the hero dodged the attacks of huge paws. Confident and satisfied, Jikyu looked at the approaching paw with a smile. A green light erupted from his chest as he used reflection. The entire area erupted in a huge blue flash. There were deep marks on the ground, everything was smoking. The hero approached the body of the beast and said that all the guardians are usually of the same build and he was already used to it and therefore it was even convenient to fight with them. He swung his sword and said that the enhanced reflection skill had also worked. Brunhart asked if he was good. Jikyu smiled and said that whether he was great or not, he would feed him now. Along with the blood, the ego burst out of the body. The system reported that Lu was absorbing the giant Smilodon. The hero picked up the green crystal, regretting that nothing else fell as a reward. He turned away from the corpse and said that he could get something for the body. He asked if he told the association staff, would they clean it up themselves. He opened the gate, looked at them and said that first the promise must be fulfilled. He threw a green crystal at the gate and said that it was one of Brunhart's abilities that he learned about this week. The system reported that the gates receive experience points. The monsters inside the gates have become stronger. The gate began to evaporate. The hero noted that with the help of crystals they can grow. He ordered the gate to be closed and thought that he had tested all of Brunhart's skills and also adapted to his strength and speed. The guy looked to the side and thought that even if Lu didn't wake up, his skills could still be used, else promotion didn't cause him any problems either. The jungle was illuminated by slanting sunlight. Tower, 29th floor. Jikyu thought that it was worth trying to go straight to the 30th floor, but first you need to go to the 29th and then think. 2 different teams were facing each other. Kane's people turned to the red players, asking how dare they interfere with them. The head of the red players disdainfully asked what was wrong with them. He said that if it's all about the name, they know their worth. Player Kane bared his teeth angrily. The 2 teams ran at each other. The player Kane asked everyone to show what their guild was capable of. The hero turned around at the sounds of battle, assuming that players were fighting to the side. He walked towards the sounds. Brunhart told his master to go and look, and Kiju said that the noble master should not interfere in such a showdown. The red player injured the player Kane. He jumped back and grabbed his wounded hand. Trembling, he asked how dare they touch the Kane guild. The head of the red players stuck his finger in his ear and said that his ears would soon wither. He said that he didn't care about losers. He demanded to bring the head of the guild here, calling the people just 6s. He smiled while the enraged hero attacked him from behind, demanding to call Soka. With one powerful jerk, the hero found himself in a clearing with the players and pressed the red player face first into the ground. He looked angrily at the man and asked who he was talking about. The hero's heart beat vigorously. Blood cells rushed through his veins at great speed. The hero hit the player face first into the ground again. The skull inside the player's head cracked and the head began to look like a soft ball. The hero looked angrily at the corpse. He remembered Yang Xiok and mentally told himself that this was similar to that case. He raised the player's head and mentally told himself to calm down. He remembered this guy and mentally said that somewhere he had already seen this face. He looked at the red players of the Smurf Guild and mentally asked why they were doing this to the Kane Guild. One of the Smurfs shouted at his comrade and asked why he was standing. He's alone. The hero was covered in purple energy, rage overcame him, and he told himself that he needed to calm down. The Smurfs ran to attack the hero. Lu and L's cuts touched every attacker. The evil hero ran forward, blood flying everywhere. Mentally he told himself that this was the first time he had killed a person, and he did not hesitate at all as he swung his sword. Jikyu had a crazy smile on his face. He loved the feeling of the sword piercing through flesh. Hermes was activated on his legs. At great speed he moved from one person to another. Madness overcame him more and more. Il tried to reach out to the owner. The sword screamed and called for its owner. Kiju killed one Smurf after another. Suddenly he stopped. One of his eyes glowed purple. He heard L's voice. With concern, he turned to L. It was a sunny day. The guy said that he was a mid-level guide of the Kane Guild named Bongu. He thanked the hero for his help. He smiled and said that he did not think that the hero was the same Jikyu. He said that he had heard a lot about him from the head of the guild. Jikyu asked, "Is it really from Soku?" The wounded Smurfs were tied with ropes. Bongu said that yes. He said that there was some person whom he wanted to accept into the guild. Bongu looked at the hero with a serious look. He thought that the hero was very different from what he had heard about him, because the boss said that the hero was a soft-hearted guy, so much so that the boss was even worried about him. He remembered how fiercely and skillfully Jikyu fought. He did not understand what it all meant. In his opinion, Jikyu's strength was not inferior to the strength of the head. Jikyu looked away and asked what happened to the Smurf Guild. He said that he had heard rumors that the Smurfs were hunting Soka. Bongu looked at the hero and said that Soku is not one to easily make enemies. The Smurfs sat gloomily, tied with one rope. Bongu said that during the interrogation something would probably become clearer. He said that the red players would have to be killed in any case. He even suggested that torture might be required. Jikyu thought about torture while Bongu said that they themselves did not like it. Jikyu stepped aside and was silent. He looked at the people and said that when he participated in the raid on the Guardian, he remembered his crazy face, saying that he could not control his emotions then he thought that these were the consequences of torture. He put his hands in his pockets and looked down, noting that the stress from his injuries was taking its toll. But now that he started talking about torture, not a drop of interest awoke in him. Jikyu looked at his hand and assumed that it was because they were criminals, but he rejected this assumption and said that for him there was no trauma to begin with. A terrifying thought came to him. His eye glowed purple. He asked himself what was the reason that he could not control his anger. The guy grabbed his face and said that this is not the main thing. What was more important now was, he remembered his crazy smile and asked himself why he was so happy killing people. L and Brunhart turned to him. Jikyu removed his hand from his face and asked for their forgiveness. He said that he had made them worry. He turned towards the people and said that they need not worry about it too much because he had some guesses. He frowned as he mentally addressed the Demon King. He remembered how Sujeong touched his face last time and assumed that she definitely did something to him last time. Bongu turned to the approaching hero. All dirty, the guy apologized for showing the hero this, but Jikyu said that he understood everything. He looked at the guy and asked if they found out anything. The heroes looked at the prisoners. Bongu said that they didn't learn much except that they were following the boss's orders. Jikyu looked at the captives in surprise. He said that these were most likely the lowest members of the guild, who knew nothing and could not do anything. Bongu thought in fear that the problem was that the hero was too strong. They turned to each other and Bongu said that they would probably go and said that it would be very nice to go to the head together, but they still had a lot of things to do. Kiju asked to wait. He looked to the side and said that he had a strange feeling. Strange sounds were coming from the forest. Representatives of the Smurf faction appeared in front of the people. Several representatives of higher rank. More and more of them appeared. They surrounded the Kane detachment. The hero thought that there were more than 100 of them. He mentally asked if they had really come here as a whole guild. The hero turned to Bong. He asked if they sent anyone to the guild or association. Bongu replied that they had sent to report the situation, but it was unlikely to expect reinforcements. The hero could not understand why Jikyu went forward and said that he would clear the way, and ordered a messenger and a signal flare to be prepared. Jikyu smiled insidiously, one eye glowed purple. He ordered Kind to hurry up. He mentally asked himself, was he really that excited in anticipation of the battle? The Smurfs looked at the evil hero in fear. The hero began to jump between the Smurfs. They did not understand what was happening. Blood was flowing. The hero galloped between people who did not understand what was happening. Cuts of 2 colors and a blue train appeared near each person. They did not understand where the hero had gone. He galloped around and chopped down the Smurfs who didn't understand anything. Thousands of cuts sparkled among the people. Orders were heard to kill the hero because there is only one of him. Bongu and his squad watched in shock. They ran to attack. Bongu ordered to help the player Jikyu. Jikyu chopped people and mentally said that this was no different from slaughtering monsters. He did not feel a sense of guilt and heaviness. All dirty, he smiled and thought that he was the opposite. He was doused in flames. The battlefield burst into flames. Bongu and Kane looked in fear at the flames that appeared out of nowhere. The hero jumped out of the fiery wall. He slipped. The unknown guy said, "Yo." The red-haired guy held a red knife in his hand and told the hero that he was good at dodging. He described his knife as an expensive item that he took in the murder. Bongu looked at the head of the Smurf Guild in shock. His name was Minseok. He smiled as he stood in the fire and told the hero that he was somewhat like them. He was touched by a crazy smile. He offered the hero a high position and asked if he wanted to join the Smurfs Guild. Evil players killed people, committed crimes. These were called red players. It was virtually impossible to legally track such crimes, and that was all that each country's associations could do. The guards stood outside a large technology room with a gate in the center. Each association could only monitor the entrance to the tower, which was a portal to block escape attempts. Minseok used to be wanted. He is a former rank red player, leader of the Smurf Guild. The hero frowned, thinking that his enemy had given up everything a ranker could want. He had given up fame and fortune to be wanted. He looked at the crazy guy, realizing that he was a real psycho, obsessed with murder. Minseok asked if the hero is interested in this position. All the people froze. Minseok said that he immediately realized that the hero was the same as them and that he would probably like them much more. The killer's words made Jiku think. He angrily told Minseok to shut up and demanded that he not be classed with scum like him. One of the Smurfs looked angrily at the hero. He began to push his people aside and go to the hero, saying how dare he open his mouth. In an instant, he was covered in flames. Jiku looked at this sight in shock. Minseok looked at the burning member of his guild with a mad look, asking how dare he interrupt him. The man's head was covered in flames. Minseok ordered him to die. He fell. It was the deputy leader. He smiled and blew the flame off the knife, apologizing and saying that among them there were many ignorant people who had been brought up incorrectly. They began to remove the corpse. Minseok suggested returning to their conversation. He said that the position of deputy leader had just become vacant. With a crazy look, the guy pointed at the hero and said that he would give him this position and again offered to join his guild. Jiku stood in a fighting stance and was silent. He looked at the leader and said that he had one question: for what reason are they hunting the Kind Guild? Minseok scratched his head and was surprised that Jiku had not yet answered, but was already asking a lot of questions. He said that he had nothing to hide. He smiled and said that they were going to go outside the tower because they were tired of hanging around here. Minseok pointed the knife at the hero, saying that is why they have such an interest in the leader. Bongu angrily asked, what does going outside have to do with their guild? He put his sword forward and asked if the Smurfs really wanted to take hostages. Minseok smiled. Heatedly, Jiku asked how Minseok knew about this. He imagined Soka standing among the ice. He had a second special skill. Minseok opened his mouth in surprise, not expecting that the hero knew this too. He smiled and called the guy funny. Jiku could not stand it and jumped into the attack. His eyes burned with rage. One was purple. He demanded the guild leader answer his questions. Minseok swung the knife, enjoying the sparkle in the hero's eyes. There was a flame burning in his hand. He waved and everything around began to be covered in fire. He said that he knew that he and the hero were of the same feather. Jiku managed to dodge, but a burn appeared on his cheek. He did not expect that the enemy initially had two weapons. Minseok and Jiku quickly began to move across the field, attacking and blocking each other's attacks. Swinging for another blow, Minseok demanded that they need to find out who is in charge here. The entire battlefield was covered in fire. The Smurfs, frightened, covered themselves from the bright fire. Jiku slid along the ground, realizing that it was only a light, short blow. He glared angrily at his enemy, speaking in his mind that he senses something else. He thought that he had met many who had high experience points, but this guy. The hero called him a pro at assassination. Minseok ran to the attack, laughing hysterically. The hero only managed to block the attacks, understanding that he is a little behind in speed. He fought off a hail of attacks. He thought that he was superior to the enemy in strength thanks to the strengthening of Oberon, but now it's all in vain because the acceleration is still being rebooted. Jiku opened his eyes. L warned that an attack was coming from the left. Minseok kicked the hero in the side. Jiku winced in pain. He rolled head over heels across the field, covered in fire. He slowed down with his swords. He looked at the enemy anxiously and thought that his movements had become faster and assumed the intervention of a skill. L began to deny this assumption. Minseok looked at the hero with a smile. L said that the speed of the enemy's movements had not changed. He twirled his knife in his hand. Minseok waved the knife, saying that the effect was gradually manifesting itself. He said that the hero tried to resist its fiery power, which he now saw, but he said that the fiery saw is not his only weapon. He took out a second knife and said that when a collision occurs, the enemy accumulates damage, and as soon as the battle drags on, the winner is immediately determined. The leader of the Smurfs said that the hero had no chance of winning. The hero repeated the phrase about accumulating damage, slowly. He angrily shouted at the enemy, saying that this should have been said right away. Jiku used acceleration. Minseok looked at the approaching hero in surprise. He smiled nervously, surprised that the hero was hiding something in stock. He said that in this case he would also fight at full strength. A huge pillar of fire rose into the sky using hellish flames. A bunch of flames rushed towards the hero. He approached the enemy, sweating from the intense heat, but realizing that thanks to this he could defeat him. He came close to the leader of the Smurfs, but he managed to parry the blow of the sword with a knife. The hero remembered the words that when a collision occurs, the enemy accumulates damage. Jiku screamed and used reflection. The system reported that Brunhart was reflecting accumulated damage. Minseok glowed green and gritted his teeth. The guild members looked at the huge fire whirlwind. Something flew out of its center and fell at someone's feet. Everyone turned around in fear, asking what it was. Something began to ram the earth, throwing pieces of it to the sides and continuing its move. It was Minsung, whose gaze darkened. The flame died down and the hero came out of it, holding Lu in his hands. Covered in soot and burns, Jiku told the Smurf leader that he himself had given away his weak points and called him a second-rate villain. He pierced Lu's enemy. The system reported the activation of cannibalism. My head exploded. The system reported that Minseok has transformed into Ego. The transformation process has been successfully completed. Jiku looked at the electrified sword in surprise, amazed that people could transform too. The hero's legs began to tremble. Jiku realized how dangerous this battle was. He looked at the tree, realizing that he could not show weakness because there were still members of the Smurf Guild. Something scared him. He felt the evil glances of the Smurfs behind him, who were angry at the hero because of the death of their leader. He turned around. The Smurfs were happy that all the high positions were now free. It turns out, one of the Smurfs asked hopefully if the one who killed his leader was now their new boss. Jiku angrily got into a fighting stance. His eye glowed purple again. An angry crowd stood in front of the hero, who wanted to kill him. Brunhart shouted that he had to run. Jiku looked around angrily. I'll turn to the owner. Reflection does not guarantee damage without any risk. In order to accumulate enough damage, you must first receive it. As it was in the labyrinth of Jyond, the higher the power, the greater the recoil force. Jiku clenched his teeth, realizing that his body was simply broken. The red players looked at the hero in fear. The hero frowned menacingly. One of the Smurf guys thought he liked this leader. He saw a very dark aura around the hero, trying to understand who he really is. The guy fell silent. But after a moment, an insidious smile appeared on his face. He asked himself, is it important if they have such a numerical superiority? He attacked the hero, realizing that he only had to land a couple of blows to finish him off. Members of the guild ran to attack with fiery swords. Everyone understood that the hero's strength was already running out. The hero looked at the approaching attack, gritting his teeth. Suddenly he looked forward in shock. He exhaled and smiled, saying that he was late. An icy frost enveloped the battlefield, encasing the Smurf soldiers in ice. Jiku exhaled. Soku landed on one of the boulders. The hero smiled. Soku smiled and turned to the hero. He smiled and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Snow was falling on the palm trees. Bongu joyfully greeted the head, and his rival succumbed to fear. Soku turned around, saying that he would like to chat with the hero, but he had to take care of business first. He used Blizzard. A cold wind swept across the battlefield. Soku turned and said, let's see. He began to count the Smurfs, realizing that there were quite a lot of them. He waved the ice knife and asked the hero to wait 3 minutes. He jumped in and said they would talk later. Suddenly, he accelerated with one jerk and disappeared from sight. Leader Kane zigzagged through the Smurf soldiers. Every enemy was pierced by ice flows. Blood splashed and ice sparkled. Jiku yawned and noted that Soku had only gotten stronger. But now, he remembered how far he had been from him before. He took the flask out of his inner pocket, thinking that Soku was not so far from him now. He said that an expensive potion was a thing. He drank it and immediately took off. Suddenly, the hero began to cut the Smurfs. Soku looked in surprise at how, on the other side of the field, Jiku was cutting down enemies. He smiled. The guys began to compete. The hero said that 1 minute would be enough for him. The battle was over. 2 groups of prisoners were sitting on the grass, with members of Kane standing around them. Soku approached the hero and said that he would not be recognized. He asked what happened to the eyes. Jiku, incomprehensibly, asked for clarification. He looked anxiously at the coach, who asked if he didn't know. He said that the hero's left eye turned purple, which he didn't like. He remembered Sajin, deciding that he had understood everything correctly. He smiled and said that it was probably because of the skills. Soku sat down next to him and asked again. He looked at the hero and said that he had changed not only in appearance, saying that he had heard that the hero had become stronger, but he didn't think that much. The hero sat aside from everyone. Soku said that Sunpul told him, but he doubted it, and he also added that he could not imagine that that masked ranker was a hero. Jiku leaned over and asked how Sunpul knew that. Soku said that according to his cousin, you could recognize the hero from just one photo. Jikyu exhaled and said how much trouble there is because of this. He smiled and said that he at least put on a mask and asked how Soku withstood all this fame. Soku laughed and said something about the difference in personalities. The doctors treated the wounded. The hero asked whether reporters still hang around the association. Soku said that they had already moved on to something else. Jikyu was surprised. Soku raised his hand and asked how many days did the hero not go outside. He suggested that he check the latest news. Jikyu listened in surprise as Soku said that this was the first time that the chairman of the Players Association had shown his face to the media. He looked away and assumed that Digu had decided to cover him. He smiled and thought that there was no need to worry about the debt. Soku stood up and said that he was glad to see the hero. He said that if there was an opportunity, he would be glad to have a drink. He shook himself off and said that this was impossible now, and Jikyu concluded that the guy would be busy with this problem. Something began to appear from Soku's ring. He said that he could find time for a cup of coffee. He said it was a pity to leave like this. He turned around, showing the mercenaries' ring, saying that they had something to talk about. Jikyu looked at the coach in surprise. He said that there are many mercenaries besides them. Perhaps everyone guessed from the photo of the ring who the masked ranker really was. Soku hid the ring with magic and said that the hero should be careful, saying that not all mercenaries are so friendly to their own. Jikyu looked at the glove and Soku said that most mercenaries use either skills or items to hide the ring from prying eyes. Jikyu said he was trying to be careful. Soku looked at the hero because he asked him to ask a question. Jikyu asked what Soku's codename was. Soku bit his lip. He looked away and said embarrassedly Arok. Jikyu said that it was better than his. He looked at the flower and said its codename was Morning Star. The hero coughed. He stood up and said that he had heard the reason, which the Smurfs used to hunt Soka. He looked at the coach and asked how he managed to escape. The hero frowned. Soku's second unique skill. Soku looked back with a frown. His second skill was creating a portal. A bound man sat on the ground, next to whom stood a swordsman. The ability to create portals did not depend on the tower. Such a unique and previously unknown skill could shake up not only Korea, but the whole world. Frowning his brows with determination, the protagonist thought that this man must have taken care to hide his ability. He looked at Soka standing next to him and asked how the people from the Smurf Guild knew about this, if even the Kane Guild did not know. Soku looked at his watch and said that it was a long story and that he needed to get out of here first, because people would soon finish sorting out the scene. Holding his hands in his pockets, Jikyu asked if his friend, as the head of the guild, should not put everything in order here. To which Soku smiled and replied that talking with the main witness of what happened was also his responsibility, especially since the guild members themselves were doing an excellent job. Coming forward, the guy decided to choose the place for their conversation. Because he knew an excellent cafe, Soku grinned and agreed. There was a sign on the wall that said the office of the general manager. The technician crossed his arms over his chest with displeasure, saying that his office was not a cafe. Sitting in front of the desk, the player explained that this is the only place where you can use soundproofing for free. The man objected, saying that he would take crystals as payment. Noticing that something was wrong, the manager looked at his subordinate and asked what was wrong with his eyes. Touching his face, the young man replied that it was because of the skill used, and asked himself how much longer they would be like this. The man's eyes looked worried. Sighing and lowering his hands, Teskik said that he was already aware that the Smurf Guild had been destroyed. Closing his hands, he guessed that the guys had some kind of request since they had already come here. Keeping a calm expression, the main character answered in the negative. Then the man realized that they really only wanted to use soundproofing. There was an awkward silence between the people sitting opposite each other, and one of the players laughed. There were books and silver figurines on the shelves of the closet. The subject of conversation was information about the creation of portals for the Smurf Guild. Everyone turned their attention to Soka, who said that a few months ago he had to use his skill right in front of several guild heads, among whom was a man captured by the Smurfs. Seriously knitting his eyebrows, he added that the Smurfs are very greedy for any information from the outside, so they extracted all the information from the captive through threats or even torture. Holding a glass with a straw in his hand, Teskik displeasedly stated that due to a simple accident they had a lot of problems, and asked what happened to that leader. Looking down, Soku replied that, judging by the fact that even the prisoners from the Smurf Guild knew nothing about him, there was a high probability that the prisoner was still alive. The manager thoughtfully took a sip from his glass. Sitting opposite him, the player said that sooner or later a group should form from the remnants of the guild. The man added that it was necessary to extract information about their location from those who were captured in order to destroy the remnants of the Smurfs. Knitting his eyebrows decisively, Soku said that their guild kind would join the operation, but first they needed to analyze where the missing leader might be and prevent another leak of information. The huge statues in front of the entrance to the association were illuminated by the setting sun. Someone said that it was time for him to go about his business. Looking after Sok, Teskik said that he was pretending that everything was fine. Putting his hands in his pockets, the man suggested that everything was boiling inside him. The main character agreed with this. Soku pursed his bottom lip furiously. He always treated the guild members like his own family. Turning to his colleague, the manager asked how he was doing. The guy replied that he drank a potion and received treatment from a healer. Their bodies cast black shadows on the panoramic windows. The man clarified that he meant the mental state after the first murder of a person. Looking away, Jikyu said that this could hardly be called the first murder because the previous time he was already ready to kill Rogers. Looking at his hand, the player concluded that these people were bound to die anyway, so there was no reason for regret. Clenching his fist, he added that there was one problem: the feeling of joy from killing a person. Teschik looked at his friend with concern. The man looked away, keeping a significant silence. The next moment, he put his hand on his subordinate's head. Patting him on the head, the manager said that this is not the most important thing because this world is full of people with black souls. Hearing that the most important thing is control, the guy lowered his gaze. Closing his eyes, he thought about whether he could control this or not. Clouds floated across the orange sky. The player said that his boss did not have the gift of speaking well. Teschik asked if it didn't look cool. The next day, on the 29th floor of the tower, a huge gorilla was sitting. There was still frost on the fern leaves. Taking the frozen leaf in his hand, the main character asked what level Soku was. Turning around, he could not believe that just yesterday he had wounded several dozen people in this very place. A burnt stripe was visible on the ground. The guy was surprised that he was not shocked by what had happened. Touching his burning eye, which had never returned to normal, he thought that he had changed a lot or, on the contrary, had always been like this. Remembering the manager's words about self-control, Jikyu lowered the corners of his lips in frustration. In front of him stood the gate to the 30th floor. Before that, he managed to pass 3 exam floors. On the 5th floor, a goat hunt awaited him. On the 10th floor there was an orc, and on the 20th floor there was a minotaur, along with a message about a sharp decrease in the difficulty level. Very simple tasks were given. The player reached for the gate, thinking that this was only the case until today. His hand shook, betraying his fear. Noticing this, the guy looked at her excitedly. His hand was still shaking. Perhaps his body was sending him a warning. The player could not afford to ignore the bad feeling. Standing in front of the gate, he thought that Lu was still silent and that his senses had become sharper after drinking the elixir. An image from the past appeared in his head when the guardian orc almost killed him. Pouting his lips, the guy exhaled. Resolutely knitting his eyebrows, the young man said that it was time to stop doubting and just walk through the doors. El said that he would go with the owner anywhere. Brunhard agreed with him. Pushing the doors open with force, the protagonist said that in previous tests the reward was only to enhance skills, but this time they should give something else. A huge castle appeared in front of him. A voice announced the start of a special test in the 4th examination field. Covering his face with his hand, the guy thought that the special test must mean something else and that he needed to go to the castle. A sandstorm arose around him. El wanted to warn his master about something, but he didn't need it. The sand around began to move. A scorpion sting emerged from it. Behind him, a huge claw appeared on the surface. A crowd of giant scorpions surrounded the player. Drawing his swords, Jikyu thought that he expected something like this from the 30th floor. Using his speed skill, he jumped up from his seat. His body staggered, and fear appeared on his face. Having risen into the air in front of a huge scorpion, the guy realized that he could not keep his balance because of the sand. The crushing blow sent a cloud of dust into the sky. The blade of the knife pierced the monster's claw. The only thing that saved the player from certain death was that the swords were held back by claws ready to tear him apart. With a powerful jerk, he found himself in the air. Swinging his swords, the player was about to strike the next blow. 2 blades flashed crosswise in the air. The scorpion's body was cut into 4 parts. Frowning, the guy decided that there were not the best conditions for acceleration, so he had to go directly to the castle. Hearing Lu's voice, he opened his mouth in surprise. The young man landed on the scorpion's body. Looking at the sword, the player asked what happened. Ego replied that he woke up as soon as they entered this place. But that was not the most important thing. Lu said that the owner needed to go to the castle, which was located beyond the desert. In a dark castle, in one of the halls there was a throne. Lu's body was sitting on it. Scorpio approached the body of his dead brother. El was glad that Lu had awakened. The main character asked what it meant that his body was in the castle. The dark sword in his hands remained silent. The guy looked at him worriedly. Seeing the approaching sting, he decided that it was worth listening to the details later. The monster dealt a crushing blow, forcing the enemy to jump back. The eye on the sword glowed. Lu asked what it was. While in the air, Jikyu sat on the blade of the sword and said that Ego now functions as a footstool. Hordes of scorpions were circling on the ground. Taking into account every feature of the terrain was a waste of energy. and there was probably an enemy in the castle. Having made a sharp jump, the player went to the castle. Lu asked to save him. Flying over the bloodthirsty scorpions, the guy apologized to Brunhart for the fact that they did not have time to collect the crystals. Ego replied that everything was fine. The eye on the sword sparkled. Lu asked who it was. Continuing to move forward, the protagonist replied that it was Ego Gate with Brunhart's memories. Lu seemed not happy about the appearance of a new member of the team. From the swings of the swords, the stings of the scorpions scattered in all directions. Brunhart declared that he would treat his comrade with respect as an elder since he appeared earlier. Lu left it up to Ego. The player smiled, thinking that Ego would definitely get along. His brows were furrowed. The next moment he fell to the ground. In front of him were high fortress walls and gates leading to the castle. Looking around, the guy saw the scorpions approaching. Lu said that it was not time to stop and that he needed to get inside quickly. The castle gates opened. The young man scratched his head. In front of him was a dark, empty room. Only there were two giant statues of knights standing against the walls. The room looked like a boss's room judging by the size and color. Torches lit up on the walls. Noticing the door that was guarded by the statues, Lu said that his body was behind it. Having lowered his swords, the main character clearly felt that there was something behind the door. The gate depicted a sun with Baphomet inside. The stones lying on the floor flew into the air. Jikyu opened his mouth in surprise. One of the statues raised its weapon to strike. The second statue also moved. Due to their powerful impact, the floor under their feet collapsed. The light of the torch was obscured by a cloud of dust rising into the air. Having jumped away from the point of impact in time, the guy realized that there were golems in front of him. Smiling, he thought that it was not in vain that these hulks were guarding the main door. The next moment the player bounced off the wall. Finding themselves between the legs of both statues, the swords tried in vain to cut the stone. Stopping at the opposite wall, the young man realized that the golems were much stronger than they seemed at first glance. Looking around, he decided that perhaps it would be better to just enter the throne room. The light of the torches was reflected on the gate. The guy quickly abandoned this idea because there was uncertainty inside and it was impossible to leave the enemy behind because, most likely, even strong golems can find weak points. With a sharp jerk, the main character jumped out of his seat. Jumping into the air, he decided to start looking for the weak point from the head. The swords tried to pierce the stone knight's helmet. However, there was not a scratch left on it. Noticing that the plan did not work, the guy clenched his teeth in displeasure. The statue attacked him back with its powerful weapon. The axe hit the ground, destroying the stone floor of the castle. The strong blow threw the enemy's body several meters away. His body shook as he tried to stand up. Even though the player took the hit with his entire body, the damage was quite large. Taking the sword in his hands, the young man thought that he needed to find another way to defeat the golems, because even the aggravation of wounds did not affect them due to two different weight categories. Noticing the approaching statues, Brunhart asked the owner to step aside. The owner of Ego did not pay attention to these requests. One of the golems swung his axe. Lu suggested that the owner use the enemy's strength. The main character, gritting his teeth, applied the enhancement. The statues pointed their weapons at the enemy. The swords easily repelled their attack. Under the pressure of huge axes, the legs pushed through the floor of the castle. Jumping into the air, the guy chose the best moment to attack. Swinging his swords, he frowned sternly. The head of one of the knights shattered into small pieces. The body of the second golem was cut in half. Jikyu fell to the ground. The swords fell from his hands. The guard's head was missing from his shoulders. The other statue was missing the upper half of its torso. The bodies of the enemies fell to the ground with a roar. Lu said that his master did a good job. The guy smiled and replied that his technique was perfect, despite the fact that lately he often has to roll on the ground. Rising to his feet and taking his swords in his hands, he asked Lu what it meant that his body was behind the door. The torch burned next to the gate, illuminating the pattern on it. Ego replied that there was a body there that he had during his life. He warned that he was very strong in life and that it was very difficult to defeat him. The player frowned with displeasure, saying that this was not the time to talk about Ego's shamelessness. The red eye on the sword sparkled. When asked how things were now, Lu replied that there was only a body behind the door. The guy approached the gate. Lu explained that the soul is in the ring and in the hall there is just a shell. A man with burning eyes sat on the throne. His body was inferior and was supported only by memories. The door to the throne room opened. Looking inside, the young man thought that he had already regained his strength due to the potion and that the buff was at its maximum. His train of thoughts was interrupted. He widened his eyes when he saw something in front of him. The man at the far end of the hall was unhappy about being woken up. His eyes were narrowed. The main character clenched his teeth excitedly. The man rose from the throne. The guy thought that even if it was just an inferior shell, his powerful aura could be felt even at the opposite end of the hall. The man in the black suit stood up. Jikyu wondered who Lu was in his previous life. Frowning, he asked if it was really Lu in front of him. The man opened his mouth and repeated the name he heard. As the man walked down the stairs, he said the name was funny, but this name did not belong to him. The distance between the opponents decreased. The stranger declared that he was the owner of all demonic objects and swords. Only bones remained from his right hand. His left hand was normal. The player opened his mouth in shock. With his arms outstretched, the Demon King introduced himself. His face was only half human. The right half of his head was a bear skull. The guy remembered the giant eye that appeared after their first meeting with L. This eye belonged to a demon. He couldn't believe that Lu was the Demon King. The opponents stood opposite each other in the throne room. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. The man in the suit put his hands behind his back. Something prevented him from hearing his name. Smiling, the young man said that recently, during battles, a lot of Lu's secrets have been revealed. Looking at the enemy, he asked if everything would be okay if this body was destroyed. The shining sword replied that it was just a shell. The eye on the sword sparkled. Lu didn't understand who could do this. Ego asked to destroy the shell so that no one would dare to mock his body anymore. The main character prepared for battle, asking Ego not to regret it later. Applying acceleration, he rushed forward. His furious eyes sparkled. The swords rushed towards the enemy's body. The grinning man dodged the attack. The player had to slow down. His face expressed determination. The Demon King bared his teeth arrogantly. The guy began to deliver lightning strikes one after another. It seemed that none of them ever hit the enemy. Smiling slyly, the man summoned waves of energy next to him, asking the enemy to be careful. Many sharp blades rushed towards the main character. He managed to jump away just before the waves of energy struck. A cloud of dust appeared in the area where the attack took place. Frowning menacingly, Jikyu thought that his opponent was too strong. Lu grinned. Summoning a huge number of blades around him, the Demon King praised his guest's good abilities. Smirking, he added that even with them, the enemy would not be able to leave even a scratch on his body. Holding his sword in front of him, the guy asked if Lu always talked like that. A drop of sweat ran down his cheek. He thought that his enemy was right. Because of the wall of swords that appeared, it was impossible to even get close to Lu's body. Arrogantly placing his hand to his chin, the man asked if that was all his attack. He snapped his fingers. His turn came. Dozens of blades turned their blades on the enemy. The player clenched his teeth tensely. A hail of swords fell on him at the same moment. There was a devastating explosion. Extinguished swords pierced the floor of the throne room. The Demon King chuckled in disappointment. His eyes lit up. The guy swung his sword behind him. Lu's past incarnation doubted his mental abilities. New blades of pure energy rushed to defend their master. Blood sprayed and the young man opened his mouth wide in pain. This counterattack caused him to jump back several meters. Both of his swords pierced the carpeted floor. The main character lowered his head and clenched his teeth. Ellen Brunhart worriedly asked if everything was okay with their master. Lu stated that he needed to concentrate before the oncoming attack. The player furrowed his eyebrows decisively. The blades rushed towards him. Swinging his swords, he was able to repel all their attacks. There were more and more blades, and it became more and more difficult to defend. Looking around, the guy concluded that these were not just offensive actions, but very annoying attacks. He had the feeling that the battle was going on with several swordsmen at the same time. Remembering Lu Shell's words about being the master of all demonic objects and swords, the player frowned. Continuing to fend off the attacks, Jikyu asked if these swords were demonic. Lu answered in the affirmative, adding that these swords were low level, preventing powerful blows. The guy asked if Ego could absorb them the same way El absorbed Kallian. Lu replied that he would have done this a long time ago if only he could. The hail of swords did not stop. Lu said that he could not think of anything. This place was dominated by his flesh, not his soul. The Demon King smiled smugly. Holding his sword out in front of him, the player thought that things were going badly for them. The blades flew one after another towards their enemy. Lu declared that he could give his master power because this place was special. The young man's feet stood confidently on the ground. Ego asked to delay the time a little more. My foot slid across the carpet. The main character raised his swords above his head for a new attack. Having struck at the enemy's swift blades, he asked if it was really that simple. A dark haze covered his face. When the haze cleared, his furrowed brows became visible. Using acceleration, the guy began to rush around the hall from side to side so that the swords could not follow his movements. The blades stopped advancing. The Demon King watched what was happening. Narrowing his eyes, the man called his opponent funny. The player rushed forward, gritting his teeth. Adapting to his speed, the blades rushed towards him. Explosions were heard in the places where the blades struck, sternly knitting his eyebrows. Jikyu asked how much longer he needed to hold out. Lu replied that there was very little left. Frowning, Ego's owner asked him to act faster. The Demon King smiled maliciously. His energy blades were aimed directly at the enemy who was about to strike back. The swords rushed forward at full speed. Having exposed his body armor, the guy used reflection. There was a powerful bang that raised clouds of dust around. The Demon King's mouth opened in surprise. The swords clanged to the floor of the throne room. The player's hand was clutching L tightly, sticking the sword into the wall and hanging on it. He was surprised that it worked. More blades flashed in the air. Dozens of blades were ready to tear apart the body of their enemy. Knitting his eyebrows, the young man asked how long the preparation would take because his strength was running out. Lu praised him. The blades were already very close to their enemy. The system voice announced that magical sensitivity had been increased and assimilation had reached C rank. Smiling, Ego's owner asked him to try harder because they had just almost died. The Demon King looked up in surprise. The voice declared that it was possible to use the Ego even more effectively, and a powerful explosion of red energy was heard near the wall. Opening his mouth in shock, the man tried to understand where his opponent got such strength. The voice announced that Lu taught his master death. Smoke enveloped the protagonist's body. His eyes lit up and his voice explained that he could now control death. The man looked at the red energy under the ceiling in fear. His swords clattered to the floor. They were enveloped in a dark crimson haze. Watching what was happening tensely, the Demon King said that it was impossible for an ordinary person to be able to control such power. The main character landed hard in front of his opponent. His furious eyes burned with a bright fire. The man's body, surrounded by blades, shook. He asked how this was even possible. With his mouth wide open, the Demon King screamed that it belonged to him. Dozens of blades flew into the air. They moved with amazing speed. Making circular movements, the swords turned into a huge whirlwind. The rivals found themselves in the very center of it. The man spread his arms and shouted that he would tear his enemy to shreds. The blades rushed towards him with supernatural speed. The eye on the sword flashed. A huge accumulation of crimson energy formed in the center of the hall, into which swords were directed. A dark haze hung over the hall. The main character opened his mouth in surprise. Brunhart asked if his master had destroyed his enemy. The silhouette of a man was visible in the accumulation of haze. There was blood coming from his mouth. Concentrating the energy into his bony hand, the Demon King declared that no one dared to do this to him. A long two-handed sword appeared in his hands, emitting dark energy. Baring his teeth, the man screamed furiously, calling his enemy a pathetic mortal. The blow of the sword destroyed the ground under his feet, leaving behind a long trail. The guy managed to jump away in time before the shockwave reached him. The blow was so strong that it destroyed the castle wall. Gritting his teeth, the player thought that his new strength had corroded a huge number of demonic swords, but even after the direct blow of death, the enemy still had strength left. Lu explained that even though it is just a shell, it still has great strength. Rushing to the side, the guy asked Ego to stop praising himself and try this technique again. The opponents stood opposite each other, preparing their swords for battle. Lu said that this is not so simple and that one more time will be the last, because the owner's body is not able to bear more. Frowning, Jikyu said that once would be enough. With these words, he lifted himself off the ground. Using acceleration, the player began to rush from side to side again in front of his enemy. Clutching the sword tightly in his hand, the Demon King declared that his opponent had never learned anything. The two-handed sword was in the air, its tip flashing. In the next moment, the man was about to deliver the decisive blow. The sword slammed into the ground, destroying it and raising a huge cloud of dust. The guy slowed down and stopped. Putting L in front of him, he blocked the attack. Due to the enormous pressure, the young man clenched his teeth. Without lowering his weapon, the Demon King declared that a flea will forever remain a flea and asked what his opponent would do now. Smiling, the man asked if he was really going to compete with him. Suddenly, the smile disappeared from his face. The two-handed sword pressed hard on L. But the enemy noticed that the second sword was missing from the enemy's hand. Lu's spear appeared behind him. The Demon King looked around in shock. The sword hanging in front of him greeted him. The main character smiled slyly. Taking advantage of the confusion, he threw the enemy's weapon away from him. Seeing the dark haze around him, the man widened his eyes in fear. Energy enveloped his body, causing him to scream. The two-handed sword crumbled into small particles. The player watched carefully as the crimson energy consumed his enemy, who could not believe what was happening. With his mouth wide open, the man shouted that he was the lord of all demons. After these words, the king evaporated, the dark haze dissipated. The guy lowered his head. His body reeling, L called out to his master in concern. Jikyu fell to the ground. Brunhart stated that his master could not just die. Closing his eyes, he reached into his inner pocket and said that he was just tired. Lu explained that such a huge, limitless power had too much impact. The player took a potion from his pocket and drank it. Notifications appeared in front of his eyes, informing him that a special exam would take place and that there would be a reward for passing it. Rising from the floor, the guy laughed when he saw messages that said that an additional reward would be awarded for a perfect cleanup. He closed his eyes. Feeling a bright light, the player looked forward. In the reward room there was a stone block with 2 boxes on it. The system voice announced that the fusion and appropriation skills were now available. The young man raised his eyebrows in surprise. The voice added that the level of the fusion skill had increased. Looking at the information window that popped up, the main character was surprised that a lot had changed here. For example, now he had the ability to connect an appropriate egos. Thoughtfully putting his hand to his chin, the guy thought that now he had the opportunity to combine Lu and El to make Lul or Ella. Lu did not appreciate this joke and called the owner crazy. El said that he also couldn't just remain silent. Waving his hand, the player replied that he was just joking, but decided to try the skill a little later. Approaching the two boxes, he invited his friends to open the gold and diamond boxes with a reward. Lu asked if his owner was satisfied. Jikyu, placing his hand on the golden box, answered in the affirmative and clarified that the diamond box was of the same level as the one in which the elixir lay last time. Something began to glow in the open golden box. There were 3 golden balls in it. The notification said that these were 3 fragments of the ego. Suddenly, a bright beam of light burst out of the box. The guy looked up in surprise, trying to remember what it was. The memory of clearing the blue wolf gate surfaced in his mind. Looking at the box, he asked himself why such a reward appeared in the tower. Placing the box on the table, the player sighed and thought that someday these fragments would definitely come in handy. He looked at the diamond box. Brunhart stated that his heart was pounding with anticipation. Having opened the box, the guy hoped to see the elixir there. However, his gaze became too serious. The box contained fragments of bones. Ego's ring sparkled with bright lightning. Looking at him, the young man asked what happened. Lu replied that it must be a joke. The main character continued to look at the ring worriedly, waiting for an explanation. Lu stated that these bones were part of his real body. The player's mouth opened in surprise. Base of the 30th floor, the sun illuminated the tall skyscrapers. People passed by the Association Cafe, the entrance to which was located on the street. There was a notice on the wall that this cafe was completely soundproofed. The mirror reflected the interior of the cafe. Sitting at the table, the guy silently crossed his arms over his chest. Looking at the sword lying in front of him, he prepared to listen to the story. The sword lay silently on the table. Its owner wanted to ask something, but quickly corrected himself. The sword's eye looked at its owner, who questioned Lu's true identity. Ego replied that he was the Demon King just as his body said. Jikyu crossed his arms over his chest with a serious expression. Images of the guardian orc and the giant eye popped into his head. Even if that monster was just a low-level demon, it was hard to imagine what level the demon that sealed El must be. Looking at Lu sternly, the player asked why the Demon King became a sword. Brunhart said that the word king sounded very majestic. Lu asked a counter question about whether his owner knew a way for a creature with its own self to last for an eternity. The guy opened his mouth in surprise. Condensation appeared on a glass of ice-cold drink. The answer to the question was oblivion. Imagining the glass cracking, Lu explained that he had to forget everything in order to last so long. Otherwise, his entire essence could have sunk into oblivion along with the passing of time. The skeleton dropped his crown. Ego explained that the traitors imprisoned the Demon King and that he had to languish in eternity. The young man listened carefully to the story that Lu forgot everything, including his feelings, goals, and even his name, in order to protect himself and last long enough. The sword's eye lit up as it awakened as the master of demonic swords, the sealed memories briefly awakening. It was just a tiny part, but even this glimpse could confuse him. The sword lay on the table in front of its owner, then he could not decide what he needed to do. The blade of the sword reflected the stern face of its owner. Lu chose to forget everything again. The clouds in the sky were colored orange, and in the end, talking with Lu couldn't get enough information. The guy left the building. Ego again decided to fall into oblivion. There weren't many options for answering this. His owner didn't want to watch Lu suffer, so he decided not to ask unnecessary questions and not think about what to do for now with the remains of his body. Walking past the statues at the entrance to the association, the protagonist thought that despite his past, Lu was the first to give him hope, so they just need to create new memories. Coming down the stairs, he decided to quickly return home and rest because he had a lot to do. There was a sign on the wall that said the office of the head of the department. The technician pressed the buttons on the keyboard very quickly. The door to his office swung open. Peeking out from behind her, Sun-hoon called out to his boss. The man looked out from behind his computer monitor. Returning to the computer, the manager praised the employee and said that he could go home, but Sun-hoon replied that that was not the case. Leaning towards the boss, the association employee worriedly said that he was very busy due to the incident with the Smurf Guild and asked if he was going to go home after the night shift. Furiously tapping on the keyboard, Teshik said that he wanted to finish the job today. Noticing how his fingers moved at lightning speed, Sun-hoon asked why the manager uses magic in office work. The man pressed the enter button. His fingers were smoking. Looking at his subordinate, the department head announced that tomorrow he had a meeting with Sujin and a housewarming party at Jikyu's. The players opened their mouths in surprise. Smiling, the main character invited them inside. People entered the gates of a large cottage. Brunhart greeted everyone. but Elle explained that only the owner could hear their voice. Once on the lawn, Hanuel asked if this was really his house. Yuan asked if someone lived in the basement. The answer was no. Sunwoo raised his eyebrows, calling this house very cool. Upon entering, he said that their guild premises could simply be demolished. Sunpul looked at him in shock, and the owner of the house laughed. Putting his hand on the door handle, the guy asked not to quarrel and go inside. The door opened. The main character's mother greeted the guests. Yujong said hello. The squad walked into the living room while the girls were busy eating. Sunpul introduced himself and handed the woman a box. The main character's mother said that she had heard a lot about him and asked her to take care of her son because he still has a lot to learn. Sunpul opened his mouth in surprise when he heard the word son. All team members stared at the woman in bewilderment. The leader of the squad explained that he thought that this was his comrade's older sister because the woman looked very young. The main character's mother smiled and thanked him for the compliment. While she was tending to the guests, Yujong approached her brother and asked if Xiaoku would come. Jikyu asked if his sister really missed him. The girl raised her eyebrows in amazement, answering that she just wanted to ask him for an autograph for her friend. Putting his hand forward, the guy explained that Soku had a lot of work lately and promised to get an autograph if his sister behaved well. Smiling, Yujong suggested that her brother take off his mask and become famous so that she could sell his autographs. Leaving the room, the player asked his sister to help his mother because he needed to go out for a while to meet a guest. Sung-hoon greeted the owner of the house. Taeshik raised his hand and said that he shouldn't have met them. Approaching them, the young man was glad of their arrival. The man said that they had just arrived and that things were over much earlier than one might have expected. Scratching his head, Sung-hoon apologized for the lack of a housewarming gift, which they did not have time to prepare due to the large amount of work. Smiling, the main character said that there was no need to apologize because they were the ones who helped find this house. Taeshik smiled and asked if it was possible not to give him anything. The guy replied that the boss already bought all the furniture for the house. Sung-hoon was discouraged by such news. Entering the house, Jikyu said that it was not worth buying new furniture because the old one was still in good condition. He stopped and wanted to add something. Turning around, the player asked if the manager had bought furniture in the hope that one day he would move here. Looking away in embarrassment, the man said, stuttering, that he didn't know what he was talking about. The sun was shining on the roof of the house. Sung-hoon asked what happened, but Taeshik replied that he didn't need to know. The boss handed the main character's mother a housewarming gift. The woman embarrassedly replied that she shouldn't have bought it. Sung-hoon realized that he was the only one who came without a gift. Evening came. White clouds floated across the sunset sky. The plates on the table were empty. The guests thanked the hostess for the delicious dinner. Sunpul wanted to help his friend clear the plates from the table. Yuan asked Sung-hoon if he really worked as his friend's secretary. The man replied that he didn't have many responsibilities. Jikyu looked around when he heard his name called. Holding the phone in his hands, Taeshik asked his friend to go out for a minute to talk. The guy said that first he needed to sort out the dishes. Putting the phone in his back pocket, the man said it wouldn't take long. Looking at his mother, the young man said that he would go out for a minute and asked them to go and rest. The sky above the city was bright orange. Going out into the backyard, the main character asked what happened that they needed privacy. Taeshik said that soon it would be officially announced, but he thought that his friend needed to know about it in advance. The player's mouth opened in surprise when he heard that the Iron Guild had decided to open a branch in Korea. His eyes widened in shock. Closing his eyes, the man stated that the association opposed it, but the Angela Guild intervened in the matter, apparently because there were some kind of agreements between them. The boss said that the Angel Guild could not be ignored even in their association because its word had enormous weight. As the first guild in the country, the rest of his words no longer reached the young man. A series of memories about the Iron Guild surfaced in his head. Putting his hand on his neck, the manager concluded that for this reason the identity of the head of the association had to be revealed. Opening his eyes, he noticed his friend's concern and fell silent. Leaving the courtyard of the house, the man asked his colleague to cool down and return home. The main character was enveloped in dark energy. In such a state it was impossible to appear in front of his family. He clenched his hand into a fist. Egos were concerned about the condition of their master. It was night. Lights were burning in the windows of a huge skyscraper. There was a sign on the wall that said training room. In the office there was a news clipping with a picture of Jikyu. Someone said that in 3 months he would be in Korea. The knife pierced the printed sheet of news. Rogers walked over to the safe, saying that it didn't matter how strong his enemy had become. He had a crazy grin on his face. In the safe lay a glowing sacred sword, donated by an unknown person. The man smiled widely, ordering the main character to wait for him to appear. Having gathered at the gate of the cottage, the guests thanked the owners of the house for dinner and said goodbye to them. Small drops of water dripped from the kitchen faucet. The main character went to the basement. As he walked down the stairs, he thought that in 3 months a branch of the Iron Guild would open in Korea, and Rogers would become its director. The player placed his hand on the doorknob, deciding that the chance for revenge had come sooner than expected. It was very dark in the basement. The guy turned on the light. The room was completely empty. Only there was a lone chair in the middle of the room. Brunhart noticed that it was also empty. Jiku explained that he had originally planned to use the basement for personal training, since this room was ideal for this. The door to the basement was located outside the house, in the courtyard. Lu asked if this bothered the owner. The answer was no. Having loosened his hands, the player stated that he was going to test the opening of the gate, and that monsters could not be allowed to enter the house if something unexpected happened. Imagining a smiling Sung-hoon, he thought that his secretary had found the perfect house that met all the requirements. The guy sat down on a chair and began to think about the fact that his opponent is the Iron Guild itself, even if it is just a branch, but they are about the same level as the Cane Guild, which is one of the 10 best guilds in the country. In 3 months he was it is necessary first of all to strengthen our own positions. Placing his head in his hands, the young man decided that he should know everything about his new power, namely the appropriation and fusion skills acquired on the 30th floor. When saying the word merge, a notification appeared that asked you to select a main ego. The main character raised his head in surprise, thinking that most likely this meant the ego with which the merger would be carried out. Frowning, he said Lu's name. The system voice announced that the merger was successful. The ring sparkled with red lightning. A huge ghostly wolf appeared in the room. Lightning flashed across the cluster of red energy. The three-eyed wolf opened its fanged mouth. The system voice declared that Lu had turned into Fenlilla. The sword opened its eye in bewilderment, asking if it really looked like that in the owner's head. Looking at the ring, the guy laughed and said that it was just a joke. Lu asked why the owner did this only to him. Putting his hand to his mouth, the player thought that he had not fully understood this power and that there was no need to rush into it. Having presented all his artifacts, he thought that the fusion of egos, which have their own consciousness, is too dangerous, and Oberon, B and Hermes cannot be combined so easily either because they are the main assistants in battles. Knitting his eyebrows, Jiku decided to use Minseok and Chenkyung's ego fragments. His chest began to glow. Brunhart stated that he wanted to try to merge with someone in order to become stronger and help his owner. Looking at his chest, the guy replied that he did not know what result to expect, and that in the worst case, the ego would not be able to maintain its consciousness and would change. Brunhart replied that he had a good feeling because he had already returned from death once. The player touched his chest and sighed heavily. A smile appeared on his face. He thanked his friend, summoned the information window, and appointed Brunhart as the main ego. When asked by the notification to choose a second ego, the young man clenched his fist and selected a fragment. The system voice announced the beginning of the merger. His body glowed. Jumping up from his chair, the player looked around himself and thought that the ego fragment had been inside him all this time. Light seeped through the t-shirt. His chest began to glow again as Brunhart tried to say something. Touching his chest, the main character was about to stop the merger. The system voice announced the beginning of the transition to the gate. A bright flash appeared right before his eyes. The basement was empty, small particles of energy sparkling in the air. The full moon rose in the sky, and a crow sat on a sharp fence. The guy found himself in the middle of a dark cemetery. He looked around. El said that it was the same gate as last time. Lu asked if it had been here before. The player staggered when he heard a voice that stated that the fusion of Brunhart and the ego fragment was successful and that the ego fragment could now affect the Brunhart gate. Knitting his eyebrows, Jikyu asked what all this meant. Lu said that the answer was right in front of the owner's nose. The guy's eyes sparkled. A sparkling coffin stood a couple of meters away from him, walking in his direction. The player asked if this was the same coffin from which the lick came out. Lu answered in the affirmative. He silently put his hand forward. Fingers touched the lid of the coffin. The coffin glowed even brighter. The system voice stated that the gate manager did not exist and that it was possible to create a manager using a composite fragment of the ego. The young man opened his mouth in shock. Closing his eyes, he asked himself if he would really have to choose one of the existing monsters. In his head, images of a zombie goblin, a night skeleton, and a ghoul appeared, which best reflect the nature of the gate since they are undead. Without opening his eyes, the player decided to choose a monster of a higher class. Touching the coffin, he called the name of the lick. The silhouette of a monster appeared above the coffin. A voice announced that after using the composite fragment of ego, a lick had been appointed to manage the gate. A skeleton in a dark robe stood on the lid of the coffin. The monster fell to his knees. Bowing before the main character, he called him his master. The young man opened his mouth in amazement, finding it strange that his former opponent knelt down in front of him. The lick answered his master's question, saying that he would now be the manager in charge of the gate. Looking sternly at the skeleton, the guy asked if he would control the monsters inside the gate and obey his orders. The monster replied that it wouldn't work that way. Raising his hand, Leech asked to wait a minute before asking questions. An information window appeared in front of him. It was written on it that the control level was only 1%. The skeleton explained that he would not be able to control the monsters because of this, and in order to increase the control level, you need to destroy as many monsters as possible in the gate territory. Putting his hand to his chin, Jiku thought. Suddenly something made him turn around. Something was approaching them. The army of the Walking Dead was heading towards the cemetery. The young man asked if they would have to be beaten so that the zombies would begin to obey him. Summoning his swords, the player smiled, declaring that he could easily clear this gate a second time. Lu asked the owner to be careful, because the enemies could become stronger. Knitting his eyebrows slyly, the player said that he had also changed a lot. Using acceleration, he took off. The swords began to sparkle, preparing to attack the army of monsters. The sun was shining on the cottage, and someone said that it had been impossible to reach Jikyu by phone for 3 days now. People gathered near the entrance to the basement. The main character's mother said that her son sometimes spends several weeks in the tower, but always leaves a message before leaving. Clasping her hands, the woman suggested that something bad might have happened to him. Teskik tried to calm her down, saying that his friend was definitely alright. Sung-hoon looked thoughtfully at the door leading to the basement and asked if this was the last place the player entered. Yoo-jeong confirmed this. When asked if the rest of the family had gone there, the girl replied that her brother had forbidden her to do so. The man knitted his eyebrows thoughtfully. The association employees decided to go inside. The light was on in the basement. Finding themselves in an empty room, they concluded that it was an ordinary basement. The technician raised his eyebrows, saying that he didn't see any clues. Turning to his colleague, the manager stated that the person could not simply disappear and disappear. Only if a gate did not appear in this place. A bright flash flashed in front of him. The man widened his eyes in shock. Seeing the portal opening, the association employees were scared because it was just a joke. Teskik frowned, sensing a strange magical power. Seeing someone coming out of the gate, he thought that it was too dangerous behind it. The main character came out of the portal, saying that he was insanely hungry. The guy raised his head, seeing people in front of him. Placing his hands on his knees, he felt a sense of deja vu and asked what his boss was doing here. There was a chair in the spacious room. The main character asked what Tishik and Sung-hoon were doing here. The men looked at Jikyu in shock, asking him a bunch of questions about the gate. The boss grabbed Sung-hoon by the neck and demanded that the boss answer. Jikyu raised his hands and with a smile asked them to speak in turn, and said that he was just about to contact them because he had a request for Teskik. The boss grabbed the main character by the ear, causing him to scream loudly, and asked what the request was. He demanded that Jikyu explain everything in order. The main character closed one eye and shouted that last time he established a connection with the gate, and now he can control it. Sung-hoon opened his mouth in surprise, and Teskik stared at Jikyu in bewilderment. While the main character pressed his hand to his sore ear, the boss thought that the main character could now control the monsters and stop them at will. He imagined many monsters rushing out of the portal and concluded that it was the same as if Jikyu could stop a natural disaster. The boss looked seriously at the main character and asked if he had told anyone about this besides them. Jikyu arched his black eyebrows and answered he didn't, and explained that he himself had tried his hand for the first time and didn't even want to tell anyone until he figured it out completely. Teskik closed his eyes and sighed and said that first, this should remain between them, and asked what the main character wanted to ask him. The chief looked in surprise at Jikyu, who asked him to fight him. The main character explained that he wanted to test the power he had recently received, but he did not have a suitable opponent, and Tashchik scratched his head, asking if he was a guinea pig. Jikyu said that in exchange for help he would arrange dinner for the boss with his mother, and Teskik raised his fist to his face, coughed and said that he saw no obstacles to help. There were metal fragments on the walls. Sung-hoon told Jikyu to visit his family first because they were very worried and had not been able to contact him for the 3rd day. It took the main character 3 days to increase the management level to the 100th. Bright red flashes were visible and enemies were flying in the air. Jikyu cut off the head of one of the opponents. He thought that because of the crystal the gate had become stronger, so it took longer than he expected. Jikyu frowned and quickly ran forward, thinking that everything was becoming easy again when he thought that all this would become his strength. The main character remembered the lick in the black cloak and thought that he named him Hart in honor of Brunhart, although at first he wanted to call him Brun. He presented an emerald ball and 2 rings, which rejected this name option. The next day the sun was shining brightly in the blue sky. Jikyu held 2 swords in his hands and thanked Teshik. The boss, dressed in a black suit, replied that the main character should not forget his promise. He began to take off his jacket, telling Jikyu to throw everything aside and begin by releasing the magical power. A blue light appeared under the protagonist's feet, and he thought that the release of magical power is the release of all this power available without a trace. He lowered his head, emitting blue flames, and thought that as one leveled up, not only did the amount of magic increase, but also the art of hiding it. Jikyu opened his eyes, revealing red and purple light, and came to the conclusion that for this reason, when a strong player manifests his magic, the hitherto pent-up magical power simply cascades out. The main character began to emit a dazzling blue glow. The technician watched him silently. Jikyu's black hair flew away from the wind. His eyes sparkled. The boss remembered how he and Sung-hoon stood at the gate yesterday, and came to the conclusion that he had not imagined yesterday. He grinned and said that he couldn't pass by either. The technician picked up a weapon. He stood in a fighting pose, and his long, sharp spear began to emit blue fire. The chief said with a smile that this time he would fight properly. The plastic glass the coffee was poured into was shaking. Sung-hoon, who was sitting behind a chair, turned around in surprise. He looked at his colleague sitting opposite him and asked if he could feel the vibration, and a puzzled look appeared on the man's face. He closed his eyes and assumed it was because Teskik had gone to the training field. The boss frowned and pursed his lips tightly. Jikyu rushed towards him with a tense face. Their weapons collided, creating yellow and blue sparks. The fog rose and a stream of bright light came out of Teskik's spear. The girl with short hair smiled and said that it had nothing to do with it, because there were many layers of barrier in the training room. On the iron door hung a piece of paper on which were listed the names of those responsible for the protective barrier generator. The girl approached the rack, saying that neither vibration nor magic could leak out, and the man turned to her, agreeing. He smiled and said that Teskik was unlikely to make every effort and destroy everything there, especially since there was no corresponding opponent. The main character frowned and raised his hands up. He then gritted his teeth and struck at the chief, but he used his spear as a shield. Teskik looked at Jikyu with fury. A drop of sweat rolled down the protagonist's face. He changed the direction of the blow, but Teskik was able to block it again. The chief then clenched his jaw and attacked Jikyu. The main character, whose eyes turned white, opened his mouth wide and coughed. He fell to the floor, which immediately became covered with cracks. Then he suddenly opened his eyes. The technician, who had a bright red light in his eyes, swung his spear. Jikyu used the reflection technique, and the next second a powerful explosion sounded in the room. A girl with dark hair tied in a ponytail was visible. Yubin looked at her grandmother. They both felt something. A woman with white hair stood with her back to the gate and said that this vibration, which began recently, is not an ordinary shaking, because it is a clash of magical forces. There were many people standing near the gate. Yubin asked if something was broken in the distance, and the grandmother replied that the source was blocked and was somewhere nearby. She added with a serious face that these were at least top ranker level players who were fighting head to head. The technician struck with a long spear. Jikyu held out his black sword in front of him to repel the attack. He clenched his teeth tightly and brought the weapon closer to himself. There was a chain of explosions and dust rose into the air. The chief held the spear tightly in his hand. Another explosion thundered, and fragments of the floor and walls scattered around. The main character stood against the wall, in which a depression with cracks could be seen. The spirits advised him not to overexert himself, because this man was too strong. Jikyu, who had scratches on his face, said with a smile that he was fine and that he was stronger than before and could even feel the difference. Dark blood was flowing from his hand, and he thought that Teskik was so strong that he could break through his gloves. The chief put the spear on his shoulder, asking with a grin if this is all that Jikyu can show. He thought that Teskik's movements had not changed at all after all the attacks. Wu said that people usually die from this. The main character ran forward and shouted that Teskik would never die, so he would attack him with all his might. Jikyu jumped up and swung his sword, leaving a red trail in the air. The boss moved behind him, and the main character said that the man had anticipated his sudden burst of speed, and Lu said that there was simplicity in Jikyu's movements. A drop of sweat appeared on the protagonist's face. Teskik turned around, emitting green flames, and the spirit said that it was none other than the top ranker in the past, Behemoth. The luminous spear was rapidly approaching Jikyu. The black sword began to emit a red glow, and the spirit asked if the main character was going to kill the boss. Then Lu warned that his power was a little weaker than it was on the 30th floor, but he would have enough strength. The space was filled with dark red fog. Burgundy flashes and lightning moved in the dense fog. From outside, a bright flash could be seen in the tall building. The iron door opened quietly. Sung-hoon looked into the room with a worried face. There were depressions and deep cuts on the walls. The technician was lying on the floor, holding his head. Jikyu lay face down on the floor and was silent. Sung-hoon looked around the destroyed room and asked what happened here. The small iron door was bent, and the boss and the main character asked to bring the elixir. The technician was pouring red liquid onto a wound on his arm. He sat on the floor, asking if Jikyu had a skill with the curse because the wound was not healing. The main character, lying on his back, replied that he had something like an aggravation of his wounds. Sung-hoon, whose face was sweaty, asked if Tishik could explain what incident had left the training room in such a state. The boss looked at the destroyed wall, and Sung-hoon said that it was as if they were testing a nuclear bomb here. Jikyu started drinking from a plastic bottle. He finished his drink, closed his eyes, and let out a heavy sigh. The technician raised one eyebrow when the main character asked if he was also not bad now. The chief closed his eyes and replied that Jikyu was still far from him, because the young man acquired enormous strength too quickly and therefore his movements were still too primitive. The main character touched his chin and remembered the faces of the two men, while Teskik said that 100 weak enemies may seem like a joke, but if Jikyu meets a truly strong opponent, he will no longer be so frivolous. The boss squeezed the plastic bottle with his fingers and said that the main character must understand his opponent, and then make sure that the enemy cannot understand him. Jikyu looked at Teshik with a blank face, saying that he understood, and Lu said that the main character is not so good with the double sword yet. The chief looked intently at Jikyu, who thought that this technique could not be mastered anywhere other than in real combat. The boss frowned and thought that strength without technology gives only half the power. Then he looked down. The technician looked at his black spear. He thought that Jikyu was able to leave a scratch on a weapon of legendary rank, for which the concept of warn does not exist. The boss remembered the powerful explosion and thought what would happen if the main character could fully master this power and learn to control it. Teskik remembered how Jikyu jumped into the air with a stern face. The protagonist's face showed surprise when his boss told him to apply. Teskik angrily clenched his teeth, repeating his words, and explained that it was time for Jikyu to also receive the rank of Ranker. There were two people in suits and a man with a suitcase in his hand standing in the room. The main character asked if they had agreed on a lack of publicity, because with the title of Ranker everyone would know him by sight. They walked down the hallway. Sunhoon was talking on the phone, and Teskik said that it was true, but Jikyu didn't have to worry about revealing his identity. He looked at the main character, saying that he is a mercenary first and foremost, and protecting the identity of mercenaries is very important, and this will never happen in the association. While Sunhoon was dealing with the repairs, the boss added with a smile that there was still a possibility that a situation would arise, as in the case of the masked Ranker, but Jikyu was quite good in today's fight. The main character raised his eyebrows in surprise and opened his mouth when Teskik said that Jikyu had already reached the level where he was able to protect himself, despite the fact that the Iron Guild was watching him. Jikyu froze with shock on his face, not saying anything. He then closed his eyes and replied that he understood what the boss meant, and Sunhoon, Teshik, and the spirits simultaneously came to the conclusion that the young man was shy. They approached the elevator. Jikyu asked if this title was important to him because he was trying to reduce risks, and now it was enough for him to be a simple mercenary. The boss scratched his head, winked, and said that Sunhoon would tell the main character everything in detail, and Teshik needed to finish his business and rest. The number 83 was visible on the screen. The boss told Jikyu to also go home early and rest. The traffic light was green. Sunhoon explained that the main character would receive two main advantages if he became a Ranker. The man was driving, smilingly saying that this was an increase in his influence on the association and increased access to information. Sunhoon said that the powers that Jikyu had through him and the boss would also become his directly, and the main character, who was sitting in the passenger seat in the front, asked what would change. Jikyu looked at the driver, saying that he had heard that mercenaries had the same rights as Teskik or high rankers, and Sunhoon replied that administrative matters were different from direct work on the site. The black car drove quickly along the highway, and Sunhoon said that there was something more important than what he had already said. He introduced 5 people with glowing eyes and said that rankers and high rankers are titles that are awarded not only in Korea but also in international associations, and that mercenaries have influence within the country, and rankers have power that is recognized throughout the world. Sunhoon said with a smile that this power extends to everyone from the leader in the alley to the state constituency. Jikyu looked out the window, pondering these words. He then looked at Sunhoon, saying that this was too much coverage, and the man laughed, saying that he was sure that the main character would soon enter the international stage. Jikyu turned away, his ears turned red. He said that Sunhoon doesn't even have to try, because it doesn't work on him, and El said that he believes that the owner will achieve more. The main character looked out the window and smiled. Then he clenched his hand into a fist and said he would try. Sunhoon leaned over the steering wheel and became angry at how Jikyu was taking the title of Ranker lightly. The man began to ask why he was living then, and the main character extended his hand to him, saying that this was not what he meant. Sunhoon's slight smile was visible in the car mirror. Cars were driving along the road. The man said that Jikyu would not lose anything in any case, because there would be no losses or unpleasant situations, except for one. The main character looked at Sunhoon in bewilderment, who said that Jikyu would have to take part in a closed battle of rankers once, because after that they received the title. The man looked attentively at the road, saying that this time the main character had applied to participate in an unofficial event, and even if he was accepted into the association, The other rankers might have a different opinion, so it would be necessary to fight one of the 3 rankers. Jikyu asked with a worried smile if he would have to fight a very high-level player, and Sung-hoon replied that it was unlikely because it was just a formality that beginners usually participate in. A foggy canyon was visible. It was the 45th floor of the tower. The red-skinned monster opened its mouth wide, containing sharp fangs. A crowd of armed people stood in front of the monster. Yubin and the 2 girls next to her looked serious, their hair flowing in the wind. The monster opened its mouth and screamed fiercely. Then he abruptly closed his mouth, clicking his teeth. His yellow eyes shone brightly. Yubin climbed up the monster and said that it has thick skin, but its senses are dull, so instead of fighting face to face, it is better to climb on its head. The girl twirled her sword. She then dealt 2 blows to the monster and said that it would be most effective to aim for the eyes. The monster clenched his fangs tightly, blood flowing down his face. The monster raised its head, splashing its blood around and screaming loudly in pain. Yubin jumped to the ground. She turned around and said that even if something unexpected happened, hunting the monster could be made easier by striking the inside of the knees, which were comparatively vulnerable. Yubin approached the enemy and swung her sword. Burgundy blood appeared in the air. Yubin frowned in concentration. She jumped up, pushing off from the ground. Bright flashes were visible from swinging weapons. The monster raised its head and opened its mouth wide, blood pouring out of its body like a fountain. Yubin bent her knees, jumping back to the ground. Red liquid flew behind her. The girl returned the sword to its sheath behind her back. The monster fell dead, dust rose in the air, and Yubin said that it was important to be strong enough to deal damage. The warriors looked at the girl with their mouths open in shock. The girls blushed, admiring their leader. White clouds floated in the sky and they begged Yubin to show it again, but she refused. There were many people in the spacious room with white walls. There was a white sign on the wall that said luggage storage. The woman in the blue cloak asked if Yubin thought it was time for her to hand over the guild's affairs to someone else, and the girl replied with a smile that she was doing it because she liked it. Yubin turned around and said that her late father said that mentoring future players brings more joy than leveling up. The girl looked at her phone and added that her father especially told her a lot about the guide who helped him a lot when he was a beginner, and then she saw information about the closed battle of rankers. Yubin turned around, asking what it was, and Grandma replied that it was a formal battle for those who had already been approved by the association, which meant someone had been chosen as a ranker. The girl frowned, saying that such a ranker not only does not educate the younger players, but also steals their chance. The light from the gadget was reflected in her eyes. The main character's face was visible on the phone screen, and Yubin said that she couldn't let him get the title so easily. She hoped that Jikyu would be at least half like the guide his father was talking about. The girl frowned and thought that the main character's face was cute. Jikyu, imagining in his imagination the head of the association, Director Teskaka and his teacher ranker Soka, he said that they would be observers at a closed battle of rankers. He read all this on a tablet, into which he looked down and said that these were all people he knew. He raised his head sharply and asked the agent if this was pure cronyism and whether it was even possible to do this. Shouldn't the association be fair? To this, Sung-hoon spread his arms, shrugged his shoulders and told him to just accept these benefits. It was a clear day, clouds were floating across the sky. Sung-hoon continued to say that Jikyu himself knows that all these people are not the kind who will turn a blind eye based only on their attachments, because the main character has long reached the level of a high ranker. After these words, he calmly said, throwing out his hand, that Jikyu's opponent should worry, to which he doubtfully asked if this was true, when suddenly he remembered something and said, yes, about the enemy. Raising the tablet closer to his face, he asked who he would fight. The agent came closer and pointed with his finger to enlarge the screen a little. On the screen was the girl Yubin. Sung-hoon explained that this guild only includes girls, and she is the leader of the Ketchum Guild, called the Ketchum Sword. He looked at her image on the tablet in surprise. Looking at her, he said that he had already seen her somewhere. The agent interrupted him and said that lately such phrases no longer work, to which Jikyu turned to his interlocutor in confusion and said that this was not what he meant and that he had actually seen her somewhere. Then Sung-hoon came closer and said that she was a ranker, so she probably saw him on TV. Do you think? Jikyu asked heavily. The door to the office was fenced with signs stating that work was in progress. This was training room number 2. Inside, in the artificial space, there were Jikyu, Sung-hoon, Yubin, and the jury members. The agent, as a judge, introduced the duelists and told them to stand facing each other. With his arms outstretched, he actively and loudly explained that the rules of the fight were the same as those they had heard earlier, explaining that excessive attacks were prohibited. If one of the parties declared their intention to surrender, the fight would be stopped immediately, and if a violation was noticed. Soku shouted, raising his hand for Jikyu to hold on. Teskak shouted for him to do everything as usual, and the president, folding his arms across his chest, displeasedly said that he would see what he could do. Listening to the encouragement, Jiku was confused and beads of sweat ran down his face. The main character turned to the jury and asked them to be more serious. Yubin didn't know what to say to this. She was serious, there was hatred in her eyes. She said to herself that he, as she thought, passed only thanks to connections, which is why she would not be able to recognize him so easily. Clutching the sword in front of her in her hands, she vehemently said in her head that if Jikyu was not qualified enough, then she would make an official refutation. Sunghoon said, "So it begins." Battle of the Rankers, the agent shouted loudly. After these words, both duelists rushed towards each other with great speed. Jikyun was focused, he ran towards his opponent, holding the blade behind his back. Yubin, in turn, also rushed towards the enemy, holding her sword behind her head. Having met, she was the first to strike, but expecting this, Jikyu immediately blocked it. Yubin's face showed excitement. She immediately tried to throw another blow, but it was also easily deflected by Jikyu. The girl became very tense, she became more serious. At that same second, with the help of technology, she found herself behind her opponent. Jikyu realized late where his opponent was, and when he turned in surprise, he saw Yubin already preparing to strike. She made a swift lunge towards the enemy, but Jikyu was able to dodge. Suddenly there was a sharp cutting blow. Yubin wielded the sword so well that immediately after an unsuccessful attack she struck, but Jikyu quickly parried it. Having jumped into the distance, the main character heard Lu's voice, who said that he needed to restrain his strength and speed to the maximum, after which he told him to use only technique. Yubin took a stance opposite Jikyu. While they stopped, Jikyu said that the girl was a good opponent because she had good movements. Yubin was breathing heavily at this time, she clenched her teeth in anger and a bead of sweat ran down her cheek. At that same second, she immediately rushed to attack, delivering countless blows to Jikyu, who easily repelled each one. Their swords clashed. Lu said, "Optimal blocking." Yubin quickly put her sword away and delivered a side slash, but Jikyu quickly bent down, to which Lu added the same optimal avoidance of attacks. Yubin's next blow missed the target again, because the main character quickly and deftly dodged. Lu said that instead of directly blocking blows, he should dodge. The jury was confused. Soku, with a drop of sweat on his cheek, asked if ranker battles were always so calm, to which Teskik added that he told Jikyu to fight, but he, on the contrary, was practicing his techniques. The president was silent. He watched closely as both duelists fought, throwing and parrying each blow. Suddenly he said that they both moved excellently. Yubin, already tired of the endless attacks, said in her head that her opponent was strong. She constantly stood in a stance, her feet sliding along the floor. Yubin said to herself that she was mistaken in her conclusions that Jikyu came here through connections. Suddenly she got scared. She saw Jikyu's strong aura and said that no matter how she attacked, she still couldn't reach him. She asked herself where such a strong player came from. Suddenly, the blade of her sword was enveloped in strong energy. Yubin said to himself that she didn't want to use the skills. At that same second, she rushed towards the enemy, raising her sword behind her head, preparing to strike. She made a strong attack with her sword, but Jikyu jumped far back, dodging her. 2 marks from a sword strike suddenly appeared in front of him, and if he had not jumped back, he could have exposed himself. In his head he said in shock that he couldn't see the sword. L's voice was immediately heard, saying that Yubin had used a skill that caused hallucinations. Lu immediately said that he could no longer restrain himself. A bead of sweat was running down Jikyu's cheek and he had a confused smile on his face. Having assessed the situation, he said that it was time to slowly end it. Stopping, his shoes began to glow as he used the acceleration technique. In less than a second, he found himself in the face of Yubin, who did not even have time to raise her sword after the last blow. Fear appeared in her eyes, she did not understand what had just happened. "Power," Jikyu said, and at the same time the hand holding Lu began to shine. He delivered a cleaving blow with devastating force to Yubin, who fortunately managed to raise her sword and block the blow, which sent a strong shockwave. Suddenly the sword flew out of Yubin's hands. Hitting the wall of the space, he fell to the floor. Seeing this, the jury were very surprised. Sunhyun had the same reaction to what happened. Yubin suddenly said sharply in a trembling voice. "Lost," she continued after a short pause, lowering her head sadly. Sunghan raised his hand and shouted, declaring Jikyu the winner, adding that as a result of his victory, he was awarded the rank of ranker without additional evaluation matches. Yubin stood in the arena, clenching her fists in anger, and said that she had rushed to conclusions and lost with such a shame. Suddenly Jikyu extended his hand to her. Holding his hand in front of him, the main character thanked her for the fight with a smile on his face and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The girl was scared. Holding her hand on her chest, she looked at Jikyu's hand and asked if he really knew her. Jikyu then asked if it was true that Yubin's father's name was Shin Jeong-chul. The confused girl, with surprise in her eyes, asked where he was from. "I thought so," Jikyu interrupted her. After a short silence, he explained. that he used to be a guide and during his lifetime, Yubin's father often talked about his daughter. Soku, having heard this, said with surprise on his face that 5 years of experience as a guide was making itself felt. Teskik listened carefully to what the main character was saying. Jikyu continued, saying that he saw Yubin once at a funeral. The main character looked carefully at his rival, who listened to him with excitement and worry in her eyes, without removing her hand from her chest, and said that at first he doubted. But when he saw him in person, he immediately recognized him, adding that he remembered the time when she was a schoolgirl. Yubin remembered her father telling her with a smile on his face that he met a guide who couldn't level up, but still helped others rise higher. After that, she remembered how she said with hatred in her voice that such a ranker not only did not educate the younger players, but also robbed them of their chance, adding that she could not allow him to get the rank so easily. Immediately after this, the image of her before the start of the battle popped into her head when she said that Jikyu passed only thanks to connections. After leaving the memories, she realized who her father was talking about and could not say anything. Suddenly she blushed deeply with shame. She extended her hand towards Jikyu's still holding hand. After shaking his hand, she shyly covered her face with her other hand, embarrassedly saying that they really hadn't seen each other for a long time. The door to the office opened and Teskik congratulated Jikyu on becoming a real ranker. The jury members left. The president, smiling, looked at the main character and congratulated him, adding that they would need to meet separately later. Soku, waving his hand, said that it was time for him to go since he had left the guild's affairs for a while. The duelists watched the departing jury. Suddenly Sung-hoon asked Jikyu to come up to him and sign his name. The main character immediately signed where the agent showed him. "Listen," a voice was heard from behind. Jikyu immediately turned around in surprise. Yubin embarrassedly handed the phone to the main character and asked him to give her his phone number. "Is it possible?" she asked, looking at Jikyu coquettishly and embarrassedly. Taking her phone, the main character answered positively with a smile on his face, when suddenly Jikyu caught the agent's malicious and greedy gaze, causing sweat to appear on his cheek. Looking away, Jikyu displeasedly asked what was wrong with the agent's face, to which he, also looking away, said that everything was fine. Brunhart's voice was immediately heard, saying that the owner was shy. L didn't say anything at that moment. A few minutes later the elevator reached the 5th floor. Having exited on the desired floor, Jikyu said in his head that he didn't want to go to the tower today, so he would go and chat with Teskik. He approached the office of the head of the department. Gently knocking, the main character asked if he could enter. Nobody answered him. Suddenly he saw that the door opened slightly and then asked if it was really open. Opening the door and looking into the office, he looked around and asked himself if Teskik was really not in the office. Suddenly his eyes filled with horror at what he saw. Running into the office, he saw a twisted Teskik on the floor. He was on his knees, holding his stomach, blood was pouring from his lip, and there was pain in his eyes. Jikyu immediately rushed to help his comrade. Helping him up, he noticed that blood was pouring from his mouth. There was excitement on his face. He asked himself who could have done this. The technician leaned on the table, rising heavily. Jikyu asked if it was poison or an attack, if someone had infiltrated the association. Gwa, Teskik said heavily. Jikyu did not understand what he was talking about. Having gathered his strength, he finally agreed, the head of the association. Got it, the main character said immediately, reaching into his pocket for the phone and adding that he would contact him right away. Suddenly Teskik stopped him. He was shaking all over in pain and could not get up. With a heavy voice, he said that it was the president who beat him. Jikyu was speechless. Holding his friend's hand, he asked him again. A few minutes later, Teskik loudly placed the bottle of healing potion on the table. He wiped his mouth, cleared his throat, and said that someday he would definitely sue the old man. Lu's voice was heard in Jikyu's head, asking how this old man could unilaterally beat someone who could withstand even fatal blows. Brunhart's voice was immediately heard, saying that even the reflection skill had no effect on him. Then Jikyu asked in surprise why the president beat Teskik, to which he, bending over the table, aggressively shouted that he was always asking him to go on a blind date. Teskik continued to say that he answered the old man that he would only marry the one he loved, but he immediately came at him with his fists. Hearing this story, Jikyu was very confused, a drop of sweat ran down his cheek, and he did not know what to say. Without getting up from his seat, Jikyu looked intently at Teskik, after which he asked, that is, the old man was offering something like an arranged marriage, adding that, after all, the world of the rich was completely different, to which Teskik, putting out his hand, displeasedly told him to didn't call him that. Putting his head on his hand, Teskik exhaled heavily and said that this is not the case. The president is simply afraid that his adult son will remain a bachelor until old age. Remembering his father's terrible face, Teskik sadly lowered his head, saying that the old man began to ask him what other unrequited love there could be at his age, after which he sadly asked himself whether that girl even liked him. Drops of sweat were running down Jikyu's face. He said nothing. After a short pause, he finally decided to ask if he had been busy lately, to which he replied that he was very busy, adding that he already had a lot of problems had Jikyu really come to tease him. Then it won't work, Jikyu said sadly, watching as Teskik was displeasedly holding his head with one hand, and with the other unscrewing and tightening the cap of the bottle, after which he added that because of the Iron Guild, his family has been bothering him lately. After thinking for a while, Jikyu said that he needed someone to help his mother when she went shopping or for a walk. Hearing this, Teskik opened his eyes in shock, stopping to twist the lid, when suddenly he jumped up from his chair and shouted that he was not busy, adding that, on the contrary, he had a lot of time that had nowhere to go. There was insane confidence in his words in Teskik's eyes, drool was flying from his mouth. He shouted that without him the association was working properly. He could take a day off, and if that didn't work out, he would grab this old man by the chest and make time at any cost. Hearing such a statement, Jikyu was confused and told him to take care of his mother. After approval, Teskik calmed down and sat down. Suddenly Jikyu said that this is not what he was here for. He smiled widely and with purpose in his eyes asked Tishik if he remembered what they talked about in the past about the Iron Guild, and then asked if anything had been heard about the establishment of a branch in Korea. Leaning back in his chair, Teskik thought and said that there would be an official announcement tonight, adding that almost all the formalities had already been completed and the building for the guild had been decided. Hearing this, Jikyu thought about it, after which he slowly asked if there was really no turning back, when he suddenly asked how the International Association reacted. The emblem of an international association popped up in Teskik's head, after which he said that they no longer have the right to interfere if some kind of scandal breaks out, but in general they cannot interfere in the affairs of other associations. After a short silence, Teshik quietly said, "There's a problem." Jikyu's face changed to a more serious one. Hearing what his interlocutor said, he asked if Angela was in the guild. "Exactly," Teskik said, introducing all the members of the guild, after which he added that out of the blue, the first guild in the country began to support the opening of a branch of the Iron Guild. At the moment it was possible to find out that it seems that they only took part in the establishment, and after that they retired. There was concern in his eyes. He asked Jikyu what kind of conversation could be between the two guilds that were at enmity with each other. After imagining images of the Iron Shield and Sunho, Teskik said that he was only guessing that there was some kind of conflict between the two leaders. Jikyu lowered his head in thought. In his head, he was thinking about a deal between two large guilds. "So you will?" Suddenly came a question from Teskik. Interrupting his thoughts, Jikyu raised his head and asked what. The technician nervously tapped his finger on the table and asked if he would take revenge, adding that he could not deny that this was a good moment for revenge, but he could not advise anything. Stopping to knock on the table, he concluded that there were too many risks. Jikyu remained silent, unable to find words. "Why exactly at such a time?" the main character asked. Teskik was surprised when he heard him. Bowing his head, Jikyu added, "And it was in Korea, and it was Roger's ham." His eyes filled with seriousness and hatred. He said that they were probably hunting for him. It turns out that a collision could not be avoided. Jikyu was very tense. His eyebrows were furrowed. He added that there were 3 months left before the branch opened, and he would remove all the risks one by one. The news was the Iron Guild, the opening of a branch in South Korea. Society was excited. The head of the branch missed his homeland. There were photographs in the news of the heads of the Iron Guild at press conferences. The comments were divided into 2 sides. The first was pleased with the changes. The second one spoke poorly about all this. All this was observed by Jikyu on the phone, who said in his head that the word guild sounds quite close and evokes friendly feelings, but in reality it is an armed group of people. He concluded and said that there were people who rejoiced at the Iron Guild, since their appearance could reduce the risks of the gates being ruptured, and, conversely, some were against allowing foreign military forces into the country. Suddenly, Sung-hoon joined Jikyu, asking him with interest what he was watching, to which the main character answered in confusion that he was just reading the news. After that, he put the phone in his pocket and asked if it was right there. They found themselves in front of a site of massive destruction. Houses were broken, cars were destroyed and crushed. Jikyu clarified the place where they agreed to meet him. Lu's voice was immediately heard, saying that this was a good choice of place. Brunhard immediately said that Lu had strange taste, and El replied that he was in his own spirit. Jikyu looked around. There was only destruction everywhere. It was reported that this was a city destroyed after the gate was broken. Looking in the other direction, he saw broken houses and asked why the guy chose that particular place. Sung-hoon, looking at his phone to clarify the information, said that everything was correct with the address, only the guy was late. Hearing this, Jikyu exhaled and said that nothing could be done because they needed it. Suddenly he felt something. Turning around, he said with a malicious smile on his face that it seemed that he had finally arrived. This was the first step towards preparing revenge. 3 months later, there was a guy in the sky. He could fly. He looked simple. He had glasses on his eyes. He went down to the asphalt to the guys and apologized for being late. It was Paparash's player. The guy, without any confidence in his voice, said that it was he who called on behalf of Ko-Hyun Chul, former ranker Ko-Hen. Jikyu remembered that Teskik had said with difficulty and carefully that it was better not to mess with him, adding that he should also be careful with him in the future. Jikyu looked at the guy and said to himself that he didn't make a good impression, but what was important to them now was his ability to obtain information. After that, he asked again, on behalf of he stood with his hands in his pockets, seriously saying that he would like to personally meet the player Ko-Hyun Chul. The guy, lowering his head, apologized and said that Mr. Ko-Hyun would negotiate only through himself. Jikyu tensed up, saying that this was a pretty serious matter, adding that they would guarantee security, and then asked the guy to meet Ko-Hyun in person. The guy raised his head and sharply replied that this was impossible, repeating that Ko-Hyun decides all matters only through himself, after which he added that he has the right to accept or reject them. "You can be calm and say," the guy said after a short silence. Jikyu folded his arms over his chest and thought. Sung-hoon leaned towards the protagonist's ear and whispered that it was too dangerous if information about Jikyu's plan leaked out. Jikyu immediately interrupted the agent, removing his hand from his chin, and said that it was nothing. He opened his eyes, which were filled with purpose, and said that he had a plan. Putting his hands in his pocket again, Jikyu calmly said that he would first name the amount. After thinking a little, he said that the initial payment was 5 billion. Then he added that if the guy gets the information, he will pay 10 more. The guy raised his head in surprise. He immediately asked what the deal was. Realizing that the guy was interested in this, Jikyu said with complete seriousness in his voice that he needed information, adding that there was a possibility that the Iron Guild was negotiating with the Angel Guild when they decided to open a branch in Korea. Tensing even more, Jikyu said that he needed to find out that this was a deal. Hearing this, the guy was seriously frightened, horror appeared in his eyes, he did not know what to say. Losing his balance, he began to back away and scream in horror, asking if Jikyu had gone crazy. Turning around in fear, he adjusted his glasses and said that he was refusing the job, adding that whatever the reward, he could not risk his life. After these words, he lifted himself off the ground. As he flew away, the guy finally said, "Let's assume that he didn't hear anything." Suddenly, Jikyun's hand, shrouded in a strong aura, grabbed the guy's leg. Noticing this, he became very frightened. Jikyu, holding the guy by the leg, mockingly said that he heard everything, after which he asked if he really thought that he would let him go so easily after this. The guy asked Jikyu to let him go, but the main character continued to say that he flew here of his own free will, but he wouldn't be able to leave like that. Jikyu's face changed, but he smiled madly and his eyes lit up. He told the guy to come down if he didn't want to die, after which he told him to stop pretending. Hearing this, the guy was so scared that cold sweat was running down his face. He asked in horror what he was talking about. At that same second, a huge force pulled him down. With a flourish, Jikyu threw the guy to the ground. A huge strong explosion thundered, hitting half the city with a shockwave. Columns of dust rose around the main character. Tauntingly, he said that last time he had to sweat because of him, so he was left with not the most pleasant feelings. His left eye was burning hotter than ever and he had a crazy smile on his face. Jikyu slowly suggested to the guy to end everything on good terms, as long as he was kind. After which he called him by the name Ko-Hyun. There was hatred and rage in his burning violet eye. Suddenly he was very surprised by what he saw. The dust cleared, and in his hand there was no Ko-Hyun, only a piece of his clothing. Ko-Hyun himself stood not far in front of him, clearing his throat. The guy was breathing heavily. He wiped his chin and asked why Jikyu was acting this way, adding that now he, too, would not stand still. Hearing this, the main character went to the guy with the words that he was definitely a ranker. Ko-Hyun got scared and asked what he was talking about, claiming that he was not Ko-Hyun. Jikyu's eye continued to glow. The main character sarcastically told the frightened guy not to pretend. With his burning eye, he saw everything. Above the head of the crippled guy was the inscription Ko-Hyun. "Everything can be checked," Jikyu said with a mockery. He could clearly see the guy's name above his head. The day before, a notification window appeared in front of Jikyu, informing him that Ego Lu had been fully awakened in the body of the Magic Lord. Jikyu, sitting in some room, looked at the notification in surprise, saying that he even forgot when it appeared. L's voice immediately appeared in his head, saying that the owner was busy. With a wave of his hand, the notification disappeared, and Jikyu asked Lu what had changed. Lu thought about it. Jikyu raised his hand, on which the ring glowed, and listened to what Lu was telling him. He reported that now Jikyu's demon eye skill should have been revealed to some extent, because demonic objects meant everything that belonged to the devil world. Without removing his hand, the main character asked in surprise what other demonic eye was, to which Lu said that he was talking about the owner's left eye. Jikyu, hearing this, touched his left eye in shock, asking if it had been a demon eye all along, asking after that. Why did Lu just now say this? To which Lu replied that he didn't ask about it, especially since he himself also doubted it at first. The ring on the protagonist's hand glowed bright red as Lu explained. that the magic eye is not so easy for a person to obtain, adding that he does not know what exactly that woman did who praised the Demon King. Jikyu was silent, unable to find words. He remembered that girl with purple hair and asked himself who she was to have such power. While the protagonist stared non-stop at his ringed hand, Lu said that this demonic eye can see the essence, although not all the power has been revealed yet. Convinced of his guesses, Lu added that Jikyu can see names. Hearing this, the main character exhaled contentedly and said that this would really be useful, adding that it would be good if he also had the Devil's Diary. "What is this?" Lu immediately asked. Jikyu shook his hand and told him to forget. He immediately called up the information window. It immediately appeared in front of him. This was Lu's window, showing all of his characteristics. Seeing this, Jikyu laughed contentedly. Suddenly he saw a line on which it was written that the power of demonic objects could be invested into Lu's ego. Jikyu leaned over, put his hand to his chin and thoughtfully asked, "It turns out that you can invest in the aggravation of Bai's wounds, the acceleration of Hermes, or the power of Oberon." "That's right," Lu replied, and then continued that the owner can invest a skill that suits the character of the ego. Hearing this, Jikyu was very surprised. Lu continued that since they were talking about it, maybe they should test those gloves first. Binding. 5 chains of magic were released from the glove. It has been reported that binding is the act of shackling an opponent using black magic. Jikyu tied up Kohen. Seeing this, the agent asked the main character if this was a new skill, to which he said with a satisfied smile on his face that it was so. The guy tried to break free, but he was tied too tightly. Jikyu, without dismissing Kohen, told him to stop pretending. Then, with a serious face, he said that this was the last warning. The guy shouted in confusion that he had met the Demon King after all. Then, he said, and after these words his body began to smoke. This sight greatly shocked the agent and Jikyu. There was a strong energy explosion. The magical chains have broken. Kohen's leg, shrouded in magic, appeared from the center of the explosion. His eye that appeared glowed bright red. It was filled with anger and greed. Kohen appeared before them, a man in a suit with his hands in his pockets. He said that this was getting interesting, then said that he would listen to what Jikyu had to say. Having removed the magical bonds, the main character smiled and said that he looked much better this way. Some time passed. Among the destroyed city, the voice of the two was heard. Jikyu said that he wanted to make a deal, to which Kohen said that the condition needed to be adjusted. They sat opposite each other. The main character said that he had already said that the advance payment is 5 billion, and the reward for successful completion is 10. Kohen immediately said that this was not enough, adding that his life was not that cheap. Jikyu immediately remembered that he had just tried to escape with his information, so they would make do with this. Kohen laughed at this. Then the main character bent over and thoughtfully asked what he wanted to get. Information, Kohen answered coldly. There was no emotion on Jikyu's face. He was interested to know which one exactly. Kohen didn't keep him waiting long and explained that he wanted information about the protagonist's relationship with the Demon King and the power of the Demon Eye. Realizing what he wanted, Jikyu asked in surprise whether this was the only thing his interlocutor was interested in. "That would be enough," Kohen replied, holding his knee, before adding that it seemed Jikyu didn't know how valuable this information was. The main character said that if so, then. After hesitating a little, he gathered his strength and said that he was a disciple of the Demon King, and with the help of his demonic eye he could see the essence of other people. Hearing this, Kohen was very surprised, but did not show it, after which he said that it did not look like a lie. Rising from his chair, he said that he had received payment, so he accepted the task of the main character. Suddenly his body began to gradually dissolve. Kohen said that as soon as he gets the information, he will contact the main character. "I have to go," he said finally, after which he disappeared, leaving Jikyu and Sunhan alone. Immediately the voice of Lu was heard, who asked in surprise whether Kohen didn't even doubt the owner's words, to which El replied that no one knows. What if Kohen has a special skill? Suddenly the agent said in surprise that somehow all this was very fast and even easier than he himself thought. Jikyu was confused. He laughed, confirmed Sunghan's words, and invited him to go to the next point. Then he added that he wanted to finish all the work that he could today. It was still a clear day. Association building. Office of the chairman of the association. From it the voice of the chairman was heard, who said that he had heard about this situation from Teskik. "Revenge," the old man said heavily, clasping his hands and putting them to his mouth. After thinking a little, he said that he could no longer help here, despite the fact that Jikyu was a mercenary, adding only that the only thing he could do was turn a blind eye to all this. After this, the old man said that this was only because their interests coincided, because dealing with the branch and the association was a headache. The main character, sitting opposite the president, explained that he would not call this revenge. It is rather a proactive attack, adding that he is confident that they will start hunting for him. There were 2 of them in the office. They were sitting on chairs at the table. Jikyu said that if the old man stood aside silently, he would be grateful, adding that he was actually very ashamed, but he had one more request. A request? The president asked in surprise. Then Jiku, with complete seriousness in his eyes and voice, asked for complete control of the information, adding that the old man should evacuate all residents who are within the radius of the Iron Guild branch, adding that the president should also make sure that other guilds do not get there. Having finished with his request, after a short silence, Jiku asked if this was possible. The old man, having listened to his interlocutor's request, clasped his hands and asked if it was true that Jiku was going to destroy the entire branch in the center of Seoul. After thinking for a while, the old man added that the Iron Guild was one of the 10 strongest guilds in the world. Hearing this, Jiku humbly lowered his head and closed his eyes. The president folded his hands on his chest and thought, saying later that the association was also not omnipotent. Such control was not easy to organize. Unless the gate breaks, the old man added. Jiku raised his head and asked if the president was really saying that this would be possible if the gate were to rupture. The old man lowered his hands and fell silent in surprise, after which he said that Jiku spoke as if he could cause this explosion. Gap, no, answered the main character. The old man exhaled heavily and confirmed the words of his interlocutor. He remembered how he tried to disarm the gate in his own laboratory, and told Jiku about this, adding that he had never succeeded because it was beyond the power of one person. The main character looked away in confusion and scratched the back of his head. Suddenly, he grinned in confusion and said that he could do something similar. Hearing this, the president became very tense, unable to find words. It was very bright in the office. The sun was shining directly through the windows. In the office, the voice of an old man was heard, who said that if he could, he would like to take such a skill from Jiku. Evening came, the sun went below the horizon. It was reported that everything would only take 3 months, so it was necessary to act urgently. The main character stood in the elevator, saying in his head that he entrusted the investigation of some dubious issues to Cohen and also received, albeit small, help from the association. Immediately Lu's voice was heard, asking if the owner would now go look for the devil's diary. Jiku answered, confused, no. The elevator opened to the floor he needed. As he was about to leave, the main character said in his head that he needed something else. Even if he could control the gate, his strength was still not enough. Immediately Brunhart's voice was heard, sadly asking if he was completely useless. Jiku, coming out of the elevator and hearing this, responded irritably that this is not the case, adding that Brunhart, on the contrary, helps him a lot. Walking down the corridor, he calmly explained that the gate becomes stronger when it absorbs crystals, but Brunhart's power is not limited to just that. Approaching the office door, the main character said that his opponent was a guild that was among the 10 strongest, and even if he managed to become stronger in 3 months, he could not cope with them alone. He opened the door to the office with a creak. Jiku immediately came into the office and apologized. The association cannot personally assist in the battle. Wow, said the surprised protagonist when he saw stacks of paper on the table. Suddenly, from behind this paper, the voice of Soku was heard, who asked the main character if he had really come. In his head, Jiku said that he needed strength with which he could fight more enemies. Soku, seeing Jiku come, apologized for chasing him away because he himself is a little busy now. The main character, with a smile on his face, approached the teacher's workplace and asked what he was apologizing for. Then he sarcastically added that all the people know that Soku is very busy. Soku winked at the main character and laughed, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. It is necessary to find an ally, Jiku said in his head. Taking off his glasses and smiling maliciously, Soku asked what the main character was talking about. Who will fight alongside him, Jiku added in his head. Soku sat at a table littered with papers and said that this is how it all happened, and this is the first time he hears the details, to which Jiku, sitting at the next table, remarked that this is not such a good story. Jiku closed his eyes thoughtfully and heard the question about what he was going to do. Soku looked at the guy carefully and said that his guild owes him a great debt, and naturally, he would like to satisfy any of his requests, but he himself knew something about this case. Jiku smiled and said that this was too much of a risk. He turned to Sok and said that that's why he came here to ask, not as a friend, because he wants to offer a deal, to which the guy asked again in surprise. He imagined the broken glass in front of the Iron Guild emblem, which could disappear, after which there would be many benefits that would be transferred to the Kain Guild through the association. Jiku closed his eyes again and said that this was already clear, but he had a condition, and then the guy hesitated a little. Soku watched as Jiku raised his index finger upward. He smiled slyly, saying that he had only one condition, which was that if the Kain Guild asked for anything, then he would fulfill that request, no matter what it was. Lu mockingly said that their master had become so arrogant to offer himself as a condition of the deal, to which Jiku nervously shushed him. Soku remembered with pleasure how the guy was trembling at the sight of goblins just yesterday. He clasped his hands and said that this was a tempting offer, after which he asked what exactly their task was, and they just needed to simply confront the members of the Iron Guild branch, to which Jiku replied that that would be enough. Soku rose from his chair and agreed to the proposal. However, he could not deal with such serious issues alone, but he thought that he could persuade the members of their guild without any problems. He extended his hand to Geek for a handshake, saying that they would consider his offer, and called him Mr. Morning Star. Jikyu shook his hand and said that he would wait for a positive answer and called him Mr. Arok. Soku could barely contain himself not to laugh. Jikyu also pressed his lips together, trying to look serious. In the room, flooded with sunset light, there was a request not to call each other so shamefully. There were 53 days left until D-Day, the opening of the Iron Guild branch, and at this time in Gyeonggi Province, S1-3 two men opened a portal. One of the men looked at the phone screen, which already showed 5:21, so he thoughtfully said about being late. The customer asked again, after which Sung-hoon said that Morning Star was late today. The customer looked at his wristwatch and said with disbelief in his voice that not even an hour had passed since he went there. He looked at the V-rank gate, which began to spin. Sung-hoon smiled with satisfaction. A foot in a bloody sneaker appeared from the portal. Jikyu exhaled and came out completely covered in blood, to which El praised him. Brunhart grumbled that the blood of monsters was sticky, and Lu said that he and his owner fought well. The customer, with a discouraged look, asked if Jikyu actually went there alone, since even for a whole guild it takes several days, to which Sung-hoon asked with a chuckle if he was seeing the mercenary for the first time, and Jikyu asked if they had come to meet him. Sung-hoon approached Jikyu and said that he was great and asked if he would sell the crystals this time, to which Jikyu said that he would not, and would also spend the reward for clearing them on them, and Brunhart, having heard this, thought that that was all it will eat. Jikyu reached out and said where the next gate is now. SNKHN made a cross with his fingers and showed it to Jikyu, saying that they were no more. Then Sung-hoon spread his fingers to the sides and with a satisfied smile said that Jikyu had cleared all the gates that the association had, so there were no more gates left on the Korean peninsula that could still be cleared. Jikyu looked at Sung-hoon indifferently, and Brunhart was upset since now he couldn't eat the crystals, to which Lu replied that he had already eaten enough. Did he really want more? He was insatiable. Jikyu said thoughtfully that then we should go home and take a shower. He looked at the sky and touched his cheek and offered to drink beer. Sunset was pouring over the Han River in Seoul. The can of beer made a delicious noise when opened. Jikyu and Sung-hoon were sitting on a park bench and clinking beer cans when Sung-hoon said there were about 2 months left. We curiously asked what Jikyu's plans are for these 2 months, and he said that he doesn't even know, since he has no desire to travel abroad to get more crystal, so we can try to get them as much as possible in the tower. He took a sip of his beer and said that besides, he had not yet fully mastered the skills he had acquired. Jikyu said that as long as he was doing different things, time would fly by, to which Sohan replied that Jikyu would succeed. He took a bite of the meat stick and asked if the man had talked about the meeting today. Jikyu asked with a smile if he would suddenly appear from behind again, as he did at the first meeting, and then all 3 times too, to which Sung-hoon looked wary. Jikyu pointed behind himself, saying that it would happen the same way as now. He snapped his fingers behind them and the air began to spin like a whirlwind. The man appeared in a haze of smoke. The developer put his hands in his pockets and headed towards the bench, saying that this time he had been figured out and Jikyu always surprises him. Jikyu handed him a can of beer and said that he always has some kind of strange accent, to which the manifestation asked if he was addressing him on a first-name basis, to which Jikyu replied that the manifestation had been addressing him on a first-name basis from the very beginning. The developer opened the jar and heard that, especially since they were the same age, to which he chuckled and agreed, although this was not particularly important. He drank from the jar and said that what is more important is that even high rankers cannot detect his presence, but he immediately felt it since he has unusual magic, to which Jikyu carelessly said that it was nothing, and Lu said that it was thanks to him, the master of all magical objects, and Jikyu was forced to recognize his magnificence. Lu continued to grumble that the owner could have responded better when Jikyu turned to developer and asked what he found out this time, since the last 3 times were in vain. The developer was surprised, since didn't he tell him the news that the iron leg was cut off, to which Jikyu admitted it. The developer turned away and grumpily remarked that this matter concerned the 2 largest guilds, and he treated it like child's play, to which Jikyu said that he understood, and then asked if he had gotten the information. The developer closed his eyes and said that he got it, but would immediately stipulate that this was the latest information since he was leaving the case. Jikyu turned around in surprise. He frowned and asked if this meant that the information was so reliable, to which the manifester agreed. He looked at Jikyu and said that first he would tell him about the rumors that were circulating around Lee Sunho, and Jikyu asked if it was that Lee Sunho was injured while defending the tower. The developer tells the story that Sunho really got hit, but he doesn't know exactly what kind of injury, but they say the situation was quite critical. Developer's face darkened when he said that this is why Lee Sunho needs the elixir. The door was barely visible in the dark room. Jikyu held his chin and thought that the last place where he could get it was the labyrinth of Jian, and if information about him and the Demon Queen had not leaked anywhere, it would look quite natural if we assumed that the elixir was an iron guild that protects the tower. He imagined two knights standing back to back and thought that it turned out that he wanted to make a deal using an elixir that he didn't even have. But Iron Shield couldn't do that to Lee Xianhou, and he didn't think that he would fall for it for this. Jikyu thought about the Demon Queen and that for starters, they know that all three elixirs that were found earlier have already been used, which means that the Demon Queen is involved in this deal. He rubbed his chin, wondering what if he was so badly injured that he needed the elixir. But then his thoughts were interrupted by L, who suggested that perhaps Sunho's vessel was badly damaged, and Jikyu immediately straightened up from this thought. L explained that the owner also experienced that feeling when the elixir restored his vessel, and if Soho needed this effect, that his vessel was damaged, and Jikyu remembered this episode of his life. He put a finger to his lips thoughtfully, thinking about the damage to the vessel, when L suggested that he should meet the Demon Queen, and Lu said that she told him to come to her when he passed the 50th floor, although even for him it would not be it's that simple. Suddenly, something began to glow in Jikyu's chest, and Brunhart called him. A fountain opened up in the middle of the room, from which two skeletons with shovels appeared, which began to unload a bunch of crystals into it, to which Brunhart said that he could no longer. The skeletons continued their work, to which Lu said that he was talking about this, and it was all his greed. Crystals poured into the portal. Brunhart said that he wouldn't fit into it anymore, to which Jikyu stretched his hands and said that then he would leave the solution to this issue for later, since nothing comes to mind anyway, so they can get down to work, to which L replied that the owner became so cold-blooded. Jikyu took out a pendant with a blue stone that glowed in the dark. An information window popped up saying that the pendant's name is Bai, its level is 51, strength 19, agility 25, physical strength 67, magical powers 25, the skill is turning into an accessory, restoring magical powers, aggravating him. The next sign asked to choose the main ego. Jikyu decided to merge and chose Bai as the main ego. The next sign asked to choose a second ego. The merger has begun. The crystal began to glow. A shining cloud appeared in the room. Huge black clouds hang over Iken International Airport. D-Day came when the Iron Guild branch was founded. Many knights walked around the building. One of them asked if Lee Sunho's hometown was here. The guy with the crazy expression on his face and red hair said that he didn't care as long as he started fighting as soon as possible. The girl with blonde hair looked away and remained silent. At the head of the crowd of knights stood a gloomy older man. Cameras were flashing brightly on all sides, and reporters kept asking to comment on what policy they would adhere to and what Mr. Iron Shield was doing now. The man glanced sideways at the raging crowd. People with satisfied smiles were filming them on their phones and holding welcome signs, and the man, who turned out to be Roger's hand, was annoyed that they thought that since they had the same skin color, he was the same as them. Rogers gritted his teeth and thought angrily that he was better than them all. A little girl ran out from the crowd. Her cheeks were flushed with embarrassment, but she still held out the welcome wreath and asked him to take care of their country. Roger looked at the girl with hatred. She was embarrassed and hugged the wreath to herself out of fear. Suddenly, someone's strong hands lifted the girl. The president of the association put her on his shoulder, and immediately the cameras started clicking, filming this action. Rogers watched the man with a frown, recognizing him. Reporters tried to capture every moment. The president and the girl smiled, and the man turned to Rogers, saying that he lacked entertainment and what would it take to just receive a wreath. Roger thought that even he could not treat the president of the Korean Players Association impolitely, which he greatly disliked. He rudely asked if this is how the Korean Association works, because how can a person in a public place just run out, to which the president laughed. He said that it seemed that the chairman of the Korean branch of the Iron Guild had no idea about the strength and capabilities of the other person. He looked at the representatives and guilds and asked if this little girl could cause trouble. Roger cast an irritated glance at the journalists surrounding them. He roughly grabbed the wreath so that the petals fell out. The man barely squeezed out words of gratitude. The girl embarrassedly clasped her hands with her knees, and the president said that this young lady needed to be thanked, and then added that their association had prepared an event to mark their arrival, and he would be grateful if Rogers would stop by. The wreath flew to the floor and crumbled. Rogers began to trample him and curse. Having already exhaled in the car, he ordered the driver to go straight to the branch, to which he asked if Rogers would stop by the Korean Association. The man leaned back in his chair and said that they did not need to obey them in everything. Since inspecting the branch building was a priority for him, let him convey it that way, to which the serious driver said that he understood him. The cars were driving along the highway when Rogers thought it was strange that almost all information related to Kim Jikyu was restricted. Rogers looked gloomily out the car window and thought that although he is related to the Demon King, so this is understandable, but Rogers does not care. He started scrolling through the file on his phone and stopped at Kim Yoo-jung. With an evil smile, he thought with satisfaction that it would not be difficult to get information about the Jikyu family. Rogers thought that he would be interested to see Jikyu's face when he saw the corpses of his relatives when the car approached the branch. Rogers got out of the car and stared at the building in bewilderment. He looked at the small number of cars in the parking lot and did not understand why it was so quiet, since this area used to be quite busy. The speakers came to life, from which it was immediately heard that a gate rupture had been detected. Roger looked in surprise at the speakers, which asked residents to evacuate immediately. The red-haired madman curled his face into a grin as the sound of this being a real situation came through the speakers. The speakers again began to repeat that a gate rupture had been discovered. Sung-hoon said into the phone that the evacuation and cordoning off of the territory was almost completed, so we could start slowly, to which the voice on the other end agreed with him. Sung-hoon sat near the suitcase, surrounded by his subordinates, and said that it turned out that this was their last call, after which he turned on the silencing barrier. A protective dome has grown over the area. The phone screen indicated that the call was completed. Jikyu, standing at the head of a crowd of his friends, said that now there is no need to worry about witnesses. Now the portal could be opened, and a purple sphere immediately opened up in front of them. There was the sound of many heavy boots. Jikyu watched as many skeleton warriors arrived from the portal. The last to arrive were the general of the army and the headless horseman. The general took a knee. The rider repeated his gesture. They bowed and the skeleton greeted his master. Jikyu stood with his hands in his pockets and asked if they were aware of their plan. He raised his hand with a badge and explained that those with a red rope on their hand are allies, all others are enemies. Jikyu looked focused as he said that the others should be killed immediately. The general, still on one knee, said that they would listen and obey. Jikyu waved his hand and told everyone to take their places as they needed to act according to the plan, and Soku, looking at his friend, thought that he really caused the break. He looked back at the dead army, thinking that those skeletons looked very powerful. Soku put his hands in his karmas and looked at Lick and Darken, feeling that they were at the level of rankers. One of the men in the crowd said that after all, the Jikyu player exceeds all expectations, to which another guy clarified that they would definitely fight against the Iron Guild. Suk was surprised to find that Sung Pil was also participating, and the Child Guild was standing nearby. A month ago, in one of the city cafes, the number 4 was painted on the closed door with a large window. Dong-hee sat in front of Jikyu as a representative from the Child Guild. Sunpil was also nearby as a representative of the Morning Star Guild. They both wanted to join and merge their guilds with the Jikyu player. Jikyu put down his cup and asked why they wanted to unite. Dong-hee said, recalling their raid on the guard, that they began to communicate after that, and Sunpil said that they were united by talking about Jikyu. Dong-hee heard a question about whether this was the only reason for the unification, to which he said with a serious expression that he needed to start the story from the very beginning. He looked at Jikyu and said that after the resignation of the guild leader Child, he took over the post in his place, to which Jikyu congratulated him in surprise and thought to himself that he had been busy lately. He didn't even have time to watch the news. Do-ai clasped his hands, thanked him and said that during his conversation with the guild leader Songpil, the conversation naturally turned to him. Jikyu listened confusedly. If they unite, then everyone will benefit, and that's how it happened that they met. Jikyu lowered his hands to his knees and thanked him for the inflated ratings. However, as they know, he is not even a member of any guild. Dong-hee excitedly explained that he saw him wearing a mask on the news when he blocked the gap in Yesu. Jikyu nervously remembered that story, wondering what it meant that everyone who knew his face recognized him. Dong-hee leaned on the back of his chair and said that then he thought that Jikyu would become great, and a good relationship with him would not hurt. Jikyu put his cup away, agreed and asked if he could make a request as their ally. The guy looked worried. Jikyu looked at the people who rushed to attack and remembered how he explained to the heads of the guild that in exactly a month they would have to appear along with all the fighting force that they had at the place and time appointed for them. He watched as Dong-hee rushed forward, remembering that he had said that for the sake of safety. He could not tell them all the details now, but they would fight a powerful enemy. Then Jikyu said that he knew that this was a weighty request, and if the guild came, he would immediately, without a doubt, enter into an alliance with them. Dong-hee rushed along with the stream of other warriors and thought that it was a strong current, and one wrong step could carry them along. He was focused when he thought that he would not die for long, but he was convinced. When I saw Jikyu control the gate, Dong-hee, grinning, considered Jikyu to be undoubtedly capable of leading him to the highest level. Liu was already tired of waiting when the owner called him, and immediately became covered in red lightning. L responded to the call in the same way and became covered in golden lightning. Jikyu summoned B, who glowed with a soft blue light. Jikyu stood with a weapon in his hands. A huge demon appeared. He opened his golden eyes. Behind Jikyu stood a huge silver wolf. The guy grinned and said that now their revenge can begin. An information window popped up, which said that B has a connected ego with Changjin. His level is 81, strength 77, agility 102, physical strength 91, magical strength 98, has the skills of turning into an accessory, transformation into a monster, restoration of magical powers, aggravation of wounds, bleeding, elemental fire, elemental water, elemental darkness. The gray asphalt was even darker in the dark. Large drops of rain fell on the covering. In a matter of moments, a downpour enveloped the two men on the roof. The president of the association looked down, talking about what had started, while his subordinate lit a cigarette. The sound of the rain could not drown out the roar from the warriors' hills. Skeletons walked in rows behind Darkin. The president, putting his hands in his pockets, said that he only suspected this, but this was really almost an entire army. He turned to Teskik and asked if he was confident in his abilities, to which the man looked back in bewilderment. He asked the boss to explain himself, to which he replied that he was talking about Jikyu, and whether he was sure that he would not make a monster out of him. The technician knocked the ash off his cigarette and said that he didn't think about it, because he just wanted Jikyu to be happy. The president's face darkened and he said that if Jikyu turned into a monster and interfered with their plans, he would personally intervene. The technician looked at his boss with concern. Footsteps were heard from behind, and another man came out onto the roof. He turned to Mr. Chief and Mr. Chairman and reported that everything was ready. The technician looked down and said that whoever tried to come in here, no one should be allowed in, so that no player, no ordinary resident, no mouse could get through. He frowned and drops ran down his face as he spoke about Gregory. The warriors rushed after Soka. The guy's attention was caught by something to the side. Through the rain, he felt an aura that was not like an ordinary player. Soku frowned and wondered how such a vast area could be controlled. The name Gregory floated into his consciousness. He thought about a squad of faceless men who appeared to be part of the association, but in reality were soldiers of Chairman Teshik. Soku rushed forward with concentration and thought that the origin and their history are unknown. But this organization is for the protection of South Korea and all of humanity, although he himself knows little about them. Suddenly one of his subordinates called out to him, pointing to something ahead. Soku saw a crowd of people ahead, hidden by a wall of rain. They walked towards them, not paying attention to the puddles. A crazy red-haired guy who was waiting for his opponent with joyful anticipation. Soku peered intensely at the Iron Guild, who were not aware of their plans, so a surprise attack would be much more effective than just a head-on attack. He soared into the air above the Iron Guild warriors. Soku then landed right in front of them. He approached, extending his hand in greeting, saying that he was pleased to meet you and introduced himself as the head of the Korean Guild, Kain, and added that they came as reinforcements due to the rupture of the gate. However, suddenly Soku noticed a sudden movement. The red-haired warrior attacked the guy. Soku dodged and gritted his teeth, not understanding what was happening. An ice wall appeared in front of him. It was with this that Soku was attacked. He peered forward when he heard surprise at the fact that he had evaded and the phrase that the Korean players were also okay. A shadow appeared from behind the ice wall. Red cut her into thousands of pieces with his sword. He continued to advance on Soka, saying that he was not interested in either a break or reinforcements, since Rogers had said from the very beginning to remove everyone who was in the way, so they would fight. The redhead with a crazy expression on his face stuck out his tongue and said that they would be more fun than some kind of gate rupture. Soku frowned, thinking that this was the leader of the second group of the Iron Guild in Korea. Then he recognized Mad Roads. Jikyu sat on a wolf on the roof and looked down through the veil of rain. He called Brunhart, to which he said that he ate a lot of crystal and now became much cooler. Jikyu looked at his wolf and thanked him, to which he only laughed. Jikyu was looking at the city when El noted that the battle was about to begin. He thought about the approximate team structure of the Korean branch of the Iron Guild. The head of the guild was the eternally gloomy Rogers Han, a player on the battlefield, followed by the leader of the first team, Chilmont, followed by the leader of the second team, Rhodes, and then the leader of the third team, Carlin. Jikyu continued to stand on the roof and think about his role. He frowned, thinking that he would have to make sure that the teams could not unite. Jikyu swung his sword and used an elemental water spell that can turn heat into water. He, sitting on Brunhart, jumped from the roof of the building. Brunhart raced across the rooftops, leaving a ghostly trail behind him. Jikyu rushed forward and thought that they were superior in numbers, but it was impossible to make positive forecasts. He gazed intently into the distance and thought that they were, in a sense, an improvised union, and if teams of the same guild united, they would be at a disadvantage. The archer pulled the string with 3 arrows at once. He sent arrows at a huge warrior dressed in armor from head to toe. There was a deafening explosion and the others had to hide with their shields. The warrior came out of the smoke and dust and asked that this is how Korea greets guests. The warriors exhaled noisily, complaining that it was they who had come across Chilmont. Odo, the sound of weapons and the call of magic could be heard everywhere. The warriors fought with each other. Dong He clenched his jaw, irritably thinking that even ordinary guild members were not easy to deal with. There was not even a way to come to their aid, so he waited for Jikyu to appear. Chilmont prepared to attack. He began to actively deliver blows, while the enemy had to take them all on his shield. Jevon had difficulty repelling the attacks. He slammed his shield into the ground with force and used the Earth Shield spell. He raised the wall up. Then there was an explosion and the wall was broken through. Jevon squinted, trying to somehow hide from the stones flying in his direction. The blast wave carried him to the side. Chilmont raised his sword, saying that he was a weakling, and did they really hope to defeat them with this, since it hurt him? His eyes flashed with rage through his visor, and he shouted that in order to defeat him, you need to bring at least a ranker here. Swords flashed from behind, and a voice said that he had come. Chilmont's blue eye froze in surprise. He rolled his eyes, trying to see who was attacking him from above. Before the warrior could curse, the swords pierced his back. Jikyu's concentrated face was filled with blood. Jets of Chilmont's blood spilled out in different directions. Jikyu's cannibalism skill was activated. The process of transformation into the ego of the player Chilmont began. He wanted to turn into this player, but he failed, but fragments of Chilmont were absorbed. The warriors turned to the bloody scene. Everyone froze as they watched Chilmont die. It was as if a huge, toothy monster had swallowed the warrior during the process of becoming Ego Chilmont. Jikyu kept his swords crossed and did not understand why he could not turn Chilmont into an ego, but only absorb it. Moreover, he did not understand what fragments he was talking about. Hell called him, but Jikyu thought intently that this was not the main thing right now. He approached his warriors. Jikyu asked if Yuan, who was sitting on the ground surrounded by his comrades, was okay. He wiped his face with the back of his hand and said with a grin that Jikyu was late. The guy apologized and put his hand into a small portal. He took out a bottle and handed Jevon the potion, asking him to drink it, to which the guy was surprised where he had just gotten it, and Elle was indignant that she was not their warehouse. Someone was watching the warriors. One of the warriors turned to look at his dead captain when someone said Jikyu's name. The warrior looked around in fear. He looked up because it suddenly got dark. The huge wolf jumped, opening its mouth as it went and swallowing the warrior who had not had time to understand anything. The wolf devoured the enemy in an instant, to which cries of fear and misunderstanding were heard from everywhere. Dong He looked at the monster with fear, not understanding whether he was an enemy or not. The guy looked at Jikyu, who was standing nearby. Jikyu turned around and winked, making it clear that the wolf was his. Dong He understood everything. He looked back at his comrades and shouted that the wolf was their ally, so he could not be attacked and everyone needed to step back. The wolf, meanwhile, continued to fight the enemy. Enemy warriors tried to fight him off with spells, holding staves in front of them. There was an explosion, at the epicenter of which stood a wolf. At the same place, an ice funnel suddenly began to spin. Someone walked up to the empty space that had formed and asked if he was dead. However, the wolf immediately rebelled in the clouds of blue magic and roared terribly, so that all the warriors took to their heels. There was a loud roar. The opponents tried to attack the wolf, and at this time one of the warriors asked Dong He about attacking the unprotected rear, to which the guy replied that there was no need to do this, since if they interfere now, they might get hurt. He pursed his lips with a frown. Dong He recalled the absorption of Chilmont as his corpse disappeared, as if someone had swallowed him. He remembered that the same thing happened during the raid on the Guardian. Dong He looked up at the sky thoughtfully, drops running down his face. Jikyu killed opponents with his swords, who at that moment could not see anything. Someone shouted that it was necessary to kill the wolf, which continued to fight. Dong He looked at the clouds of smoke mixed with flashes of magic and was silent. He grinned awkwardly as he didn't even have anything to say due to the fact that he couldn't see anything. The army of skeletons ran to attack. Rogers fought off the attacks with a crazy smile and was surprised that they had just arrived and were already helping them cope with some kind of gap. His warriors cut off the heads of skeletons. Carlin fought with Darkin and thought what a wild country it was. The warriors continued to repel the attacks of the dead army. The Lick looked at the battle and thought that, by order of the main owner, it was necessary to tie up the crowd. He looked at the attacking Rogers and thought that his strength was the second issue, but his weapons made this battle the worst. The Lick watched what was happening from the air. He sent countless arrows towards Rogers, who raised his head to see what was happening. The Lick was surrounded by a green haze of magic. The arrows were aimed at Rogers, bypassing those around her. Roger raised his sword and chuckled. He smirked, saying it was no use. Rogers swung, putting up a shield against magical arrows. Lick magic scattered in the air. The Lick chuckled and flew away so that the shield would not catch him. Rogers looked at the retreating figure of the Lick and thought that he was stupid for underestimating Nain's strength. Carl turned around when the boss called her, saying that he could handle it alone and she should help the other team. Carleen, still struggling, shouted that she didn't think it was necessary. Rogers shouted while watching the battle that during the battle he realized that the skeletons were not acting like normal monsters. He frowned as he had a bad feeling. In the rain, the corpses of the enemy lay on the ground. The soldiers walked forward, supporting each other. They stopped when they noticed the green light and thought it was the Iron Guild. Dong-hee told a puzzled Jikyu that the Rankers' battle was on a different level. Jikyu turned to Lu to explain what was happening, to which he and El said that it was an infuriating storm. El explained that this is what the sacred sword does, to which Jikyu thoughtfully repeated. The swords explained that different auras emanated from him, and Brunhart suddenly announced that all the skeletons had been destroyed, which Jikyu could not believe. He frowned as it happened faster than he thought. Jikyu called his wolf Bai, who he ordered to move forward. The puddles were covered with stains from drops. Jikyu jumped on the wolf and explained to the warriors that he would help the other team, and as soon as the wounded were healed and the equipment sorted out, the warriors should join. He ran forward at full speed. Once again, B left a ghostly trail. Drops of rain flowed down the glass. A powerful hand, clenched into a fist, hit the table, and a voice said that he did not think that the association would behave this way. Many men sat in a dark room at a table and talked about how this was violence, since a gate was broken in the Yexen area, but they were kicked out of there, although this is their area. The head of the Hephaestus Guild, Jang Mankal, gloomily said that they would not just remain silent. The head of the Blue Dragon Guild, Chi Chanen, sat calmly, but said that the association had never allowed itself to be so willful, and this was a very strange situation. He silently looked around those present. He looked at the empty chair, as it was strange that the head of Yuseok's seat was empty today. Guild leader Do-an Kim Do-an crossed his arms and said that it seemed like they had listened to the opinions of almost everyone present, so now they wanted to hear what the leader of the 10 Guild Union had to say. They turned to the man sitting at the head of the table and again asked him what he thought about this. Lee Sun-ho sat with his hands clasped and grinned. It was as if a bucket of water had been poured over the city, as the rain did not stop. Drops kept spreading in the puddles. Jikyu and B walked in the rain, not paying attention to it. Jikyu asked what was going on with Hart and Durin, to which Bunhart replied that they were fighting. They ate a lot of crystals, so they had to work it out. Jikyu frowned and thought that at least this was all right. He imagined the army as a skeleton, where everyone was crossed out, the blood of Lick and Darkin, but on the other hand, the armed team with which the monsters were dealing had already been divided into two, so no matter how many crystals they absorbed, it would be difficult to cope with them all together. Jikyu rushed forward and thought intently that it turns out that the Kind Guild is now fighting with both teams, so we must hurry, since everything needs to be completed in 2 hours. Previously in the manager's office, Tuskik sat at his desk with his arms folded and talked about how they had set up a top-level barrier to seal off the Exum area, but they wouldn't last long. He closed his eyes and explained that it wasn't cheap, so even if he managed to convince the other guilds, it would only take 3 hours at most. Jikyu listened gloomily to the fact that he had to do everything in 3 hours. By this time 1 hour had already passed. The president stood with his back to Tuskik and said that there was 1 hour left. The man asked what exactly. The president replied that in an hour he would remove the barrier, to which Tuskik screamed about his father. He looked back at his son. The technician clenched his hand into a fist, saying that they didn't agree like that. The president put his hands in his pockets and said that nothing can be done, this is the maximum, to which Tuskik began to ask what he was talking about, since, okay, Angela is still protesting, but if he intervenes. The president interrupted his son and said to the puzzled man that he thinks Lee Sun-ho is coming here. The president still had his back to the man when he asked to speak with Grigory. His face was gloomy when he said there would be a battle. Explosions were heard throughout the city. One of the warriors attacked with a sword. He repelled enemy attacks. The warrior grabbed the sword with his hand. The enemy clenched his hand into a fist and wanted to hit the warrior. He didn't have time to dodge, but someone's hand grabbed a flying fist. Against looked ahead in bewilderment. There was a blow, illuminating everything around with light. The blue-haired guy exhaled. He asked his comrade if he was okay, to which he recognized the deputy head of the guild. The deputy gloomily said that this was a failure since it was difficult with one team, and then there were reinforcements, to which the warrior, who had difficulty getting to his feet, said that, of course, it was not easy for them. He closed one eye and looked to the side. In the distance, Soku fought with Rhodes and said that the head of the guild is even more difficult. Soku prepared 2 blades to attack. Rhodes and Carlin attacked him together. Rhodes, with a crazed expression on his face, ordered Carolyn to retreat as he considered Soka his opponent. The girl chuckled irritably and remembered that he had tried to fight alone many times and almost lost. Radosi Carlin pressed Soka. He, gritting his teeth, thought that although they bicker, they still act harmoniously. Rhodes and Carlin attacked again. Under Soku's feet, the asphalt began to glow blue. Soku jumped and a block of ice formed underneath him. Soku looked at the ice that was left behind from his spell. Steam was coming from the ice. Carol managed to jump to a safe distance. Soku exhaled, thinking that he had removed Carlin first. He looked at the girl, thinking that she did not have specific skills, but her speed and reflexes were a problem since she predicted his actions in advance, so it would not be possible to take advantage of the environment. He looked at the silhouette stuck in the ice and thought that he couldn't say that it was impossible to fight her one-on-one, but the whole problem was Rhodes. Rhodes got his hand stuck in the ice and said with a grin that he got caught again, and he was sick of it. He called Carleen, who scolded him for being careless. Drops continued to fall into the puddles. Carl attacked the block of ice. Her magical blade passed through the legs of Rhodes, stuck in the ice. Then the girl walked over her hand. Blood poured from the guy's limbs. Rhodes, bloody from the loss of limbs, flew to the side. My legs stopped peeking out of my pants, but at the same instant the feet appeared again. Rhodes grinned and asked why he should be careful since all this had no effect on him, because he had a unique regeneration skill. Soku got angry because the further, the greater the difference in physical strength, so it was necessary to attack with a fatal blow from the very beginning. And objectively, his combat power is less than that of Karen, and acts as a tank so that she can use her skills to the maximum. He looked at the couple and thought that it was necessary to separate them at least for a while, since today alone she had already cut off more than 10 times. It was raining over the city. Karen peered into the distance. She called Rhodes and said that it seemed like something was coming. Soku heard a crash behind him. Someone's legs flashed in the air. Soku's ice exploded and someone rushed past him. The male figure broke through the ice between Carlin and Rhodes. The couple turned around in surprise. Carolyn asked what it was. Jikyu breathed out a sigh of relief and slowed down. On his feet were wearing Herm's sneakers, level 45, with strength 30, agility 89, physical strength 12, magical strength 40. The skills of transforming into an accessory, speed and acceleration, which instantly accelerated, going beyond the physical capabilities of the body. Jikyu straightened up, thinking that the new acceleration skill obtained with the help of Lu's demonic powers goes well with speed, but it is too much of a load, to which Lu coughed when Jikyu noted that this was not praise. Carlin looked at Jikyu's back and didn't know what to say. She was surprised to think who it was, since she couldn't even follow his movements, and was there anyone with such skills in Korea? Rhodes looked at his hand and asked what happened. His body was riddled with many cuts. There was a bloody scratch under his eyes. Suddenly his body exploded with blood. The puddles turned red. He cleared his throat and tried to say something to Jikyu. Rhodes stood up with difficulty, still coughing. He grinned, because another funny guy had appeared, and such scratches do not affect him, even if you cut him 100 times. Jikyu mentioned his name and skill, to which Rhodes was surprised. Jikyu placed one of the swords on his shoulder and asked if he had pronounced it correctly, then apologized since he had just started learning English. Jikyu grinned and said that regeneration doesn't work anymore. His amulet began to glow, and Jikyu said that his baby was quite capable. An information window popped up, reminding me of Bai's ability to aggravate wounds. The blood flowing down his bare feet turned the puddle red. 3 people froze opposite each other under the rain. He lowered his head, snorted derisively and said that everything happened quickly. She opened her mouth in confusion. She frowned and thought about how he managed to stop Rhodes from regenerating, since it couldn't be done with ordinary items or skills. The guy continued to calmly stand in front of them. He looked at him with respect and smiled widely. He slung his sword over his shoulder and frowned at them, Rhodes guessing that he too had special skills. His eyes were different colors, the corners of his lips turned up, but he didn't say anything. She turned her head and looked at her red-haired partner with interest when he said that such wounds had not been inflicted on him for a long time. He raised his hand and said that he recognized the superiority of his skills. He clenched his fingers into a fist. His eyes glowed red. He clenched his teeth and asked if he really thought that he would not be prepared, having such a disadvantage. He frowned, opened his mouth slightly, looked at him in confusion and realized that in front of him was a berserker. The muscles in his legs grew rapidly. His hands got bigger. The man with the sword in his hands grew before our eyes. He clenched his hand into a fist and looked menacingly at his opponent. He carefully watched the approach of the monster Elle and Lu were calling him. The monster's feet broke the asphalt. Bernhardt warned the owner about the danger. The wind lifted the stones into the air. He looked anxiously at the approaching enemy. He bit his tongue, waved his sword and said that he would first equalize their points this way. He frowned and looked at his opponent in confusion. Clouds of dust and stones rose into the air with a roar. There was a puddle on the ground. The window was covered with a web of cracks. People looked in surprise at the column of dust rising into the sky. They could not understand how it could appear during the rain. The dust settled in front of the blonde girl. Carlin thought that it was all over there. The giant with glowing eyes clenched his hand into a fist. Berserk was a skill that temporarily increased combat power, replacing excess regenerative power with the increased power of other indicators. She looked away with a frown, dissatisfied with the fact that she had used a skill that had long-lasting consequences. Her face was hard to see behind the rain streams. She shuddered when someone behind her asked what she was looking at. The silhouette of a man appeared in the cracked object. She turned around sharply. Standing among the ice shards was Soku. He smiled and reminded her that he wasn't defeated yet, so it wasn't time to get distracted just yet. She put her hand with the sword forward, shielding herself from the ice crystals flying at her. She grouped herself and jumped away. She fought off pieces of ice with her sword, looked at him gloomily and asked if he knew in advance that his attacks did not affect her. Her eyes glowed red. She jumped up, waved her sword and said that she could handle him without Rhodes' help. She hovered behind him, sword raised to attack, and he laughed. He frowned and said that she seemed to be seriously underestimating him. He activated the unique skill Absolute Zero. They were surrounded by streams of cold. She was perplexed by what was happening. She was surrounded by snowflakes, ice-covered armor crunched. He chuckled and said that he was inferior to her in battle because he was saving his strength in case his plan failed, but since Jikyu was here, there was no need for that. She landed on the ground behind him and said that the berserker had probably already turned his partner into a chop. He looked at the cloud of dust and said that he did not agree with her. He sat leaning on the swords in his hands. At the sight of him, her eyes widened in surprise, her mouth opened slightly. He was on Rhodes' back, swords protruding from the berserker's body. They stood at a distance from them. Carlin said that was impossible. He turned around and walked towards her. White clouds surrounded him. She frowned with displeasure and clenched her teeth. He grinned, pulled out his sword, told her to try to block it, and attacked with an ice wall. She froze in fear. Currents of air rushed towards her. She held the sword in front of her in an attempt to defend herself. Her eyes reflected many ice crystals. A block of ice appeared under the streams of rain. They raised their heads and looked up in surprise. Others looked away in confusion. Carlin was frozen in ice. He approached the iceberg and said that he seemed to have lost his temper, got carried away and overdid it. He lowered his head, closed his eyes and sighed tiredly. He turned around. He looked over to where Jikyu was fighting the berserker and wondered if he wasn't finished yet. He looked down intently. Lu called out to him. His hands were shaking from tension. Lu asked him what he was doing. The main character replied that he simply couldn't get the swords. He smiled wickedly. He frowned and looked at him menacingly. He jumped back as the enemy stabbed himself with the sword. He landed on the asphalt behind him. He raised his head, looked forward displeasedly and said that he was funny. Blood sprayed. Blood dripped from the tip of the sword. The berserker walked towards him, smiling. He said that he thought that there was nothing interesting in this country except the Demon King and Xiano. He stuck out his tongue and said that there were two good players here. He spread his arms to the sides and invited him to fight with full force. They turned around when someone called Jikyu. They looked at the man with the spear in his hands. He said that everything needed to be finished as soon as possible. He raised his spear and said something about the ranker Sunho. He opened his mouth wide and shouted that Sunho was on his way. Dark silhouettes of people could be seen in the distance. Two men in office suits stood in front of him, and he demanded an explanation. The blonde man looked displeased at the chairman of the association. He frowned. Deep wrinkles appeared on his forehead. Sunho asked what was happening inside. Three people froze opposite each other. They turned around and looked at him displeased. Rhodes was unhappy with the news of Sunho's appearance. He grabbed the sword more comfortably and said that they had just stopped at the most interesting place. His eyes glowed red. He opened his mouth wide and swung his sword. He frowned and tightened his grip on his spear when Rhodes demanded that he stay out of the battle. He extended his palm forward and used the connection technique. Black bonds that emerged from his palm wrapped around the berserker's body. He clenched his teeth in displeasure, tried to break the bonds and swore. He turned to Sung-hoon and asked him to leave while he detained the enemy, promising to deal quickly. He frowned, clenched his teeth in irritation, and thought that the association had no intention of interfering in this battle. The armed players ran towards them. Sung-hoon decided that he would help the Cane Guild in this situation. Clouds of dust rose behind him. He winced with displeasure and growled that with such skills they had better not interfere. His eyes glowed red. Broken bonds flew into the air. He clenched his teeth in displeasure. The berserker jumped up and said that since no one else was bothering them, they could begin. He put his hand with the sword behind his back and smiled bloodthirstily. His impact sent dust and stones flying into the air. He raised an eyebrow in confusion and clenched his teeth in irritation. He looked at the empty space in front of him in bewilderment and wondered where Jikyu had gone. He hovered in the sky behind Rhodes, who apologized for interrupting him at the most important moment and said that he did not have time. He turned around and looked at him displeased. The guy was sitting on some pipe. He said that we need to finish the fight as quickly as possible. Dark streams of power appeared from the crystal on his neck as he summoned elemental darkness. The reflection of a man could be seen in the puddle. The two groups of people stood opposite each other. Sunho demanded an explanation from the chairman about what was happening inside. He frowned and remembered that he seemed to have heard the name Gregory. He looked at the line of men in dark suits, said that they had blocked everything very tightly and assumed that they intended to arrange a fight with them. He frowned his gray eyebrows and said that there was some misunderstanding, because the association had already asked for assistance and everyone present was here of their own free will. He He pressed his hand to his face and said that this was less like a request for assistance and more like an outrageous demand. He crossed his arms over his chest and shook his head in dissatisfaction. Xiangho said that for the head of the Hephaestus Guild, whose base is located inside, this is tantamount to a requirement to move to another place. He bowed his head, opened his mouth slightly and said that they had come to block the gap in the gate and asked if there was a reason why he was refusing them. His eyes glowed ominously. The chairman stood at the front of the line of men in black suits. Sunho assumed that there was something going on inside that they shouldn't know about. He grinned. The two groups continued to stand opposite each other. The chairman called this assumption baseless and said that they put up a barrier to avoid unnecessary damage. He waved his hand and added that they did not want to disturb those fighting inside with useless reinforcements. His eyes sparkled menacingly. He opened his mouth and asked if the chairman had called him a useless reinforcement. He hid his hands in his trouser pockets and said nothing. He raised his chin, opened his mouth slightly and asked what they would do if they decided to break through by force. He furrowed his gray eyebrows. People were very surprised when the chairman said that he would fight them. He calmly continued to stand. People were outraged by his statement. He extended his hand. A weapon appeared in his hand. People looked in fear at the object rotating above his head. He frowned with displeasure. They trembled in horror because they realized that there was a hippopotamus in front of them. He looked over the leader's shoulder and suggested equalizing forces, but Sunho interrupted him. He pressed his hand to his chest and said that he would go there alone. He looked intently at his interlocutor. He pressed his finger to his lips and thought that he would not tell anyone about what would be inside, but on the contrary, he would act on their side. His eyes glowed purple. His face was covered in something black. The system window said that elemental darkness could turn the body into darkness. Streams of darkness surrounded him. He looked at his opponent in fear. Streams of darkness emanated from the guy standing at the traffic light. He activated the communication technology. He froze in fear as streams of darkness rushed towards him. Streams wrapped around his body. He smiled and said that he had already told him that this skill did not work on him. He frowned in confusion and clenched his teeth in irritation when he realized that he could not untie these bonds. Dark spots covered his face. It seemed that the elemental darkness was changing only in appearance, but the most important thing about him was the additional effect. He stood barefoot in a puddle. Streams of darkness dragged him upward. The peculiarity of this skill was that it strengthens magical powers of similar significance. He frowned with displeasure and thought that Jikyu was pulling him along. He screamed when he saw a guy sitting at a traffic light with a sword. The blade hit him in the face. Blood sprayed. Blood dripped into the puddles, turning them red. The system reported that the cannibalism skill was activated. The berserker's sword fell to the ground. The system reported that the transformation into the ego of the Rhodes player was beginning. His body was enveloped in a cloud of darkness. The system reported that the conversion was successful. Dark spots covered his neck. The darkness slowly dissipated. He sat at a traffic light and said that he was saving this skill until the last moment, since it puts too much stress on the body. El said that he could not do otherwise in this situation, and Lu noticed that the owner was very weak. He closed his eyes. Lu said that he couldn't rest for too long, otherwise all his efforts would be in vain. The main character asked him to stop grumbling and said that he knew everything. He looked away. There were people standing among the blocks of ice. Soku gestured to him that everything was in order. Jikyu realized that everything had already been sorted out there too. The crystal on his chest began to glow. He was sitting astride a huge wolf. He looked to the side and activated elemental water. Splashes rose from under the wolf's paws. There was a blue trail behind them. He looked at the blurry silhouettes of the buildings and asked Brunhart what was wrong with Darhan and Hart. She replied that they were still holding on. The buildings were approaching. The main character asked to clarify the location. Brunhart replied that there was still a little ahead. Circles spread across the water. They were in place. Figures of fighting people appeared ahead. His eyes lit up insidiously. He smiled, opened his mouth and said, "Rogers," that they had not seen each other for a long time. He looked up in fear. He frowned and said his name doubtfully. He swung his axe. A bright flash appeared from the collision of an axe and a sword. He looked up intensely. He jumped to the side, avoiding the blow. He frowned with displeasure, clenched his teeth in irritation and thought that this was impossible because his opponents were just a lick and Durkin. He spread his legs wide and looked at the dark figure of his opponent with hatred and thought that his weapon was a sacred sword and that from the very beginning it was not a problem for him to deal with an army of such opponents. His sword glowed green. He swung his weapon and demanded that they not look down on him. The appearance of a green flash alarmed the lick. He swung his scythe. The monster he was riding on began to collapse. He jumped aside. He lowered his head, breathing heavily. He thought that the enemy was not so easy, because usually, when a monster has intelligence, a powerful technique is followed by a direct attack. He looked at Darhan in armor and thought that he was not attacking, but was waiting for him to recover, as if he was here to simply stall for time. The wolf rushed forward rapidly. Rogers thought that everything was very strange here and that this was not an ordinary fall. His paw sent ripples through the water. Figures of fighting people appeared ahead. He grinned and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. He looked up in fear. He remembered what he was like before and smiled ominously. Rogers called his name. Supported by blue bonds, he jumped from the roof of the building. He looked up in fear and shouted Jiku's name. His sword was shrouded in haze and glowed green. Green streams of power surrounded him. He dropped to one knee, trying to stand. The Lick noted with displeasure that it seemed that this was not all his strength. He jumped at his opponent. A red and yellow flash flashed in front of him. He frowned in confusion when Jiku told him to be careful with his sword. He remembered standing behind the disgruntled man in the past and learning that the protagonist could absorb the power of sacred swords. He looked at the currents of air rushing towards him. His swords pierced the void. Rogers managed to jump back. He looked at his opponent with displeasure and assumed that he had guessed everything. Al said that it seemed the Iron Guild was aware, and Lu told him to try. He stepped in a puddle with his sneaker. He turned his head and praised Hart and Durin behind him for holding out until he arrived. They bowed their heads and said that it was an honor for them. He turned to them and said that they could go and rest. Their figures turned blue and melted into the air. Blue streams of power swirled and disappeared inside the crystal. He turned to the enemy. Rogers did not understand what had happened. He gritted his teeth and assumed that Jiku had caused the gate to break. He frowned and thought that something else was more important now. He pressed his hand to the wound on his chest and wondered how the guy became so strong in such a short time. Wings appeared on the guy's sneakers. He sat down and invited him to play catch up. He frowned in irritation. Lightning flashed in the dark sky. Raindrops ran down the glass. Rain dripped onto the drain. He looked ahead in confusion and told Sun-hoon standing behind him that he came here just in case. They watched the battle. Red and yellow flashes were visible from the swings of the swords. Soku said that not much had passed since their last meeting, but Jikyu had become very strong. The enemy's sword flashed in front of him with a yellow flash. The main character mockingly asked what was wrong with him. He ducked, dodging a blow from another sword. Frowning with effort, all he could do was avoid the enemy's attacks. He twisted the hilt of his sword. He looked in surprise at the sword pierced into his stomach. Blood splashed on his face. He asked Rogers why he was so weak. He frowned, clenched his teeth and swore. He wiped the blood from his face and smiled ominously. Lu said that if he had taken full revenge, then it was time to end the fight. He moved his hand with the sword shining with yellow light back. He froze, looking in fear at the weapon rushing towards him. He clenched his teeth and thought that just recently Jikyu had been a good-for-nothing weakling. He raised his sword in front of him, repelling the attack because it was too late to dodge. A spark appeared on the lighter. He lit a cigarette. He sat at the table in the office and smoked. He looked to the side, blew out smoke, and assumed that Rogers had already arrived in Korea. He shook off the ashes. The subordinate asked if everything would be okay, because he allowed the branch chairman to use the sacred sword in a battle with a person who absorbed the power of the sword. He closed his eyes, took a drag and said that everything would be fine because he warned Rogers. His eyebrows raised in surprise when his interlocutor said that it was not that important. He frowned, grinned and said that he had given him an unusual sacred sword, but by the time Jikyu realized this, it would be too late. He raised the sword in front of him and squeezed his eyes shut with effort. They watched in shock what was happening. He turned his head and looked at his opponent in confusion. They froze opposite each other. He frowned and opened his mouth in misunderstanding. He looked at the hilt of the sword and asked what happened because he had a feeling that he had absorbed something, but it was different from what he experienced when he absorbed Kalen. He looked at the enemy. Lu said that something seemed strange to him. El explained that it was no longer a sacred sword. He opened his mouth slightly and looked forward. El said that the enemy was armed with a fallen sacred sword. The sword was enveloped in black and green streams. Lu said that now it looked more like a demonic blade. He looked at the guy frozen opposite him and asked where all his strength had gone. He raised the black and green sword in front of him and said with an ominous expression that he would make his death painful. He clenched his teeth in irritation. He hoped that Lu would cope with the demon's sword, but it replied that it would not be so easy. He became wary when the enemy stirred and asked what he was muttering there. He crouched down, pulled one hand back and said that now was not the time to be distracted. Circles spread across the water. He ran towards him screaming. El called the owner, but he asked not to distract him. His eyes widened. He opened his mouth wide and laughed triumphantly. There was a cigarette butt in the ashtray. He approached the boss sitting in the chair, asked how he could trust Rogers with such a weapon and suggested that he expected a lot from him. He closed his eyes, smiled and said that you could say that. He ducked, avoiding the enemy's attack. He frowned, eyes widening in surprise and mouth slightly open when he noticed something. He crouched down and shouted to Jikyu that it was too dangerous. Soku extended his hand in front of him and asked him to wait because something was happening there. They watched the battle. Something hit the ground. The guy kicked him and he flew off. He watched the enemy's flight. A cloud of dust rose where he fell. He watched his opponent in confusion with his mouth slightly open. He noticed that Rogers for some reason began to weaken. He tried to get up with a groan. L told the owner that it was all because of his sword. He opened his mouth wide and spat out blood. L said that the fallen sword at the beginning gives strength to the one who uses it, but then takes away all the strength and takes it for himself. Blood splashed onto the asphalt. He stood up with difficulty and pressed his hand to his chest. He did not understand what was happening to his body. Blood was flowing down his face and he winced with displeasure. There was an ashtray, a bottle of whiskey, and an ice bucket on the table. The head of the guild said that the terrible sword absorbs all the user's powers and transfers them to the real owner. They sat on black sofas near a low table. The subordinate asked if there would be any problems in achieving his main goal, to gain a foothold in Korea, because if Rogers weakened too quickly, it could lead to their failure. He raised his glass and said that there is no need to worry about this because Nain is a neat sword. There were ice cubes floating in his drink. He said that Nain would absorb Rogers without being noticed. His eyes glowed ominously as he raised the glass in front of him and said that this would be his foundation for revenge. He watched the guild leader in confusion. He sat back on the sofa and said that it would take about 6 months and there shouldn't be any problems, unless you overdo it and squeeze all the power out of Nain, but that's too unlikely. The crystal on his chest glowed blue. His body was shaking. He wiped something from his face and called the main character names. He rushed forward at the enemy, demanding to know what he had done to him. Jikyu's sword flashed in a golden arc. His eyes widened in surprise and blood sprayed out. The main character cut off his hand. The sword fell to the ground behind him. A cry of pain and despair echoed over the multi-story buildings. He fell to the ground and crawled towards the sword. He watched Rogers crawl towards his weapon, snorted in irritation, and said that he had been preparing for revenge for so many months and it all ended so easily. He frowned ahead. Lou said it was time to finish. Brunhart said he didn't like the man. El said it was a fitting punishment for his enemy. He raised his lips, clenched his teeth in irritation, and looked at him questioningly when Jikyu called out to him. He was unscrewing the cap on a bottle of some liquid and told him to remove his hand. He tilted the bottle, pouring out the liquid, and said it was a potion. It poured onto his severed hand. He looked at the guy with displeasure, opened his mouth and laughed. Jikyu threw the empty bottle somewhere behind his back. The man sitting on the ground continued to laugh. He asked if he had finally realized that it was not worth fighting with the Iron Guild. The mustachioed man smiled mockingly and said that he would spare his life. He clenched his fists, looked annoyed at Rogers lying on the ground, and asked him to check his status window. Lou sarcastically noted that this idiot was rejoicing as if his hand had been glued back on. He looked alarmed at the dark square that appeared in front of him. The system window said that the player Rogers' hand was at the first level and did not have any skills. He opened his mouth in confusion as he continued to look at the status window because he couldn't believe what he was seeing. He tiredly closed his eyes and asked him if he had finally understood. Rogers cursed, noticing that he had level 1. He frowned with displeasure when the man said that he was now worse than some pathetic insect. He closed his eyes and winced in irritation as Rogers talked about how level 1 was useless and that he was now worse than trash. His eyes turned white. He opened his mouth wide and hit him in the face, shouting that it was impossible to listen to. He put his hand in front of him. Jikyu asked why, if he was so tough, he stood here and received blows from him. Tears began to shine in his eyes. El asked why he did this. Lou answered philosophically that he had his own sad story. The system window said that the main character was also at the first level. They closed their eyes tiredly. Soku said that there was nothing shameful in the first level and even the best rankers started from scratch. The blue shimmering barrier slowly melted. He frowned, his mouth parted in confusion. The guy with his fist raised to strike froze when Sung-hoon shouted that the barrier had opened. Rogers had a bruise under his eye. The main character looked displeased at the man who said that Sunho was coming here. He frowned at the representative of the Iron Guild, opened his mouth and said that he was lucky. A portal opened behind Rogers. Jikyu told Hart to use any potions to save the man. The Lick grabbed him by the arms, and the main character asked him to take the sacred sword with him. He turned around. Lou and El called him, but he said that he already knew everything. The three men stood looking at the yellow light ahead. Jikyu felt enormous magical power. Through the fog, the figure of a man surrounded by light could be seen. As he approached, it became better visible. He walked along the road with his head bowed and thought that something was still wrong here. He approached the three men and said that this could not be taken as a simple rupture of the gate. He smiled and asked the guy if his name was Jikyu. He looked at Sunho in surprise and asked if he really knew him. The man waved his hand and said that he was on the list of their Angela Guild. He tilted his head, looked to the side and said that he would like Jikyu to personally tell him what happened here. A man in a black jacket called out to him, introduced himself and said that he worked for the association. He pressed his hand to his chest and said that, unfortunately, all members of the Iron Guild died during the operation. He looked at Sunho confused when he said that his joke was very funny. He spread his hands and said that he immediately understood whose hand it was. He looked at the man with displeasure when he said that he had made a deal with the Iron Guild, the head of which promised him to arrange a meeting with the person who had what he needed. The main character thought that he was talking about the elixir. He rubbed his chin and said that there was only one such person at the moment. He extended his palm and asked the Demon King to show his true form if he did not want to see his successor torn to pieces. They looked at him in confusion. Jikyu's eyes widened in surprise and his mouth fell open. A shimmering ball appeared in the air. Someone said that a person who calls himself an apostle should not play such a dirty game. He turned around and looked in fear at the ball, which sparkled even more. She crossed her arms over her chest, smiled and said that the long-awaited meeting with the student looked like this. He turned around and looked at her in confusion. She looked to the side, smiled and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Jikyu, Soku, Seonghun, Ball, Seongho, Soku and Seonghun were wary when they saw the new arrivals, while Seongho and the protagonist were not wary. A bead of sweat ran down Seonghun's face as he asked in disbelief if the Demon King in front of him was real. The Demon Queen crossed her arms over her chest, telling Jikyu that his friends were very surprised. Jikyu frowned, realizing that even though she was so close, he didn't feel it at all. It was as if he was in the palm of her hand, and if she had turned out to be his enemy, then death would have been inevitable. Sweat ran down the protagonist's face while he thought that this was a completely different level, even higher than Hyunchul's. The Demon Queen closed her eyes saying that she wanted to make it a surprise, but their reaction left much to be desired. Everyone in the group was wary when the Demon Queen glanced at Sunho, telling the protagonist that they would talk about this later. The Demon Queen turned to Sunho with a smile on her face, asking him if he needed the elixir. He confirmed this without expressing any emotion. Hearing this, the Demon Queen raised her hands behind her back, saying that his bowl was very dirty. Smirking, the girl asked Sunho if they were in such a close relationship that she would give him the elixir. Sunho's lips parted as he offered the deal to the Demon Queen, but she immediately refused. Then she looked at the sky, saying that even more so, the elixir would still not be able to cleanse his cup and it would only slow down the process. The queen winked at Sunho, saying that she was sorry to use such a valuable item. Sunho tilted his head a little, realizing what the girl was talking about. A moment later, a bright light appeared on his body, after which armor began to form on his body. Sunho opened his palm as a brightly glowing sword appeared in the air. Soon, the armor along with the two swords were completely formed on Seongho's body, after which he said that there was nothing left for him to do. Seoku and Seonghun, who were standing to the side, tensed and frowned when they saw the transformation. Sujong grinned, but Ball did not express a single emotion. The protagonist silently looked at Sunho. Taking a closer look at his snow-white swords, the protagonist assumed that they were sacred. Lu told the protagonist, who gritted his teeth, that these were indeed sacred swords, and El added that they were now much stronger than her. Sujeong began to approach Sunho, asking him if he could handle her. It stood in front of him and looking at him with a grin, she told him that no matter how strong he was, as long as Ball was with her, she would have a hard time. Turning, the Queen of Demons pointed at Ball, saying that everything here would burn in flames, but he didn't like killing, did he? Sujeong crossed her arms when Sunho said that she shouldn't hide anything, and she reminded him that he wasn't the type to tolerate a mess. Ball, watching from the side, saw Sujeong dissolve, turning into a purple haze. A moment later, she was already next to him. Ball put his hand in his inner pocket when Sujeong extended her hand to him asking for the elixir. He handed her a small bottle of elixir. Soku and Seonghun, who were standing aside, were very surprised to see the elixir in the hand of the Demon Queens. Sujeong tilted her head to the side and with a smirk on her face, asked Sunho what his condition was if they made a deal. Sunho glanced to the side saying that his condition would be her successor. Jikyu winced as he looked at Sunho. Next, Seonho looked at Sujeong again, saying that he would save everyone who was here, even her successor. The Demon Queen closed her eyes, saying that this was not a condition, but a threat. But to the surprise of everyone, she threw the elixir to Sunho, saying that he would be obliged not to touch the protagonist for a year. When Seongho caught the elixir, his armor and swords disintegrated into white particles of light, after which he said that he would fulfill his promise. Then he turned around, wanting to leave. Sujeong crossed her arms and stopped Seonho, telling him to swear on his divine name. Sunho glanced at her, but didn't say a word. The Demon Queen stared at Sunho, waiting for his answer. Sunho turned around and swore by his divine name. The protagonist was puzzled, not understanding a word. He was not even able to hear the oath. A moment later, Sunho's figure began to dissolve, turning into streams of light. Seonghun fell off his feet and, together with Suk, exhaled in relief after Sunho left. Because of the pressure that he radiated, they could not even breathe normally. Seonghun glanced at the Demon Queen as she addressed them as disciples. Squeezing the neck of the protagonist Sujeong, she ordered Seok and Seonghun to get out of here while she went with her student, while Brunhart screamed non-stop, telling Sujin to move away from her master. Jikyu, who was being pressed to himself, raised one eyebrow, asking his mentor. Soku and Seunghoon were shocked to see how the Demon Queen, along with Ball and Jikyu, disappeared, leaving behind only a ball of energy. They both gritted their teeth seeing this. The protagonist began to open his eyes, vaguely seeing the images of Sujeon and Ball. His mentor asked Ball if he made this demon eye with his own powers, after which he said that it was worth paying attention to. The protagonist, barely opening his eyes, looked at those talking, while Lu asked him to stand up. Sujeon, who was sitting with a mug of tea in her hand, smiled when she saw the protagonist waking up. Jikyu was able to rise and sat down on the floor. Then he began to look around, not understanding where he found himself. When the Demon Queen sitting next to him called this place home, Jikyu asked her if her house was a basement. Jikyu bowed his head and was depressed because Sujeon appeared so suddenly and even knew where his house was. Rubbing his neck, Jikyu glanced at Sujeon and then asked if they had been watching him all this time with the help of the Demon Eye. When the Demon Queen confirmed this, the protagonist shouted angrily, saying that she had committed a crime because privacy must be respected. The boy gritted his teeth as Sujeon smirked, calling his shyness quite cute. Jikyu stood up and then asked her why they came here. Sujeon answered him by saying that the teacher just came to visit the student, especially since she was not at the housewarming party. Straightening up and complaining of back pain, the protagonist thought that he was indebted to the Demon Queen anyway, because of him she had to use the precious elixir 3 times. After standing in front of the Demon Queen, the protagonist asked her who she was and who Sunho was. She grinned, telling Jikyu to stop. She opened her eyes, telling Jikyu not to think about it, because gradually she will tell everything herself. Raising her mug of tea, Sujeon said that she had something more important to talk about right now. A drop of sweat ran down Jikyu's face after her words. He couldn't figure out what was more important than the elixir, the demon's eye, or Sunho. Placing a mug of tea on her lap, the Demon Queen addressed the protagonist. Putting on a pretty face, Sujeon asked Jikyu to shelter her at home. Jikyu fell into shock from a lack of understanding of the situation. He felt like a bird flying aimlessly around him. A moment later, a cry of disbelief and misunderstanding was heard in Jikyu's house. Sujeon clasped her palms together and smiled, praising the skin of the protagonist's mother. The mother covered her smile with her palm, telling Sujeon that she was praising her. Stretching out her hand to Yujeong, the Queen of Demons began to praise her and admire her beauty. She was only a little shy in thanking her. Yujeong and Sujeon, who were sitting opposite Jikyu and his mother, were talking cheerfully. Yujeong was even surprised that her brother had such a beautiful girlfriend. The protagonist fell into shock while watching everything. Mother and sister looked at Jikyu and asked him where he met such a beautiful girl. Jikyu closed his eyes and thought. A moment later, he opened them, deciding to find a way to escape from here. Looking at the smiling women, he realized that he could not satisfy their imagination. The protagonist began to sweat heavily, unable to understand what to do. Looking at his sister waiting for an answer, he understood that if he started to invent something, they would ask even more. Jikyu rubbed the bridge of his nose and began to think through many variations of events. His brain was very tense, as if solving a complex mathematical problem. Suddenly his eyes widened as he thought of something. The protagonist suddenly stood up, shocking his sister. Screaming that he had been given a dog, Jikyu began to run away from his family. When the protagonist stopped, his sister shouted to him, asking where he went. Sweating heavily, Jikyu took his crystal in his hand, asking B to accept the small size. As Jikyu began to plead with B, the crystal glowed brightly. A small dog with multicolored fur suddenly appeared after the protagonist's request. Yujin grabbed her face, looking at the puppy in admiration. Jikyu himself sighed with relief when he heard her screams, while Lu called the protagonist lucky. Having picked up the dog in her arms, the girl began to ask her brother about what breed he was and whether he had dyed him. Having hugged the puppy, Yujin looked at her brother wiping sweat from his forehead. Asking what his name was, he answered her by saying that his name was B and he did not paint it. The girl began to spin around with the puppy and rejoice, calling her brother cool. Sujeon, with her hands behind her back, approached the protagonist, calling him smart, and he snapped back, saying that it was thanks to her that all this was happening. While Yujeong was playing with the puppy, Sujeong did some stretching, telling the protagonist that she wanted to rest a bit so they could play and walk outside without her. The girl raised her hands up, inviting the protagonist to talk, and Ball probably found a good place. Events are transferred to the cafe. Standing outside the cafe, the protagonist was talking on the phone, apologizing to Seunghoon for leaving first. The door to the cafe opened. The protagonist, who came inside, yawned tiredly. Looking at the phone screen, Jikyu blamed himself for creating problems and telling other people to deal with them, but all this was said by Sujeong. The protagonist began to approach Ball and the Demon Queen, who were sitting at the table, asking Sujeong if she read minds, but she began to deny it, saying that from his condition it could be understood without it. Jikyu sat down opposite the girl, while she began to calm him down, saying that he would be of no use there anyway, because Soku and Seunghoon were veterans in this matter. Next, he looked towards the cash register of the cafe, asking his interlocutors if there was anything strange in the fact that they were sitting in the cafe because they could go to the tower, where there is a soundproofed establishment. Sujiyoung smiled, telling the protagonist that he didn't have to worry about it, because the ball barrier was much better than anything else. There was a barrier around them that prevented people from not only hearing them, but even seeing them, and L told the protagonist at that time that not everyone can install such a barrier. Sujiyoung smiled, saying that it was time to answer the questions, and then asked Jikyu where he wanted to start. The guy looked down and thought he wanted to ask about a lot. But from the moment they met, he always felt discomfort, and in such a situation he did not pay attention to it. He remembered how Sunho warned, looking at the grinning Sujiyoung, saying that as long as she was with them, she would also be unpleasant. Looking at Ball, Jikyu began to indistinctly ask him about who he was. After the protagonist's question, it suddenly became quiet. Ball, whose eyes were hidden behind glasses, gazed at the protagonist. A bead of sweat ran down Jikyu's face as he stared intensely at Ball. Sujiyoung chuckled. Looking at Jikyu and smiling, the girl called the protagonist's instincts quite good. Jikyu was puzzled when the Demon Queen told him that it would be better if he asked his sword instead of them. The ring on Jikyu's hand flashed brightly, after which Lu said that he did not say this because of his bad memory, but he knew that Ball was a demon. While Lu was talking about how Ball was one of the most cruel demons, Ball himself began to get up from his seat. Ball sharply knelt to greet the master of the great king of all demons. He bowed his head after the words he spoke. Jikyu flinched and pulled away a little, while Lu simply chuckled. Sujiyoung pursed her lips as Lu chuckled. A moment later, the girl grabbed her stomach and began to laugh loudly, perplexing the protagonist. She wiped away a tear, calling the whole situation funny. Then she looked at the glowing ring and grinned, saying that his name now turns out to be Lu. The guy stood up abruptly, nervously asking Sujiyoung whether she read minds or not. The girl tilted her head a little, confirming this by saying that she also heard the voice of the sacred sword Ellen Baby Bee. The protagonist looked at his hand when Lu said that there was nothing strange here, because he was sharing a review. Sujiyoung confirmed this, causing the guy's eyes to widen in surprise. The protagonist stood up abruptly, saying that they still read minds, but she began to deny it, saying that he himself just wanted to convey this to her, which is why she heard. While Sujiyoung explained to the protagonist that she would not be able to read his thoughts if he were calm, Ball returned to his place and sat next to Sujiyoung. The protagonist slapped himself in the face with his hand, saying that it was difficult for him to perceive too much information at once. Leaning her head on her hand, Sujiyoung said that the student turned out to be stupid. Lu agreed with her, while Ellen Brunhart began to be indignant, saying that their master was not stupid. Looking at the protagonist who put his hand to his face, Sujiyoung said that Ball did not show respect to Lu. Then she pointed her finger at Jikyu, saying that he showed respect to him. The protagonist pulled his hand away from his face and stared at Sujiyoung in shock. Looking at Ball sipping tea, Lu said that he was one of those who betrayed him. Looking at Ball, the Demon Queen grinned, saying that Ball was one of those who led the rebellion to imprison the Demon King. He stood at the head of a crowd of demons shrouded in flames. For him, Lu was just someone who was once a king, so he showed respect to the one who became the king's master. The ring on the protagonist's finger glowed brightly, after which Lu called Ball impudent. Looking at the street and passers-by, Sujiyoung suggested not to talk about the past. Then she looked at the protagonist, inviting him to talk about the demon's eye. Jikyu became nervous, nodding in response. Crossing her legs under the table, Sujiyoung said to Jikyu that he probably had a lot of questions, and Lu had only recently been reborn and did not know everything, but she also had a question. The protagonist was very puzzled when he heard the girl's words. Sujiyoung crossed her arms on the table and asked Jikyu how he managed to revive this eye. Next, she looked at the protagonist's purple pupil in which she was reflected, saying that this eye was the sign of a demon. There were many people in the room. Tables stood near wide windows. Jikyu, with an alarmed and sweaty face, was horrified that it was not this girl who gave him the eye, and Lu reminded that people cannot get it just like that. The main character touched his cheek and asked what it was then, and whether he could even accept such power. L replied that, most likely, the power that this girl put in worked as a catalyst, but the manifestation is entirely the merit of Jikyu. While a man in a red tie and glasses drank from a mug, the girl crossed her arms and said that she could not imagine that the main character would be able to demonstrate the powers of the demon eye. Jikyu looked at the black glove in horror when Lu suggested that he was the descendant of a demon. The protagonist reminded that his mother was an ordinary person. Jikyu's multicolored eyes widened in shock when Lu asked about his father. He imagined a dark human silhouette with long hair. Jikyu lowered his head, saying that he didn't even know. Sujiyoung said with a smile that the demon eye is actually nothing special because it is a rather ordinary skill that all high-level demons have. She introduced a bright iris, adding that among demons there are special eyes, and purple, the same as Jikyu's, is one of them. The girl with a friendly expression explained that the level of the demon depends on the color of the eye. Green corresponds to the lowest level, and red corresponds to the average. The main character looked at Sujiang in shock. The reflection of his face could be seen in the window. His eyes widened in shock when the girl said that royal demons have purple eyes. She smiled, adding that these are demons of the highest level, beyond which there is nothing. She placed her hands on the table, saying that she could use any demon eye. Jikyu, who had a glass of coffee in front of him, heard Lu say that this was impossible. Sujiang pointed her finger at the ring on the main character's hand and said that Lu was a real demon, and that demons only fully have one eye, and her situation is completely different. The girl put her head on her palm and smiled mysteriously. Jikyu frowned, asking whether Sujiang was definitely a human or a demon. The girl looked up, answering that she was a special case and that the main character could be the same. Suddenly Sujiang began to lift her t-shirt, and Jikyu opened his mouth in horror. He closed his eyes, turned away, raised his hands and asked what she was doing. His cheeks turning red, Lu told the main character to stop making noise and look carefully. Jikyu carefully opened his eyes. Sujiang smirked while holding a black t-shirt. A small red cat's head was visible between her ribs. This miniature stone glowed. The girl with a confident face explained that a demon had been transplanted into her. She remembered a pale, thin man with a red hat and said that this was another face of Ball. Then Sujiang said that therefore she was half human, half demon, that is, a creature that was stuck on the border. The girl presented an image of a red animal and said that the Ball cat has the same power of a predator as Lu, and this cat is capable of absorbing other demons, although it has limitations and side effects. Sujiang pointed her finger at Jikyu, saying that she was not the one who expected him to revive the demon eye, but the main character really turned out to be special, and that he was most likely the man who could make her dream come true. The main character frowned tensely as he asked what this dream was, and Sujiang wondered if she was talking about the reason why she was called the Demon King. The girl explained that the reason was that she was going to kill the real king. In the Korean branch of the Iron Guild, a black memorial was visible in honor of all the members who died on the day of its founding. Thanks to the well-coordinated work of the association, there was no leakage of information, but the media and public erupted in violent reactions to this incredible event, leaving many comments on the internet. It was Lee Seong-ho, surrounded by reporters, who volunteered to calm the press because the #1 player in Korea had made a statement. On the other hand, the Iron Sword was surprisingly calm, and despite all his guesses, at a press conference with reporters, he limited himself to expressing grief in honor of the dead. The flag of the United States of America was visible. Soon the media of this country also calmed down, looking at the cold reaction of the direct participants, and so this incident ended, leaving a slight aftertaste in the form of faint doubts and disputes. The two men in suits bowed to the woman standing in front of them. The man was kneeling in front of a memorial decorated with white flowers. The blue and purple sky was visible above the house. A man in a black suit entered the room under the house. The door opened. Despite receiving minor damage, the few victims still weighed heavily on the heart. The man went into the room where the refrigerator was. Lu and El said that Jikyu was not to blame because the proposal came from him, but the choice was up to the others. The main character walked further and saw Sujiang, who was sitting on the sofa and eating from a plate. Her cheeks stuffed with food, she looked at Jikyu, who asked if she was going to live here forever. The girl, who was sitting in the lotus position, mumbled something inaudibly, and the main character asked her to chew first and then speak. She asked what else she should do if she had nowhere to sleep, and Jikyu took off his jacket, irritably asking how she lived before. Suddenly the main character frowned and looked down. He thought about how, after all, he hadn't heard the whole story that day. Jikyu remembered sitting at the table with Sujan and Ball, and how the girl said that she would tell him the whole truth when he passed the 50th floor. A girl with purple hair was watching TV. The main character asked about the whereabouts of Yujiang and her mother, and Sujiang replied that they went to a restaurant, and Hippo and B were with them. Jikyu walked up to the mirror, unbuttoning his white shirt and smilingly saying that Teskik was not bad either. Suddenly he froze and his eyes turned white. The main character turned around, covering his abs with the fabric of his shirt, and asked if Sujiang was looking at him now with his demon eye. The girl smiled slyly and replied that Jikyu had a good figure. The main character touched his head and said with a sigh that he couldn't even calmly go to the toilet at such moments, and Sujiang reassured him by answering that he did not look at such moments. She added with a slight smile that she also did this not because she liked it, but because it was the only way to understand the situation, avoiding contact with the main character as much as possible. Jikyu walked up to her, lowered his hands and asked Sujiang to do something, because now it is no longer needed. Sujiang asked if he would regret it, and the main character, with a puzzled face, asked what there was to regret. The girl got up from the sofa, closed her eyes and said that in order to break this connection, she needed to take away from Jikyu the energy with which she filled him, and that pulling energy out was much more difficult than pulling it out. She approached the main character, put her hands behind her back and added that the demon eye skill had awakened in him. Sujeong stood on her tiptoes, lifting her heels off the floor. Jikyu's eyes widened in surprise when the girl suddenly touched his lips with hers. The main character jumped back, waved his arms and asked what Sujeong was doing. The girl tilted her head, asking with a grin if this was Jikyu's first kiss. The main character put his hand on his sweat and remained silent. A drop of sweat appeared on Sujeong's face. She was surprised that such a handsome man had never been kissed. In Jikyu's violet eyes one could see the reflection of a girl who crossed her arms and said that the transmission of the vision was cancelled, and that soon the protagonist's pupils would be as before, but he did not lose the demon eyes. He simply returned to his previous state, which was before she endowed him with her power. Sujeong smiled and said that she could no longer hear the voice of the ego, even though she was interested in it. Jikyu frowned angrily when the girl apologized for his first kiss. He wanted to hit her once, but Liu replied that he would lose, so it was better to endure. Sujeong turned around and suggested that the main character go somewhere. A dark door could be seen in the middle of the gray wall, and the girl explained that Ball had prepared something interesting in the basement. She looked at Jikyu's shocked face with a smile. They entered a spacious, bright room where a man stood in a blue jacket and red tie. Ball stood motionless. The main character walked forward, asking how it happened, and Elle explained that it was a barrier that increases space. Sujeong crossed her arms, smilingly saying that there was still a shock barrier here, so they could jump here without any problems. Jikyu turned around, raising one finger, and with a skeptical face, clarified the girl's words. When he asked why this was necessary, Sujeong closed her eyes, smiled, and raised her hand. A dark blue flame could be seen, and the girl asked if there was a reason for a duel between teacher and student. A flame appeared on Sujeong's finger and she smiled and ordered Jikyu to attack so she could help raise his level. The main character gritted his teeth and told Liu, who wanted to say something about him, to shut up. The purple flames made a crackling noise. A sword appeared in Sujeong's hand, and she admitted that there was little she could teach Jikyu now, and that the 50th floor exam would be very different. They stood at a great distance from each other. The girl explained that on the 50th floor there is a second-class change, and for those who have unique skills, this floor is special. Sujeong added with a sly smile that all unique skills are enhanced there, or you can get a second one. The main character frowned in displeasure when the girl mentioned his friend, and he assumed that she had heard his conversation with Soku in the middle of the forest. Sujeong put her sword forward, grinning and saying that she couldn't say that she had absolutely nothing to teach him. Jikyu spread his bent legs wide apart. His artifacts began to emit multicolored sparks, and the girl ordered him to attack because she does not like to explain in words. The main character frowned, looking closely at Sujeong. He pushed off the floor, lifting his heels. The next second, he quickly ran forward, leaving behind dust and bright streaks in the air. Jikyu jumped and spread his arms, which held swords, to the sides. Two flashes of light were visible. The main character stopped and struck, crossing his weapons in front of him. His hair flew in streams of wind. He gritted his teeth. Something black and purple could be seen in front of his neck. Jikyu widened his eyes in shock when he realized that Sujeong was behind him and had a weapon pointed at his throat. He admired her speed. The main character then jumped back, swinging his sword, and Liu said that the girl is not faster than thought, she is simply adapting to her student. Jikyu jumped to the floor, extended his arm to the side, and Elle said that Sujeong was in the blind spot the whole time, and that her fighting skills were excellent. The girl asked with a smile if the main character understood what her combat equipment and experience were. She grinned smugly and added that she would now apply all this to Jikyu. The main character stood with his knees bent and swords held tightly in his hands. He clenched his white teeth and frowned. Jikyu opened his mouth in shock and widened his eyes when Sujeong appeared next to him and asked where he was looking. He turned his frightened gaze to her. The girl swung her sword with a grin, leaving a bright purple trail in the air. She jumped up and said that she and Sunho had mutual hostility that did not allow them to coexist. Jikyu swung his swords very quickly, blocking the blows of the girl who was moving around him. Sujeong added that none of them would remain intact if they collided. She waved her hand, saying that they were maintaining a balance of power. Jikyu gritted his teeth with tension when the girl added that his existence and the intervention of the Iron Shield had upset this balance. The main character asked why she was talking about this right now. Ball watched the fight with a blank expression, and Sujeong replied that Jikyu needed to become much stronger than he was now. She tightly grabbed the handle of the burning weapon, saying that if this year, which she and Sunho agreed on, the main character does not become as strong as an iron shield, he will die. In Jikyu's eyes was a black silhouette with large horns. Sujeong's eyes began to emit a dazzling light, and two long horns grew from her head. The space was filled with a dark purple mist, and the girl used a unique skill called Ink Flame. The main character took a step back, holding the white sword in front of him. Red lightning appeared. Among them were sparks of the same color. Jikyu gritted his teeth and jumped up, swinging his weapon. Sujeong, who had black wings, rushed towards the main character. Burgundy stripes appeared under Ball's feet. The man stood motionless while the room was illuminated by multicolored flashes. He clenched his hand into a fist as his white hair flew around due to the strong wind. Deep cuts and cracks were visible on the gray wall. Suddenly they tightened and disappeared. Long purple hair was visible. Jikyu was lying on the floor, arms extended to the sides and looking at the ceiling. Sujeong touched her forehead and said with a smile that the last attack was quite harsh. She praised her student, who lay motionless, and Lu said that it was his merit. Suddenly the girl looked to the side, remembering something. She leaned closer to Jikyu and said that they were the same age, so they could communicate informally. The main character opened one eye and asked with a puzzled look why Sujeong was talking about this at such a moment. Trees without leaves and a dark sky could be seen. There was a large stone lying on the ground. The man with blonde hair clenched his jaw while dragging this stone with a rope. A black cloth flashed in the air above him. Rogers began to sweat and froze when the lick appeared behind him and called to him. Hart tossed the man a loaf of bread. The food fell to the ground, raising dust. Rogers looked down in shock. Then he grabbed the bread with both hands. Then he tore the edel with his hands and began to eat greedily. While Rogers was busy eating the bread, Hart stood motionless, grinning at the way the man attacked the food. The lick clenched his jaw and said that a man who deserved to have all his limbs torn off seemed to want to live too. Hart reminded Rogers that it was all the grace of the great master. While the man held a piece of bread in his hands, the lick said that it was out of his kindness that the master glued his hands back on. The bony hand took the leather whip. Hart then hit Rogers in the back, causing him to arch and scream in pain. The man fell face down on the ground. He then clenched his fingers, scraping the dirt. Rogers' eyes turned red with rage and he said he would kill the iron shield. The lick looked at the man, who was dragging the stone again, and thought that his anger was now directed in a different direction. A body fell on the skull, and Hart thought that instead of ending his revenge, the master would use Rogers for his next life. The lick admired this wisdom. Hart took a piece of paper with 2 drawings and thought that the master had forced Rogers to build such a structure. The lick tilted his head and concluded that there must be a deeper meaning to this. The man approached a cluster of the same stones. Lu asked why Jikyu made him do this in the first place. The main character answered with a smile that he just wanted Rogers to suffer. He turned to Ball, calling him Mr., and the man replied with a casual smile that Jikyu could just call him by his first name. The main character began to sweat with embarrassment and immediately called Ball by name. Jikyu stood behind the man, asking how his work was going. A huge circle with a polygonal star and inscriptions was visible on the ground. The main character frowned, and El said that the seal sparkles brightly. He introduced Ball, who placed his hand on his chest and asked if he could enter the gate of the Great Master. Sujeong sat on a chair and ate, saying with a smile that Ball would definitely be useful because he knew a lot about the world of demons. Jikyu lowered his head and with a stern face thought that for some reason this man seemed unpleasant to him, and Lu said that Ball was quite capable, although he was a traitor and also not a person. Suddenly the man said with a smile that everything was ready. The circle on the ground shone brightly, and the main character covered his face with his hand. He looked at Ball's back, asking what exactly was ready, and the man replied that the master's gate wasted too much power and quickly heated up. If we use the example of electronic equipment, various symbols were drawn on the edge of the seal. Ball added that for this reason he collected the remnants of magical power. Suddenly the forest lit up brightly, and the man turned around, saying that he had also made crystals. Jikyu closed one eye, shielding himself from the light with his hand. He remembered the skeletons digging for minerals and said that eventually the crystals Brunhart had consumed would simply come back again, and that he had no problem with money right now, even if the crystals could be sold. Ball looked away and replied that everything was correct, and that if they only extracted the crystals, it would mean a slight improvement in efficiency, and that's all. The man raised his black eyebrows and with half-closed eyes added that his goal, however, was different. He looked at the sparkling minerals and said that this was something special. The crystals shone brightly. The system was only able to provide the name of this mineral. Many crystals of rainbow colors were seen. They are the material for various magical items and fuel, and depending on the magical power they contain, color and appearance can change. Jikyu picked up one of the minerals and asked where to use this special item. The protagonist's hand in a black glove carefully grasped the crystal, and the spirits reported that they did not feel the presence of magical power inside. All that was visible on the black screen was the name of the crystal and question marks. Ball turned his back to Jikyu and replied that the value of this item was due to its rarity, and that a whole line would line up for such a thing just to buy a genuine item and not a fake. The man turned around and added with a smile that if the main character found out the true value of the crystal, then even $1 billion would not be enough for him. Jikyu opened his mouth in surprise. He looked at the mineral, thinking about these words. The motionless man turned back and said that now the main character may not know this, but the time will come and he will definitely find out. Jikyu thought that Ball was mostly calm and silent. He imagined the man's calm face and Sujeong's smiling face, reflecting on the fact that Ball was not particularly friendly and did not provide any information, just like that if he did not want it. They sat across the table from each other, and Jikyu thought that the experiment to extract the crystal had been successful, and perhaps that was why Ball had seemed content lately. The man also told the main character a lot, who frowned in confusion and asked about the kingdom. Ball put his hands on his knees, clarifying that this was an abandoned kingdom, and Jikyu assumed that a demon ruled there. The main character took the red mug, and Ball answered ambiguously, explaining that not only demons can own the kingdom. The main character frowned, asking about the reason why these lands were abandoned and why they appeared on Earth in the first place. Ball, whose eyes were hidden behind round glasses, said that it turned out to be a long conversation. He closed the thermos and added that no one left this Earth of their own free will, it just happened that way. The man stood up and turned away, saying that it was impossible not to leave this territory. A tall building could be seen among the dark clouds, and Ball told Jikyu to go up to the tower if he wanted to find out more, and also to pass the 50th floor and receive new rights. A black door and green grass could be seen. There was a powerful explosion. Violet sparks sparkled. Two people fought in the middle of the gray fog. The main character held two swords in his hands. Sujeong stood opposite. She had horns and large wings. With a sly smile, she asked how long Jikyu would run away from a girl like her. The protagonist, whose face was covered in sweat, frowned and replied that with the Demon King there was nothing left to do but escape. Sujeong replied with a smile that it was too much, letting out a chuckle. Suddenly she abruptly approached Jikyu, arching her thin eyebrows. The main character clenched his teeth tightly and let out a heavy sigh. The girl waved her sword and asked if Jikyu had just blown her off. Their faces were very close. Sujeong offered to continue the lesson with a smile, and the main character agreed with a confident grin. The girl rushed forward, shouting that death was certainly a strong skill, but not a special move. Jikyu jumped back and Lu said that was the right thing to do. Purple smoke rose. Sujeong quickly chased after the student. Jikyu crossed his swords in front of him. Two flashes appeared between them, red and purple. The main character closed his eyes, clenched his teeth, and coughed loudly. The girl shouted with a grin that if Jikyu relied only on his own strength when attacking, then nothing good would come of it, and it would not work with an iron shield. The main character frowned furiously upon hearing these words. Multicolored lightning, stripes, and flashes appeared in the middle of the spacious room. Jikyu jumped up and spread his arms to the sides. Sujeong's horns shone as did her wings. The main character tightly grasped the hilt of the black sword. The level of assimilation increased. The system reported that Jikyu could use 70% of the ego's experience points. Dark red streams of magic appeared, heading towards the same place. Sujeong said about 2 rows with an enthusiastic look. The main character, surrounded by red mist, looked down in horror, and Lu explained that the more assimilation occurs between them, the stronger the skill that controls death. Jikyu clenched his teeth, trying to understand what kind of feeling he was having right now. He furrowed his brows and his eyes turned purple. Sujeong's face became dissatisfied. She extended her hand to the protagonist's chest. She grabbed him by the clothes and screamed at him to pull himself together. Sujeong then threw Jikyu down. The main character put his swords in front of him, quickly falling. The girl floated in the air, looking at the explosion. Jikyu was lying on the floor and breathing heavily. He turned around and asked what it was. Sujeong sank to the floor, asking if the main character had come to his senses. She said that he was not bad. Jikyu sat down with a heavy sigh. The girl crossed her arms and explained with a smile that he had almost gone crazy. With a confident face, she asked how the main character felt after he was almost swallowed up by darkness. Jikyu frowned and replied that it was some kind of teenage expression. Sujeong, wearing a blue t-shirt and black shorts, explained that the main character was most likely filled with a feeling of satisfaction that could not be denied, and he felt that he was superior to some people. Jikyu listened with a puzzled face as the girl said that this is why demons are so dependent on magic. She fell silent and stopped smiling, telling the main character to find a player who has 100 swords. Jikyu placed one hand on the floor, asking who it was. Sujeong introduced a man standing in the middle of many weapons and explained that he was a player who had 100 special swords, and that the sacred sword Kalon of the Iron Shield and the 9 Rogers sword were obtained from him. The girl frowned and added that it was necessary to find the sacred sword and strengthen the powers of El, because the demonic power of Jikyu had grown so much that the balance began to be upset. The main character stood up, and Sujeong raised her finger up, saying that his feature had reached the middle, and that one should not replenish strength on just one side. She threw her hand over Jikyu's shoulder and asked with a smile why he still communicates with her formally, because they are the same age. There were dents on the floor, and the girl explained that they were the same age by earthly standards. Sujeong then turned around, inviting the main character to go eat. She stopped, asking if Yujung and the main character's mother were home now. Jikyu extended his hand into the portal, wanting to open the warehouse, and the spirit screamed that this was not what he thought. The main character pulled out his phone. Looking at the gadget, Jiku said with furrowed brows that his family was getting ready to go to the store. Suddenly his eyes widened in surprise when he heard the phone ringing. The contact of Grandpa Dickel was visible on the screen. The main character opened his mouth in shock, remembering the man's face. He raised the phone to his ear, thinking that this was the first time Dickel was calling him. Jiku frowned, listening to the sounds from the phone. Sujeong walked to the door while the main character was shouting to Dickel that he was hard to hear. Red liquid was running down the old man's face and he was breathing heavily. Jiku looked at the screen, asking why Dickel was silent, and Elle explained that it might be because of the barrier. The main character looked carefully at the gadget, saying that Ball left the barrier open. There were blood stains on the phone. Jiku's gaze tensed when he heard Dickel say only one word in a weak voice, workshop. The old man, through clenched teeth, told the main character to come there right away. He sat by the wooden box, saying that there was no time. Jiku froze, clenching his hand into a fist when Dickel said Minsu's name. His mouth dropped open in shock. The main character opened his amber eyes wide. Against the background of the blue sky there was a tall multi-story building. There was a sign on the wall that said KPA Cafeteria. A man with a tray in his hands looked around for an empty seat. The phone of the man sitting at the table rang. The screen said that Ranker Jiku was calling. He put the phone to his ear and said that the best secretary, Sung-hoon, was listening. He had a black glove on his hand. He pressed the phone to his ear and asked if it was considered a violation of the law if a player runs away without permission. He raised his head, said that it was dangerous, and asked the guy why he was asking him about this. The main character stood on the lawn in front of a two-story cottage. He said that he needed to go somewhere and asked if there were any privileges for mercenaries. Sung-hoon replied that there were, you just need to warn in advance, and offered to pick him up. He picked up the food with chopsticks, tensed when he didn't hear an answer, and called his interlocutor. He looked at the phone screen in bewilderment. Jiku hung up. The lawn was deserted, and blue lines were visible on the ground. A blue stream rushed over people's heads, past the traffic lights. He moved along the roofs of the building, disturbing the birds. He jumped from roof to roof. A building appeared in the distance. Air currents were rapidly rushing towards the guy. He noticed a suitable alley. He spread his arms to the sides and braked sharply. In the alley, a lonely figure of a guy could be seen, surrounded by a cloud of dust. He bowed his head and looked around warily. Lu said that he was there. Elle said that they had arrived. He clenched his swords in his hands and looked at the dark window of the building. He went down the steps and thought that he did not feel the presence of anyone other than the old man and hoped that he would not meet with suspicious individuals. He froze tensely. Elle advised him to be careful. Lu said that no matter how developed his perception was, he needed to be on guard. He looked to the side. Brunhart asked if everything would be okay with his dad. Jiku was at first confused, and then realized that the old man really was something like a father to the subject. He looked at the steps going down. Lu mockingly suggested that in this case the owner was their mother, because he put consciousness into them. The main character asked if he should turn on the perception of pain, otherwise so much time had passed since the last time. He pressed the sword to his chest and looked warily to the side. He closed his eyes. He saw a room in black and turquoise colors. It was empty. He opened his eyes and thought they might come in. The doorknob clicked down. He looked into the open crack and called the blacksmith. He saw an old man collapsed with his back to the table. His head was bowed. He called him and ran towards him. He put his hands on his shoulders, shook him and asked if he was okay. He frowned and looked around. His hands were black. Looking at them, he thought they were completely broken. He turned his head to the side and noticed that all the weapons were gone. He looked at the old man, opened his mouth and tried to call him again. He opened one eye and asked if he had really come. Some kind of flickering could be seen behind him. He looked at the old man in alarm and said that he needed to drink the potion and would go with him to the hospital. His eyes widened in surprise when the old man refused. Blood flowed down his face. He tiredly closed his eyes and said that he felt that he did not have long left. Elle said that he was dying. Lu added that even the potion was powerless. He clenched his teeth, irritated by his own powerlessness, and tried to be indignant. Without opening his eyes, the old man said that there was no time and he needed to tell Jiku something. He knelt down next to him. The blacksmith asked if he remembered his request. He remembered the incident when Dickel looked at him intently and asked if he could help him when needed. The main character opened his mouth and said that he understood what he was talking about. Without raising his head, he said that he was one of the pioneers they so often talk about. He looked at him incredulously and opened his mouth in surprise. He remembered the dark triangle behind the buildings and said that Jiku himself knew about the people who became players when the tower appeared. He imagined people fighting monsters and said that at first no one knew about the tower. There was no information, so even the goblins were difficult to fight. Many died, but his comrades continued to fight to protect humanity. The corners of his lips lifted in a smile. Dickel said that he was not interested in increasing his strength, and he was embarrassed in front of his comrades. He looked at the blacksmith in alarm as he began to cough. He opened his eyes and said that everything was fine, his throat was just sore. He introduced a young man in armor and said that at that time he was like that and was not associated with weapon making, but was involved in blacksmithing even before he became a player. He remembered himself with a hammer in his hand and said that he could make good weapons due to being a player with the skills of a blacksmith, but it was different from what he makes today. He thought about the armor and shoes and said that this happened later and only because he had an incentive. He tilted his head, looked at the old man in confusion and asked what stimulus he was talking about. He hung his head exhaustedly and said that it happened before he went up to the 50th floor when he re-entered the tower to get a new class. He was looking for tips on how to improve his blacksmith skills because he felt that he has reached his limit. He opened one eye and said that then one question came to his mind and asked Jikyu if he had ever thought about why in the tower you only need to go up. He opened his mouth in surprise and looked at his interlocutor in shock. He imagined clouds in the sky and voiced several of the questions that had been plaguing him, such as why the tower only pointed upward, what was in the basements, and whether the first floor was exactly the one they had seen. He opened his mouth and said that it took him several years to find the dungeon. He remembered how he grabbed the monster by the head and said that he explored the first floor again and again, even going to places where no one else went. He remembered himself in large shoulder pads and said that perhaps he knew the structure of the first floor better than anyone. He pursed his lips and listened carefully to the old man's story. He remembered how he bowed his head, looked at something in confusion and said that after a long search he had finally found what he was looking for. He looked at him intently, opened his mouth and said that he had discovered a door leading to the basement. He looked at him in confusion and opened his mouth in surprise. There was a flash. There were dark spots on the floor next to his hand. Something happened to his brain when the blacksmith said that through this door he entered another world. He grabbed his head and grunted in pain. The system informed him that he had received information that he had no right to know. He opened his mouth wide and screamed. The system informed him that he was due a punishment. The world around him blurred. Dickel called out to him and asked what was happening to him. He clenched his teeth and grabbed his head. The magical objects called to him in alarm. He saw an object that looked like a purple eye. Lu told him to pull himself together. The pendant on his neck glowed and flew up. He saw a smiling woman. The Demon King said that he could not find out this information yet, but she would definitely tell him everything when he passed the 50th floor. He remembered how Ball turned around and promised to return to this conversation after he passed the 50th floor and received new rights. He fell to his knees, bent over in pain, and finally understood what they meant when they talked about the 50th floor, the right and the fine. The blacksmith looked at him worriedly and asked if he was okay. With sweat running down his face and his hands shaking, he tried to raise his head and asked Dickel what he was going to tell him. He gritted his teeth, his face contorted in pain. He thought he felt like someone was poking around his brain, but he wasn't sure when he'd have another chance to find out this information. He frowned, opened his mouth slightly and advised him not to strain so much. He imagined a fire in the open air and said that the dungeon of the tower was a burning earth and a barren desert, so it was difficult to call it a suitable place to live. The ring on his hand glowed red, and he mentally asked Lu what was wrong. He sat on his knees, pressing his hand to the ground. Lu began to say something, but stopped mid-sentence and advised the main character to first listen to the blacksmith. He imagined a man with a sword walking among the fire. Dickel said that he wandered around the dungeon for a long time, but did not find anything special. It was like an endless gate. He remembered his legs in armor and said that something happened at that moment when she wanted to return back the same way. He froze in front of the huge monster. He looked up, his eyes wide with fear. The monster's head rushed down. Dickel said that this creature was much stronger than all his opponents from the tower. He covered his head with a shield and said that although he was considered one of the strongest pioneers, at that moment he stood in a daze. He stood with his mouth open in fear. Long hair appeared in front of him. He said that he was already preparing for death when suddenly she appeared. A long-haired girl stood between him and the monster. He continued to hold his head and looked at the old man in disbelief. The blacksmith said that he meant his wife. He closed his eyes and said that their first meeting was very bright. He opened one eye and assumed that Dickel's wife was also a player. He opened his mouth and said no. Suddenly he fell onto his side. The old man's body collapsed to the floor. Jikyu screamed. He fell to his knees in front of him and began to shake his shoulder. El said that his life was coming to an end. He forced open one eye and asked him to take what was in his pocket. He looked at the clothes. In his hands was a folded sheet of paper and a small hammer. He was trembling. The blacksmith lowered his head and said that the entrance to the dungeon was marked on this map. He fell to the floor and coughed. He winced in irritation. His lips were stained with blood. He said that he could not die like this because of Minsu. He grabbed him by the shoulders and helped him up. The pendant glowed. Brunhart reminded him that it could turn a person into an ego. His eyes widened in surprise when Brunhart asked if he could save his dad this way. El said that it's too dangerous. He sat hesitantly in front of the blacksmith. Lu said that this was a good option since Dickel was dying anyway. He pursed his blood-stained lips. He opened his eyes with difficulty when Jikyu said that he wanted to tell him something. He sat in the middle of the dark room, leaned his hand on one knee, said that there was no time for explanations, but perhaps he knew how to save him. He frowned, opened his mouth and said that to do this he would have to take his life, and the likelihood of success was very low. He closed his eyes, smiled and said that she had nothing to think about, so if he knew how to help, then let him try. He opened his eyes and asked the main character why he asked him to come. His eyes widened in surprise when the blacksmith said that if he didn't trust him, he wouldn't have called him here. He pursed his lips. Red discharges appeared from the ring on his finger. He pointed the sword at the old man and said that it would hurt, but he had to be patient. In the light of the red flashes one could see his determined expression on his face. An object shrouded in red discharges fell, circles appeared on the water, Dikal thanked him and asked him to take care of Minsu. The system reported the activation of the cannibalism skill. Plumes of purple smoke rose from the floor. He stood with a sword in his hands and looked at the bloody stain. The system window said that he managed to absorb the fragment of the Dikal player. Lu said that in that case it was not entirely luck. El encouraged him, promising to find a way. He continued to frown at the screen. Bruthart said everything would be fine. The system window flickered and disappeared. The main character decided that it was still better than nothing. He lowered his head, looked at the black sword and asked if he knew what the blacksmith wanted to tell him. Lu said that he could receive another punishment for this information. He rubbed his head and irritably asked if he really experienced such pain simply because he learned someone's secret. The sword replied that he would not be surprised if he died after that. He opened his mouth and asked if everything was really that bad. Lu replied that the blacksmith either didn't think about it or the conversation was too important. He looked at the red stone on the hilt of the sword. Lu decided to share safe information with him and said that another world really exists, and not just one, but a great many. He grabbed his head again, winced in pain and screamed. O was alone in a dark room. Lu decided to tell the rest another time, asked him not to rush and get the right first. On the first floor of the tower there was a blue sky and trees growing. The monster with red stripes on his face said that the door would open after the ceremony was over. People in white hoods were sitting on their knees in front of him. He said that soon the gods would come and punish this world, and the apostle would become the king of the gods. A fuss began. The monsters asked to give them a victim as soon as possible. He turned his head and looked at the other man in the white cloak. His face hidden in the shadows, the monster with red stripes on his face asked what he didn't like. His lips didn't move. There was a boy in the coffin. The followers behind them were on their knees. The apostle said that they did not seem to know what would really happen when the seal on the door was broken. He put his hand on the white lid. He closed the coffin. There were some symbols on its lid, and the apostle proposed to begin the ceremony. A red and blue stream of power rushed through the air. There was an explosion behind them. The silhouette of a man could be seen among the settling clouds of dust. He held a red and yellow sword. He looked at them angrily and asked where Minsu was. Something was supposed to happen on the first floor of the tower. On the map of the area there was a door leading to the basement. The main character, using acceleration, ran along the roofs of buildings in order to quickly get to his destination. Thanks to his incredible speed, he managed to jump over several houses at once. His face expressed determination. To Lu's question about whether his owner was sure of what he was doing, the guy answered in the affirmative. In one jump he crossed the helipad. Lu asked if the owner knew exactly the place that the old man marked on the map. The answer was again in the affirmative. Knitting his eyebrows, Jikyu thought that there was no way he could have forgotten him. On the map, a blue dot marked a place where he had often been before meeting El and Lu. The player found himself in front of the entrance to the Korean Association. Memories of working as a conductor in the farthest corner of the first floor, where other newcomers did not reach, surfaced in his head. The guide looked around. This was his secret place. Every day, only one goblin appeared here, holding a spear. An adult guy stood by the same tree from his memories. His fingers touched a barely noticeable energy barrier. He looked at the translucent wall. Lu explained that it was a barrier that limited entry and interfered with recognition. Ego added that a person like his owner immediately understood this. Thinking that this was an insult, the young man looked disapprovingly at the ring. Seeing that the owner was about to turn on the pain settings, Lu corrected himself, explaining that he meant that his owner was very cool. Standing in front of the barrier, the main character asked what to do now, suggesting that the barrier was unlikely to break from a simple blow. El stated that it would not be easy. Lu said that such barriers usually require a key. The guy thoughtfully put his hand to his chin. An image of a small hammer appeared in his head. Lu assumed that this was the key. The player held out a small hammer. The barrier immediately melted before his eyes. The cultists gathered in front of the stone coffin. The apostle said that they don't really know what will happen when the seal on the door is removed. Another cultist proposed to begin the ceremony, but suddenly a powerful explosion was heard behind them. The apostle looked around in shock. At the sight of the impact stood a man from whom blue lightning emanated. Swinging his sparkling swords, the main character asked where Minsu was. The cultists watched in horror from afar. Jikyu narrowed his eyes. Seeing the coffin in front of him, he felt Minsu's aura in it. On the way here, the guy came across some guards and interrogated them, threatening them with a sword, and in the end he managed to find out some information. The cultists gathered in the clearing in front of the coffin belonged to the Carbon Guild. The Star of David was painted on the coffin. The goal of the members of this guild was to sacrifice Minsa, who is the descendant of the guard, and open the door to another world. Looking around, the player realized that he had already heard about the Carbon Guild somewhere. Most of the people wearing white robes and masks were mid-level rankers, like leader Donghi, and there were also a few high-ranking people among the cultists. However, the most dangerous figure stood far away from everyone. The apostle looked down. His face was not visible because of the hood. Lu felt that he had almost the same level as the owner. El asked to be careful. Glancing at the other cults who were preparing their weapons for battle, the guy thought that they would surely find the moment to attack while he was fighting with the others. The amulet on his neck began to glow. A huge white wolf burst onto the battlefield, and a fierce battle began. The man in the Oni mask backed away, not understanding how an ordinary person could have divine skills, and guessing that in front of him was another apostle of God. His eyes were bloodshot. The cultist could not believe what was happening. He thought that the enemy had definitely used some kind of trick. The main character stood against the backdrop of explosions, holding swords in his hands. The masked man raised his weapon to strike. Rushing towards the enemy, he shouted that no one would dare interfere with their ceremony. His eyes flashed at the moment of impact. Remaining steadfast, the guy dodged the blow. The spear flew a centimeter from his ear. The cultist narrowed his eyes angrily. Making lightning attacks, he shouted that no one would dare pretend to be an apostle. Numerous spear strikes were easily repelled. Swinging his weapon again, the Oni masked man called the constantly dodging enemy a rat and said that the next attack would be impossible to evade. The player rushed forward, drawing his sword. The blade pierced the body of the cultist, who did not expect a counterattack. Blood dripped from under the mask. Jikyu pulled out his sword from the enemy's body and blood sprayed out. The man fell to his knees, not realizing how this could happen. His head fell to the ground. Covering his eyes, the masked man declared that God's apostle himself had interfered with the ceremony. With his last breath, he said the name Andras. The guy knitted his eyebrows in confusion. The eye on the demonic sword sparkled. Lu, knowing this name, insulted its owner. Looking at the sword, the player asked if Ego knew the name and felt very angry. Lu had not experienced such strong emotions even on the 30th floor of the tower when they met the Demon King in the throne room. The sword continued to sparkle. Ego replied that he would talk about it later, because first of all they had to think about the enemy standing right in front of them. Knitting his eyebrows sternly, the young man looked forward. The one who was called the apostle stood motionless. His face was completely calm. They looked at each other silently, not taking any action. Squinting, the guy was surprised that there was no reaction to his appearance and the killing of the cultist. With a bead of sweat running down his tense face, Lu offered to attack first, even though it would be too much. The apostle's face was hidden under the hood. El said that he did not feel any evil aura. Knitting his eyebrows together decisively, the protagonist asked what his goal was and why he didn't do anything. The man clenched his teeth. There was a coffin behind him. The apostle said that he did not want to watch how his son was used. The player opened his mouth in surprise. The fight in the background was still in full swing. The guy asked if Minsu's father was standing in front of him. The man frowned seriously. While they were talking, a real massacre was unfolding in the background. Remembering the faces of Minsu and Dikal, Jikyu realized that the boy's father and the blacksmith's son were standing in front of him. He looked at the man in shock when he asked if this was an attempt to analyze the composition of the family. Cumulus clouds floated across the blue sky above the forest. The apostle realized that the guy was sent by his father, judging by the fact that he managed to get through the barrier. Placing his hand on the coffin, he admitted that he had indeed wounded his father and stolen his own son. Brunhart asked why it was necessary to do this. Looking down, the cultist explained that he did not do this because he liked it, and that it was a forced choice, even if it sounds like an attempt to justify himself. They continued to stand opposite each other. Lu noticed that this man looked very old for Minsu's father. The player's mouth opened in surprise when Lu said that the tower appeared only 23 years ago. The man's face became more tense when he was told that his age was not entirely true. Sticking his hand forward, the young man explained that Dikal met his wife when he was a player, and the tower appeared 23 years ago. Knitting his eyebrows, he concluded that the person in front of him must be his age, but his appearance and Minsu's age indicate otherwise. Smiling, the apostle asked if the guest knew about creatures from another world. The main character, not paying attention to the explosions behind him, said that he knows that the passage of time in other worlds is completely different than on Earth. An image of Sujong appeared in his head, declaring that she and he were the same age by earthly standards. Standing in front of the tomb, the apostle explained that his father and son were born on Earth, but he himself was born and raised in another world. Knitting his eyebrows menacingly, the man said that belonging to another world entails a great punishment. A crack appeared on his cheek. He said that he had been thinking for a long time whether he should go back and what he needed to do for this. The guy opened his mouth in surprise and asked Lu if Ego had noticed something strange. The answer was yes. Putting his hand to his face, Minsu's father said that his father began to prevent his son from remaining in this world and broke off all relations with him. Watching him carefully, Jikyu asked Lu if the man wanted to say that he was torn away from his own son after sealing the door leading to another world. Ego agreed with this assumption. Putting his hand to his mouth, the apostle said that it was unpleasant for him, but he had to endure it for the sake of his son. Removing his hand from his face, the man said that someone like him could easily become the king of that world. Without taking his eyes off him, the player stated that the cultists were talking about some Andras. Frowning, the apostle explained that this is the chief of those who are now fighting the player's warriors. His eyes looked glassy and his speech became slurred. Looking at him from under his brows, the guy asked what was happening. Lu replied that, most likely, it was a psychic attack, because Andras was an expert in this. The man looked at his hands, wanting to become a king. Lu explained that this man held on due to his high resistance, which ultimately turned out to be poison for him, because after a long period of brainwashing, he had a completely new consciousness. A malicious smile appeared on his cracked face, and the apostle whispered that a sacrifice had to be made to open the door. His distraught face was covered in flames. A huge fiery whirlwind arose, marking the coming of the apostle. Waves of fire spread throughout the clearing. The shocked cultists shouted that they had to escape or they would all die. The Lik who rose above the ground ordered his army of the dead to catch every single one of them. The battle continued at a barrier that the cultists could not open on their own. A serious fire started in the forest. The white wolf, holding the cultist's body in its mouth, roared. A huge fire demon appeared in front of the main character. The guy rushed towards him, sticking his armored hand out in front of him. He thought it was too hot in here and called out to be. Crossing his swords, the player tried to block the fiery fist flying at him, but realized that it was too late. There was a powerful explosion. Waves of blue energy flew through the air. The armor sparkled. Bernhardt called out to his master. The player gritted his teeth, surviving only thanks to the elemental water. El stated that the enemy's flames were too strong. Lu added that the mastery of skills was not enough to withstand this. The fire demon grinned. He hit the ground with his huge fist. The strong impact sent a large cloud of dust into the sky. Using acceleration, Jikyu found himself behind the enemy. Blood sprayed from his mouth. He pressed his hand to his chest and coughed. El and Brunhart worriedly asked if everything was okay. Looking up, the guy said that using elemental skills takes too much energy. Lu objected that this time everything is a little better than before. After looking at the monster, the player suggested that it would be better if B, who had turned into a monster, attacked himself because elemental skills did not affect him as much. Lu said that this was a bad idea because the base defense power was completely different, and causing damage will be very problematic. A huge fireball appeared above the demon's head. Sharply lowering his head, the apostle aimed it straight at the enemy. Noticing the approaching fireball, the young man spread his legs wide to dodge it in time. Having jumped back, he realized that now the ball was about to hit the sarcophagus where Minsu lay. There was a deafening explosion. Looking at the flying pieces of earth, the main character frowned furiously. His feet slammed into the ground. Thick black smoke was coming from the place where the coffin was located. The player opened his mouth wide, shouting the boy's name. Lu calmed him down, saying that he would be fine. There was a faint blue glow in the thick smoke. Ego explained that he felt Minsu's quite good skills as soon as they arrived at this place. The coffin was surrounded by a protective barrier. The guy noticed that the sarcophagus, engulfed in a blue haze, was intact. Closing his eyes, he exhaled in relief and asked to talk about such things in advance. Lu objected that he was not asked about anything. Jikyu raised his head, looking at the enemy. The fire demon grinned. The player needed to defeat him. Lu asked if the owner had a plan, to which he answered in the affirmative, saying that there was a backup plan if he could not win with the help of the element of water. His feet were firmly on the ground. Flames appeared around. The guy said that he would have to fight with the help of elemental fire. The flames flared up more and more, raising dust into the air. Red flames shot into the air. The young man's eyes and body lit up. He grinned and declared that he would succeed. The demon reached out to him with its huge clawed paw. Resolutely knitting his eyebrows, the main character decided to check whose fire was stronger. Applying acceleration, he took off from the ground. The lightning attack with sword slashed the fire demon's hand. Multicolored flames appeared around the flying player. Rising into the air behind the enemy, he asked if anything had changed. Lu replied that there seemed to be a slight result. Putting L in front of him, the guy decided to establish a connection. A new fireball began to grow above the demon's head. However, his body was immobilized by magical bonds. Jikyu pulled them with force, not giving the enemy a chance to move. With his next move, he swung his sword. The powerful attack caused a devastating explosion. The demon opened its mouth wide and screamed furiously. The blade pierced his fiery body. Lu stated that he needed to fight with full strength because the enemy was much stronger and he needed to finish him while there was such a chance. Without taking out the sword, the guy objected, saying that this was Minsu's father. L stated that this was no longer a person, but a demon absorbed by the forces of darkness. Something off to the side caught his attention. A huge hand of a monster was approaching him. The apostle hit himself on the back, throwing off the enemy sitting on it. Having landed, the young man dropped his swords. His glove was damaged. The damage was becoming more and more. He could not delay any longer. Squinting, he remembered the demon's eye that had disappeared when Sujeong took away his power, which began to gradually return. The fire demon turned around with displeasure. Thanks to the demon's eye, the main character realized that this giant was and was not Minsu's father at the same time. Lu and El did not understand what they were talking about. The monster grinned arrogantly. The player explained that he himself did not fully understand what was happening, but he knew exactly what to do. The shadow of the approaching hand hung over him. An image of a smiling Sujeong appeared in his head, who said that death is not only the destruction of something, but something deeper, and if you realize this, you can use your skills much more effectively. The apostle put out his clawed paw to grab his enemy. The guy narrowed his eyes, preparing to kill only the fire that is not Minsu's father. A crushing blow destroyed the ground where the player stood a second ago. A huge cloud of dust and smoke rose. Suddenly a fire ignited within him. The demon looked down, noticing something strange. Jikyu pushed off from his sword and jumped high into the sky. The demon extended its giant hands towards him. Lu released a huge amount of energy using the death skill. The lightning strike split the monster's body in half. The guy landed right in front of his enemy. There was a deafening explosion. The bare ground continued to burn. El became concerned that the flames might have spread to the entire first floor, and was relieved when he learned that this did not happen. Brunhart called the tower amazing. Minsu's father's burnt body lay on the ground. The player approached him and asked if the man had woken up, but he did not have the strength to answer because of the unbearable pain. Without getting up from the ground, he wanted to introduce himself. Opening his charred lips, the apostle said that his name was Chael. A crown shimmered around his head, revealing that the man was a descendant of Payman. The blade of the sword flashed. Lu said that his guess was confirmed. The guy looked at his sword in surprise. Lu stated that Payman was not the most important thing right now. Ego asked the owner to ask about Andras. Sitting down on one knee in front of the man, the young man asked if he could tell something about Andras. Opening his eyes slightly, Chael said that he needed to find the Carbon Guild. Closing his eyelids again, the apostle declared that Andras was in the guild. El warned that life was leaving the enemy's body. Raising a shaking hand, Chael asked him to take care of Minsu. The hand fell to the ground. The main character frowned sternly. The blade of the sword rose into the air. Raising the demonic sword, the guy declared that the father would have the opportunity to personally take care of his son. A blade flashed in the air. The system voice stated that the cannibalism skill was used and that the transformation of the fire giant into Ego was successful. The man's body evaporated into waves of dark energy. Looking at his hand, Jikyu was upset that he had killed both father and son. El tried to calm the owner down, saying that he did everything in his power. Lu stated that there was no other way and that now they were faced with another task. They needed to free Minsu. The player looked at the coffin and assumed that the barrier could be opened with the help of a hammer. Lu objected, explaining that a completely different mechanism was working here that Ball could open. The guy approached the sarcophagus. A horse appeared behind him. He turned around when he heard that his army had dealt with all the enemies. The Lick and his army knelt down in front of the master, who ordered them to finish all their work in return. Taking the bodies of the dead cultists in their hands, the skeletons headed into the open gate. The young man looked at the sarcophagus and asked the rest of the warriors to carefully carry it through the gate. The monsters lifted the coffin onto their shoulders and carried out the order. Hearing someone's voice, the player looked to the side. An angry goblin stood in the clearing, holding a spear in his hands. They stood opposite each other, smiling. The main character realized that the time had already come and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The goblin clenched his teeth furiously. The next moment, the monster ran away from the clearing in fear. The guy looked after him. Lu decided that the goblin instinctively understood that he would never defeat his master. The player smiled. In his hand was a tiny stone that had previously been lying on the ground. Putting his hand out in front of him, he flicked the stone after the goblin. The stone hit the back of the monster's head. The goblin fell dead. Jikyu smiled even wider and said that his mood had suddenly improved. Lu was happy for his master. Suddenly something behind him caught his attention. A bright flash appeared in the air above the clearing. Egos were excited. Lu was surprised that his master felt it too. The player looked stunned as he sensed the aura of the new ego. The blue sky hung over the quiet green forest of the first floor of the tower. The guy walked along a path surrounded by tall trees. To his left was a dark cave. Placing his hand on the stone wall, he remembered that this place really was here. L suggested that this was the entrance to the basement that Dickhall was talking about. The player, going deep into the cave, did not feel anything strange. An image of that flash in the clearing appeared in his head. Lou said that it was definitely the aura of ego. Looking into the darkness of the deep cave, the young man thought that he could not be mistaken. Brunhart stated that he also felt the aura at that moment. The player looked away thoughtfully. Lou doubted that anything could be found in such a place. L said that he did not feel any manifestations of the ego. Sitting down on the cold ground, the main character decided to do something before returning home. Taking out a bottle of water from the small gate, he wanted to talk to Lou while waiting for the elemental skill to cool down. Having asked him to tell him everything he knew, the guy greedily drank water from a bottle. Lou said displeasedly that he didn't owe him anything and asked why only him was being asked questions. Wiping drops of water from his mouth, Jikyu said that only Lou constantly pretends to know something, and that, despite oblivion, ego probably remembers something. Lou replied that from time to time he gets fragments of memories. If there is a special reason for this, the player put his hand to the side and said that it was impossible to expect any help from the ego when it was important. Looking at the ring, he asked who Andra's and Payman's descendant were. The ring lit up. Lou replied that they were demons who occupied the 72nd position. The guy opened his mouth in surprise, asking what position we were talking about. Lou replied that this is the Demon King class, but not the same class as Sujeong, who calls herself the Demon King, but the class of great demons occupying the position immediately after the real Demon King. Ego explained that there were 72 positions and, presenting Ball's face, said that Ball occupied the first position. The player was surprised by this fact. Introducing Andras, who was shrouded in dark energy, Lou said that he was in a low position, but he was called a terrible demon because he had a disgusting character. The youth did not understand what kind of character he was talking about if they were not human. Imagining Payman holding a hammer in his hand, Lou stated that he held a high position and was one of the 2 guardians of hell and a great blacksmith. Thoughtfully placing his hand on his cheek, the protagonist thought that Dickhall's weapon was so special because the blacksmith was a descendant of Payman himself. Not hearing the continuation of the story, he looked at his hand. The ring began to glow. Lou did not understand what continuation the owner expected from him. The player brought the ring closer and asked to continue the story, but Lou replied that he had already told everything. The guy asked if he really didn't know anything else, to which Ego replied that he didn't remember anything else. The sun's rays illuminated the entrance to the cave. Closing his eyes, Jikyu thought that Lou was of no use. Ego declared that he could hear his thoughts perfectly. Sujeong crossed her arms, calling her student who refused to go on a date with her fearless. Looking up at him because of the difference in height, she called this act very daring, but received only silence in response. Having passed by, the guy said that there was no talk of a date and that they had simply agreed to have dinner together. Looking after him, the girl sarcastically reminded that her student had never gone on dates. Egos were unhappy with what was happening. While walking up the stairs, the player announced that he had urgent business. Looking at him, Sujeong asked what case he was talking about, but there was no clear answer. Turning around, the player decided that it would actually be better to tell her everything, but the conversation might drag on. Evening came. The lights were on in the cottage windows. There were ceramic mugs on the kitchen table. Sujeong lowered her eyebrows sternly and asked if it was true. The young man nodded with a serious look. Crossing her arms over her chest, the girl asked what happened to Minsu. The guy replied that he was in the basement and gave the sarcophagus to Ball so that he would try to remove the barrier in the gate. Sujeong put her hand to her chin thoughtfully. Her eyes seemed calm and she asked to go with her and meet someone. It was night outside, but the lights continued to burn in some of the association's windows. A small drop of sweat ran down the protagonist's tense face. Sujeong sat next to him and smiled smugly. Opposite them sat the chairman of the association and Teschik. They sat in complete silence at the same table. The young man did not understand the essence of this meeting. Looking at her friend, the girl assumed that he did not expect her to know them. With a calm expression on his face, Digu said that he had a pretty good relationship with the Demon Queen, although he didn't know what she thought of him. Waving her hand, Sujeong announced that she was also a mercenary. She asked if her student had such a thing. There was a ring on her finger. Seeing it, Jikyu realized that it was a mercenary's ring. Pointing her hand at Digu, the girl said that the student probably knows that he is obsessed with increasing power. Digu seemed very calm. Sujeong said that they help each other when needed, and that they have about the same relationship as a player with the association. Looking away nervously, the guy thought that despite the cooperation, the Demon Queen simply treated an older man disgustingly. Elle agreed that she lacked manners. Suddenly his face changed and a thought appeared in his head. Thoughtfully putting his hand to his chin, he stated that in another world time does not flow the same way as on Earth, so it is quite possible that Sujeong, who by earthly standards was his age, was actually the same age as the chairman. A girl stated that the student was very mistaken and that this was not the case at all. Pointing her finger at Daegu, she said that she just didn't like him. Clenching her fists furiously, Sujeong explained that it wasn't her age, but her boldness. Hitting the player on the forehead, she angrily asked why she had to explain all this. Egos were afraid for their master. Lu called him weak. The young man covered the place of the blow with his hands, and the demon queen decided not to waste any more time on empty chatter. Crossing her arms over her chest, she asked if the association staff were aware that the Carbon Guild had begun to take action. Teskik looked at her dumbfounded, not understanding what she was talking about. Noticing his misunderstanding, the girl said that both pioneers should have been aware. Brunhart stated that, in his opinion, only grandfathers are called pioneers. The main character looked up thoughtfully and thought that it was about 20 years ago, which means his father was also a pioneer. Placing his hand on his son's head, Daegu said that he didn't know much about the other side of the world, but he was trying to find out. Brushing away his father's hand, Teskik said that he couldn't stay in the office forever. Looking down, the man thought that his colleague was growing more and more every day and that he himself could not stay down all this time. Thoughtfully putting his hand to his chin, the manager said that he had already heard somewhere about the Carbon Guild. The main character noticed that he had exactly the same feeling. Looking at his colleague, he explained that the name of this guild also seemed familiar to him. Their old conversation suddenly surfaced in his head when the man said that their friend had joined Carbon and became a completely different person. Jikyu opened his mouth in surprise. The technician also looked like he realized something. They simultaneously jumped up from their seats and shouted that this was the guild that Theo had joined. Sujeong and Daegu looked at them, puzzled. The guy and the manager looked at each other. The ring lit up. Lu asked who Theo was because he had not heard this name before. Frowning, the player explained that they used to work together as guides. The image of Theo surfaced in his memories. The man scratched the back of his head excitedly. Then he asked for forgiveness and left. Teskik explained that Theo only looks closed, but in fact he experiences a strong feeling of guilt. Knitting his eyebrows sternly, the guy tried to figure out if Theo could have been among the guild members he killed, but then he remembered that he had checked the corpses. Sujeong looked at the student and said that it seemed that he had an acquaintance from the Carbon Guild. With his arms outstretched, the player said that Daegu must know something about the guild and asked who they really were. The chairman of the association closed his eyes, not knowing where to start. With a stern frown, the old man turned to the player. The young man opened his mouth in shock when asked what he knew about the tower. The tower rising above the city was a wedge passing through countless other worlds and connecting them. Huge roots covered the earth. The tower gradually devoured and captured the worlds through which it passed. The proof was the gate that began to appear simultaneously with the tower. The main character leaned forward upon hearing this. His face changed. The system voice stated that he had received information to which he had no right and would be punished. His teeth ground. The player grabbed his head. The world around him became foggy. The egos were concerned about the state of the owner. Teskik raised his eyebrows excitedly. Daegu asked what happened. Sujeong put her hand to her forehead and said that this was a punishment. Frowning, the chairman asked if he had not yet passed the 50th floor. The main character closed his eyes in insurmountable pain. Everyone present in the office looked at him silently. Holding his head in his hands, Jikyu imagined what might be in the heads of his friends, and thought that Sujeong was mocking the one who could not pass the 50th floor. That Daegu was surprised that he still did not have the right, and Teskik asked, why hasn't he gotten 2nd grade yet? Looking at the player, the chairman said that there had been no cases with such rapid growth before, so he thought that the player had already passed the 50th floor. Sujeong looked disapprovingly at the student. The guy wiped his face with his hand and thought that they heard his thoughts. The girl extended her hand to his head and apologized. Lightning bolts appeared from her fingers, and a notification popped up stating that the stigma had been activated and that the player was temporarily under Sujeong's command. Having seen the messages, the guy did not understand what it meant. Turning angrily to the demon queen, he asked what submission meant. Holding 2 fingers up, the girl first asked to listen to her and said that this was her second unique skill. Raising her chin arrogantly, she said that with the help of submission she could share his punishment and would not be able to control his will, because the student was not one of those who could be subjugated so easily with the help of stigma. The young man narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Lu said that this was true and that the terms of the agreement were rather unfavorable for her. El confirmed that his master was not in danger. Daegu exchanged glances with his son and asked him if he didn't know that his friend had not passed the 50th floor. Teskik replied that he forgot about it. Sujeong asked to warn about such things in advance. The guy promised to be careful. With her arms outstretched, the demon queen stated that she would remove the stigma as soon as the conversation ended and that there was nothing to worry about. The main character widened his eyes in surprise. A scene of them kissing appeared in his head, his cheeks turning red. The manager looked questioningly at his coughing friend. On the upper floors of the tower stood its rulers, those who created the tower and are its masters, as well as those who at one time ruled other worlds. The earth, shrouded in roots, has not yet been completely captured, so the rulers cannot use their power here, but inside the tower, which connects the worlds, this is quite possible. Putting his hand to his head, the main character said that there was a reason why he was in no hurry to conquer the upper floors. Sujeong confirmed this by also placing her hand on her forehead to deal with the pain. Jikyu imagined images of rewards in his head and thought that the tower and the gate, although dangerous, were always considered treasuries of various resources, including crystals, and the mere fact of the existence of rulers poses a danger to all humanity. The girl turned to him and said that there was no need to worry about this because most of the rulers were sealed and the complete takeover of the earth was still far away. Giving a thumbs up, she added that Seongho was inferior to them in power on the upper floors, but there were many cases when rulers descended to earth and could not resist him. The guy looked at her incredulously. With his hands on his knees, the player asked how strong Sunho really is. Putting her hand to her chin thoughtfully, Sujeong replied that now his vessel was dirty and weakened, but during his peak, everything was different. Those present in the office were stunned to hear that they would have a hard time holding their own against Sunho even if they combined all their strength together. Taeshik frowned seriously. His father humbly closed his eyes. Squinting, the player asked if this was true. The answer was yes. Looking down, he thought that it seemed to him that his strength had grown, but in fact he was still far away. Imagining the faces of all his comrades, the young man thought that he had already met so many strong players and that many more difficulties awaited him. Liu said that there was another girl. The main character looked away, not understanding who he was talking about. Liu explained that he was talking about Harem. The player knitted his eyebrows, trying to remember who it was. Liu imagined in his head the team members who conquered the Talon dungeon. Harem was then at the same time with the leader of the squad. The girl was holding a dagger in her hands, her eyes were burning. Placing his hand to his chin thoughtfully, Jikyu thought that she looked quite strong and wondered if she had become stronger than him. Liu said that he had a low level of assimilation back then, so he doesn't remember exactly, but most likely, Harem is not inferior in strength to the self-proclaimed demon queen. The guy looked at Sujeong in shock. Noticing that they were looking at her, the girl asked why the student could not take his eyes off her, and clarified whether he was looking at her because he considered her beautiful. The player tried to justify himself by saying that he was talking to Ego. Teskik smiled. Digu laughed. Sujeong said that there was nothing to be shy about. Suddenly, the chairman's face became more serious. Looking at his guests, the old man said that now there is something more important, namely, that Andres has become the leader of the Carbon Guild and that the purpose of this guild has now become clear. Opening his mouth in surprise, the guy asked if he knew Andres. Looking at his friend, Digu replied that he knew this Marquis of Discord very well. The old man frowned sternly and said that the terrible demon probably wants to remove the seal from the rulers of the tower in order to destroy the world. There was a lone car parked in front of the association building. Looking out the window, Sujeong asked the student to go back first because she needed to talk to the chairman. The wheels of the car began to move. There were stains from detergent on the speedometer behind the wheel. Streetlights illuminated the windshield of the car. The main character apologized for calling Sunhoon at such a late hour. The man gave a thumbs up and said that he was paid for working at night. Placing his hand on the window, Jikyu laughed and said that it was good. The car was racing along an empty highway. The guy thought that he was very tired after all today's events and conversations. El praised the owner and offered to rest upon returning home. Putting his hand to his mouth, he thought that he could not afford to rest yet because he still had work to do at home. The full moon rose over the cottage. Blood dripped from the clenched fist. Red drops sprinkled the six-pointed star on the sarcophagus. A bright flash appeared in the air in front of the heroes. The player opened his eyes in shock. He asked if this ritual could be used to remove the barrier. Ball smiled and answered in the affirmative. Turning to his comrade, he suggested checking the coffin. Light illuminated the dark space of the coffin. The guy lifted the lid of the sarcophagus. She fell to the ground with a thud, raising a cloud of dust. The boy lay unconscious inside. Looking at Ball, the young man asked why Minsu had not woken up yet. There was no answer. The demon's glasses sparkled. Seeing the aura around the child, Ball said that there were no signs of damage, spells in his body. Hearing Liu's words about the potion, the protagonist looked away. The next moment he uncorked a jar of potion. The contents of the can ended up in the boy's mouth. However, he was still unconscious. Suddenly, Minsu opened his eyes. The boy rose from the coffin, not paying attention to his friend's words. Jikyu asked the child if he had woken up, but Minsu was still staring blankly into space. Minsu looked to the side. Pointing to himself, the player asked if he remembered him. The boy opened his mouth in surprise and called him Dad. The guy looked away in confusion. The dark night sky hung over the cottage. Yujung and her mother's mouths dropped open in shock. Minsu hid behind the young man's back. Covering the child with his hand, he laughed embarrassedly. With her eyes widened in surprise, the sister asked where the little boy was from. The woman raised her eyebrows in shock, not understanding when her son managed to have a child. Scratching his cheek, the guy replied that it would be very difficult to explain everything that was happening. A bright blush appeared on Yujiang's face. Clenching her fists, she said that Sujiang appeared in their house just recently and now her brother brought her nephew. The young man grabbed his sister by the ear and asked her to calm down. The girl turned away, calling it a real crime that the player used force on an ordinary person. Her mother asked what happened. With his head down, the main character began his story. He said that this was the grandson of the man to whom he was indebted. Minsu looked out from behind him with an upset look. The guy put his hand to his ear, saying that something had gotten into it. After that, he whispered that this boy lost his entire family during the accident and because of shock he does not remember anything. The child clutched his t-shirt. The player leaned over to his mother and said that the boy considered him his father. His mother looked very upset. Kneeling down, the woman asked his name. The boy looked at her and said his name. However, he was still hiding behind the back of the main character. The woman said his name with a serious look. Smiling, she asked to call her grandmother. Jikyu shouted that, apparently, his mother misunderstood him. There was a light on behind the door leading to the basement. There was a trace left on the ground from someone's powerful blow. A magic circle was burning in the middle of a dead forest, and the man complained that he was sweating a lot. Lu asked why his master went home if he was going to run away anyway. The player frowned with displeasure, answering that he needed to feed Minsu. His mother looked at the boy as if he were her own grandson. Lu said that the owner was exaggerating too much. The child sat on the guy's lap and ate chips, and when asked whether the dinner was tasty, he answered in the affirmative. Hugging Minsu, the guy thought that he seemed to have become younger than his age. Lu replied that this was obvious, because the child saw how his father tried to kill his grandfather and stole his own son. Looking at the boy, the young man thought that he most likely had an injury, and it was completely unclear what to do with it. Al suggested that Minsu would be able to remember something if he saw some things related to his grandfather. The main one turned his head and thought that they should go to the workshop. Lu said that that was where his injury appeared. The player looked to the side after hearing Brunhart's words, reminding the owner about the hammer. He reached into his pocket, asking Minsu to look at something. A golden hammer was in his hands. The boy raised his eyebrows in delight. Jikyu asked if he knew what it was. The child began to look at the hammer and called it very beautiful. He jumped to the ground. Seeing how joyfully Minsu looked at the hammer, the player thought that he really liked this thing. Suddenly the hammer caught fire. The glowing hammer increased in size 100-fold. Seeing this, the guy jumped out of his seat. Lu stated that in front of him was really a descendant of Payman, who endows any weapon with a blessing. The boy joyfully waved his hammer. Suddenly he ran forward. Minsu stopped in front of the sarcophagus. His eyes lit up. The player tried to find out what was happening. He did not understand what was happening. The child raised the hammer above his head. The next second the boy struck. A hammer emitting light energy hit the sarcophagus with a roar. The stone coffin cracked. There was a powerful explosion. Covering his face with his hands, the young man tried to see through the rising cloud of dust what had happened. Suddenly something made him frown. The hammer split the sarcophagus in half. Minsu tightly clutched the handle of the hammer in his hands. Lu declared that this was the blood of Payman's descendant. Delivering crushing blows one after another, the boy crushed the coffin into small pieces. His red eyes glowed. It seemed he was doing this unconsciously. The main character opened his mouth in surprise, asking how it was possible to create a sculpture with just a hammer if sculptures are created using a hammer and chisel. Lu said that it was pointless to reason by human criteria because Payman was on a completely different level compared to ordinary blacksmiths. Jikyu, watching Minsu, said that such words from Ego's mouth sounded like praise. Lu replied that Payman was one of the few who did not betray him. The sparkling hammer hit the ground again. The boy watched its glow indifferently. The dead forest was illuminated by a bright flash. A new day has arrived and the sun has risen over the cottage. The exhausted child fell asleep in the guy's arms. Looking at him with concern, the player thought that this was not surprising, because Minsu picked up a hammer that was larger than himself and was captivated by the sculpture for 9 hours without a break. The hammer shrank back to its normal size. Lu said that only Payman's descendant could have such amazing power. Ego added that judging by the fact that the potion affected him and that he was able to enter the tower, it was clear that this child was not an ordinary person. The young man silently held the sleeping Minsu in his arms. There were fragments of the sarcophagus on the ground. Lu said that this boy was a real craftsman. It became clear to him why Dikal called him outstanding. A drop of sweat ran down the protagonist's face. There was an exact copy of Dikal on the ground. Lu was surprised that, even having lost his memory, Minsu was able to exactly repeat the image of his grandfather in the sculpture Brunhart called his father. Lu said that the preparation was over. The player looked down in confusion. The sculpture had a very serious face. Ego, asking what the owner was going to do with it, offered to send it to an exhibition. Hearing that this sculpture was the vessel, Jikyu widened his eyes in shock. Moonlight fell on the surface of the sculpture. With its help, Grandfather Minsu can be saved. The guy was sitting on a stone bench. In front of him he saw a statue of a man kneeling. Lu said that this is the cup with which you can save the old man. Xiangsu rose from his seat holding the boy, asking if he meant a bowl to put it in. The guy looked away, remembering his grandfather's ego and the notification in the status window. Lu immediately replied that only a fragment remained of him. The main character moved forward. El said that even if he was destroyed, Brunhart could take over his memories, and since he did not disappear completely, there would be some way. The young man came closer to the statue, holding the boy in his hands. Brunhart noted that this was true. The guy's gaze was focused. He touched the head of the statue with his hand. A connection has been made. The main character opened his mouth in surprise. A bright light emanated from the statue, which illuminated everything around him. The status window notified that the connection was successful. Xiangsu looked at the statue intently, thinking that it was an ego without a personality, the same as those fighting accessories that Grandpa made. The guy remembered gloves, shoes, a protective vest, and an amulet. He thought that if he invested the whole ego, who knows, maybe he could revive it. However, the guy looked down, asking if there was any way to restore the ego fragments. Ball, appearing out of nowhere, raised his eyebrows and declared that he did. The main character looked in surprise at the man standing next to him. He stuttered and called him by name. There was a crow sitting on a tree branch, looking at them with interest. Minsu was fast asleep in bed. The portal that appeared in the room shone brightly, emitting lightning. The man looked at the statue in front of them, noticing that it was an excellent bowl, praising the payment heir. Lu angrily called him a vile person, wondering if he was eavesdropping. Ball smiled, adjusting his glasses. The main character, looking at him, asked if there really was such a way. The man looked at the statue, saying that he was about 50% unable to say that he definitely existed. Ball turned his gaze to the hero. His eye became visible under the glass of his glasses. He said that there had never been anyone like the young man before, and since there were no similar cases, then there could be no certainty. Xiangsu looked at him in surprise. Lu noticed that, even though he said so, if he started this conversation, it means almost certainly, even though he considered the man disgusting. Turning to Ball, the guy asked what kind of method this was. The man stood motionless, saying that first he needed to restore the old man's ego. He raised his index finger up, noting with a smile that they had everything for this. The man remembered a fragment of the ego, the stone part of the face, and a piece of the ego that the guy kept, bright energy. If you connect them, you can restore the missing parts. Xiangsu raised his eyebrows in surprise, asking how he knew about the piece of ego and its connection. Ball turned, saying that it was Sujan who told him. The young man imagined her image, remembering that she was the king of demons. El noted displeasedly that she was very talkative. The man looked at the stone statue, saying that with the help of all this it is possible to restore the original form of the ego, but the main essence cannot be completely restored. The personality is not so easy to recreate. He snapped his fingers, saying that for this they would need the following. The sacred sword Nain and a transparent crystal appeared in front of the heroes. Ball frowned and put his hand forward, saying that the bound sword contains life force. With its help you can fill the missing part of the ego. You will also need the crystal that you managed to make last time. It doesn't have any magical power, so at first glance it may seem completely useless, but with the guy's abilities, it can be used as a special tool. If we go into details, this is a bit of a confusing story. To put it simply, it plays the role of a laminar flow cabinet for sterilization. Xiangsu cried out in displeasure, asking him to wait, because he did not understand a word of his explanation. The man cleared his throat into his fist, apologizing for talking too much. The guy fell into a stupor, wondering if he was like this before. A red light shone in the young man's palm. Lu said displeasedly that that's why he doesn't like researchers, but he seemed to understand in general terms, saying that he would explain it more simply, and the guy would do as he said. He said that first you need to pick up the sacred sword Nain and the crystal. Xiangsu obediently moved towards them. The young man raised the sword in front of him. Lu noticed that it had completely turned into a demonic one. Most likely this was the work of Ball, but it would be even easier for him to cope with it. The main character saw his face in the reflection of the blade. Hearing that he had established a connection with him, the owner of demonic swords, the man watched the guy's actions. Lu continued to guide him, saying that now he needs to connect the ego fragment and put it into Nain. This sword is capable of absorbing, so he can handle it himself. The guy put his hand with the weapon forward, ordering the Dikul fragment and the ego piece to connect. The sword shone brightly. The young man opened his mouth in surprise. A combination of a fragment of the main ego, a fragment of Dikul, and a second ego, part of the ego. A bright light illuminated everything around. Lu was talking about how now the fragment, the piece and the remaining life force of Nain were mixed into one. Now he needs to bring the crystal to the sword. Xiangsu frowned at the crystal in his hand. He connected the stone and the weapon, causing a bright flash. Ball watched him from the side. Lu noticed that everything was going as it should. The man raised his eyebrows, thinking that the parts mixed inside naturally absorbed the crystal. It was similar to how a vacuum sucks objects into itself. And then, Nain, losing vital energy, quickly ages. The sword began to slowly crumble. Xiangsu opened his eyes in surprise. He froze, not understanding whether he was doing the right thing or whether he had forgotten something. A terrible grin appeared on Ball's face. He thought that this was it. The crystal shone brightly in the guy's palm. There it was, an unmistakable sign of success. The man carrying the stone turned in surprise at the bright explosion behind him. The sacred sword Nain fell to the ground, breaking into pieces. A bright sphere appeared in front of the heroes. The status window indicated that the connection was successful. The Dikal fragment changed to the Dikal ego fragment. Xiangsu looked at the bright sphere in his hands with wide eyes, not believing what he had accomplished. The man pointed at the statue, asking the hero to finish. The young man moved forward. Ball, standing motionless, thought that if he managed to invest something else, it would not just be to create a new ego, but to return the personality of the dead person. The guy looked worriedly at the statue, his eyebrows knitted together, his face illuminated by the bright light of the sphere, similar to resurrection. He brought it to the head of the statue. The stone man's entire body was enveloped in energy. The statue began to crack. Ball's eyes opened wide and he grinned, thinking that it had finally happened. The energy passed through the entire statue, causing it to crack and crumble into small particles. A bright flash appeared in front of the guy. He covered his face with his hands. A stream of energy rushed high into the sky. Xiangsu thought that there was no hope in his life, but after meeting his ego, everything began to change. He remembered the dark sword, calling it Lu. A white sword called El, standing up to defend himself, remembering Brunhart. Giant Wolf B, Hermes shoes, and Oberon gloves. The main character covered his face from the bright light, thinking that he cured his mother, became a disciple of the Demon King and even the owner of the gate. The center of all these changes was ego. The dust thrown into the air cleared, and the silhouette of a man could be seen sitting on one knee. The guy thought that now a completely new ego appeared before him. Perhaps such creatures did not exist before. The man, closing his eyes, raised his head. It was the ego man. His eyes shot open. Even the hero himself does not know what the result will be from all this. A man stood up in front of him, looking at his hands in surprise. Xiangsu looked at him with pursed lips and a frown. The man turned his gaze to him, eyes flashing. The status window notified that the Guardian had been fully restored. Under the dark sky of the night, the tall building of the Iron Guild in New York shone even brighter. The man, turning to the large window, said that an unusual gate would appear in Korea very soon. Looking at his reflection, Iron Shield said that under the pretext of this, they would go there again to catch the Demon King. He looked away, saying that if everything worked out, it would be a pretty good scenario. The man turned to the person approaching him, asking his name. A slight smile appeared on his face. He said that he was the leader of the Carbon Guild. The man smiled. On the left side of his head there was a high horn. He flashed his eye, asking to be called Roz. The hero stood surrounded by giant monsters. He held it in his hands, his gaze full of determination. 23 years ago, a tower and a gate suddenly appeared, as well as monsters that began to appear from there, and also a small group of people with supernatural powers. They all rushed to the surrounded guy, but he only traced a semicircle with his foot. His shoes began to shine brighter. The young man quickly disappeared from his place, thereby confusing the monsters. They looked up in surprise. Players leveled up within the game by fighting monsters and gaining more and more power. The guy appeared right in front of the giant head of the monster. He opened his eyes in surprise. From the hand they reached out to the hero holding two swords. His eyes shone brightly. He left behind a bright trail in space. Among all the players, he was treated like an unfinished player. He frowned, swinging his weapon. With one movement, the guy was able to cut the giant monster into pieces. A bright flash lit up the battlefield. The system notified that the cannibalism skill was activated. The hero successfully turned Crusade into ego. In the status window, Lu's character was presented. He is the master of all demonic items and demonic swords. Level 99, strength indicators were 181 and agility 169. Physical strength was 167, magical strength was 220, poison resistance was 12%, fire resistance was 10%, physical resistance was 7 and 1%, and heat resistance was 12%. Lu's skills were as follows: transformation into an accessory, cannibalism, strong will, death, world by demon, consumed by demon, fears fragment. L's characteristics were also presented. He is introduced as a master of the sacred sword. His level is 96, strength 137, agility 139, physical strength 154, magical strength 129, and his skills are transformation into an accessory. Among the houses, a portal that appeared was fenced on the sides. A strange sound was heard from it, lightning began to shine. The main character's leg emerged from it. The man in the suit standing nearby was surprised. He opened his eyes wide, surprised to see the mercenary return so quickly. The man ran up to the hero, holding out his hands. He addressed him, calling him the Morning Star, saying that if he gave them the crystals, they would be distributed to the association. Seong-su smiled as he held the backpack in his hands, saying that he would need them and asking him not to call him that. He enthusiastically clenched his hands into fists. Agreeing with his words, the men nearby looked at each other and laughed, noticing that they could not get used to such an attitude. Sung-hoon smiled and reached out, taking hold of the backpack. He said that if it is impossible to avoid it, then it is worth enjoying it. The hero handed him a bag. The man pulled out a phone from the inside pocket of his suit, announcing that Yujin had called. The main character, taking off his backpack, asked why, but Sung-hoon, taking the bag to take it to the car, handed the hero the phone, saying that he didn't even know. It seems she was looking for something. Telephone beeps were heard. A woman's voice screamed loudly from the receiver, addressing Appa. Seong-su closed his eyes and moved the phone away from his ear. She asked where B went. The guy covered the receiver with his hand, asking him to speak more quietly. He walked away from the enthusiastic man who called him the Morning Star. Yoo-jeong said displeasedly that she couldn't be quieter. She didn't understand why he always took him away. Did he really want to die? The young man reached out with his hand to the car door handle, talking about taking him to the hospital to get vaccinated. But the girl said with dissatisfaction that the guy was taking her for a fool because he had already received the vaccine last week. Sung-su froze in a stupor, beads of sweat appearing on his face. He, standing by the car, thought that he had nothing more to justify because he was not going to imagine him as a puppy. Blue noted that this was retribution for sins. Brunhart offered to tell the truth, to which Elle noted that then the hero would no longer be able to take B with him. Getting into the car, the guy continued to search for words to justify himself. He slammed the door and smiled, saying that he was a little busy right now, so they would talk later. The girl screamed with displeasure, asking to wait, but the young man was already reaching for the call reset button. Sung-hoon looked at him, smiling, asking where to take him. The main character looked at him with tired eyes, asking him to drop him off today not at his house, but in front of the neighboring one. The man raised his eyebrows in surprise, asking why in front of the neighbor, saying that if there was an information leak during the test of the gate, then he would no longer be able to cover the hero, or he bought all the neighboring houses and kept them empty. The young man lowered his head, covering eyes. The man's gaze became more serious. He asked if the guy was really going to start a joint household with the Demon King. Seong-su with a sharp movement buckled up, asking him to stop, because at this rate he could start having problems, not because of himself, but because of the Demon King. He was talking about a neighbor moving into the next house. A two-story house with a brown roof and a high fence appeared in front of the hero. He called the intercom. The gate opened. The guy stood in front of the entrance. The young man looked at the door that was opening slightly, from behind which a voice was heard asking who had arrived here. The man opened the door, greeting the precious guest. The hero joyfully walked forward, picking up his suitcase. Dickel smiled, asking if maybe he should call the guy master. A bright flash rushed high into the sky. Ball is watching this. Seong-su covered his face from the bright light. He knitted his eyebrows, turning to his grandfather. The girl looked at the revived man from the stone statue, thinking that grandpa's ego, his appearance, he looked the same as in life. However, the young man still could not understand whether he was the same creature as in the past. The guy recalled how the man looked at him with sparkling eyes. A status window appeared in front of the hero, indicating that the Guardian had been fully restored. He raised his eyebrows, surprised at what was being said about the Guardian. A notification in the window asked to set a Guardian zone. A patch of earth began to shine under Seong-su's feet, and he opened his mouth in surprise. His eyes widened. Not having time to express his assumption, he was interrupted by Lu's words that this was a magic map. I'll notice that it showed the surroundings of the owner's house. The status window reported that the smaller the Guardian zone, the stronger the protection, and the larger the Guardian zone, the weaker the protection. The guy thoughtfully raised his hand to his face, saying that the zone could be within a radius of 5 meters from his house. The system notification reported that the hero had established a Guardian zone. He raised his head in surprise, opening his eyes. The man put his hand to his chest, saying that he was indeed alive again. He raised his palms, looking at the young man with wide eyes. Seong-su ran up to him, asking if Grandpa was conscious. The man smiled, looking at his palms, saying that he, of course, made a request, but did not think that it was actually possible. He wrapped his arms around the guy's shoulders, asking what happened to Minsu. The young man smiled and closed his eyes, asking his grandfather not to worry, because the boy was sleeping at home. Dicol looked up at him with a mustachioed scarlet gaze, knitting his eyebrows. He lowered his head and bared his teeth. The man thanked the hero. Ball stood aside, watching them. Now the heroes were sitting at the table and the man was talking about how all this happened only thanks to the hero, and that he was alive again, and that with Minsu, the guy also prepared the place. He looked at the mug in his hands, asking how he could thank the young man. The main character smiled, saying that Grandpa had already thanked him in full. This was payment for Obram. Sungsu looked up at the ceiling, asking how Minsu was doing. He hadn't been seen for a long time. The boy was fast asleep in bed, covered with a blanket. Dicol said that he sleeps. Recently he has become just like an owl, so he sleeps during the day. The young man, smiling, suggested that it was because the boy had been sculpting all last night. It was impossible to stop him, not understanding where so much strength came from in such a small body. The man leaned his head on his hand, saying that Minsu's memory had almost completely returned, only he still doesn't remember about his father, although there is nothing good in these memories. The main character frowned, remembering Chael. He leaned forward and told the man that his son was under psychological influence, but Dicol interrupted him, saying that he had heard about it, but this did not mean that his actions now did not count. He raised the mug to his mouth, saying that what happened to him was because of greed. Seongsu looked at him in surprise. Lu noticed that the old man was right, because as he had already said, Andrus was one of the 72 demons. Even if he had human blood flowing in him, the heir of Payman could not be defeated so easily. The man lowered his head, noticing that everything was so. The young man opened his eyes in surprise. Seongsu's face was reflected in the mug. He asked if he really heard this voice, to which Lu asked why the guy was surprised, because now the man is also his ego. Brunhart asked in surprise if he could hear his voice too. The main character looked at the glowing amulet on his neck. Brunhart turned to Dad, introducing himself by his name and saying that he had wanted to talk to him for so long. Dicol smiled, noticing that he was speaking with a weapon that he himself had created. Thanks to him, he had never experienced anything in his life. The man turned to Brunhart, asking him to wait a little, because they still had an important conversation. He answered his dad, saying that he could wait. Dicol raised his eyebrows, calling him a good boy. The man closed his eyes, saying that he had to say something. He folded his hands in front of him, resting his head on them, saying that he could no longer create special weapons. Seongsu opened his eyes in surprise and opened his mouth slightly. The man looked at the guy, saying that Carbon's people were hunting for one thing in his workshop, the Payman legacy. He was saving it as a guardian. The main character repeated his words about Payman's legacy in surprise. Lu noticed that the old man originally had the skills of a guardian. Dicol, frowning, looked at the young man from under his brows, saying that all his heritage, everything he had, and even himself. The main character, holding the handle of the mug, asked in surprise whether it was really him. Lu laughed and said that since Payman himself exists, he simply has no words, and such an important thing fell into the hands of the Carbon Guild. The man folded his hands on the table, saying that there would be no problems in the near future. Most of this could only be used by those who have the right of inheritance, that is, his son and grandson, but now he could not do anything for the young man. Seongsu smiled and raised his hands in front of him, saying that there was nothing wrong with this, because he simply repaid him for his kindness, and now he will stay here and guard their house. His words were interrupted by Dicol, who screamed loudly. The guy looked at him in surprise. He raised his index finger up, saying that there was one thing he could give the young man. The man furrowed his eyebrows at him, noticing that these were the best values that even a hero would want to possess. A certain building is shown against a background of blue sky. The girl smiles, saying that they will go. The young man asks in bewilderment if it's like that all of a sudden. His rings glow, one of which is happy that they are leaving, and the other asks if he likes that there will be no competition now. L asks what he means. Sujeong closes his eyes, claiming that they were going to stay longer, but the situation has changed. While Andres is acting so openly, they can't look at it calmly either. The young man covers his mouth, saying that he is sorry that they are leaving. He removes his hand, claiming that over these few days he has already gotten used to them, and they leave him so unexpectedly, so he is sad. The girl just looks at him in disbelief. Jikyu tries not to smile, and she asks if it's really a sad face. He holds the key in his hand, wondering if it is the key to that vault. He looks at the building, noticing that it looks somewhat rundown. Lu reports that he does not sense any special aura. Al agrees with this. The young man walks forward, wondering what it is that he responded like that. L believes there are beautiful gems there. Lu thinks there might be a super item there. Jikyu inserts the key into the lock. The door opens slightly. He carefully looks inside. Suddenly he looks surprised. He notices a lot of cars. Gold and crystals are visible. The white car is shining. Jikyu notices the civilian objects in surprise, and Lu wonders if they say that. He replies that he just came up with it. The 34th floor of the tower is shown. The young man waves his sword. A huge monster is visible. He immediately falls to the ground. Geek stands next to him when it is reported that Lu is absorbing the blood of the evil eye. A notification comes that resistance to mental attacks is increasing. The young man laughs contentedly, and L notices that he is becoming more and more scary. Lu tells him to stop giggling and asks him if he likes it that much. Jikyu smiles, answering in the affirmative. Jewels are shown when talking about 20 limited edition foreign cars and rare items. He picks up what's left of the monster when Lu asks if he likes a certain vehicle that much and repeats that it's a limited edition. He can't understand a man's dream. Lu notices that he is also male. Jikyu puts his hand into a certain portal when Lu says that he doesn't understand why he is so happy. He has a lot of money. The young man has a serious expression on his face and claims that there are things in the world that he can't buy with money, like love or a limited edition collection, while L claims that he is amazing. Lu wonders whether it is right to put such words next to each other. Jikyu suddenly tenses up, believing that a thief could get in here and the only security device here is a lock, to which Lu tells him not to worry because that old man was watching this warehouse. The young man calms down a little when he claims that the thief will not get in here and decides that he will still need to move it to the gate. L declares that she is not a warehouse. Jikyu stands with a sword in his hands when Lu reminds him that the hunt comes first. Monsters hover around him as Lu tells him to work. A silhouette of a creature with horns is shown when the ring informs that Andres' abilities are fire, sword, and summoning. He needs to be especially careful with mental attacks. The young man frowns in concentration and continues Lu's thought that in order to prepare for the battle with him, he needs to absorb the blood of these creatures and increase his resistance to mental attacks. He takes a decisive step forward. He suddenly jumps up from his seat. He rushes into battle with monsters. He swings his sword, cutting them down. He lands, striking a pose. The blood of creatures gushes around him. It is reported that Lu absorbed the blood of the evil eye. There are many notifications that resistance to mental attacks has been increased while the young man is standing and crystals are falling to the ground. Elle enjoys a lot of food. Lu notices that she is being greedy again, and she herself will scream that she is already full. The young man looks at the ground, wondering if it is normal that he does not have the feeling that he fought, to which Lu tells him not to rush. He knows that first he needs to accumulate points. He looks away, noticing that Andres is there, and wonders if he thinks about the 1-year limit that Seongho promised. Wouldn't it be better for him to climb the tower faster? Suddenly he notices something to the side. A wolf is seen holding a monster in its mouth. He lays the creature down, wagging his tail. A crystal appears in his mouth. He immediately absorbs it. Jikyu smiles, claiming that he didn't think that B could also absorb crystals and become stronger, to which Lu remarks that it's not particularly effective, but it's a shame there are so many crystals. L happily declares that it is all hers. The wolf wags his tail contentedly when Jikyu notices that he likes it and they can consider it his snack. The young man smiles, telling him not to eat any more monsters, just catch them and bring them to him. B immediately runs away. Jikyu looks down, deciding that he has nothing to worry about since he is not like the other players. The eye on his sword begins to sparkle. The young man has a determined expression on his face and believes that this is the best way for him to become stronger. Suddenly he looks up in confusion. A wolf is shown running around the monsters. The young man is surprised by the number of creatures and asks if there are too many of them. He smiles determinedly as he prepares to fight. His sword is surrounded by magic and he decides there is nothing he can do. He moves forward, swinging his sword. He continues to hit the monsters. There is magic all around. B is shown devouring the monster. Lots of crystals fall from the sky as L remarks that Lu is amazing. He is the strongest among ego. She claims that he has a high level, he can absorb blood and create an ego, he knows a lot. The young man listens to their conversation in bewilderment when Lu states that L understands people and she also has good skills, and he asks what they did. L only remains silent to this. The young man pays attention to her when she calls him. He raises his sword, asking what she wants to say. It turns out that L believes that she is useless to him. Suddenly there is a loud cry of a monster that appears above the young man. Jikyu notices with concern that it is the Guardian. He prepares to rush into battle and apologizes to L. He strikes a pose, announcing that they will talk a little later. He heads towards the monster's mouth. Jikyu frowns at him. The creature's mouth is wide open, and the young man decisively rushes forward. Suddenly it closes its mouth. He is pierced and blood gushes out. They continue to cut him down. The young man who cut him is visible. It is reported that he failed to transform the Evil Eye King into ego. He absorbed a fragment of the Evil Eye King. The young man falls to the ground. He stands up, sighing. He looks away, telling Lu to try harder. When he can't transform into ego, he can't pick up dropped items, to which he asks if it's his fault. He raises the white sword, clarifying what she wanted to say. She just remains silent to this. The young man looks questioningly at the system window that appears. It is reported that Lu has reached level 100. Something happens to the black sword and he is surprised. It turns out that Lu's progress conditions were met. The young man looks in bewilderment, and the sword claims that the body is somehow strange. Suddenly, a system window appears in front of him. It turns out that Lu's first change is being reported. Looking at the system window, Jikyu wonders if these are the conditions for progress and if everything has been fulfilled. Some remains are shown when it is said that the first condition is part of Lu's body, and the young man believes that the remains he found on the 30th floor were for this. He looks at Elle, calling for her, and believes that the 40th floor may contain her remains. She notes that she cannot know this, but this is quite possible. The system window is shown, and the thought of what's next is heard. He remembers a recent moment and the fact that he collected the pieces of the ego even before one event. A grinning young man is depicted, and it turns out that this happened specifically before the fight with the Iron Guild. The thought of souls that have become ego sounds. This is the leader of the Smurfs Guild, Minseok. A wild man appears. Talk about crazy roads. A serious man appears when talking about Minsu Chael's father. A masked man is shown talking about the guardian of the Crusetta Gate, whom Jikyu destroyed just recently. While the wolf lies on the ground, the young man thinks that everyone except Mr. Chael will become ego. It is unknown when the day will come and he will be able to resurrect him. Elle claims that she really does not like this uncle, but since she is older, she will forgive him. Lu suddenly notices that she is younger. Jikyu is confused when the girl states that if he is resurrected, he will be 1 year old, and Lu reveals that her dad is 1 year old, and he asks what they did here. He looks at the system window, thinking that the latter is a demon fragment and monster blood. A creature is shown when it is reported that the demon fragment is most likely the 4th floor guard fears. He pays attention to the phrase about the monster's blood and believes that there is too much of it, so it is not indicated. He looks away. B chews the crystal while the young man thinks that so far he has only managed to turn 5 people into egos, including Changjin. The exact conditions are still unknown. He picks up the black sword, deciding that he needs to think more about whether he can use all the egos. He smiles, figuring Lu wants to do it anyway. The sword looks away, answering in the affirmative. Jikyu grins resolutely, revealing that he too is of that opinion. He thrusts his sword forward, declaring that he is beginning to make progress. The weapon begins to shine. The glow illuminates the entire area. The young man looks at the tip of the sword in surprise. The weapon floats in the air, oozing magic. Lu's eye is shown. It suddenly starts to sparkle. Information about it is immediately provided. Jikyu takes it in his hand. He is surprised. An information window appears in front of him when he notices that it has become much longer. Elle just admires this. The young man looks at Lu, noticing that something has increased, so he asks how he feels, to which he replies that he doesn't really feel anything. The contented wolf sits near Jikyu when Lu reports that he thinks the new power will take some time to process, and the young man decides that's enough for today. He remembers something. He looks at Elle, claiming that she wanted to tell him something. She just remains silent and states that she didn't want to say anything. She reports that everything is fine. A shining white car is shown. The man smiles, amazed at what kind of car he now drives, and claims that it's good that he became a secretary. Jikyu states that this is also his first time in such a car. The man looks at him, asking why he doesn't drive himself. Of course, it's even better for him. He gets an extra fee for driving. The young man rests his cheek on his fist, saying that he has a license, but it's only a piece of paper, especially since it's more pleasant for him to ride with him. He gets indignant when a man claims that he likes girls and declares that he does too. He frowns when Lu says he can be honest with them and thinks he's overstepping his bounds. The man remembers the girl, asking if she took Jikyu's number last time and if he called her, to which he replies that they sometimes text. Their correspondence is shown, with him saying that he doesn't know how best to respond to messages, and Lu stating that even he understands that this is not good. The man makes a certain hand gesture, claiming that he guessed because he has never met the girl, to which the young man tells him to be silent. Lu notices that he understands people. Jikyu just wonders if he can turn off the sound somehow. The car stops. She is near a large building when it is announced that they have arrived. Jikyu gets out of the car, surprised, and notices that the guilds have indeed united. A sign is shown as he talks about Morning Star and Childa. The break room sign is displayed. The man with the tray smiles, claiming that they themselves wanted to talk to the young man, but forced him to come, for which he apologizes. They have been so busy lately due to the merger. He hands Jikyu a mug, and the young man says that it's okay and he'll also see how things are going here, after which he asks if they now have 2 leaders and where the leader is Donghi. The man sits down, claiming that he left for a meeting. There are a lot of meetings and negotiations now. The young man drinks from a mug, asking what kind of request he spoke about on the phone. The man scratches his cheek awkwardly, declaring that he doesn't know if he can ask for such a thing. He tilts his head, wondering if the young man could lend them his skeletons a few times. Jikyu just looks at him in bewilderment. The man raises his head, saying that they now have a lot of new members in the guild. They don't have enough people who could explain everything, and besides, many are still afraid of monsters, and they can just use them for training. The young man calmly agrees and asks if it could not be true when his interlocutor asks if it is true. People are shown in battle when the phrase is heard that there is also his responsibility, that their guild has been greatly reduced, and he did not thank them properly for their help in the battle with the Iron Guild. He extends his fist to the man, claiming that it is to his advantage that their guild becomes larger since they are allies. His interlocutor immediately begins to rejoice. They fist bump in a friendly manner. The pendant shines, and Elle asks what it means. In the warehouse they are suitable for training. She has a feeling as if they are some kind of tools, and Lu replies that she will be surprised, but they were originally tools. 10 days pass, bare trees and the 39th floor of the tower appear. People look worried. A creature is seen reaching forward with its hand. However, the young man swings his sword decisively, and it is reported that Lu has absorbed the blood of a pseudo-succubus. A notification comes that the resistance to mental attack is increasing. The creature immediately falls to the ground, where many crystals lie. People are amazed at the young man, noticing that he killed everyone with one blow. Other people wonder if he is a ranker. Jikyu just smiles while they envy him. L levels are reported to have increased. Information about this sword is provided. The young man looks thoughtfully at the window of the system, believing that he will be able to improve it to after the 100th level. It's probably better for him to do this after the 40th floor, but among the items for Lu's progress was L's flesh. He looks at the ring when Lu calls him and asks if he wanted to hide his true face, which is why he wore that ugly mask. The young man stands still, confirming this thought, but it turns out that he has now changed his mind. He remembers the Iron Guild and says that they and Sunho already know who he is anyway, and since they have him in mind, there is no longer any reason to hide. Lu accepts his decision. Elle dreams that her owner can become famous. The young man, smiling, raises his head. There is a huge door in front of him, and he decides to start the exam on the 40th floor. He reaches out with his hand, which is shaking, and thinks that he has the same feeling of anxiety as before the 30th floor. He turns to Elle, believing that he can improve her too once he passes this floor. He places his hand on the door as she thanks him. The doors open and he smiles decisively. It opens the doors even more. Elle claims that things won't be the way he thinks. He goes inside. The door slams behind him. He reportedly entered the 5th examination hall. Soku was carrying a stack of documents and was approached. He looked at the employee and asked what happened. He was asked to look at something. Soku leaned over and the employee held the phone closer and said that they were talking about his friend, who was then in the Yoksum area. Soku looked at the post where the man described how he saw a ranker on the 39th floor. According to him, he had a double sword and fought very hard alone. Many comments also confirmed that they had seen it too. It was a wall for the players. Soku frowned and said the main character's name. He smiled proudly. Mentally, he turned to the hero and said that he had finally decided. It was a sunny day. There was a large skyscraper. Digu looked at his reflection and said that it looked like he had decided to reveal his identity. Teskik sat behind and added sugar to his coffee. He said that when there is strength, you want to show it to everyone, saying that the hero, on the contrary, endured for too long. Teskik looked at his father, who asked if he really thought that was so. Digu didn't look away from the window and said that he hasn't known him as long as he has, but he doesn't think that the hero is the kind of person who wants to gain power for his own satisfaction. Teskik remained silent. Digu turned around and assumed that the hero wanted to show something. The father looked at his son and said that he was talking about colleagues who follow his example. Digu was calm and completed the thought by saying, for example, to show what kind of person he is. The system reported that the hero entered the 5th examination hall. Kiju looked at the gloves glowing with energy and turned to Oberon. He picked up the sparkling black sword and turned to Lu. The system reported that the condition was met. He picked up a light sword and turned to L. The system reported that the hero gets the right. The pendant on his chest glowed and he turned to B. B appeared behind the hero in the physical embodiment of the beast. The system reported that the exam was starting. Kiju looked around and thoughtfully said that there was nothing here. The hero stood in an absolute white void. Lu said that it was just white space, which was unpleasant for him. Kiju pursed his lips guiltily when Brunhart said that the hero didn't name him. Kiju said awkwardly that he had already taken his armor form. Brunhart countered that he could open the gate and might be useful to his master. The hero imagined an army of the dead that he could summon, but he said that most likely the exam would be connected with Elle and the undead would hardly fit here. Lu said it was a good decision. Kiju looked at Elle and asked what she had there. He asked if she didn't feel anything after they came here. The sword was silent. Kiju turned to the girl again with concern. He looked ahead. Many shadows appeared on the white floor. The hero suddenly raised his head and opened his mouth in surprise. A rain of luminous daggers fell on the hero. The hero exclaimed. The swords fell down like rain. Every moment an invisible force accelerated their flight. The hero was still looking up. He stamped his foot and said that such a primitive attack. He smiled and said that he had seen this many times before. Suddenly he asked what, and a bunch of swords pierced the entire space around. The swords stopped glowing, dust floated between them. The hero chuckled. He and B began to look around and the pair were surprised that all the swords were missing the target and assumed that they were not the target. Jikyu thought about it, remembered the human image of Lu. He said that, be that as it may, it all reminded him of the situation with Lu, who controlled the magic swords. According to him, L's body is probably nearby, controlling these swords. Lu said that's not the issue here. Kiju looked forward with concentration. Lu told his master to prepare for battle. The swords began to glow again. Their radiance became hundreds of times brighter. The hero covered himself with his hand from the bright light. The radiance illuminated the entire space around. The hero squinted, but suddenly noticed something. He saw wings. Every sword that was stuck into the floor was now in the hands of dozens of angels hanging over the hero. Jikyu grabbed the sword, looking around. He couldn't believe that. Lu said that everything the owner was thinking about was true. He said they were angels. The angels looked like dead people with wings. A drop of sweat rolled down the hero's face. He pronounced this word syllable by syllable, mentally understanding that since there were demons in the world, there must have been angels. He looked at the rotten angels and said that his idea was different from what he saw in reality. The question was asked, should angels be like this? The stone in Lu's guard caught fire. He said that he doesn't know why they look like that, but in any case, the battle is with the angels. The angels bared their teeth and flew to attack the heroes. The hero looked at the approaching angels. Lu finished by saying that the battle with them would take some time. L was silent. Master's house. Dickel was holding a rusty aquamarine sword in his hands. He called him a fallen sword and said that he seemed to be starting to understand something. The man sat on a chair and exhaled tiredly. He said that there was a limit because he had little vitality left. Dreamily, he said to look at the sacred sword at least once. Suddenly his eyes widened. Vein in his hand began to tremble. Dickel drawled in surprise, thinking that it was as if. He asked himself, isn't the sword afraid of something? Rocky terrain. Sujong broke the guy's stone mask. Sujong watched the guy groan and gasp. He fell dead. There were many corpses around the demoness. She dusted off her hands. She looked at Ball and said that she was done. Now he was required to read the memories of the corpses. He fell silent in surprise. Ball silently looked into the sky and the demoness asked what was wrong with him. The guy looked at the girl. He imagined a huge silhouette of a tower above a skyscraper and said that it was shaking. The entire training room was freshly cut. Sunho, singed to the waist, he stood for 2 nights in a huge, rugged room. He looked to the side, feeling something and said that someone had woken up. Jikyu began to sweat. He thought that this was it. The angels looked at him. Brunhart said that there were too many of them. Jikyu took a fighting stance and asked if angels were strong. Lu thought about it and said that judging by their appearance, they cannot show all their strength, but dealing with them is as easy as dealing with monsters. It won't be easy. The angels hung in the air and were silent. Jikyu looked at Elle and asked what she thought. She replied that she was of the same opinion. Jikyu looked at his sword with excitement, noting that the taciturn Elle herself, as soon as they got to this place, became completely silent. There was anxiety in the hero's gaze. He didn't want to believe that from that very moment. When Elle answered nothing, the angels attacked. A huge winged army was striving for the hero. He called Hermes and said that he understood. He jumped up, saying that it would be a hot battle. He approached one of the angels, swinging his swords. 2 cuts aimed at the angel. The touch knocked a spark out of the angel's face. He smiled and was surprised. The angel held the block with a sword, from which sparks were knocked out. The hero called B. The beast ran. He flew into the air. The beast ended up behind the angel. Opening her huge toothy mouth, B approached the angel from behind. He grabbed the screaming angel by the neck. The beast and the angel fell to the ground. The angel disappeared, and only the yellow rod remained in B's mouth. The angels headed towards the hero in a group. The hero began to repel their attacks. He waved his swords without stopping, and said how the flying creatures got him. Brunhart climbed in, regretting that they did not have wings. Jikyu looked to the side as Lu said it was time to use that new power. He said that it would take time to summon her and asked if he could really use that power. The sword glowed and said of course. He said that although he had progressed, if compared with the period of his prime, Jikyu continued to repel the attacks and uncontrollably agreed with the sword. He said the new skills included absorption, spirit connection, enhancement, and summoning, right. He also asked where to start. Lu thought about it. Jikyu grappled with the angel with his sword and asked Lu to wait, because first he needed to deal with the attackers. D attacked another angel. The hero ordered him to come back. The blue stream of energy returned to the fist on his chest. The system reported that Brunhart had reflected the accumulated damage. The hero crossed his swords, his chest glowing green. He spread his arms and a powerful flash illuminated the angels. The angels put up blocks. The angels took their distance. Jikyu exhaled and asked what Lu said. He said a call, because for a start this will be enough. Jikyu smiled and pushed Lu forward. He used the call. The system window reported that the call is an opportunity to give form to the absorbed ego and summon it. Lu's guard sparkled with red lightning. Jikyu looked at the bloody whirlwind that surrounded the blade of his sword. The whirlwind broke out and began to grow. A large red golem appeared in front of the angels. He grabbed one angel, one more. He jumped, holding an angel in each of his 4 hands. He landed. Jikyu remembered Crusade in surprise. He looked ahead. Brunhart asked him to pay attention to this. 2 people appeared from Lu's bloody smoke. The golem fought with the angels. He looked ahead angrily. The Call of Rhodes and another acquaintance also ran to the attack. The angels, frowning slightly, attacked in response. The angel pierced Rhodes. He just smiled contentedly. He raised his fist to strike and hit him in the face while the second call ran to his angel. He made a dash towards the angel with a smile. The angel swung his sword, and he launched a yellow slash towards the call. But Minseok's call was behind him and grabbed the angel's head. Jikyu, with his hands down, watched as the giant fought with the angels. Jikyu was surprised to remember his old enemies and asked if Lu had summoned the egos that he had absorbed. Lu chuckled. Brunhart said he was amazing. Jikyu again took a fighting stance and said that then they too could not remain on the sidelines. He made a jerk. He began to move along the chain from one angel he had defeated to another, while the clones continued to fight along with the angels. Sparks flew. The swords fell to the ground one after another. Each sword no longer glowed. Jikyu stood and exhaled as the swords continued to fall to the ground. He looked at the reflection of the rusty sword and said that the bodies of the angels had turned into swords. He asked if they had really been them all this time. Lu said that this was a little different. He said that it was not they who became sacred swords, but the swords themselves turned into angels. The hero thought that there was no difference. Jikyu looked at Elle and said that it would be nice to talk. He raised her to his face and said that she knew the owner of the sacred sword better than the owner. He asked her to tell her about the angels. The guy was surprised. Elle said that the angels of princedom. The hero looked at the pile of rusty swords, and Elle said that these were lower level angels who were abandoned because they turned out to be useless. This is the beginning. They are the guardians of princedom, the abode of angels. Jikyu began to look around, asking again about what Elle was saying. He asked if that same princedom was really here. The sword said that this is not so, according to her. This place is just a grave and she is deeply grateful for the opportunity to finally find peace. She said that she now began to remember them and her responsibilities. Kiju looked at the sword again and asked, what duties are we talking about? The sword burst into yellow flame. Most of the white space was illuminated with bright light. Jikyu closed his eyes, and the sword disappeared from his hand somewhere. He asked what happened to her. He suddenly opened his eyes and was surprised. He looked at the empty hand and began to call Elle. He looked around while an angel hung in the air above his back. Lu and Brunhart turned to the owner and he sharply turned his head back. He asked himself why he hadn't guessed sooner. Elle had long white hair. In her hands was a glowing sword. The girl was an angel with many wings hanging over them. The hero realized that since she got here, Elle had never called him master. Jikyu smiled and turned to the girl. She looked at him with glowing eyes, and the hero asked if she really was Elle. She said their test was beginning. Sunho stood silently in the middle of the training room. His hands with the sacred swords trembled. He looked at them in surprise and asked if the swords were really greeting her. Although this is understandable. After all, the queen of these swords has woken up. Elle looked at the hero calmly. Sunho looked to the side and thought that changes had begun, however. He said that he could serve God alone. An angel with many wings hung in the air in front of the hero, who turned to him and asked if she was Elle. Brunhart said she looked completely different than usual. Jikyu looked at the angel and asked what exam are we talking about. He called her over to talk. He looked forward in fear. Lu screamed, so that his fool owner runs away. Powerful yellow lightning struck very close to the hero, and he was thrown to the side. He looked at Elle in surprise and turned to her. He slipped. All the swords were scattered to the sides. An explosion thundered in front of the hero. He coughed, narrowing his eyes and asking why. Elle answered through the smoke that all angels have responsibilities and she was no exception. She looked at the hero and said that it was her duty. Her eyes lit up yellow. A yellow symbol appeared above her head. Lightning sparkled. Her duty was to destroy. She pointed a glowing sword at the hero. Brunhart asked what happened to Elle. Lu cursed annoyingly. Jikyu intercepted Lu and turned to Elle again. He bounced away from the most powerful lightning. He looked at his rival with concern. Hermes appeared at his feet. He jumped and flew close to the angel. Elle pointed her sword at the hero. Lightning shot at him. He put Lu up as a blocker. There was a huge explosion and the hero was thrown back. He fell down, but was able to stay on his feet, slipping again. Lu sparkled. He called Elle a traitor and said that he knew that someday this day would come. Kaiji turned to Lu. He looked forward, mentally saying how powerful and ominous Elle's aura was. This was possible if one remembered the betrayal of a subordinate in the past. Elle looked at the hero silently. She raised her sword up. Huge thunderclouds appeared above their heads and incredible lightning struck the hero. The hero dodged lightning. Lu asked him to use the death skill. He shouted that he would tear Elle to shreds. Jikyu dodged with difficulty and told Lu to calm down, saying that he was too excited that now he couldn't calm down either. Jikyu looked up at the sky where new lightning was forming. She hit the hero. At that moment he used reflection. A green flash erupted and the swords flew to the side. The hero stabbed Lu into the ground. He looked up and said that he could get close to her because she was attacking from the air without ceasing. Lu added that she was fighting as befits a traitor. In this case, the hero threw the sword. He screamed, red lightning came out of his muzzle. He used the call of Crusette. A giant began to form in front of the angel. He reached out to her with all four of his hands. Elle looked at the giant coolly and used the holy gap. A black hole appeared in the giant's eye. She began to suck the giant inside. He eventually shrank into a small black ball. Jikyu frowned, sweat dripping down his face. Lu said that their strengths were directly opposite and that's why he was giving in too much. He looked at the angel in the sky and said that okay, those angels, but he could not withstand such a level of divine power. Jikyu clenched his teeth in frustration. Brunhard asked if the death skill would be useful. Lu replied that death is a completely different force and it will also affect the angel. Jikyu put his hand on his chest and shouted for Elle to come to her senses. He asked if she really didn't recognize him. He screamed as more lightning formed in the sky above him. She hit the hero. Brunhard and Lu screamed in shock. The hero was covered in blood, rolled his eyes and began to smoke. Lu called him an idiot who still wouldn't come to his senses. Elle looked at the hero indifferently. Lu asked if the hero really hoped that Elle would come to her senses if he started shouting her name. He said that if this problem could be solved in this way, it would not have come to this. Jikyu stood up, grabbed the sword and asked what he should do then. He opened his eyes wide. Lu ordered her to be killed. He looked at the sparkling angel in the sky. Lu said that the hero himself knows that there is no other way. The hero could not believe it. He looked at his friend with alarm while Lu said that there were no buts. He asked if the hero had forgotten that his opponent had sacred sword. He said not to say that the hero could suppress her without killing her. Jikyu trembled. Lu said that if the hero dies, then they will all die too. Jikyu fiercely, overcoming enormous pain, agreed with the sword. Elle sent a new lightning bolt at the hero. The hero instantly approached her closely. He used speed, elemental darkness and communication. He used force. He was burning with energy. His sword was burning red. His gloves were blue. He raised his sword high above his head to deal a crushing blow to his friend. He screamed through the pain and rage of pain. Elle looked at him with a meaningful look. It was reflected in the hero's eyes. The sword called to its owner in his head. Kiju looked confused. Blood sprayed. Blood flowed from the hero's mouth. The angel pierced him. Dickel grabbed his heart. He fell to the floor. He was trembling all over, in shock, trying to understand how things could come to a connection. He tried to straighten up. The man fell to the ground. Jikyu slipped from the angel's sword, blood spraying from his chest. He began to fall to the ground. The hero's body turned over in the air. He hit the ground, still squeezing Lu. Brunhard and Lu called for their master. The angel silently looked at the hero's body. Her face was splattered with his blood. The cloudy eyes suddenly disappeared. The gray whiteness was replaced by bright blue eyes. She looked at the hero's body and called the owner. She looked down in fear. The angel rushed to the body and began to call her owner. She landed next to the body and began to call the owner, looking in horror at the through wound. Brunhard shouted that the owner could not die. Lu glowed red furiously. Cursing Elle, he asked why she was making such a face. He began to cough. The hero's wound glowed blue. Elle sadly touched her chest and used the connection. Jikyu lay with his eyes closed. Brunhard called his owner in a weak voice. He lay in the dark and thought about how dark it was. He asked himself, is he really in the next world? He lay with his eyes closed and asked what happened to everyone. Did they all really die as Lu said? Because of him. If he had known, he would have met his family one last time. He introduced his family, thinking that they must be worried. Jikyu decided that Teskik would take care of them. He introduced Sujeong and asked if she would be okay. She declared him heir, and he died. Perhaps, he thought, there would be problems since he didn't even have time to thank him for the elixir. He introduced his friends, realizing how much he wanted to help. Suk, Donghee, Songpol. He introduced representatives of the Iron Guild, whom he wanted to take revenge on, as well as Seongho, who might become his enemy, Marquis of Discord Andres, and the demon who sealed Elle. There are many more dangerous things that could threaten his family. He thought that all he had to do was cure his mother, but he still had so much to do. If he disappears from this world. Jike suddenly opened his eyes wide. He sat on the throne, against the backdrop of the bloody sky. Before him stood a huge army of demons and winged creatures. He stood up and looked at the ominous army, trying to understand what it was. He looked at the dragons and other creatures that he saw for the first time in his life. Many huge warriors, and an army of angels opposing them. And also, he turned and asked himself, is this really a throne? He looked around and mentally said that this was too similar to reality. He asked himself, was he really dead? Someone's voice loudly ordered to return. Jikyu opened his eyes. He was lying on Elle's lap. She smiled and turned to the owner. Jikyu stood up and looked around, saying that this place. There were many plants and trees around him. He asked, "Is this really paradise?" L smiled and said that this was the exam floor. Jikyu exhaled, smiled and grabbed his head, saying that he could not go to heaven, but hell was quite possible. He suddenly opened his eyes and asked why he didn't die. He remembered the shining sword and guessed that it was Kalon's ability that L had absorbed. The ability allowed you to block a deadly attack once. He turned and said that thanks to her he survived, although he almost died while fighting with her. He looked at the girl in surprise. She smiled sadly and looked at him. She suggested we go for a short walk. The couple walked silently along the beautiful trees. L turned to the hero as a master. She remembered how the hero attacked her. She asked why he didn't cut her. She is a traitor who dared to raise her sword against him. Jikyu looked forward and said that she did not act of her own free will because he immediately understood this. The girl leaned towards him and said that although it was not his will. He interrupted her and said that he knew. He said that she foresaw the situation. He turned to the girl and said that it would be better if she told him in advance. Elle looked down guiltily and said that she wanted to stop the hero, wanted to offer to abandon the 40th floor exam and just live, content with what she had. She asked, but how could she stop the hero? Jikyu looked at her silently. She said that he should climb the tower. He smiled and said that you shouldn't blame yourself so much because the situation had been resolved. They walked without shoes on the fresh grass. Jikyu asked where the others were. Elle replied that this is a separate space and others are now in another place. Jikyu looked at the girl and asked if her memory had returned. Elle smiled shyly and said that she was almost, but so far everything was vague. She looked up into the evening sky and said that she was created to follow his will. Serving her new master left her confused. This time she decided to serve the hero and cleared her mind of doubts, which is probably why her memories became clouded. She clasped her hands and said there was one clear memory. It was about sacred swords. These are angels who sacrifice their bodies and minds to become tools in his hands. Elle closed her eyes and said that she was the one who became the first, which is why she is the master of the sacred sword. Jikyu looked at her seriously. Elle said that the other swords were created according to her will. She stopped and asked for forgiveness because the time had come. Jikyu asked in surprise, what time are we talking about? The heroes were illuminated by a beautiful sunset. Elle stood with her back to the hero and smiled with her eyes closed, white lights rising from her into the sky. She told the hero thank you for giving her a second life, for appreciating her and for always being there. Jikyu reached out to the girl in confusion. She said she wanted to talk more but decided it was worth ending here. Jikyu called Elle. A terrible realization encroached upon him. He could not believe it. The girl shone, crumbling into white lights. She said that the owner is much better than he thinks. She said that neither she nor Lu, who lived a long life, could determine what kind of person he was. Jikyu smiled excitedly and asked Elle to wait. He asked what was wrong with her. Elle smiled and beamed more and more. She asked the hero to remove everyone who prevents him from climbing the tower and creates obstacles on the way. Be it an angel or a demon, she asked him to break everyone, ordinary people, rulers, and continue to climb. Jikyu screamed. Elle fell silent. She smiled and asked the hero to become the owner of the tower because he could do it. Jikyu woke up screaming and reached out to Elle. He hugged the air in front of him and screamed. He sat. Brunhart asked if his master had really woken up. Lu said that his master had taken too long to return. The sword looked at the hero, all disheveled. Jikyu turned to Brunhart and Lu. He asked for forgiveness for making him fat. He looked at the sword with fear. Elle's rusty sword stuck into the ground looked at him. He looked at it and called Elle, but the sword was silent. Association building, sunset. Yubin saw off her charges. She waved at them and told them to be careful. The subordinate looked at Yubin questioningly. She asked if the girl was going home. She said she was waiting for someone. The squad sarcastically asked if it was a man. Yubin blushed and said that it was completely different. She looked at the phone screen confused. She was corresponding with someone. She set up a date with the hero in the evening, asked if she could call him Appa, told him that he could address her as you. She looked at the screen and thought that even if he said so, it is unlikely that he will leave the tower today, but just in case, she decided to wait a little longer. The squad looked at Sunho who appeared. They looked at him admiringly as they spoke. That this is the first time they see him in person. Sunho happily went about his business. Jikyu sat opposite the rusty sword and called Elle. The system reported that the hero passed the exam and he receives a reward. There was a feather in the crystal box. It was Elle's sign. The hero looked ahead anxiously, and it dawned on him. He said connection. He touched his chest and realized that the connection had been broken. He gritted his teeth, the veins in his neck standing out. He writhed and screamed at the top of his lungs from the pain that befell his soul. He swung furiously, and she began to destroy the crystal box. Brunhart and Lu couldn't figure out what was going on. The hero swung again. He hit the ground with all his might. Cracks appeared along it. The bones in his hand cracked. Lu asked the owner to stop, but the hero raised his hand for a new blow again and again. The entire floor beneath him was in ruins. Blood oozed through the glove. He collapsed in front of the crystal box. Brunhart asked the owner not to cry. Jikyu trembled, his teeth clenched. Lu demanded that the owner pull himself together, saying that he was still a traitor. Jikyu asked him to shut up. The hero grabbed his face and asked for forgiveness, saying that he should be angry with him. The space around became gray. The hero asked Lu to just wait a little and be silent. Based on the 40th floor of the tower, a blue portal opened in the middle of the street. The hero came out of it, all drooping. He looked ahead gloomily. Lu asked him to be careful, saying that there was a barrier here. The entire street was empty. Sunho appeared in front of him. He said that he came just in case. He looked at the wounded hero and said that everything was in vain. He looked angrily at the hero and said that judging by his appearance, the master of the sacred sword was all ready. Jikyu clenched his teeth angrily. The ring under the glove sparkled red. He called for Lu. Sunho turned around and asked him to calm down. He said that he did not intend to harm the hero. As promised, he just wanted to check. He stopped and said well. He looked at Jikyu with contempt and said that he was convinced of his shame. Sunho smiled and said that the hero could not save just some sword. Jikyu's gaze filled with rage. Lu flushed all over. Brunhart and Lu began to ask the owner to calm down. The hero jumped up and began to strike. The blood-red sword energy was approaching Sunho. Instant. Jikyu looked at his enemy in shock. Sunho stopped the blow by grabbing the sword with 2 fingers. He looked calmly at the hero. With a click, he threw the hero aside. Sunho looked at the fallen hero and said that he would not touch him for 1 year. He looked defiantly and said that the reason he did not change these conditions was that the hero did not pose the slightest threat to him. Jikyu angrily leaned on Lu, and Sunho said that he could no longer look at her master in this state and at this pitiful sight. He said the tower doesn't do anything meaningless. Jikyu looked at Sunho with a withering gaze, full of pain. Sunho walked off into the sunset and said that was all he could say to the hero. Jikyu looked down. In the city the sun has almost set. It started to rain. Yubin was watching someone and thinking that she herself had not noticed how she had been waiting for him here until the evening. She looked at her phone and thought that the hero still wouldn't have time to pass the exam during the day. She said that it was already late and it was time to go to dinner. She went, not having anything against dining alone. She turned around. Everyone was looking at something in shock and muttering about whether they should call the police. The hero slowly, step by step, walked forward. He walked with blood on his t-shirt. People were trying to figure out if there really was blood on his t-shirt and if the hero was injured. Yubin ran through the crowd and called out to the hero. All frightened, she approached the hero and asked what happened. Jikyu smiled faintly as he recognized Yubin. He fell to the ground. Yubin caught him. She looked at the unconscious body in fear. She addressed him as Appa. Jikyu thought about how heavy his head was. He asked what happened to him after he left the tower. Seems he met someone. Jikyu lay in bed and turned to Yubin. Sunhoon looked at him and said that, alas, it was him. Jikyu sat up in bed and addressed the secretary. Brunhart joyfully greeted the owner. The hero began to examine the place where he was. The secretary said that this was his house. He smiled and raised his finger. He said that he would explain everything, because the hero would ask him anyway. He said that the hero fell right on the road into the arms of the ranker Yubin. Sunhoon said that he was following the hero and therefore quickly found him. After the association's medical team helped the hero, he brought him here, because if he took the hero home, it would cause unrest among loved ones. Jikyu looked listlessly at the man, who said that he had put his clothes and gloves in a separate place. Jikyu thanked Sunghyun. He looked at the smiling Sunghyun and asked if he was really following him, and the secretary confirmed the question without a twinge of conscience. He said that the VIP is following such a difficult path. How can the association remain inactive? Jikyu listened in surprise as Sunghoon said that Yubin was next to you and only recently left. He asked the hero to contact her later. Sunghoon stretched and asked what the hero would do. He pointed out that it was deep night. He suggested that the hero make tea and offered to eat. Jikyu looked at the secretary and said that he was hungry. He looked away. He looked at the secretary again and asked if he had any drink. Sunghoon smiled and said of course. There were a bunch of beer cans on the table. With rosy cheeks, the hero sat at the table and ate chips. Jikyu looked at his neighbor and asked if he wasn't interested. Sunghyun asked what the hero is talking about. Jikyu looked down and said that the secretary didn't even ask what happened there. Sunghyun smiled and said that the hero himself will tell you when he wants it. He said, no matter what happens, it takes time to put his thoughts in order and he cannot interfere with this. Jikyu took a sip of his beer and thanked Sunghyun. He looked at the secretary's clean apartment, said that his apartment was quite spacious and asked if he was alone. Sunghyun smiled and said that he was alone and did not have a girlfriend. Jikyu said that this is not what he was talking about and asked if Sunghan lives here alone. Sunghyun said that his mother is in the hospital. The hero sighed sympathetically. He looked at the photo of Sunghyun and his mother. The secretary said that this is a common story. Sick mother, poor family. He drank more beer to Sunkan, saying that after a hard life he was lucky to become a player to earn money that could no longer help cure the disease. Jikyu looked into the void and said that it looked like his memories. Sunghyun asked if it was true. Jikyu silently looked into the void. He remembered how he accompanied him to the labyrinth of Jiryond and then met him when he had the elixir. He remembered the secretary's face and thought about how he felt then. Jikyu went out onto the balcony for a moment to get some air. He closed the door behind him. He stood and looked at the city. He thought about when his mother was in critical condition. He considered himself the most unfortunate person in the world. He was not himself, as if all the troubles of the world had fallen on him. Jikyu sadly looked into the void, realizing that now he was feeling the same thing. He introduced Seaka, Sunpul, Donghee. In the battle with the Iron Guild, he lost many comrades. He remembered the funeral and how much he cried then. He remembered his angry look, realizing that since then he had not grown a bit. He gripped the balcony railing. Brunhart carefully turned to the owner. Jikyu said that it was nothing, he just sorted out his thoughts a little. He remembered El smilingly telling him to climb up the tower. Jikyu looked forward and said that he would never get used to losses, which means he needed to become stronger so as not to lose anyone again. This is the only way. He closed his eyes. He opened it and looked at his ring. He turned to Lu, saying that he wanted to ask something. Lu was silent. He called him again. He looked at his ring. It glowed red and Lu said that he could not give an answer because he had to keep his mouth shut. Jikyu jumped up and began to apologize for that incident. Lu said that if everything was solved with an apology, then why would there be a law? Jikyu nervously said that Lu himself was brave in front of Sunho. The sword replied that it was an emergency situation. The ring glowed. He asked what the hero wanted to talk about. Jikyu said that he thought and one thought came to his mind. He asked if they had a way to get all back. The ring lit up and Lu said, he finally asked and called the hero an idiot. 2 hero swords. Master of the demonic sword Lu, master of the sacred sword L. The fact that the hero became the owner of 2 opposite egos is not a mere accident. The most important thing is that their characters are completely symmetrical. For passing the 30th floor exam, he received Lu's flesh as a reward, which he used for his progress. On the 40th floor, he received the L mark and asked himself if this item could be suitable for progress. He remembered Sunho's words, who said that the tower doesn't do anything meaningless. When the hero thinks about these words, L's death in the exam for the sake of progress seems contradictory to him. Dikal looked at the sacred sword and said that it was possible. Jikyu looked at the master in shock and asked, is this really true? Dikal replied that he had seen the sacred sword many times with the help of Nain. He said that the appearance could be easily repaired. He looked at the hero and said that this would only be an external form, and even he could not return her personality. Jikyu smiled anxiously and said that this was his concern. He asked how Grandpa was feeling. Dikal asked again in surprise. Kiju asked doesn't he remember how it was then. Dikal remembered how he grabbed his heart, looked at the hero and said that he had an interesting experience and said that he would not like to experience it again. Jikyu apologized. He looked in surprise at the old man, who asked if he could work in his gate. He said that there was quite a concentrated amount of magic in there. He suggested that it could help in the repair process. The hero opened the gate and easily agreed. Jikyu looked at the gate and asked Heart to take care of the old man so that he would be comfortable. He said that if he needed anything, let Dichol ask the skeletons to help him. The voice replied that he listened and obeyed. Dikal waved his hand and said that then he too would obey. Jikyu smiled and asked to be careful. He watched as the old man asked the skeletons to take the hammer and anvil. Jikyu looked forward and asked Lu what should he do now. The ring began to shine. Lu said that El died because she lost her original source. After all, even with the defensive skill Kalon, the hero was in serious condition and El sacrificed her life to save her owner. Jikyu listened silently while Lu said that the original source should be revived. He presented a bunch of swords. Lu said that the source of the sacred sword is life, the power opposite to death, its original source. To revive El, the hero must learn to control the power of life. That is, simultaneously learn to manage life and death. Kiju continued to listen as Lu said that naturally it would not be easy. He said that such a thing was only theoretically possible. That is, no, he said that such a thing was not even theoretically possible. In this case, the hero needs to practically approach the level of deity. Jikyu even began to sweat. Lu cheekily asked if the hero was ready to become the last dog. Jikyu sad and motivated. Lu said that first the hero needs to check his cup. He ordered the hero to concentrate and observe. The hero was sitting inside a large empty room. Blood cells flowed through the veins. Lu demanded that the hero block all external information and asked him to feel what was inside the hero. Heartbeat, blood flow, muscle contraction and relaxation. Magical power flowing from the heart to the head and limbs. The hero presented his nervous and magical system. Lu asked to imagine the connection with the ego. He asked me to concentrate and watch myself. Jikyu sat silently with his eyes closed when suddenly he began to feel double. His mind was shaking, his body was going double. He still didn't open his eyes, but suddenly it opened wide. Suddenly he felt nauseous. He leaned forward and vomited. He wiped his mouth, his head was spinning. Brunhart asked if his master was okay. Jikyu looked ahead with a tired look. Lu asked what the hero saw. He said about limitless. He imagined a white silhouette of a man in a vast, boundless void. Jikyu continued to breathe, huddled over the floor. Lu said that he said to look quite a bit. Not even 3 weeks had passed, and the hero had already seen the entire contents of the bowl. He called the hero a monster. He fell, leaning against the wall. He drank from a flask and said that he was talking about this cup. Lu said he thought it would take about 2 months, but the hero is moving forward quickly. Brunhart praised the owner. Jikyu took a deep breath. He said that it is simply impossible for a person to measure this emptiness. Just the thought makes one's head spin. Jikyu exhaled, leaned forward and asked if this bowl was supposed to look like this. Lu asked in surprise what was he talking about. He laughed and said that the hero should think again about his peculiarity. Jikyu turned in surprise and said that he himself knew that he was not like everyone else, thinking that it was awkward to talk about it out loud. The ring glowed. Lu said that the hero did not know this at all. He said why the hero cannot increase his level, why those with power show such interest in him. Jikyu introduced Seojun and Sunho. Lu asked how the hero managed to take possession of a gate that no one had ever owned. And one more thing. Jikyu asked in surprise what else. The ring went out. Lu thought and said no. He said that if he said more, he risked being punished. He said that when the time comes, the hero will know. He said that if the hero has already rested, you can try again, because even if the hero manages to revive her, it is better not to put it off for long. The hero stood up and warmed up. He agreed and said, the faster the better. He sat down again and began to meditate. Lu said that now the hero's task is to find the vital forces in the bowl. As he said, Elle sacrificed her life force to save the hero. Therefore, the hero must have this life force, which means the hero must find it. Jikyu thought about life force. He closed his eyes. He sat motionless, and Lu said that now there is no need to look at all the contents like before. Only for a separate part, Lu asked to find those who hid in this emptiness. Jikyu was silent, thinking about those who hid. He opened his eyes, already in a dark, huge void. He looked at his feet. A dark red flame was burning there. He looked at the threatening flames and asked, is this really death? A huge eye looked at the hero. Lu said that it was really death, but in fact it was him. The hero said that Lu scared him. The huge eye praised the hero and said that now it would be easier. He asked to find the others. Jikyu began to shake his head around and noticed someone. In the distance, a small flask shone in the darkness. In the form of a flask-shaped cloud with handles was Brunhart, who joyfully announced his presence. Jikyu smiled and asked if egos really exist in this form. He said it was very unusual. He saw the form of a disembodied wolf and realized that it was B. He looked at the two formless creatures and guessed Hermes and Oberon. He began to look for his grandfather. There was a flash to the side. The hero looked in that direction. He saw the red silhouette of Dikal, who was forging something. The blows echoed endlessly in the void. He did not notice the hero and continued to forge metal. Kiju swam up to the old man, asking if he could touch it. Lu shouted furiously not to touch the old man. The hero's hand shook a couple of centimeters from Dikal's body. The eye hung over the hero and said that this is a connection with the present and no one knows what his behavior can lead to. He asked if the hero is sure that he can cope with the consequences. Jikyu smiled guiltily and said what he could have said before. The hero suddenly began to look around and said that he did not see vital forces. He asked how to find them in such a huge space. Lu said that the hero could. Jikyu looked at the eye in surprise. Lu said that the hero should feel the power of life. The hero remembered how he held the blade. Lu said that when he revived the old man with the help of Nain, the hero was already indirectly controlling life. The eye suggested remembering those sensations. Jikyu closed his eyes and continued to float in the void. He flew among the ego and tried to feel. The hero told himself that he began to grasp a little the inner mood of the bowl. He said that there were two zones in this place. The death zone, where Lu is, and the ego zone, where other egos are crowded. And one more thing. Jikyu looked forward seriously and said what he had found. He flew forward. Lu said how quickly the hero managed it and he's not even surprised anymore. The hero flew towards the yellow star in the darkness. The death zone, the ego zone, the place where they form an equilateral triangle. He flew up to the yellow sphere asking, is this really life? He said he just saw a small bead. He turned to Death and asked what to do next. Lu looked at the hero and asked if he was ready. The hero asked why. Lu said that Jikyu should touch her. The eye said that he does not know what will happen after. Jikyu looked at the sphere in surprise. Lu said that he had better be prepared for anything. He flew towards her and extended his hand. He said that he still needed to do it, so there was nothing to think about. He touched the glowing ball with his finger. A bright rainbow flash appeared. Light illuminated the entire space. Jikyu grabbed his throat and began to choke. his eyes filled with blood. Brunhart and Lu Jikyu fell to the ground. Lu shouted at him to pull himself together, concentrate and not relax. The hero's face was distorted, blood flowed from his mouth and eyes. Lu shouted that otherwise the hero might die. Kiju was strangling himself. He groaned and spat blood, demanding that the owner take control of himself. The hero clenched his bloody teeth. He thought that it was as if his insides were twisting. He assumed that this was payment for the fact that he had affected the vital forces. Jikyu looked forward angrily, bleeding. Lu repeated to the hero that he needed to pull himself together and concentrate, otherwise he might actually die. The hero's hand trembled. She was covered in Lu's red lightning. He summoned his sword and raised it upward. Lu and Brunhart asked what he was doing. Jikyu stabbed himself in the leg. Blood sprayed. He exhaled. Lu called the hero stubborn, but was glad that this helped him come to his senses. The sword disappeared. The hero sat among the blood. Lu told the hero to listen to him carefully. He said that he should change the structure of the bowl. The guy asked again in surprise and, according to Lu, he didn't imagine it. Inside the cup, vital forces collided with life. Lu said that these are two deaths that cannot be mixed. He said that there is no escape from the pain. Lu said that the hero should put a wall between them. Jikyu was breathing heavily. He asked how this is done. Lu said that first we need to build order, first death, then the ego zone and then life. Otherwise, the hero cannot stand it. Jikyu screamed, asking how. He coughed up blood. He fell to the ground. Brunhart shouted that the owner could not die. Jikyu gritted his teeth and stood up, giving himself a mental signal that he needed to concentrate. The hero frowned. Lu asked him not to interfere for now. Egos moved in the void. Formless egos were directed towards life. A beautiful sunset burned over the hero's house. The hero was sleeping. Suddenly, in horror, he opened his eyes. He was lying on the floor of the room where he was meditating. Bernhardt was delighted to see his master return. The hero sat down. He was shaking. He asked if he had lost consciousness. He asked Lu what happened. The demon replied that the hero himself will understand when he sees everything. He ordered to look at the bowl. Jikyu closed his eyes. He found himself in the void and looked at two huge spheres, one red, one yellow and something else between them. The guy looked in surprise at the spectacle presented. Bio Oberon delayed death. Brunhart and Hermes postponed life. In the middle between them was supported by Grandpa. The system reported that the level of fusion had increased. The hero had learned about life. A system window appears. They reported that the hero could use 80% of the ego's accumulated experience and, in addition, the hero could now control life. Jikyu, covered in blood, smiled and said that he had studied life. Lu intervened and said that he was lucky. He said that not only did the egos themselves intervene, but the elixir that was left over from the last time also helped, thanks to which the bowl did not collapse. On the contrary, it has become even wider. Jikyu looked at the wound on his leg, realizing that it had healed thanks to the power of the elixir. He stood up and asked what should be done next. Lu said that now the hero must train and control, and since he has already controlled death, he will immediately understand what's what. Yellow lights appeared in the hero's hand. Lu said that even so it wouldn't be so easy for him. The hero looked at the lights and asked if this is how everything should be done. Lu scolded in annoyance. The ring caught fire. Lu said that the hero could at least wait until he finished speaking. Jikyu asked if this was praise. Bernhardt called his master a genius. The hero stood and listened as Lu said that now the hero must properly learn to control this power, at least as well as with death. Jikyu looked at the ring. Lu said that life and death are separate, so what he thought did not happen. Jikyu asked what the demon was thinking about. He blurted out about everything. He said that it was time to train. The old man had not yet repaired the sword and therefore there was enough time. Jikyu remembered that the old man himself said that it would take a long time. He remembered Dikal holding two swords in his hands and said that he did not have the opportunity to look at the whole sacred sword. Lu said that this is the purpose of training. Jikyu looked at the ring in surprise and asked what it was about. Lun called Brenhart. The gates opened before the hero. A bunch of rusty swords fell from the gate. Jikyu Marcho looked and asked if these were the same swords that were on the 40th floor of the tower. The skeletons collected them in heaps. Lu said that this was them. While he was busy unconscious, the skeletons collected them. Jikyu looked in surprise at the pile of swords in front of him. Lu ordered the training to begin. He said that the hero must use the power of life to revive all these remains of swords. Autumn was coming in the world. Orange leaves were flying through the air. The hero's mother excitedly asked if Teskaku really didn't need her help. The engineer smiled and said that everything was fine. He put on an apron and said that he just wanted to thank her for her hospitality and therefore asked the woman to sit down and rest. He pulled on his apron and asked her not to worry. He said that he was confident in his culinary abilities and therefore he would quickly prepare her a delicious lunch. Mom asked if Jikyu had been returned from the basement, otherwise she rarely sees him lately. The technician poured water into the pan and said that he was sure that the hero was doing an excellent job, because he was not one of those who did not know how to take care of himself. He fell silent. He looked ahead sternly and mentally demanded that he not lose his vigilance because there would be no second chance. He looked at Sujin and said that this is a great moment to win her attention. He peeled onions and remembered taking cooking lessons from a player with perfect taste, Chungwon. Teskik told himself that his finest hour had come. He picked up a sparkling knife. I started cutting the cucumber. The magical wind of cooking enveloped Teskik. The products were chopped up and flew up. They fell into the soup. They languished and brought to perfect condition. The technician tried the broth. His face became confused and he told himself that this was just terrible. He tried not to show it and began to think about where he had gone wrong. He told himself that he needed to fix everything urgently. The technician suddenly began to stagger. It turned out that Sujin also heard strange sounds. Teskik smiled and asked Sujin to sit, saying that he would go and have a look himself. The door to the basement opened. The basement was full of smoke. Teskik coughed. He tried to see something in front of him and asked what Jikyu had done. The man's eyes opened wide and he was told not to come any closer. 3 angels pointed 3 glowing swords at Teskik. The man looked at the swords in shock and asked if they were angels. The angels asked permission to destroy him. They turned to the hero and called him father. The hero said that reviving the sacred sword was not so easy. He held in his hand a rusty sword that bubbled and glowed with a faint yellow light. The sword crumbled in his hands. The hero looked forward displeasedly and said that the sword had fallen into pieces again. The ring on his finger glowed and Lu asked if he really thought it was easy. He said that the management of life and death are similar, but the hero has already leaned too much to one side. He said that even for a hero it wouldn't be easy. Jikyu made a face and said that if the demon cannot help, then let him remain silent. The hero threw away the guard and grabbed the next sword. Brunhart came to the rescue and began to encourage the hero. Jikyu closed his eyes, the sword in his hands glowing yellow. He asked how much time had already passed. He sat with the sword on his palms in front of a huge pile of rusty swords. Behind him there was already a pile of broken guards. After a while, there were already more than 30 broken swords behind the hero. The hero began to concentrate on their inner core. He mentally imagined the glow of the core in the center of the sword guard. The sword broke in the hero's hand again, but he said that there was some feeling. Lu chuckled and said that the hero was on the right path. He presented the human heart and brain in the diagram and the core in the guard. Lu said that if we talk about a person, it is comparable to the brain or heart. He said that the hero's task is to make the blood circulate. Jikyu looked thoughtfully at the pile of swords and mentally said that there were about 70 to 80 swords left. He looked forward with concentration and told himself that he could and that he absolutely had to cope. There were 3 swords on the floor. The hero looked at them. Behind him was a huge mountain of destroyed swords. Lu called the hero well done. The ring was burning. The demon asked what the hero will do now. He suggested that the hero take some rest, saying that perhaps the problem was in the hero's mental health. Jikyu took the sword and said that he would try again. He said that now there was some kind of sensation that would be missed if he started to rest. Lu chuckled and told the hero to do as he saw fit. The sword glowed with a brighter light than previous swords. It began to bubble. Jikyu sat with his eyes closed and said that he seemed to be succeeding. Lu said to keep it up. He asked the hero to stop. Gaik frowned. Lu said he was putting too much pressure on him. The hero objected. The sword shone stronger. He said that it happens on its own. A drop of sweat ran down the hero's face. He presented his shining heart. He said that the life force is absorbed at great speed and at this rate nothing will happen. He clenched his teeth and was covered in sweat. Lu said that there is nothing to be done now. If he has internalized the sensations, then it is better to stop this matter in. The hero reached for 2 other swords, which surprised the demon. He writhed with tension and thought what if he couldn't do it with just 1 sword. He clenched the 2 swords and said that it would be better to distribute the energy across 3 swords at once. A flash appeared in front of Jikyu. The house shook. The cellar door was closed. Teskik asked that further along the course of this story Jikyu lost consciousness. He stood opposite the hero, behind whom 3 angels were sitting, and asked that when the hero came to his senses, there were 3 angels standing next to him. The angels were obediently silent, keeping their eyes closed. Jikyu smiled guiltily and scratched his cheek, but confirmed everything that was said. Lu laughed and said what a great hero, because he was told to revive the sword, but he made angels. Jikyu looked at Teskik and asked for forgiveness for the fact that the angels threatened him. He didn't even have time to stop them. Teskik waved his hand and said that there was no need to apologize. He said that he doesn't even pay attention to this. He looked at the disgruntled angels and said that they did not pose much of a threat to him. One of the angels screamed to her father that this man was too dangerous. The second angel shouted that he must be destroyed. The third angel bowed and asked only to give orders. Jikyu turned around and said to be quieter. The angels obediently obeyed. The technician smiled nervously and was surprised, said life, sword, angels. He said how much the hero had done. Jikyu anxiously asked to keep this a secret, especially from the chairman. Lu agreed, saying that that old man knew too much, and it was better to hide the master's strength for now. Teskik looked to the side and said displeasedly that he would not tell anyone anything. He said that he and his father were not in such a relationship as to chat with him about everything. The technician opened his eyes and said that since he came down here, they could talk. He said that he wanted to say something to the hero. Jikyu agreed to listen in surprise. He opened the gate behind the angels. He told the angels to sit at the gate for now, otherwise he was bothered by the fact that the angels were sitting there like statues. One of the angels decided to object. He called the hero father. Jikyu asked not to call him father and asked what they needed. The angels looked at the hero and asked if he would give them names. Jikyu rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Lu and Brunhart began to watch with curiosity what names the hero would give to the angels. The hero pointed to the long-haired angel and said that he would be Hamiel. The middle angel became Kamail, and the third became Anail. He smiled and asked if the angels were happy. The angels began to cry. Everyone with tears, illuminated by yellow light, looked at the hero with gratitude and thanked him. Jikyu stepped aside and said that he was glad that they liked it. The angels stood up and one after another went into the gate. Lu laughed that it made him laugh that a man named Angels. Jikyu turned around and asked what Teskik wanted to talk about. He said that he simply decided to share information with the hero. Jikyu looked at his friend with interest. He said that we were talking about the Carbon Guild. He asked the hero if he was interested in what was going on with them. The technician exhaled and said that there was little progress. He said that there were almost no traces, although they do what they want. He said it's not like they're just limited to Korea. He said they need to look outside the country for traces of their activities. Therefore, they need the help of associations in other countries. He said that the Demon King is already working there. Unlike such an unfit specimen as he, her influence will pave the way everywhere. Jikyu laughed and said that Teskik said such a thing and asked who dared to call the hippopotamus that. Teskik calmly said that the Demon King dared to do so, and all the hero's questions on this matter disappeared. The technician warmed up. The hero asked if they were going further up the tower. The man replied that either the rulers or Carbon were interfering with them. He said that he could not sit idly by when the hero constantly gets involved in matters about which he himself knows little. He opened his eyes. Behind Jikyu the gate was burning. He thought that from the very beginning he had been sitting in the office in order to keep an eye on Jikyu, who could not increase his level. Now he decided that this was not necessary. The technician put his hands in his pockets and said that this had nothing to do with the hero. Jikyu looked at his friend with interest, who said that recently the gates have become more active, and even several special gates have appeared. He remembered that moment, and Brunhart said that this was the very moment when he got the level. Jikyu asked excitedly, are there any guilds that have already entered the special gate? Because if not, then the hero would like to take them for himself. The embarrassed Teskik said that this should probably work out. He turned around and said that he would go. The hero bowed with a stupid smile. The door closed. Jikyu thought about the special gate. He said that among Brunhart's abilities is the skill of absorbing gates. Brunhart suggested that the gate could only become wider. The hero looked at the portal. He went in his direction and said that most likely the situation inside the gate might change, and maybe there would be changes in the formation of monsters. The hero came out from the other side, saying that it just seemed to him that everything inside the gate was somehow dull. And since this was the case, he decided that everything needed to be completely changed there. The angels angrily shouted that their father had sent them to destroy all the undead. Hamiel shouted that they would cleanse all the disgusting fake bodies. The Lick stood opposite the angels with the army of the dead and asked how they dared to step into the territory of the Great Master. He said that they would cut off the angels' ugly wings and tear off their hypocritical faces. The hero looked at the chaos created by the battle of angels and the dead. There was cruel disappointment on his face. The angels stood with their heads on the ground. The Lick also rested his head on the ground. The hero sat gloomily in thought. He looked at the angels and Lick bowing to him. He called Hamiel. The angel, already sweating, responded. The hero turned to Hart and the Lick responded. He sat on the headless horseman's horse and asked both parties to explain themselves. Hamiel was already starting to turn blue and said that there were low creatures on his father's territory, so they wanted to remove them. He also said that the bad aura of the gate is also due to the undead. Hart was also starting to turn blue, although he was a skeleton, but he said that outsiders had invaded the owner's territory and he was going to destroy them. Jikyu hid his face with his hand in annoyance. Lu laughed and called the hero an idiot. He said that it is clear that the undead with the power of death are the complete opposite of angels. Lu said that in fact the owner was to blame for not having foreseen this. Jikyu looked at the servants with a tired look and ordered everyone to stand up. The Lick and the angels stood in a single row. The hero raised his finger and said, "First order first. Don't fight." The angels began to protest pitifully when the hero said that the undead and angels were members of his family. Hamiel asked how this evil spirit could. Jikyu interrupted and asked to stop. He said that he was not asking the undead and angels to be friends. He said that they were colleagues and therefore there was no need to talk about each other in a bad manner. The Lick sharply turned to the angels when the hero said that if you think about it like that, the undead became the hero's subordinates earlier than the angels and therefore they are higher in level. The angels began to cry. The hero said that he did not ask to be treated as elders. The hero looked at the angels in bewilderment and asked why they were crying so much. The angels bowed and said that for them it was very shameful and embarrassing, but if the hero orders. The Lick began to tease the angels. Jikyu closed his eyes in irritation and asked the Lick not to add fuel to the fire, thinking that he seemed to be seeing the expression on the face of a skeleton. Jikyu drew attention to the voice of the old blacksmith that appeared. He turned to him. The hero looked up, and the old man's voice in his head laughed and asked, "What is this? Is it really telepathy?" The hero said that the old man is now also an ego. Brunhart shouted how unusual this was, and Lu objected, asking what was unusual. After all, the old man resurrected 2 months ago. Dickel asked what kind of noise happened. Jikyu smiled, laughed, and said that it was nothing special. He just said that there were some naughty ones. The Lick and the angels began to look around. Dickel stood, smiled, and asked if the hero could come to him. After all, he was finally able to do something. He said that he had repaired the sword. Jikyu looked at his reflection in the silver sword L. He looked at the sword in surprise. Lu said that Dickel did a good job. Brunhart said that it seemed to him that the sword became even more beautiful. Dickel was resting on the side and said that thanks to the debris that he brought, he was able to understand how to repair the sword. He added that even he himself was satisfied with the quality of the work. The hero smiled and thanked his grandfather. He asked how he could thank him. The old man exhaled and said what? He raised his hand and said that he owed the hero his life and only now he barely repaid the debt. In fact, he did everything he could with this sword and the rest depends on the hero. Jikyu looked at the sword with excitement. Dickel suggested starting immediately. The hero thought that it would be better, of course, to just start right now while the sensations were still there. Lu intervened and said that this was not bad, but first you need to prepare. Jikyu exclaimed. The demon said that these gates with dark magic are not entirely suitable for controlling life. He clarified that the gates only dispel the hero's sensations. The hero looked at the sword while Lu said that it would be better to choose a familiar place where the hero could concentrate. He suggested returning to the basement. He looked at Dickel and offered to go together. He readily responded and said that he also wanted to see how life returned to the sword. Lu said that this was a good choice. He said that together with the old man, he could immediately take action if there were problems with L. He pointed to the gloomy angels and asked to take them with him just in case. The demon suggested that they could help in managing life. Brunhart asked what he should do. Lu ordered him to sit still and this would be the best help from him. After a while, the heroes were already standing in the basement. Jikyu looked at the angels, addressed each one and said that they would have to wait if he had problems in order to act in this case. He pointed to the red ring and said to follow its instructions. He said that he had a terrible character, but he could be trusted. Excited, Anil put her hand on her chest and said that Lu had an ominous aura coming from her. They couldn't listen to that. Jikyu closed his eyes with displeasure and asked them to be patient for his sake. The angels timidly agreed. Behind him, Dickel chuckled. The hero turned to the laughing old man. He waved his hand, trembled all over and said not to pay attention to him. After all, he definitely doesn't laugh because of the words about his father. Jikyu frowned angrily. Brunhart asked what's wrong. He said that it looked very respectable. He asked if he could call the owner father. Lu jumped in and said that he was very lucky and had 2 fathers. Jikyu shouted and asked to decide on the ranks. He said that the word father is forbidden. The angels wanted to object, calling the hero father. They looked pitifully at the hero and said that he created them. How could they call him something else? They said it was very cruel. Jikyu grabbed the bridge of his nose and asked if they were Hong Gildong. Lu laughed and said there was some truth in that. The angels looked obediently at the hero while Lu said that they are new creatures who have no memory of the past, and in other words, they are truly the creations of the hero. Jikyu looked at the angels and asked to call him master. The angels agreed with difficulty, and after several attempts they began to call him master. Jikyu breathed out a sigh of relief and said that now. He looked seriously at the sword. He ordered everyone to get started. The hero remembered the special gates and said that such gates are gates in which the level constantly changes or a new structure appears. That is, gates that go beyond the ordinary. Jikyu looked up at the bright sky. He said that none of the players want to come here because of the danger and instability. He watched the air battle of unprecedented creatures and his calls. To him, it was just Brunhart fodder. The hero simply watched the battle of the creatures, and Brunhart was looking forward to a quick meal. The hero took a fighting stance and said that most people avoid fighting in the air. He covered himself in darkness using elemental darkness and said that he didn't think much of it. The hero took off. Wings of darkness protruded from his back as he fought the creatures in the air. Lu was surprised that the hero made wings from elemental darkness and now flies. He said that the hero uses skills much better than before. He asked Jikyu not to forget that all this was thanks to his growth and new elemental fusion skill. Jikyu looked forward with a dissatisfied face and said okay. He said that the demon is just a genius and praising himself for his merits. He said stop talking. The hero was surrounded by many hostile griffins. The hero said that the owner cannot idle while his subordinates fight. He grabbed Lu, smiled and said forward. The griffins flew to attack him. The hero began to maneuver between the creatures at a great height. Red cuts were in the air. The dead griffins fell to the ground with blood spurting out. A huge red beam hit the ground. There was a pile of small blue crystals on the ground. The hero stood in the middle of the crevice, his wings evaporated, and blue crystals rained down on him from above. He looked at his hand in surprise. He clenched his fist and said that his left hand seemed to be missing something. Jikyu was silent. Lu said that you need to get used to it. Elle landed behind her. Jikyu turned around. Elle said that she had brought the gatekeeper's equipment. Elle stood on a huge severed head. She looked like a little girl with bright blue eyes. Jikyu smiled at her. He said welcome back to Elle. The girl and the hero looked at each other. The hero remembered how worried he was when he held the sword in his hands. He said that the return of Elle, which he tried to accomplish 2 months ago, it ended successfully, which came as a surprise to the hero. He remembered how he held the sword in his hands and heard her voice asking the owner how it happened. Jiryo said that she was first reborn in the sword. Then the sword glowed yellow. Jikyu then covered himself from such a bright light. Everyone looked at what was happening in shock. The system window reported that the acquiring flesh skill was activated. The hero did not think then that the girl would also be able to acquire flesh. The angel smiled sweetly, looking at the hero. Jikyu smiled, and Lu sparkled joyfully through his glove. Elle began to glow, only the silhouette remained visible. She flashed lightning and turned into a sword. She extended a stream of energy into the ring. Jikyu said that Elle can still take the form of a sword, but since she also acquired flesh, the hero wanted to make her freer. He looked at his hand with a smile and asked how Elle's body was. Isn't she already used to it? Elle replied that she could not yet maintain this state for a very long time. She asked for forgiveness for showing such a weak side of herself. Brunhart said Elle is very beautiful. Lu sarcastically asked what he liked about this traitor. Jikyu closed his eyes in displeasure and asked Lu to stop. Elle began to ask the hero for forgiveness for what happened. The hero said that enough was enough for her too. He looked at the griffin's huge head and said that the time it took to maintain the flesh and its youthful appearance meant that the angel still needed to work on it. The hero called up the system window and said that this was it after all. The window displayed Elb's first progress and the guy said that everything could be solved through progress. He looked thoughtfully at the window and thought that the one soul that became the ego is Chael, as in the case of Lu, he just can't use it. He remembered Kaelmont and the king's evil eye and said that if you restore their fragments, just like it was with Grandpa, it will work out. He said that now he is still missing one element. The hero removed the system window and said that he could get it if he hunted. He said that the real problem was the sacred sword. Jikyu thought of 3 angels and imagined each one, realizing that he could not sacrifice them. Elle turned to the owner. Lu interrupted her and said that if they found out what thoughts were in the hero's head, they would definitely cry. Jikyu frowned and said that he knew so. He introduced a player who has 100 swords. He looked back. The angels and the Lick knelt down and reported that they had completed the task. The undead and angels bowed to the hero and called him a great master. Jikyu smiled and praised his subordinates, asking what was wrong with the crystals. The Lick imagined skeletons walking across the field and collecting crystals, which he informed the hero about. He said that if the hero opens the gate, they will put everything there. The hero opened a gate in the ground. He waved with a smile and sent everyone to help collect the crystals, saying that he was sorry to waste time. Everyone responded instantly. He again approached the head of the griffin and asked him to quickly collect everything here. The hero called up the system window with a smile, saying that he still needed to absorb the gate. The system window asked if the hero wanted to absorb the gate. While the hero was bringing Elle back to life, an unusual gate appeared in Korea. He would like to devour everything, but 2 of them showed signs of rupture, so they had to be given over to another guild. He remembered the people with shields at the exploding gate and said that given past experience, when there was a big commotion during the establishment of communication with the gate, this time the hero cleaned up without witnesses, using his powers as a mercenary. He thought about Sunghyun, so the hero was able to successfully carry out the takeover without any problems. Jikyu stood in front of the system window in the middle of the night. He said that, naturally, everything did not end with the takeover. The system window showed that the hero's dominance was 0%. He said that just like with the undead, he needed to increase his level of control by destroying the monsters. He remembered how the angels fought with the griffins. I remembered how the Lick fought, how the drafts fought, how it all looked from the outside while he was calmly drinking tea. He said that to be honest, he didn't do much. The system window showed that Jikyu's dominance was 100%. He smiled, asking if everything had finally worked out. the window began to disappear. The hero was left alone in the middle of a gloomy forest. Something blue began to appear in the air. Blocks began to fall to the ground. Dark clouds were approaching. The evening sun shone through some of the gaps. The griffin flew above the ground, flapping its huge wings. Brunhart said it was a lot more spacious and Elle said it was pretty picturesque. Lou said he liked it better before. The hero stood and looked at the angels and undead and said that Lou's preferences did not particularly interest him. He said that since he was done with decorating the gate, then there was only one thing left. The system window required to appoint a deputy manager. The hero looked at his surroundings and said that he needed to choose a deputy manager. Brunhart responded, and Lou called him stupid because he is the gate. Jikyu thought about it. The first candidate is Hamiel. He was the first to receive a name, so he was considered the eldest among the angels. Hamiel eagerly stepped forward, putting his hand on his chest and said to entrust this matter to him. He said that he would devote his life to this and do everything that the hero orders. The second candidate is Duraham. With the development of the gate, his intelligence increased and he began to speak. He held his head and addressed the hero as a great master. He said just one word and he will carry out any order. A huge shadow of a bird hung over the heroes. Jikyu looked up. A giant bird flew towards him. She landed in front of the crowd. The Griffin King looked at the hero proudly. He was the new keeper of the absorbed gate. His eye suddenly glowed orange. Jikyu looked at the griffin in fear. The griffin bowed and began to stroke the hero with love. Jikyu embarrassedly said that he would play with him a little later. He smiled and thought that he had no charisma. The hero thought that the griffin had a slight problem in communication. If he flapped his wings, the gate could turn into a solid bird's mark. The hero looked forward and mentally said that he could only choose from these two. The M. Rancho Lick sat on an elevated throne. He laughed slyly. He looked at his surroundings and thought that whoever became the deputy would be inferior to him. Durahan was already his subordinate, and if an angel became the deputy, it would also look good. The Lick smiled and thought that any of the options would be beneficial to him. There was an incredible sunset at the gates. The islands were floating in the air. The angel stood on the edge of the cliff with the Lick. The Lick looked down thoughtfully. Hamiel looked forward and asked the skeleton not to be upset, because this is the owner's choice. The Lick turned around and looked at the angel. He drooped. Angel said that he became a deputy, which is also good. Lick Hart was demoted to the level of deputy manager. Jichel is appointed as the gate manager. The old man smiled and asked the hero to trust him. He said that he had an interest in construction and management. Lou asked if it was against the rules to choose a person who wasn't even a candidate. Jikyu said no, and he also didn't know that Grandpa could become one. Elle said she thought he was right for the job. Brunhart called Dad the best. Night, a special gate has appeared in Korea. Iron Shield looked at the phone and said that he couldn't even believe it. He asked, "Is it really possible to create a gate wherever you want?" He looked to the side and asked who he was. He turned to Los. A man in a dark jacket sat opposite and smiled. He smiled and asked what kind of boring question. He said that it was enough that they understood each other. The Shield agreed and asked for forgiveness. He lit a cigarette and thought that it didn't matter who he was. The main thing now was that he could help him. For the sake of revenge, he is ready to enter into an agreement even with the devil himself. The Shield exhaled smoke. Los said that it was too early for him to be surprised. Los sat back and said that until now it had only been an appetizer to the main course. Los smiled insidiously and said that the most interesting thing would begin right now. Inside the gate, there are leafless trees all around. A group of guys were erecting a temporary tent. In the tent, Dikal opened a huge holographic map of the gate. Jikyu put his hand to his chin in surprise, asking if it was even possible, to which the old man, folding his arms on his chest, answered contentedly that he found out about this when he became the manager. Inspecting the entire map, Dikal said that the changes in the basic environment inside the gate are such, which Jikyu are already known, adding that among the new gates it connected with the environment of the already existing ones. If we talk about features, the old man added, pointing his finger at the edge of the map, 3 mines appeared along the edges of the gate. Imagining how skeletons were working in these mines, Dikal said that there were crystals and rare materials in these caves, noting that this was a great success for himself because he would be able to create without much expense. Putting his hand to his chin, he thought, and said that in these gates too much space was wasted just like that. Jikyu was slightly surprised. Pointing to a certain place on the map, Dikal told the main character that he himself had probably already seen that apart from the pyramids there was no particular use for this space, after which he asked whether Jikyu would sell it or leave it. After that, he folded his hands on his chest with displeasure and said that even the pyramid was only like that on the outside, but inside there was some kind of horror, adding that it would be necessary to take care of it. Seeing the old man's dissatisfaction, Jikyu grinned and said that in reality Rogers would do all this. Dikal raised his head up and dreamily said that it would be nice to build a normal stronghold and not this tent. After thinking a little, he added that he still needed to make a prison and a hunting field. Hearing such requests, Jikyu asked in surprise what kind of hunting field and what kind of prison. Having introduced all of Jikyu's enemies, Dikal asked him what he planned to do with them, adding that he was not talking about introducing a constitution or punishment for the bad guys, but Jikyu couldn't kill them every time. Imagining how the punished person was dragging a huge stone block behind him, Dikal added that such people need to be punished and re-educated, remembering that, unlike Rogers, who lost his power, it is impossible to control everyone, and therefore a place is needed to imprison them. Hearing this explanation, Jikyu thoughtfully put his finger to his chin. It has been reported that there are rumors in the world that speak of a prison for especially dangerous red players called Gehenna. Jikyu introduced it. It was a huge hole, enveloping everyone unwanted in chains, and then pulling them into itself. It was reported that this is the most nightmarish prison, and it is located inside the Eternal Gate. Removing his hand from his chin, Jikyu thought that this might not even be a rumor, after which he said that he understood about the prison, immediately after that asking about the hunting field. Extending his hand with his index finger, Dikal explained that the advantage of these gates is that monsters appear here for free, saying after that, of course, they can continue to be used as soldiers, but this way they do not use their full potential. Dikal continued to explain that this field could be made available for the protagonist's friends to hunt there, and they would receive payment for it, and thus they would kill two birds with one stone. Immediately, Jikyu remembered the words of one of the workers, proposing to use monsters for training. Dikal immediately interrupted Jikyu's thoughts, noting that he was not proposing to solve this right now, he just wanted to gradually put everything in order here. Hearing their conversations, the skeleton sitting not far from them was terrified. Jikyu imagined in his head many skeletons of different classes. He said in his head that the gates became stronger and with them the monsters. And more, he thought excitedly in his head. Sweat was running down his cheek and there was thoughtfulness and excitement in his eyes. There are even more Darkans, the main character finished, looking at the many similar Darkans in front of him. Standing with his hands in his pockets, he asked in confusion which of them all was the real Darkan. Immediately Brunhart was heard saying that all the knights on horseback were exactly the same. Lu immediately added that they had no personality. Suddenly one of the Darkans, raising his spear upward, announced that he was real. Thoughtfully putting his hand to his chin, Jikyu thought about it and said that the real Darkan should be given a name. Immediately Lu mockingly said that Jikyu was pretending to think, but in fact he would come up with a name in less than a minute. Having come up with a name, the main character pointed his finger at the real one and said that his name would be Call. Lu immediately mockingly told everyone to look at Jikyu. Brunhart immediately said that this was a very good name. Suddenly the helmet in Darkan's hand began to shine. He said, "Thank you." Jikyu did not understand what was happening. "Thank you, master," said Call. Suddenly he released his head from his hands and it flew into the air, connecting with the blue flames from his head. After a few seconds, the knight's helmet joined the armor. Now it was a huge black knight on horseback, shrouded in strong energy. Immediately, a notification appeared in front of Jikyu that a connection had been established with the demon Death Knight. Immediately after it, another notification appeared, which announced that a knightly order had been formed. Demon, the main character, asked in surprise, looking at how Call got off his horse. Immediately Call bent his knee. All the Darkans and Call knelt before their master, saying that they would serve him faithfully. Jikyu was more confused than before. In his head he asked himself if this time he had also created a demon. Lu's voice was heard asking the main character what he had done. Jikyu, with a drop of sweat on his face, without taking his eyes off the demon, told Lu that he didn't know. Lu immediately said that this would not work and that we needed to find out what happened. Immediately after these words, the ring on Jikyu's hand began to glow. Lu told the main character to try using the demon's eye. "Demon eye?" Jikyu asked in surprise and confusion. Suddenly, both of his eyes lit up with a purple light. He looked at Call's squad and said to himself that with the help of the demon's eye he could see the entity. In a little more detail, he added, seeing the symbol above Hal's head. Suddenly blood began to drip onto the ground. Brunhart asked in horror if it was blood. Lu realized that the matter was not clear and shouted to awaken the owner. Blood was pouring from the main character's nose. There was horror in his eyes from what he saw. He could not come to his senses. When suddenly he grabbed his nose, holding back the blood. "Really?" Jikyu said heavily, looking at the hand of blood. When suddenly his legs lost balance. Jikyu began to lose consciousness, falling backwards. Jikyu's feet left the ground and he hung in the air. Lu said that if you poke him with your finger, he will immediately fall. Call and everyone else also noticed something was wrong with the owner. Suddenly, the hand on which El's ring was wrapped was enveloped in her energy. El immediately appeared at Jikyu's body, begging him to wake up. "Hey," Call's voice was heard. An army of knights immediately rushed to the owner. Brunhart shouted excitedly that Jikyu couldn't just die. At this time, Lu said very calmly that everyone was just making a fuss here. Don't be afraid, he just wanted to tell Lu, but didn't have time. L interrupted him, saying with complete seriousness that Jiku needed to be moved to a safe place. What? Lu asked in surprise. Immediately the voice of Call was heard, in whose eyes there was a fire. He said that no one would listen to some angel, adding that this time they would have to agree with him. Lu shouted in confusion what they were even talking about. Call shouted to the squad to help their master. At that same second, L, along with Jiku's body, soared into the air, flying away. Mounting their horses, Hal and the knights rushed in pursuit of L, who quickly flew away. What an ambush, Lu said displeasedly. They rushed towards the tent, creating columns of dust behind them. Time has passed. Jiku woke up on the bed in horror. Where am I? He asked, looking at the ceiling. L immediately appeared next to him. With a kind smile and warmth in her eyes, she said that he was in a temporary tent. Brunhart shouted joyfully that the owner had woken up. L, Jiku asked in surprise, seeing the angel in front of him. Trying to raise his hand, he said excitedly that he couldn't move. At that same second, the blade of Lu appeared next to him, who said that this was not surprising, because Jiku had been unconscious for a whole week. The surprised main character, looking at the blade, asked Lu if he could really stand, to which he replied, naturally, there was simply no reason for this. Hearing this, Jiku said displeasedly that there were a lot of reasons. Suddenly it dawned on him. Horror appeared in his eyes. He asked in fear whether he really had been lying there for a week, after which he asked what had happened. It's simple, Lu answered. Standing in front of the owner, the balance between death and life was disrupted. Continuing to explain, Lu reminded Jiku of the moment when the source of life burst the last time, after which he said that its fragment remained inside. Then he added that when the main character activated the eye of the demon, part of the source of life collided with the power of death. Rising heavily from the bed, Jiku grabbed his head and said that he felt as if a bomb had exploded inside him. Lu immediately said that this is exactly what happened in practice. After thinking a little, Lu added that now he was able to find a balance. Wait, Jiku suddenly said sharply, continuing to hold his head. Inexplicable horror appeared in his eyes again. What is this? The main character asked in confusion, seeing that there were squads of undead around his bed. Lu immediately explained, pointing to Hal, who was standing by, that while Jiku was unconscious, a detachment of knights guarded him without even moving. Call, noticing the owner's awakening, excitedly asked if everything was okay. Suddenly Brunhart's satisfied voice was heard, saying that he had ordered the undead to also guard the owner. Al, pointing to the angels who sang prayers with tears on their knees, said that they too were doing a duty. Jiku was very confused when he saw such care, after which he thanked everyone and asked where the bed came from. Pulling off the sheet, he saw griffin feathers underneath. Jiku was shocked by this and a cold drop of sweat ran down his cheek. In his head he asked himself, what happened here while he was lying there? These are the three main points, Lu said, looking at the main character. First, he introduced Jiku, in which a flame ignited in the center of his body, and said that death and life were activated in the protagonist's body. The second, remembering how his master lay passed out, Lu said that Jiku lay unconscious for a week, and during this time two forces inside him found a balance. And the third, said Lu, seeing Jiku looking at him ridiculously, pointing to the armies around the master, he said that all this was the result of the fuss caused by Jiku's subordinates. Putting his hand to his head and exhaling heavily, the main character thanked everyone for their concern. How he, waving his hand, shouted, ordering everyone to leave, because it was difficult for him to draw when everyone was crowding here. Lu immediately asked what this meant. Jiku replied that he didn't need to know. After a few seconds, the huge squads disappeared, leaving behind columns of dust in the distance. Only the main character and his artifacts remained in the tent. Jiku, sitting on the bed and resting his head on his hand, said that he briefly understood everything, after which he asked Lu to explain everything in more detail, to which Lu replied that everything he had just said was all. Hesitating a little, Lu added that if we talk about the specifics, he is a little worried about the location of some of the fragments. Worry? Jiku asked in surprise, looking at the blade. Immediately Lu, continuing to stand on the owner's bed, said that it was better for him to look for himself using the eye of the demon. A little scared, Jiku asked if he would get together again. Lu sharply replied that he should try, adding that this would not happen. Okay, the main character said heavily, closing his eyes. Immediately opening them, they lit up with a purple light. Looking in front of him, he looked questioningly at Lu, who also looked at him. Jiku said he didn't see anything unusual. Lu, without moving from his place, explained that it was because he could not see his face, telling him to ask Elle to show his face through the sword. Jiku extended his hand to Elle and asked to show her. She gave her hand to the main character, after which her power enveloped their hands. She turned into a sword. What has changed there? The main character asked incomprehensibly, looking at his reflection in the sword. Suddenly it dawned on him. He was very surprised by what he saw. Brunhart cried out in surprise as one eye turned gray. The main character's left eye was gray. The sun was setting behind the horizon. Evening was coming. It was reported that the demon's eye changing color is not such a serious problem, but neither Lu nor El know anything about it, so Jikyu decided to observe. The main character, with contempt in his eyes, asked, "So what?" Rogers was kneeling in front of him, bowing at his feet. Jikyu asked him what he wanted to talk to him about. Without rising from his knees, Rogers asked in a trembling and quiet voice to give him a chance to take revenge on the Iron Shield. Suddenly, with a crazy smile on his face and shaking hands, Rogers added. Jikyu looked emotionlessly at the prisoner, saying in his head that it seemed that Hart had done everything as planned, because all the anger that Rogers had was now directed against the Iron Shield. However, he said as he approached the prisoner. After thinking for a while, Jikyu asked what Rogers could do for them. Hearing this, the smile disappeared from his face and he raised his head slightly. Jumping up from his seat, Rogers, on his knees, began to cling to Jikyu's clothes as he spoke. That he needs to level up again. There was horror in his eyes. He smiled absurdly, saying that he had already become stronger once, so the second time would be easier, adding that he would even become stronger than before. Suddenly, the main character grabbed Rogers by the head, saying that he could not become stronger. Hearing this, Rogers looked at Jikyu in surprise. In the eyes of the main character there was hatred and contempt for his interlocutor. He said that even if he hunts, his strength will not return to him, because Rogers can no longer raise the level. Jikyu's eye glowed purple. "Now I understand," the main character said in his head. Using the demon's eye, he saw that Rogers' cup was already broken. Jikyu saw the broken body of his interlocutor. In his head he said it was a wonder he hadn't died yet. "I know," Rogers suddenly said quietly. Jikyu looked at him coldly. His face broke into a crazy and ridiculous smile. There was fear and misunderstanding in his eyes. Rogers said that he knew about all the dirty deeds that the Iron Shield had done, adding that he had information that was quite capable of helping Jikyu destroy the Iron Shield. Hearing this, the main character let go of Rogers' head, throwing him to the ground. Jikyu immediately asked how he could trust him. Rogers, sitting on the ground, began to think. Finding no evidence, he lowered his head sadly. Jikyu turned away and looked at him, waiting for an answer. Suddenly, he said that he would give Rogers a chance and he could do anything. Hearing this, surprise appeared in his eyes. He immediately jumped up, folded his hands and with a wide smile on his face said that Jikyu ordered whatever he wanted. Suddenly a blow struck his neck. Blood sprayed out, Rogers' eyes lost life, and he himself did not understand what had happened. It was reported that the cannibalism skill had been activated. Juki stood in front of the portal. Lu's voice was heard, saying that it was necessary to immediately use the cannibalism skill, to which the main character said that it was important to arouse anger in Rogers. Even when he obeys his orders as an ego, he will be more useful if he has his own goal. And what's more important, after thinking, Jikyu added, without leaving the portal, "I think the most important thing is not right now." Suddenly, next to the main character, Call, putting his hand to his chest, happily said that their task was to serve the Great Master, and that they would always protect him. On the other hand, the angels, putting their hand to their chest, swore and shouted that wherever the owner went, they would be with him, asking him to allow them to accompany him. "Are they crazy?" Jikyu asked in surprise, turning to the entire meeting behind him, and then asked if they really offered to walk with them outside as well. Hearing this, Call, spreading his arms, screamed in horror, that if they cannot guard the Great Master, then their existence has no purpose, to which the angels also shouted with outstretched arms that they would lay down their lives and protect Jikyu. Having tiredly put his hand to his face, the main character with a drop of sweat on his cheek asked displeasedly whether they were all really competing to see who would bore him the most. Immediately Lu's voice was heard, sarcastically asking if he wasn't pleased, adding that at least they wouldn't betray him. Looking askance at the assembled people, he was thinking in his head and asking how to convince them all when he suddenly understood. Extending his hand with his index finger, Jikyu asked if they really didn't trust El and Lu. Hal and the angels were at a loss, not knowing what to say. With a malicious smile, the main character pointed to the rings on his hand and said that Lu and El were already guarding him, and it seemed that all the soldiers did not believe in their strength. Immediately Call, covered with sweat from the inside, tried to justify himself in a shaking voice. It was reported that Call does not fully know who Lu is, but for some reason he is afraid of him. The angels also, sadly lowering their heads, covered with cold drops of sweat, said that this was not what they meant. It was reported that the representative of the angels knows who El is, but is afraid to meet face to face. Islands were floating in the sky, illuminated by the sun. Hal's voice was heard in the air, asking for forgiveness for their bad manners. The representative of the angels said that they simply did not think. Immediately Lu's voice was heard, contentedly saying that this is power. Afterwards, El said that everything belongs to the owner. Time has passed. The sky was covered with clouds from which snow was falling. Jikyu went outside, holding his hand out in front of him and looking at the sky. Immediately Brunhart's voice was heard, joyfully shouting that something white was falling from the sky. "Winter has come," El said. Without removing his hand, looking at the falling snowflakes, Jikyu said that recently he was stuck in the basement for a week or more, adding that he felt like the seasons were changing with a click. Lu immediately said that it would be cool if they sometimes went out and met people. Jikyu asked displeasedly whether he really thought he was a hikikomori. Trembling, the main character grabbed his hands, saying that it was a little cold, he needed to quickly go back into the house. Legs appeared nearby. Long time no see, a voice was heard from the side. Jikyu looked in that direction in surprise. It was Yujiang and B was in her arms. She said with a smile on her face that B suddenly became somewhat restless. It turns out it was because Jikyu went outside. Taking a closer look at the happy B, L said that they had not seen each other for a long time, adding that he had become just like a dog. The main character stroked the joyful B, to which Yujiang told him to appear more often. Juki apologized, saying that he just had things to do. Yujiang had a joyful smile on her face, holding it out to B and saying that he still came out on the right date. Taking B, who was wagging his tail contentedly, into his arms, Jikyu asked what number the girl was talking about. Yujin was surprised and asked if that was not why the main character came out. Today is Christmas, she added. Jikyu, stroking B in his arms, was very surprised by what he heard. Today, he asked, looking around and seeing how everything around was frozen and covered with snow. Jikyu's phone contained messages from Yubin, who wrote that he seemed to be very busy lately. The next message from her was on the 25th, in which it was written whether Jikyu had time today. It was freezing outside, everything was covered with snow and ice. The sister asked her brother, who was drinking water with a towel around his neck, if he really didn't have a girl to go out with on Christmas Day. Having put away the glass, he said displeasedly, "What, you don't hear from your younger sister?" After which he asked if she had anyone. Yujiang, pointing her finger at herself, said she was still a schoolgirl, adding that the most important thing for her now is studying. Jikyu said in confusion that his sister had already passed the exam. After thinking for a while, he told Yujiang that Christmas should be celebrated with family. Hearing this, Yujiang slapped herself in the face, saying that's what all singles say. After that, she, pointing her finger at the door, said displeasedly that she was going to meet with friends, adding that her mother also had plans, saying that Jikyu should also go on a date with someone, asking afterwards if he really didn't have a single girl he knew he is not there. After thinking a little, Jikyu said with a squeeze that there was one, adding that she even wrote to him. Horror and surprise filled Yujiang's eyes. The main character displeasedly asked why she had such a displeased expression on her face. Yujiang said with a downcast face that she thought her brother only answered yes or no to messages. Jikyu looked away in confusion, asking what she was talking about. In his head, he wondered in surprise how Yujiang knew. Brunhard immediately said that this was right on point. Lu added that this is family. Taking the towel around her neck, Jikyu excitedly told her to go about her business and he would sort out his. "Can you handle it?" Yujiang asked. The main character sadly lowered his head, thinking about Christmas. In his head, he said he didn't even remember the last time he celebrated it. A few minutes later, there was a correspondence on his phone with Yubin, where he made an appointment for her at Gangnam Station at 4 o'clock. As he was about to open the door and go outside, Jikyu said that he would be back soon. Suddenly, he was stopped by Yujiang. He turned to her, asking what was wrong. The sister, standing in the hallway, displeasedly asked her brother if he was really going to go out dressed like that. Jikyu looked at her in confusion. Yujiang exhaled heavily. "Follow me," she told the main character. After some time, Jikyu was already at the station, next to a huge decorated Christmas tree. Looking at the phone and looking around, the main character asked himself if he was late. Remembering how Yujiang dressed him up, he said heavily that she was the reason he was almost late. Suddenly, Yubin called out from behind him. She said with a smile on her face that it was indeed Jikyeon. "Long time no see," she said warmly with kindness in her eyes. Brunhard immediately shouted with joy, saying that Yubin was incredibly beautiful. Turning around and seeing his companion, Jikyu blushed. Lu immediately informed the main character that his face had turned red. L, having connected, said that it was probably due to the bad weather. Jikyeon, putting his hands in his pockets, turned to her with a smile on his face and said that after he lost consciousness in front of the association building, they were seeing each other for the first time, after which he thanked Yubin for helping him then. Yubin warmly replied that everything was fine. Jikyu had called her several times. Hearing such words from the owner, El excitedly asked about what had happened, to which Lu told El not to talk about it. Yubin pointed to the side and suggested that they go to the mall first. "Come on," Jikyu replied. They walked together towards the shopping center. The main character apologized to Yubin for making him waste time on his business, to which the girl said that she was grateful that the main character came. Immediately, Lu told El that Yubin was somehow difficult, so she had to be careful. Brunhard immediately said that she seemed good to him. El, hearing their conversations, asked Lu to be quieter. After some time, they came to a shopping center. The elevator went up to the 13th floor. Coming out of it, Jikyu looked back and was very surprised. They were near the jewelry stands. Approaching the stand, Jiku looked at the decorations in surprise. Yubin said that this is a VIP area. It can be used not only by special clients, but also by rankers. The main character responded in surprise that he didn't know this, after which he asked if these were all objects. Yubin immediately answered yes, adding that all of this could be used by ordinary people. Jiku, seeing his reflection in the window, was very surprised. He remembered his mother lying helpless on the bed and said that after she drank that elixir, she began to use objects, although usually non-gamers cannot do this. Looking at the amulet, he said that, as an exception, items appeared that ordinary people could use, and if he gave such an amulet to his mother, then it will act as a protective talisman. Iki lowered his head sadly and said that it was difficult to acquire even at auctions. Yubin, noticing that her companion was worried, said that this is why the price is rather high. Jiki, with a smile on his face, turned to the girl and said that he did not care about the price because he himself asked her to advise what to give, adding that he was grateful to her. Looking at the display again, Jiku wondered what to choose, saying that he didn't think Yujiang would like clothes with a high level of protection. Lu immediately said that trends are very important now. Then he heard the voice of Yubin, who walked not far away, pointed to a nearby jewelry display and said that she would advise him to do this. Horse, Jiku said, looking at the logo on the wall. Leaning over the display case, he asked if Horse was a well-known brand. Yes, Yubin said, walking towards him, adding that in general they produce only a few products a year, but recently the number has increased sharply. After thinking a little, she said that the quality looked a little worse than those items, but the price was much lower. Jiku thought about it while choosing a piece of jewelry. When suddenly a drop of sweat ran down his face, he realized that this was some kind of familiar feeling. Lu immediately said that most likely the owner was right. Brunhard immediately said that she seemed to know. The main character rushed between two shop windows, choosing what to buy. Lu immediately said that all these were the products of that old man. Jiku presented Dikali with money cannons in his hands and wearing a gold suit. In his head he said that all this time he was thinking, where did this old man get the money from? If he stopped making weapons, it turns out he was doing a part-time job. Then Dikal was constantly busy with something after repairing L. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Yubin appearing from behind him, asking if Jiku had chosen something. The surprised main character turned to her and said yes, after which he thanked his interlocutor. After hesitating a little, Jiku said that he would treat Yubin to dinner. It was already evening outside. The couple was in a restaurant. There was delicious food on their table. Surprised, Yubin took pictures of the dishes on her phone, asking if Jiku comes here often, to which he replied that not so often, just a friend suggested this place. Carefully cutting off a piece of meat, Jiku said that you need to look at the taste. After these words, he ate the cut piece. A satisfied smile immediately appeared on his face. He said that it turned out very tasty, adding that next time he would have to come here with his mother and sister. After a while, Yubin finished the drink from her glass. There was no longer food on the table. Suddenly, Yubin asked the main character what his hobby was. Surprised, Jiku asked her again. He put his hand to his chin, looked at the ceiling and thought, saying that he had never even thought about it. After thinking for a while, Yubin asked if Jiku had a favorite movie. Looking out the window at the people on the street, the main character quietly said that he had not watched films for a long time. And Yubin immediately asked the music, to which Jiku replied that he didn't even know what songs were playing now. Scratching his cheek in confusion, the main character apologized, saying that he felt somehow uncomfortable because all the questions had such boring answers. Yubin waved her hands and said that was not the case. She lowered her head sadly, twirling a lock of hair in her head, and said that she had the feeling that Jiku had no personal time of his own. The main character, with a fork in his mouth, looked mysteriously at his interlocutor. Yubin immediately blushed, after which she patted herself on the face, embarrassedly shouting that it was probably the wine that had gone to her head, and apologized for minding her own business. Suddenly Lu's voice was heard saying that Yubin was very meticulous. Jiku looked in surprise at the glowing ring on his hand. Lu continued to say that Jiku couldn't be said to live like a normal person. You don't have your time, Lu continued. The ring on my index finger continued to burn. After thinking a little, Lu added that to be more precise, the main character does not have his own life. What are you doing for yourself? Lu asked with complete seriousness. Revenge, he asked, imagining the owner, who with a crazy smile on his face killed all his enemies, is just a discharge of energy, Lu continued. Becoming strong, he asked, is it for the safety of the family? Lu answered his own question. How are you today? He asked the owner. Jiku looked at him in surprise, without saying anything. And not just today, Lu continued, asking if the owner had ever done anything for his own sake. Jiku lowered his head sadly, saying to himself that he seemed to understand what Lu was talking about. He remembered the time when he did not yet have such strength, when he still rode around on a scooter. In those days, he had to take care of his mother and sister alone. Jikyu said that he probably had some desires, something that he wanted to do, and then said that he had to forget about them. That's how he was able to survive. He remembered the first time he picked up L and Lu's sword. That's when he gained strength. A passage flashed into Jikyu's mind where he killed the floor guardian. Because of this strength, he rose out of poverty. Not far from him, a family was sitting at the table enjoying a delicious meal. Jikyu said in his head that it seemed to him that he had solved many problems, but what he once abandoned does not easily return. Out of the corner of his eye, Jikyu continued to watch the happy family. Elle suddenly apologized, saying that she hadn't even thought about it. Lu interrupted her, asking why she was apologizing, because people have so many problems. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Yubin, flushed with embarrassment and shame, waving her hands and telling the main character not to think about her words. She made excuses that earlier Jikyu had talked a little about himself, and the alcohol had also gone to her head, and she herself did not notice how it escaped her. "Thank you," suddenly came from Jikyu's lips. Yubin was surprised when she heard this. "What?" she asked, confused. The main character had a warm smile on his face. There was warmth and kindness in Jikyu's eyes, and he thanked Yubin for her concern. Hearing this, the girl was very embarrassed, which made her blush all over. Scratching her cheek in confusion, she looked away. Pursing her lips, she gathered her strength. "Listen, Jikyu," Yubin turned to him. Turning sharply to him, she excitedly asked if he wanted to go to the movies with her when he had time. Screams were suddenly heard from the street. They both jumped up from their seats and turned around. Cries for help could be heard from the street. Looking out into the street, Jikyu saw broken cars and dead people on the road. This was the gate, the main character immediately realized. Also unusual, he said in his head. In the very center of the city, a special gate opened on the road. Huge strong energy emanated from them. People around the gate lay unconscious. There was devastation all around. The crowd stood in front of the portal. People were talking among themselves about whether their salvation was over and what was happening on Christmas. Yubin folded her palms in front of her and asked if this was a special gate, to which Jikyu replied that most likely. He looked at the men standing in front of the gate and thought that the appearance of a gate in the center of the city was not such a rare occurrence. But until now there had been no cases of people losing consciousness because of it. He remembered how he and Yubin had recently carried people in their arms and thought that it was good that the association was nearby and they arrived quickly, and there were a lot of players nearby, so they were able to quickly provide help. One of the association men turned to the players and thanked them for their assistance, and also said that they would draw who would get the chance to clear the gate. He asked everyone who wanted to participate in the drawing to come up, to which Jikyu looked at his watch and asked if the rankers had to be present in person since they automatically become participants in the drawing. To which Yubin replied, looking at the guy, that this was so, besides he had already told the association staff his identity, and then asked if he wanted to return home. She looked at his hand, where the watch was visible from under the glove, and heard that Jikyu said that he wanted to return home, and his relatives would worry, and besides, the battery on the phone was running low. He pulled his glove over his watch, and Yubin had time to think that because of the gloves, she didn't notice that he had a rather old watch on his hand. She looked at the smiling Jikyu and thought that the watch did not look like an object, maybe it was just a valuable thing, and at this time Jikyu asked if they could call it a night. Yubin waved her hand to the side and said that it was time for her to go back too, and wondered to herself if it would be okay if she asked. She turned to the man with a smile on her face and was about to ask a question when someone called out to Jikyu, and he recognized Sung-hoon and immediately asked what it was. Sung-hoon was dressed in a deer costume, to which Brunhart commented that he was cute, and Lu said that the guy was becoming more and more interesting, at which time Sung-hoon himself waved his hand in greeting and wished him a Merry Christmas. Jikyu said that he had a day off today, so why is he dressed like that? To which Sung-hoon exhaled and replied that due to an emergency call, he did not have time to change clothes. He said that now they seemed to have sorted out the situation, so he would see what was what and go home, to which Yubin and Jikyu laughed awkwardly and noticed that he had a hard time. Sung-hoon coughed into his fist and prepared to say something. He leaned over to Jikyu and whispered that since he went on a date on such a day, he was quite good, to which Jikyu objected that this was not a date. Lu immediately noticed that Elle was smiling and didn't even say anything. Brunhart immediately asked what with Elle, to which she simply remained silent. Sung-hoon looked at the lantern and said that it was just a joke, but let Jikyu be careful. Yubin was walking next to Jikyu when she asked if this was the person who was entrusted with leading the battle of the rankers, since she saw him when Jikyu lost consciousness and it seems that they are very close. Jikyu smiled and said that it was something like that, since they communicate a lot at work. Yubin asked if he would go straight home, to which Jikyu rubbed his chin and said that first he needed to go back to the store to get some groceries that he had left there and thought he needed to buy a small cake. Yubin said that she could recommend a place, but thought to herself that she would ask about the watch the next time someone ran after it. Jikyu called out and he and Yubin turned around. Sung-hoon stopped, out of breath, and asked why Jikyu's phone was turned off, to which he replied that the battery had run out and had something really happened again. Sung-hoon raised his head and said that the gate level evaluation result had come out. Jikyu took a step towards Sung-hoon and asked that he ran here as fast as he could to tell him and if there was an S rank there. Jikyu was very surprised when Sung-hoon said that the assessment was impossible because rank could not be assessed. Branded bags seemed to be cast in gold. Yoo-jeong and his mother looked at them with admiration. The girl pressed the package to herself and asked if Jikyu was really giving this to her, to which he did not understand what kind of strange manner of speech it was, and Yoo-jeong replied that the organ responsible for speech was paralyzed from excitement. Mom put her hand to her lips and said that it was very expensive, and that Teskik also gave her such a gift from this brand, because of this she was so uncomfortable. To which Jikyu replied that she simply thanked him and invited him to dinner since he will like it, and in the meantime he will change into home clothes. Jikyu walked to the door and grabbed the handle. Already in the room, he leaned against the door. He was thinking about a gate whose rank could not be determined, which meant that its level was higher than S rank. Jikyu thought about the mountain of skulls and how there were few such cases, but every time such a gate claimed the lives of many players. He lowered his head and thought that, moreover, this was a special gate, the level of danger of which was not even worth talking about. Jikyu recalled the latest events, since the magical power that poured out of the gate at the very beginning was different from other gates. But then he did not feel anything special. Lu chuckled, and Jikyu immediately perked up and asked if he knew anything. Lu said that there are some assumptions, but for reliability he needs to look again, and he will consult with L and let Jikyu enjoy tonight. To which the man holding the jacket in his hand skeptically clarified about pleasure, to which L assured that nothing will happen for now, so let him spend time with his family, and Brunhard agreed with them. Jikyu exhaled with a smile. He looked out the window, behind which the snow was falling in fluffy flakes, and thanked him for your concern, since he was in the mood for rest, he needed to rest, because really something could happen in one day. The newscaster said that 5 special gates were discovered in South Korea alone, the level of which cannot be determined. Starting from the Kana area, a whole chain of gates appeared overnight, and because of the discovery of special gates, the whole world was shocked. Jikyu was brushing his teeth in front of the TV when the announcer continued to talk about how the governments and association of various countries had declared an emergency, and the Korean Association was conducting an investigation into the reasons for the emergence of so many special gates in Korea. Jikyu even froze in surprise with the brush in his mouth. In the snow-covered house, his cry was heard that he would come soon, to which Yoo-jeong asked where he was going and why he took B. Jikyu ran out of the house, getting dressed as he went, and on the phone asked Sung-hoon to come to his house right now, to which he interrupted him and said that he was just about to call him. Jikyu looked at the phone in surprise. Sung-hoon was already standing in front of his house near his car. The guy, seeing Jikyu, put away the phone. The car was speeding along the highway. Sung-hoon was driving when he asked if Jikyu was going to Gangnam, to which he replied that he needed to check something there. The car accelerated even faster when Sung-hoon said that he would get him there safely. The tank stood on the roadway in full combat readiness. Many people from the association stood in front of the gate. Jikyu looked at it intently and said that, as he thought, if you look like this, then no features are visible. A purple haze seeped from his eyes. He looked at the gate again and asked Lu if he knew anything. The ring on Jikyu's finger glowed red, and Lu began to think. He said that, after all, his guesses yesterday seemed correct, and Jikyu nervously asked about the guesses. They stood very close to the gate. Jikyu suddenly realized something. Jikyu called out to Sung-hoon, who was holding the phone. Jikyu turned to the man and nervously asked where else the unidentified gates had appeared, since he needed to check all of them. Sung-hoon asked about everything in bewilderment, because to be honest, the chairman called him to the association and they need to slowly go there. Jikyu grabbed Sung-hoon by the shoulders and said that it was important to check the gate. He shook Sung-hoon so much that he felt sick. Sung-hoon looked up at the dark sky and said that they will do it. The orange sunset was reflected in the windows. People sat at tables and grumbled, as the waiting was already beginning to tire them. Do-eun frowned and asked if the 11th mercenary would come. The president clasped his hands in front of him. The car stopped with a whistle in front of the association building. Sung-hoon bowed his head and turned to Jikyu, saying that he will go to the right and crush him, and if he goes to the left, he will also crush him. He is aware of this. Jikyu waved his hand and said that he was not particularly good at riddles, to which Lu suggested that the man was talking about predestination, and for Brunhard it was difficult. Sung-hoon was depressed as he was the correct answer. He covered his face with his hands and began to say that the chairman called him in the morning, and he was only leaving now, so they would definitely swear at him. To which Jikyu awkwardly said that he had already called the chairman and had already agreed on everything, and he understands that this concerns special gates. Sung-hoon, still depressed, he took his hands away from his face and said that this is not the same thing, and he did not understand the problems of an office worker, to which Jikyu only apologized. Sung-hoon exhaled and said that it was a joke, and as he already said, he was called as a mercenary. Sung-hoon calmed down and began to explain that it was Jikyu's first time meeting with other mercenaries, and to be honest, no one promises that everyone will gladly accept him, so if he is afraid of being recognized, then let him put on a mask. Jikyu folded his arms and said that he had decided not to hide anymore, so he didn't need a mask. Sung-hoon again looked depressed, as he was sorry he took the mask just in case, to which Jikyu was surprised that he still had it, since he really didn't need it. Jikyu stood in front of the massive doors of the conference room. He put his palm to the door, felt several sources of powerful magic, and assumed that the mercenaries had gathered here, to which Brunhard assured that his master was the strongest, and Lu said that this would not work, and why he praises his master all the time. The door to the hall slowly opened. Everyone gathered turned to Jikyu. Soku looked at him with a smile. The young guy also smiled and put his head in his hands. The woman, whose face looked like a mask, was silent. The twins didn't even spare him a glance. Do-yeon frowned. Jikyu entered the hall with a serious expression on his face. The chairman was still leaning on his hands, and Teskik put his head on his palm and thought that Jikyu was worried. The chairman pointed to an empty seat and ordered Jikyu to sit there. He saw that there was an empty seat right next to the satisfied Soku. Soku said that Jikyu was very late, to which he awkwardly replied that there were things to do. Suddenly someone turned to Jikyu. The guy lying in his arms asked what his code name was. Jikyu was discouraged and thought about who this guy was and why he was asking questions that he didn't want to answer at the first meeting. Was he really a schoolboy? And said out loud that it was a secret. Jikyu concentrated and called Lu. He looked at the slyly smiling guy and said that he felt a very strong aura, and the guy, in turn, said that it looks like Jikyu also has some kind of stupid name, to which Jikyu thought that if he has such power at that age, could very well make headlines, and he didn't know there were so many strong players. Jikyu looked at the people sitting on his right hand. Do-yeon looked sideways at Jikyu and said that they had met the 11th mercenary. Jikyu thought about it, since Do-yeon looked like a mercenary, and he said that Jikyu was the 11th. The man looked around at those gathered at the table and thought that if we exclude the chairman and Teshchik, then there are 7 left with him, and even if we count Sujong, that is, there are 3 empty seats. Daegu clapped his hands and said that the matter was urgent, so the meeting should begin. He looked at the crowd and said that as they know, the reason why they were gathered was the appearance of numerous special gates. He presented a map with marks and said that there are 20 of them all over the world, 5 in Korea. It is impossible to determine the level, since the appearance of one S-rank gate is already regarded as a natural disaster, and now the situation can be considered extremely critical. Dong-hee crossed his arms and said that if the chairman had gathered them to discuss clearing the gate, then wouldn't it be better to talk to the 10 strongest guilds, since mercenaries are loners, and there is a difference between one player and an entire guild. Lu asked Jikyu, who was looking at Dong-hee, if he didn't speak. What is included in the top 10 strongest guilds, and if he is both a member of the guild and a mercenary, then why is he performing? Jikyu thought about it and replied that there might be a problem with profit, since such strong guilds are a single organism, and he thought that he did not want to share the profit with other mercenaries, to which El said that it seems that Dong-hee is one of those that even in such a situation he thinks about the benefits. The voice of Lu sounded in Jikyu's head, saying that what's wrong with this, since it's better than being a hypocrite like some people, to which El asked who he meant, and Lu would answer that she had something to hide, and then at this point Jikyu asked them to stop quarreling. He looked at Soka, who said that now is not the situation when it is worth separating mercenaries from guilds. They themselves understand, since they have been gathered here, it means that the situation is truly critical. Dong-hee gave him a dissatisfied look. The young boy raised his hand and said that the grandfather chairman would not call him just like that, so first you need to listen to him to the end. Daegu leaned on his hands, chuckled, and said that, firstly, Leader Do-yeon's statement was quite appropriate, and if it comes to purges, then it would be worth talking to the guilds first. He presented a portal that led to a mountain of corpses, and said that, however, now was a different case, since he did not think that the other leaders were ready to send their entire staff towards an unknown danger. The chairman looked at the mercenaries and said that he was repeating once again that this had never happened before, and if players were hurt during the cleanup, it was better not to start at all. All eyes were on Daegu when he said that what they needed now was not a team to clear the gate, but a reconnaissance squad that could go back. The twins warily asked what he meant. If something goes wrong, it would be more profitable to sacrifice them as a minority. Daegu threw up his hands and said that the meaning of his words was completely different, since he was simply proposing a plan that would most likely turn out to be successful, and he had never forced them to do anything. Jikyu looked at the twins, and with their swords they decided that, apart from Teshchik and the chairman, they were the strongest here. The schoolboy raised his hand again and said that he agreed, since this is the work of a mercenary, and if they give the appropriate reward, then he will have no complaints. Dong-hee grinned and said that then he also had no reason to refuse, and naturally he was in business. Jikyu thought that there were only 5 gates, but 3 had volunteered, so 2 more people were needed, so he raised his hand and wanted to say that he would also go. The technician gave him a strange look. The man folded his arms and shook his head. The twins raised their hands and said that they also agreed, and Jikyu thought that there were no more places. He looked back at the masked man and wondered if he was going to participate. Digu leaned on his hands and said that in this way they collected the minimum amount, and he would give them the details later, so maybe someone has questions and suggestions. Jikyu raised his hand. He looked at Digu seriously and said that he wanted to say something about the gate, since he was there when the Gangnam Gate opened, and today he checked the other gates. Digu was surprised that he knew. Jikyu remembered the aura of the gate and said that with the help of his characteristics he checked this gate, but he cannot talk in detail about his abilities. But he will voice that he can see what is connected with the devil. This news aroused the interest of others. The twins and the schoolboy were very surprised. The masked man and Donghi asked if it was true. Jikyu frowned, not understanding this reaction, and did the mercenaries also know about the devil? Digu said he vouched for his capabilities, and Teskik confirmed this. Donghi frowned and asked if this gate was connected to the devil. Jikyu introduced each of the gates and said that all 5 gates that appeared in one night, although it was quite possible that all 20 were the realm of the devil. All the mercenaries opened their mouths in surprise. Jikyu said, imagining the devil, that the gate is a kind of kingdom, and to be precise, unabandoned territory. He remembered how Lu explained to him about the kingdom of the devil, and he also said that this gate is completely different from ordinary gates, a special gate with an unspecified level that appeared in Korea. Jikyu thought about the gate again and said that these lands were not completely abandoned. He imagined a rotten aura oozing from the bowels of the earth and said that this was a place ruled by demons who were much stronger than ordinary gatekeepers. He presented many cocoons. Jikyu thought about the insect demon. The guards stood near the building, buried in night lights. The conference room was still closed. Digu, Teskik and Jikyu watched as the mercenaries left the hall. Jikyu exhaled tiredly. As the meeting lasted a long time, Brunhart was bored. El said that the information that the owner provided was very important, and Lu said that, however, there was not much progress in the discussions. Jikyu thought about it. 5 mercenaries, 5 gates, as it was decided in advance, 1 gate for each mercenary. He looked at his hands, where his rings shone under his gloves, and then thought whether they could cope alone, since this was the domain of the devil, and not just some kind of gate, to which El assured him that everything would be fine, but Lu was speechless. The technician looked at the screen of his phone and said something about tomorrow, when Lu began to grumble that El was nodding off at the meeting, since the grandfather chairman said that it was better for one normal player to hit once and leave than for a bunch of idiots to circle around and fuss. Jikyu nervously remembered that Digu had not said such a thing. He turned to Teskik, and when he looked up from the phone, he asked why Teskik stopped him when he wanted to raise his hand. The technician scratched the back of his head and said that he had stayed too long because he wanted to tell him after the end of the meeting and forgot. He waved his hand and said that Jikyu came to the association the day after tomorrow at 9 in the morning, then he would explain everything to him in detail. Jikyu listened with surprise that he had to take things with him, since he would spend the night outside the house, to which he agreed. Teskik looked out the window and told Jikyu to go, but he still needed to talk to the old man, and the guy said goodbye. Jikyu left the hall and breathed a sigh of relief. They called out to him, and the guy looked to the side. He saw Soka, who had not yet left, and he said that he wanted to leave, but as if something was missing. Soku waved his hand and said that they had not drunk for a long time, to which Jikyu replied, "Why suddenly, since Soku is always busy and has no time?" Soku smiled and said that this task was different from the usual one, and he was somehow uneasy in his soul. Jikyu asked with a grin whether the head of the guild could walk around like that before an important matter, to which Soku closed his eyes and replied that whoever would tell him what. Lu turned to Huck and asked if he had forgotten his promise as the guy headed out. Jikyu grinned, as he remembered that he promised to treat Sung-hoon to dinner since he was guilty today. He turned to Sok and asked if he would mind if they called another one. There were delicious dishes on the table. Jikyu, Soku and Seong were sitting at the table. Jikyu looked at this with bewilderment and thought that this was an unusual picture. Jikyu turned to Sung-hoon and apologized for inviting him to have dinner because he thought that starting tomorrow he would no longer have free time. Sung-hoon said with a smile that he already knew Soku, to which he confirmed, although this was the first time they had communicated in such an environment. Jikyu remembered that they had already met when there was a showdown with the Iron Guild, to which Sung-hoon confirmed, but it happens that at work you have to meet with rankers. Sung-hoon raised his glass and suggested a drink first, as maybe it would ease the awkward situation. They knocked glasses. At first there was only 1 empty bottle on the table. However, soon 3 more were added to it. Sung-hoon was flushed from the alcohol and said that it was delicious and asked if rankers drink like this every day, to which Soku replied that this is not entirely true. Sung-hoon decided to ask the two of them something, to which Jikyu thoughtfully raised his chopsticks to his mouth. Sung-hoon smiled and asked how they met since it looks like they have been friends for many years. Lu added that he had not heard this story. Elle explained that it was before meeting them, and Brunhart was also interested. Soku smiled and said that he gave Jikyu a tutorial, to which Sung-hoon was surprised and asked how Jikyu performed then. Soku put his hands on his eyebrows and said that he was so gloomy, always frowning, to which Jikyu objected when he was the one frowning like that, and Lu commented that the first impression was not the best. Sung-hoon was curious if Seok was already famous then, to which Jikyu hesitated. He then smirked and said that juice was disgusting. He remembered stabbing the green goblin with his sword. Soku stood behind Jikyu in the forest. He folded his arms and asked if Jikyu had leveled up. Then he put his hand to his chin and thought. Jikyu looked at the information window and did not understand what was wrong here. His level has not increased at all since the first. Jikyu frowned. He turned around when Soku said that today was the end of his training period. Soku bowed, apologized, and said that starting tomorrow he would no longer be able to teach him, and Jikyu simply thanked him for everything. Jikyu looked at Soku warily. Soku lowered his gaze, which changed. The way he looked at him as a rising star, it seems he no longer sees the point of investing his time and energy in him. Jikyu remembered that for a month he had been hunting goblins until he was exhausted. He remembered the purple crystals and how he barely eked out an existence by selling several of them. He remembered that Soku would sometimes come to him and check on his condition and then leave. Each time Jikyu thought that it was not very pleasant. He gave up because he thought it was out of curiosity, pity, or a sense of superiority. Either option was unpleasant, but it would be better not to pay attention to it at all. One day he went into one of the bars. Teskik sat there and fried meat, saying that it looked delicious, and the food inside the gate quickly got boring. Jikyu sat opposite him and said that Teskik had been very busy lately, to which he replied that there was a lot of work. The technician poured himself a drink and said that if he had any difficulties, then let him contact him, as he would help. Jikyu smiled and said that Teskik had already done a lot for him, he could not demand more, to which he replied that he made good money. Teskik looked at Jikyu seriously, then he exhaled heavily. The technician asked if there were really no problems, looking at Jikyu, who was taut like a string. He lowered his head and thought that he had become a player and wanted to talk when he achieved something more. He squeezed the fabric of his pant leg and thought that this would be the right thing to do. Finally, he decided to speak. Jikyu smiled, saying that it was nothing special, as he just wanted to quit his job as a player. Sung-hoon listened to this story with surprise on his face. He tensely asked what happened and if he quit his job, to which Lu didn't understand what he was talking about. Elle said that he couldn't quit, and Lu was also wondering what happened next. The full moon was shining in the sky, and lanterns illuminated the road. Jikyu bowed to Teshik and said goodbye to him as he got into the driver's car. Jikyu looked at the retreating car. He looked at the sky and thought that once he made a firm decision, his regrets disappeared. He walked up the steps and thought that he would do just that, just think it was all a dream. When Jikyu opened the door to his apartment, he decided that tomorrow he would need to find a new job. He grabbed the doorknob. His face lit up with a warm light as he entered. Suddenly, something caught his attention from the threshold. Yujeong basement orange juice Tasek, who was sitting on the floor at the table. He turned to Jikyu. Jikyu was surprised by the sudden guest. Night had fallen in the village of two-story houses when Jikyu asked Soka what he was doing here. Yujeong approached her brother and asked in her ear why he didn't tell him that his friend was a celebrity, to which he replied that Soku was not a celebrity, but a player. He grabbed his head and asked what was going on. Jikyu looked at the guy in surprise. Soku silently beckoned him with his finger. He suggested they talk outside, and they went out into the night street. Jikyu walked ahead. He closed his eyes and said that Soku's visit was sudden, and he should understand that this was not entirely convenient. Soku scratched the back of his head and apologized, since Jikyu could not be reached by phone. Jikyu looked at his phone, which had turned off again. He turned to Sok and asked why he had come, and decided to say right away that he was quitting his job as a player. Soku was very surprised by this. He started rummaging through his briefcase and asked Jikyu to look at something. Soku took out a huge stack of documents. Jikyu took a step back in surprise and asked what it was. Soku looked at the papers and explained that there was a dissertation on the relationship between level up time and skill improvement. And in other papers there were materials from an interview with a Thai player who took a week to level up, and he wanted to show something else, but Jikyu stopped him. He raised his hands up and asked what it was all about. Soku smiled awkwardly and said that he wasn't very good at words of comfort, so first he found materials that could help, and he hoped that Jikyu wouldn't give up. Jikyu himself opened his mouth in surprise. He stood opposite Soku and didn't understand why he was doing all this. Soku, still holding the papers, suggested with a smile that if he said that these were good intentions, then Jikyu would probably not believe him. He became serious and said that this was just a naked calculation, since he wanted to make a capable person with unknown potential his ally. Jikyu was silent because he didn't know what to say. Soku took a step towards Jikyu and said that the profession of a player in their world is now considered common, but about 18 years ago it was a completely unexplored field. He grinned. Soku extended his hand and said that he believed that if there were no precedents before, then such a case had limitless possibilities. They called it a feature. Jikyu looked around the restaurant room in which they were sitting and said that then he was carried away by these sweet speeches. Jikyu's face turned red and he said that that's why he suffered for 5 whole years in vain. So Soku is a real buffoon, to which he objected, since in the end everything turned out as he said. Soku called Jikyu a black-haired beast, and he said that even a broken watch sometimes shows the exact time. Sung-hoon looked away and said that they still did what was not easy because they were complete strangers to each other. Soku laughed and raised his glass. At first impression there was nothing unusual. He remembered Jikyu's excitement at becoming a player and how sometimes his face would frown. Soku remembered that they had never talked about serious things, but it was not difficult to guess the reasons. He remembered that Jikyu wore the same clothes every time, and also his obsession with finding as many crystals as possible. Soku remembered his friend's wounds because he didn't use potions, so he can understand all of this even if he didn't say it himself. Soku didn't know what exactly touched him, even if we add to this the fact that Jikyu couldn't raise his level. But such thoughts came to mind that if failures constantly happen for no reason, then it would be nice to have a person nearby who will cheer for no reason. Soku smiled. He smiled broadly and explained that he was just very kind. He looked at the grinning Jikyu and said that he had nothing to object to since he was obliged to him. Jikyu turned to his friend and said jokingly that he just needed to repay his debt. He looked at the serious Soka and said that next time he would save his life. Soku grinned. They continued to bicker playfully as another portion of mouth-watering dishes was brought to the table. 2 days later at Iken International Airport, reporters were constantly clicking their cameras, whose flashes were blinding. Journalists asked Teskik if he had made any decisions regarding the issue with the gate, since some are talking about the end of the world, so it is important to know the opinion of the association. The technician walked forward and was silent, but inquiries continued to pour in about who was present at the meeting and whether they were new rankers. Jikyu felt depressed because he did not understand who these people were and where he was. Teskik stopped surrounded by reporters and said that at the upcoming general meeting of the association it is planned to discuss the situation with the gate. So now the best players and guilds are conducting their investigation. They plan to find a solution to this problem as quickly as possible, so they ask citizens to remain calm. The reporters continued to film and record when one of them asked who the person was next to him and whether he was a member of the association. Jikyu looked at Teskik, who placed a hand on his shoulder. Teskik said that Jikyu is a new ranker that was recently announced. He grinned and said that his code name was Morning Star, and according to the association, he was the closest to the status of a top ranker. Jikyu looked at Teskik in bewilderment. The reporters froze in surprise. Then the cameras clicked with even greater speed and questions began to be asked about Morning Star's unique skill and what guild he belonged to. Jikyu froze as he listened to the question about his level and thought about how it happened when Brunhar said that his master was popular. The car approached the plane when Jikyu thought that Teskik said that he would not spend the night at home, but it turned out that they were flying to the States. As he climbed up the plane, he thought, what kind of general meeting is the association? After all, they could use the portal, so why are they flying on a plane? Teskik turned around and said that execution was important, since Jikyu said that he no longer intended to hide his powers. Jikyu looked ahead worriedly and said that this was all true, but he didn't know that Teskik would suddenly decide to formally introduce him to the reporters, so it was not without reason that he took him to the hairdresser and told him to change into a suit. Elle and Brunhar thought the owner was handsome, and Lou explained that Teskik wants to announce to everyone in advance that you are a member of the association, but most likely this is the old man's idea. The technician entered the plane and asked what was wrong with it, because it was nice. Jikyu lowered his head and said that it would be better if he had been warned in advance. Tashk turned around. He looked at Jikyu in bewilderment and asked why he took off his shoes, to which he replied that he was told that he had to take off his shoes on the plane. There was an awkward pause over the airport. The American Association Hotel in Los Angeles was bathed in sunshine. Jikyu was lying on a wide bed in his room. He looked at the correspondence on his phone, where Yujing said that she was joking about shoes, and Jikyu decided that he would arrange for her when he returned. Elle decided that in such a situation one could get confused, to which Lou called him stupid, and Brunhar was happy since he was also a little stupid. Jikyu thanked Brunhart for her support. He was lying on the bed with his arms outstretched. Jikyu closed his eyes and thought that he would end this. He concentrated on the very strong aura that was concentrated in the hotel, since probably all the world's strongest players flocked to this place. He raised his hand with rings and called Elle. She immediately appeared in her physical form and said that she was listening. Jikyu stood up and said that he did not call her to give her a task, but since she had a body, he just wanted her to feel comfortable. Reinhardt stated that he also wanted a body, and Lu muttered that his body had turned into a sword. Jikyu thought about it and said that her wings were very noticeable and could they be removed. L bowed and put them away, which surprised Jikyu himself. He crossed his legs and asked if he could replace the clothes with something less flashy, to which L agreed. The girl began the transformation. A knight in shining armor appeared before Jikyu. L bowed and said that it was armor for battle. It protected well, but was not very maneuverable, so she only wore it when necessary. Jikyu agreed with dismay. He looked out the window and said that he would need to buy her clothes, to which Lu noticed that she was also kind of scary. Many men guarded the gate. Suddenly, an insect demon appeared. The demon blocked Juice's path. He glanced quickly. Soku took a step and at the same instant flew into the air, leaving a block of ice behind him, freezing the demon in the process. Soku looked back and realized what he had done. A forest of ice blocks was built around him, so Soku thought that secret penetration was not for him after all. He put his hands in his pockets because only the result matters. Soku looked ahead. He thought with a serious expression that, whatever it was, this place was the most suspicious. He stood at the edge of a huge pit. Soku peered thoughtfully into the hole and decided whether to go down there or not, but an unusual aura emanated from it. He took a step back, deciding that he had spent too much magical power. Soku walked back, thinking that he first needed to go out and report the situation, when the air in the pit behind him began to move. Soku turned around. Air currents moved like tentacles towards him. It turned out that he was trying to entangle him in a web. Soku summoned an ice blade. He made many cuts on the web. Soku ducked under the remnants of the remaining cobwebs. Soku looked forward with satisfaction and said that no matter how tired he was, such tricks would not catch him. At that moment, a huge shadow loomed over him. A huge number of web-like tentacles burst out from the crevice. They immediately grabbed Soka. He used his sword again. However, this time Putina snatched the blade from his hands. The web covered his face so that Soku could not breathe. The guy began to be wrapped in a cocoon. When he was almost wrapped up, he thought it was dangerous. Soku hung in the air and thought that he had to inform the association in any way. The juice was sucked to the bottom of the crevice. Above the pit it was quiet again, only the forest of ice reminded of Soku's presence. A building could be seen against the evening sky. It was the American Association Hotel in Los Angeles. He stood in the corridor, leaning his back against the white wall. He pursed his lips. Korean Players Association Gate Management Team member Sung-hoon was waiting in the hallway Jikyu to scare him. He squeezed the pendant in his fingers. It was an expensive necklace of invisibility. Sung-hoon hoped that the main character would not immediately notice it, because he used the portal to achieve his goal. The elevator screen showed someone ascending from the 13th floor. The elevator dinged and stopped at the 20th floor. He frowned because he felt a familiar feeling and decided that Jikyu was here. He ran forward. He waved his hands, smiled, and said that this was a surprise for the main character. He froze with his mouth open in surprise. Opposite him stood a man in a suit and a girl. He took a closer look at the fair-haired girl in a white shirt. He opened his mouth and asked if it was his daughter. Jikyu looked at him displeasedly, asked what he was talking about, and asked him to let him pass. There were people sitting in the restaurant hall. Each of them was one of the strongest players. He closed his eyes and raised the glass to his face. Lu warned him that he should not activate the demon's eye, because they would recognize him immediately. Sung-hoon sat on the chair next to him with a glass in his hand. He said that the chance to see so many strong players in one place is rare, and even such a hermit as Jikyu should understand this. The main character was indignant and said that he was talking about him like some kind of monk. He looked at the man in the Arabian headdress and realized that he was a ranker from the Middle East, known as the Oil King because he was an oil tycoon before becoming a gambler. He squinted his eyes with displeasure and thought that he was a little jealous. Bernhard asked if he was jealous that this player had a lot of money. Lu said that human greed has no limits. He turned his head and looked at the man in the suit. He held a glass and smiled. It was the Japanese ranker Susanoo. He tensed, opened his mouth and looked to the side. Blondel and Jikyu, who was sitting in the chair, also felt something. They looked to the side. The main character said that he felt it too. A man in patent leather shoes walked through the hall. He tilted his head and watched him closely. The Oil King sitting at the bar also turned his head and looked at him. The man in the white suit looked around. They looked at him in confusion. Jikyu asked if it was him. Sung-hoon replied that she didn't know. He squinted suspiciously because he felt an unusual flow of magical power. The man in the light suit didn't pay attention to anyone. The main character thought that he was quite strong, perhaps next after Sujeong. He turned his head and looked at him questioningly. He frowned. His body was surrounded by golden streams of power. Sung-hoon pressed his hand to his chest and screamed in pain. He was trembling. Lu said that the man could not withstand this aura. He frowned and clenched his teeth. Blue streams of power surrounded him. Surrounded by a golden glow, the man looked at him searchingly. Jikyu looked back at him with displeasure. The flows of power dissipated. His face was illuminated by blue sparks. Golden sparks surrounded him. He continued to press his hand to his chest. but stopped shaking. His eyes widened in surprise. He opened his mouth and said that it was not bad. He jumped up from his chair, looked at him displeasedly and asked what he had done here. He looked ahead anxiously. He looked at the girl behind him in confusion as she began to speak. She clenched her hand into a fist and asked how he dared threaten her master. The other subjects were perplexed by her behavior. Her eyes glowed red. Fire surrounded her body. He raised his hands in a conciliatory gesture and asked her to calm down. He frowned, opened his mouth and began to say something. They turned around and looked at him displeased. He pressed his hand to his chest and asked why the Holy Virgin was next to the one from whom the spirit of an unclean demon emanated. All three froze in confusion. They looked questioningly at the man. The girl turned her head when he asked if she really was a sacred maiden. She said that she herself did not understand what this man was talking about. He frowned and looked at him irritably. He continued to stand with his hand pressed to his chest. Jikyu thought that he really felt a strange energy emanating from him, but could not understand what he was talking about. He turned around, seeing a man in a clergyman's costume approaching him. He asked Michael to calm down. He froze with his mouth open and looked at him carefully. He dropped to one knee. Light streamed behind him. Michael said that His Holiness the Pope greeted him. He closed his eyes. The massive cross on his chest sparkled. They watched in confusion, unable to believe that this man was His Holiness. He continued to stand with his eyes closed. Lu assumed that he was some kind of religious leader since he was called Papa. The ring on his finger glowed red. Lu said that this man fully justifies his title. He frowned and looked ahead with displeasure because he felt that this man could cope with everyone who was present here. Teshchik appeared behind him and asked what was happening here. He waved to them when Jikyu called him. He turned his head and looked at the secretary sitting in the chair when Teshchik asked about their meeting. He pursed his lips when the main character asked him why he appeared with the Pope. He closed his eyes and opened his mouth in confusion. He scratched his head and said that he came as a representative of Korea and he needed to communicate with representatives of other countries. He frowned. He opened his mouth and looked at him in alarm. His eyes glowed ominously. He opened his mouth and repeated his question about what was happening here. He opened his mouth and looked at Pap in alarm as he demanded an answer from him. Streams of dark energy spread throughout the hall. The Japanese ranker watched with alarm, darkness surrounding him. They turned their heads. Dark streams surrounded them. He pointed his finger at Teshchik and tried to say something to His Holiness. He frowned with displeasure, opened his mouth wide and reminded him that he had asked him to be quiet, and he dared to point his finger at guests from another country. He pressed one hand to his chest and pointed at Jikyu with the other and said that he had the aura of a demon emanating from him. He opened his mouth wide and called Michael's name. He opened his mouth and looked at him in alarm. He continued to kneel. Dad said that he should think about his behavior for the rest of the meeting. He frowned, opened his mouth wide and looked at him indignantly. He lowered his head, clenched his teeth in irritation, and said nothing. There was a sign for the lounge area on the wall. They went in different directions. He closed his eyes, sighed with relief and said that he could not understand what was happening here. He turned his head, looked at the blonde girl and asked if he was right. The smile disappeared from his face when he noticed that something was wrong. She froze with her hand raised. He called Elle, but she did not answer. She pressed her hand to her chin and, as if in a trance, repeated the name Michael. She opened her mouth. He looked at her displeased. Her lips barely moved as she continued to whisper the name. Her eyes widened in surprise. She froze with sudden awareness. She began to fall forward. He bent over and called her name. She dropped her head on the table. Bernhardt and Lou did not understand what had happened to her. He looked at her in confusion, opened his mouth and shouted her name loudly. A faint golden glow emanated from his finger. They sat on the bed in the room. Jikyu sighed heavily. Teshchik asked if everything was okay with Elle. He pursed his lips, looked thoughtfully at his hand and replied that, probably, yes. He remembered how he picked the girl up in his arms and asked what suddenly happened. The scarlet glow of the ring was shining through the black glove. Lou said that she just looked like the owner, because he, too, faints in any incomprehensible situation, the main character answered. That now is not the time for jokes. He looked down worriedly. Lou told him to calm down and explained that she was simply affected by the memories. On the hand with which he supported the girl's head there was a red ring. Lou said that she, like him, had many forgotten memories, and the meeting with Michael became an impetus for them. He introduced a man in a white suit. Lou said that he did not look like an ordinary person because he had the aura of an angel. He looked thoughtfully at his black gloved hand. He closed his eyes and sighed tiredly. He turned his head, looked at Teshchik sitting next to him and asked who Michael really was. He stood up, waved his hand and said that he didn't know, but he had heard that he was the strongest player raised in the Vatican. He lowered his gaze and said nothing when Teshchik said that he could not even imagine that a player from the Vatican could have such a terrible character. He turned around and looked at the man leaving. He said that it was time for him to go, because tomorrow I have to be at a meeting. He turned around and asked him to go to bed early, because tomorrow they would go to the general meeting together. He looked at him displeasantly, opened his mouth and said that he was not going to do anything when Teskik asked him to behave well and not play any tricks. Clouds floated across the night sky, the stars were shining, Jikyu and Teskik said goodbye. The sky turned blue and the next day arrived. He clenched his teeth in irritation. 3 people watched in alarm. His eyes glowed red, a black aura surrounded his body. Someone asked how he managed to become so strong during this time. He smiled wickedly. They stood opposite each other. The main character put his hands in his pockets, greeted the Iron Shield and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The sky was reflected in the windows of the skyscraper where the International Players Association, also known as the General Assembly, was located. He pointed to the side and asked him to wait here. They stood at the double white door. Teskik said that he would go to the conference room. Jikyu asked if he didn't have to go there too. He leaned forward, smiled insidiously and asked if he wanted to come with him, sign a contract and become a boy of the association. The main character assured him that he had no desire. He raised his index finger, looked questioningly at his interlocutor and said that he didn't understand why he brought him with him, because he wasn't doing anything here. He introduced many people to the background of the globe. Teskik said that it was something of a rite of passage. It is customary for representatives of the association to come along with an escort, although now the leaders of the association are mainly strong rankers, but before that was not the case at all. He waved his index finger and said that this condition helps maintain balance of power and competitiveness. He looked at him intently, clenched his hand into a fist and said that those present at the meeting were famous players in their countries, so it was very important that Jikyu did not do anything stupid. The guy said that he was not going to do anything and offendedly asked if he had ever done something like that. He looked in confusion at the ring, which glowed red. Lu mockingly asked if he was sure of what he was saying. He remembered previous battles. He closed his eyes in shame and thought that it was not that he would never do it, but that for the most part he was innocent. He waved to him and suggested we meet later. The white door slammed. He went inside. They tensed at his appearance. Someone shuddered and opened his mouth in surprise. All the people sitting at the white tables looked at him intently. He pursed his lips, looked around anxiously and realized that in front of him were the best players from other countries. He looked confused at someone who said he was very unusual. A man with a long beard approached him and asked if he had a special skill or was simply stronger than him. He lowered his head and opened his mouth in confusion. The man said that he had not met anyone for a long time who was impossible to read. They shook hands. The man said his name was Chen, codename Myunggan, and he was from China. He pursed his lips, smiled and thought that in front of him was the famous Chinese ranker. Brunhard admired his beard and suggested that the main character grow one too. Another man extended his hand to him. He said that his name was Susanoo. He was from Japan and was also at the bar yesterday. He closed his eyes, pressed his hand to his chest and said that they call him the Oil King. They met yesterday, but he did not have time to introduce himself. He looked confusedly at the hands extended to shake hands. He was surprised by the friendly attitude of the other players. Lu said that it was all because he showed himself well yesterday. He rubbed his neck, smiled, introduced himself and said that he was glad to meet you. He turned around and looked worriedly at someone who asked where the sacred maiden was. Standing in front of him was Michael, dressed in a light suit. He frowned, opened his mouth and called the man by name. Brunhard said he didn't like him. He remembered how yesterday Elle sat with a confused look and thought that Michael was somehow connected with her past. Lu called her, but she did not answer. Brunhard assumed that she had not woken up yet. He waved his hand and said that he apologized for his behavior yesterday and added that he was not to blame for anything, but this was the will of Dad. He looked at him closely. He closed his eyes and said that in any case he was not going to fight today. The main character passed by. His eyes widened in surprise. He turned around sharply and said that he had not finished speaking yet. He chuckled. Lu said that they had finally met. He put his hand in his pocket, walked up to Iron Shield and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Dark streams of power emanated from him. The darkness reached out to them. They looked at it with interest. Chen asked what kind of power this was. Susanoo suggested that yesterday Jikyu did not show everything he was capable of. He opened his mouth and began to speak. He looked at the stream of black energy in bewilderment and asked the main character how he managed to become so strong in such a short time. He frowned with displeasure when the guy standing opposite him smiled, said that he missed him and expressed his regrets about what happened to Rogers. His eyes glowed ominously. He looked at the leg and said they looked much cooler. He frowned with displeasure. His face was distorted with rage. He insulted the main character. Someone opened his mouth wide and asked if the Morning Star was here. A man in a black suit stood in the doorway. He pointed at himself, opened his mouth and said that it was him. He opened his mouth wide, shouted that the chairman was calling him and asked to immediately go to his office. His face fell in bewilderment. He assumed that the chairman of the International Association was calling him. He walked towards the exit. He turned around, the air between him and the iron shield crackled with tension. The man said that he was lucky today. He walked to the door, thinking about why the chairman needed him. The image turned black and white. Jikyu became alarmed. He turned around sharply and looked at the man in the black robe. The hooded man chuckled. Without turning his head, he continued to follow him. Lu said that it was a demon, but he could not notice it right away because he used an artifact. He turned his head slightly, continuing to follow the figure in the black robe. He could not understand what business the demon and the iron shield could have. He stood in front of people sitting at a semicircular table. The men dressed in suits watched him with gloomy expressions. He noticed Teskik sitting between a woman and a man. He looked around anxiously and felt as if he had done something wrong. Brunhart said that these people scared him. Lu said that they were in leadership positions for a reason. Both people and demons were equally scary when they had power. He tilted his head, looked to the side and thought that there were both strong players and not so strong ones, but in any case one must behave carefully with representatives of the association. At the head of the table sat a broad-shouldered, gray-haired man. His eyes glowed red, there were scarlet flames behind him. He was one of the 5 top rankers and the chairman of the international association, known as the Bloody Emperor. He opened his mouth and asked if Jikyu knew why he was called. He pursed his lips and thought anxiously that he had to be careful with his words to avoid misunderstandings. He opened his mouth wide and shouted that he didn't know. His face fell in confusion as he realized what he had just done. There was silence at the semicircular table. The technician slapped himself in the face, burning with shame. He closed his eyes and sighed heavily. Lu mockingly asked the main character whether he was strictly following his words. The chairman furrowed his gray eyebrows and said that they called him because he knew some special details about this case. He looked to the side in confusion. He nodded slightly. He clasped his hands behind his back, looked at the broad-shouldered chairman and said that he had been to the site where the special gates appeared and had personally checked the 5 that had appeared in Korea. The man put his hands on the table and listened carefully to his story. Jikyu said that he had learned something, but these were just his assumptions. He opened his mouth wide and said that perhaps the gates opened according to someone's design. He remembered standing in front of the portal, and Lu said that this all looked very strange. Andres was probably behind this, but he could do it alone, so he probably has an accomplice. Someone slammed their fist on the table and said that this was nonsense. Zeus, the chairman of the European Union, pointed a finger at him and said that there was no person who could purposefully control the gates. There was no emotion on his face. Jikyu was the very person who could do this. He turned his head and asked the man how he could be so sure, because he didn't know all the players' abilities. He didn't even know about his abilities, although he was standing right in front of him. He frowned with displeasure, opened his mouth and was about to be indignant, but the chairman ordered him to sit down and said that Jikyu's words made sense. He frowned his gray eyebrows, opened his mouth and asked if he had any grounds for such assumptions. He closed his eyes and said that the reason was his unique ability, which he could not tell them about. He opened his eyes, opened his mouth wide and said that it was quite possible that the culprit was a demon. People began to look at each other and discuss his words. He looked to the side and thought that his statement caused less excitement than he expected. Lu said that the world leaders probably already know about demons, and Teskik had already explained everything to them. He narrowed his eyes suspiciously and thought that there was more to it than that. The chairman was discussing something with the Pope. Jikyu remembered that it was he who brought the iron shield with him. He remembered the man in the black hood and thought that such a strong player could not help but guess that Iron Shield had brought a demon with him. He was surrounded by black silhouettes with red eyes. He realized that the members of the association allowed his presence and were silent about it. He opened the jar and asked Jikyu if he was okay. The guy was sitting on the bed. Teskik said that he was quite emotional and suggested that it was connected with the Iron Shield. He opened his mouth and said that there was one point that he did not understand. He held a tin can of drink in his hands and asked if it was connected with the demon that the Iron Shield brought. Jikyu was surprised that he also knew about it. He sat down on the bed, smiled and said that he knew what he was thinking about, but not all demons were their enemies. He introduced a girl and a man with glasses. Teskik said that the Demon King also goes everywhere with a demon. Jikyu said that this is indeed the case. He raised one finger and said that he had recently heard that they were rather pitiful creatures. His words outraged Lu. He imagined a dark tower and fire at its base and said that the demons were originally in hell, but after the union of hell and the tower, some joined the ruler, but most ended up either in prison or were executed. It was believed that this is how the gate came into being. He closed his eyes and said that among them many are on the side of the people, and the leaders of different countries not only allow their presence, but also encourage them in every possible way. He looked alarmed at the guy who had fallen on the bed, foam coming out of his mouth, and realized that he had forgotten about the punishment for accessing information above the permitted level. Night has fallen. The sun's rays illuminated the building. He lay with his eyes closed. A blonde girl sat next to him. He opened his eyes and looked at her. Elle was sitting on the bed next to him. She was glad that he woke up. Brunhart said that he had already seen this scene somewhere. Lou said that the master and his servant were both weaklings. He stood up, scratched the back of his head and asked if she had woken up too. She bowed her head and apologized for causing him so much trouble. She lowered her eyes and thanked him for his concern when he said that if she needed time to collect her thoughts, she could talk about everything later. He wrapped his arms around himself, suppressing trembling, and said that he was afraid of getting another punishment. Lou called him a coward. He looked to the side, opened his mouth and said that if he was in this state because of some information, then it could be used to harm him. He imagined how the man grabbed his head and screamed in pain when the enemy told him that there was a dungeon in the tower. Brunhart called the owner a genius, and Lou said that he finally understood why he didn't ask about it. Elle pressed her hand to her chest and said that she would explain everything to him and that 3 conditions were necessary for punishment. She imagined a dark figure of a man raising his hand to his ear and said that, firstly, the listener should be interested in the information. The dark man crossed his arms over his chest. The girl said that the listener must also have the ability with which he can obtain such information. A cross appeared on the image of the dark man. Elle said that the 3rd condition is that the speaker should not have the intention of striking, and if at least one of the conditions is not met, then no punishment will follow. He turned his head and said in confusion that it was quite difficult. Lou guessed that he had thoughts about the tower. He crawled out from under the blanket and asked what time it was. He looked at the phone screen. There were messages from Teskik. The man said that he had to go to a meeting, and Jikyu could rest today. Without taking his eyes off the phone, he said that it looked like the meeting had already begun. Elle looked at him anxiously and suggested that he take some more rest. She healed him a little. But it will be better if he does not waste energy. He smiled, waved the phone and said that everything was fine, and besides, he had things to do. He began to press something on the screen of his smartphone and said that he had come to the States and met the Iron Shield. It would be a pity to just leave. Sweat appeared on his face. He was amazed that New York was so far away and that the association had a portal for moving throughout the country. Red color came through the black glove. Lou asked if he meant what he was thinking about. The guy smiled and said that he decided to head to the Iron Guild. Against the backdrop of the blue sky stood a multi-story building. It was the office of the Iron Guild, located in New York. He imagined 2 objects surrounded by squares and thought that as Brunhart absorbed the gate and progressed, he gained a new ability. He imagined many portals surrounded by a purple glow. His new ability was the skill of opening several entrances to the gates and securing them, although so far he has only been able to open 2 entrances. He imagined 2 portals, a map and arrows, and thought that if he opened the gate here, he could travel from home to the United States and back at any time. He chuckled, rubbed his chin and thought that the portal with the gate function was the best gift for Soku. Brunhart was asking for praise. He lowered his head. Lou asked what he intended to do. He imagined the red-eyed monsters at the base of the building and said that he would install a gate to the Iron Guild dungeon. The ring on his finger glowed red. Lou said that his plan was not bad. They were in a bright room where the floor and walls were covered with tiles. Lou asked why he came to the public restroom if he needed to get into the Iron Guild building. He unbuttoned his shirt and said that he needed to infiltrate one of the world's strongest guilds without stealth skills, and there were no surveillance cameras in the toilet. Lou asked what it meant and why he was undressing. The crystal on his neck began to glow. He imagined a magical wolf and thought that it was a shame for the master not to be able to do what the servant could do. He entered one of the booths and activated the elemental water skill. Something started to glow inside the cabin. In the system window, it was said that elemental water turns the body into water, and elemental synthesis allows you to use skills by merging with the spirit of the elements. A stream of water rushed to the drain hole of the sink. The main character turned his entire body into water in order to penetrate the guild building through the sewer. The water stream almost completely disappeared inside the sink. Lou said that he guessed that one day Jikyu would be able to do this, but did not know that his skills had grown so much. Elle praised him, and Brunhart was delighted. There was very little water at the bottom of the sink. Lou said that there is less and less humanity left in the main character. Elemental water, fire and darkness is a skill that transforms the body into an element with a specific attribute. A cluster of blue water can turn a body into water, a bright flame with purple tongues can turn a body into fire, and a dark sphere of energy can turn a body into darkness. Uniting spirits. In the status window there was a notification that this skill can be used by merging with the elemental spirits. The hero said that in general this skill is aimed at allowing Lou to use elemental skills, but the most important thing is the connection between him and Lou. Therefore, it only adds to the effect of the elemental skills mastery level. A strong stream of water hit forward while the guy was talking about how transforming the body into another state causes enormous resistance within the body, but thanks to the fusion of 2 skills, he succeeded. The violence of the water decreased. It pressed against the floor. The silhouette of a man could be seen, as if created from water. Lou noticed that the guy arrived safe. Brunhart said that it felt like they were playing with water. The main character raised his head, gradually taking on a human form and saying that there was a guild building above them. That's for sure. Since he followed his feelings, Lou asked if he was going to install a gate here because if something goes wrong, they can be used as a backup option. Seong-soo stood up and extended his hand forward, saying to open, and a bright portal appeared in front of him. The status window reported that the youth had one place left to install the gate, asking if he was sure he wanted to install it here. The main character looked forward confidently, saying that he was ready. The system notified that the gate had been installed. From the portal, the man took a step forward. Dikal looked around interestedly, asking if this was the basement of the Iron Guild. The main character scratched the back of his head, apologizing to his grandfather for calling him so suddenly. He rubbed his nose, saying that it was even better for him. He would look at the states at the same time. The only pity was that the sewer stank so much. The young man laughed embarrassedly. Dicheol pointed his thumb at the portal, asking that he just needs to hide these gates. Seong-soo put his hand to the side, confirming his words and saying that he controls the magical forces that flow from them, but who even goes into the sewer may come in by chance if only a man could. He ran his fingers through his beard thoughtfully, saying that Payman's legacy was lost, so it would be difficult to make an item that could withstand this. Dikal turned around and waved his hand, asking to entrust this matter to him. If something goes wrong, he will call Minsu and they will solve the problem together. The main character bowed to him gratefully. Lou noticed that if this grandpa said that he could, then so be it. Brunhart joyfully said that dad can do anything. He stepped towards the portal, telling the young man to be calm, because it would keep his hobby a secret. The guy stood motionless. Lou informed the owner that the new skill had been unlocked. The water flowed slowly along the canal. A conversation was heard. The hero said that this was a misunderstanding, to which the man replied that they would think so. The young man said that it was true. A small stream of water rushed out of the sink drain. He moved to the toilet stall. After a couple of seconds, the flow was almost completely outside the door. A shadow was visible in the toilet stall. The door opened slightly. A guy in a business suit came out, straightening his clothes. He put his hands in his pockets and lowered his head, saying that he had finished his business, to which Lou remarked with a grin that these were appropriate words for someone coming out of the closet. Suddenly, the hero was called out, asking where he had been. The guy opened his eyes in surprise. He opened his hand and it flashed red and yellow. Armed with two swords, the protagonist looked at the man in front of him. The young man frowned, turning to him. Michael stood in front of him. He looked at the guy sternly. He shifted his gaze. The man looked at the light sword in the hands of the main character. Seong-soo bared his teeth, thinking that the man was so close, but he couldn't even feel him, not realizing how long he had been chasing him. A drop of sweat appeared on the young man's face. He was worried whether Michael had seen what exactly he was doing. Just in case, the hero squeezed the dark sword tighter. Michael, looking at him with displeasure, asked what these eyes were, full of an ominous aura. Was he really going to kill him, because he was behaving like a puppet of the devil? The man put his hand out to the side, first asking him to calm down, since he was not going to fight with him. The young man froze in place. Seong-soo held his sword in front of him, asking if he had been following him and since when. Michael firmly closed his hand and closed his eyes, saying that the hero did not understand everything correctly, because he was not following him, he simply had business in the Iron Guild. He pointed his index finger at him and smiled, noticing that the young man also had business there. The guy opened his mouth slightly. Seong-soo frowned, an ominous aura emanating from him. He asked if the man had seen everything. Brunhart asked the owner to calm down, to which Lou noted that Michael just needed to be finished off. The man put his hands in front of him, saying that he did not come for a fight, but simply because he felt his energy, which was directed towards the Iron Guild, and he does not know what exactly he was doing here. The main character looked at him ominously, spreading his swords to the sides. Michael raised his hand to his chin, noticing that judging by his reaction, he had done something. Some strange energy was rising from the basement. Brunhart screamed, realizing that the man had seen everything. Lou noticed that Michael was talking about something that he didn't know specifically, offering to listen first. Seong-soo frowned, exuding streams of energy. An ominous aura circled around the hero. The man stood motionless opposite. Michael pointed his thumb at the building behind him, saying that, as he had mentioned, he had business there since the Iron Guild was connected to the Vatican. Seong-soo looked at him in surprise, asking if it was because of the sword. The man confirmed his words, noticing that the young man knew about it. Michael clenched his hand into a fist, saying that some brat called himself an escort, and he showed up with a demon. He frowned and bared his teeth furiously. There was a bright red aura around his body. Lou noticed that it was ominous. Seong-soo froze, looking at him and wondering why he was acting this way or if it was natural that the Vatican hated demons. The main character recalled a man with a beard who said that there are those who are on the side of the people. The guy looked forward, saying that a player like Michael should know that there are demons that help people. Lou noted displeasedly that the owner himself only recently found out. The man's mouth opened slightly. He turned displeasedly to the young man, saying that he was mocking him. The hero's eyebrows frowned. He did not understand what his interlocutor was talking about. The man opened his eyes wide. His body was surrounded by an ominous aura. He did not understand how the guy dares to say such things in his presence, because he knows that the Vatican fell because of demons. Xiangsu froze, holding his sword in front of him, thinking that he really didn't know, and it turned out somehow awkward. Tongues of energy rushed in different directions. Michael said that he thought that the young man was different. Despite the smell of a demon, it was not worth even talking to someone who was connected with these creatures. A bright light oozed from his back. The main character covered his face from the light. His eyes went wide. Michael opened his wide white wings. His eyes frowned. The guy realized that he was an angel. Xiangsu knitted his eyebrows, thinking that this couldn't be true. Could this fool be hiding his power all this time? The guy froze in front of him, thinking that perhaps he was stronger than even Sujong. The dark sky loomed over the tall building of the American Association Hotel in Los Angeles. Jikyu's number was dialed on the phone screen, but the voice on the receiver said that the subscriber was temporarily unavailable. The man flipped through the call log. He scratched the back of his head, not understanding where Jikyu had gone, because they had to return to Korea as soon as possible. Sunhoon stood behind him with his hands folded. The man hissed displeasedly, looking away to the side. He didn't think things would get so complicated. Michael's eyes closed. He sharply opened them, sparkling with flashes. Xiangsu froze, looking at the angel in front of him. He put his hands forward, blocking the flow of air. Brunhart asked worriedly if this was an angel. Lu turned to the owner. The main character bared his teeth, not believing that this aura was stronger than Sujeong's. The man's eyes glowed brightly. His wings cut the air. He took a step forward. The feather fell from his wings. Michael launched an attack at the hero with a sharp movement, but he managed to block it by holding his sword in front of him. The guy frowned. Bright flashes flew to the sides. The man smiled, looking at him. Opening his wings, he threw the young man back. He couldn't touch the floor with his feet. With a sharp movement, he managed to put his foot on the ground, thereby slowing down. With a bright black flash, he moved towards the angel. Two swords that had a yellow and red glow crossed. In one motion, Xiangsu slashed at his face with his sword. He frowned, asking him if he didn't say that he didn't intend to fight, but he made so much noise in such an open place. The guy didn't understand what he was up to. Covering himself with his wing and avoiding the blow, Michael looked at him with a smile. He put his hands out to the sides, asking the hero to calm down, because in this place is the treasure of the Vatican, the Holy Grail, protected by a barrier. The man smiled, saying that therefore no one could interfere with their battle. He furrowed his eyebrows, pointing his wings forward. Xiangsu bared his teeth at the approaching attacks. The system notified that Brunhart rejected the accumulated damage. Plumes of dark smoke rushed upward in front of the angel's face. He covered himself with his wings. Michael smiled. He turned his gaze towards Xiangsu, who was hovering in the air, holding a sword in his hands, saying that the guy doesn't even have wings, and if he flies, he won't be able to control his body properly. The protagonist's eyebrows knitted together and he looked at the man with displeasure. The young man opened a portal under his feet, calling upon Hal. He immediately responded, offering his hands to support the hero. Bend his legs, he crouched down to gain a greater amplitude of the jump, saying that the man misunderstood his words about the demon. The main character pushed off with a sharp movement, heading straight towards Michael, swinging his sword. The man looked up at him, surrounding himself with wings, saying that he was aware that there was no evil spirit in the young man. He frowned, shouting that he wanted to fight him anyway. When the heroes collided, a bright flash flashed across the battlefield. Its light illuminated everything around with light. Stones and dust rose into the air, flying in different directions. Xiangsu was thrown back and bared his teeth, thinking that the attack was simple but quite strong. He lowered his head, thinking that this was very strange. The guy landed on the ground, listening to Lu's words about how it wasn't obvious that this guy was actually in the mood for a real attack. He's not going to fight until victory. It feels like he's testing the hero. Michael looked at him, grinning. Elle turned to the owner, asking her to try to talk to the angel. The young man looked in surprise at his light sword. The hilt of the sword shone brightly. Xiangsu put out his sword, and a girl appeared from it with a bright flash. Elle appeared in the form of a little girl. She looked at the angel with raised eyebrows. Michael straightened up, addressing her, calling her a sacred maiden. His eyes opened wide and a bead of sweat appeared on his face. He immediately dropped to one knee. The wings behind him disappeared. He greeted her, saying that he felt the energy emanating from the sword. After all, it was her. Xiangsu folded his arms over his chest, indicating that he immediately calmed down. Lu noticed that he was acting as if he was not the one who was just burning with the thirst for battle. The guy looked at the heroes standing in front of him, mentally asking Lu if he knew something about the tied-up maiden, to which he replied that he needed to watch him. Brunhart turned to the owner, asking why he didn't ask him, to which Lu responded displeasedly that he couldn't know anything. Elle looked pitifully at Michael, asking why the man called her that. Did he really know her? He extended his hand to her, saying that enormous divine power emanated from her, which was impossible to cope with. The man lowered his head and closed his eyes, saying that if she is not a sacred maiden, then who? Seong-soo knitted his eyebrows in displeasure, thinking that his words were just an assumption. The girl stood in front, asking if he really thought that way just because of this. Sitting on one knee, Michael said that not only that, while his words may seem strange, but when he first saw her, he felt an incomprehensible feeling. Elle frowned with displeasure, as did the main character. Brunhart suggested that it was love at first sight. Lu said that this man is dangerous. He put his hand to his chest and closed his eyes, saying that if you describe this feeling in words, what would you call it? A certain feeling of kinship. The girl looked at him. Elle mentally turned to the guy. He turned his gaze on her. She turned to him, mentally communicating that it was difficult for her to explain, but she also felt some kind of kinship with him, as if they had already met before. She understood this the moment she heard his name. The main character folded his arms over his chest and chuckled. Lu noted that being related to the owner of the sacred sword means that he is not an ordinary angel. The guy turned to Mikhail, peeking out from behind the girl, asking whether he was a man or an angel. The man pointed at himself with his thumb, saying that he was human. Seong-soo remembered the man with wings who appeared in front of him, asking what kind of wings they were or whether he was not responsible for his skills. The guy frowned, saying that it was better for a man to tell the truth in the presence of Elle. They are not such simpletons as not to understand the obvious. He pressed his hand to his chest in concern, his eyes wide. Michael lowered his head and gaze, saying that he was probably human. Seong-soo looked at him strangely. Lu said that the man himself didn't know who he was. Michael sat on his knee, looking down, apologizing for his nagging at the hero. It seemed to him that this way he could find out more answers to his questions. Elle looked at the young man, mentally telling him that this may sound impudent, but she had the feeling that in a conversation with him she was beginning to remember something, and thanks to him, she remembered one important detail. Seong-soo looked at her in surprise. A way to progress right now without the help of the necessary components. The little girl was separated from the girl with long blonde hair by a brightly tied sword. The status window reported that Elle's first progress, L sign, 1 of 1, ego fragment, 10 of 10, soul converted into ego, 3 of 10, sacred sword, 0 of 1. Conditions for Elle's progress: in addition to Chael's seed, 3 egos are needed, former souls and 1 sacred sword. Seong-soo looked ahead in surprise, thinking that the souls were still okay, but the sacred sword was difficult to find, so I postponed Elle's progress, which means I can do it right now. He smiled, thinking about what to try. The guy moved forward quickly. He appeared in front of Michael, addressing him. The man looked at him in surprise. The young man put out his hand, offering to forget what happened today. It seems they simply did not understand each other. An eerie smile appeared on Seong-soo's face. He looked slyly at the man, thinking that he would quickly go to the hotel, because he needed to enter the gates as soon as possible and check something. Lu displeasedly asked the owner to watch his face. Brunhart noticed that sometimes the owner is very scary. Michael looked up at him in surprise. He asked what the young man was up to which the guy asked in surprise what he was talking about. There was a scarlet sunset in the sky. The light from the night sky made the windows of the American Association Hotel in Los Angeles even brighter. The man knitted his eyebrows menacingly and screamed, not understanding where the hero had been all this time. The young man entered the room, saying that he was just walking around the city. He didn't understand what happened and why he was screaming like that. The man hit himself on the head with his palm, saying that everything was confused. Sung-hoon stood nearby. He drew the guy's attention to a map of the world, with marked points, saying that the reconnaissance troops that entered those 20 gates around the world were not communicating. The main character opened his eyes in surprise. He leaned forward, asking if that meant Soku too. The man nodded silently, looking at him. The guy knitted his eyebrows, opening his mouth slightly. He clenched his teeth. The young man put his hand forward, saying that they needed to return to Korea as soon as possible, because they could use the portal. The man lowered his head. He scratched his head, saying that not only were they planning to return, there are special rules for traveling between countries, and they are much more complicated than he thinks. It will take at least 2 hours. Seong-soo arrived too late, so their turn passed, and besides, there are too many gates in Korea. Dozens of people are sent there to help. The young man froze, looking at the man, not understanding how this happened. Suddenly, he frowned. The guy grabbed him by the shoulders, loudly asking that they needed to get there as quickly as possible. He was taken aback, saying that it was natural, but there was no way. The hero smiled, saying that there is a way. The 2-story house was surrounded by a concrete fence. A portal opened inside the room. The men came out of it. Hen was surprised. He turned to the portal, asking if it was now possible to move in space using it, to which the young man smiled, saying that so far this was only possible in a few places. A bead of sweat appeared on the man's face and he asked what was inside the gate. Griffins were hovering in the sky, an army of undead was advancing on the ground, the strength of which was comparable to that of an average guild. Sung-soo stuck out his hand, saying that they had important business to attend to, so they moved, asking if there would be any problems with the formalities later. Hyun stuck out his thumb and smiled, saying that he left everything to Sung-hoon. He was unhappy that he had to do this. Lu said he was a terrible boss. The man turned to the portal, saying that the cleanup should be started tomorrow, but he himself, most likely, would not be able to go with them. To maintain balance, he would probably have to enter another gate. The young man would go to Gangnam Station tomorrow, and it's better for him to rest today. Seong-soo asked in surprise, throwing up his hands, "Why tomorrow? Now the situation is very urgent." The man, looking at him, said that if they entered the gate without preparation, they would only suffer losses. At such moments they must think soberly. He scratched his neck, bowing his head, apologizing for his words. The guy looked at him in surprise. Hen looked at him seriously, saying that today would be better to spend time with his family, because no one knows what could happen. This time it is really quite a dangerous case. The young man knitted his eyebrows and after a short pause agreed with his words. The man walked forward, saying that he had to go. He covered his face with his hand, hiding his blush, saying that he needed to drop in before the association and say hello to Sujin. The guy silently looked after him. Lu called him a fool, to which Brunhart scolded him, saying that he should not use bad words. White clouds floated across the sky, reflected in the window of the house. The guy wished his Hyun good luck. The man was surprised. The sky became darker. A gate appeared in the center of a street full of military equipment and people. Chainin stood in front of him. He knitted his eyebrows and told everyone the plan of action. In front of him was a line of people. He said that their guild would enter first. As the strongest and most powerful, it was necessary to be prepared for any unexpected situations, so they would look around. Then the Kane Guild will come in, paying attention to the formation behind Baemjun. The Gypsophila Guild will go next, turning their gaze to Yubin and her squad, and 2 assistants from the association will follow them in. He turned to Seong-soo and Sung-hoon, whose looks were serious. The main character frowned, thinking that this plan was quite clever, but this way they would lose a lot of time. He remembered the portal created earlier, thinking that if Soku, who knows how to create them, did not come out of there, then there was a danger inside that prevented him from doing this. Perhaps Soku is still between life and death. The guy clenched his hands into a fist, assuming that he was already dead, but he tried to protect himself from bad thoughts. The commander called out to him and he turned his head in surprise. Chainin came closer to him, knitting his eyebrows. The young man did not understand why they approached him or whether he was simply checking the composition. The man looked at him with a stern look, raising his head. His eyebrows furrowed even more. The head of the guild turned around and headed towards the portal, saying that he hoped that the guy would not get in the way. The young man opened his eyes in surprise, asking what was the matter. Brunhart noted that this was very unpleasant. L called the man a rude man. Sung-hoon, rubbing his face and smiling nervously, asked the young man not to be offended, because he is a little rude, but not a bad person. The hero just hasn't had a very good reputation among rankers lately. The main character turned to him and, smiling, said that good people are always attacked by others. You have to get used to this. The young man smiled, remembering his Hyung, realizing that it was all his fault, because in the association he was perceived almost as a high ranker. Chainin raised his hand up while standing at the portal, saying that the first team should enter, the second team will enter in 20 minutes. The guy stood surrounded by other rankers, thinking that this plan was the best solution for the safety of the operation. But at this rate they might not be able to save Soka. The young man looked to the side, thinking that he would still have to act alone, but for this he needed to enlist the support of the second team. Seong-soo looked at Baemjun standing next to him, thinking that it was good that he met the deputy head of the Kane Guild during the showdown with the Iron Guild. The main character turned his head in the other direction, thinking that the leader of the Gypsophila Guild was Yubin. He was surprised that the girl looked at him with wide eyes. She looked away embarrassed. Lu turned to L, asking if she saw it, to which she answered yes, but did not understand what answer he wanted to hear. Baemjun looked at his watch. He turned to the squad, shouting that 20 minutes had passed, which meant it was time to go in. The sound of armor rang as everyone walked forward. The squad was getting closer and closer to the portal. The gate shone more and more brightly. The sound did not stop. The sky turned scarlet. Walking inside, the head of Kane opened his eyes in surprise. Sung-hoon and Seong-soo looked ahead worriedly. A warrior's bloody hand was visible on the ground. The squad that entered was shocked by what was happening here. There were many corpses of people and monsters on the battlefield. The main character frowned, clenching his hands into fists. Lu said that the owner must be careful, because this gate is the territory of a great demon of the ball level. The guy's eyes opened wider. Looking at the corpses of monsters and people scattered across the battlefield, Lu told the protagonist to be careful, because this gate was the territory of a ball level demon. Ball was the first among the 72 higher demons, a demon with 2 horns and a terrible face. Jikyu looked at the glowing crystal and the sword, realizing that this battle would be difficult. Lu, looking at the gate behind the protagonist, said that although this gate would be different from all that he had passed through so far, it did not quite live up to its name, because the connection with this world was not fully established. Walking ahead of the group with 2 halberds, Deputy Sung-hoon looked back, saying that those who came earlier were attacked immediately, but even so there were too many bodies. Sung-hoon glanced at his deputy when he stopped, saying that although it was inappropriate to say such a thing, it was good that the Blue Dragon Guild came in first. Sung-hoon looked to the side, seeing something was wrong with his peripheral vision. A pole with the Blue Dragon Guild crest was stuck in the ground near the corpse of one of the people. Sung-hoon pointed his hand at the flag and alerted the others, saying that it looked like the previous group was heading in that direction. Standing in front of the corpse, the group decided to go in the other direction, namely forward. The group walked along a huge gorge. The unexpected question made Jikyu stop in his tracks as Yubin's grandmother asked him if he was the guy Yubin kept talking about. The protagonist turned his head and saw an old woman with a smile on her face looking at him. Continuing to walk with the group, Jikyu asked the old woman walking next to her if she meant the head of the Shin Guild, Yubin. Yubin, who was walking behind, screamed when her grandmother said that she was talking about her. She was surprised that Yubin, who previously did not tolerate men, talked so much about the protagonist. Concerned, Yubin approached Jikyu, trying to somehow justify her grandmother's words, at which time "I'll shut up, Lu." Yubin covered her mouth with her fist and closed her eyes, feeling extremely embarrassed. Placing one of his swords under his armpit, the protagonist bowed and shook hands with Grandma Yubin, introducing himself, at which time Lu asked Elle if he could now speak. The protagonist suddenly opened his eyes, sensing a threat. Grandma Yubin and Jikyu looked into the distance, telling each other that now was not the time to talk. Yubin, seeing their strange behavior, was puzzled and did not understand anything. Looking into the distance of the gorge, Jikyu said that their enemies were approaching. Baemjun stood at the head of the group and looked a little nervously into the distance along with everyone else. His mouth dropped open in amazement when he saw his enemies. A huge number of demons were approaching them, some even flew. Baemjun began shouting, giving orders. At his order, the tanks came forward and put up their shields in front of them. The tanks behind the group began to run to the front line. One of them stuck his shield into the ground, after which all the tanks began to form energy shields on top of their own. A moment later, with their joint efforts, the tanks created a huge energy wall that blocked the path of the crowd of monsters. Explosions began to occur throughout the shield, scaring people. The flying monsters flew over the wall and rushed towards the people. Each of the demons had a different appearance. They began to swoop and roar. One of the demons' head exploded due to the energy blast. The mages and archers raised their bows and staves to form spells as Baemjun shouted at them, ordering them to attack the flying monsters. Next, Baemjun ordered the third team to come forward and fight each demon that passed through the tank's shields. Jikyu and Sung-hoon rushed into battle screaming. Sung-hoon was shocked when the protagonist suddenly disappeared. The monster's claw dented the shield. People and monsters began to fight in close combat. The guys clenched their teeth, feeling enormous tension. Suddenly, a blue-red line of energy flashed between the warriors. All the monsters suddenly froze, and traces of cuts became visible everywhere. The guys stared in shock at the blood spurting from the monsters' wounds. The warriors were dumbfounded and went into shock when the headless monsters began to fall. Jikyu thrust his sword straight into the rock. He climbed onto a hill and looked at the endless monsters approaching them. Looking at them, Jikyu noted that he did not even see the end of the crowd of monsters. The problem was not only the strength of the monsters, but their number. Yubin killed several with a swing of her blade, but at this rate it wouldn't take long before she got tired and wouldn't be able to cover anyone. The protagonist opened his eyes wide when Elle addressed him. He raised his head and looked up, feeling someone else's aura. Something was approaching him at great speed. A bright light appeared in the red sky. A moment later, lightning struck the monsters and completely destroyed the front row. Baemjun and Sung-hoon stared at the lightning in shock. Even Yubin and her teammates were very discouraged. Small bolts of lightning remained in the air after the lightning column disappeared. A huge crater was created in front of the group of warriors, separating the monsters and the people. Jikyu landed just before the edge of the crater. Looking at the crater, he asked Elle if she felt divine power. Elle, recalling a recent battle where she personally took part, confirmed this. Realizing this, the protagonist raised his head, looking out for the newcomer. He saw the snow-white wings of an angel in the sky. Michael waved his hand and then approached and with a smile on his face said that he had come to help. But a moment later Michael frowned. Looking at the grinning protagonist with a strange expression on his face, Michael shouted, asking what he was up to again. Baemjun, who was standing to the side, addressed the protagonist, causing him to turn his head. Then he looked at Michael in the sky and asked who he was. At this time, the angel extended his hands forward and began to form a sphere of light. The stream of light destroyed all the demons caught in the attack zone. Pointing his finger at Michael, Jikyu said that it was help sent by the Vatican, and although his character was not very good, his abilities were not bad. Daemjun frowned, trying to remember the player from the Vatican. Next, he glanced at Jikyu when he turned to him, saying that from now on he would act separately. Sung-hoon and Yubin were very surprised and exclaimed when they heard this. Then they both screamed, starting to dissuade the protagonist, saying that there were too many monsters in the distance. Jikyu parted his lips, saying that this was exactly the point. He was going to act alone in order to quickly find the trail. Jikyu clenched his teeth, saying that while they are arguing here, Soku is suffering. Daemjun nervously said the protagonist's name. Standing opposite him, Daemjun thanked him for his concern about the head of the guild, but it was too dangerous to go alone, especially since they knew that the head of the guild came here alone and disappeared. Daemjun's mouth opened in amazement when Jikyu said that then he would not go alone. The protagonist pointed his sword into the sky. Pointing to Michael, who was fighting in the distance, Jikyu said that he would take him with him, so they did not have to worry. At this moment, Michael felt a sudden horror. When Michael began to look around, looking for what disturbed him, the protagonist smiled maliciously. Yubin put her hand to her chest and shouted, saying that she would also go along. Jikyu watched as Yubin stood in front of Daemjun, saying that although she knew that he and that person were strong enough, it was too dangerous for the two of them to go. The protagonist frowned, telling the girl that she should lead her guild. A moment later, Jikyu shocked everyone by disappearing from his place. At great speed, Jikyu rushed straight at the crowd of monsters in front of him. His black blade burst into flames, after which the system notified him of the use of elemental fire, which turns the body into fire, and the use of the union of spirits, allowing him to use skills by merging with the spirits of the elements. The ale in the protagonist's hand shone brightly, after which the system notified the use of divine power. Jikyu raised his swords behind his back in preparation for a large-scale attack. As Jikyu swung his swords, a stream of flames and light rushed forward towards the crowd of monsters. Everything on the way was destroyed and crushed, even parts of the monsters' bodies did not remain intact. Yubin and Soku's mouths opened wide in shock when they saw this. After the fire and light dissipated, two trenches could be seen on the ground, created by two different forces. Jikyu swung his sword, hitting the monster's open jaw, after which the system notified him of an increase in indicators due to the absorption of the chimera's blood. Next, the system notified Jikyu about the absorption of the chimera's soul. The protagonist, around whom various crystals were scattered, stood motionless looking at the system window. Jikyu's lips parted as he asked Lu what soul absorption meant. He answered him by saying that after progress, another power appeared, so he should check the status window. A moment later, a system window for the protagonist's status with a complete list of his and Lu's characteristics and abilities. Next, a system window appeared explaining the absorption ability, which absorbed the blood and souls of monsters that were nearby. Another system window notified about the transformation into an ego. Some souls could turn into an ego after being absorbed. Raising the sword, the protagonist was surprised to realize that even without cannibalism it was possible to obtain such a skill. Elle congratulated the owner, but when Lu heard her, he was indignant, asking why she thanked him if he had acquired the skill. Michael, with his scolding, forced the protagonist to turn his head and look at him. Frowning, an irritated Michael asked Jikyu why they had to act only together, especially since he was very unpleasant because of the feeling that he had lured him, and he himself still followed him. While Michael was approaching him, Jikyu asked him to admit that he himself was glad, that's why he came. After that, Michael asked the protagonist what nonsense he was saying, because he followed him because he thought he could do it this way, achieve your goal. Jikyu tilted his head a little, interested in the angel's goals. Michael extended his finger, saying that his first goal was to destroy the demons, the enemies of the Vatican. Next, the angel lowered his gaze and thought, after which he said that his second goal was to find out who he really was. Jikyu stared at the angel, but said nothing. The angel's lips stretched into a smile when he saw this. A moment later, he turned around, telling the protagonist that they should go now because they need to save their friend. The angel stopped abruptly and glanced at Jikyu when he asked him to stop. Pointing his sword at the crystals lying on the ground, the protagonist asked Michael if he would just leave when there were so many crystals here, and if he wasted everything, he would quickly be left without money. A little nervous, Michael asked Jikyu if he didn't say that the matter was urgent and it was not the time to collect crystals here. But the protagonist assured Michael that he would do everything quickly and then called the gate, greatly shocking the angel. The angel clenched his teeth in horror, looking at the summoned gate. Jikyu looked at the angel while the skeletons that came out of the gate walked around him. Lu asked the owner if they could no longer hide them. He answered him by saying that they would still have to be taken out when the battle began and it would be better to just show them right away. Having heard their conversation, Elle asked him if she could now show off her powers. Michael opened his mouth in amazement and took a step back, mentally telling himself that not only did Jikyu have demonic and divine powers, but also a gate. This made him ask himself who Jikyu was. Soon the protagonist and Michael stopped near a huge hole. The angel crossed his arms over his chest saying that this place was right here. Looking around, the protagonist noticed crystals lying on the ground, which were traces of the battle, so he assumed that Soku was below. Frowning, Michael asked Jikyu how he was going to get down there even if he had wings, but getting down there was problematic. Jikyu, looking at the hole in front of him, said that he, too, could fly, but all this would not be needed. While they were both standing near the edge of the hole, the protagonist said that they could jump into this hole without any problems, because most likely it leads to another space. The crystal on Lu sparkled a little when he said that there was indeed some kind of portal installed below. The angel, who crossed his arms over his chest, turned his head and asked the protagonist if he even felt this, after which he said that although he was not particularly believable, someone like him was quite capable of this. Jikyu lifted Lu and, looking at him intently, made up his mind. Michael watched the protagonist swing his sword while Lu asked him to stop. Jikyu soon left a warning for everyone. He wrote it with Lu's help, causing him to freak out while Jikyu told the angel that if he couldn't sense the portal, then the others couldn't either, so he left them a note. Soon both looked at the hole and got ready. A moment later, Michael and Jikyu jumped from their seats. The protagonist and the angel fell down with a desire to look at the face of the great demon. When Jikyu and Michael teleported into the dungeon, the system notified them of entering the lands of Bodhis and their right to take the place of the owner of the lands was confirmed. Jikyu looked surprised at the system alert that told him that he was receiving the authority to declare war. Next, the protagonist turned his head and asked the angel if he had heard any system alerts. He, stretching his shoulder, asked in surprise what system messages he was talking about. Jikyu looked at Michael while he told him that the system only notified him about entering foreign lands and perceiving the owner of this place as an invader. Having heard this, Jikyu understood the difference between their notifications. Jikyu glanced at Lu as his crystal sparkled brightly as he spoke that they entered differently, which was why there was a difference in the alerts. He, being the owner of the gate, controlled the undead. Most likely this was what gave him the right to take the place of the owner. Next, Jikyu looked again at the sparkling crystal on Lu, asking him if he knew Bodhis. The protagonist barely smiled and became nervous when Lu told him that Bodhis was not that great, but he looked like he did not have any special abilities, because he rose to his rank with the help of combat power. Michael glanced at the protagonist, scolding him a little for standing there aimlessly. Throwing one of his swords over his shoulder, the protagonist asked Lu to watch their back. Jikyu suddenly stopped and stopped walking. The angel noticed this and worriedly asked the crouched and trembling Lu about his condition. Jikyu gritted his teeth as his head felt like it was pounding. El asked worriedly about his master's condition while Lu simply called it a natural reaction. The protagonist looked at the sword stuck in the ground while Lu told him that due to the aura close to death, the harmony in him was disturbed due to the superiority of one of the forces. Michael leaned over a little, worriedly asking Jikyu if he was okay. But a moment later the angel raised one eyebrow in surprise and awkwardly asked about his eye. Jikyu was surprised when Lu reminded him of the demon eye. Michael continued to look at the protagonist with suspicion while he mumbled. Pointing to his eye, Jikyu said that it was just lenses. Michael, hearing him, asked what kind of simpleton he thought he was for saying such a thing. Events are transferred to the surface, to a place where crystals were scattered throughout the earth. Chanin, approaching the newcomer, expressed his gratitude for the fact that he agreed to cooperate. Taochin chuckled when he heard him. Standing in his combat gear, Taochin said that he was simply repaying his debt because Korea had helped China more than once. Then he looked at the healer who was treating the wounded, saying that the situation turned out to be quite serious, but Chongjin said that the gate turned out to be of a high level. Stroking his beard, he asked Jiangyon if it would be better for the two separated groups to move together. He sighed and, closing his eyes, puzzled Taochin by saying that he did not want to fight with excess luggage behind his back. A moment later, Jianjin sharply raised his sword and shouted, ordering everyone to check their equipment because they would be moving out in 10 minutes. Frowning, Chongjin walked away from Taochin, saying that he could not share the credit with some newcomers from the association. They would be enough to clean up. Taochin stroked his beard and thought, looking at Chongjin's back. Events return again to the dungeon, which was illuminated by crystals on the walls. Michael, who was following the protagonist, decided to ask him about his eyes, but he interrupted him by calling them colored lenses. The angel crossed his arms over his chest, saying that the more Jikyu learned, the more he did not understand. Jikyu, being in a terrible mood, told the angel that if he found out everything, it would be worse for him. Continuing to walk with crossed arms, Michael asked Jikyu if he even knew where they were going. Looking at the forked path, the protagonist said that he was going exactly where the demonic aura was most felt, and their goal was the guardian of the gate. With a wave of his hand, the angel called Jikyu's perception skill amazing. The protagonist walking ahead surprised Michael by stopping abruptly. Michael parted his lips in surprise when Jikyu said that he felt his friend's aura ahead. Looking into the distance, Jikyu saw the subtlest streams of mana and felt his friend. A moment later, the puzzled angel reminded him that he did not know Korean. small energy feathers appeared on Jiku's legs. A moment later, he had already disappeared, turning into a stream of mana. Concerned, Michael shouted, asking the protagonist to wait. A second later, the angel rushed after Jiku at great speed. Jiku moved at great speed through the cave. Along the way, even the crystals were blurred in his vision due to the speed. Michael ran after Jiku. He clenched his teeth, scolding the protagonist. Looking at the trail of mana that he left behind, Michael was amazed at Jiku's speed. But a moment later he opened his eyes wide in surprise. The ground under his foot began to crumble as he suddenly began to break. A huge amount of dust rose as Michael slid across the ground. He barely managed to stop right behind Jiku. Straightening up, Michael asked Jiku why he stopped so abruptly. But after a second, his eyes suddenly widened in horror. He saw many cocoons made of cobwebs hanging everywhere. Standing next to Jiku, the angel called it the City of Cocoons. Michael glanced at Jiku when he said that Soku was inside one of the cocoons. The protagonist closed his eyes trying to calm down. He then took a stance, his eyes sparkling as he turned to Lu and El saying that he was starting. Lu shouted sharply asking him to stop and wait. Jiku looked at the glowing crystal and the sword, listening to Lu say that inside there was Bodhi's lair, and there was also a base of demons, all kinds of barriers and traps. Even for them it would be difficult to stay alive. Michael watched from the side and watched in stupor as the protagonist muttered, while in fact Jiku asked Lu what they could do. Lu reminded the protagonist about the system alert. Jiku stared at his sword in surprise, trying to remember the system alert, but after a second he remembered his right to declare war. A moment later, the protagonist swung his sword declaring war on Bodhi's. The system immediately notified him of the declaration of war. The angel looked at his dissolving hand in shock, not understanding what was happening. The system notified him of the transition to the battlefield. Michael began to scream in fear as their bodies began to turn into pixels. A moment later, there was no one left in the Meshtra and only the system announced that the winner will receive everything. Events are transferred to the surface, where Jeongyeon was at the head of the group. At the same time, a group led by Baemjun stood opposite them. Two groups of people stood opposite each other greeting each other. Jeongyeon raised one eyebrow, not understanding, and thought. Taochin watched from the side as Jeongyeon asked Baemjun about Jiku, asking if he had died. Baemjun looked away trying to explain Jiku's absence. One of the players called Baemjun saying that there was an inscription here. Soon everyone saw the inscription left by Jiku. Baemjun and Jeongyeon, along with the rest of the group, read the text on the ground with interest. They then stood at the edge of the abyss, realizing that Jiku had jumped into the abyss. Jeongyeon grinned, realizing what the protagonist had done. Taochin watched with interest as the grinning Chonan said that he extremely did not like the unauthorized actions of the protagonist. Chonan turned around when Taochin asked him if this was the same Jiku, nicknamed the Morning Star. Chonan said that it was he who was called a burden to everyone. Taochin thought as he looked at Chonan, Jiku had never seemed like this to him. Jeongyeon turned around and told Baemjun that he didn't trust Jiku, and then asked if they could jump based on the inscription. Pointing his finger at the hole, Jeongyeon said that he was not prepared for this. The grandmother restrained her angry granddaughter, saying that now was not the time to quarrel with each other. Yubin turned her head and shouted to her grandmother, trying to prove that she was right, but suddenly a system alert interrupted her, notifying her that they had declared a war for the territory and were now moving to the battlefield. Chongjin and Taochin's bodies began to turn into pixels, which made them very worried. Baemjun and his group began to move, but Baemjun, having mastered his fear, asked what the system had, what kind of war for territory they had declared. But he did not receive an answer and moved with everyone to the battlefield. A moment later, only the dust rising into the sky reminded of the group. Pixels began to form on the battlefield. A moment later, all those who had recently disappeared moved here. Sunhoon looked around in shock, not understanding where they were. They stood in a huge clearing, surrounded by rocks and mountains that did not allow them to leave. Jeongyeon, looking back, remembered how they had just announced a war for the territory. Taochin turned his head and told Chongjin that he had heard this once before, and if the words of the demon who was helping China were to be believed, it was a way to establish who was more important among the demons and quickly become stronger. Chongjin turned to Taochin asking him why they were here, since this was the way of demons. He answered him by saying that perhaps there was a demon among them. Suddenly everyone turned and looked at the arriving protagonist. Looking around and walking with Michael, the protagonist was surprised that the war for territory was taking place in a separate place. Lu told him that during the battle, everything around was usually blown to pieces, and this was a way to minimize losses. Yubin and Sunhoon were overjoyed when they saw their comrade. Jeongjin asked Taochin, who was standing next to him, who was next to the protagonist. He answered him by saying that it was help from the Vatican, who was a player who was sent to Korea. Scratching his chin, Chonan frowned and at the same time grinned from the understanding that it was precisely because of such a strong player nearby that Jiku was able to act alone. Pointing his sword at Jiku, Chonan said that he would take him to account for his unauthorized decisions. Daemjun and Yubin listened as Jeongyeon said that his guild would take over the front line, and the rest should simply not interfere with them and cover them from behind. The protagonist tilted his head and thought after Jeongyeon's words. Jeongyeon was shocked when the protagonist told him that they couldn't do it alone. A moment later, a powerful invisible pressure fell on the entire group of people. Jeongyeon turned his head feeling this pressure. Sunghoon and the other mercenaries became wary and grabbed their weapons tighter. They all turned around looking into the distance. Feeling the tension, everyone began to tensely look at the edge of the battlefield. The ground began to crack and swell. Huge mantises broke through the ground and appeared. Everyone was shocked from under the ground. Plumes of smoke rose into the air, scaring people. A huge number of mantis monsters rushed straight at the people. Jeongyeon gritted his teeth seeing such a huge number of people. Looking at the mantises in the air, Chonin counted them, realizing that there were approximately several hundred of them, and there were only 3 commanders themselves flying in the air. The sword along with his hand began to tremble. Chonin fell into horror from the realization of helplessness. The protagonist's sudden words made Jeongyeon's eyes widen, and he asked them to move away because they were disturbing them. He turned his head, looking at Jikyu in bewilderment. Jikyu sighed as he looked at Jeonjun, after which he ordered the gates to open and they formed behind him, frightening everyone. Daemjun smiled and said that he assumed this. Yubin and her grandmother were shocked when they saw the gate. Skeleton warriors in armor and with swords began to emerge from the gate. They passed by people, greatly disturbing them. Sunhoon looked into the sky and saw griffins, marveling at them. The majestic Griffin King opened his wings, striking everyone. Chonjin and Taochin along with his group were very scared when the shadow covered them. A huge Death Knight towered right in front of them on horseback. Heart followed from the portal. A bright red light flashed in Heart's eye socket. Jeongyeon looked at all this in disbelief. Looking at the griffins in the sky and the dead passing by, everyone could not believe what they saw. Lightning sparkled in the red sky. Elle, having taken on her true form, opened her wings. Then she opened her eyes looking at the enemies in the distance. Chonin, who stood near the gate, looked at Jikyu, internally telling himself that from the very beginning he did not like him. Even when he was introduced, he was only a ranker through connections. Moreover, it was openly promoted by the association, without even hiding its intentions to the paparazzi. Standing near the gate now, he understood why he wore a mask all the time. The skeletons marched towards their goal. Jeongyeon's face was contorted in extreme shock and fear. The protagonist's army moved forward, greatly frightening people. Looking at the skeletons passing by him, Jeongyeon clenched his teeth, realizing that strong magical power emanated from these skeletons. Next, he glanced at the Death Knight emitting demon energy. He assumed that it was because of him that the battle for the territory began. Jeongyeon frowned, realizing that this sight alone had already shocked him. Looking at the lick, he immediately understood that this lick was not simple, and the countless number of griffins were completely frightening. Moreover, the presence of the Griffin King who guided them was terrifying. Looking with their mouths open at the warriors in the sky, Chonjin and Taochin, who had never heard of such a summoner before, could not even find words to describe what was happening. A circle of light began to form in front of the protagonist, opposite whom she stood. Jikyu asked the angels if they were ready. Hamiel, holding 2 swords of light in his hand, answered in the affirmative for everyone. Kamael, who turned into a sword in Hamiel's hand, silently agreed. Anael, who turned into a second sword in Hamiel's hand, also silently agreed. Michael looked at the protagonist, asking who he really was, since he could even control angels. Jikyu pulled his sword forward and called Elle, after which the sword glowed brightly. Lightning appeared in the air after that. Elle in her true form appeared in front of the protagonist. She then ordered Hamiel to go forward, and upon hearing this, he immediately accepted the order. Looking at Elle's pretty face, Jikyu remembered something. Looking at Elle, who was pierced by 2 lightsabers, Jikyu remembered a way to progress right now without having all the necessary components. Elle closed her eyes as the 2 swords in her chest glowed brightly. An army of skeletons and an army of monsters clashed in battle. The enormous mantis swung its claws at the Griffin King. Jeongyeon gritted his teeth, saying that they couldn't lose since their guild wasn't here for decoration. He raised his sword high into the air, after which, pointing the sword at the enemies, he shouted to his fellow guild members to go forward to show them the power of one of the 10 best guilds. All his comrades shouted, gaining courage. They galloped forward, moving ahead of the rest of Chonin. I thought that even if Jikyu was not a show-off, his powers had to have a limit, because magic is also not infinite. Veins appeared on his face as he thought that the protagonist wanted to take all the glory for himself. Taochin looked back sharply and was shocked. While Sunghoon and Yubin looked up at the sky in shock, Baemjun tried to guide them forward. He turned his head when he saw such an unnatural behavior of his comrades. Many angel feathers were visible in the air. Jeongyeon noticed an angel flying at great speed. The angel's feather slowly fell to the ground as a startled Jeongyeon looked at the angel. His eye reflected the figure of an angel in the distance. It was Elle who took on her true form. She opened her wings. A moment later, Her eyes opened. Elle, whose wings had become incomparably huge, asked the angel hovering behind her if he would interfere with her. Michael put his hand to his chest, telling the sacred maiden that he would not disturb her. Elle turned her head and addressed Michael, telling him not to address her as a sacred maiden, because she did not have a name given by her master. Some of Elle's feathers stood on end when she said that she was simply following his orders. Michael stood motionless, looking at the Elle who rushed forward, telling him to finally help him if he wanted. Elle began to approach the battlefield at great speed. One of the Mantis commanders pointed his claw at Elle, attacking her. Elle raised her sword back, preparing to strike. With one swing of her blade, she cut off the limb of the Mantis. Blood began to pour out of the Mantis' wound. Elle raised her sword into the air and prepared to strike again. The sky above her head darkened. A moment later, a column of lightning rushed straight towards the Mantis. 3 huge columns of lightning struck the monster commanders, creating powerful explosions. Heart, who was floating in the air, ordered everyone to retreat because they could not cope with this force. Jeongyeon looked in shock at the angel's figure, shrouded in smoke rising from her attack. Taochen opened his mouth in shock, not believing that it was an angel. Stroking his beard, Taochen asked Changyeon if he could believe that the protagonist controlled both an angel and a demon at the same time. Continuing to stroke his beard, Taochen opened his mouth and saw something amazing. Jeongyeon's mouth dropped open as he started talking about Elle. Putting his hand to his heart, the lover Changyeon called Elle a goddess. Taochen stood in a stupor, not understanding him. Elle pointed the glowing sword directly at the monsters below. Michael attacked with energy beams of light. Together they unleashed streams of light and electricity directly on the monsters. Heart, whose hood flew off his head, swore. Holding his spear in his hand, the Lick said that he still did not intend to adapt to them, but to watch them jump out like that. In fact, the Lick just wanted to curse but did not decide to do it openly. The sword in Elle's hand glowed brightly. A moment later, a beam of energy flew straight towards the monsters. The hit beam of energy raised a huge amount of dust. A laceration appeared on the head of one of the commanders after this attack. Elle's next attack was deflected by the Mantis' claw. His eye flashed brightly as he noticed another attack. Elle clenched her teeth, realizing the hopelessness of the situation. First, he lost a limb due to inattention, but the second time she couldn't pull it off. Floating in front of the 2 Mantis commanders with Michael, Elle thought that she had progressed in a hurry, which was why her strength was quickly running out. Taochen opened his mouth in amazement. While Chang'an looked at Elle lovingly, Taochen told him that for a long time he had not had the feeling that if he interfered, he would only interfere. Taochen frowned sharply when he saw something. Chang'an turned around sharply when Taochen shouted at him, asking him to look the other way. Jeongyeon exclaimed when he saw what was happening. Dust began to settle in the distance. The Mantis slammed its paw straight into the ground. All the praying Mantises suddenly stopped and began to squeak. The wings of one of the Mantises opened. When this happened, almost everyone opened their wings and took off. Jeongyeon gritted his teeth at this while the rest of the group was very worried. The tense Jeongyeon shouted, ordering them to prepare for battle. Everyone nervously grabbed their weapons. Heart, hovering above the army of skeleton mages and archers, pointed his spear at the approaching monsters and then told Elle that they were weaker than he thought if they were able to miss so many. Michael formed a sphere of light in his palm, after which he directed it at the monsters flying around, destroying them. The angel clenched his teeth, realizing that when they are apart, it is not possible to kill them right away. While the monsters flew past the angels, Elle clenched her teeth and trembled from powerlessness. She suddenly gained strength and began to move across the battlefield at great speed, attacking monsters while shouting at them. The heads of the monsters were separated from their bodies, the crystals fell along with their bodies. Michael, looking at her, was a little surprised that she got angry so quickly. A moment later he frowned. One of the commanders attacked Elle with his claw. Elle blocked the attack with her sword. She was sweating heavily, gritting her teeth, her strength was diminishing. At this time, magicians and archers fired spells and arrows to hit the monsters. Many monsters in the sky exploded and died. Baemjun and the other people watching the monsters realized that something was wrong here because they did not even react to their attacks. Taochen opened his mouth in amazement as he watched this. A moment later, he turned around and ordered everyone to protect Jikyu. He clenched his teeth with fear and tension, realizing that he was mistaken in thinking that this was a battle with monsters, a war for territory. In fact, it was a fight with the leader of the entire army of Mantises, the one who led them. The insects rushed straight at the protagonist. The black sword in the protagonist's hand burst into flames, after which the system announced an elemental fire that turned the body into fire, and the union of spirits made it possible to use skills by merging with the spirits of the elements. The blazing flame forced everyone to cover their eyes. Streams of flame began to circle in the air, hitting the monsters. The flames engulfed the mantids, causing them to scream. Crystals began to fall from the sky right next to the protagonist. While Jikyu looked at the crystals falling from the sky, Lu asked him why he didn't use the death skill because he was only wasting L's powers. Looking at Jikyu's sword, he said that this was quite enough because insects burned very well in fire and death was his secret trump card, so he had to use it when it was really necessary. Jikyu breathed a sigh of relief and smiled when Lu said that it was nothing special to him, but he was still great. A moment later, wings of energy formed on Jikyu's legs, after which he decided to intervene in the battle because L was already beginning to lose strength. A moment later, he disappeared from his place. It turned into a stream of energy that passed by the entire crowd of people. Taochen opened his mouth in shock when he saw this. He looked after Jikyu, who began to fight with the commander of the Mantises. He was a summoner who could also fight himself. Jiangyon opened his mouth in amazement looking at this. A moment later, he clenched his teeth. After looking at the monsters in the sky, Jianjun ordered everyone to kill at least one more monster if they did not want to be called onlookers. Daemjun shouted to Yubin and Sunghun to join the fight. Soon, two of the Mantis commanders began fighting against the angels and the protagonist, while the third led the army. At the same time, Bodhi's lay in the bowels of the earth in a cocoon. A moment later, his eyes lit up brightly, after which the system notified that he had awakened. At Gangnam Station, next to the temporary tent for the waiting group, a shimmering gate was opened. 10 hours had passed since the squad entered, and the man opened the lunch box. Concerned, Sung Pil broke the Chinese chopsticks and said that all this time they have to just sit and wait. Donghi, sitting next to him, said that waiting is just a fight against time because no one knows when the gap will happen, much less the special gate. Sungpil closed his eyes and sighed heavily, saying the word break. Inside the gate was his relative, Donghi, holding Chinese sticks in his hands, explaining that they were just waiting for a situation that might happen and that it was unlikely that anything had happened to the attacking party. Smiling, the guy said that he hoped so because Jikyu was involved in the cleanup. The gate was surrounded by a blue haze and made strange sounds. Donghi stated that everything would be fine because the ranker always showed his amazing side. Notifications announced the summoning of Crusette, and a red faceless elemental appeared on the battlefield. The griffin soared in the sky above the huge mantis. The monster opened its jaws and let out a battle cry. Hearing this scream, Chainen turned around. Seeing a new enemy behind him, the man asked who was summoning the monsters one after another. Pointing his weapon forward, Chen frowned sternly and said that there was no time for admiration and that his comrade needed to convince himself that this was just an unusual person. Gritting his teeth, Chainen decided that the old man was right. He didn't think that something even more amazing could happen. The main character rose into the air above the mantis. Putting his hand forward, he cast a binding spell. Magic bonds wrapped around the monster's neck. A trail of used acceleration appeared in the air. The monster put out its claws like a shield, repelling the attack with its sword. Then Jikyu used elemental fire. The flames engulfed the upper part of the monster's body. The mantis's head caught fire. Trying to cope with the unbearable pain, he screamed. The guy landed nearby, watching the clouds of smoke coming from the enemy. The monster's furious eyes lit up. Mantis decided to hit his opponent with a powerful claw. The demonic sword caught fire. A vortex of dark energy appeared around him. Ego's owner said that this was what Lu wanted so badly. As the claw approached him, the player struck with his sword. A huge wave of energy washed over the mantis. The monster watched in disbelief as a dark haze covered his body. The impact sent a huge cloud of dust into the air. Chen and Chainen opened their mouths in shock. Even Sunghun and Yubin were distracted from the fight as they noticed what was happening. Elle and Michael watched the battle from the sky in surprise. A huge crater appeared on the ground. The system voice stated that the head of the Bodhi squad would be destroyed, and Mantaus turned into Ego. The body of the mantis was cut in half lengthwise. With his eyes widened in amazement, the guy asked if he was really that strong. Suddenly his expression became more intense. Clutching his chest, he bent over in pain. Brunhart called out to his owner in concern. Lu realized what had happened. The body of the mantis melted into the air, disintegrating into small particles. Ego explained that the power of the death skill is increased by the magical aura, but due to the imbalance in this place, it is tilted to one side. The young man's body trembled. He thought that such things should be warned in advance. Lu replied that he thought the owner knew this and wished him to be careful. His words that something was approaching made the main character look up. A fierce battle between people and monsters took place in the desert area. The system voice stated that Ruler Bodhi's woke up. The ground on the battlefield shook. While the Lick was sending his arrows at his enemies, Call felt a strange aura. The ground cracked underfoot. Looking at the cracks that appeared, the warriors did not understand what was happening. Chainen, holding a sword, shouted that something was approaching. Daemjun furrowed his eyebrows in shock, not even realizing what had happened. The crack was growing. People did not understand how much longer this would continue. Suddenly the ground fell away beneath them. There was a loud explosion, raising a huge cloud of dust into the air. The fighter falling into the resulting hole screamed, asking for help. The main character rose above the ground in time, not understanding what happened. Brunhart reported that the ground had exploded. Black energy appeared in the air. The notice said that the elemental darkness had turned the body into darkness. Dark wings appeared behind Jikyu's back. Noticing something ahead, he opened his mouth in shock. A huge cocoon formed at the site of the explosion. Looking at him, the guy asked if Bodhi's was really that huge. Liu answered in the negative, clarifying that the monster used to be quite big, but not that much. The cocoon began to spin around its axis. Liu said that its size depended on the high speed of rotation and that the cocoon could explode at any moment. The red eye on the sword lit up. The player looked at him. Liu asked what would happen if we assumed that there was no longer a way to defeat him. The cocoon made circular movements at incredible speed. The shining sword asked if its owner understood what he meant. The guy looked at his reflection in the blade in bewilderment. Holding himself in the air with the help of his dark wings, he asked what they were talking about. The eye on the sword looked at its owner. Liu did not know how to better formulate his thoughts. In the end, Ego said to forget about it and pretend that he didn't say anything. With a serious frown, the young man asked to explain what Liu meant. Someone's voice made him look around. Elle, being behind him, said that she no longer had the strength to continue the fight. The owner praised her. The ring on his hand glowed. 3 angels hovered next to the sacred sword. A bright lightning appeared between them and the ring. Elle apologized for not being able to help. Her master tried to convince her. The main character opened the gate in the sky and asked the angels to go and rest. The angels nodded and thanked the owner. Liu's voice made his master look down. The cocoon continued to spin. A small hole appeared in its center. Suddenly a huge thorn grew out of it. Liu warned the owner about its approach. Elle and Brunhart were very scared. Jikyu held out his sword in defense. The thorn pierced the heavens without reacting to the sword attack. The guy widened his eyes in surprise, not believing it. Noticing that the sword did not even leave a scratch, he asked why this thorn was so strong. His hands holding the sword trembled. 2 more holes appeared on the cocoon. Its entire surface was covered with spirals, from which spikes were ready to appear. Suddenly all the thorns began to move. They pierced the bodies of the griffins flying in the sky. The mantises were also attacked by their own ruler. Noticing the movements of the spikes, the player concluded that they were attacking everyone indiscriminately. After these words, he clenched his teeth tensely. The lick hovered in the air, surrounding himself with a protective barrier. When asked if everything was all right with him, Hart replied that everything was fine, because while he was here, no decrease in the forces of the undead was expected. The dead mantises stood on his side. The eye on the sword flashed. Liu said that this was only possible due to the demon's aura and that they could try to hold out, but everything had its limit. The situation in which they found themselves left much to be desired. Watching what was happening on the ground, the guy said that they had too little time. The griffins rose high into the sky, and the stingers could not reach them, which means, except for a few who were attacked suddenly, there were no special problems with the griffins. The biggest problem was with the squad itself. The guy glanced at the ground. He widened his eyes in shock. Powerful light energy sparkled on the ground. The allies' bodies were protected by energy barriers. Thanks to the shields, the spikes could not tear apart the bodies of Yubin and Sunghoon. In the sky above the cocoon hung a huge ball in which Michael was located, who had used the Sacred Zone skill. The young man looked at the angel in surprise. Liu asked what kind of crazy magical power this was, and said that soon the angel would be able to catch up with his owner. A new sting made its way through the shell of the cocoon. A huge spike rushed straight towards the main character. However, the sting passed by. Jikyu began to dive down. His sword caught fire due to using the death skill. As the sword pierced Bodhi's body, it released a large amount of dark energy. Even though he used the death skill, it was only possible to make a small hole in the cocoon, which was too large and hard. With his mouth wide open, the guy screamed that Liu was offering to try to blow him up. The eye on the sword lit up again. Ego explained that then everything around would shatter into small pieces, and then, most likely, a boss the same size as the cocoon would wake up. Imagining how a huge mantis burst into the city, Liu said that because of the explosion, everyone inside the gate could die, and that if a rift occurred, a mature specimen of Bodhi's would be walking around the city center. Gritting his teeth, the player thought that this was just some kind of madness. Blood gushed from his nose. Blood flowing from every orifice on his face. Ego called out to his master in concern. The guy staggered, taking the sword out of the cocoon's body. As blood continued to flow down his face, Liu said that his master had pressed too hard on one side and might die if he continued to use the death skill. New spirals appeared under his feet. Many spikes rushed upward. The young man flew into the air. He closed his bleeding eyes, the world around him blurring from the blow he had dealt. While in the air above the cocoon, the main character decided to find another way, since the death skill does not work with this monster. When the sword pierced the cocoon, Bodhi's withstood even a skill enhanced by the aura of demons. Therefore, ordinary skills would not even leave a scratch on him. A faint glow emanated from the ring on her finger. Elle, who has the necessary power, had run out of strength. Michael frowned menacingly. He also had his limits. On top of that, there were still 2 commanders left, the spikes rushing towards the body of their enemy. Closing his eyes, Jikyu remembered Lu's words that everyone inside the gate could die, and then bodies would break free. An image of his mother and sister smiling appeared in his head. The next moment the player opened his eyes wide. Remembering Lu's words about the only remaining option, he pointed the demonic sword directly at himself. The guy tightly grasped the hilt of the sword, intending to pierce his stomach. Ego tried to stop him. The sword passed right through the body of its owner. Notifications popped up saying that a connection had been established with Ego Lu and the advent had begun. Under the next blow of the spike, the protective barrier cracked. The warriors were frightened when they saw that the barrier was about to fall under the onslaught of the stings. Michael concentrated the energy in his hands and said that the mana was being consumed too quickly. The angel clenched his teeth, realizing that at this rate the defense would be dispelled. Suddenly he saw something behind him. 2 huge mantises pointed their claws at his shield. Sharp claws tried to break through the barrier to get to the angel. Frowning, Michael thought that he had noticed it too late and would not have time to block the attack or dodge it. Something flashed in the sky. The mantis' claw stopped a couple of centimeters from the barrier. The monsters turned around, noticing something behind their backs. A trace of the used acceleration skill appeared in the air. The praying mantises hurried to fly away from the protective barrier. Michael looked after them in disbelief. As if scared of something, the monsters flew high into the sky. Suddenly their bodies were torn into small pieces. Pieces of mantis' bodies fell from the sky in front of the huge, spiky cocoon. Sung-hoon watched what was happening in surprise. Michael turned around, his mouth open in shock. Part of the mantis' wing slowly fell to the ground. The angel asked what was happening. A dark haze was emanating from the fingers of the main character. He was balancing while sitting on one of the spikes. With a demonic sword sticking out of his back, Lu asked what some weakling with no special status was doing here without his permission. The Lick looked at his master in surprise, without uttering a word. Demon horns grew on Jikyu's head. He grinned maliciously. Lu ordered him to kneel and bow his head in front of him. The guy spread his arms to the sides, standing on the tip of one of the stings. His body was engulfed by dark energy. His eyes glowed. Lu declared that the King of Hell had returned. The player flapped his demonic wing. Frowning, Michael could not believe what was happening. Looking at his friend, the angel asked where he got such power. The hand holding the sword trembled. Chainen opened his mouth in amazement and asked if this was really his comrade. Gritting his teeth, the man felt a strange aura, because of which he could not move. His brows were furrowed. Turning around, the warrior asked what was the matter. Yubin and Sung-hoon look around in surprise. All the energy of this place gathered at one point where the reincarnated Demon King stood. Holding his weapon in front of him, the Lick realized that his power was being taken away. Because of this, Heart could not support the warriors. The undead, finding themselves without support, fell to the ground. Bam Jun grinned, thinking that his friend was as true to his style as always. Chen looked up in shock, unable to believe what was happening. The old man realized that it was not the morning star, but a cocoon that absorbed all the energy of this space. Dark energy surrounded the spikes. The cocoon began to move, shaking the ground beneath it. The protective barriers were shattered. Covering his chest with bracers, the warrior realized that the shield was gone. A strong wind blew across his legs. Another gust of wind forced him off the ground. The warriors flew into the air, surrounded by a huge cloud of dust. Flying fragments of stones hit the rocks with a roar. Because of the rising dust, nothing was visible. The rocks were covered with many craters. The warriors, once on the ground, tried to rise to their feet. Chen put his hand to his mouth and cleared his throat. Having held on thanks to his weapon, the man asked if everyone was alive. Looking up, he asked what happened this time. The old man frowned when he saw something in front of him. They stood with Chainen on the destroyed ground. The spikes were high in the sky. The cocoon opened, a long shadow covered the ground. Bodhis woke up, and a huge chimera appeared in front of the heroes, whose upper body resembled a praying mantis. Chen looked at the monster in shock, thinking that he was mistaken, because now the question arose not about victory or defeat. The warriors could not control the urge to vomit. The very existence of the boss suppressed the strength of the participants, who could lose consciousness within the next 5 minutes. Bodhis straightened his claws. Chen understood that, most likely, most of the warriors would die. Michael fell to the ground, trying to catch his breath. His shield was cracked, and he probably received a strong blow. Chen thought that he himself would not be able to survive. The man closed his eyes, thinking that his grave would be right here. He decided that after this, meeting the end would not be so bad. The main character was hanging in the air in front of the chimera. The monster's claw rose into the air. The mantis raised it above his head to strike. In an instant, he pointed his claw at the enemy. The gust of wind caused by the blow forced the warriors to the ground. Chainen, holding tightly to his sword, thought that he was struggling from the air pressure alone. The man asked himself if it would all end like this. A huge claw appeared above Jikyu's head. Looking up with his burning eyes, the Demon King declared that Bodhi's was no longer the same as he used to be. The guy snapped his fingers. A giant ball of energy absorbed the upper half of the monster's torso. Chen and Chanen watched in shock. His expression was very tense. Looking at the remains of the monster's body, the old man asked what Morning Star just did. Just a moment ago, the demon was aiming its claw at him. Then the man simply closed his eyes because of the strong wind. Not even a second had passed before he opened them, and during this time half of this giant disappeared. The Demon King raised his eyebrows in surprise. Grinning, he said that Bodhi's was a good thinker. Dark energy gathered around his body. The next moment he rushed towards the wounded enemy. A powerful blow pierced through the remaining half of the monster. The guy pinned an anthropomorphic praying mantis to the ground. Smiling, he said that the enemy distracted him with a strong attack and hid, mistakenly believing that he would not be found. Frightened, Bodhi's tried to say something, but his mouth was covered by his opponent's hand. His chitinous head began to crack. The monster humbly put his claws on the ground and declared that he did not know that the King of Hell was here, that he had been deceived and that he would definitely tell everything. Knitting his eyebrows menacingly, the player said that there was no need to say anything, because there were many ways to find out the necessary information. The mantis trembled in fear. The young man declared that in such a wrinkled state the enemy would not be able to satiate him. The monster widened his eyes in shock. Starting to wave his claws, he pitifully asked not to kill him. When Bodhi's wanted to ask Lucifer for mercy, the reincarnated King of Hell opened his mouth wide and with burning eyes shouted that this name had long been forgotten. The demon bared his sharp fangs, saying that cannibalism is eating one's own kind. The sky was colored orange, and a terrifying scream was heard somewhere in the desert. Notifications popped up stating that Bodhi's transformation into ego had been successful and that the battle for the territory had been won. The main character stood next to the body of a huge chimera. He wiped his bloody mouth with his hand. Looking around, Jiku asked why he came here. The guild members looked carefully at the hole gaping on the monster's body. Chen and Chanen anxiously prepared their weapons for battle, not understanding what was happening. The silhouette of a man flashed above the split cocoon. The guy landed in front of his comrades. In his hand was Soku's body. He let go of the cloak. The unconscious Soku fell to the ground. Baemjun furrowed his brows in excitement as he called out to the guildmaster. People went forward, making sure that they were safe. Call and Lick knelt before their master. Lowering their heads along with their entire army, they greeted the small master. The player gave them a disdainful look. The skeleton silently did not raise his head. The next moment, a powerful blow blew off the top of his skull. Approaching them, the reincarnated Demon King asked which little master they were talking about. He grabbed Heart by the robe. The skeleton's skull was gradually recovering. The guy asked how such an impudent Lick could think that he would not be killed just because they were inside the gate of the vessel of life. Looking into his eyes in amazement, Hart thought that he had already lost his mind and mentally asked to return the body of the great master. With burning eyes, the young man called his subordinate a creature. The glove on his hand began to sparkle and the pendant on his neck began to glow. A shining gate opened in the air. L, angels and B in the form of a white wolf surrounded their master. With a serious look, L pointed her sword forward and asked Lu to return the owner's body. The wolf bared his fangs. Hamiel, standing surrounded by his comrades, ordered the demon to give them the body. Bernhardt asked Lu to come to his senses. Putting his hands to his face, the main character said that he knew this would happen. Flashing his crazy eyes, Lu inside him declared that he was pretty tired of everyone. The force wave threw all his friends away from him. Elle opened her mouth in amazement. Lick and Call flew back. Anel widened her eyes in fear. The white wolf bared its mouth and stuck out its tongue. The reincarnated Demon King was left standing alone, surrounded by his friends lying on the ground. The sword was sticking out of his back. Looking at his hand, Jikyu asked why he was having such bad luck. After that, he looked around excitedly. The guy called the angels trembling and pain creatures that rebelled against him. Seeing the wolf grit his teeth, the possessed player promised to devour them all. He looked at his hand again. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, the King of Hell asked himself who he was. His clouded eyes cleared. The sword piercing right through his body began to sparkle. Lu returned to his ring form. The guy's body fell to the ground. Rising to her feet, Elle called out to her owner in fear. Hearing the call to kill her, the angel raised her eyebrows. Hell turned to see Chanen, who said that she saw everything herself. Sticking his index finger forward, the man declared that the guy was no longer human and that he should be killed while it was possible. Elle silently lowered her head. The next moment, she cast an ominous glance at the warrior. Michael landed on the red sand. His wings disappeared into the air. The angel raised his head and noticed something in front of him. Seeing the people gathered, he asked what had happened. Chanen frowned menacingly and said that the demon must be killed while he is unconscious. Sung-hoon furiously furrowed his eyebrows and asked what they were talking about. Yubin shouted that this was complete nonsense. Daimjun silently threw Syaku over his shoulder. Turning to the guild members, Chainin stated that the demon had just attacked his own allies, so it was too dangerous to leave him alive. Chen just frowned silently as his comrade tried to prove he was right. Remembering how the Chimera's body disappeared due to a powerful attack, the old man thought that they were only alive thanks to the morning star. Tightening his grip on his weapon, Chen decided that it was too dangerous to leave him alive. El smiled and left. Chen and Chainin looked at her questioningly, spreading his wings. The angel called them ungrateful, saying that the warriors did not even know thanks to whom they remained alive. Michael lowered the corners of his lips tensely. Elle asked for forgiveness for her arbitrariness. The guy's body lay behind her. Covered in clots of light energy, the angel decided to eradicate these ungrateful people. Her crazy eyes lit up. Yellow lightning came from her wings. Covering his face with his sword, Chainin asked what this aura was. Clutching his staff, the Lick called her crazy. Chen clenched his teeth, thinking that this aura emanated light energy, but mixed with anger. Covering his chest with his hand, Michael called Elle by name. Someone in a robe stepped on the ground in front of the angel. Yubin opened her mouth in surprise when she saw her grandmother. Everyone around looked at the woman who had arrived here. Her face was absolutely calm. There was a sword at her neck. Putting her weapon forward, Elle asked to listen to her. Without lowering her sword, the angel said that she was not going to fight with those who were not her enemy, and that if the woman approached her master, then there would be no mercy. Elle furrowed her eyebrows decisively. The grandmother looked over the angel's shoulder. Seeing the main character lying on the ground, she said that this man was about to die. These words made the angel widen his eyes in amazement. Gritting her teeth and squinting, Elle replied that it was all nonsense. Remaining calm despite the sword at her neck, the grandmother said that by the time they figured out whether it was nonsense or not, it would be too late. Angel looked sternly at the man in front of her. The woman's gaze was very confident. The main character opened his eyes. His body floated in impenetrable darkness. With a bead of sweat running down his face, he asked what this place was. Squinting, Jiku experienced a painfully familiar feeling. This place seemed familiar to him. Suddenly, the guy turned around after hearing Lu's voice, who said that this was definitely not the afterlife, even if he had such a thought. The player tried to find the source of the sound, asking if the voice belonged to Lu. He opened his mouth, listening carefully to his ego. Lu said that they had little time left, so they needed to get straight to the main thing. Lu said that today he was going to forget everything he remembered, and that he was not sure that he would be able to withstand this terrible emptiness again. The guy raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked what he was talking about. Somewhere in the distance, in the emptiness, a dim flash flashed. Lu's voice, who asked to listen carefully, began to move away. Opening his mouth wide, the guy shouted that his ego was very hard to hear and asked to repeat it again. Someone's scales were visible in the darkness. The red scales glistened. Lu said that without the owner he felt very hungry. A giant red snake was eating itself by grabbing its tail. Having woken up, the young man opened his eyes. Brunhart was glad to return to his owner because he was very worried. The grandmother hovered over him and asked if the guy had woken up. Her face looked very calm, but the corners of her lips were downturned. Scratching his head, the main character asked if the advisor from the Yubin family was standing in front of him. Looking at his stomach, he realized that the wound was gone and his whole body was intact. When asked if his grandmother saved him, the woman closed her eyes and replied that she did nothing special. Everything turned out well thanks to his servant. The ring on his finger sparkled. Jiku looked around, seeing Michael next to him, who helped him survive. He looked surprised and called the angel by name. Michael stood in armor and looked down at him. The player noticed that the magical powers were felt significantly less. Even considering that the battle was already over, he was worried about what happened while he was unconscious. Turning away, the grandmother said that it was not over yet and asked to visit her when the player was able to get out of here. Squinting, she thought it was true. The old woman looked back. Michael helped his friend get up. Looking at the guy rising to his feet, the woman mentally asked the question whether this was really the son of Kronos. The blue gate sparkled over the desert sand. Michael, standing next to his comrade, said that he had placed in him one of the fragments of the Holy Grail that he had. Imagining a wine cup in his head, the main character thought that his body now contained a fragment of it. Lu objected, saying that this is not entirely true, judging by the conversations, because the Grail may be in him in the form of power. Brunhart remembered that Michael's hands were empty when the angel put in the fragment of the Grail, which means he put in some kind of energy. Looking at his friend, the Jikyu asked if this fragment was what is called the Vatican treasure. A memory surfaced in his head of how an angel blocked his path, saying that this place was under the protection of the Holy Grail, the treasure of the Vatican. Putting his hands on his belt, Michael replied that this was just part of the Grail, which would soon be restored, so he would not have any special problems. Suddenly his expression became more serious. Yellow lightning flashed in the air. Elle put her sword to her grandmother's neck, who said that the angel needed to learn to control his power in order to save his master. Severely knitting her eyebrows, the woman said that even without this, many souls had died during the battle and that the angel would not be able to save his master if he continued to waste his strength thoughtlessly. Standing in front of Elle, the woman asked if she could believe her. Her eyes looked very serious. Elle's gaze was wary. However, the angel closed her eyes. Putting her sword away, she agreed and asked what she needed to do. Looking at the angel, the grandmother asked her to first turn into a sword. Bright lightning flashed. The old woman held a sacred sword in her hands. Looking at the reflection on the blade, she hoped that Ego would understand her correctly, because the woman was going to plunge the sword into the body of its owner. Raising her eyebrows, the grandmother said that nothing bad would happen, because there would be no need to make new wounds. The wounded protagonist lay unconscious on the ground. Grandma looked back. Michael stood in front of her. Looking at him, the old woman said that she did not know what kind of relationship he had with Jikyu. Squinting her eyes, she asked, no matter what, to use what the angel had. Michael opened his mouth in amazement. The sky was the color of fire. Looking to the side, Michael said that he had no idea how this woman knew about the Grail and that he had the fragment. The grandmother walked away through the crowd of people looking at her in bewilderment. The angel asked who she really was. Looking after her, the guy replied that he was seeing her for the first time and only knew that this old woman was an advisor from the Gypsophila Guild. The player looked questioningly at the angel when he stated that he also did not know anything about the identity of the main character. Pointing a finger at himself, Michael explained that he was the only one who could accept the Grail so far, but his friend survived the fragment and accepted it even better than himself. With a serious expression on his face, the angel looked at his comrade and asked who he was. A memory surfaced in the guy's head of how Sujeong, crossing her arms over her chest, asked how the student managed to summon the Eye of the Demon, which is the symbol of the demon. Looking at the bright orange sky, the young man replied that he himself did not know who he was. The man touched the spikes of the cocoon. The system voice asked if he wanted to move to the reward room. Sung-hoon looked at his teammates and said that the cocoon seems to be considered part of the boss, so now they will be able to get into the reward room. The player watched the guild members who were happy that they managed to survive. Someone really missed their mother. The main character touched the sting protruding from the cocoon. A notification appeared asking if the player wanted to absorb the gate. Looking at the message hanging in the air, he thought that he would have to go out last. Lu said that nothing could be done. Brunhart stated that he wanted to absorb the gate as soon as possible. Looking at the glowing ring, Jikyu asked Lu if Ego really didn't remember anything. Lu repeated that he had forgotten everything again. The ring sparkled brighter. Ego said that he had taken some measures, but would tell about them later. The guy was worried that Elle was silent. Imagining how fiercely she fought her opponents, Lu asked not to touch her, because the angel had spent too much vital energy and her strength would restore itself. Looking down, the player agreed. Someone called out to him and he turned around. An army led by Chainin and Chen gathered in front of him. The young man looked at him questioningly, expecting the dialogue to continue. Sweat was running down the man's cheek. He wanted to say something. Chanyong scratched the back of his head. The man closed his eyes in embarrassment. Having bowed, all the warriors, along with their commanders, thanked the player for saving his life. One of them wanted to express gratitude from the entire Blue Dragon Guild. The young man silently opened his mouth. Brunhart asked not to believe them because they were trying to kill the owner. Lu stated that immoral people can be beaten. Stretching his arms to the sides, the main character said that there was no need to bow to him because he had only cleared the gate. A barely noticeable grin appeared on his face. Smirking, he hovered over Chanyeon and said that he would pretend as if nothing had happened. The man pursed his lips tightly, but agreed. The sky turned blood red and the system voice announced that the players had moved to the reward room. The warriors disappeared from the battlefield one after another, but Jikyu remained standing in the desert. Brunhart asked why the owner took pity on those people who were going to kill him. Closing his eyes and crossing his arms over his chest, the guy replied that he could not be some kind of killer and asked Brunhart not to succumb to Lu's influence. Ego stated that he had been silent all this time. Looking decisively forward, the player thought that he did not want to remain in someone's debt, especially since in such a state he would not have been able to resist the warriors, among whom were several top rankers. Lu objected that magical power was not needed to swear. The gate in front of the temporary tent for the waiting group began to glow. Sungpul was sleeping, sitting on the floor with his arms crossed over his chest. Suddenly he woke up. The guy opened his eyes wide in surprise. Seeing the gate, the guild members jumped up from their sleeping places. People left the gate, returning to their home planet. Yubin, along with his grandmother and Sung-hoon, walked towards the tent. People rejoiced, shouting that the gate had been cleared and the squad had returned. A young man in a jacket pointed to the ambulance and said that there were many wounded people who needed first aid and who needed to be taken to the hospital. Sunpul ran to his brother, who still hadn't come to his senses, lying on Bamjoon's shoulder. Dong-hee opened his mouth in surprise, looking at his friend. Yuan pointed his finger forward and said that there was something there. The city was lit up by a bright flash. Its glare was reflected in the windows of the Korean Players Association building. Water poured out of the shower under strong pressure. The main character stood under him with his hand against the wall. Looking down, he thought that in the end he had failed to ask Bodhi's why Soka had been kidnapped and why he had never been killed. The ring on his finger glowed. Lu said that the rules could be asked about this in person because Bodhi's became ego. Jikyu asked if this happened while he was unconscious. Lu replied that he ate it. The guy opened his mouth in surprise, looking at the ring. Steam from the hot water enveloped his naked body. The player asked whether the word gobbled up should be taken in a figurative sense. The ring sparkled. Lu replied that he had literally eaten Bodhi's. Brunhart added that his friend ate with great appetite. A loading circle appeared above the young man's head. It was dark in the toilet. The guy opened the door and turned on the light. He raised his index and middle fingers. The main character looked at the toilet standing on the floor. Steam enveloped the shower room, and the sounds of retching could be heard from behind the toilet door. There was a blue sky above the big gray house. Yujiang frowned and thought that Jikyu wouldn't realize that B was not an ordinary puppy. The main character stood at the door and looked at his sister with an angry expression, who thought that he took B with him every time he left for work. The door slammed loudly, and Yujin thought that Jikyu, however, often forgets and leaves, and then comes back. The girl looked at the puppy and assumed that it was a summoner of other players. She sat down on the sofa and sighed heavily. Yujin hugged B, saying that she wouldn't want Jikyu to take the puppy with him to dangerous places, but she couldn't speak out against it if it would guarantee the protagonist's safety at least a little bit. She closed her eyes. Then, with a confident look, the girl decided that today she would tell him everything. She was angry that he had hidden the truth from her all this time. Yujing stood up and walked around the room. She suddenly opened the door and loudly called her brother, who was lying on the bed. Her eyes widened in surprise. Jikyu was lying on his side, wearing a sweater and jeans. His eyes were closed and his mouth was slightly open. The girl raised her black eyebrows in shock. She carefully covered the main character with a blanket. Then she left the room and quietly closed the door. Jikyu was lying on a soft white pillow. A colorful sunset was visible. The contact information of Sung-hoon's secretary was visible on the screen of the black phone. The main character opened his eyes, waking up due to the vibration. He sat up and put the phone to his ear. He leaned over and talked about dinner with Yubin. Jikyu, with a sleepy face, said that he would wash himself and go out. Then he clicked on the gadget's screen. The main character rubbed his eye with his fist, saying that he returned at 10 o'clock in the morning, and now it is 6 in the evening, which means he slept for about 8 hours. Jikyu arched his eyebrows in shock when the spirits informed him that he had slept for 30 hours. He looked at the small window, saying that the spirits might wake him up, but Lu and Brenhart replied that rest was also important. Lu then revealed that Yujin came by to check on the main character. There were plates of kimchi and meat on the table. 3 people sat nearby and ate. Jikyu looked down, asking where Deputy Chief Bamjoon was. The main character thought that he could also be invited to dinner. Sung-hoon picked up his chopsticks and replied that Bamjoon was busy with business, and that there were a lot of casualties in the Cane Guild, which is why they were preparing a joint funeral with the Blue Dragon Guild. The main character looked at Yubin, asking if their guild was okay, and the girl replied that they had no victims. Jikyu turned away, saying that it was a great relief. Lu asked why Jikyu was so gloomy when people died every day, and Brunhart called him insensitive. Sung-hoon took a bite of meat and said that they quickly cleared the gate, and that he could not imagine how large the losses would be when clearing out other enemies. The main character looked carefully at the man, who began to chew food and explained that so far only the gates in the Gangnam area have been cleared. Jikyu looked down, frowned, and thought about Teshik. His eyes turned white when Yubin asked if he was going to enter the gate again. The main character waved his hands, saying that he didn't say anything, not allowing Sung-hoon to finish speaking. Jikyu closed his eyes. Lu said that in his condition it was impossible to fight now unless he wanted to die, and Brunhart insisted that the main character rest. Sung-hoon looked at Jikyu in surprise as he suddenly asked how Seok was feeling to change the subject. The main character opened his mouth in shock when the man replied that Soku still hadn't woken up. In a bright room, a man was lying on a white couch. Sung-hoon said that there were no external injuries, so it is not clear why Suk has not yet woken up and is now under the strict supervision of the association and is regaining his strength. Jikyu frowned and looked down. Suddenly his ring began to glow. Lu asked why the main character was sad again, and said that he needed to find out what the demon did to Soku at the gate. Jikyu opened his eyes wide, as if he had suddenly realized something. A bright portal was visible in the white-walled visitation. The man with gray hair said with a smile that he was tired of waiting. 2 people stood in the middle of the land with few trees and looked at the huge black circle on the ground. Dickel crossed his arms, saying that he was curious about how big the dungeon that was connected to the Sky Island was. A drop of sweat appeared on Jikyu's face. He said that it would be difficult for the old man to follow this, and Dickel replied that, on the contrary, it made him feel more important. The old man turned around, waved his hand and said he would go away, because the manager could not be absent from his place for long. Jikyu arched his dark eyebrows and laughed awkwardly. He imagined the tense face of Rogers, who made the pyramid. Griffons were flying over a tall building, and the main character asked what Dickel was building. Lu called him a crazy old man. The sky was red and yellow. Deep cracks were visible on the ground. Jikyu looked up in surprise and said that Lu was right, that there was still some Bodhi's flesh left there. A massive body without a head was visible. The clouds were dark, and Lu said that in a turf war, the winner takes everything that belonged to his opponent. The main character walked along the dried ground. He raised his hand to a dark blue screen. The system asked him to select the ego he wanted to assign. In a large depression in the ground stood a headless figure, and Jikyu chose the ego of Bodhi's. Suddenly bright blue flashes appeared. A strong wind rose. The main character looked up. The space was filled with white stripes. From afar, a large ball was visible covering Bodhi's body. The ground was covered with cracks, like cobwebs. White threads flew into the air. A creature with a long tail and a jacket sat on its knees in front of Jikyu. It introduced itself as the slave Bodhi's. He dropped to one knee to greet his king. Bodhi's raised his round yellow eyes. Brunhart said that he looked human now, and Lu told her to pay attention to his head. The main character, standing in front of his subordinate, greeted him and said that he had business with him. Bodhi's, resting his elbow on his knee, replied that Jikyu ordered him. Jikyu raised his hand, lowering his black sleeve. He clenched his hand into a fist, which began to emit blue light, and said that first he would beat Bodhi's. The creature looked at the main character with fear. Jikyu frowned and said that his subordinate owed something to a friend, and Lu laughed. Bodhi's sweated in horror while the main character said that he would hit him lightly. A piercing scream of pain rang up into the bright sky. Bodhi's lay in a hole in the ground. The main character shook his hand, asking Lu if he was satisfied. Jikyu said that controlling power is not so easy, and the spirit replied that, unfortunately, Bodhi's cannot be allowed to die. The creature was trembling. Lu and Brunhart said there would be more chances. The main character looked down, asking how Bodhi's was feeling and whether he was ready to tell everything now. The ant-headed creature turned around and said that he had intended to follow all orders from the very beginning. Jikyu sat down in front of Bodhi's and called him. The main character with a serious face said that he would get straight to the point. He asked what Andra's goal was and what they were going to do when they opened the gate. Bodhi's sat down, realized that Jikyu knew that this was all the work of Andra's, and admitted that he had proposed to the demons. The main character's eyes widened in surprise when he heard these words. One of the ant's eyes turned black due to a bruise. Jikyu furrowed his brows tensely when Bodhi said that he suggested they steal the players' bodies and attack the ground. A bead of sweat appeared on the protagonist's face, and he immediately thought of Soku. The ring on his hand began to shine, and Lu asked what nonsense Bodhi's was talking about. The spirit did not believe that Andras could do this, and the ant put his hand on his chest, saying that these were not empty words, and Andras alone could not do this. He imagined a smiling man with horns and added that, if you think about it, creating many gates also sounds absurd. Bodhi's put his hands on his knees and said that Andras managed to do this with the help of Payman's legacy. Jikyu frowned, remembering the old man's face. He opened his mouth in surprise when Lu said that there was more than just a body-snatching problem here. The spirit explained that when a demon takes over a player's body, those who were previously unable to manifest their power on Earth can now do so. A look of shock appeared on Jikyu's face. He extended his hand to the side, saying that this plan was a success, but there is still a demon king on Earth or strong players like Sunho. The main character introduced a blonde man and a grinning Sujal. He arched his eyebrows and said that even Bodhi's had won, so the likelihood of a successful outcome was not that high. The creature placed his hand on his chest, saying that Jikyu was absolutely right, but this happened because he was simply unlucky, and even with a small chance of success, the matter was worth the risk. With a confident look, Bodhi's added that, according to Andras, there was already an assistant among the people. The main character looked at him in shock. The sky darkened and Bodhi said that this assistant was in a country called the USA. A tall building with blue windows could be seen. Jikyu and the broad-shouldered man stood side by side, looking up at the skyscraper. Dickel turned around, smiling and asking if it was good. He said that foreign cars would be displayed on the first floor, and Jikyu's office was planned on the second, and the main character with a shy smile replied that he would trust Dickel's taste in matters of interior design. The old man crossed his arms. Jikyu asked if it was technically possible to build such a building, and said that he had worked on construction sites several times. It seemed to him that the method itself was very different from the usual one. Dikal pointed a finger at himself, saying that there is him, Payman's descendant, there is Minsu, as well as the power of magic and unlimited manpower, so there is nothing to worry about. Hart extended his glowing spear forward, while another Lick was digging the ground with a shovel. There were winged creatures flying around the tall building, and Dikal said that it would be possible to connect the tower with that sky island if we continued in the same vein. Lu said that the old man was so calm about saying such absurd things. Grunhart told him not to talk to her father like that, and Lu replied that Dikal was 1 year old. The old man raised one finger, saying that the building was called Jikyu Tower, and the main character asked if the name could be removed. Shadows fell on the wrinkled face. Dikal crossed his arms and asked what Jikyu wanted to talk about. The main character looked to the side. Alarm appeared on his face. The sky was blood red. Lu said that Andra's assistant was in America, and demons were kidnapping players to attack the Earth. Jikyu folded his hands, and the spirit added that the thing to worry about here was not the attack itself, but that they were hiding in the human world. The main character sat on bodies while Lu said that there are only a few players like Chaocho, with whom the connection was broken in each country, and if demons use their power and strength for their own purposes, then this is fraught with consequences. Jikyu closed his eyes, touched his face, and concluded with a sigh that he needed to find these traitors and the demons that were hiding among them. A red flash flashed on the protagonist's finger, and Lu said that they now need information about what exactly Andras is up to. The main character said with a serious face that it seemed like it was time to wake someone up. He imagined Chael's face, a man in a white cloak. Dikal stood with his back to Jikyu, his arms crossed. He closed his eyes and said that the main character knows that he cannot disobey his orders. Jikyu put his hand on his chest and with a look of shock on his face replied that he did not consider himself his master. Dikal's muscles were visible under the white jacket. The main character added that what was more important to him was what he thought about this. The old man sighed. The griffin was flying in the dark sky, and Dikal asked to give him some time. The light was on in the gray house. Jikyu was sitting in the lotus position, with a bright portal visible near him. His eyes were closed. Lu told him to contemplate his cup. The spirit said that the protagonist's cup was completely destroyed when he was reborn in his body. He imagined Hyasuk's face and guessed that the old woman was somehow able to glue the cup together with her life force, but that was just first aid. Jikyu's hands lay on his lap as Lu said that his cup had a very unusual content, and even the spirit could not tell what effect it might have. The main character closed his eyes tightly, trying to concentrate. His silhouette could be seen in the middle of the darkness, and he told himself that he had already been through this, so there was nothing difficult about it. Jikyu's black hair framed his face, and he told himself to feel and contemplate everything that was within him. Then he opened his amber eyes. A huge purple eye with a vertical pupil was looking at him. The main character arched his eyebrows and opened his mouth in shock. He leaned over and began to breathe loudly and heavily. Jikyu's face became covered with sweat and he asked what it was. The ring lit up, and Lu said that he had been deceived. The main character looked at him in surprise. Dark silhouettes were visible above the sharp thorns. The spirit said that his personality, which was reborn in Jikyu's body, was the fragment that needed to be destroyed and which merged with his cup. The main character opened his eyes wide in shock. He brought the hand with the ring closer to him. A red light shone through the black glove. The young man with horns smiled madly, and Lu said that his personality, which controlled Jikyu's body, could suddenly appear regardless of his will. Can she really awaken again? Jikyu asked, looking horrified at Lu's glowing ring on her hand. Remembering how Lu devoured bodies, the protagonist disgustedly put his hand over his mouth to prevent himself from vomiting. Lu immediately said that there was no point in talking about it. Hesitating a bit, he asked what was going on. The main character sat down on the floor, holding his hand to his mouth, answering that he was sick. Lu immediately said that we should find that old woman as soon as possible. The main character remembered Grandma Yubin, who, lowering her head, told Jikyu to find her when he got out. Removing his hand from his mouth, he said thoughtfully, advisor to the Yubin family. Looking again at the glowing ring on his hand, he heard Lu's voice, who said that first he must do what Jikyu can do. After thinking a little, Lu continued that the main character needs to wake up Elle and adjust the balance, and although this is a temporary remedy, it will be more reliable. Okay, Jikyu said, placing his hands on his knees. Raising his head, he thought, asking how to wake Elle up, adding that he couldn't beat her like Lu. Lu immediately asked why it was allowed. Grunhart immediately responded that he was a scapegoat. Jikyu again turned his attention to the hand with the ring, from which Lu said that he had already explained that Elle did not have enough vitality, so now she is just sleeping. Having added after that the owner just needs to breathe strength into her, naturally, at the same time, it would be nice to start progress at the same time. Hearing this, Jikyu looked questioningly at the ring. A system window appeared in front of him in which it was written L's first progress. After that, he opened his system window with characteristics. Looking at both of these windows, he thoughtfully held his hand to his chin, saying in his head that thanks to the absorption of Lu, he had many souls turned into egos, adding after that he thought it would be better to use Mantao's ego, Chalamont's ego, and the King's sinister fragment eye. He remembered all three he had just mentioned. Lu immediately said that the stronger the ego, the more strength El will have, just like those egos that the main character called for Lu's progress. After thinking a little, he added that El would not be able to use the summoning skill like Jikyu. Hearing this, the protagonist removed his hand from his chin in surprise and asked if it was true, adding that they would see it when the progress ended. Putting his hand to his face again and peering into the system windows, he thoughtfully said about the sacred sword that last time he broke everything, so now he thinks that they will no longer fit. After that, he remembered sitting in front of a pile of broken sacred swords. Suddenly Lu said that perhaps this issue can be easily resolved, you just need to go to that old man. To Grandpa, Jikyu asked in surprise, looking at the hand with the ring. He thought about it, after which, looking at the portal not far from him, he said that after talking about his son, this was a little inappropriate. Immediately Lu asked if the main character had another way. I think it will work out. Dikal's voice was heard from a huge building. Jikyu, with his arms outstretched, stammered and asked if it was true. Dikal, standing sideways to his interlocutor, holding his hands on his chest, said that he still had fragments of the sacred sword Nain and what Jikyu collected last time. After thinking a little, the old man said that he had already used some of it to restore El, but that would be enough. Upon hearing such news, there was surprise on the protagonist's face and a drop of sweat ran down his cheek. Lu's voice was immediately heard, saying that he was talking about this. Brunhart happily said that his dad is the best. Suddenly Dikal, with a smile on his face, put out his hand with his index finger towards Jikyu and said that, to be honest, he foresaw that this would happen and did it in advance. Hearing this, the main character asked in surprise what he meant. Thoughtful, the old man replied that it was just a shell for now. After that, Dikal looked at the top of the tower, mentally ordering Hart to bring it. Suddenly, Hart appeared from the roof, flying to the ground, with a briefcase in his hands. He landed gently on the ground, kicking up some dust. Kneeling in front of the old man, Hart asked if he had been summoned. "You're quick," Dikal said contentedly, looking at his servant, to which Hart replied that he was always ready. Seeing this, Jikyu said in shock in his head that he had completely tamed the undead. Hart handed the owner a case with a sword. "If you breathe life into it," the main character said slowly and thoughtfully in his head. After a while, he came out of the portal and held a sword in his hand. Looking at the blade, he saw it glow with bright energy. Brunhart immediately happily said that it worked. Indeed, Jikyu said in surprise, taking a stance with a sword. Lu immediately said that the main character had already done this once, after which he asked the one who revived the completely destroyed sacred sword. Waving his hand with the sword in all directions, he asked if after this he would become an angel, like Hamiel. Lu immediately replied that if such a thing were possible, the old man would simply be crazy, adding that Dikal had already done a lot by restoring the sword. "That's right," Jikyu replied to Lu's statements, looking at his reflection in the sword. Without looking up from his face in the blade, Jikyu said, "Now." Brunhart interrupted, happily shouting that it was time to revive El. Lu immediately noticed that El was not actually dead. Gathering his strength, Jikyu said loudly, a combination of the Chalamont fragment and the ego part. After these words, a small sphere appeared next to him, glowing with bright red fire. It was reported that there was a connection between the main ego, the Chalamont fragment, and part of the ego. After that, the main character also said, connecting the king's sinister eye fragment and ego pieces. After these words, the same sphere as before appeared to his right, burning only with violet fire. It was reported that there was a connection between the main ego, a fragment of King Evil Eye, and a part of the ego. Holding his sword in front of him, Jikyu spoke with the help of Mantao's ego, Chalamont's ego, and King Evil Eye's ego. "Launch progress," he said. After these words, the L ring on Jikyu's hand began to glow. A second later it shone brighter than ever, illuminating everything around. The entire room was filled with L's warm light. There was no emotion in the L. Her wings were as graceful as ever. She was kneeling, not far in front of Jikyu, who no longer had a sword in his hand. Placing her hand to her chest, El smiled warmly and greeted her owner. The main character, pointing his finger at the angel in surprise, asked if it was her. Looking at her kind, beautiful face, he said something. Hesitating, he continued, looking at her huge wings, different from what it was before. After that, he scratched the back of his head in confusion and said that he had a lot of questions for El. After which he immediately asked why El still had one pair of wings, asking immediately if after progress she had not regained her previous strength. El, touching her wings, calmly said that they were not particularly needed unless she needed to use all her power, but just in case, she put one pair out. After thinking a little, she said that if the owner wants, she can pull out others, to which Jikyu, waving his hands in confusion, said that if L is more convenient, then it's not necessary. Then he added that the more wings, the more difficult it is to draw. Lu immediately asked what this meant, to which he received no answer. Jikyu, again pointing his finger at L's hair, asked what was wrong with it. Angel touched her hair in surprise and said that she herself didn't know. Brunhart shouted joyfully that they were very beautiful. Suddenly the ring on Jikyu's finger began to glow, and Lu said that the hair was mixed up. Mixed up? The main character asked in surprise, looking at his hand. Introducing an incredibly powerful Matthias, Lu explained that the demon ego that Jikyu used to progress L mixed with L herself to create. Creating intrigue, Lu fell silent and after a short pause, pointing at the surprised angel, he said, "An angel with the power of a demon, a creature that has never existed before." Jikyu didn't know what to say. He lowered his hands and looked at L. The ring on his hand shone again, and the voice of Lu was heard laughing, who, having calmed down, said that he had already said that this was just a crazy situation. After thinking a little, he turned to the owner, offering him a spar with L. Hearing such a proposal, Jikyu raised his hand and looked at the finger in surprise. Lu sarcastically continued to say that if his guesses were correct, then something interesting would happen. The main character was very confused. A bead of sweat ran down his cheek. After thinking about his proposal for a while, he asked Lu what he was up to. Lu immediately asked if he had ever said anything useless. An absurd silence hung in the hall. L was on her knee, and Jikyu was looking at the ring. Answer, Lu said menacingly. Then he added that he, moreover, wanted to check not only L, but also the owner himself. Jikyu asked me in surprise, looking at my hand in confusion. "Have you forgotten about your strength?" Lu suddenly asked. The main character immediately remembered his entire anatomy. Lu immediately responded, "Connection," explaining that he could adopt some of the skills associated with Jikyu's ego. Suddenly Lu asked the owner who he had been hooking up with lately. Immediately it dawned on Jikyu, "Bodhis," he answered in shock, realizing everything. "That's right," Lu replied. Imagining the terrifying power of the huge Bodhis, Lu explained that the owner has a special power that allowed Bodhis to take 72nd place, adding after that no one knows if Jikyu will be able to use this power. At this time, trembling antennae were visible near the rock. It was Bodhis in a suit, nervously scratching his mustache. He sat by the rock, asking himself why his antennae itched so much. Elle plucked the feather from her wing with a smile on her face. Suddenly the pen in her hand began to glow, and instead of a feather, a sword immediately appeared in her hand. Handing the sword to the owner, she asked him to take the weapon, adding that with this sword Jikyu would be able to fight as usual. The sword was also mixed with demon power. Taking the sword in his hands, drops of sweat began to flow down the protagonist's face. He asked in confusion, looking at the weapon, if Elle had really managed to copy herself. Brunhart screamed joyfully. Elle became bigger. Immediately Jikyu, looking at the angel, asked if it was possible to make a sword, then it means it can be copied in unlimited quantities. Elle, putting her hand to her chest and bowing her head, said that she was sorry, but this was not so, adding that this was similar to her incarnation. Pointing to the base of the sword, she explained that with the power of the main ego, only one copy could be made so that it would not harm the main body. After a short pause, she added that there is a slight time limit, but the sword completely has the same power as before. Remembering how her master used her and Lu's strength, she said that after progress there would be more of this strength. Raising the sword in front of him, the main character asked in surprise whether this was really possible. Immediately Lu said that it was hard to believe, given that the strength had almost doubled, but this happened thanks to the connection with the owner. Elle began to take steps towards Jikyu. Well, the owner said, she spread her wings. Suddenly 5 more pairs of wings appeared behind her. Tremendous energy and power enveloped the room. Elle, looking up from the floor, told Jikyu that she hoped they would work together. A sword appeared in her hands and she resolutely showed that she was ready to fight. There was a kind smile on his face and purposefulness in his eyes. The main character smiled sarcastically. A blinding light suddenly burst out from his chest. "I hope so too," said Jikyu, covered in armor. Taking a stance, he put both blades to each other, smiled broadly and showed that he was ready for sparring. Not far from them was a portal. The duel has begun. Their blades immediately met. Jikyu quickly attacked his opponent, who deftly repelled all the blows. Elle did not lag behind. She tried to counterattack in order to inflict damage on the main character, but he quickly parried everything. Suddenly there was a quick cutting blow. Using Lu's blade, Jikyu made a quick strike, but Elle deftly parried the blow and smiled. While holding his opponent's sword, the protagonist told her with a smile on his face that she was doing a good job, adding that he didn't think Elle was good at close-range combat. Elle smiled broadly and with kindness in her eyes said that she learned all this from the owner, adding that she was somehow embarrassed because there was still a lot to learn. Brunhard immediately shouted that she also wanted to fight, to which Lu said that she didn't even have a business. Suddenly, Jiku suddenly jumped into the distance. Once he was not far in front of El, he stood up again. Looking at the Lu in his right hand, Jiku asked what special power Bodhi's was talking about. Lu immediately replied thoughtfully that everything was going as they thought. After a short pause, he told the owner to look at El, saying that she seemed to have caught something. "What?" the main character asked in surprise, looking at his rival. El smiled sarcastically. "Master," she said, when suddenly her hand was covered with a strong aura. "I'm a little uncomfortable," she continued, when suddenly the warm aura of the angel changed to the dark, terrifying aura of the demon. Madness appeared in her eyes, and she smiled ominously and said that from now on she would fight at full strength. What he saw greatly shocked Jiku. Horror appeared in his eyes, and he immediately realized that this was a demonic force. The angel barely touched the ground, she was completely enveloped in strong ominous magic. Brunhard immediately shouted that El had energy similar to Lu, asking afterward if her character would also deteriorate now. What did he say? Lu objected, dissatisfied. Jiku was very nervous and beads of sweat were running down his face. With complete seriousness in his eyes, he looked at El, saying in his head that he heard that El also had demonic power, but did not think that the angel would be able to control it. Immediately Lu asked the owner why he was so surprised, because this was not yet what he was talking about. El did not move from her place, waiting for the owner to start first. Jiku, lowering his swords, asked Lu in confusion what he was talking about. Suddenly the blade in El's hand began to change. A terrifying force enveloped her sword, giving it new strength. From such a sight, Jiku clenched his teeth in horror. It was the death technique. El became incredibly serious. She stood in a stance, holding the sword, shrouded in nightmarish power, behind her back. Jiku, seeing all this, laughed in confusion. Cold sweat was running down his face, there was fear in his eyes. He absurdly said that after all, death was too much. Brunhard immediately screamed that El had caught the infection from Lu. "It's all because of you, master," El suddenly said with a malicious smile on her face and madness in her eyes, adding after that even if she used all her strength, it would not have any effect on Jiku. At that very second she took off. With a powerful jerk she rushed towards her opponent. Her eyes were completely white, there were no emotions on her face, she ran towards her owner with terrifying force. Noticing her, Jiku stood up in confusion, preparing to take the blow. Suddenly, Lu's sword was also enveloped in a strong, terrifying energy. Jiku smiled sarcastically, and although there was still fear in his eyes, he rushed towards El, thanking her for believing in him. A terrifying force enveloped the blades of both duelists, who ran towards each other with purpose. Suddenly everything around Jiku changed. He didn't understand what was happening. He felt that something was wrong. The main character stopped. All of El's future movements were visible before his eyes. Having left this state, he saw his rival swinging her sword. All her actions coincided with those that Jiku saw. Having approached close enough, the main character, standing still, simply positioned his sword correctly, delivering an accurate blow to El. The blow was aimed at the angel's blade. Having hit the target, he immediately made a sharp movement. At that same second, the sword flew out of El's hand, who had not yet understood anything. "What?" she asked confusedly, realizing that the sparring was now coming to an end. There was shock and horror in her eyes. The sword quickly flew away a long distance. Having reached the wall, he hit it, after which the sword suddenly broke. There was silence in the air as El stood still and Jiku held Lu in front of him. Angel smiled warmly. After that, she knelt down, put her hand to her chest and, bowing her head, said that the master is the master, adding that she knew that Jiku would repel her attack, but did not think that it would be so perfect. Brunhard immediately shouted that the owner was amazing. "No," the main character said quietly, looking in horror at the angel kneeling in front of him. Remembering what he saw in that state unknown to him, he continued in his head that the L level just now was not associated with simple prediction of actions or sharpening of vision. There was confusion in his eyes, he didn't understand what it was, drops of sweat were running down his face. He slowly continued to say in his head that it was more like it. Suddenly Lu interrupted his thoughts, saying that it was as if she had seen the future. Jiku suddenly had an idea. Looking in surprise at Lu in his hand, he listened as Lu contentedly congratulated the owner, saying that this was Bodhi's special power. A vision of the future, creating intrigue, Lu said. "Vision of the future?" asked Jiku, confused and incomprehensible. "Exactly," Lu immediately answered him. The main character stood opposite El and looked at the hand with the glowing ring. Lu explained that there are various limitations, but with this skill one can see the future. The armor that was on Jiku's body disappeared. Hearing this, the main character asked why Bodhi's lost to him, since he had such an amazing skill. Then Lu said dissatisfiedly that he had just said that there were restrictions. Remembering the enormous power of the demon, he added that it is impossible to see everything that will happen, and in front of a huge force that cannot be resisted, such a skill is completely useless. Jikyu asked himself in his head if Lu was praising himself again. Stretching his hand towards L, the main character ordered her to return, after which the ring on his hand glowed with a warm light. L was enveloped in magic, and she turned into lightning, which was quickly absorbed into the ring on the owner's hand. Looking at the time on his watch, Jikyu said that he would like to check everything here, but he needs to sleep, otherwise day and night will change again. Immediately Lu said, "Okay," adding that the owner has not yet fully recovered. Suddenly Jikyu noticed something strange. Without looking up from the watch on his hand, he slowly said that his watch had stopped. Immediately Lu said that, of course, they stopped, they couldn't work forever. Brunhart joined Lu, saying that there was nothing wrong with that, because they say that even a stopped clock shows the correct time twice a day. L joined them, saying that perhaps there was not enough water. "That's not the point," Jikyu said, suddenly interrupting his comrades, with a drop of sweat on his cheek, tapping his finger on his watch. After thinking a little, he explained that this was his father's watch, which he had kept since childhood, and until now it had never broken or stopped. Suddenly Lu asked if this was really an object. Jikyu continued to twist the watch on his wrist. After a short silence, Lu said that he did not feel any aura from them. Having connected, L said that, on the contrary, it was strange that the watch did not emit anything. Jikyu was still turning the clock mechanism, trying to start it. Suddenly Lu asked why he hadn't paid attention to this before. The main character did not answer anything. Cold sweat was running down his face. He was very excited and tense. In his head, Jikyu said that the clock had stopped, just stopped. Seeing his worried expression in the reflection of the clock, he said, but his gambler's instincts told him that something unexpected was happening. It was night outside. The stars were visible in the sky. Morning came, the sun illuminated Jikyu's house. Sunlight peeked through the windows of Jikyu's room. The voice of the main character was heard, asking in surprise if Teshchik had really returned. While still in bed, Jikyu, scratching his head, spoke on the phone, on which he was told, yes, Teshchik is now in the association, asking if Jikyu would meet with him. They said on the phone that they would pick up the main character right away. It would take about 10 minutes. Naturally, "I'll go," Jikyu shouted into the phone, getting out of bed, adding that he would get ready and leave right away. Association building. Entering the office, the main character stammered and asked what happened. Leaning back in his chair in the office was Teshchik, whose left eye was missing and covered with a bandage. Noticing Jikyu, he lazily waved his hand at him and said that he had dozed off a little. Lu's voice was heard saying that Teshchik had turned into a one-eyed pirate. Together with him, Brunhart said the same thing, to which L reprimanded him, saying that this was a bad expression. Rising from his chair, Teshchik calmly said that he had just scratched his eye a little. Approaching his friend's table, Jikyu said that this was not a joke. What happened? The main character asked Teshchik in confusion, approaching closer to his workplace. And the potion? He asked immediately if he had received the treatment. To this, Teshchik lifted the bandage, under which he had a closed eye, and said that he had done everything he could, but nothing helped, adding that the wound was small, but some outside force was preventing healing. After a short silence, Teshchik said that even the ranker Choi Mengel put his hand in, when he suddenly asked Jikyu if he knew Choi, saying right away that he was the head of the Saints Guild, and she was one of the top 10. Hearing this, cold drops of sweat appeared on the protagonist's face again. With confusion in his eyes, he said that Choi was a famous healer who was recognized all over the world. "And yet I was lucky," said Teshchik, leaning back in his chair again, putting his hands under his head, after which he added that the Phoenix Guild, which was with him, they can no longer even be called a guild. What he heard greatly shocked Jikyu. Horror appeared in his eyes, and his mouth was open, but no words came out of it. In his head, the main character asked himself if it was really one of the 10 major guilds. Teshchik remembered how when they just entered the gates, Hyojin was already surrounded by monsters. He said in his head that he fought with all his might. The guy was covered in blood and wounds, but did not give up until the very end. Suddenly Teshchik asked Jikyu if he knew Hyojin, the one who was in school uniform at the meeting. Suddenly Jikyu remembered the guy who, with a smile on his face, asked him for his code name. Covering his eye with a bandage and scratching his cheek, Teshchik said that they split up. Some of the guys evacuated Hyojin outside, and the rest continued to fight. After thinking a little, Teshchik said that it was on the territory of Kaimrise. Hearing this, Jikyu looked at the hand on which Lu's ring was and asked him if he knew the demon. Lu thought about it. After a short pause, introducing a huge demon in armor, Lu replied that, like Bodhi's, this demon specializes in battles. Although he is only 66th out of 72, he does not have a high status. Lowering his head and eyes in disappointment, Teshchik said heavily that it was the first time he had been to such a gate. It was a real war, he said, remembering how many corpses of monsters and players there were on the field. He defeated the boss, but when he looked around, he was the only one standing on his feet. On Jikyu's hand the ring of Lu was shining, who said that most likely the demon is not as strong as Bodhi's, but it is also not easy, adding that even though he is almost the last, the demon still has power. Looks like he barely survived, Lu said about Teshchik. Jikyu looked at his comrade in horror all this time. The technician was calm at this time. He was sitting in his chair, yawning sweetly. The main character said that Teshchik behaves calmly, but losing an eye is fatal for the player, adding after that he does not think that Teshchik cares. Presenting a bottle of the best healing potion, Jikyu said in his head that even if the best healer gave up, only the elixir remained. Lost in thought, the main character asked himself if he could get one like this again, because even Sunho himself failed. Suddenly L's voice was heard, who said that she would try to heal. Hearing this, Jikyu was greatly shocked. "What?" he asked quietly with incomprehension. Suddenly, a strong, warm and pleasant energy was released from the ring. L appeared next to the owner. Seeing her, both Teshchik and Jikyu were very surprised by her appearance. There were no wings behind her back. She stood with a kind smile on her face, and a pleasant, kind aura emanated from her. L, Jikyu asked in surprise, looking at the girl. Teshchik looked at the main character in surprise, asking L in surprise, when he suddenly asked if she wasn't a little girl. Hearing such a question, Jikyu became nervous, looked askance at Teshchik and said that now it's difficult to explain. After these words, he looked at L and asked if she could really heal Teshchik. "Please forgive me," L said, coming closer to the man. The technician, seeing the angel approaching, asked in confusion if they really wanted to heal his eye. L raised her hand to Teshchik's eye, a drop of sweat running down his face. Closing her eyes, L began to cast a spell. Suddenly she began to shine with a bright, warm light. Something was happening to Teshchik's eye. Suddenly he opened his eye, which was completely healed, and the scar left by the demon healed, and not a trace remained of it. Immediately the eye patch untied and fell from Teshchik's face. He looked ahead in shock, not yet realizing what had happened. The bandage slowly fell to the floor. "I see," Teshchik said quietly, touching his eyes. Seeing what L did, Jikyu extended his hand and stammered that not only did Teshchik's wound disappear, so his face also became younger. Jikyu shouted joyfully. His comrade's face was shining, his eyes were intact, and he himself asked in confusion what Jikyu was talking about. Suddenly Brunhart's voice was heard, happily saying that her skin had become smooth. Lu immediately asked why the man needed smooth skin. The main character looked at his comrade in confusion, unable to find any more words. In his head, Jikyu said in surprise that the wound that could not be healed had healed and his body had become younger. The technician, on the other hand, grabbed his phone and, looking at his reflection, touched his eye in surprise, not believing it. "It looks like," Jikyu said in his head. Hesitating a little, he remembered his young mother and continued on the effect of the elixir that she drank. "Master," L's voice was heard in Jikyu's head. The main character looked at the angel in surprise, holding his hand to his chin. L said she wanted to tell him something. She looked sideways at Teshchik and said that this concerned him. Teshchik looked in shock at his reflection in the phone and said in surprise that even the wrinkles had disappeared from his face. L continued that during the healing she saw his cup. After hesitating a little, she gathered her strength and said that something was sleeping inside her. Hearing this, Jikyu was greatly shocked and horror appeared in his eyes. He remembered how Teshchik told how he met with Bodhi's, who was already an ordinary mantis in a suit, and offered him to let him into Teshchik's body and conquer the whole earth. Jikyu looked in horror at Teshchik, who was looking at his face in the camera and did not know what to say. The office of the association chairman is shown. A man is seen when his interlocutor talks about the gate at Gangnam Station, which was cleared last time. Daegu looks at the papers, noticing that there are some strange rumors going around. He places a folder on the table, reporting that people say they saw a huge monster and also an angel. He has a serious expression on his face, claiming that he is questioning whether the guy is up to his responsibilities as a supervisor. Sung-hoon is shown standing diligently. He only says a word of agreement. The man folds his hands, telling him to tell him what Jikyu did inside that gate. Sung-hoon is reservedly silent. He tells the story of the ranker Jikyu. The idea sounds that there is something inside Teshchik's cup. He smiles contentedly while the young man wonders if there is a demon inside him, and Brunhart believes that this cannot be. Elle closes her eyes, saying that's not the case, and Lu claims that it's not a demon at all. The youth's ring sparkles as it declares that if a demon had taken over his body, he would act more naturally, he would not have to pretend to have hurt his eye, and most importantly, he would not allow Elle to get close to her so easily. The girl looks at the man seriously, confirming the thought, and reports that what she felt was not the aura of a demon. She lowers her head, noting that, although now the demons have become so skilled that they are unrecognizable, this could be a trap, and Lu claims that if they reason like that, there will be no end to their doubts, taking them too seriously as poison. Brunhart repeats the last word. The young man looks down thoughtfully. He is surprised when Teshchik asks why he has such a serious face and assumes that he needs to go to the toilet, to which he replies that he just has some thoughts in his head. Lightning flashes and the man asks if he's leaving already. He waves at him when Jikyu says he was just stopping by to make sure he was okay and states that they will see each other again, and Lu remarks that if possible his mom will too. The young man asks him to stop attributing these thoughts to the man. The door closes. Jikyu lowers his head, wondering if this is not a demon, then what is this creature inside him? He looks at the sparkling ring when Elle asks if he felt any awkwardness from his friend. Teskik appears with a strange expression on his face when the girl notices that he has so much strength, experience, and a fairly high position in the association. He looks surprised and Elle states that all the powerful players she has met knew the demons and the secrets of the tower, but his friend surprisingly knows nothing. Lu asks how she even imagines Teskik. She remembers her touch, saying that it was not only for the sake of healing his friend, but also to find out where this feeling of inadequacy came from, and the result was as she already said. A man is shown with sparkling eyes as he is told that there is some huge secret inside him. The young man looks puzzled. Brunhart believes that they cannot recognize this entity. Lu notices that she talks for a long time about something she doesn't know. The young man looks up, remembering something. He lowers his head, thinking that when Elle treated him, the effect was similar to the elixir, maybe her power has the same properties. His ring sparkles when Lu claims that this is completely different. She managed to heal Teskik due to the fact that the unknown force inside him turned out to be demonic. The girl is shown grinning as it is revealed that she can control both divine and demonic power. She confirms this. The young man looks at her when she notices that his friend has become younger because she has energized the fading source of life. He turns his attention to the other ring as Lu states that he doesn't know how capable this Myung-gil is as a player, but he's only human. He doesn't know how it is now, but he's no match for Elle, who is in her prime. Her healing power is initially different from human power. Brunhart wonders why he suddenly praises Elle. He notices that he likes to humiliate people in front of the owner. The ring sparkles as he states that they shouldn't count on her to heal all the time, it just happened to be special. He says that Elle healed this man. The young man looks at him thoughtfully, asking if he saw something strange here. However, Lu answers in the negative, and the young man wonders why he always doesn't finish speaking, and Brunhart declares that he is bad. Jikyu smiles, deciding that Elle is great after all. She also reports that she is grateful to him. Suddenly, he looks at the ring, asking if she said about the energy of the source of life. Smiling people are shown when the thought of a sick mother, a poor family with one breadwinner. At the end of this suffering, he was lucky to become a player, but even with money the disease could not be cured. He thinks about it, claiming that this is not yet certain. However, he believes that he will be able to heal Sung-hoon's mother from the disease. A man is seen with his hands behind his back. He's talking about the ranker Jikyu. Daegu looks at him seriously. Sung-hoon, closing his eyes, notices that the young man behaved in an amazing way inside the gate, and if not for him, there would have been many more victims. The man folds his hands, asking if there was anything special. Sung-hoon calmly answers in the negative. They are in silence. Suddenly, Daegu calls out the man's name. He claims that Jikyu needs to be careful, which is why he gave him the task of keeping an eye on him. He taps his finger on the folder, saying that he managed to personally obtain information about him. He frowns, asking who he can trust. How dare he lie, looking into his eyes. Suddenly, some kind of flaming magic appears. Sung-hoon frowns, closing his eyes. Destruction is visible. Flames hit the area. The man gets down on one knee. He closes his hands with a magical impulse. Daegu remains in the same standing position. A strange energy surrounds him. Suddenly, he calms down. Sung-hoon tries to catch his breath. He opens an eye when the man decides enough is enough. He turns away, telling Sung-hoon to become Jikyu's assistant, to be on his side. He is reflected in the window, claiming that this is necessary so that he too remains on the side of the people. Sung-hoon breathes heavily as he declares that he's had enough. He closes his eyes, laughing. The destroyed room is shown as he calls the chairman a joker. He points his finger, saying that the man broke an expensive vase and ruined the floors, so he asks if he will pay for it out of his own funds. The hospital building is depicted. Elle extends her hand forward. She points it at the gray-haired woman. She is lying on a hospital bed. Suddenly a glow appears. The doctor watches what is happening in surprise. The woman is already sitting on the bed while people are standing around her. She looks at the doctor in shock. Sung-hoon has tears in his eyes. He begins to tremble, pursing his lips. Suddenly he attacks the young man with hugs. Jikyu just smiles happily at this. They sit on a bench as the man thanks him. He lowers his gaze, saying that he doesn't even know how to repay this debt to him, to which the young man replies that he did not do it for the sake of reward. On the contrary, he is grateful to him for everything. Sung-hoon places his hand on his chest, declaring that he is now willing to sacrifice his life for him, but is told that this is not necessary. Lu suggests making him an ego. Brunhart wonders if they will have a colleague. The young man mentally tells them both to shut up. Sung-hoon gets up from the bench, claiming that they have to go. First, they need to change their clothes. The young man looks at him in surprise, asking where they are going. The man looks back in surprise, asking if he told him. A sign for the general funeral for victims of the Gangnam Station gate rupture is shown when it is announced that they are going to the funeral. Portraits of the dead are depicted. Baemjun is seen calling out to Ranker Jikyu. The men bow when he notices that the young man has arrived, to which he expresses his condolences, not even knowing how to console him. Baemjun lowers his head, communicating that he is very grateful. He points his hand to the side, telling them to come this way. Burning candles are shown. The men bow before them. The young man turns around when his name is called. A tense man approaches him. He looks away when his name is called. Jikyu looks at him silently. He just frowns. Suddenly he starts walking forward. He approaches the nervous Chanyum. The man looks at him uneasy. Jikyu bows to him, asking him to accept his condolences. He is surprised by this. He just remains silent about this. He bows back to him. He turns his attention to the young man when he says that he is very sorry that this happened. Jikyu has a terrifying expression on his face as he states that they cannot allow more victims to appear. He trusts that the man will make the right decision. Chanyeon looks at him in fear. He remains standing in a bow while the young man leaves. Jikyu notices that Brunhard is calling him and he asks what happened. He looks down questioningly. He suddenly looks at the sparkling ring as Elle states that she knows she's indulging in too much, but asks if she can say something. He smiles, sighs, and asks what could be unnecessary here. She can talk and not be shy. The man is shown when she reported that she heard that when she was unconscious, he seemed to threaten them a little so that they would not say too much. A young man is seen smiling terribly when she declares that he is, after all, very wise. Fear and horror pass over time, so such stupid people should be reminded often. Jikyu sighs, saying that this is what he wanted, but it bothers him that she analyzes his behavior. The ring sparkles as Elle states that she dares to warn him. The young man suddenly looks up when she states that the time and place were not entirely appropriate. He looks away, thinking. He sees people crying. The boy, looking at his mother, asks when Dad will come. The young man notices that it is a little noisy here. Suddenly he is surprised by something. People blur around him as he wonders what he just thought. He clutches his side worriedly, covering his mouth. He frowns, and Lu asks what's wrong with him, and only now does he understand. He calls him a hypocrite. The young man is worried, and Lu asks what kind of thoughts flashed through his head. Did he really feel pity now? The men are shown bowing when he asks if Jikyu feels sorry for them and if this was truly said sincerely. The young man clenches his jaw as he wonders if he thinks he understands people's grief and tells him to shut up. Lu just tells him to stop pretending. The young man is at his breaking point when he claims that he doesn't need it now and asks him to shut up. He breathes heavily, thinking that he already feels bad, but he still touches a nerve. He has a worried look. He realizes that this is not Lu. A smiling creature is seen. It quite informs that its seal has already been opened. Jikyu holds onto his side. A watch is visible on his hand. The arrows start moving. Suddenly they accelerate several times. The young man stands, bent over, and breathes heavily. He trembles, wondering what this means. Suddenly everything changes. Crying people are no longer the same. The same thing happens to the boy and mother. Some rays emanate from Jikyu, leading to others. Suddenly he coughs up blood. Sung-hoon turns around and notices this. He calls out to him worriedly. Jikyu is shaking and he asks if he is okay. Elle calls him. Brunhard asks what's wrong with him. The young man clutches his clothes as Lu talks about what just happened. He worries about the connection. The people around him turn white when he realizes that for a moment he has established a connection with everyone who is here. A girl appears calling him. Yubin looks at him worriedly. She approaches him, asking what happened and if anything hurts. Jikyu gets up, saying that he is fine, he just didn't feel well. He covers his face with his hand, wondering how the advisor is and how she is doing. The girl is surprised and claims that she just asked him to tell him that she wants to meet him soon. The young man points at himself in bewilderment, and Yubin states that she doesn't know the details. He is surprised when she reports that Grandma only said that the seal was dangerous. A certain building is visible, near which there is a white car. Jikyu seems to understand something, and Ego watches him questioningly. He stands in front of his grandmother, talking about this man. Smiling awkwardly, Yubin says that this is Counselor Hyasuk, and the woman asks why he came so late. She said to find him. Hyasuk looks down when he talks about her appearance. She only notices that she wore makeup, but he states that she wasn't like that. He is surprised when she claims that she is joking and that this is her ability, and he cannot ask for details. Yubin leaves, saying that she will bring tea. The woman tilts her head, stating that she would like to drink tea, which takes a long time to brew, about 1 hour. The girl smiles awkwardly, believing that an important conversation is ahead. The door slams behind her. Hyasuk gets up from the couch. Jikyu is at a loss when she states that she will start right away. She puts her hand forward, indicating that she wants to see what condition he is in. She touches the boy's forehead, insisting that he need not be afraid because she will not eat him. They stand silently in this position. Hyasuk closes her eyes, thinking that it is dark and she has felt this before. She stands with her hand outstretched and notices that there is no end in sight, so she wonders if this is his inner world. She penetrates even deeper. She stands motionless. Suddenly she moves away. She goes further and further. Suddenly she opens her eyes in shock. She points with her finger. She fearfully asks who the young man is. Jikyu just looks at her in bewilderment. Lu wonders what's wrong. L asks how she dares to point a finger at the owner. The woman talks tensely about the seal. He trembles, realizing that the seal has been removed. At the gate it was slightly open. Suddenly she frowns, deciding that there is a way. She grabs Jikyu's hand. She leads him to the sofa, telling him to sit here quickly because it is urgent. He worriedly states that she should explain it to him, and Lu calls her a reckless old woman. L offers to deal with her. To this, Brunhart notices that she has a terrible voice. Turning away, Hyasuk says that she doesn't have time to explain, now they need to do at least something. She turns, talking about his chaos. A darkish sky appears. It has already turned orange, and a building is visible. The young man's eyes are closed. Suddenly he opens his eyes, and Brunhart notices that he has woken up. L asks if he's awake. Lu supports them. Jikyu gets up, wondering if he has passed out. He looks at the woman worriedly. Her face has aged and she claims to have figured it out, but it's a temporary measure. She makes a hand gesture when the boy notices her appearance and tells him not to think about it, she's just a little tired. Jikyu looks at her in bewilderment. He sits down, asking her to tell her what seal she was talking about and what else all this chaos was about. Hyasuk seriously states that she can't tell him now, there is a restriction on the tower. The young man looks at her questioningly. The woman points to her head, saying that she is talking about punishment. She also just found out when she examined him, and remembers that he has not yet passed the 50th floor. The young man looks down when she states that she can't even believe he's so strong. She says that she doesn't want to let him go just like that, so she invites him to talk more. She seriously states that they can talk about his father. Jikyu is surprised by this. He frowns, thinking about his father. He reportedly has almost no memories of him. A man is shown holding a child in his arms, and it becomes known that all the young man remembers is his father hugging him as a very small child. The boy looks at his dad, and Jikyu remembers that he had big hands, he felt warm in his arms. A man is shown with a fearsome gaze, as it is reported that he was looking at him so viciously as if he was trying to kill him with his gaze. The reception area is shown. A woman sits on the couch, talking about the codename Cronus, the first mercenary, and the one who proposed the mercenary system. The young man is perplexed when she reveals that it is his father, Sejin. The young man hastily interrupts her speech. The woman looks at him questioningly. He believes she knew his father personally. She closes her eyes, noticing that he is asking awkward questions. He is surprised when she asks if he is afraid to listen to stories about his father. Suddenly he looks down. L is calling him. Sejin appears with an angry look. Hyasuk waves his hand, letting him know that she can understand him. She leans on the sofa, claiming that she still won't be able to tell him everything, and she won't answer his questions. She stands up, telling him to come again when she gets above the 50th floor. She leaves, declaring that she will tell the rest then. Suddenly she remembers something, and the young man watches her. She stops, asking him to say hello to his mother. She turns around, remembering that last time she was not in the best condition in the hospital, she was not able to say hello properly. Jikyu looks at her in confusion. Suddenly he understands something. He remembers a benevolent grandmother who claims that Yujung is so kind because of him. She turns around and talks about the collision of several auras and that he needs to be careful not to lose himself. He is looking at the woman now. The car, flashing headlights, rushes along the road. The young man looks thoughtfully out the window, admitting that he did not know that the grandmother in the hospital was Aunt Hyasuk. His ring sparkles as Lu reveals that it would be strange if he recognized her, since her appearance and energy are so different. Jikyu looks at him when he states that back then he could not identify people by their aura and he was very weak, which the young man agrees with. The car is speeding, and Elle is interested in how Jikyu is feeling. Brunhart asks if everything is okay now. The young man doubtfully reports that he doesn't know, but seems to feel some kind of calm. He looks at the ring when Lu notices that instead of the removed seal, it seems like another seal has appeared. He doesn't know how this could happen. A smiling man is shown when it is reported that the most important thing is not what that old woman said, but what is sealed in the young man. Jikyu looks down thoughtfully and turns out to have some assumptions, to which Lu replies that he thinks they are the most correct. He reports that after the old woman's words he began to suspect that it is quite possible that this seal was inside the young man from the very beginning. The moment is shown when Hyasuk was dumbfounded, and Elle claims that Lu's arrival was only a reason for the awakening of the seal. Most likely it existed before that. Jikyu looks at his hand, remembering that he felt Lu's energy. Suddenly he notices that Elle also felt the energy, which surprises them. He He remembers the woman talking about chaos. The young man smiles awkwardly when Brunhart asks if he felt her energy. Both rings sparkle as Elle states that she appeared only recently, seemingly wearing a seal. She is not connected in any way, to which Lu tells her not to interfere. Brunhart notes that Lu is like a grandfather and Elle is like a grandmother. The girl is surprised by this. Suddenly the car slows down. Jikyu is surprised when Sung-hoon announces that they have arrived. They stop near the stone statues, and the man claims that she will park the car and the young man can get up for now. Elle continues to think about being called grandmother. Lu asks why she thinks about all sorts of trifles. The intensive care room is shown. The patient's pulse is visible. A person is wearing an oxygen mask. The men just look at him from behind the glass. Jikyu seriously asks if there were any changes after leaving the gate, to which she received an affirmative answer. And Sung-hoon reports that the condition has not worsened or improved. The doctor from the association also said that the reason is unknown. He remembers Bodhi's and claims that he knows the reason. He suggested that he grab the player's body and attack the ground. He looks at the patient when Lu tells him that he should look at his cup. He doesn't know if he can heal him, but if a person can do that, it will most likely be him. The young man closes his eyes, confirming the thought. Sung-hoon pays attention to him when he calls him and remembers that he said that all the CCTV cameras here are turned off. The man answers in the affirmative because they were turned off for a while. The chairman helped, but they cannot keep them turned off for long. The hand of the speaking young man is shown. She suddenly begins to fill with magic. He pushes her forward. He grabs something. He throws it to the floor. Sung-hoon looks at this in shock. The young man's eyes sparkle. The man covers himself with his hands. A man is seen on the floor, and Jikyu claims that they have not seen each other for a long time. He is unhappy and asks what he wants here. A cloud of dust appears. The young man holds paparazzi player Hyun-chul by the neck. The man's whole life is shown when it is said that he is someone who is involved in the Iron Guild business, a former high ranker, currently a paparazzi player. The young man holds him, telling him that he didn't quite understand then, but now he knows for sure. Hyun-chul's red eye is shown and it is said that he has a demon's eye. He is pressed to the floor and Jikyu asks for what purpose he snuck in here. He frowns, questioning where he got the demon eye from and whether he is a demon. The man just trembles, holding his hand. The young man only seriously asks what connects him with Andras and what he was going to do with Soku. Hyun-chul is already turning blue from lack of oxygen. The young man furiously tells him to answer. The man's eyes roll back and drool comes out of his mouth. He loses consciousness. Jikyu looks at this blankly. Elle reveals that the players can also pass out if he presses on their throat. Lu thinks that the young man should give Hyun-chul the opportunity to speak first and then ask. Sung-hoon becomes upset about the broken floors, and Jikyu is amazed and states that the man is a former high ranker, so he didn't think he would pass out so easily. He feels awkward when Lu tells him that he should think about how strong he has become, and Brunhart rejoices that their master is the strongest. Hyun-chul is shown unconscious as the young man wonders what they should do, offering to give him a potion and wake him up, while Sung-hoon hopes he's not dead. Lu tells him to put him in the gate first. Even if he wants to write an article, let him do it after they check Soku's condition. The young man is worried about whether this is dangerous, because suddenly he will wake up and begin to rage. A crowd of skeletons is shown as Lu reminds him that he has servants, so he has nothing to worry about. Also Bodhi's, although weak, he is a former great demon. The young man thoughtfully agrees with Lu when he remembers his grandfather and claims that if he decides to put someone in custody, no one will leave him. Brunhart calls her dad the best. An unconscious man is shown when the young man decides to do just that. He says open it. He is already near the patient. He puts his hand on his head. He closes his eyes in concentration. He stands opposite Bodhi's, reporting that they didn't take Soku's body, but they were close to the goal. If he still hasn't woken up, it's most likely because of this. Bodhi's peeks out from the ground when it is reported that demonic energy remains in his bowl along with part of Payman's legacy. A snowy area is visible. The young man looks around, wondering if this is Soku's cup, since it is so different from his cup. Brunhart notices that there is snow here. Lu argues that, of course, this is different. Jikyu walks forward and Elle talks about how special he is. He is thoughtful and remembers that Bodhi said that there was demonic energy left inside the bowl. He closes his eyes, wondering if he should check. Snow is visible when Lu tells him to be careful. Looking at other people's cups is not easy. One mistake and their minds can be confused. Jikyu only accepts his thought. He stands with his eyes closed, head raised. He moves away, but remains in the same position. The rocks are already visible, and he almost disappears in the snow. A certain blue ball is shown. The young man is somewhat confused. A glowing silhouette is seen as it is reported that there was no shape or areas inside his bowl, but there is something specific here. He walks forward, and Lu declares that he is strange, but here is an ordinary bowl. Jikyu notices something and answers in the affirmative when Lu asks if he found it. Some magic is shown when it is reported that it is the demonic energy of Bodhi's. Something red is shown when it is said that it is Payman's legacy. These energies mix when the question arises as to whether this is Payman's legacy, and Lu reveals that it is only part of it. The young man thoughtfully asks what's next, and Lu replies that he needs to see the matter through to the end. Jikyu observes the energies as he tells him to destroy the demonic energy and take away Payman's legacy, while informs him that at the same time he needs to use his life force to restore the damaged parts of the bowl. The young man looks away thoughtfully. He remembers various beings, claiming that he is connected to undead demons so he will be able to control demonic energy, but he never did. Vibrant energy is seen as he notices that he can't figure out how to deal with Payman's legacy. He remembers L's words. He thoughtfully recalls the words that it is not easy to look at other people, one mistake, and their consciousnesses can become confused. There is a phrase that just examining the bowl for Soku is already difficult, and the question is whether he can do everything he needs. He turns his attention to the ring when L reveals that she will help him. He asks in surprise how she will do this. Suddenly his other ring sparkles red, and Lu states that they need to share responsibilities. L can control demonic and life energy. She is a unique being just like him. The young man understands something when he says that all he has to do is focus. L will take care of the rest. He begins to walk towards the energy. He extends his hand, asking L for a favor. He closes his eyes. His ring begins to sparkle. L puts her hand on his. Some lightning is visible. The man looks at this thoughtfully. He notes that without Payman's legacy, they won't succeed. A human silhouette stands in front of him and he talks about creating flesh for Lu. This silhouette is colorless and emotionless. The young man stands next to Soku, placing his hand on him. It costs the same about energy. His eyes are closed. Suddenly he opens them. A feather floats above the patient. Jikyu notices this. He takes it, realizing that it is L's feather, emitting energy similar to Payman's legacy. The young man wonders if it worked, to which L replies that purifying demonic energy, restoring the vessel, and replenishing the legacy worked. Brunhart gleefully states that she knew it would work. Jikyu calls out to Hart when a portal appears. He hands him the feather, telling him to give it to S1. He knows what it is. The skeleton obediently accepts the feather from his hands. He goes back into the portal. Soku's motionless hand is shown. Suddenly he starts moving his fingers. Jikyu is surprised when he calls him. The patient opens his eyes, looking at him. He tries to get up, asking if something happened, and the young man tells him not to get up because he just woke up. Sunghoon is surprised to notice that he is awake. Jikyu turns to look at him. He nods at him. The man nods decisively in response. The room is shown as Sunghoon introduces himself and says he needs a healer and a doctor. The hospital building is depicted. A young man holds a bag of food in his hands. Soku looks at him questioningly. Sitting on the bed, he asks what it is because he needs to undergo tests and cannot eat, to which Jikyu replies that it is for him. Bones from chicken legs are visible. He wipes his mouth with a napkin when the guy asks if it tastes good. Lu remarks that this is cruel. L claims that she is pleased to see that he has a good appetite. Brunhart quickly states that she wants to try it too. Suddenly the young man seriously asks what happened and what happened at the gate. Soku looks at him carefully as he notices that the boss was definitely strong, but he could easily escape with his ability to open portals. He looks down, talking about the moment his boss attacked him. Jikyu is surprised when he reports that he was unable to activate the ability. He declares, amazed, that this is impossible. He recalls several players thinking that a unique ability was like a part of their personality rather than a skill or magic. He looks down thoughtfully, contemplating the fact that she is deactivating. The player is reported to lose all of their abilities. Soku pays attention to him when he asks if he is okay and answers in the affirmative. A crystal appears in his hand. He clenches it into a fist, saying that he has never felt this way before. Some energy invaded his body and he could not use his abilities. The young man looks down thoughtfully, noticing that, albeit temporarily, the player is losing his powers. This has never happened before. Rogers is shown when it is said that even his abilities that were stolen by Nain simply returned to their previous state, and the reason he could not improve them was because of the damaged vessel. Energy is shown when the question is asked whether this is one of the abilities of Payman's legacy, although not everything is clear now, but the young man knows what he must do. He decisively declares that it's time for him to visit Bodhi's. He probably won't learn much new, so first he just needs to beat him. Lu reports that this is a good idea. A window is shown from which the blue sky can be seen. The young men wave goodbye to each other. The door slams behind Jikyu. He walks with his eyes downcast and thinks that the deeper he digs, the more questions appear, and Elle reports that she cannot help. Lu claims that the owner doesn't know much. Brunhart declares that she also knows nothing. The young man thinks that Huang must know something, but if he wants to get important information, he still won't be able to. He looks ahead resolutely, thinking about punishments. He understands that he has to be in the dark right now, But he can't go on like this. A tall building is shown as he decides he must conquer the tower. The 49th floor is shown. The crystal falls to the ground when the man is asked if he heard something. One of the armored men talks about the new ranker the association recently announced, and the other says his name. Holding a bottle of water in his hands, he claims that he heard that he is on one of the 40 floors, and his interlocutor asks in surprise if he is sure. There is a phrase that this is true he heard from his friend in the association, who manages the portals. The man with the tail asks in shock if he is serious and if his abilities are that bad or if he is just lazy. He is even more surprised when the man reports that the last option is probably correct, because he climbed from the 41st floor to the 48th in one day. Various creatures are shown as he claims to have heard that he uses summon monsters like undead, griffins, and even angels. Wherever he goes there is not a single crystal left behind, let alone a monster. The man grins in disbelief, declaring that he is lying, because if the young man is a summoner, he was incredibly lucky and was able to summon a very strong monster, just luck. There is a phrase that if they fight head-on, he will probably immediately crumble at his hands. Suddenly he notices something in surprise. People get scared, realizing that they were hit by an earthquake right in the tower. They look around worriedly. Tree trunks are visible. Suddenly a growling monster appears. His eyes sparkle, and the thought sounds that this is a zombie dragon, a guardian. One of the men wonders if the Warhammer Guild was after him, while the other believes they missed him. The monster waves its tail, looking angrily at people. The man with the ponytail turns around, questioning why Yunseok stood rooted to the spot, and tells him to fire the flare quickly. He immediately carries out the order, and the man thinks that the Jinn is too far from the gate and whether they will have time to come to their aid. He grits his teeth, knowing that even if they react instantly, it will take 20 or 30 minutes to get here. A man pushes off the ground with his foot. The monster growls at him and he rushes forward, deciding to become bait. Blue and red energies can be seen heading towards the monster. Impact marks are shown. The creature is cut into pieces. The men look at this dumbfounded, shown standing with his back turned. Jikyu stands holding two swords as a monster dies behind him. The creature is already lying on the ground. A cut can be seen on his body. Suddenly his limbs begin to grow together. It rises. His eyes sparkle angrily. The young man only notices that it is being restored, and Brunhart calls him stubborn. Jikyu's pendant is shown as he thinks about what he heard, that this guardian has strong regenerative abilities, and the system reports an aggravation of wounds that slows down the healing process and worsens the damage done. Jikyu thoughtfully remembers the man, thinking that the fact that the aggravation of B's wounds does not work means that he is not so simple. Fears is shown comparing him to this guardian of the 4th floor. It sounds like this was an unprecedented incident at that time, but after that there were regular reports of similar incidents. He remembers Sung-hoon saying that such guardians appear all the time, they have unusual features or enhanced abilities. The young man looks away, thinking that this happens when demons make their move. He doubts that this is a coincidence. Suddenly he frowns, deciding that they are up to something. You can see the monster's mouth covered in drool. He opens it wide, starting to growl. Jikyu looks at him when Lu offers to end things with him and go and refuses, claiming that this is a great opportunity. He wanted to try something. His sword begins to sparkle and death is spoken of. The second weapon also shines, and it is about life. The young man, smiling, crosses swords, and they call him incomprehensibly. Lightning is flying around. He is reported to have studied chaos and is capable of using it. The young man is pleased with this. The monster opens its mouth at him, eyes sparkling. Chaos is activated. Spruce trees can be seen against the blue sky. People watch what is happening in shock. A huge crater appears in the ground. The portal is shown against the background of a certain tower. The man holds a pen in his hands, claiming that he is surprised and did not expect the young man to find Payman's legacy so quickly. He places his hand on the silhouette's shoulder, informing her that they are one step closer to completing Lu's physical body, to which he states that he looks better than that. Brunhart suddenly claims that she also wants a body. The young man examines Lu's physical body, reporting that it is truly amazing. He simply clarified the features that he remembers, and the man made an exact copy. Lu asks if he already said he looks better. The man waves his hand, believing that it is thanks to the connection that he created it based on feelings and sensations. He places his hand on the silhouette's back, claiming that he can't complete it now anyway. Even with Payman's legacy, he can make a shell with the right materials, but they need a core capable of holding Lu inside. The young man looks away thoughtfully. The man raises his finger, talking about the body of a high-ranking demon. They need any of the 72 and a part of the archdemon, surpassing even the 72 in strength. Jikyu just asks where he can get it, and Lu replies that they will find it. After all, they will have to fight a bunch of demons. The young man is in doubt when Elle reports that she is sure that they will soon get everything. The man is surprised when he asks how things are going with Hye and Chul. Bodis is shown placing his hand on his head when it becomes known that he is interrogating him. Hyun-chul clenches his jaw, squinting his eyes, and is told that he hasn't said anything yet. Bodhi's has an intimidating look, and the man believes that it is a matter of time. He smiles evilly, claiming that it doesn't matter what he has to do to it. Lou asks if he's scaring them. Elle wonders what he's going to do with it. Brunhart notices that Dad is so brutal with that grin. Jikyu bows, announcing that he will go. The man waves his finger, telling him to be careful. The 50th floor is a very difficult test. It is completely different from anything he has faced before. The young man is surprised when he claims that they say that its complexity depends on the strength of what is passing. In his case, he himself understands what will happen. The man sighs, smiling, and informs him that he shouldn't be nervous. The 50th floor is the place the tower uses to test players with unique abilities. He states that he is confident that the young man will learn a lot. Jikyu stands in front of the door. He looks up and Lou notices that not even a year has passed. Brunhart says she's delighted. The young man smiles somewhat nervously. He places his hands on the door, intending to see what this floor is like. He opens the door by talking about practice. He reportedly entered the testing floor. It turns out that the test is already beginning. It says that there is no way to determine the player's data. The player forum is shown, where everyone is discussing the morning star. The man holds the phone in his hands, claiming that the technology of this place is amazing. A barbaric world without magic is able to develop so much. He grins, saying that they can easily receive information, they don't even need to organize surveillance, and the smoker remarks that this sounds a little unpleasant. The blonde closes his eyes as Roz apologizes for it, calling it a compliment. He puts out his cigarette, asking what all this talk about getting surveillance information is and if it has anything to do with their plan. Roz raises his finger, saying that he is talking about Jikyu. He is the biggest variable in their plan. He smiles, deciding that the time has come for him to make it happen. They must do everything before he passes the 50th floor. He turns his attention to the guy when he asks if he means the Korean Jikyu. He looks up, noticing that it is his compatriot. Sunwoo sits looking at him seriously. He smiles, answering in the affirmative. He remembers Jikyu earlier, thinking about how he only seemed a little promising back then, but he has grown enough to influence their plan. He notes with satisfaction that this will be an entertaining meeting. The hooded man looks decisively ahead. The men are shown sitting at the table as one of them says that the young man does not yet have the right to hear about this, so when he gets to the 50th floor, then he will tell him. Hyasuk is shown saying much the same thing. The man, looking at the feather, talks about the test of the 50th floor. The idea is that the young man will see and learn a lot there. A large door appears. It is reported that the player's qualities and potential are being measured. Jikyu stands in the void. It's about reading the player's history. He watches for reports that a future player is being predicted and his actions are being analyzed. 3 pictures appear in front of him. They are depicted closer when it is announced that the young man has been assigned a test, which consists of 3 stages. He looks puzzled when he is told that he can choose the order. He looks thoughtfully at the cards, noticing their colors. 2 cards are shown as he realizes that the black one is associated with Lou and the gold one with Elle. He turns his attention to the last card. He is surprised when Lou claims it is him. He looks at the cards as Lou reveals that these are the changes that have appeared in him and the secrets hidden in him. This will definitely be a test related to him. The young man thinks. He reaches for the brown card, arguing that since there is no information, there is no point in thinking for long. He takes a card, deciding to start on the left in order. He holds up the card and Elle states that he can handle any challenge, which Brunhart agrees with. The map begins to sparkle. The start of the trial is announced. The player is told to prepare for it. The idea of the purpose of the test sounds. A certain area is shown when he is told to taste death. The young man coughs, covering himself with his hand. He trembles and grabs his clothes, realizing that something is wrong with his body. He leans over, noticing that he feels like he is being torn apart. It feels like this is not his body. He looks up questioningly when Lou states that this is the moment. He stands in blood, and Lou reports that he was betrayed. He looks at his reflection, realizing that it is Lou's body. He is confused when the ego confirms his thought. He awkwardly remarks that then in another test he will have Elle's body, and this is not entirely normal. It is reported to be one of the wastelands of hell. Jikyu is surprised when it turns out that this space, which was created based on the memories stored in the tower and his personal memories, is the goal he needs to achieve. He realizes with shock that he needs to experience death. This is a test. It is unlikely that he will have to die for real. He worries, hoping that he won't actually disappear if he dies here. Actually, the death of Lou's flesh doesn't concern him. He sighs, wondering if it's too much to die without any explanation. Suddenly the ground begins to tremble. He immediately raises his head, noticing this, and Lou tells him that he will think later, but now he can't slow down. Jikyu looks ahead, taken aback, when he announces that they are coming. The area is shown. Suddenly a crowd of monsters is visible. They scream, rushing straight towards the young man, who asks how many there are. He covers himself with his hand, noticing the unexpected start of the battle, but he has no fight with himself. He grits his teeth, noticing that there is no connection with El and Brunhart, only his voice is from Lu. He cannot turn it into a weapon, so he asks what he should do. He is in a stupor, and Lu asks why he is trampling around there. He is now in his body, so he reminds him of his strength. Suddenly the young man understands something. He remembers Lu's appearance, thinking about the owner of all demonic swords. He closes his eyes, realizing that now he is not Jikyu, but Lu. He decisively causes a weapon to appear in his hands using this ability. He smiles, claiming that it is very convenient, although he will not say that it is very nice to be Lu. To this, Ego asks what is wrong with his body. Someone smiles. He rushes towards the monsters. He lands with a crash. Jikyu notices this. Seeing a large figure, he asks what this time. He notices a huge creature. It smiles widely, eyes sparkling. Having risen, it begins to laugh. His eyes are different colors, and he states that the king has already spent a lot of effort and this is their chance. He points at the young man, telling everyone to go on the offensive. Jikyu was taken aback while Lu cursed. Belphegor is shown when it is reported that he is one of the 6 kings of hell. He is stronger than the one in 72nd place. Bodhi's is seen sitting when the phrase is heard that he looks smaller than this cockroach, but it cannot be compared with him. The young man frowns, realizing that he is something of a leader. While the monsters are advancing, he decides that first he needs to get through to him. Death is used. Jikyu begins to swing his swords. A crowd of monsters is shown. The blows rush forward. Jikyu fearfully asks what's the matter. The monsters just keep coming. Belphegor smiles contentedly. It turns out that his eye is unusual when the young man realizes that he still has strength left. The thought sounds that he was almost dying due to the blow of the 6th king. A rocky area is visible. A crater appeared in the ground. Jikyu wonders what is going on, to which Lu tells him to remember these sensations. The young man's face is shown as he reveals that this is the real control of death. A man is seen when it is reported that one day a stranger appeared on the edge of hell. He stands with his back turned, and it is said that hell was already full of demons, and about the appearance of another stranger. It turns out this wasn't anything unusual. A man is shown smiling terribly when it is reported that he thought so until he began to eat his own and rose to the top of hell. It's about his name. It turns out to be Lucifer as Belphegor looks ahead in fear. Something hits the ground. The young man notices this. He looks up in shock, realizing that he jumped. Belphegor floats in the air as he thinks about its mass. He decisively raises his fist. His hand turns into a weapon. Jikyu just looks at him, raising his head. The monster lands. The young man jumps into the air. He is surprised to realize that Lu's name is Lucifer. Jikyu is behind Belphegor as he states that it is a long-forgotten name and that he is now Lu. The young man lowers his head, smiling. He brandishes his weapon, declaring that Lu is just Lu. Suddenly the monster turns around. Impact marks are visible. Belphegor looks around in confusion. Traces of blood are shown. A crack is visible on the barrier. The monster clenches his jaw, noticing that the young man has broken through the shield that was given to him. While somewhere in a cloud of dust, Jikyu reports that Lu asked him to give him something. Belphegor looks up questioningly. The young man smiles, declaring that on the day he returns to hell, everyone related to him will die. The monster's eye sparkles, and he claims that he will eat his entire family. Jikyu is reflected in his eye. Horns appear and he announces that the creature will glorify the name of the king. The red sky is visible. Cracks appear on the ground. The monster swings its arm weapon. The young man just looks at him decisively, smiling. He strikes Belphegor. The barrier suddenly begins to crack. He is surprised, asking what is happening since the young man was covered in wounds. Jikyu is shown with wings when it is reported that the further he goes, the stronger he becomes. The young man is shrouded in magic, and Lu notices that he is beginning to get used to it and he must not forget this feeling. He grins, thinking that he understood what it was like to experience death. It wasn't in a literal sense. The monster looks at him in surprise. The young man is completely surrounded by demonic magic when he is told that this test requires him to learn to control death. In Lu's body, he smiles when Ego reports that he's thinking quite well, apparently thanks to his body, to which he is told to shut up. He is twisted into some kind of magical vortex. Suddenly it turns into a huge sword hanging over Belphegor. He looks up in fear. He is nervous, deciding that the young man is definitely bluffing. The weapon rushes towards him as the thought sounds that this is a completely different level. A huge explosion occurs. A large cloud of dust is visible. The monster covers himself with his hand. He notices something. It turns out that a shield has formed in front of him. The sword begins to disappear. Belphegor smiles with relief. He begins to laugh without hesitation. He happily asks if this is all that Lucifer can do, because he didn't even give him a scratch and is also called the Lord of Hell. The young man wonders in bewilderment what's the matter. He hovers over the monster, believing that such an attack would be of no use and all 6 kings are so strong. He is perplexed when Lu reminds him that he is the ruler. He remembers certain beings, realizing that this is what the chairman was talking about, namely, those who created the tower, and the owners of the tower were at one time the rulers of the world. Belphegor smiles, and Lu notices that they feed him with their power. He remembers the moment when the monster activated the barrier and claims that, of course, it is strong, but initially did not have such abilities. The young man closes his eyes, understanding what's going on. Suddenly, he looks intimidatingly, his eyes sparkling, and decides that he needs to break this thing. There is demonic magic floating around. Many swords appear, aimed at Belphegor. The monster is in a stupor, and Lu confirms his thought and says that no special skill is required here. He says he only needs the power of death. Belphegor looks worriedly at the swords surrounding him. Suddenly he gets hit a lot. Someone is visible in the crater. The young man, sighing, notices that the monster is indeed strong and also with the strength of rulers. He watches remotely, claiming that he didn't think it would take him a whole week to break through the shield. Belphegor is shown buried in the ground. He trembles, begging for mercy. Jikyu is surprised, asking if this is true when Lu reveals that Belphegor is the weakest among the 6 kings. The young man looks down awkwardly when he claims that this one is weaker than the original, perhaps because it is not real. The moment is shown when the swords were pointed at the monster, and the idea is heard that Lu's strength was superior to him, but Belphegor did not just stand there. The moment of their fight is depicted when it is reported that several times he was on the verge of death, but he managed to deftly dodge. The monster is seen putting his hand forward, and it is said that there was a moment when he showed unexpected resistance. He looks huge, his eyes sparkling, and there is talk of what if he fought in his original body. The young man looks down thoughtfully, realizing that even if he assumes that the monster did not have the powers of the rulers, he does not think that he could defeat it. He takes off, agreeing when Lu tells him to stop the pointless speculation. He better get this over with quickly. Belphegor looks at him in surprise when he says that Lu asked him to give him one last thing. He gets scared, asking what he's talking about. The sword is filled with demonic energy when the young man claims that it was unpleasant for him to meet again. He puts the weapon behind his back, smiling, and hopes that they will not see each other again. The monster just looks at him in fear. He frowns, declaring that he is not Lucifer, so he asks who he is. But suddenly a blow passes across his face. His head is cut into pieces. It is reported that Jikyu passed the exam. It turns out he is moving to another place. It becomes known that the hidden mission destroying Belphegor has been completed. He is reported to be receiving a reward. It is said that the young man receives Belphegor's mace. This very item is shown. Jikyu stands looking at this. He is perplexed, realizing that the monster's changed hand was not a skill, but a weapon. Brunhart calls the owner, stating that she was very worried that the connection was interrupted. Jikyu smiles, asking if she was worried. Elle is happy that he returned safe and sound. Examining the mace, the young man asks Lu what it is, because it is quite small compared to what it was just now. He thinks about it when Lu reports that there is nothing strange in this, for the great demon the size of the raft is not so important, and believes that he can regulate the size of this object. His ring sparkles as Lu realizes he didn't fully explain. The mace is shown when he states that it is not just a weapon, and he cannot even call it an object. The young man is surprised when he states that he made it from the flesh of the devil. He looks at the ring when Lu asks if he's heard of the 7 deadly sins, and assumes that these are the ones taught in Catholicism about what the average person knows. Lu speaks, making the ring shine, and he reveals that then Jikyu will understand faster. These are the 7 sources of sins that people commit. Various creatures are shown as he lists the sins and states that there are 7 kings in hell who are responsible for each of them, and Belphegor is the king of laziness. Brunhart thinks it's all complicated. The young man remarks in bewilderment that it was said about 6 kings, and Lu replies that he was just about to explain, so he shouldn't interrupt him. Someone's bones are shown as he talks about how before he became the Lord of Hell, he killed other demons, rapidly gaining power. Lucifer is shown gnawing on a bone, and it is reported that he had already become stronger than the 7 kings in the end, but decided to fight them all, which was madness. The phrase sounds like that is why he decided to challenge. A huge king of wrath is revealed when it turns out he was the one Lu challenged. Jikyu only remains silent to this, and Elle reports that this was a loud event that was talked about even in heaven. The ring glows red as Lu claims that he won, which is why he became number 1 in hell. The devil is portrayed when he states that he divided his flesh into 6 parts, made them weapons, and gave them to 6 kings so that they would serve him faithfully. The young man is taken aback when he notices that he is now in this state and asks if it is too wild that Lu ate him and made a weapon out of his flesh. He looks away thoughtfully. He turns his attention to the mace, wondering if it is the devil's flesh and if he can use it to replenish Lu's flesh. He remembers the man's words. The mace is shown as Lu reveals that even in the tower, flesh cannot be cloned, so it is most likely a fake. The young man approaches the mace, asking if it is true, and understands why it came to him so easily. He touches it, thinking about where he can use it. Lu, when the ring sparkles, thinks. The young man looks at his hand, asking what it is. He is puzzled when Lu reveals that it is the flesh of the devil, the same mace he gave to Belphegor, and notes that he said that no one could clone it. The ring glows as Lu states that in this case, one of two things is possible. Belphegor is shown saying that either he is dead or he acquired a more powerful weapon so he threw it away. Jikyu is surprised, asking if the monster was alive and if Lucifer killed him then. He looks away thoughtfully, remembering that Ego said that he was betrayed, which is why he was imprisoned, and Lu asks what he is thinking about because he could not lose to Belphegor. The young man looks displeased when he notices that it took him a week and Lu defeated him in less than 24 hours. He asks in surprise why he could not kill Belphegor then. Lu remembers the moment of their fight, talking about what happened at the moment when he was about to do it. The ruler is seen, whose appearance the demon reports. A red eye appears. The young man looks at him questioningly when he is confused and asks what is wrong with him. The ring sparkles as Ego states that he remembered the moment he was sealed. A certain angel is shown as he claims that the one who sealed him was one of the archangels. He remembers Mikhail, reporting that the angel had the same face. Skeletons are shown holding maces as the man reveals that he didn't think they'd figure it out so quickly. He, smiling, crosses his arms over his chest and claims that he will try to make it before the young man returns and says goodbye. The portal in front of Jikyu disappears. He lowers his head thoughtfully. He remembers the story about the archangel. He frowns, thinking about the fact that Mikhail is the ruler, the archangel of the heavenly kingdom. Suddenly Lu says that just because they have the same faces doesn't mean anything, but he can't deny that they are somehow connected. A man is shown with wings when it is revealed that he had the power of an angel. The young man looks down, asking if Elle knows anything about this since she fainted the last time she met Mikhail. He remembers that moment. Elle's ring sparkles as she apologizes because she was filled with long-forgotten memories, but the strange thing is that she doesn't remember anything about him or her real name. The young man becomes thoughtful when she states that she feels like she has a hole in her memory. He looks at Lu as he tells him to think about it. This is strange. Heaven and hell have been fighting for a long time. It can't be that he doesn't have any information about the heavenly patrons. Jikyu is surprised when he reports memory lapses. There are two cards in front of him. He takes the golden one, believing that they can solve this riddle in the next challenge. The card begins to shine. The start of the trial is announced. The player is told to get ready. It is said that the test location will be generated based on Elle's memories. A girl is seen sitting on her knees. She folds her hands and turns to God. She cries, asking why he gave her such a test and what she should do. Jikyu appears behind her. He calls Elle. Suddenly he looks around, asking if Ego can hear him. He gets nervous when he realizes that all his connections are blocked. He looks at Elle, deciding that this is different from Lu's test, but everything is like on the 30th and 40th floors. Lu is shown when it is revealed that he had a physical body during the trial on the 30th floor. Elle is portrayed when it is said that on the 40th floor she became her past self. He thinks about the person in front of him. He approaches the girl, calling her name, and asks if she heard him. He reaches for her shoulder, wondering what's going on. However, his hand goes through Elle's shoulder. He is surprised by this. He immediately pulls his hand back, realizing that he can't touch her, so he figures he should just watch. Ong remembers the task from the last test and notices that, unlike Lu's test, he was not given any instructions. Suddenly he turns around when the door creaks. Someone enters the room. A man with long hair is shown. He is shown closer. Jikyu thinks about this man in surprise. He notices Lu's voice, who says that this is Raphael, one of the 7 archangels. The rulers of heaven, he is considered one of the strongest and most famous archangels. He looks around in shock, wondering if their connection has returned. Suddenly he realizes that it was not Lu. He thinks about the moment when he was Lu and believes that these are memories that come just like in his body. He remembers the moment when the demon entered his body and claims that this is different from that. He remembers the smiling demon and reports that Lu so far describes the experience as their merging. He admits that he only feels like he is absorbing memories. The girl rises from her knees. Turning her head, she asks what's wrong. Raphael, standing still, says that he came to see her because he was worried, after which he asks if she is unhappy with the result of the meeting. Elle smiles, closing her eyes, and claims that she would be lying if she said she was satisfied. That's what everyone wants. The man places his hand on his chest, declaring that she does not need to take all the responsibility, to which she receives a negative response. The young man watches their conversation in confusion when the girl claims that she must because she leads the angels. She frowns, questioning if she will only rule them. Then how can she call herself their leader? Protecting the angels is her duty. The young man wonders in bewilderment what is happening here and whether Elle is the head of all angels. She lowers her head, closing her eyes, asking Raphael not to worry so much, it is his will. She opens her eyes in surprise when someone asks not to tell him this nonsense. Everyone looks at the newcomer. The young man turns his gaze to him with interest. A serious Mikhail appears. He holds out his hand, declaring that this is nonsense and he is no more. He calmly notes that everyone already knows about this. By the time the tower was built, God was already dead. Raphael is displeasedly surprised by his speeches. The young man is amazed when the man calls El Mikhail. He looks at the girl in bewilderment, noticing this. He looks at the man questioningly, wondering what is going on here. The girl just seriously calls out to Gabriel. The young man watches in confusion. He looks at the man, realizing that he is actually Gabriel. He turns his gaze to the girl, believing that she is Mikhail. He looks down awkwardly, admitting that he really doesn't understand what's going on here. Everyone stands still as the man says that's enough idle chatter and they need to go. Elle is shown clenching her hand into a fist as he states that they need to sacrifice her and destroy the tower. The young man looks at this in shock. Gabriel is as serious as possible. He announces the beginning of the ritual. Gabriel shouted and demanded everyone bow. Jiku looked at the speaker in surprise. People with calm faces looked ahead. Jiku stood at the foot of the huge white staircase. Sweat was running down his face. He noticed that the location had changed. He was trying to figure out where they were. Suddenly he turned around. People sat down on one knee. The man shouted glory to the archangels. Jiku looked with alarm at the people around him. He could not believe that all the people around him. He looked at the huge crowd that knelt down. He could not believe that every person in a white robe was an angel. Elle took a step forward. She looked at the huge army and turned to the angels. She looked at them seriously and said that the day of great change had come. Jiku watched what was happening in confusion. Elle said that in addition to the misfortune that happened to God, they needed to make an important decision. The girl looked down sadly and said that soon. The hero raised his head when Elle said that this place would soon fall. The angels closed their eyes with pain on their faces. Everyone was silent mournfully, some were crying. Elle screamed and said that they need to deal with the chaos, because if they don't, then the world created by their father will lose law and order and then the end of the world will come. Elle closed her eyes, said so. She stepped forward again. The sky was bright, a glowing sword appeared in the angel's hand. Everyone pointed their sword at the girl. She said they would start the ritual. The hero looked at what was happening in shock and tried to understand what was happening. He opened his eyes wide and remembered the words of Elle, who said that they would need to sacrifice Michael. Elle stood silently, surrounded by 6 swords pointed at her. Jiku got into a fighting stance, thinking that he must stop this, although he does not understand what is happening there. He clenched his fist, thinking that he needed to do at least something. Something distracted the hero from his thoughts. He looked at his legs, which were literally pressed to the ground. He realized that he could not move. The angels drew back their swords. The hero called Elle. He was shaking. He gritted his teeth and thought that the test showed the events that had already happened in the tower, but he remembered the rusty sacred sword that Elle had turned into and said to himself that he could not watch how Elle dies. His hand trembled. He ordered himself to move. His leg could not budge. He ordered himself over and over again. The guy looked at the angels, grimacing with anger. Elle frowned seriously, the tips of the swords moving closer to her. The hero furiously demanded movement from himself. His eyes widened. Lu told him that he was acting like he did on the first test. The hero's hand became covered with red energy, and the system reported its reaction to the player's will. The hero's chest lit up. She said that the connection had been restored. Brunhart told the owner that they were waiting. With lightning speed, leaving a trail, the hero jumped to the top of the stairs. There was an explosion. The angels covered themselves from the dust flying into their eyes. They gritted their teeth and asked what was happening. The bowed angels looked up in fear. The column of dust has not yet settled. Elle opened her eyes wide. Jiku stood in front of her, holding Lu in his hands. The system reported that the player interfered with the story. Jiku's eye glowed purple and white. The system reported that a hidden test had begun. It was twilight, the Iron Guild skyscraper in New York. Meeting room, the man spoke about the last issue. People were sitting at a large conference table. The man said that they were expanding again in Korea and James Lohan, the deputy guild master, was appointed as the head of the branch. The shield listened silently to the man who asked if Lohan had any objections. Lohan looked at the speaker and remained silent. The man looked at those present and said that they would finish there. The shield looked ahead gloomily and watched as people could not understand why they needed Korea. He smiled insidiously and thought that while their paths crossed, they could use each other. This time he decided to definitely gain a foothold in Korea. He thought that they would destroy the Demon King. People left the meeting room. The man turned to Lohan and said that less than a month had passed since he became deputy. He asked how he had annoyed the head. The man looked at his neighbor, smiled and said that he couldn't believe that he was now appointed head of a branch of such a small country. He asked, "Isn't this a demotion?" He looked sarcastically at Lohan and said that he was inviting him for a drink and that he was treating him as a parting gift. Lohan turned around and said he was fine and had things to do. He walked on. The people behind him stopped. He said that they would celebrate another time. The men looked after him and asked what happened to Lohan. They said it wasn't like him because it wasn't his style to turn down free drinks. Lohan walked forward silently, and the man behind him said that Lohan was one of those people who was addicted to alcohol and blood. Lohan smiled expectantly. He smiled insidiously and looked ahead, thinking that he had two missions. He remembered the conversation with the shield. His first mission was to strengthen the guild's position in Korea, and the other, he introduced the hero's family members. His second mission was to kidnap them. The angels looked in shock at another roar and a column of dust rising on the steps. Sweat was running down their faces from excitement. They could not understand what had happened. Silently, without exchanging words, they thought about one thing and mentally asked where the man came from. Jikyu looked at the angels, holding Lu in his hands. The angel angrily asked who. He screamed and asked who dared to interfere with the ritual. The angels began to develop wings made of yellow light. They took off and surrounded the heroes. They silently looked at the angry angels. L looked at the hero in surprise and asked who he was. Jikyu smiled. L's eyes widened when he said he was her master. He turned to her with a smile and assumed that she did not know him. He addressed her by name. He looked at the glowing Lu, who said that the owner's words. He suddenly shut his mouth. I looked at L. She was covered in dark energy. She angrily asked if the hero was really saying that he was her master. L looked at the hero angrily and said that the hero calls himself God, the leaders of all angels, standing in front of her. Jikyu looked anxiously at the girl, who was inflamed with energy. The angels were also covered in red energy. They looked at the stranger. Jikyu felt a strong murderous aura as he looked at the angels. The entire army of angels sitting below also became covered with a dark aura. Lu called the hero an idiot, because by calling himself that, he essentially called himself a god in front of all the angels. He asked if the hero was so confident in his abilities. Brunhard asked the owner not to worry, because he would protect him. Jikyu frowned, mentally turning to God. He remembered how a second ago Gabriel said that God was dead, which means. The hero looked forward and realized that the angel's words meant that God exists. Sweat was running down his face. Elle asked what this feeling was. She looked at the hero with displeasure and said that this man who called her a strange name. She understood that she had to execute him immediately, so he pretended to be her father. She looked at the hero and told herself that she did not want to fight him. He looked at the angels that were in the air. Gabriel said that for the crime of interfering with the ritual and impersonating God. A sword was burning in Gabriel's hands. He flew at the hero and said that the hero would not be forgiven and demanded that he accept his punishment. It flickered. In an instant, the angel found himself close to the hero. He swung his sword viciously. The hero looked in shock at such a sudden attack. Elle screamed and asked the angel to wait. There was an explosion from the impact at the top of the stairs. A huge column of dust rose into the sky. Gabriel returned to the sky again. He looked down sternly. There was a hole in front of Elle from the blow, but the hero was not there. The angel decided that he was definitely an unusual creature. He turned around, thinking about how dare the hero interfere with the ritual. He asked where did he go. He looked at the stern Elle and thought that she, like Michael, had behaved strangely before. Red clots of light appeared in the sky. The hero spread his red wings over Gabriel. He turned around and saw Jikyu with demonic wings and horns. The angels began to fearfully ask, is this really the power of death? The hero silently looked at the angels. His eyes glowed purple. The angels asked what the king of hell forgot here. The light in the hero's eyes suddenly went out. He looked ahead in surprise. He looked at his hand and asked himself, when did he manage to activate Lu's power? Brunhard said that Nasty Lu has appeared again. Lu called him a little fool. The sword shone and said that the hero could be sure that the nasty person had not appeared. The hero looked at the sword, and Lu said that the effect of the first test is still present. At least in this test he can use his abilities. Jikyu asked in surprise. He started to remember Gabriel's attack and said that this attack, he couldn't dodge or block it. He looked at Gabriel and said that it was natural that he was able to defeat the king of hell, although tired. The hero looked at the other angels and Lu said that not only Gabriel was here, but also all the other heavenly rulers. And they are all stronger than Belphegor. He looked at Elle and said that even if she helps them, even with his strength there is no chance here. Jikyu clenched his teeth. Lu said if the hero had looked further and looked, everything would have been fine. But no, he definitely had to find problems. Jikyu said that Lu was right and he acted too rashly. Brunhard said that he did not want Lu to die, but Lu interrupted and said that Elle would not have died. Gabriel turned to Michael and asked what she was doing. Elle looked at him silently, and Gabriel accused her of not doing anything, although the king of hell had appeared here. He called Michael, but she just silently looked ahead. She cried and looked up. She looked at the hero and thought that she had forgotten something very important. She grabbed her head and mentally asked herself what kind of feeling of disharmony was she experiencing. Gabriel clenched his teeth and asked again what she was doing. He looked at the army of angels and said that he, Archangel Gabriel, orders them all to leave here. The angels closed their eyes and became covered with a yellow glow. Gabriel said that the king of hell, The archangels surrounded the hero, starting to use spells. Gabriel said that the king of hell would be destroyed by them. Everyone directed their attacks at the hero. The angels evaporated and what was left was a clear blue field under the sky. Something fell and began to destroy it with its body. The field where the angels sat was destroyed by battle within a few moments. The entire staircase was covered with a huge column of dust. Explosions were heard in several places almost simultaneously. The wind created by the impacts carried the dust. The head of the angels, Sariel, was hanging in the air and throwing luminous swords. Swords flew at the hero. His eyes glowed purple and he swung at Lu. He began to knock away one sword after another. The sword pierced the ground, destroying it, scattering a bunch of fragments. The girl sparkled with lightning. It was the head of the angels, Ramiel. She threw lightning bolts at the hero. He swung his hand and water covered his hand. He threw the water column back. It mixed with the lightning and grounded them. The head of the angels, Raphael, appeared behind the hero. He turned around in fear. A bunch of blows rushed at him. The hero began to parry the hail of quick attacks with wide strokes. The angel and the hero created squalls of wind from their blows. They crossed swords and looked into each other's eyes angrily. A huge fireball appeared behind the hero. The head of the angels, Rhaegal, swung his fiery sword. He waved and the fiery snakes headed towards the hero. He covered himself in fire and used elemental fire. A huge column of flame appeared a couple of centimeters from the angels. He rose high into the sky. Jikyu landed on the ground, covered in fire and looking like a demon. He looked ahead with a distant, angry gaze. Glowing water flowed through the air through the smoke. Several jets attacked the hero. They grabbed his arms and throat. Gabriel was floating high in the sky. He attacked the hero with water. He waved his water whip. The hero is thrown into the sky at great speed. The water completely covered his body. A sword shone in front of the hero's face. The leader of the angels, Uriel, raised his hand for a punishing blow. He looked at Jikyu heartlessly. A swing and the hero is slammed into the ground at great speed. A column of smoke rose from a crater on the ground as Brunhart called out to his master. Lu asked how the owner was feeling. He waved the shining Lu, dispersing the dust and smoke. The tip of the sword hit the ground. Jikyu, gritting his teeth, leaned on Lu and said that he felt fine because the blows were not as strong as he thought. The angels looked at their enemy in surprise. Sweat was dripping down their faces. Even after such an attack, the king of hell was not hurt one bit. The hero spread his wings again. Someone's voice told the hero that he would have to stop. Jikyu looked ahead in confusion. He looked at the top of the stairs. Gabriel said that the ceremony has already begun. He pierced the obedient Michael with a sword. Jikyu was shocked. He lunged forward, screaming El's name. Hermes' wings appeared on the sneakers. In a low arc, in an instant the hero was at the top of the stairs. He raised it to strike. The sword was covered with bloody clots of energy. He hit Gabriel, but he managed to dodge. Gabriel flew high into the sky, but an energy blow at terrible speed reached him even at this height. Gabriel dodged again. He looked proudly at his enemy. He looked at the huge abandoned ruins and thought that from the very beginning they did not have the goal of defeating the Lord of Hell. The only one who is able to resist him is Mikhail. He looked at the monument and thought that Mikhail's condition was a little strange, but nothing. He understood that as soon as the ceremony was completed, this Lord of Hell. Suddenly he opened his eyes in shock. Blood sprayed. The hero's glove glowed. Jikyu used the power of life on El, and Gabriel could not understand where the Lord of Hell got such power. He looked at the hero's concentrated face and said that he could control life and death at the same time, and this is only allowed to one creature. All the angels watched in shock what was happening. They opened their mouths in realization. They turned to the hero as a father. The entire battlefield was littered with ruins and smoke. The angels asked, could the king of hell really use the power of life? They asked in surprise whether Jikyu was their father. Gabriel, gritting his teeth, remained silent. He looked at El's healing and did not understand what had just happened. He thought that the situation was becoming dangerous. He frowned and decided that the ritual could not be interrupted because they had gone too far. He shouted at the stunned angels and asked what they were worth. Gabriel shouted and said that they all know what happened to their father. He ordered the archangels not to be influenced by the king of hell. The angels looked at each other in confusion. Gabriel ordered to end the hero and continue the ritual. The angels tried to object. One of the angels shouted that only God can wield both powers. Gabriel looked displeased at his colleague, who said that this definitely had something to do with his father. Angel looked at his comrades and thought about how everything had turned out, realizing that the situation confused him too. His hand glowed. A sword appeared in it. He rushed to the attack with thoughts that the ritual must be completed. Jikyu looked at the approaching angel. Jikyu looked at the attacking angel and shouted to him that he had not finished healing yet. El frowned at the hero and asked why. Why can he use the powers of life and death? And she looked at the hero's worried face and asked why did she miss him. She began to remember the hero. The girl gasped. Yellow lightning flashed in her eye. Gabriel was approaching at great speed. He was focused. The monument was covered with yellow lightning. The angel turned to Michael. Jikyu looked at Elle and also addressed her. All the angels began to watch what was happening tensely. Lightning struck from her heart. With a gentle smile, Elle turned around and said that she had returned and called the hero master. Jikyu looked at her in surprise. He smiled at his girlfriend. He extended his hand to her and asked her to come to him. Elle sparkled and rushed into the hero's hand. He smiled and a sacred sword appeared in his hand. Brunhard happily greeted Elle, and Lu said that she was small. Gabriel exclaimed in surprise when he saw the sword, saying that the ritual of the sacred sword was not yet completed. The angels looked in shock and called Michael. The hero took a fighting stance. Elle's sword sparkled in his hands. He said that he was sorry to force her to do this as soon as she returned. Jikyu crossed his swords with a smile and said that they were preparing a big attack. The sword sparkled. Jikyu swung. Gabriel looked at the monument in surprise. He was completely engulfed in red and yellow lightning. The angel tried to understand what it was, feeling that something was coming. The archangel's face suddenly became frightened, and he mentally said what incredible pressure he felt. His face became more and more frightened. He realized that if he did not dodge, Jikyu smiled madly, and Gabriel realized that otherwise he would die. Chaos, a beam of enormous proportions, a black and white negative substance, rushed into the sky. All the angels looked in fear at the approaching something. The substance compressed into a thin beam, the waves from which dispersed the clouds. Blood poured onto the ground. Gabriel sat on his knee in a cloud of smoke. He held his wounded hand and looked forward with fear. He looked down and realized that this attack was far beyond the power level of the archangels. He remembered the moment when he barely dodged and realized that if he had delayed even a second, he would already be dead. He looked around and tried to understand why Michael supported the King of Hell. There were too many things in his head that I don't understand. Perspiration appeared on his face. He thought that he could take control of the situation. He stood up and shouted, "Did the archangels feel it? The evil energy this man possesses." He shouted furiously that this force is chaos, which they hate to the core of their hearts. He shouted, "Are the angels really going to blaspheme by calling this man their father?" He demanded to raise the swords and cut off the heretic's head in order to present it to his father. Suddenly Gabriel fell silent and looked forward. He saw angels standing in a row in front of the stairs. They obediently kept their eyes closed. Together they fell to their knees. They bowed and showed their respect by calling the hero father. They sat in front of a huge staircase. Gabriel looked around, not understanding what was happening. His face lit up with a bright light. The top of the monument was illuminated with bright light. The hero beamed. Lu said that they had problems. Jikyu was breathing heavily and asking what happened to him. A holy halo was burning behind him. Jikyu said in shock that there was something strange behind him. Brunhard said that the owner was shining. Elle said in shock that this was it. Lu lit up and said that the situation was taking an interesting turn, saying that it was because of the test. Jikyu looked at the sword. Lu said that the simplest explanation of the situation would be that the result of the meeting of his forces, which are close to perfection, and the forces of El, which have increased to the absolute. Behind the hero was Halo, the symbol of God. Lu said that the hero had approached the level of a deity. The monument illuminated the entire space around with light. Lu said that Halo is a symbol of the deity. The angels obediently bowed their knees before the hero. Jikyu gloomily repeated the words of the demon and looked at the symbol behind his head. Brunhard asked in surprise, "Is their master now God?" Jikyu looked at Elle and asked if it is true that angels serve God. He asked her what was happening. Elle lit up and said that she herself doesn't know, but no matter how special the hero is, only God can have Halo. Jikyu silently listened to Lu, who said that it's worth starting with the fact that God has many secrets, so many, that there are more unknowns about him than known. Jikyu looked at the symbol again and asked what role does Halo play. Lu said that it was only to shine brightly, which the hero did not like. Lu lit up and said that Halo neutralizes the forces of evil. Gabriel suddenly shouted. Blood was flowing from his mouth. He was breathing heavily and said that this could not happen. His wings began to be covered with black ash. He mumbled and said that the angel's wings turned gray. He wiped away the blood. His wings turned black, and he said that God is dead. The angels looked at their brother indignantly. El was also silent. Jikyu looked at the madman in surprise. Everyone looked at the angel's gray wings in shock. Lu asked the owner to take a closer look. Gray wings were a symbol of a fallen angel. Anglet angrily screamed the name of the fallen angel, Gabriel. He trembled, looking at his fallen brother. The angels shouted that Gabriel had betrayed the angels and betrayed Michael. Betrayed your father. Gabriel rubbed his chin thoughtfully. He left. He smiled madly and asked how long were his foolish brothers and sisters going to worship a god who was only watching. He waved his hand and said that they would never understand why God had to die. Everyone looked at him in shock when he said that he helped create the tower. Gabriel looked gloomily at his comrades. He smiled evilly. Everyone asked if he was involved in his father's death. The madman's smile grew even wider. His wings charred and became like black branches. He said that the era of God had passed, the era of God who silently watched the suffering. Everyone pressed their lips together as Gabriel asked, "Isn't this an obligation? Rule and help others with power and authority." He called his brothers and sisters, saying that their time had come. Gabriel had a flash of light and shouted that from now on they will write their own history. Suddenly he fell silent. The wind blew away the dust, and he still looked forward in surprise. He began to ooze blood. The cuts began to spray blood. Gabriel screamed, the hero sitting behind him. Purple blood sprayed from the angel's mouth. The angels watched in fear. Gabriel fell to the ground, and the wind rose from the swing of the hero's swords. Jikyu looked ahead and turned to Gabriel. He looked at the bloody body and asked if this angel was really involved in El's death. Brunhart called him evil, and Lu said that strictly speaking, she didn't die. El was silent. She smiled gratefully while inside the sword. She told him thanks. The system reported that the hero passed the L test. After all, having prevented Gabriel's betrayal, he completed a hidden task. He looked at the corpse as the system reported that the hero had obtained El's data and her physical body. There are remnants of data about El's physical body. She began sending out rewards. The hero received Gabriel's holy grail. Jikyu looked at the small object in front of him. The cup shone. Jikyu looked at it incredulously. On the ground stood half a cut cup. He picked it up. He looked at it and said it was brilliant. He looked at the cut cup and asked himself why he felt something familiar in it. Lu said that this is normal because the second fragment of the Holy Grail is in him. Jikyu was surprised. He remembered the soldiers and the portals. He was told that the fragment of the Grail that he possessed now belongs to the hero. Jikyu looked ahead and remembered Michael's name. He introduced him and Gabriel. He was a man who had such a yellow face, but the name El, it couldn't be a coincidence. The hero decided that he needed to meet with him after the tests. Lu said that he was also sure that he was hiding something and suggested that it definitely affected them all. Lu said it was time to talk. Jikyu looked at the shining ring in surprise. Lu said that he and El received most of the memories and Lu can answer most of the hero's questions. Lu closed his eyes and said that we were talking about information about the tower, hell. El closed her eyes that it was also about God and the sacred sword. The demon and angel opened their eyes and said that it was also about chaos. A huge black tower rushed into the sky. Lu said that God died and a tower appeared. Jikyu sat on the ground and listened to the ring. Lu said that no one knows why this happened. Then unheard of events happened in succession and it became clear that it was somehow connected. El said the world has changed a lot since her father disappeared. She said that although God did not intervene directly, his very existence maintained order. Jikyu silently considered what he had heard. Lu said that because of his death, the monsters of the underworld began to awaken. Jikyu asked in surprise. Lu imagined a huge deep pit and spoke of creatures living far below hell, the forgotten brothers and sisters of God. Many eyes glowed in the darkness. Lu said that we are talking about the real Lord of Hell. Jikyu fell silent nervously. Lu said that they are known as the monsters of the underworld because hell was built at the place where they were sealed. Jikyu repeated in surprise that hell was built on top. He grabbed his head and said to wait a minute. He said that he still had not received a fine, although he had learned so much information. He asked if it was because he was on the 50th floor. Lu said that this was unlikely and said that the system should take this information into account as something that the hero already knows. Jikyu asked in shock. Lu looked into the reflection in the blood and said, when the hero assimilated into his body, it absorbed his memory and he simply couldn't remember everything at once. Jikyu introduced the angel and said that now that he thinks about it, he remembered how he returned El, who now said that because of their strong connection, her memories were also transferred to him. Jikyu looked at the yellow ring and said that they were simply repeating information that was already in his head. Lu lit up and said that the hero had become smarter. Jikyu looked away with a straight face when Lu suggested that he had become smarter due to assimilating with someone as brilliant as him. Brunhart called the owner. Jikyu looked at his armor in surprise. He said that he also remembers his past. Or rather she said that in the past she was a princess. Lu asked the child to stop talking nonsense. Brunhart interrupted and said that in connection with this, but Lu interrupted her and asked why she was interrupting. The hero and everyone else fell silent, sitting in a huge white void. Brunhart screamed and said she hated Lu. El said that she would tell you about the ritual first. She presented a huge monument and an army of angels. She said that it would be about an original story. She stood in front of a huge army and said that this is a ritual of the sacred sword, and besides her, many angels became swords to seal the monsters of the underworld. She looked at her army. She, as the leader of the angels, was destined to seal the strongest of them. It was chaos. Jikyu asked in fear, is chaos really one of the demons of the underworld? He looked at the ring and said that in that case. He remembered the huge eye in the portal and said that when he met her, she was the seal of chaos. He remembered the system window and said that she said it was just a demon. El said that the system was right because it really was a demon. He closed her eyes and said that she failed to seal the chaos. Lu said he didn't understand one thing. Jikyu watched silently. Lu said that the power of chaos is essentially the wrath of God. He said that even though El has the power of life as the closest to God, this is still not enough. El agreed and said that it would be so if it were only her power. Lu looked in front of him in surprise and said not to tell him that. El said yes. She presented a huge number of sacred swords and said that there were many more angels who became swords. They transferred all their powers to her. According to her, it was a plan they came up with to seal the chaos. Jikyu asked if they really concentrated all their forces in her alone. Jikyu looked forward in fear. Lu said that it was just like a connection. Lu looked forward and asked, didn't he tell him before? The hero is not the only one who wields the power of communication. El pursed her lips. Lu said that this is not something that everyone can use. He said that there are many restrictions and therefore there are few communication users. But this does not mean that there are none at all. The ring shone through the gloves. Lu said that among the players the hero is the first, and among all the owners he is special. Jikyu listened in shock. Lu said that the connection allows him to concentrate forces that an ordinary body definitely cannot withstand. Beings who could control such enormous power without limitations. He had never seen anything like this before. Lu folded his arms and told El to continue. El imagined the swords at her chest and said that when they began the ritual, everything seemed to go well. The swords pierced the girl, so she became the very first sacred sword. She opened her eyes and said that she suddenly felt that something was going wrong. The powers of the angels were sent to her and she said that all the powers that were supposed to be sent to her and also her own were transferred to other angels. She looked at her comrades in shock. Gabriel smiled evilly. He had betrayed them. El presented many swords and said that she was supposed to be the most powerful holy sword, but others appeared in the world. Jikyu asked if we are talking about the ones that Sunho has. El said yes and said that those swords are stronger than her. After that everything changed. Gabriel, having taken her power into his hands, began to rule the heavens. The rest accepted the new rule, all except one archangel, Raphael. Raphael walked among the fire. He took El and went to hell to seal the chaos. Jikyu smiled and asked to wait a second. El opened her eyes wide. Jikyu chuckled. He looked to the side and still couldn't tell. He coughed again. He looked to the side and asked what kind of relationship she had with Raphael. The ring was silent in embarrassment. Lu was silent in embarrassment. Lu asked, is the hero really that stupid? El asked again. Jikyu sat in emptiness. The girl asked what he meant. Jikyu scratched his cheek and said that Raphael was incredibly handsome. He introduced Raphael and suggested that they could be lovers or something like that. El was silent in embarrassment. Her cheeks turned red and she screamed. The ring sparkled. She said that nothing like that happened. She squeezed her hand and said that all the archangels, like Raphael, were her comrades, and she had never felt anything other than platonic love for them until recently. Jikyu laughed and apologized for asking such a question. Lu was silent and laughed, repeating the last lines. Brunhart said something funny was going to happen. Lu smiled contentedly and said that he liked such things. El coughed and said that she had lost most of her power due to Gabriel's betrayal. She still had the power of life. Raphael walked through hell. She assumed that the angel added his powers to seal the chaos. The chance of success was close to zero. Raphael looked ahead anxiously. El said that perhaps it was God's blessing. The seal of chaos had not yet been broken. Raphael stuck El into the center of the seal. Chains came from the sword. The sealing was almost successful. Jikyu asked again in surprise. El said that everything had failed. Gabriel stood behind the angel. He smiled suspiciously. In his hands was a sword, black as night. It was Lu. Lu frowned angrily and said Gabriel. Jikyu looked at the sparkling ring anxiously. Lu said that he assumed that someone might have used it after sealing, but hearing that this actually happened irritated him. He asked what next. Gabriel attacked. Raphael turned around in fear. The battle between two angels began. Raphael looked angrily at the traitor. El said that then what happened least wanted. Raphael looked down. El said that the seal that held back the chaos was broken. The cracks under the angel's feet began to glow. A white light came out of them. A huge toothy creature, chaos, has risen. Gabriel smiled evilly. Raphael looked at what was happening in horror. He called the traitor and asked if he had gone crazy. The huge creature growled and looked like a toothy ocean. Raphael asked how it was possible to release chaos. Was he really going to destroy the world? Gabriel just silently watched what was happening. He smiled. He looked at the angel and said that he intended to release chaos. He said that the world holds many more secrets than the angel thinks. He said that he and Michael. He twirled Lu in his hands and grabbed him with the blade down. He was covered in lightning. Gabriel smiled and said that they didn't know anything. He threw Lu at the angel. The sword rushed towards the man like yellow lightning. The sword pierced right through him. He pierced the guard into Raphael's chest. His green eyes looked at the sword with fear. There was an eye in the middle of the guard. Raphael asked if it was. Gabriel laughed and said that this was the ruler of hell. He said that Raphael could perceive this as his sincere gift. Raphael began to fall down unconscious, and the traitor said goodbye to him. Raphael fell into the huge maw of chaos. El and the angel's hand began to shine. While Gabriel flew away, there was a bright flash behind him. He turned around anxiously. He was grabbed by the throat. Raphael, mortally wounded, held him by the throat with a crazy look and said that wherever he goes. The veins on the angel's face bulged. He said that Gabriel is the only one he will drag with him, no matter what happens. Gabriel was out of breath. He asked where. The veins on his face began to swell. Raphael swung his shining sword. Gabriel asked if Michael really gave him the power of life. He shouted how stupid it was. He said that even though it was a part, it was not a power that Raphael could control. Blood poured from the angel's mouth. He said that Gabriel was right. Blood also began to flow from his eyes and nose. He smiled and said that this should be enough to drag the traitor away with him. Gabriel looked at the angel in fear. A huge maw of chaos gaped beneath them. Angels rushed into its depths. Something dark with many eyes and teeth was moving in its depths. Jikyu looked ahead in shock. El said that this is all she remembers. The hero was silent. He asked the ring what happened to the chaos after that. And who is the demon that El sealed away? Angel closed her eyes and said that she only had a guess. She said that she thought it was. But then Dikal appeared and asked if the hero could hear him. Jikyu asked in surprise if it was him. Dikal smiled anxiously and said that there were problems, changed his mind and said that perhaps there was a huge problem on his side. He said that if everything goes like this, then they. Jikyu looked forward in shock. Dikal said that the hero risks never getting out. He asked again. Dikal folded his arms over his chest and said that only a week has passed for the hero, but 2 have already passed outside. Jikyu looked ahead in fear. He introduced the gears. Dikal said that time moves differently for them, and the time gap is constantly increasing. The old man looked forward seriously and demanded to end the tests as soon as possible because something wrong was going on. Jikyu paused and said okay. He looked at the Holy Grail. Dikal responded. The hero asked if the old man would look at the interesting thing. The hero opened the gate. Suddenly something shocked the hero. The gate was twisted and unstable. Lu said that the old man was right. This is all happening due to time distortion. He suggested that we hurry up. Jikyu clenched his teeth. After a while, he gave the old man the grail. He gasped and asked if this was a fragment of the Holy Grail. He smiled and said he never thought he would see something like this. He said, that will check it. Jikyu remembered something. Dikal at the gate said he had some information. He said that the Iron Guild has been acting strange lately and judging by the rumors. Jikyu looked at the old man dumbfounded. He said that the guild intends to open a branch in Korea again. The hero turned to the old man. He said that he doubted that the guild would come to them first, but just in case, he asked to keep an eye on everything. Vice head of the Iron Guild. The hero took the iron card. The system announced that the final test was starting. It began to transfer the hero to the location of the final test. Jikyu closed his eyes. A few moments later he opened it. He stood in a silvery puddle. The system reported that from now on the hero will see everything that interests him. Jikyu looked blankly at the system's words. He began to look around this world and asked if the system was really talking to him now. The system said yes, which shocked the hero. The system said that this place is beyond the control of the tower, only here it can talk to the hero. Jikyu looked into the reflection and asked who the system is. The system said that the hero will find out everything here. The hero's hand began to disintegrate into blue holographic squares. The hero asked to wait, but disappeared into the squares. He hit the floor. The unknown elf angrily asked how a simple creature could go against its father. He asked if they really expected them to believe this heresy. The hero was floating high in the air, and the elf said that all they could do was follow his will. The elf fell silent. The hero looked at the unknown man in disbelief. He hung in the air. Around him many unknown creatures were sitting at a round table. A variety of creatures, elves, orcs and other unknown creatures. The hero noticed that there were no people among those present. He asked who they were. The system responded that they were the rulers of the world. The system said that first God created hell, then heaven, and only then he created numerous worlds. The first creatures, whom God created in each of them. They were rulers. Even though they have only a small part of God's power, they, like gods, rule their worlds. At first these worlds were separated and could not intersect with each other, but a lot changed after that day. Jikyu mentally asked what is this about. The system reported the day chaos appeared. When the seal weakened, the power of chaos affected all dimensions. Although he was once again conquered by the god and sealed in the underworld, his appearance left a big mark. Jikyu listened silently. Floating in the air, the system reported that the harmony of the universe had been disrupted. Passages had appeared between the worlds. It wasn't a big problem though, but from that moment on, everyone felt if chaos was awakening. The end of the world. The creatures were calmly silent. The system informed that even though they ruled as gods, they were still only his creations. The fact that all living things would disappear when chaos fully awakened. Due to the anxiety they were experiencing, a meeting was held. The elf shouted that if the end of the world was God's will, they should not resist it. He asked if this was not their duty as his creations. The orc pointed his finger and said that this was bullshit. He asked if the elf was really saying that they should stand and watch the worlds they built collapse. The other man asked what the orc proposed to do. He asked if he had any other plan. Silence fell in the meeting hall. Someone told everyone to calm down. The stranger asked if they didn't get together to come up with a plan. He said they were all excited here. He smiled and put his hand on his chest, saying that he had an idea. The hero looked at the speaker in shock. It was the hero's father. Kronos smiled. He remembered how he lay in his arms as a baby. Kronos looked at his son gloomily. Everyone was silent. Kronos said that he thinks they can prevent the end of the world. The orc grinned and said that the words of a vicious person are worthless. Kronos fell silent. Someone said that they heard that the leader of people was overthrown from the throne by an ungrateful fool. The elf asked everyone to watch their words. He said that this was an emergency meeting at which they were discussing how to save the world and there was no place for emotions. The orc muttered dissatisfiedly and fell silent. Kronos said there was a misunderstanding. He smiled and asked to introduce himself. He introduced himself as Kronos, the leader of the human race. Jikyu began to look around. He thought in shock that his father was the leader of the human race. He looked at his smiling father and tried to understand if they were just very similar. But even so, he remembered the harsh memories. The orc asked what plan the man who killed his own father came up with. The elf interrupted and asked to shut up. He said that Kronos was observing all the formalities. He asked in return to do the same. The orc spread his hands and asked if he really said something wrong. He said that Kronos has no right to be here. Kronos was silent, and Orc said that there is someone else who deserves to become the leader of the human world. Kronos was gloomily silent. He said correctly, it would be more correct if he became the leader of the people, but he became one at his own request. And he smiled evilly and said about the place of the ruler of the world that it is occupied not based on status and age. Heavy black energy came from Kronos. Everyone began to cover themselves and feel pressure. They asked what kind of power this was. The orc fell silent and looked at the hero's father. Sweat was running down his face. He thought that this man. He looked at the smiling Kronos and realized that he had not become a ruler by chance. Kronos kept smiling. He spread his hands and asked if he could continue. Everyone was silent. He said that the plan he was talking about. He said that the end of the world would stop. He built a house and talked about creating a tower. Everyone asked in surprise what tower we were talking about. Jikyu suddenly realized. Kronos smiled and said that it would be easier to show. He clapped his hands. A hologram appeared in the center of the table. Everyone looked in surprise. A large spiral shape appeared in the center. Everyone said it didn't look like a tower. Kronos said that this is a huge spear that can defeat chaos. The orc chuckled. He asked if Kronos really thinks that they will defeat him because there are more of them. He said it was just childish. Kronos smiled and said that this was not just a huge spear. The orc fell silent again. The man said that the tower would unite all existing worlds. He said that they would unite all the power of God, dispersed across the worlds, and the tower would become a vessel. Kronos smiled and said that if they use this power, they will be able to defeat chaos. Vik turned to look at the hologram of the tower. He thought that they called it a tower, but no one knows what it really is. He presented a huge tower. While the whole world is watching, it is not used. The reason they call it a tower is because of the voice that announces it to them upon entering. The system reported that people had entered the tower. He looked at the huge spear and thought about the real essence of the tower. He asked himself, will they really overcome chaos with this? The orc pointed his finger at the man and asked him not to make him laugh. He asked if something like that could defeat him. He said that the only one who can overcome chaos is God. The elf agreed. He said that even if they gained strength from all the worlds, it would be only a small part of their father's strength. He asked, would that be enough? Everyone was anxiously silent. Kronos spread his hands and said that they were right and he had thought about it too. He raised his finger and said that they also used the power of God. Jikyu looked and mentally asked his father about what powers of God are we talking about. Kronos lowered his finger and said that they would be pierced by the Tower of Chaos first. He raised his finger and said that then, with the power of chaos contained in the tower, they would pierce the God. He smiled and said that they would kill chaos with the power of God and then kill God with the power of chaos. He said they would create a new world. The system reported viewing the first record. The hero reappeared in the silver world. He looked away. He remembered his father's words that they would kill God and chaos with each other's powers. Jikyu looked down and digested what he heard. Pierce all the worlds and collect the power from God to kill chaos, and then, with this power, kill God. Was this really the purpose of creating the tower? The system reported that Kronos' plan was to create a tower to kill the god and create chaos. It seemed that everyone agreed, but there were too many options for events. The plan wasn't just crazy. The system introduced the army of the god, whose gaze was difficult to avoid. The system said that the hero's father found a way to bring it to life. Jikyu asked, what method are we talking about? He remembered Gabriel. The system said that everything was correct, the angel was dissatisfied with God, and Kronos took advantage of this. The system reported a second viewing of the recording. Space. The orcs were spinning a huge wheel, above them there was a huge cauldron. The elves destroyed the ore with magic. Jikyu found himself on a planet where someone was building something. He looked in amazement. He saw a tower being built in the middle of vast space. He asked if this was a tower. The system said that these are the places where the tower was created. A bunch of different races rolled out materials. The hero disappeared. The system offered to move inside. A huge empty white room. Kronos stood alone in it. A hero began to appear behind him. Kronos said that everything was moving smoothly. Gabriel appeared behind him. He stood with his back to the man. He said that no one suspected anything. He looked down and said that they should be careful because everything would go to hell if anyone suspected anything. Kronos asked if we were talking about her. He introduced the evil Michael. Gabriel said that she has no equal even among the archangels. He said that Michael is the incarnation of God. He smiled and asked Kronos not to worry as they would take action against her. He turned around and asked what about Kronos' plan. The man smiled. He clenched his hands. The floor began to move apart in front of the heroes. Kronos suggested they look for themselves. The men looked at the darkness that appeared under the floor. Gabriel said in surprise that this couldn't happen. He looked up and asked if it was. A girl was sitting in the orange sphere. The angel asked if it was Gaia. The girl was sleeping. Kronos approached the capsule. He touched her, and he said that he would become a god. He looked down and said that with the power of God and chaos, after the implementation of his plan, he will rule the world. That's why. He asked the Gaia to wait a little longer. The system reported that they had finished viewing the second recording. Jikyu looked ahead silently. He frowned and said that he didn't understand anything. The system reported that the leader of the people was Gaia, not Kronos. However, she entrusted this duty to Kronos. Jikyu frowned as he said the name. He remembered the woman in the capsule. He asked if she was the ruler of the human race. He remembered the orc's words about another candidate. The girl slept in the capsule. The system said that by giving this position to Kronos, Gaia took upon herself the ability to transfer the power of chaos to the tower. She was worshipped as the goddess of the earth. She was the second closest to God after Michael. Therefore, she is able to control the power of chaos. Jikyu still couldn't calm down. The system reported the start of viewing the third recording. The hero was suddenly transported. He looked at a huge tower covered in yellow energy. The elves cast magic and shouted that they needed more strength. The orcs shouted that they were doing everything possible and asked not to shout at them. Someone silently poured in their energy. Everyone filled Gaia with energy. Gaia was silent. A bunch of creatures were sending blue lightning into a sphere that had huge yellow lightning coming from it. Jikyu shrank and asked what kind of energy is this? The system reported that this was a tower containing the power of all worlds. Thanks to the fact that it connects all worlds, the rulers could control all this mana. Jikyu watched in shock. The system said that using Gaia as a tool to transfer energy, she placed all this power into the tower. Jikyu asked what happened then. The tower oozed energy. The system reported that then the tower and energy began to merge together. Like guardians who control each of their worlds, they will rule over everything like a true god. The tower rushed far into space. Kronos smiled. He continued to channel the energy and shouted that this is it. Everyone was tense. Kronos shouted that they only had one try and they had to finish everything now. A huge red cloud appeared in space. Kronos shouted that the god had revealed himself. The tower crashed into a red cloud. Kronos shouted that they only had one try. He shouted that God would show himself. From the other side, the tower was pierced by dark, bloodthirsty clots of chaos. Kronos was sweating and smiling. He thought about how they were gathering the power of chaos. The red cloud began to shine more and more. Kronos thought that the god should show himself. The flash of the cloud became increasingly stronger. It shone and covered the entire tower. Jikyu looked up in shock. His father looked at the light with a crazy smile. The elf looked up in horror. The orc and the others looked up with fear and realized that they could not win. Kronos shouted and asked everyone to concentrate. He looked at the rulers and said, what if they miss this chance? He looked in fear and said that this would be the end for all of them. Everyone frowned. Everyone fired their energy. Everyone filled Gaia with energy. The woman sat silently inside the capsule. From the tower, a huge column of energy, previously unseen, shot upward. A huge tower, on one side all glowing with light, on the other side immersed in the shadow of chaos. The tower pierced the cloud with light. Like a needle it pierced the cloud. The end of the tower touched the space, which began to spread like gasoline. The light went out. Everyone silently looked up. Jikyu also looked up. The rulers were silent. The elf asked if it worked for them. The orc said that they managed it. The capsule hung and no more energy came out. Everyone said that God is dead. Silence hung over the crowd. Everyone fell to the ground. Only Kronos remained standing. The rulers rolled on the ground with happiness and said that they could and that God was dead. Kronos was gloomily silent. He looked at the capsule with Gaia. He approached her, touched. He said the woman did a good job. In the reflection of the capsule, the insidious smile of Kronos was visible, who said that he was now a god. Suddenly something made him surprised. All the rulers felt something was wrong. They began to rise, asking, is it really not the end yet? There was a roar of chaos. Countless eyes looked up. The tower shook, as did the ground. The rulers asked in fear, is this chaos? Kronos turned around and asked where he was from here. He turned to Gaia and demanded that chaos be subdued. Chaos roared. Gaia was silent and did not respond to man's call. He bared his teeth angrily, asking if something had gone wrong. He looked up and called out to Gabriel. A blue sphere appeared. Kronos asked if everything was going smoothly. Without waiting for an answer, he said that he would take care of the chaos. He only asked to act according to the plan. The answer came from the sphere, good. The ground shook. Everyone asked in fear what was happening. They said that this was not in their plans. The orc screamed and asked what chaos was doing here. A flash of yellow ran across his neck. Blood sprayed. Someone killed him. Everyone looked at the corpse in fear. An angel stood among the rulers. It was Gabriel, whose face was covered in blood. Jiku was surprised, not expecting to see him here. The system reported that Kronos and Gabriel had no plans to share God's power. They conspired to kill all the rulers. Gabriel began to calmly chop off everyone's heads. The system reported that the rulers were unable to oppose anything because they poured all their power into the tower. But one ruler could still stand. He said that he knew that this would happen. He shouted that Kronos had done it after all. Kronos turned around and asked if Yggdrasil really still had any strength left. Gabriel turned around with a smile and was also surprised that someone was alive. Suddenly he opened his eyes wide and asked where he was here from. Yggdrasil looked at him silently. The angel said that he had heard that he had been dead for a long time. A huge horned Satan hung in the air above Yggdrasil. The angel in bloody clothes froze in shock. He asked how this was possible and said that he had considered him dead for a long time. Behind the man was a monster with horns. He frowned in disbelief and opened his mouth in surprise, unable to believe that Satan had intervened in what was happening. He thought about the monster standing in front of the man and remembered that Satan is the ruler of wrath. Everyone thought that he died at the hands of Lucifer, but his soul remained alive. He imagined a long-haired man and a horned monster and thought that Yggdrasil knew that Kronos would give them and was able to survive by making a deal with Satan. The sky shimmered in different colors. Bloody bodies lay on the ground. The opponents froze opposite each other. This was the beginning of the final battle. Thick, dry stems emerged from the ground. They surrounded Yggdrasil. He looked down, opened his mouth and said that he was honored to fight against Kronos. He raised his hand and the stems obeying him reached out to the enemy. He frowned and snorted in displeasure. A glow appeared above his open palm. He summoned his weapon, clenched his teeth in irritation and asked why all this empty chatter was needed. Holding the weapon with both hands, he swung. He moved so quickly that white streaks remained in the air. He cut through the stems reaching towards him. Clouds of dust rose around him, and cut stems fell from above. He opened his mouth wide and called out to Kronos. He frowned in irritation and thought about where his ally was looking. He turned around in alarm when a horned monster appeared behind him. Satan said that he was the enemy of the fallen angel. He narrowed his eyes, pursed his lips, and swung his glowing sword. He clenched his fist, preparing to attack. An object glowing red appeared between them. The monster leaned forward and told his opponent that he had done interesting things in hell, and expressed his surprise that they were planning to make a tool out of the new ruler. He moved his hand to the sword and prepared for battle. Satan said that the fallen angel was more like demons than the demons themselves. Anger distorted his face. He demanded not to compare him with these vile creatures. His golden wings transformed and became dark. He said that Satan cannot even imagine how noble his goal is. Veins appeared on his blood-stained face. He opened his mouth and said that Satan, as a ruler, is nothing. He raised his head and asked the enemy to become a sacrifice for their goal. He frowned, clenched his teeth, and thought that the fallen angel was hiding his power. He continued to advance. His eyes glowed with a golden light. There was an explosion and cracks appeared along the ground. The main character watched what was happening in confusion. The cliff on which the tower stood began to collapse. He covered his face with his hands and screamed as the ground disappeared from under his feet. Sweat appeared on his face. He frowned and clenched his teeth in displeasure. He was floating in the air, surrounded by stones. Because of the dust, he could not see what was happening. The dust slowly cleared. The figure of the fallen angel became visible again. He peered carefully into the space in front of him. He was left alone and could not believe that Satan had fallen. He imagined a horned monster and thought that even though he had lost his powers due to the battle with Lucifer, he still ruled hell. He became alert when he heard a noise behind him. A drop of sweat rolled down his face. He looked to the side and remembered Kronos. The stems continued to twist and stretch forward. The hand with long black claws was covered in blood. Satan stood over the bloody body of Kronos. The stems wrapped around his weapon and pulled it out of his hands. They raised the scythe into the air. He raised his head and looked thoughtfully at Kronos' weapon. He examined the scythe carefully and assumed that it was a scythe of time and space. Standing among the clouds of dust, a fallen angel insulted them. He looked at them in confusion, opened his mouth and asked what they had done. Satan grinned insidiously. The three opponents froze opposite each other. The monster waved his hands and said that he was really weak, but nevertheless could create a gap in the fight between two rulers whose strengths were equal. He looked down and said they were wrong. Satan looked questioningly at Yggdrasil when the fallen angel said that he did not start all this in order to listen to such nonsense. His wings looked like tree branches. He asked if they really thought that he would cooperate with a person without a good reason. He looked at the body lying on the ground and called him a useless ruler. He looked at them intently, opened his mouth and said that only Kronos could control Gaia. Something strange began to happen to the tower. The earth shook. Satan looked up in confusion. A golden glow illuminated his face. The merger came from the capsule where Gaia was located. The system reported that there were enough materials and the merger began. He hovered over the cliff and watched as the glow intensified. His eyes widened in surprise when he recognized that voice. Her eyes were closed. She opened her eyes. The system reported that everything was completely ready. The bodies of the dead rose into the air as the absorption of materials began. The bodies of Yggdrasil and Satan were enveloped in a golden glow. An invisible force lifted them into the air. They did not understand what was happening. The body of an angel in bloody clothes also rose above the ground. A golden glow surrounded the scythe, and its absorption was launched. Many figures surrounded by a golden glow floated in the air. He watched them from a short distance. He frowned in confusion and wondered what the hell was going on. There was a pool of blood underneath the figure floating in the air. Gaia continued to be in the capsule emitting light. A tear rolled down her cheek and she told Kronos that she was sorry. A golden glow filled the entire space. He found himself in a black void. He lowered his head, looked down and said it was strange. He imagined the people building the tower, the flow of power that surrounded the tower during the death of the god, the face of Kronos, who betrayed them to the stems that emerged from the ground during the counterattack of Yggdrasil and Satan. He looked straight, gritted his teeth, and thought that he was more worried about the discoveries about the system. He turned to empty space and asked Gaia if it was there. Barely noticeable stripes were visible. The system replied that he was right. He clenched his fists, looked up and asked what was going on and reminded her that she promised him that he would find answers to all his questions. A bead of sweat rolled down his cheek as he said that not only did he not get the answers he needed, but he had new questions. His eyes widened in surprise as the system announced that the test was ongoing. Many blue rectangles appeared. The space flickered. The void has turned into space. A piece of Earth was floating in the middle of space. His eyes were still wide with surprise when the system announced that there was one last test left. His mouth dropped open in shock when Gaia said that this place was not a virtual created space from data. Someone stood opposite him. The system warned that if he died here, he would die in the real world. The man opposite had the same armor. Gaia said that he could not use the power of his egos. His eyes were hidden in the shadows. He grinned bloodthirstily. The system said that to pass the final test, Jikyu must destroy himself. He looked ahead in bewilderment. The double smiled. The main character could not believe that he really had to destroy himself. They stood opposite each other. The system reported that the double was the real Jikyu, or rather the identity that he was hiding. And the moment he loses, the seal will begin to be removed. The double disappeared, and a cloud of dust rose in the place where he stood. With a wicked smile, he appeared right in front of the main character. He ducked, avoiding the enemy's blow. Sweat streamed down his face and he looked up, watching his opponent because he was fast. His eyes glowed. Jikyu thought that the double was very strong. He bent his knee to strike. He bent backwards, avoiding his blow. He himself raised his leg and hit his double. The opponent fell to the ground. They simultaneously raised their hands to strike. A golden flash appeared between them. When their hands collided, he clenched his teeth with tension. He continued to smile wickedly. They struck each other with a series of blows. They flew away from each other. He frowned and thought that his connection with the ego was not working, but for some reason he was confidently dodging his opponent's attacks. They kept falling. He landed on his feet and ran forward. He bowed his head and pursed his lips. Everything became clear to him. He remembered how he was tied to the stone and thought that everything was different from the time when he was dependent on the ego, because since then he had become much stronger. He looked at his opponent with alarm when he asked if this seemed unusual to him. The double standing opposite clenched his hands into fists, said that this was just funny and asked why he was happy and sad because of all sorts of little things. He frowned at him and said that Jikyu doesn't even realize how much power he has. Black and red streams of power appeared from his palm. The streams turned into a sword, and a batwing appeared behind him. He looked at his enemy in alarm and shouted the word death. The double's pale face was distorted with rage. Black and red streaks appeared in the air. Dust rose from cracks in the ground. He pulled his sword hand back and looked expectantly at his opponent. He looked at the floating Jikyu and grinned as he dodged his attack. A drop of sweat rolled down his face. Pursing his lips, he remembered the gay man's words that it was himself. His hand was surrounded by dark streams of power. The main character thought that everything that the double could do, he himself could do. He attacked the enemy from behind. There was an explosion. Smoke rose from the island floating in space. Through the slowly settling dust, the silhouette of a guy with a golden wing could be seen. The pale double looked at him with disappointment and called him a non-entity. The main character was lying on the ground. The tip of a golden sword was pointed at him. The double said that he had no idea how to control his power. In his hands were two swords, black and gold, and behind his back were two wings, the same color as the swords. His eyes shone. He pursed his lips and said that it was predictable, and it would be better if Jikyu's body became his. The main character was sitting on the ground. The double pointed both swords at him. He clenched his teeth in irritation and looked displeasedly at the blade of the golden sword. Black streams of power rose from his hand. He extended his hand forward and unleashed a stream of force on his opponent. A stream of power rose into the sky. Dark clumps hovered in space. His eyes widened in surprise. The double stood behind him. He leaned over and said that, as he said, Jikyu was not capable of anything. He turned around and prepared for another attack. He waved his hand. He looked at his fingers and thought that he could not use his powers as he pleased, despite the fact that he was able to curb death during the first test. Faint black sparks erupted from his hand. He assumed that it was Lu's absence that had such an effect. Clouds of dust obscured the view. The double with two swords in his hands quickly flew towards him. He clenched his teeth with effort, and his hand was again enveloped in black streams of power. The red stroke of the sword flashed. The main character created a black shield in front of him. The double grinned. Red and gold stripes flashed. There was a cut on his cheek left by a black stream. He thought that because the power of death had become stronger, it had become more difficult to control. He remembered Sujeong lowering her head and telling him that with his abilities, it was important to maintain balance and not focus entirely on one thing. Golden streams of power surrounded his hand. He waved his hand. A golden wing was visible behind the double's back. He grinned and asked if he really expected to be able to control power using life for balance. He crouched at the very edge of the cliff. Dust and stones flew into the air. The double shouted that this was not enough. He flew forward and warned that the games were over. He put two swords forward, smiled bloodthirstily and said that he would devour Jikyu. A black portal appeared in front of him. The double summoned chaos. He spread his legs wide apart and said that he could do that too. He opened his mouth wide and clasped his hands. He also called forth chaos. The double continued to smile. The main character clenched his teeth from tension. There was chaos between them. The chaos between them increased. He continued to clench his teeth from tension. The main character stood on his toes, trying to stand. His double was pushing him, because he was better not only in terms of the total amount of strength, but also in terms of the ability to control this force. A bead of sweat rolled down his face as he realized that he would definitely lose if he didn't find a way to fight. His eyes widened in surprise when Lu asked if he thought this was a problem. He looked at the flickering black and white chaos and thought that he was mistaken. Lu's memories were talking to him. He imagined a man sitting on a throne and remembered his words that in the face of enormous power one should not use banal techniques. He rested his hand on his face and said that this did not mean that they were useless and reminded that his whole life had been a battle against the strongest. His face contorted with tension. Looking at the chaos, he thought that he must do everything to bridge their gap in pure strength. He looked at the black and white streams of chaos in front of him and thought that he was ready to die to achieve his goal. His armor was covered in cracks. His sneakers also began to crack, collapsing. The double looked at the energy of chaos with alarm. The streams of energy in front of him condensed. He opened his mouth wide when he realized what was happening, but it was too late. A piece of earth floating in space was filled with white light. The explosion sent stones flying in all directions. The dust settled slowly. He peered carefully into the space in front of him. Blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. Jikyu pierced him with a black and white sword. The double asked if he himself created it. He opened his mouth and looked carefully at his opponent. He looked at the black and white sword made of chaos energy. They floated in space, surrounded by stones. The double admitted defeat. Multicolored rectangles filled the space. The system reported that he had passed the test. The seal was strengthened, and as a reward he received the Sword of Chaos. Two people surrounded by blue stood in the middle of a gray space. The system announced that the last test was completed. He pursed his lips and looked carefully at his double. Gaia said that the winner can ask any question to the loser. He turned his head and sighed in annoyance when the system said that the loser had to answer all the questions. They continued to stand opposite each other in the middle of the gray void. Gaia asked them to begin the question and answer phase. A bead of sweat rolled down his face. He looked at his armor and thought about Hermes and Oberon. He scratched his neck, closed his eyes and said that Jikyu could ask him anything because he could not disobey Gaia. He raised his head, pursed his lips and looked thoughtfully at his double. He froze and looked at him in confusion when the main character asked who he was. He waved his hand, called his question boring and recalled Gaia's words that he was Jikyu. He scratched his chin thoughtfully and said that he thought they needed to figure out what they would call each other. The main character looked at him intently, opened his mouth and thought that the name Jupiter was the most suitable name for this ego. He closed his eyes, smiled and asked to call him Jupiter. He opened his mouth in surprise and wanted to ask something. He closed his eyes and changed his mind. The double put his hand on his side. Jikyu asked to be allowed to ask another question. He pressed his hand to his chest and asked who he was. He waved his hand, snorted derisively, and said that he thought he was at least a little wiser, but apparently he wasn't. He looked at his interlocutor in confusion and asked what he meant. He folded his palms in front of him and said that the main character never understood anything despite the fact that he received the memories of Lucifer and Michael. He pointed his finger at himself. He pointed his finger at the confused guy and said that he and the main character were the same person. The main character pursed his lips. The double smiled and said that they do not have separate bodies, so there is no need to try to separate them. He waved his hand and said that Jikyu needed to understand this in order to gain his true power. He closed his eyes, raised his index finger and said that he could not say anything more because cause and effect would not allow it. He frowned in confusion and asked what kind of cause and effect relationship this was. He smiled mockingly. He thought about the chains and the lock and said it was hard to explain, but it was something like a fine in a tower, so he couldn't tell everything. He narrowed his eyes, looked mockingly at his interlocutor and told him to think carefully about the next question. He froze in front of his double in indecision. He pursed his lips and looked at his interlocutor with alarm when he said the name Kronos. He introduced the smiling man and asked if Kronos was really his father. He presented a family photo and said all he knew about his father was that he was an early pioneer. He remembered how the man put his palm on the bubble that contained Gaia and said that he did not know that his father was a ruler and was intimate with another woman. His eyes widened in surprise when the double said that Kronos was indeed his father. He closed his eyes, sighed heavily, said that this was also hard to explain, but nevertheless began to say something. He pursed his lips and looked intently at his interlocutor. He threw up his hands and said that it seemed like cause and effect didn't want him to continue, so they should leave it at that. He raised his hand and asked him to wait. They were enveloped in blue light. The main character froze with his hand raised. The double folded his arms on his chest. He grinned and said that he would soon find an answer to all the questions he had. He looked at his interlocutor in surprise. They disappeared. Only a blue glow remained in the empty gray space. The double finally promised that they would meet again soon. The system reported that he passed the test and was moved to the rewards room. He moved into a spacious room with a large frame on the wall. There were blue rectangles near his hand. His eyes widened in surprise when he heard the voices of the objects. They greeted their owner. His mouth opened in surprise when Brunhart said his hair color had changed. He touched the gray strand. Examining his hair, he assumed that the chaos had affected him. The ring on his hand glowed red. Lu said his hair was getting longer, which was a bad sign. He pursed his lips in displeasure when Lu explained that this meant that the time axis was deviating from the norm. He waved his hand excitedly and said that they needed to get out of here as soon as possible, when Brunhart reported that when they entered the gate, all communications were interrupted. He walked towards the frame hanging on the wall. He reached his hand towards the box, but Lu stopped him. He looked at the glowing box in bewilderment. The ring on his hand under the glove glowed red. Lu said that they did not need to rush because time had stopped in this place. He looked at his hand in confusion and asked what he was talking about when Lu said that it would be more correct to say that time outside had stopped. A yellow light appeared on his hand. Elle said that he felt the same as Lu, and that no matter how much time he spent here, not a second would pass outside. She assumed that it was connected with the tower. He pursed his lips, looking at his hand in confusion. He thought that he would like to stop and check the information he had received. He looked at the arches on the ceiling. Lu said that it was good for them and asked him to tell him everything he had learned, and asked what happened in the third test. After some time, he sat down on a stone next to the box. Lu said that this was all very strange. He looked at the yellow glowing ring. Elle said, the relationship between heaven and hell has always been tense, but the fact that a big war began without any signs was strange. He thought about the large number of angels. Lu said that it was possible for someone like Gabrielle to take advantage of the situation to make something like this happen, but he doubted that the war was started to distract Elle. He looked down, opened his mouth wide and suggested that we sort everything out in order. He introduced a man standing opposite the monster and said that Lu had defeated Satan and became the ruler of hell. He imagined platforms floating around the tower and said that after this, the rulers met to deal with the chaos and then began building the tower. He imagined two men standing back to back and said that Kronos and Gabriel had betrayed the rulers, and as a result a war had begun between hell and heaven. He bent his elbow, looked at the red light from the ring and assumed that when their plan failed, something related to fusion and creation happened. He introduced the angel and the blonde girl. Lu said that then what the main character saw happened. He was sealed, and El turned into a sacred sword. He looked at his black gloved hand. Lu said that there were a lot of missing events in between. He presented a horned monster, golden strokes of swords, a black substance, and said that it was unclear how Satan remained alive, what happened to the dead rulers, and why Chaos did not die. He bowed his head and said with a frown that it was also unclear why Chaos was sealed in his body. He imagined his pale double and the long-haired man and thought that it was also unclear who Jupiter and Kronos really were. His eyes widened in surprise when a voice called him son and asked permission to tell him everything. Kronos stood opposite him. He approached the guy. He looked intently at the main character and smiled. He opened his mouth in surprise, unable to believe that it was his father in front of him. Kronos smiled mysteriously. Red discharges appeared from the ring on his hand. Streams of power spread throughout the hall. Lu recognized Kronos. He looked at his sparkling ring in confusion. Brunhart asked Lu what was happening to him. His eyes sparkled. He clenched his teeth in irritation and said that it was all because of this bad man. Black and red streams of power filled the entire hall. They destroyed everything in their path. The columns were covered with cracks. He watched what was happening with alarm. His eyes continued to glow. He opened his mouth, revealing his fangs, and promised Kronos to kill him, tear his soul to shreds and devour it. A bead of sweat rolled down his face, and he thought that this was the first time Lu had controlled the power of death on his own. The ring on his hand glowed red, continuing to spread black streams of energy. The main character did not know what to do because he could not restrain Lu. His eyes stopped glowing when Elle asked him to calm down. She closed her eyes and said that now was not the best time for this, so he should control himself. The ring continued to glow, but the streams of death energy began to disappear. He squeezed his wrist. He looked at the hand with concern. Lu told Elle that she was right. Black streams surrounded Kronos. Lu said that he did not understand how he could do such a stupid thing. He did not realize that the man in front of them was not real. He smiled. Lu said that he seemed to have more anger built up than he thought. He closed his eyes, pressed his hand to his chest and sighed in relief. Brunhart said it was scary. He frowned with displeasure and asked the man how he ended up here. He continued to approach the guy. The main character said that his father died and asked the man in front of him who he was. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. The main character got up from the stone when the man said that it was a long story and suggested changing the location. He snapped his fingers. They found themselves at a table covered with a white tablecloth in a green meadow. He looked around and asked where they were. The grass was bright green and trees were growing. There was a lot of delicious food on the table. He waved his hand, invited him to sit down and promised to explain everything. He cut a piece of steak. He brought the food to his mouth and made satisfied sounds. He waved his hand, said it was delicious and asked Jiku to eat it quickly. He pursed his lips and looked at his interlocutor with displeasure. He turned his head and asked what kind of place this was. It didn't look like the awards room, and in general he wasn't sure that they were still on the 50th floor. He wiped his mouth with a napkin and said that this is just a space that he controls. This is not a reward room, so Jiku can relax. He smiled wickedly and said that in this place he was practically a god. He snapped his fingers. They were surrounded by heads of golden objects. He turned his head and looked at the objects in disbelief. Brunhart suggested that they were crystals. Golden crystals shone in the sunlight. Elle said that they were real because she felt their mana. Lu suggested trying to take them out of here. He waved his hand again, asked him to start eating and said that he was very glad to see them. He frowned and said that he would like answers, even if he looked like his father, but how would he know that this was not a hoax? He folded his fingers, smiled and said that Jiku could ask anything. The guy sitting at the table said that his father died in an accident. He looked at his interlocutor with displeasure, opened his mouth and said that after that his mother fell ill with an incurable disease and right now she misses her deceased husband while in the hospital. He smiled, said that it was a lie and asked if he was trying to figure it out. The guy looked at him in surprise when Kronos said that he knew that he had cured his mother with the elixir. His eyes were hidden by a shadow. He said in an accusing tone that he knew everything. He clenched his hand into a fist. Tears flowed from his eyes as he remembered the difficult moments from the past and asked how he could do nothing all these years, seeing them suffer. He pursed his lips and looked at him thoughtfully, crying. He said that he was not his father, and even if he was, he would never recognize him. The image of the man opposite lost its clarity. The main character could not believe that he was crying. He pressed his hand to his face, thinking that a lot of emotions must have accumulated in him, but he did not understand why exactly he was crying. He narrowed his eyes. He imagined his pale counterpart and thought that the sadness and anger he felt were the feelings of Jupiter. He calmly watched what was happening to his son. He raised his head in alarm when the system reported illegal entry and the start of blocking. He wiped his mouth with a napkin and said that he was caught earlier than planned. He got up from the table and said that it was time for him to leave. He jumped up and looked at him in alarm. Kronos passed by. He turned around, confused. He grabbed the guy's hand. He smiled and said that he wanted Jikyu to return something to him. The dial of the clock flashed in the sun. Kronos asked to give the scythe of time and space. The watch on the man's hand began to emit a bright light. The stream of energy from the clock transformed into a scythe of space and time in the hand of the brown-haired guy. The shocked white-haired man looked forward. The guy closed his eyes. He opened his eyes and smiled. He was surrounded by a pink and blue wolf and a girl, and above him was a huge dark red sword. The guy said that he has very loyal subordinates. L, throwing the staff forward, told him to immediately move away from his owner. A powerful aura began to spread throughout the location and bewitched the guy. Lu told her not to forget and asked if she thought she was safe if it wasn't her real body. The wolf's eyes began to emit a yellow light. L stated that she would protect the owner. The body of a white-haired guy in light armor was surrounded by particles of aura. The brown-haired boy turned back towards his opponent. Making a gesture with 2 fingers of his left hand, he declared that, in fact, in this place, he was a god. The main character in disguise looked around the room in fear. Looking at the separate empty space they were in, he asked where his ego was. Smiling, the brown-haired guy said that he could calm down, for he had simply temporarily separated them from him. He also added that soon the gay man would intervene and he would return to the awards room. The surprised protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. Squinting them slightly, he asked in a serious voice what connected him with her. An image of a green-haired girl appeared in a golden aura circle. The protagonist asked what happened to Gaia after the failure of his plan, and what actually happened to the world. The main character was clutching his wrist, which had a small watch on it. Closing his eyes, the guy began his story. An image of a green-eyed girl in a white robe appeared. The guy said that she recreated the world with the help of the powers of God and chaos. She wanted everything to return to its original state. An image of space appeared with several multicolored dimensions. That is why she restored all the destroyed dimensions. An image of several different humanoid creatures appeared. She also resurrected dead rulers. An image of a large number of eyes appeared in the aura flow. Even chaos has returned to confinement. An image of an unusual tower appeared against the backdrop of space. The brown-haired boy stated that in the end only the tower, Gaia, and he remained the same. An image of the earth appeared. Gaia created a new world that only she could touch. The guy stated that this is the dimension in which he lives, Earth. The protagonist, opening his mouth in confusion, asked what he meant. Putting his hands down, the guy, with a serious expression on his face, told him to remember that the world was distorted due to the absence of God. Everything was destroyed by his arrogance and obsession with Gaia. Looking at the shocked guy, he declared that only he could fix everything. Closing his eyes again, the brown-haired boy stated with a smile that he had to tell him. An image of a family photograph appeared in a frame with the rays of the sun falling on it. The guy said that the man who married Sujin and became a father to him and Yujin is not him. Lowering his hands, the protagonist asked him again in surprise. The guy added that one thing he was sure of was that Kronos loved him. The surprised Jikyu's eyes widened. Starting to disappear, enveloping himself in particles of blue energy, he said goodbye to the main character. Stretching his hand forward, the protagonist shouted to wait for him for at least a second. Looking at the guy disappearing in the aura, the main character said that he still had questions. Freezing in a position with his arm outstretched, he silently looks at the place where the guy was. An alert appeared indicating that the illegal entry had been eliminated and time and space had been restored. Shrouded in streams of magic, the protagonist stood in front of a stone table. Turning his head, he said that he had returned to the awards room. Looking down at the chest, the main character asked what Kronos' last words meant. He mentally stated that he was his father and at the same time not. Looking at his dark gloved hand, Jikyu said that this watch was a gift left by his father and asked if it was Kronos' scythe of time and space. The main character sharply turned his gaze to the voice coming from his glowing chest. El called him. Lu stated that he had returned. El apologized for their failure to protect him. Closing his eyes and smiling, the main character told her not to worry. That's all they could do and nothing happened to him. Lu added that this is why they are apologizing. He also asked what happened there. Having perked up a little, the protagonist, exhaling, declared that it was nothing special. Placing his palm on the light chest, he said that they would talk about this later because first they needed to finish the test. The main character twitched slightly when he felt himself in his normal body. Lu stated that he believes this box is made from orichalcum. Holding it in his hands, the main character asked what they meant. El said that it was amazing that it was such a rare material that it could be called the essence of a dimension. Remembering the pink flask inside the chest, the main character said that he had heard about it before. A reward box of a higher level than diamond. He mentally stated that he had never heard of anyone receiving one of these. The fact that he is in the system is all that is known about him. Opening the chest, from which a bright beam of light emerged, the protagonist asked what kind of reward there was better than the elixir. A bright light illuminated the entire location. The surprised protagonist's eyes widened when he saw the contents of the chest. A notification about the issuance of rewards has appeared. The heart, shrouded in a dark aura, began to emit bright light. A system alert appeared about the increase in life force and the restoration of the vessel. Information also appeared about an increase in the power of death. The protagonist continued to look at the buffs from the chest. Chaos control abilities have also been enhanced. The main character noted that the notification and recovery occurred 3 times, but when drinking the elixir, this only happens once. An image of Lu appeared in his human form. The system window said that information about Lu and Elle had been updated. An image of Elle appeared in her human form. Now they know more than before. Your egos become stronger. The protagonist, holding his hand forward, stood in front of the open chest. Your egos become more special. The features of your ego have expanded. The fist on the main character's neck began to radiate energy. A powerful stream of light began to have an effect on Jikyu's hand. The egos of Oberon and Hermes are damaged. Oberon and Hermes united to form Brenhard. The main character looked down in shock after hearing the system information. Brenhard exclaimed in surprise. The glove on the guy's palm began to distort. His boot began to take damage from the flow of magic. A bright light spread throughout the empty room. The main character's shoulder was shrouded in armor. Dark armor appeared on his chest. Raising his hand, the protagonist looked at his armor in surprise. Making a hand gesture, the protagonist asked if it was full armor. Brenhard exclaimed joyfully that he had changed. Elle said it suits him. Lee stated that he is light and weak, which is ideal for him. The bright sphere of energy began to fade. This was the last reward. An image appeared of a huge tower with helicopters flying around it. The system called to rise and conquer the tower. She also noted that if he did this, he would be able to establish a connection with Babylon. Tower, 51st floor base. An image appeared of several multi-story buildings on a cloudy day. Bright lightning from the portal struck the ground. The protagonist emerged from the blue portal. He stopped and looked forward. Remembering the words before the disappearance of the energy sphere, he thought that he could contact Babylon. An image of a tall ancient tower appeared. The protagonist stated that this tower is capable of touching the heavens. It was also mentioned in the Bible. He also mentally noted that perhaps this was referring to the tower in which he was currently located. Looking up, he asked himself if he could reach her if he conquered her. Closing his eyes, he thought that it was difficult to imagine. Lee said it was funny. Elle said he was more than worthy. Brenhard declared that their master was the best. The main character suddenly opened his eyes. Turning towards the guy in the suit, he asked who he was. Raising his hand, the guy fell silent awkwardly. Making a hand gesture, he greeted Ranker Jikyu and stated that his appearance was slightly different from what was described to him. The protagonist stated that it was him. Bowing, the dark-haired guy with his eyes closed introduced himself as Minwoo from Gate Control Headquarters. He added that Director Teschik told him to bring the protagonist to him. Tossing his head, the main character asked if something had happened. Opening his eyes, Minwoo looked seriously at Jikyu. Closing them again, he stated that while he was being tested, the Korean Players Association disbanded. The protagonist's eyes opened wide in surprise. Turning around, the dark-haired guy walked back. Starting to follow him, the protagonist, calling out to the guy, asked where they were going now. Turning back, Minwoo stated that they were going to meet the broker. He also added that it is difficult to explain, but now they cannot use the portals. Slightly narrowing his eyes, the main character looked at him seriously. The main character twitched when he heard the words that the man had returned. The protagonist heard Mr. H. Wang's voice. The man, sitting on the box, stated that this was true, and 3 months had already passed since he began taking the test. The association had indeed disintegrated. The man clenched his teeth and folded his hands. Gathering his thoughts and opening his eyes, H. Wang said that his family and Minsu were missing. The main character, whose face reflected misunderstanding, fell into a stupor. He stopped. The protagonist said that, perhaps, this is where their paths will diverge. The dark-haired guy, turning towards the guy, asked him again. Giving up his hands, Jikyu said that he was interested in his intention, so he went with him. But now he doesn't think he can continue wasting his time. Turning completely to the protagonist, Minwoo asked what he meant and why he decided so. Looking menacingly into his eyes, the main character said that a strong thirst for blood emanated from him. The dark-haired guy's eyes widened, and he raised his head slightly in surprise. Squinting his eyes and looking ahead seriously, the protagonist asked if he really thought he wouldn't notice. Starting to shake and smiling slightly madly, Minwoo stated that he was much better than he had been told. Covering himself in a red aura, he shouted with a smile that the effort was worth it. Several warriors came out from behind the building. They smiled madly and looked at the main character. In an instant, a dozen warriors surrounded the main character. Jikyu stood a meter away from the dark-haired man, surrounded by several dozen opponents. The protagonist looked around. Making a hand gesture, Minwoo said that they do not have any animosity towards him, all they want is a reward on his head. He put one hand behind his back and showed one finger with the other. Pointing it at the guy, he stated that he was target number 1. Lowering his head slightly and looking menacingly into his eyes, he asked if he was truly target number 1. Grunhard exclaimed joyfully. Al stated that she didn't think it was good. Lee asked what was wrong and stated that it sounded cool. Clapping his hands, the dark-haired guy stated that the protagonist must be tired after the ordeal, so it would be better for him not to resist and let them grab him. He also added that they already know that his abilities are at a high level. The warriors raised various silver weapons. Minsu said that this meant they were perfectly prepared. The warriors surrounding the protagonist looked at him confidently. The guy said that the main character doesn't have a single chance of winning, so don't let him complicate their lives. Turning around, Jikyu again asked about target number 1. He created a sword in his hand, creating a stream of red aura. A small sphere began to emit green light on his chest. Lightning began to emanate from his blade. The protagonist said that he would give them the opportunity to face all the difficulties for which they were preparing. He made an arcing strike. A powerful aura passed through the location. The frightened warriors froze in place. The powerful magic of the main character began to instantly destroy the location. The dark-haired boy looked at the particles of energy in huge destruction. In an instant, a hand in dark armor appeared in front of his face. Grabbing his head, the main character began to squeeze his hand. Coldly looking into his eyes, the protagonist stated that he had caught him. Looking into the eyes of the frightened Minsu, Jikyu stated that he had many questions for him. After the protagonist's command, a large purple portal was opened. Making a hand gesture, the main character threw the guy into the gate. The frightened soldiers in armor stated that the rumors were true, shouting out that, given the level of attack, he must have been tired. A dozen warriors, throwing their weapons forward, rushed at him, who screamed for them to attack now. Enveloping his sword in yellow lightning, the protagonist swung and said that he needed to end this with one blow. Lee and El confirmed their readiness. The protagonist held both hands forward in front of the running crowd. He used chaos. Rare snow fell on the roofs of dark buildings. A huge portal created by a fashionable explosion became visible through multi-story buildings. It began to grow and destroy the location. A moment later, all the houses were destroyed. Lowering his sword, the main character stood in a stream of smoke and destruction. A huge crater appeared in the middle of the city. System alerts appeared with information about Jikyu. SS assignment, he can use 90% of Ego's abilities. Possession, he can temporarily possess Egos and use their ability to 100%. Slightly lowering his upper body, the protagonist was actively breathing. Looking down, he continued to try to catch his breath. Lee said it's all cool and refreshing, but it feels like the protagonist is overloading himself. A dark red sword was stuck into the ground. He added that this was not necessary. Looking around, the main character said that he needed to quickly get down from the tower. Lee said he was glad that such behavior was not just driven by feelings. The man began to slow down on the ground when he saw the protagonist. Several warriors with spears looked at the back of the main character. Lee asked what would happen if there were more enemies. Closing his eyes and exhaling with a smile, Jikyu said that there was no reason to worry. Raising his hand up in a welcoming gesture, the man called out to the guy with a smile. The protagonist mentally stated that he recognized this energy. The guy with yellow eyes looked at the main character with a smile. Looking back, Jikyu smiled back. He stated that they had not seen each other for a long time. Streams of smoke with dirt and debris passed through the location. Sung-hoon stated that he would tell him right away so that the protagonist does not worry. All his family members are fine. Approaching the main character, he stated that they transported them to a safe place as they assumed that they might be in danger. He also added that his neighbor, Minsu, is with them. Exhaling, the protagonist with his eyes closed said that this was a huge relief for him. Turning in his direction, Jikyu asked him to tell him what happened during his absence. Looking forward, the dark-haired guy began his story. Sung-hoon stated that after he entered the 50th floor, 20 anomalous gates opened around the world. An image of a world map appeared, with white dots on different continents. The guy added that they all miraculously purified themselves at the same time. An image of a dark, fenced cave appeared. As a result, people received the remains and relics of demons. An image of a chest of jewels appeared, on which lay a sword. The guy added that now everyone expects the development of the player industry, and all this really happens. A dark-haired guy in armor held a blade covered in a purple aura. Thanks to demonic techniques, they are amazing. Looking down, Sung-hoon said with a serious expression that this is where all the problems started. An image of a red monster with horns appeared. The guy said it was all a trap. The monster controlled people with the help of threads. These relics and remains were just a tool. With their help, demons could control human bodies. An image of a smiling monster appeared, which, with the help of a stream of purple magic, entered the human brain. The dark-haired boy said that what's worse is that the demons even stole their memories and took over their minds. He also added that now they are unable to help. The protagonist recalled an unusual monster, an ant in a suit. Demons take over players' bodies. Lee stated that this actually happened. Turning towards the guy, the protagonist asked him if this was the reason for the fall of the Korean Hunters Association. Sung-hoon replied no. Holding a spear in his hands, he stated that, to be more precise, they decided to disband voluntarily. He also added that it is a little difficult to explain. An image of a map of Korea appeared with points marked on it. He said that the remains of demons and their relics taken out of the gate were incredible. But it was strange that none of this was found in Korea. An image of a gray-haired man appeared, sticking his finger forward. The guy said that the association had repeatedly warned people about the possible dangers, but people began to have doubts. Raising the finger of his left hand, Sung-hoon suggested that the Korean Association had taken over all the remains of the relics. The protagonist, looking into his eyes, thought that this was possible. Lee confirmed. An image of a guy with a long horn appeared, whose eye emitted a red color. Lee also said that the fact that only 5 gates were opened in Korea and the fact that the association was forced into such an awkward situation were all part of Andra's plan. Making a hand gesture, the dark-haired guy said that the Korean Association was disbanded due to such a disadvantage and social pressure. He also added that this is what the situation looked like from the outside. The director and chairman thought of everything in advance. Turning his head to the side, he stated that they were grateful to be freed from the association's influence. Thanks to this, they can now act freely. Several men in suits, with eyes glowing with white light, guarded the object. Sung-hoon added that they can operate within the framework of the Gregory Guard. The protagonist seriously looked to the right and analyzed the guy's words. An image appeared of several men in dark clothing standing quietly in the rain. It was Na's secret guard who assisted Sung-hoon during the battle with the Iron Guild branch. Looking forward at several guards, the protagonist mentally asked if they were created for the survival of mankind. Squinting his eyes, he mentally asked how far Chairman Asura had planned everything. Having received a powerful blow, the dark-haired guy grabbed his hand and moved back. Raising his head and gritting his teeth, he stated that he could not even think that Jiku was capable of controlling the gates. His eyes widened as he raised his head. Dozens of hunters on various birds were flying near a very tall building. He spread his arms to the side and looked at the picture before him. He asked what kind of gate this was. Looking up in fear, he noted that in front of him were griffins and undead creatures, as well as some other buildings. He asked what they were all doing at the gate. Approaching him, the man said that, apparently, Jiku was talking about him. Scratching his gray beard, he asked if he should be tied up. Sweat started running down the frightened guy's face. He wondered who this old man was and whether he was an ally of the protagonist. An image of a powerful attack by the protagonist appeared, which destroyed part of the city. Rushing away, the dark-haired guy mentally stated that since he could not defeat the protagonist, then it would be wiser to attack his ally. Swinging and quickly approaching the man, he thought that he needed to be taken hostage. The calmly thoughtful man's eyes widened. Putting his fist forward, he instantly threw his opponent back several meters. The guy, whose face was covered in blood, fainted. Holding his fist in front, the white-haired man looked forward in surprise. Sliding along the ground, he stopped. Shaking off his hand, the man stated that this guy was very energetic. Opening his eyes slightly, the dark-haired guy asked what happened and stated that he didn't look that strong. Folding his hands, he thought about how it all came to this. Looking at the guy's actions, the man thought. The dark-haired guy instantly raised his hand with the syringe. Gritting his teeth, he immediately injected the contents into his leg. Remaining in place, the man looked at him in surprise. Looking at the green liquid injected into the guy's leg, he stated that it was a syringe. Powerful purple energy began to emanate from the guy who stood up. Powerful streams of aura emanated from him as he stood heavily on both legs. Backing away slightly, the gray-haired man, looking forward, recognized this energy. A powerful violet flame enveloped the guy's body. The man mentally asked where an ordinary person got demonic energy from. The guy smiled madly and started chuckling. Throwing both arms to the side, he began to laugh loudly. His crazy eyes glowed white. He stated that this is what power feels like. Smiling and leaning his body forward, he said that with this strength, the decrepit old man would not be a problem for him. In front of him stood several warriors and magical animals, ready for battle. The skeleton, knight, and horse looked at him. Undead are immune to demonic energy. Several white-haired guys with wings looked sternly into his eyes. Angels could resist demonic energy. A huge bird with a yellow beak looked forward. It was the Griffin King. An image of a cloudy sky appeared above the battle location. The guy screamed asking for mercy. Dust rose into the air, and a man could be heard saying that it was time for Ranker Kim to come down. Sung-hoon stood in front of the main character, holding a weapon in his hands and saying that things were not going well for them. The situation became more complicated because their rights to the portals had long been revoked. The guy was wanted, so his situation is no different from Gregory. Jikyu raised his eyebrows in surprise, asking what happened while he was gone. The young man asked if the situation was such that he should not even be seen outside the tower. The man lowered his head, confirming his words. The hero announced that he had an idea. Sung-hoon widened his eyes, looking at him. His eyebrows rose. He remembered the gate shining brightly in the room. The heroes, accompanied by other people, went out into the world. There were bare tree trunks around them. The men in suits looked around in surprise, saying that they had heard about such a thing. This is a gate belonging to one person. In front of them, a tall tower soared into the sky, around which griffins hovered. Sung-hoon looked ahead in surprise, asking what kind of building this was, maybe a tower or a pyramid. The main character closed his eyes, telling them not to focus on it. Liu asked why not tell the guy that it was Jikyu Tower. Brunhart commented that it sounded cool. The voice called Jikyu, asking him to come closer. The young man looked up in surprise, thinking that it was Mr. H. Wang. The heroes froze at the bare tree trunk. Jikyu's eyes widened. The men behind him froze in surprise. Minwoo was tied to a tree trunk, with a furious grin on his face. Elle noticed that she felt faint demonic energy. Brunhart agreed with her words. Liu mockingly asked the guy not to lie to them. Dikal looked at the contents of the green flask, saying that it was because of the syringe. After the injection into the thigh, something suddenly changed in him. Sung-hoon looked at him in surprise. The man said that it was a demonic potion. Dikal knitted his eyebrows, asking him to explain in more detail. Sung-hoon, knitting his eyebrows, said that this potion bestows incredible strength. Its functionality is somewhat similar to a strengthening potion. However, when the effect of the potion wears off, the person loses his mind or receives other, no less serious side effects. He imagined the image of a strong man screaming heart-rendingly. The man put out his hand, saying that it is strictly prohibited, but the association that monitored it no longer exists, so control over its circulation has weakened and now anyone can get this potion. The main character looked in surprise at the test tube in the hands of the keeper, saying that the demons were again not doing anything good. Dikal thoughtfully raised his hand to his chin, saying that they should find out who distributes these potions and where they get them from. Sung-hoon, interrupting his words, said that they already knew who supplied them. The heroes looked at him in surprise. He presented the coats of arms of two organizations, one in the form of a shield and the second in the form of wings, saying that they were the Iron Guild and the Caravan Guild. The guilds that have established branches in Korea have formed an alliance and are jointly producing these potions. The man frowned as he explained that, frankly speaking, they were taking advantage of the lack of association to rule in Korea. Jikyu furrowed his eyebrows, looking at him. The guy looked down, thinking that he had heard that the Iron Guild had returned to Korea. But could it be that the caravan, which had until now been kept in the shadows, had also appeared? The young man introduced a man in knightly armor, whose eyes shone brightly, thinking that they also ruled Korea. Liu turned to the owner, wondering if he remembered. The guy looked at the hand in surprise. He remembered the men passing by. In Mania and Suit, Liu said that when they took part in the World Association meeting, that demon who was with an iron shield. He understood this, because then his appearance and energy were different, but it was probably Andrus. The guy introduced a man whose grin was hidden by the shadow of a hood. Jikyu immediately frowned. He glanced over, not understanding why this man was with the Iron Shield in Korea. The hero imagined a guy with blonde hair, reasoning that the Iron Shield was most likely driven by a desire for revenge. But why Andrus chose him? He imagined a smiling demon. The main character closed his eyes, thinking that there could be any reason why he was targeting Korea. He introduced himself, calling himself a high-level demon and angel master, a small boy holding a yellow hammer in his hands, calling him a descendant of Payment. He remembered the girl and Ball standing next to her, calling them the king of demons and a man of the second rank. Imagine the bright eye of the demon sealed by El Seongho, whose gaze was frightening. The guy considered this man suspicious. The young man pursed his lips in displeasure, thinking that there were too many options. He did not understand what was happening in Korea. Sung-hoon, raising his index finger, suggested that they themselves had already realized that these two guilds were also part of the events that led to the collapse of the association. Their plan may have been to limit the strength of the association. But, as he already said, the head voluntarily dissolved the association, and thanks to this he was able to save Gregory. He introduced a man who had hundreds of subordinate people in his hands, saying that he wanted to interfere with those who only wanted to limit him a little. Sung-hoon looked down, saying that he didn't know why they were so obsessed with weakening the association, but since their plans were disrupted, they resorted to violence. Battles began between Gregory and these guilds. The man represented a line of warriors in knightly robes, and men in suits confronting them. The main character frowned, asking what happened, because if they are talking about the union of their powers, then they are very powerful. Sung-hoon recalled himself with a weapon in his hands on the battlefield, saying that everyone thought so, but the first half of the battle passed on equal terms. Gregory turned out to be stronger than the young man thought. The man furrowed his eyebrows, saying that they also had reinforcements. The main character looked at him in surprise and asked what this meant. Sung-hoon imagined a smiling Soka from the Cane and Rancor Guild, a serious Hyasuk from the Misty Flower Guild, a stern-looking leader of the Ainsel Guild, Sunho, holding 2 swords in his hands, and a broadly smiling girl with horns, who is the king of demons. The young man looked away, asking what was wrong with this lineup. They wanted to conquer the world or something like that, because he didn't understand how these guys got together in the first place. Sung-hoon closed his eyes, saying that in this situation no one could remain on the sidelines, but when the battle was almost over, 2 players appeared. He recalled how 2 people in robes appeared in front of the group of heroes. The man frowned, saying that all they knew about them was that their names were Jikyu and Harem. The young man looked at him in surprise, repeating the names. He frowned, thinking that they seemed familiar to him. Lu turned to the owner, reminding him of the first gate where they met L. The hero looked at the hand in surprise. His eyes widened in realization. He remembered the giant monster and the stable gates of Talon's underground prison. The young man recalled how he met a guy in a cafe who introduced himself as the head of the raid. I remembered the milk guy, how he pulled a bow arrow. A guy looking at a girl with contempt, calling her by the name Harem. The girl looked forward furiously, holding a knife in her hands. The main character looked up, realizing that it was them. Lu said that that woman made a huge impression on him. It must have been hard for them. Sung-hoon said that they lost. The guy's eyes widened. He looked at the serious man in surprise. He said that 4 people, including the deputy and head of the association who came as support. He recalled a man ready to attack and a girl pressing a wound on her shoulder. In the center stood a guy in a cape, holding a body in his hands. Sung-hoon said that they were all defeated by one single person, Seong-soo. The guy looked down menacingly. The main character remembered a small group of people, thinking about the stable gates of Talon's dungeon. This was his first gate, the place where he met L. The guy was looking through notifications on his phone about recruiting party members for hunting. Jikyu stood with a sword in his hands. The guy recalled how he met Seong-soo and Harem, imagining images of them in his head. He thoughtfully raised his hand to his chin, thinking that the girl was really strong. He remembered her sharp and precise movements, thinking that back when he didn't know anything, her strength seemed incredible, and based on what Lu said, her abilities were on Sujeong's level. Lu confirmed his suspicions. A drop of sweat appeared on the hero's face. He imagined Seong-soo, realizing that he was the leader, wondering if he was so strong that he could defeat so many strong players single-handedly. Ichil folded his arms over his chest, saying that it was hard to believe, because the Demon Queen and Sunho, I would never have thought that there was someone capable of stopping these 2, and Hyasuk was with them. The main character froze in a stupor, remembering her. Sung-hoon put out his hand, saying that this is not all, the heroes need to know something about Seong-soo. He frowned, saying that after the battle, his appearance was the same as the main character was during the battle in the special gate. The young man frowned. He remembered himself with horns on his head and one large wing and Lu ordering everyone to kneel because the King of Hell had returned. There was a sly smile on the guy's face. A man with large purple wings appeared on the battlefield. Seong-soo looked furiously at the people below. Sung-hoon talked about how he managed to defeat the 6 strongest people in the world, introducing the above-mentioned heroes, saying that the only joy was that none of them were killed or captured. The man stood opposite the main character, behind whom there was a portal, saying that they do not know their exact location, but they definitely managed to escape. The Demon Queen is protecting his family members. The young man lowered his eyes, realizing that Sujeong was safe. Lu noticed that this made him happy. Brunhart noticed that Elle did not really like this girl. Sung-hoon looked at the guy, saying that the Demon Queen said that the young man would find a way out of the situation. He recalled how she pressed the wound on her shoulder, saying that, at her request, they waited on the 50th floor until the hero completed the test. The man lowered his head and smiled, saying that they were very tired because they saw no hope. He looked at Jikyu with wide eyes and smiled, saying that he was very glad that the guy was back. The main character looked at him seriously. He fell into a stupor, looking into emptiness, not understanding what to do. Sung-hoon and the people behind him looked at the young man happily. A blush appeared on their faces. He did not understand why they were looking at him like that. A drop of sweat appeared on Jikyu's face. He thought that he was not at all aware of what was happening here while he was away. Why did the girl tell them this? Lu reminded the owner that this is the fate of a leader. Brunhart said happily that he is capable of anything. A blush appeared on the guy's face from embarrassment, and he cleared his throat into his fist. The main character turned to the people standing in front, informing them that he was now being hunted, so he would act within his gates, asking Sung-hoon to help with collecting information. The man happily pressed his fist to his chest, agreeing to his request, saying that their plan was to monitor the situation outside. They should also find the rest of Gregory's members. The guy turned to the portal, about to begin. He fixed his gaze on it, calling Hamiel, Kamel, and Amel. A foot stepped on the floor. 3 angels appeared in front of the people in suits. Jikyu turned to them, asking them to help these people as if they were helping him himself, and ordered them to immediately report if anything happened. All three bowed their heads, saying that they were obeying their master. Sung-hoon looked at them in surprise, turning to player Kim. Jikyu furrowed his eyebrows, saying that he thought the guys would get into a lot of dangerous situations, and these angels could communicate with him using telepathy, so they could contact him while he was in the gate. The guy thoughtfully raised his hand to his chin and looked away, saying that angels stand out very much. He addressed them, asking if they could hide their wings. Hamiel raised his hand to his chest, telling his owner that it was possible. All three at the same second removed their wings. Jikyu looked at them, saying that this is great, now they need to hurry up so they can take any things they find in the house. They told Sung-hoon that they would be in touch. There was a calm blue sky above the roof of the house. The portal began to shine, and a tall tower was visible ahead. The heroes looked at the stone statue. Jikyu asked if he was finished, to which Lu immediately said no, because he looked much more dangerous than that. Dikal, folding his arms on his chest, said that he is not ready yet. Even though all the materials have been collected, he cannot use them perfectly because he only inherited the payment technique and is not his descendant. The guy looked away thoughtfully. He recalled a little boy swinging a hammer, talking about how they wouldn't be able to finish the statue until Minsu returned. The man interrupted him, saying that there was something else. The young man looked at him in surprise. The man lowered his head, saying that it was time to awaken his useless son. Dikal looked up. He remembered Chael, whose face was hidden by the shadow of the hood of her robe. The main character asked in surprise if he was really going to awaken Minsu's father. Lu remarked that this was a good thing, since they wanted to wake him up anyway. Lu, in the body of a guy, joyfully raised his fist and bared his teeth, saying that you just need to wait until he gets his body, then he will destroy all the traitors. Elle, standing nearby, lowered her head, saying that they were fighting for their master, so he should not mix personal desires here. He put his hand out to the side, asking her to stop sucking up to her, asking if she wanted the same thing. Elle clasped her hands in front of her, saying that this was not exactly what she wanted. Brunhart looked at her hands without a face. The pendant on the hero's chest shone. She screamed loudly that she also wanted a body. Jikyu looked down in surprise. Her image was a very striking silhouette. She talked about how Elle has a body and Lu will soon have one, and even B has one. Lu folded his hands on his chest and grinned, asking her not to be so greedy, because she was still a child, and she never had a body. She still has 10,000 years to grow to deserve it. The girl noticed with displeasure that he was starting this again. He always mocks her. The main character looked at the bright light emanating from his chest. The light became brighter. Brunhart said that Lu always liked only Elle. The girl was surprised by these words. Brunhart's silhouette began to shine. She screamed that she also wanted a body. A bright light from the hero's chest illuminated everything around. The system notified that the connection with Brunhart's ego had expanded. Jikyu opened his eyes in surprise and opened his mouth slightly. There was a notification that a hidden ability had been unlocked. Dikal opened his mouth in surprise. A little girl with green hair and a long dress appeared in front of the heroes. The system notified that Brunhart had acquired the skill, materialization. The heroes froze. The girl's size was almost the size of a palm. Jikyu, looking at her in shock, addressed her by name. Brunhart looked at her hand with interest. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at her other hand. The girl closed her eyes and, spreading her arms, threw herself into the arms of her owner. She hugged his neck. The guy raised his eyebrows in surprise. A drop of sweat appeared on his face. He asked if it was really her. Brunhart raised her head, happily saying that it was so. She finally had a body. The young man moved his jacket, not understanding how it happened. Because the beads also disappeared, the girl spread her arms to the sides, saying that she had no idea. She tried it and it worked. Lu, shining on the hero's hand, suggested that this was an effect of evolution, since their connection had become stronger, which is why her hidden ability had awakened. Elle beamed and congratulated Brunhart. Dikal thoughtfully ran his fingers through his beard, saying that this was simply incredible. The girl joyfully turned to him, calling him dad. Brunhart flew around the man, asking how she looked, if she was beautiful. He smiled, saying that she was very beautiful. Jikyu cleared his throat into his fist. He turned to the man, reminding him of his son. Dikal turned to him, remembering him. He asked to follow him. Everything was ready. The mirror surface of the tower reflected the cloudy sky. Suddenly, the sun shone, reflecting on it. The heroes found themselves in the room. The man folded his arms over his chest. The guy widened his eyes in surprise when he saw Chael's petrified body. His statue stood in the middle of the room. The man's gaze was stern. Lu noticed that the only thing he had in common with his real body was his face. Elle assumed that there was a reason for this. Brunhart, flying closer to the statue, said that he looked like a monster. Jikyu turned to the man, asking if he had done this in advance. Dikal closed his eyes, saying that even though he asked the young man to think about it, in fact, he began the work as soon as he first spoke about it. The man recalled his stone body, saying that they had enough materials. After Minsu made his body, more than half of the materials remained. The legs of the statue were in the form of tentacles. Dickel said that this form was his punishment for his son. Brunhart flew around the statue. Lu said displeasedly that she was very distracting. The man knitted his eyebrows, saying that he had not yet forgiven him. The main character looked at him in surprise. The old man closed his eyes. Raising his head, he smiled, saying that he now leaves it to the hero. The young man froze in place, looking at him. He moved towards the statue. Jikyu put his hand on the stone's shoulder, saying, to appropriate Chiel's ego. A bright light illuminated the room. The system notified that as we progressed towards becoming an ego master, a hidden ability was unlocked. The appropriation skill changed to the influence skill. The guy opened his mouth in surprise and raised his eyebrows. The state window notified that he could now pour the ego into the completed body. The system has indicated that the process of ego infusion has begun. Time is required to achieve the best results. The stone statue took on human form. The man opened his eyes, not believing what worked. Brunhart hid behind the shoulder of the main character, who was not sure, but most likely everything worked out. A drop of sweat appeared on his face as he thought about how infusion differs from appropriation. Lu noted that he doesn't see much difference yet. Jikyu turned to Dickel, saying that he did not think that the process had failed, suggesting that he observe for now. The young man looked at Brunhart sitting on his shoulder, saying that in this case, does it mean that it will take longer for Lu's body to recover? He said that it does. The girl leaned her head on her hand, raising her eyebrows in surprise. She abruptly jumped out of her seat. The guy looked at her in surprise. Brunhart approached the protagonist's palm. Lu cried out in displeasure. A terrifying smile appeared on the girl's face. She looked at his palm, happily saying that Lu was the last in line to receive the body. Brunhart knitted her eyebrows and smiled, saying that he was acting so arrogant and domineering, pretending to be tough. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Lu bared his teeth in displeasure, calling her annoying. Elle, folding her hands in front of her, suggested that it was karma. The young man smiled awkwardly, saying that he did not think that they would compare this. He turned to the man, saying that he didn't think he could do anything now because he needed to meet with Hyachul first. Dickel widened his eyes in surprise, remembering the guy lying on the ground, whom the young man caught then. He is now in the basement. Bodhi's is watching him. The eyes of the monster watched contemptuously. Jikyu, looking at him, noticed that last time the man said that he would prepare him to answer all the questions. Whether he succeeded in this, Dickel folded his hands on his chest in front of him. He lowered his head and smiled, saying that this was not entirely true, but now the guy should become very obedient. The main character looked at him in surprise, not understanding what he was talking about. The walls of the room and doors were visible. The sky was burning with a scarlet sunset. The shovel was driven into the ground with a loud sound. The guy was breathing heavily, leaning on her. Drops of sweat were dripping from his face. He said that it was ridiculous to ask him to dig a river in such a place. Hyunchul furrowed his eyebrows, looking ahead wearily. He was in the middle of a sandy desert, having dug a small trench. There were empty cups of noodles and chopsticks on the ground. Hyunchul ate the burger and onigiri at great speed. The main character, sitting on a praying mantis, watched this, asking the man to eat more slowly so as not to get indigestion. Lu suggested that he was from a hungry region. Elle added that the owner does not need to show mercy to his enemy. Hyunchul took a bite of the onigiri and swallowed it without chewing it. The next moment he grabbed his throat with his hands and coughed. Jikyu asked what happened. Elle replied that the enemy got what he deserved. Lu stated that they would have problems if he died. Jumping up from the mantis, the guy worriedly asked what he should do if a person was choking. He raised his fist. The player hit the man in the stomach using the Heimlich maneuver. Hyunchul spat out chunks of food he had recently swallowed. After that he fell to the ground. His body was trembling. The man asked if the guy really didn't know how to provide first aid. Putting his clenched fist forward, the young man said that he knew and could only do this. Brunhart, flying nearby, called her master amazing. Lu said that this blow looked more like an attempt to kill than to save. With his hands down, the main character declared that it was time to start an important conversation. Remembering how he came to the association's treatment room, the guy asked why Hyunchul followed him. The man, sitting in the lotus position, replied that it was just a coincidence because he did not come there because of him. Hearing that Hyunchul came there because of Siak, Jikyu furrowed his eyebrows in displeasure. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something. His eyes lighting up, the player asked what Hyunchul wanted to do while Siaku was unconscious. Closing his eyes, the man said that there was a misunderstanding between them because he didn't really want to hurt anyone. Looking down, Hyunchul admitted that he just wanted to know who he was. Brunhart sat on her owner's shoulder and licked a lollipop. The guy thought that he had heard these words somewhere before. A memory surfaced in his head of Michael raising his finger up and saying the same words. The player narrowed his eyes suspiciously. An image of the winged Michael, possessing the power of an angel, appeared in his head. He then remembered how he pinned Hyunchul, who had the demon eye, to the ground and thought that they might have something in common. With his hands on his knees, the man said that first he needed to talk about his past. A little boy stood at the gate to the sun shelter. He grew up an orphan without a home or parents. Empty packages lay on the ground. Hyunchul looked at his opponent and explained that he had no memories from childhood, not even the most vague ones. He had the feeling that he began to exist only at a certain moment. The main character knitted his eyebrows in surprise. Raising his hand up, the man explained that he had a demon eye as a child, although the little boy had no idea what it was. The man stood in front of the high doors. When he became a player, he climbed to the 50th floor and finally realized what a unique ability he had. The mantis on which the boy was sitting was trembling in fear. Hyunchul explained that after this he began searching for the truth about his parents and his own identity. The photographer pressed the button, the flash went on. He gave up the highly sought after position of a high ranker and decided to become a player journalist because it was the best job for collecting information. With his brows furrowed, Hyunchul said that he was created. A drop of sweat ran down the tense face of the protagonist. Sitting opposite his opponent, Jikyu asked what it meant to be created. The man's face looked serious. He said that the Carbon Guild was engaged in the Atom Project, which was supposed to create the strongest weapon. Knitting his eyebrows thoughtfully, the player thought that he was talking about Adam from the Bible. The ring on his finger began to glow. El explained that Adam was the very first creature created by God. Imagining a man covered with fig tree leaves, Lu said that information about him was passed down from generation to generation as a legend, so there is no concrete evidence of his existence. Crossing his arms over his chest, the Demon King added that Adam was closer to God than El. Sticking his hand out to the side, the guy asked if Project Adam served the purpose of summoning the first man to their world. Closing his eyes, Hyunchul shook his head, stating that it was just a symbolic name that showed how powerful the weapon would be. Lu smiled, saying that this was very childish and that in this case the guild could call the project God. El noted displeasedly that this was blasphemy, but Lu did not care since he was a demon. As Brunhart continued to lick the lollipop, which was huge by her standards, the player asked how the enemy knew about Project Adam. Looking away, the man said that it was not difficult since he lived in an orphanage all his childhood. Checking documents from the orphanage in front of the burning monitors, Hyunchul began searching for those who left him there. He had a good feeling, and in fact it turned out that it was the Carbon Guild. Squinting, the young man thought that, according to a rough estimate, this research would take a couple of decades, which means that the Carbon Guild penetrated the country a very long time ago. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist realized the reason why the enemy came to Sok. The man nodded approvingly. While checking his documents, Hyunchul learned that he was just a failed specimen abandoned in an orphanage. The documents revealed the truth to Sok. He was the result of Project Adam. Sweat ran down Jikyu's tense face as he suddenly realized that Soku had been created. A memory surfaced in his head of how they were drinking coffee together. Then Soku mentioned that he was adopted and that he did not have the best relationship with his family, and his real family was the Cane Guild. Brunhart looked at the lollipop in admiration. Lowering her gaze, the guy mentally wondered if Soku knew about his secret or was just hiding it all this time. Looking at his opponent, the player asked what the Carbon Guild, which wanted to create the strongest weapons, was actually doing. Closing his eyes, Hyunchul replied that he didn't know because Carbon was an intelligence guild, so even after several years, he managed to find out very little information. The guy looked at the notification that suddenly appeared. His face looked shocked. Getting up from the mantis, he said that it was time for them to go and ask someone who knew much more about it. The man raised his eyebrows in surprise, not understanding what was happening. The notification said that someone had woken up. Smiling decisively, the young man said that he knew someone who was involved in this. The notice said that Chael had awakened. Brunhart clutched the lollipop in her hands and screamed, not wanting to go anywhere. The guy looked at her questioningly. Raising his eyebrows in confusion, he asked Ego what was the matter. Closing her eyes, Brunhart shouted that if this man was awake, then Lu's body was also ready and that she had not teased him enough yet. Knitting her small eyebrows, Ego yelled that the Demon King must answer for everything. An awkward silence fell between everyone present in the desert. Lu grinned nervously. El smiled and said it was karma. Behind the building was the night sky. They looked at someone in front of them in confusion. A humanoid creature with tentacles instead of legs was surrounded by fire. His eyes were closed and there was a calm expression on his face. He began to open his eyes. He flexed his tentacles. He bowed to them and greeted the owner. He waved his hands, asked him to raise his head and asked if he was Minsu's father. He crossed his arms over his chest. The main character turned his head and looked at him worriedly. There was no emotion on his face. He closed his eyes and said nothing. He also closed his eyes, making some decision. He walked in the opposite direction, waved his hand and said that they should talk first and he would be next. They looked after him in confusion. His eyes widened in surprise when he noticed something. He looked at his shoulder in confusion, but there was no one there. Brunhart was missing. She flew up to the man surrounded by flames. She clenched her hands into fists and leaned forward, looking at him. Her eyes narrowed in disdain. She smiled widely and called him little brother. He opened his mouth in surprise and said nothing. Through the glass window he could not see what was happening outside. He said that he knew about Project Atom. He pressed the tentacle to his chest and said that he was a key figure in this project. He pursed his lips and looked at him intently. Hyunchul was shocked by this confession. He introduced the children placed in a special solution and said that this was a project to create the strongest weapon, and its goal was to create a vessel for the greatest power. He remembered how he put his hand on the protective glass, looking at the child floating inside, and said that the only ones in the human world who managed to do this were the descendants of Payman, Minsu, and him. He remembered the meeting of a religious cult, the boy lying in the coffin, and realized new aspects of what had happened. They looked at the kneeling man in confusion. He said that he was sorry and that he was not aware of many of the details. He remembered the hooded demon and said that he was just a toy of Andra's and did not know about the main secret of the project. They pursed their lips and looked at him incredulously. He closed his eyes and said that now you know everything. He introduced the monster and the smiling man and said that the ultimate goal of Project Atom was Lucifer and Satan, encapsulating their powers in a completed vessel. A bead of sweat rolled down his face. He frowned. He clenched his teeth in irritation. He looked worriedly at the ring on his hand, which was throwing out red streams of energy. Lu was outraged that these bad people were planning to make him their puppet. He gritted his teeth and looked the other way. He opened his mouth in surprise when Jikyu asked if the names Seongsu and Harum were familiar to him. He introduced a girl and a guy in black cloaks. He assumed that these two were also involved in this case. He opened his mouth and said that he was not sure. He did not know the names of those who appeared as a result of the project. Grunhart looked over his shoulder. The main character frowned and thought that Seongsu and Hari could be successful products of the project, because there is no other explanation for their supernatural power, but he was confused that they are associated with the Carven Guild. They closed their eyes. Elle said that she agreed with him, because judging by what they heard, these two were too strong. Lu said that their assumptions were quite reasonable, but other options could not be dismissed. A strand of gray hair fell on his face. He opened his mouth and said that he had one more request. He presented a gray silhouette of a man against the night sky and said that they had created a physical body for Lucifer and asked for help to resurrect him. He looked at them in confusion. He said that he was interested in the energy he gave off and assumed that the voice he heard belonged to Lucifer. He closed his eyes, smiled, and said that Jikyu was truly an unusual person and that he should thank him for the resurrection. The tentacles rushed forward. His tentacles pulled in different directions. The guys froze in fear. He said that he could fulfill his request right now. The tentacles pulled forward. He looked at them worriedly. He closed his eyes and said that when he returned to life he learned that he could influence the gate right here. He opened his eyes and said that he could now do not only what he could do during life, but also things of a higher level. He opened his mouth in surprise and looked at him in confusion. Lu suggested that because of the appropriation skill, Chael became stronger. Dikal, for example, received the guard ability and lost some of those that were available during life. However, it seems that he acquired unique skills such as ego. Chael spread his tentacles in different directions and said that he would finish this now. He looked at them decisively, opened his mouth and said vessel for Lucifer. There were no stars in the night sky. Morning has come. The system reported that Lu had been moved. Two people stood in front of a sculpture of a man. There were cracks in the stone. The fragments fell to the ground at his feet. They watched what was happening in confusion, unable to believe what they had accomplished. He looked at his palms. He froze with his hands raised in front of Jikyu and Dikal. The main character asked Lu how he was feeling. He clenched his fingers into a fist and said that he had finally restored his body. He bit his lip and trembled. His eyes glowed purple. He punched the guy in the face. He opened his mouth in surprise as Jikyu fell to the ground. Grunhart clasped her hands to her mouth. Elle opened her mouth in confusion. She frowned, opened her mouth wide, and screamed at Lu. Everyone looked at the guy lying on the ground. Elle asked what he was doing. He ran forward, told Elle to shut up and said that it was none of her business. He looked at his fist with a smile and said that he had wanted to hit it for a long time. He opened his mouth. He stood up hesitantly. He clenched his fists, smiled and said it was okay because that's what he wanted. His eyes were closed. There were currents of air between its tentacles. He imagined griffins soaring in the sky and thought that there were 3 levels in the gate, the first being the Sky Island where griffins live, who obey their king. He imagined a knight on a horse and thought that the second level was the earthly kingdom, where the undead lived, whose leader was a lick. He imagined a mantis in a suit and thought that the third level was underground, controlled by bodhis. He closed his eyes, thinking that the number of mantids was approximately several thousand, most of them still in cocoons, but they would definitely become a force to be reckoned with. He imagined a guy with two lights glowing on his hand, yellow and red, and thought that there was also the ego of a man whom Lu and Il called master. He imagined a blonde girl and a smiling guy with horns and thought that he did not expect Lu and Il to be the incarnations of Lucifer and Michael. He opened his eyes, frowned, pursed his lips, and thought that even the Carven Guild would have a hard time dealing with a person with such power. His eyes widened in alarm. He turned his head to the side. A drop of sweat rolled down his face. He could not understand what was happening. There was an explosion. The dust settled slowly. He stood in a shallow hole among clouds of dust and said that everything was as he expected. He clenched his black-gloved hand into a fist and said that hitting Lu had been very pleasant. Opposite him stood a man in a black suit. He asked what he was muttering there and reminded him that Jikyu had just missed a couple of good blows himself. He bent his arm at the elbow, smiled, and called him master. A cloud of dust rose above the ground. The same thing happened elsewhere. They ran towards each other and raised their hands to strike. They continued to fight. There was a flash. She pressed her hands to her chest and called out to her owner in alarm. Dikal said that if they don't stop, the Jikyu tower will collapse. He turned to the Lick standing nearby and told him to protect the tower, which could collapse from the shock waves. The hooded skeleton replied that he would put up a barrier. The tip of his spear glowed blue. He directed a stream of power towards the tower. He lowered his head and thought that things were very bad. He closed his eyes, a drop of sweat running down his face. He thought that because of the battle between Lucifer and the owner, not only the tower, but also the gate was under threat. He opened his eyes and frowned. An orange barrier ball appeared next to the tower. He thought that he needed to isolate the space where the battle was taking place. He stopped. He raised his head and looked at the iridescent dome in confusion. Lu said that it was similar to Chael's ability and praised his intuition. He smiled and said that now there is no need to worry about damaging the gate. He ran forward and said that now he could not hold back. He ran to meet him and said that these were his words. He winced from the blow to the face. They hit each other at the same time. She frowned in alarm, opened her mouth and shouted to the owner that she could help. He turned his head, smiled, and said that everything was fine and that it was just their business. Lu, lying on the ground, smiled. He said that everything was exactly like that and any further interference from El would be considered an insult to the owner and himself. Jikyu protested and said that everything was not so serious. He jumped up and stamped his foot on the ground. With a wicked smile, Lu struck him again. He gritted his teeth and thought it was strange because he didn't know why he was being pushed back. He looked at the grinning opponent and thought that Lu was really strong, although not as good as before, but thanks to his skill and experience, he had almost reached his former level. He bent his leg at the knee and swung to strike. A golden glow surrounded them. The main character thought that they had a connection. Lu's power was his power. He also had the powers of other egos, so he had to be stronger. He clenched his hands into fists, looked mockingly at his opponent and asked if he wanted to know why he was stronger. He smiled and said that it would be more accurate to ask why Jikyu is so weak. He pursed his lips and looked at him displeased. He clenched his fingers into a fist and raised his hand to strike. From his blow, the enemy caved in and fell to the ground. The main character asked him not to talk nonsense. He smiled and kicked him. Jikyu fell screaming. He winced with displeasure. Lu said that the guy became strong too quickly and never faced situations where he lacked what he had. Swinging his leg, he said that Jikyu never used his full power. He winced and crossed his arms in front of him. He remembered his black and gold-winged counterpart and thought that, just as Jupiter had said, he did not know how to use his powers. He clenched his teeth with tension. He grabbed his opponent's leg. He smiled and said that he had already emerged victorious from life and death situations. He opened his mouth and looked at his opponent in alarm. From his throat, a blue line appeared in the air. The space next to the protective dome shook. The dust settled slowly. He stood among clouds of dust. He looked down in confusion. There was a hole in front of him, but Lu disappeared. A black-winged figure appeared in the sky. He called him son and ordered him to listen to his father. His eyes glowed purple. Lu said that he had thousands of situations like this. His wings were like the wings of a bat. He spread his arms out to the sides and told him to attack with everything he had. He smiled widely and told him to risk his life and attack with the intent to kill. The shine in his eyes intensified. Still smiling, he said that he would make him stronger in just one day. Something was happening inside the orange protective dome next to the tower. He clenched his teeth and rushed towards the enemy. He raised a sword shining with golden light in front of him and ran forward. Clock dials appeared in his eyes. The system reported that the foresight skill had been activated. Black wings also appeared behind him. The opponents were approaching each other. The main character thought that Bodhi's ability was first activated during the fight with El and he was wondering what the catalyst was. He saw the gray figure of the enemy and realized that Lu was now going to make a big swing with his sword. He squinted and thought it was a feint. He saw black streams of energy and thought that the real attack would be a blow with the hand into which he directed the power of death. He looked at his weapon and thought that he was blocking this attack with his life force sword. Streams of power appeared next to his second sword. He decided to attack the power of death with the power of death. They were quickly getting closer. Liu waved his leg. He raised his head and looked at his opponent in confusion. He rose high, he flew down screaming into the sky and struck down with a red stream of force. A winged figure was visible in the sky. Liu said that he had already warned him that the power of Bodhis does not know everything. He smiled and said that Jikyu thinks too much because it takes some time to notice and interpret. He sank to the ground and raised his head, looking displeased at his opponent. Liu said that those who thought a lot about technique and strategy during the fight with him ended up getting into his stomach. He twirled the black sword, smiled and said that this is not what he remembers and that Liu's memories in his head indicate that the techniques can be very useful. He pursed his lips, looked sternly at the guy and assumed that he understood about half of his memories. He continued to float in the sky and said that it was not wrong, because he was only able to become so strong because he remembered the techniques of those he defeated. He tightened his grip on the black sword. He flew down. Approaching the frightened guy, he swung his sword and said that, in the end, the only thing that matters is whether his body is able to withstand these techniques. Liu's black sword met Jikyu's light sword. There was an explosion and they were thrown away from each other. He bowed his head, opened his mouth and said that the guy would only remember this when he fought as if his life depended on it. The blades crossed again. Liu said that there was still a lot of time and told him to attack with the willingness to die. The sky became dark. The sun's rays illuminated the tower. He lay with his eyes closed. He suddenly opened his eyes. He was lying in bed. He raised his head, trying to look around and understand where he was. He sat up abruptly. Brunhart was next to him. They were glad that he had finally woken up. He rubbed his head and asked what happened. She replied that he had collapsed at the end of the sparring session, so they carried him back to the tower and helped him recover. He felt his hair. Elle said they cut it while he was unconscious. He thanked them for that. He turned his head and looked at the man sitting next to him. Liu called him a weakling and said that they had been waiting a long time for him to wake up. He pressed his hand to his temple and expressed his surprise that the demon was also here. He crossed his arms over his chest, looked at him displeasedly and asked if there was any problem with this. A little boy was sitting on the second bed. She closed her eyes and said that during the sparring session, Liu used more force than his body could handle, so it was expected. The boy snorted in irritation. He turned his head and looked at him in alarm, Brunhart hovering above his head. She squinted her eyes slyly and smiled widely. He was furious when she said he was very cute now. He waved his arms furiously. Brunhart said they looked alike now. He crossed his arms over his chest and pressed himself against the wall. His eyes were closed. Chael's eyes were also closed. There was silence in the room. He opened his mouth. He looked closely at his son and asked if he wanted to tell him something. He continued to sit with his head down. Without opening his eyes, he said that he had no right to say anything. He raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked if his son blamed him for creating him like this. Continuing to sit with a humble look, Chael said that otherwise he would not have been able to look at himself until his death and thanked him for the fact that Dikal had given him a chance to atone for his guilt. The man continued to stand against the wall. His son said he was very sorry. He closed his eyes and sighed heavily. The blue sky was visible outside the window. Dichel said that he should apologize to Minsu, not to him, and that he would carry this burden on his heart for the rest of his life. Chael did not argue. A month later it was a clear sunny day. People were sitting at a long table. They looked at him expectantly. They listened to him carefully. He opened his mouth and said that now they could start a meeting and discuss the attack on the Carven Guild. The sun's rays illuminated the tower. A presentation with a report on Grigori's activities was displayed on the screen. He pointed to the slide and said that he had prepared the information he had collected recently. There was a projector hanging on the ceiling. Blue light was pouring out of it. The main character thought that Dikal's technology was impressive because they began to have modern equipment. Brunhart sang the words from a children's song that Dad can do anything. Everyone present looked carefully at the screen where Sung-hoon stood. He said that the members of the Carwen Guild had divided into groups of 4-5 people and surrounded Jikyu's house. A map appeared on the screen, with multicolored glasses marking the location of the groups. He pointed his finger behind himself and said that although they had surrounded the house, for some reason they were not approaching closer than 500 meters. He put his head in his hands and thought. He remembered the windows of the system and the fact that he had installed protection after the revival of Dikal. He looked at the man sitting in front and wondered if this was a coincidence. He looked at Liu, who put his finger to his lips and said that the Carven Guild was engaged in strategic deployment. He removed his finger from his mouth and smiled. He had an idea. A white car stopped at an apartment building. He looked at the guy sitting next to him and asked what their task was. He held a cigarette in his hands. He looked puzzled at his interlocutor and was surprised that he was not even given instructions. He scratched his neck in confusion and said that he was told to study on the spot. The second guy was outraged by this news. There were 3 people in the back seat. Someone suggested that everyone in the guild was apparently very busy, so they were doing this. He pointed back with his thumb and said that if you follow that road, you can see the house of a wanted criminal of the first category. The road led past red brick houses. A drop of sweat rolled down his face and he asked if the criminal's name was Jikyu. He closed his eyes, took a drag and said that's right. A month ago information appeared that a ranker had appeared on the 50th floor of the tower. The guild decided that he had gone home and surrounded the building. He looked at the smoking man in confusion and asked why he couldn't just storm the house. He blew smoke out of his mouth. His eyes widened in surprise when the interlocutor said that many had died. He presented a 2-story cottage behind a white stone fence and said that everyone who came too close to this house died. The last message said something about an old man and the undead, but what exactly happened is still unclear. He pursed his lips and looked at him intently. Blood sprayed out like a fountain from his neck. His last words were that he needed to be careful and not approach the house even by accident, because it was unknown what could happen. He frowned in confusion. He looked questioningly at the blood spattering the interior of the car. They looked out of the car window in alarm, not understanding what was happening and who attacked them. He turned his head and told everyone to take out their weapons. The rear window was splattered with blood. There was no one on the street, only a white car was parked. Blood flowed out of it through the cracks and dripped onto the asphalt. The pool of blood grew larger. Someone approached the car. Blood dripped from the blade. He put his hand in his pocket and asked a rhetorical question about whether rankers were now being chosen blindly. He looked at the white feather in his hands and said that the Jikyu people were right. The feather began to darken and disappear. He imagined a red star inside a circle and realized that the enemy troops were indeed arranged in the shape of a pentagram. He remembered how they were sitting at the table at a meeting, and Lu said that the demons were arranged according to a certain principle, creating the effect of a magic circle. He imagined a flask with green liquid and remembered Lu's words that they needed demonic energy for their plan. He imagined the bound man and thought that they were most likely turning the player's magic into demonic energy using a potion. He closed his eyes and waved his hand. When Jikyu asked why the guild needed this, he had no answer. He also added that Andra's abilities had already exceeded all their expectations. He pursed his lips and looked down when Lu said they better be prepared for anything. He crossed his arms over his chest and said that he had a rough idea of what the activation conditions should be. He raised his index finger and said that most likely the condition for activating the magic circle is the main character's mana. His eyes widened in surprise at this news. They presented a 2-story cottage. Lu said that it was even good that he had not left the house for a month because the ball barrier inside hid his mana, but it would be discovered the moment he left the home. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek as the demon said that he would not have had time to react if he had been caught in the circle's effect. He crossed his arms again and said that they needed to kill the people forming the pentagram to stop the flow of magic into the circle. He nodded slightly when Lu warned that in this way they would not be able to destroy the formed circle, but they would be able to significantly reduce its duration. Sung-hoon, standing by the screen, said that they would take it upon themselves. He pressed his hand to his chest and said that they had teamed up with many Grigori members. They had the best knowledge of the enemy and they would be able to launch a surprise attack because they had checked the blind spots. Henschel raised his hand and said that he would also go because his abilities would be useful in a surprise attack. He looked at the people sitting opposite. Elle began to say something. She cupped her hands. A golden glow spread from her palms and feathers appeared. She held out a handful of Jikyu's feathers and asked them to give them to those who would launch surprise attacks. The feathers in her hands sparkled. Elle said that there is a possibility that after the death of the rankers, demonic power will break out and fall into the circle, and the holy energy contained in the feathers will neutralize it. He stood with his hand outstretched. The wind scattered the ashes. He clenched his hand into a fist, looked at the bodies inside the car and decided that his work was done. He turned away and thought that now it was time for Jikyu to come out. The sky above the roof of his house was blue. The door opened slowly. There were a lot of people in the aisle. The squad was led by the main character in black armor. He pursed his lips. His gaze was full of determination. He gave the command to everyone to start. White clouds floated slowly over a residential area. Suddenly, a glowing pentagram appeared. Someone knocked on the door. The man standing at the door said that he was the head of the department and asked permission to enter. A bead of sweat rolled down his face when he was allowed to enter. The door opened slowly. He froze in indecision on the threshold of a dark room. The space in front of him swam. He found himself in a cave. In front, on a stone, a man was sitting with his back to him. He opened his mouth and said that he came with a report. Jikyu's magical power was confirmed and the barrier was activated. The man's face was hidden in the shadows. He opened his glowing eyes. Sitting in a meditation position, he asked if anything else was needed from him. The subordinate hesitated. He presented the corpses in the car and said that all the personnel responsible for supplying magical energy had died. Bloody bodies lay on the streets. He said that the attack was sudden. They did not have time to react and perhaps people from Grigori were involved. The man sitting on the stone did not answer. He opened his mouth and commented sarcastically on his report. He opened his mouth in surprise and tensed. He frowned. The red spear next to him began to move. His target was a man in a suit. Blood splashed onto his face. The blow took off part of his head. He fell to the ground. Blood flowed across the ground. Spinning, the spear returned to its owner. He reached back and grabbed the weapon. He stood up and said that Andres was a terrible recruiter. He froze. He smiled broadly and said that this hunt would be much more interesting. The man's name was Doan. He was the head of the Doan Mercenary Guild of the Korean Players Association. His eyes turned red, and his body also contained Horus, the 64th throne of hell. Clouds floated slowly over a residential area. Suddenly a pentagram appeared. The sky turned pink. He watched what was happening with his mouth open in surprise. As a group of people stood among the rocks, Brunhart said the entire environment changed dramatically. He looked at the boy carefully when Elle asked how this was even possible and directed the question to him. He frowned and said that although it was hard to believe, Andres had the ability to create gates. He looked away. He imagined a pentagram appearing over a residential area and said incredulously that he never thought that he could recreate the gate area on Earth. A bead of sweat rolled down his face when Lu said that this place had already become a demon's domain. He crossed his arms over his chest, said that their task did not change and suggested that they begin. He closed his eyes. He saw the nervous systems and hearts inside people, felt the approach of the players and guessed who it was from the Carven Guild. He noticed the faint aura of a woman holding a child close to her and realized that these were ordinary people, not players. He peered intensely into the space ahead. He turned to those standing behind and asked them to unite as angels and protect people. He turned his head to the skeletons and asked Hart to join Grigori and destroy the Carven Guild. He introduced the gray-haired man and asked the elder to support Hart with his guardian abilities. Wings appeared. The angels flew into the sky, and the troop led by Hart also rushed forward. He looked after his subordinates. He squinted and decided that he and Lu were heading to where the strongest magical energy was felt. They took to the sky. Brunhart said she would go with them. They quickly flew forward, leaving white streaks behind them. He looked back and remembered that Lu had said that they were in a demon's domain. He frowned, opened his mouth and said that most likely it was one of the 72 thrones. They flew at the same level. Jikyu asked if the battle for territory would begin again. Lu replied that he did not know, because nothing like this had happened before. He frowned when he noticed something. Feet touched the ground. They ran forward. They froze in confusion. Their eyes widened in surprise. There was fire in front of them. They stood on the edge of a cliff, beyond which a sea of magma began. They looked at the smoking magma. Lu said that he felt the energy of the Lord somewhere below. Brunhart said that she was hot. He looked at the magma and thought that they would have to go down there. He opened his mouth. He smiled and said that it was time to test his new skills. The system window said that he had activated the magma elemental. Red streams of power emanated from his hand. He pursed his lips and gazed ahead. They disappeared, and in their place 2 streams of magma appeared. In the windows of the system there was information about merging with Changjin, who had the ability of an elemental master, and that this skill allows you to transform the body into an elemental of any element. White smoke rose above the surface of the magma. Lu asked why a magma elemental was better than a fire elemental. Jikyu replied that magma burns even fire. The cliff next to the sea of magma was empty. He swam through the magma. His eyes were closed. He didn't see anything, but he felt where he needed to move. He imagined the grid and thought that due to the passage of the 50th floor he began to feel even the surrounding terrain. Lu said that his intuition had become sharper. Brunhart said with delight that she did not expect anything less from the owner. He tensed, but did not open his eyes when Lu said that something was approaching them. A blue zigzag could be seen below them. There was a strong splash on the surface. Blue lines folded into a fist. It belonged to a monster-like creature. His fist trembling with tension, Jikyu was surprised by the appearance of the giant. His eyes glowed. He grabbed the main character. He raised his arms and spread his legs wide, preventing the monster from squeezing him. He opened his mouth and assumed it was some kind of commander when Lu explained that they were facing a magma golem, an infernal weapon that had enormous power under certain conditions. He crossed his arms over his chest, smiled and said that he was just a small fry. Brunhart hovering nearby said that the enemy was much weaker than them. He smiled with relief and said that he had already decided that something was wrong with his intuition. He pressed his feet harder. He pushed off and flew out of the golem's grip. He extended his hand forward, summoning red streams of power, smiled and thought that this was a great opportunity to try out his new abilities. A glowing orb emerged from his palm as he summoned Cruceta. The ball flew forward, increasing in size. The system window said that Crucedo had been summoned. His eyes glowed. Surrounded by flames, the red creature was a magma elemental. He spread his forearms to the sides, clenched his fists and menacingly advanced towards the golem. He raised his hand to strike. A strong blow knocked the golem off his feet. He stood up. The golem struck back. He hovered above them, watching the battle. He pursed his lips and thought that the newly upgraded fusion skill did not just strengthen the connection, but allowed the skills of different egos to interact. The system window said that SS Fusion allows 90% of the ego's characteristics to be used. He opened his mouth slightly when Lu said that he would give him a hint and asked what the difference between the summoned creature and the owner was. He imagined the elemental and the two men and thought they were completely different. Brunhart said it was easier to find similarities. He crossed his arms over his chest, smiled and said that summoned creatures cannot die. Although it will take some time to resummon, they can be summoned again and again. He opened his mouth in surprise and began to say something. He closed his eyes, smiled, nodded his head and said that everything was exactly like that. The elemental grabbed the golem's wrist. He extended his other hand. He grabbed the golem in a chokehold. Lu said that, possessing heat capable of melting even magma, burning their own body, those summoned could self-detonate. The fire on his body became stronger. His body lost its outline. Yellow streams of elemental energy stretched towards the enemy. There was an explosion on the surface. His eyes continued to glow. The golem's body crumbled into pieces and fell down. He noticed a purple ball among the rebel. The ball fell on something. He extended his hand to it. He looked at the ball lying in his palm. It didn't look like a crystal. He asked Lu what it was. The demon replied that it was good prey, the core of a golem. He continued to look at the ball. Lu said that Dikal would be very happy with such a gift. A portal has appeared. Without opening his eyes, he called the elder. Lava erupted in front of him. There was an astonished expression on his face and he asked what was going on there. He clenched his teeth in irritation and realized that he had completely forgotten that he was in magma. The circle of the portal was visible in front of him. He ordered it to close. He spread his legs wide apart, apologized to the elder and asked if he was hurt. Brunhart was concerned about her father's condition. He opened his mouth in surprise when Dikal asked for more. He sat down by the lava pit, smiled and said that lava had pure magical energy, so it was an excellent material, and asked if Jikyu could give him more. He stood up and turned around when the main character said that he was in magma and added that he would explain everything later, but for now he needed to adjust the entrance to the portal. White smoke rose above the surface of the magma. The level of magma rapidly decreased. Its quantity decreased. There were black marks on the rock where magma used to be. Magma flowed through the portal. He crossed his arms over his chest, watching what was happening with a smile, and said that this amount would be enough for a lifetime, and there would still be some left over. Magma filled the bed of the river that he instructed Henschel to dig. There was someone behind him. Dikal said that he had originally planned to fill the river with water and ride on a yacht, but they had much more luck. Mantis hugged his knees and thought that this place was actually his territory. Drops of water flowed from the stalactite. A man with brown hair, whose face was covered in sweat, closed his eyes and said that he was very hot. A crowd of armed warriors in armor stood near a lake of seething lava. They doubted that the criminal could be here. The man with a sweaty face looked at his interlocutor and replied that they were simply following orders. Some warriors sat on the ground, saying that they wanted to go home. The blond man's eyes widened in surprise. He turned around and told his comrades to look at the lava level, which had dropped slightly. His comrade, with an irritated expression on his face, replied that they only say that in water, and he asked what to call it then. The young man began to sweat, smiled awkwardly and said that the lava was slowly receding. He frowned, looking back, and assumed that he was imagining it. Suddenly a stream of lava emerged from the seething lake. The young man turned around with a surprised expression on his face. Suddenly the lava approached him. The next second he fell into the hot lake. The other warriors opened their mouths in shock, not understanding what it was. They frowned, suggesting that it might be an attack. Large bubbles were visible in the lava. Then, with a loud sound, a powerful explosion occurred. A large stream of lava rushed upward. The men stood holding swords and spears in their hands and silently looked at the lava. Red splashes flew past the face of one of the warriors. The knights froze with an expression of horror on their faces when they saw someone. Jikyu stood with frowning eyebrows, and the knights realized that that very dangerous criminal was here. The main character stood by the lava lake, silently looking at the crowd of armed men. He pursed his lips, and Lu said that these warriors were much stronger than those outside. The knights began to sweat with fear, and the spirit added that they were not stronger than Jikyu, but this place was a little uncomfortable. The main character looked at the stalactites growing above when Lu said that everything here would collapse if large-scale attacks like death or chaos were used. The black-haired man crossed his arms, asking if it mattered, since this was Jikyu's specialty originally. He brought his black eyebrows to the bridge of his nose and added with a sly look that it was time to check it out. The main character looked down and agreed with Lu. He clenched his hand into a fist, and his leg began to glow brightly. The warriors frowned in horror when they realized that Jikyu had begun to advance. The protagonist had iron armor on his feet and used a speed technique. He lifted his heel off the ground, accelerating. Suddenly his armor shone dazzlingly. The system reported over acceleration. Jikyu then jumped and quickly ran past the enemies, who stood motionless. They looked to where the main character once stood, with fear in their eyes. Their faces were covered with sweat, their mouths open in shock. They still looked towards the lava while Jikyu deftly ran between them with incredible speed. One of the warriors raised his eyebrows and opened his mouth as the main character ran behind him. Jikyu was emitting a bright golden glow as he stood behind the crowd of bewildered knights. The next moment, they all fell to the ground dead. The main character turned around and sighed. Lu asked if he was tired. Jikyu's legs trembled and he replied that the load was still too great, much higher than when he first used acceleration. Lu raised his hand to his chin, saying that he expected that this technique could not be used often. The main character furrowed his eyebrows when the spirit said that this skill is fundamentally different from speed and acceleration, and that it is not even a skill, but a divine ability. A drop of sweat appeared on Jikyu's face, and Lu added that it was as if he was stopping time rather than speeding up the body. The spirit suggested that this was due to the bloodline. The main character remembered the face of a long-haired man named Kronos. He turned around, looking at the defeated opponents, and Lu asked what Jikyu was going to do with them, since he did not kill them, but simply neutralize them, probably for some reason. The main character explained with a grin that the old man wanted quality workers. A purple glow was visible. The skeletons carried the bodies of warriors. A huge crowd of liches came out of the purple portal, walking towards the gray-haired man. Dickel spread his arms to the sides, greeting them with a smile. Jikyu closed his eyes and smiled with relief. He walked through the dark cave, thinking that he was in a labyrinth where even his instincts did not help. The main character smiled awkwardly when Brunhart suggested just breaking through the wall. He replied that it was possible if there were no other options. Jikyu was wearing black armor and Lu said that the cave might collapse. Suddenly the main character was knocked down by a powerful blow. He widened his eyes and opened his mouth in shock. A chain of explosions ran across the floor of the cave. Jikyu sat down, his whole body trembled, and he groaned heavily. He closed one eye, gritted his teeth and asked what the sudden attack was, and Brunhart said it hurt. The main character frowned in confusion when Lu said that it is now clear who is the owner of these lands. The spirit arched his black eyebrows and said that even Jikyu could not see these attacks. Tension appeared on the protagonist's face. A black and golden silhouette of a creature with long horns could be seen. It was the infamous hell hunter named Horus. Jikyu sat on one knee while Lu explained how Horus was a demon who wielded an elusive spear and was a powerful opponent despite his rank. The main character stood up, letting out a heavy sigh. He placed his hand on his chest, asking if Brunhart was okay, and the spirit replied that everything was okay because taking hits had become a common thing. The man with a bunch of red scars all over his body smiled widely. Jikyu looked up in horror when Horus said that he didn't hit with all his might, but Brunhart blocked the blow anyway. The main character looked around, and the demon assumed that Jikyu was sent here by Andras. Hearing these words, he frowned angrily, and Horus came to the conclusion that the reward was assigned not only from the Iron Guild. A half-naked man could be seen on a high rock. A red spear was spinning in the air. Horus raised his hand up, grabbing his weapon and furrowing his brow. Then he stood up. Red flashes flashed in his eyes, and he said with a smile that it was time to start the hunt. The black and red sword began to emit bright lightning. Jikyu frowned, holding the hilt of the weapon tightly. Many red streaks appeared in the air around him. One of the attacks hit the blade of the sword. Jikyu looked to the side, saying that he was able to block the blow, and Bruchant praised him. Horus's face showed no emotion. He then raised his spear, put his hand on his waist and said that the protagonist has impeccable sword technique because he can even deflect attacks that he cannot see. The man clenched his white teeth and grinned. Jikyu raised his hand, in which he held a black sword with red ornaments. He swung his weapon sharply. A bright red streak appeared in front of him. The main character frowned and began to breathe heavily. Lu crossed his arms and told Jikyu to stop because he couldn't continue, and that Horus's plan was for the main character to get tired first. He imagined little Jikyu in the palm of the horned demon, and said that in this case they would be caught. The main character frowned, not wanting to agree with Lu. He waved his sword and shouted that he was not used to giving up. Stone fragments flew past Jikyu, and he thought that this place would collapse if death or chaos were used. He jumped forward, thinking that if he tried to dodge with acceleration, then there was a risk of misaligning their movements, and in this case even Brunhart would not be able to withstand it. The main character frowned and came to the conclusion that there was only one way out. He remembered his ant-headed subordinate and used the Bodhi's precognition technique. Jikyu swung his sword sharply, leaving a bright streak of light in the air. He arched his dark eyebrows and mentally asked Lu why the precognition was not activated immediately, and reminded the spirit that he had said that precognition was not perfect. The black-haired man raised one finger up and replied that the reason was because the Horus spear was special, and it was not a matter of invisibility or stealth. purple fire could be seen around the sharp spear, and Lu added that the very existence of the spear was erased, leaving only the result without the length of the process, and this was the reason why even the highest ranks avoided fighting with horrors. Jikyu waved his sword in the air without stopping, amazed that his opponent's strength was close to the king's. The main character frowned in confusion when Lu said that the power that is close to the king's must be opposed by the power of the king. Lu remembered the glowing armor on Jikyu's foot and explained that his super strength ability is a power that is close to stopping time. He remembered the black-haired man's smiling face and added that it was most likely Chrono's influence. The main character opened his eyes in shock when Lu said that foresight is also a power that is associated with time. A bright beam of light flashed in the air. Gray dust rose into the air near Jikyu's leg. He spread his legs wide apart, thinking that he had only used precognition once before, so he remembered these sensations from the forces that manipulate time. The main character closed his eyes tightly, trying to remember these feelings. Suddenly his blue eyes opened, and the dial of a clock was visible in them. He tried to foresee the future. Jikyu leaned back, arching his back, and dodged the attack. Bernhardt expressed her admiration with a smile, and Lu crossed his arms and replied that it was not so. The protagonist gritted his teeth, blood sprayed from his face, and the spirit explained that he simply tilted his body when the spear touched his forehead. Jikyu gripped the sword tightly in his hand and looked down. He frowned, red blood spread on his forehead. Lu said that this must be very exhausting, and the main character replied that he seemed to have found the key to the solution. The spirit smiled and said that he would give Jikyu advice. The man frowned in concentration. He stood on a high stone. His whole body was covered in longitudinal scars. The main character clenched his teeth tightly while Lu asked him how he was able to slowly notice the spear. The weapon spun quickly in the air. Horus bent down holding the spear. He said that this was a very interesting prey. He smiled widely and shouted that he would end this personally. It was dark in the stone cave, and someone's heavy sighs could be heard. Jikyu stood with his legs spread wide and his head down. His face was smeared with blood, and he was surprised to notice that the attacks had stopped. There was light on the wall of the cave, and the main character assumed that his opponent was also tired. Suddenly someone appeared behind Jikyu. Horus, holding a red spear in his hands, grinned and thought that the main character was absolutely defenseless, strong, but had never been on a hunt. The man's face twisted into a crazy smile as he thought this was the best state of prey. Horus approached Jikyu and swung his weapon. With a wide smile, he thought he wanted to hear the sound of his bones breaking. The main character stood motionless with a bloody face. The tip of the spear approached Jikyu's head. Suddenly a hand in a black glove grabbed the weapon tightly. Horus opened his mouth and raised his eyebrows in shock. The main character turned to him, holding a red spear in one hand and a black sword in the other. Jikyu grinned and said with a sparkle in his eyes that he had caught his opponent. Horus looked at the protagonist with an expression of horror on his face. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.